If you love someone, send him to New York, for that place is heaven. If you hate someone, send him to New York as well, for that place is hell. Hyungji sat in his chair, rubbing his groggy head, and couldn't help but recall these two famous lines he'd once seen online. He had just returned from the hospital to his family's small restaurant in Chinatown, New York, and was now struggling to make sense of the extraordinary events that had recently befallen him. Before all this, he had never imagined that one day he would become a part of this dazzling metropolis. In his former life, he was a game developer in Shanghai, pulling endless overtime to make mobile games. Over 30 and still single, he had managed to save little, nowhere near enough to buy an apartment in a city where every inch of land cost a fortune. The long nights and relentless workload had left him drained, and he'd even started showing signs of hair loss, making it tough to attract women who cared deeply about appearances. But now, he had become an Anglo-Chinese mixed blood. A glance in a mirror revealed the remarkable genes of this new body. Fair skin, sharply defined features, thick brows with a slight arch, and long lashes framing a pair of deep, dark eyes. At 6'1", he stood out in any country. His strong, upright build and handsome face made him hard to ignore. Yet, inexplicably transported into this body, Hyungji felt none of the excitement he'd imagined. He was still struggling to recall his last moments before crossing over. He vaguely remembered that day. It was the team's 7th consecutive night of overtime, all to develop a mobile game meant to ride the wave of popularity, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. With the anime's explosive success, countless small teams like theirs were scrambling for a quick payday, making the development schedule especially tight. Of course, they hadn't secured any rights or licenses, so once the game was finished, they'd slap on a deliberately ambiguous title, something like DIO's Bizarre Adventure or JoJo Continent. It wasn't the first time the company had danced on the edge of legality. As long as nothing blew up, the original creators rarely noticed these small studios. Just as the basic framework of the project was coming together, the boss brought in midnight snacks, try to win everyone over. He even painted a rosy picture of the future to motivate the team. For the sake of bonuses in their jobs, everyone gritted their teeth and pushed on. Deep down, they all knew most of the boss's promises would never come true, but at least there was a sliver of hope. What else could these hard-working programmers cling to? Those truly capable people have long been enjoying generous salaries and excellent benefits in major companies. If you want to talk about reasons, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough, for lacking a prestigious diploma, and for not having any extraordinary talent. In today's restless society, is it really possible to succeed through hard work alone? That's nothing more than a fantasy spun in motivational stories. Hyungji's final memory was of the moment he stood up, ready to fetch a late-night snack. Then, his vision went dark, and he remembered nothing after that. When he woke again, he found himself inexplicably lying in a hospital room in New York and, stranger still, inhabiting someone else's body. After questioning the doctor, he learned that he had been brought to the hospital by ambulance due to gas poisoning. Alongside him were his British father and Chinese mother. Only, unlike him, his parents were not so fortunate. Despite efforts to save them, they did not survive. The small restaurant they ran in Chinatown had become, it seemed, the last inheritance his parents left him. It must have been sudden death. After reading so many stories about colleagues who passed away, I never thought my own day would come. I wonder if those who went before me also became travelers between worlds, just like me. Hyungji could more or less deduce the cause of his death, but he didn't feel sad. After all, his previous life had already lost its meaning. Every day was a mechanical repetition, without family or loved ones, and, at most, a few friends who met up now and then. For him, perhaps death was not such a terrible thing. Having thought all this through, a faint sense of relief finally appeared on Hyungji's face. But soon, he frowned again. After absorbing all the memories of this new body, he found it strange that 3 people could be poisoned by gas at the same time without anyone noticing anything amiss. In the end, it was only because a neighbor smelled something odd and called the police. The whole situation felt far too suspicious. What was even stranger was that, if he hadn't crossed over, the entire family would have died together and perhaps reunited in another world. However you looked at it, this didn't seem like a simple accident. In fact, his very act of waking up had left the doctors, who had already declared him dead, utterly shocked. Although miracles of people coming back to life are exceedingly rare, the hospital occasionally had such stories circulating. There was once an elderly lady in her 70s who, just before being sent to the crematorium, suddenly opened her eyes. It said that her family nearly sued that hospital into bankruptcy. Oh well, there's no point in overthinking things now. I'll just take life as it comes, facing each challenge as it arrives, one step at a time. Thinking of all the tricky matters still waiting to be handled, Hyungji could only use this sort of self-consolation to let himself relax for a moment. At the very least, he wasn't left with nothing. The modest little restaurant before him, with room for no more than 6 or 7 tables, was enough to support his continued existence in this bustling city. If he truly couldn't hold on, he could always consider selling the restaurant and returning to his hometown to try another way of life. But the thought of having inexplicably taken over someone else's body, and now, just after the original owner's parents had passed away, planning to sell off the only inheritance they left behind, such an idea gnawed at Hyungji's conscience. He could never shake the feeling that this crossed his own moral boundaries. Just then his phone rang. A beat late, Hyungji fished the phone out of his pocket and picked up the call. "Hey, Dio, I just got out of the hospital. The doctor said you've already been discharged. Are you feeling any better? I know what happened with Uncle Brando and Annie and I hope you can stay strong. If you need any money, I still have some savings. Also, I know of a cemetery that's pretty nice and not too expensive. Of course, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to help you." Drawing on the memories within this body, Hyungji realized the caller was Will Jones, the best friend of this body's previous owner. Like most of their peers, Will had never known his own father and was a young black man tangled up with the local gangs. But it was precisely because Auntie He and her family had taken him in during his lowest moments, offering him warmth, hot meals, and even a spot on the restaurant floor to sleep, that Will always felt a deep sense of gratitude. Will's voice kept flowing from the other end, a unique cadence in his tone, making it impossible for Hyungji, or rather, Dio Brando, as he should now be called, to find a chance to respond. Faced with his new identity, Hyungji couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This name was exactly the same as the main villain from the pay-to-win mobile game he'd been developing before his sudden death. "Jojo? No, it's me, Dio. Perhaps this was fate doing after all." As Dio found himself recalling all sorts of inside jokes from the JoJo anime, a sudden vision seemed to flicker before his eyes. Wait a minute. This interface, this sense of déjà vu, isn't this the unfinished JoJo mobile game I was developing? How did it cross over with me? Once he was sure this wasn't just a hallucination born from longing for an unfinished project, Dio suddenly realized that the legendary cheat bestowed upon travelers between worlds might just be this very mobile game, which had journeyed with him to this new reality. He'd been wondering why he didn't seem to have any special powers, but now it seemed this game was his unique advantage in this unfamiliar world. "Hey, are you still there? You didn't just pass out, did you?" His friend's voice came through the phone. "Huh? Oh, what did you just say?" Dio was still reeling from his shocking discovery. "I said you should get some good rest today. I'll come find you tomorrow, and we can go check out that cemetery together." Who would have thought that a playboy like Tony Stark would actually do something charitable? "All right, see you tomorrow. I'm still feeling a bit off, so let's leave it at that for now." "Got it. Take care of yourself, bro." Dio had no mind to keep chatting and quickly hung up. Suddenly, his expression changed. Hadn't he just heard a very familiar name? Tony Stark? Unless it was just someone with the same name. But if this name was truly famous, if this really was the person he was thinking of, Dio finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This world might not be the one he'd come from. He no longer cared about figuring out his newfound powers. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and started searching online. A few minutes later, he was left utterly speechless. Stark Industries, Oscorp, all these names he knew so well popped up easily in the search results, and of course, there was that familiar face of Tony Stark. After ruling out the possibility of some elaborate prank, Dio, as a transmigrant, could almost be certain he had arrived in the Marvel Universe. To him, this was nothing short of a despair-inducing revelation. Thankfully, it was only 2010. The Battle of New York and Thanos' devastation of the world were still some way off. Yet, the Marvel timeline was notoriously chaotic, and plot twists happened all the time. What worried him even more was that Dio couldn't remember the exact dates of those major events. He only had a vague idea which heroes and villains would eventually fall, and that Earth would, in the end, survive. And even if someone could memorize every detail of Marvel's storyline, it might not help at all. After all, this was a real world now. Any tiny change could set off a butterfly effect, spiraling into consequences no one could predict. Thinking about how he'd been inexplicably dropped into such a perilous world, Dio just wanted to return to his former homeland as quickly as possible. At least there, things were peaceful and stable. Even if aliens did show up, they'd always head to America first. All he wanted now was to put as much distance as possible between himself and this crisis-ridden New York. Surely, that was the safest choice. But after thinking it through, Dio's mood quickly soured again. Even if he managed to run somewhere safe and hide, what would it change? Once Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and slipped on that gauntlet, it would only take a snap of his fingers for half the universe's life to vanish. On the surface, a 50-50 chance sounded like slim hope, but only those who truly suffered bad luck knew how despairing that kind of gamble could be. After each game was developed, the programmers would always take it for a spin themselves, testing for bugs, and, while they were at it, checking the odds of drawing rare cards. But here's where things got interesting. DIO seemed to be born with what gamers like to call African luck, meaning luck as bad as it gets. Terms like SSR, 5-star characters, or the legendary single-draw miracle meant next to nothing to him. He could only rely on the guaranteed reward from a 10 draw to find a shred of consolation. At first, everyone thought the drop rates in the game were just set too low. But as their coworkers' phones began to flash with golden lights, the way they looked at DIO began to change. How can you talk to someone who has completely resigned himself to fate about probability, about hope? Don't be ridiculous. If he wasn't destined to draw something, then he simply wouldn't. Even if he secretly increased the drop rate by 10 times, the outcome would be the same. So, on the day Thanos snapped his fingers, DIO could confidently say he'd be among the half to disappear. As for who would get his ashes, he had no idea. In the face of such reality, DIO found a strange sense of calm. He no longer obsessed over how to escape this world. Since he'd already landed here, and brought his cheat code along, maybe the future wasn't entirely doomed. He might be just a minor character, but if he put in a bit more effort, maybe he could create a miracle. Even if the ending didn't change, at least he would have fought against fate. And if he managed to get in the good graces of a few big shots, who knows, maybe he'd get a shot at resurrection later in the story. Finally persuading himself to settle down for now, DIO couldn't wait to summon his cheat system again. This time, he was determined to study it thoroughly, since his survival and happiness from here on out depended on it. He opened the interface. It was still the same familiar layout. Because it was just a freshly built initial version, the content was simple and the design a little rough around the edges. But the most eye-catching pay-to-win button was still front and center. System. He called out softly a few times, but there was no response. No sweet, gentle girl's voice, nor any cold, mechanical tone. Having read his fair share of web novels. Back on Shidian, DIO felt a little disappointed. Apparently, his cheat system didn't come with an AI companion. Maybe because it was still an unfinished prototype. But when he thought about it, that might actually be a blessing. If there really were a weird little system sprite nagging in his ear all day, issuing random quests and threatening him with erasure at the drop of a hat, he'd probably have a constant headache. This was better. After all, the cheat system was a game he'd developed himself, so he knew every feature inside and out. How to use it was entirely up to him. DIO skillfully opened the novice starter pack. Inside, he found a white egg. This would become the player's very first stand. As for which stand might emerge, it all depended on luck. All up to luck? In reality, the starter pack contained 2 items. A skill book teaching ripple breathing, and an egg harboring a mysterious, unknown stand. DIO chose to use the ripple breathing skill book first. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the surge, and when he opened them, his expression was one of utter astonishment. What exactly was Ripple? Although the JoJo series only skyrocketed to fame after stands were introduced, anyone familiar with the saga must admit that Araki's genius shines throughout. The heart of the first 2 parts lies in this very martial art known as Ripple. Ripple, as the precursor to Hammond, what would later become the stand power, retains its own unique allure. That iconic line, "This is my last Ripple," has moved countless fans. Adding Ripple to the game was, at first, simply a way to faithfully capture the spirit of the original work and appeal to fans' nostalgia. On the practical side, it also replaced the energy bars or mana gauges common to other games of the genre. After all, this was a mobile game centered on stand users. It would have felt odd to power stand with magic. Thus, the development team decided to revive Ripple breathing, nearly obsolete after the 3rd part, and use it as the energy source for stands. The amount of Ripple a player had determined how long their stand could fight, and could also be used to unleash ultimate moves. At its core, this game was just another pay-to-win mobile title dressed in JoJo's colors, following the familiar patterns of the market. Yet, what caught DIO off guard was that the Ripple breathing he received from the starter pack had undergone some strange transformation. It had become a true, cultivatable skill, one that could actually grow and develop. Even more astonishingly, this knowledge was being poured directly into his mind in some mysterious way. This meant that not only had the Marvel Universe become real, but even the world of JoJo could be brought to life. Thanks to this newfound knowledge, DIO understood that Ripple breathing was, in essence, a special breathing technique. Blood delivers oxygen from the lungs throughout the body, and the oxygen in the blood is vital to every cell. Cells, after all, are the building blocks of the body. Just as a stone cast into water sends ripples across the surface, this specialized breathing method could stir ripples within the blood, unleashing formidable power. With precise control, this power could be harnessed for a variety of effects. Thus, mastery of ripple breathing hinged on the art of controlling one's breath. Cultivating ripple breathing could also strengthen the body, slow the aging process, and the energy produced by ripple bore a remarkable resemblance to sunlight. So much so, it even shared some of the sun's very properties. Dio turned over everything he knew about Ripple Hammond in his mind. Before long, he adjusted his breathing and slipped smoothly into the right state. Invisible, waves of ripple energy surged through his bloodstream, and with a sudden motion, he slammed his fist down onto the solid wooden table in front of him. Ripple overdrive. A surge of powerful ripple energy shot through his fist, shattering the table into pieces in a single instant. Such power, was it really possible? Dio, too excited to control himself, immediately lost the rhythm of his breathing. The ripple energy in his hand vanished at once, leaving him feeling drained. Glancing at the game interface, he noticed that the indicator for his ripple energy had dropped by a full third. Since he had just learned Ripple Hammond, his starting energy value was 100 points. That meant that one punch had cost him about 30 points. The force was incredible. If he were fighting ordinary people, there would be hardly anyone who could match him. But at most, he could manage 3 punches. Once his energy was depleted, he would be no different from anyone else. Besides, in this era, especially in America, no one settled things with fists alone. Ripple Hammond's power was formidable, but until he mastered higher techniques, anyone with a gun could still threaten him easily. Better to keep a low profile. Dio steadied his breath, carefully resetting his rhythm as he returned to practicing Ripple Hammond. He noticed through the game interface that his Hammond energy was recovering at a rate of about 1 point per second, quickly returning to its maximum and then stopping. So, if I'm ever forced to fight, I'll need to maintain the ripple breathing technique throughout, without the slightest slip-up. If I lose the rhythm, not only can't I use ripple energy, but I can't even recover it. That's no small challenge, Dio thought with a wry smile. For someone who had always been an ordinary person, both before and after arriving in this world, maintaining a special breathing technique in the heat of battle was a daunting task. Even so, he decided to try and make Ripple Hammond breathing second nature. After all, suddenly finding himself in such a dangerous world, if he didn't seize every chance to grow stronger, he'd probably be dead from some random attack long before the purple sweet potato king ever descended upon the earth. Having made up his mind, Dio focused on practicing his breathing, while his gaze fell upon the white egg sitting nearby. He knew the odds were slim that a starter egg would yield the strongest stand, but he couldn't help feeling a surge of anticipation. After all, it was a stand. A stand was a powerful entity born from one's own life energy, an extension of the mysterious Ripple, possessing all kinds of unique and wondrous abilities. If Ripple Hammond was the foundation for DIO's survival in this world, then the strength of his stand would determine his ceiling and how much influence he could wield. More importantly, this still-in-development pay-to-win mobile game actually had 5 stand slots. In the world of JoJo, typically, each stand user can only possess 1 stand. Yet now, he had obtained a mobile game ability infused with JoJo flavor, a system entirely different from the original setting. However, since his Hammond level was still at level 1, for now, he could only equip a single stand. Dio gave his own face a light slap, gathering his composure. With anticipation brimming in his heart, he tapped on the white egg. Star Platinum, The World, Crazy Diamond, Killer Queen, Golden Experience, King Crimson. These mighty stands filled him with longing. If he could draw any one of them, his start would be nothing short of perfect. But dreams like an African sneaking into Europe are, after all, just wishful thinking. Bathed in a gentle white light, a creature resembling a tiny tomato appeared before him, fixing its bright, beady eyes on him. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a stand. Pearl Jam. Dio paused for a second, then silently lit a cigarette, tipped his head back to gaze at the ceiling, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. He chuckled wryly to himself. As expected, superstition can't change a non-luxter's fate, and even money can't rewrite reality. Pearl Jam is the stand of Tonio Trussardi, the Italian chef introduced in Part 4. Diamond is unbreakable. He's a miraculous chef who, in Morio Town, gave Okuyasu Nijimura a whole new lease on life through his cuisine. This stand appeared only rarely in the series, and never once displayed combat abilities. Simply to enrich gameplay, or rather, out of laziness, the developers stuffed in every stand they could find. Is this what they call a hell difficulty start? Could it be that, just because I currently own a little restaurant, the system decided to hand me this particular stand? It wasn't quite disgust he felt, but Dio was genuinely disappointed. Among the many stands he could have drawn for self-defense, he ended up with one that is mainly support and logistics. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he opened the attributes panel for Pearl Jam, but almost immediately, he wordlessly pulled out another cigarette and lit it. Destructive power, E. Just seeing the first attribute, DIO's mood plunged to rock bottom. With stats ranging from a down to E, an E in destructive power was almost as good as having no offensive ability at all. Speed C. Range B. The maximum distance from user's stand. E. 2 meters D. 5 meters C. 10 meters B. 20 meters A. 50 meters. Note, this is a game setting. Some stands with unique ranges are described separately. Don't take it too seriously. There are inherent contradictions in the system itself. Duration A. This determines how long the stand can remain active. The higher the rating, the less ripple energy it consumes. A lower rating means it uses up more energy. Precision E. This represents operability. To use a gaming analogy, an A-level operation is like a hero with a high skill ceiling, while an E-level is simple to use, almost requiring no technique at all. Potential C. This stands for the speed and extent of its evolution. Once the stand fully evolves, this stat will be marked as completed. Special ability, culinary therapy. By combining with other ingredients, it can heal specific targets, with the effect depending on how delicious the food is. Sigh. He stubbed out a cigarette and let out a helpless sigh. After reading through Pearl Jam's stats, Dio gave up all hope. Relying on it to protect himself was clearly unrealistic. All he could do now was hope for a better stand next time, or quickly increase his own ripple energy. The only consolation was that this stand was rather unique. Even if it was attacked, the damage wouldn't be reflected onto him. After all, it was itself an ingredient, something that could be eaten, and after being consumed, Dio could use ripple energy too. Sum it again. With an A-rank duration, the energy cost was minimal, practically no burden at all for a beginner like Dio. Its maximum range of 20 meters was more than enough. In other words, there was no need to keep it by his side all the time. It seems even fate wants me to become a great chef. Resigned, Dio equipped Pearl Jam into his only activated card slot. Harnessing ripple energy, he soon summoned a little tomato. Summoning a little tomato cost him 10 points of ripple energy. The tiny thing fluttered around him, darting up and down, making odd little giggles, and brimming with curiosity. 1 point of ripple energy consumed per second? That matches exactly with what my breathing technique restores each second. No wonder an A-rank duration is in a league of its own. With a thought, Dio summoned 3 more little tomatoes. This time, the energy drain jumped to 4 points per second, so with the 60 points he had left, they'd only last about 20 seconds. He really was weak beyond belief. Dio promptly dismissed his stand, gaining a much clearer understanding of his current situation. In short, his golden finger had given him limitless potential, but to become truly powerful, he'd need time to grow. In the end, it all came down to proceeding with caution and not acting rashly. Taking a deep breath, hands trembling slightly, he clicked on the most prominent pay button on the game interface. Friendship Point Summon. Costs 100 points per summon, or 1,000 points for a 10 pull. Every 24 hours, you get 1 free 10 pull. Paid Banner Summon. Each summon costs 1 gold bar. A 10 pull requires 10 gold bars. It was still the familiar interface, still the familiar payment methods. Only now, there was a new Friendship Point Summon option. Anyone who's played FGO would recognize this system in a heartbeat. As one of the programmers who developed this game, Dio knew all too well that the Friendship Point Summon was a massive trap, designed to keep non-paying players around as fodder. For those willing to spend money. In this pool, only a handful of weak stands like Pearl Jam could be found, and the odds of drawing a rare stand were a mere 1 in 1,000. And don't forget, that 1 in 1,000 chance applied only to 10 consecutive pulls, with no guarantee of getting anything good. In theory, it was perfectly possible to pull hundreds of times and end up with nothing but useless stands. Otherwise, the developers wouldn't be offering a free 10 pull every 24 hours. The real purpose of this feature was to highlight the allure of the paid pool. All the truly powerful stands could only be found there, and if you wanted them, you had to pay cold, hard cash. According to the game's mechanics, you could earn friendship points by teaming up with friends in battle. They were easy to accumulate, but had little practical use. Now, brought into the real world, Dio had no idea how friendship points would function. After all, how was he supposed to add friends in real life? So far, the only friend he'd encountered was that exceptionally gifted young black man. But would he really walk up and say, "Hey brother, let's fight together and witness the power of our friendship"? That was obviously out of the question. And then there were the gold bars needed for the paid pool. A sudden sense of dread crept over Dio. Did this damn game really expect him to pay with real gold bars? 10 grams apiece? 50 grams? Or maybe even those hefty 100-gram bars? And even if he managed to get his hands on some, how was he supposed to top up his account? The thought that he might actually be in a world where you had to pay to win, and that he might not even have the chance to do so, made Dio's head ache. Why is it that other transmigrators arrive in new worlds with cheat codes, unstoppable and blessed with everything they could want, while I get the short end of the stick? I wake up to find my parents dead, probably caught up in some huge mess, with one problem after another piling up, and even my supposed golden finger comes with more trouble than it's worth. Just then, Dio's stomach let out a loud, urgent growl. Forget it. Hunger trumps everything. I need to find something to eat first. I've never tried eating a stand before. Maybe today's the day. Even if folks from Fujian are known for eating anything, I doubt any of them would dare try this. As the only stand user in the Marvel Universe, and the only one crazy enough to consider eating a stand, Dio felt that, as a true foodie from China, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to taste. As he rummaged through the kitchen for ingredients to toss into the pot, he casually performed today's 10-draw friendship gotcha. What he got was 6 bricks from Morio Town, a white chef's hat, 2 lowest-grade ripple pearls, and an article of Trish Una's, daughter of a mafia boss, worn undergarment. Dio looked at these inexplicable rewards and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The bricks from Morio Town were no different from ordinary bricks, and the white chef's hat was just a regular hat as well. Wearing it produced no special effect. Only the 2 lowest-grade ripple pearls could be considered barely useful. Lowest-grade ripple pearl. Consuming it increases your ripple energy cap by 1. Dio tossed both pearls into his mouth without a second thought. They had no particular flavor and dissolved instantly. He then checked his stats panel, and sure enough, his ripple energy cap had risen from 100 to 102. Apparently, aside from self-cultivation, this was another shortcut to boost his strength. Clearly, spending in-game currency needed to be added to his agenda soon. As for that obviously gag-oriented, worn undergarment, Dio chose to ignore it, planning to throw it out with the bricks as trash later. After all, the game's built-in inventory only had 100 slots and could only store items obtained from the game. Real-world objects simply wouldn't go in, as he'd just tested. Maybe I should keep a few bricks for self-defense? Remembering that Morio Town bricks could be stored in the game inventory, Dio decided to hold on to a few, just in case they proved useful at a critical moment. He washed rice, set it to steam, then cracked 3 eggs into a bowl. Since their family of 3 had been sent to the hospital for carbon monoxide poisoning, this humble little restaurant tucked away in a Chinatown corner had already been closed for several days. With the restaurant shut, there were, of course, no fresh ingredients to use. So, Dio decided to make a simple tomato and scrambled eggs with what little he had, mainly to test out the abilities of the pearl jam. And just like that, the little tomatoes truly became tomatoes. After beating the eggs, Dio gathered ripple energy and manifested 2 pearl jam pearls. Just as he was about to add them to the pan, a surge of intent seemed to emanate from the pearl jam, echoing in his mind. Please select a target consumer and specify symptoms to be treated. Dio paused for a moment, then set himself as the consumer, targeting his dark circles and a scar on his hand for treatment. With a cheerful little sound, one of the little tomatoes hopped into his freshly poured glass of water, while the other blended seamlessly into the beaten egg mixture and vanished without a trace. The tomatoes were gone. About to prepare his tomato and scrambled eggs, Dio stared in surprise at the scene before him. So this was how pearl jam worked. But in a way, this isn't so bad. If he had to personally make the stand disappear every time he cooked, that would be far too stressful. This method was much more relaxed. A few minutes later, Dio brought out a plate of scrambled eggs and a glass of plain water, eyes full of expectation. Since the tomato had been absorbed by the eggs, his tomato scrambled eggs had turned into a simple plate of scrambled eggs. Having once been a longtime bachelor, Dio was fairly handy with homestyle cooking. While his food wasn't exactly gourmet, he found the taste quite decent for himself. Well then, let's see how it works. He sat down, looking at this magical plate of scrambled eggs and a glass of water in front of him. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the water first and drank it down in one go. Oh my, how can this water taste so good? Dio, who had never tasted such sweet, refreshing water, widened his eyes in astonishment. As he set down the glass, his face was filled with lingering delight. Before adding the pearl jam, this had been nothing more than ordinary boiled water. He hadn't expected his stand could turn a simple glass of water into something so delicious. Just as he was considering whether he should have another glass of this pearl jam water, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes. The next moment, tears burst forth like a waterfall. Startled at first, Dio quickly recalled Okuyasu Nijimura's experience in the original story and was reassured. After pearl jam enters the body, it heals illness and pain by breaking down and then rebuilding, making the process both unique and dramatic. For most people, experiencing this would be enough to inspire a sense of fear. A man shedding tears, there's nothing shameful in that. Dio's tears streamed endlessly for over 30 seconds. It wasn't until he felt as if his eyes might fall out that the torrent finally stopped. What followed was an unparalleled sense of clarity and newfound energy. He hurried to check himself in the mirror. The dark circles that had lingered beneath his eyes were completely gone, and his deep-set gaze now sparkled like stars in the night sky, making him look exceptionally captivating. "I can't believe I'm this handsome," he couldn't help but exclaim. After a brief moment of amazement, Dio immediately returned to try the magical scrambled eggs infused with pearl jam. It was delicious, utterly delicious. The addition of pearl jam had clearly elevated his cooking to new heights. He could hardly imagine what kind of dazzling cuisine a top chef could create with such a miraculous ingredient. Even the world's richest would probably line up for a taste. Dio all but inhaled the entire plate of scrambled eggs in an instant. Leaning back contentedly in his chair, he waited quietly for the healing effects to appear. He didn't have to wait long. The results came swiftly. Barely 2 seconds had passed before he felt something unusual. An itch, a peculiar, indescribable itch. There was an old scar in the center of Dio's left palm, a relic from a childhood knife accident. Now that very spot was becoming unbearably itchy. He understood that this was the effect of the pearl jam, so he cooperated by scratching harder, and layers of dead skin fell away, leaving quite a shocking scene. Just as he felt he might scratch his left hand raw, that unbearable itch vanished all at once. Instinctively, he raised his hand for a look. Where the scar used to be in his palm, there was now only a fresh, delicate layer of new skin. "I've struck gold," Dio whispered to himself. This was more miraculous than any cosmetic treatment, surgery, massage, or medicine. And there were absolutely no side effects. The only drawback was that the process itself was a bit unsettling. In a city like New York, where the wealthy gather, if celebrities and millionaires ever discovered a restaurant that could serve up results like these, the place would become fabulously rich overnight. His mother would never have to worry about money again. He had been racking his brain for ways to change his fate, but at this moment, Dio could only marvel inwardly. How amazing. The next morning, just as Dio finished cleaning up the table he'd accidentally shattered yesterday, his best friend in this life came to find him. "Hey man, I knew I'd find you here." As soon as he saw him, Will gave his best friend a warm hug. Will stood at just over 5'3", while Dio was 6'1", making the two of them look especially amusing when side by side. "Hello, Will. Sorry to make you worry." Dio had been a little uncertain about how to face Will, but feeling his friend's genuine warmth, he finally relaxed. In this life, he was Dio Brando, and Will Zeppeli was his closest friend. "Come on, we're brothers." Will pulled a comically exaggerated face, but in truth, he was carefully studying Dio's state. After that terrible accident, he'd been worried that Dio would never recover. Seeing Dio looking energetic again, Will finally let out a sigh of relief. "Hey man, did you sneak off for plastic surgery while you were in the hospital? You look even better than before. No wonder Jenny gets even more obsessed after every time you turn her down." Will didn't mention Dio's parents. He'd been through tough times himself, so he knew how to be considerate of others' feelings. "It's nothing really. I've just learned to see things differently. Since fate kept me alive, I shouldn't wallow in sorrow. Rather than that, I might as well embrace a better life. I believe they are in heaven now, and they'd want me to keep moving forward." Dio's voice was tinged with complexity. There was no way he could explain his stand to Will. Will was silent for a moment, then gently patted Dio on the back. "After something like this, we're all grieving. But with you thinking this way, Uncle Brando and Aunt, he would be proud of you, wherever they are. Relax. I'm not as fragile as you imagine. Didn't you say we'd visit the cemetery together today? Let's go. Take your car. Mine's still parked downstairs at home. I'll check on it when I get a chance." Dio had fully adapted to his new identity, and his conversation with Will flowed as naturally as it always had. Will, for his part, noticed nothing out of the ordinary. After Dio locked up the restaurant, they got into a second-hand Chevrolet and drove off together. Shortly after Dio and Will left, a voice crackled through a walkie-talkie inside a black sedan parked not far from the restaurant. "The target has left with Will Jones. Based on our surveillance from yesterday, they're most likely headed for that cemetery donated by Stark Industries. Copy that. Unit 2 is tailing them." any unusual behavior from the target since yesterday. The target's mood seems unstable, possibly prone to violence. Just now, he threw out a table that had been smashed. Anything else to report? No, sir. Maintain surveillance. Keep a close eye on all of the target's communications. Yes, sir. After a pause, one of the men in the car asked, "Why don't we just take him out? No one's luck can hold out forever. You think I don't want to send him off to see his family right now? Last time we moved in too quickly. He survived by sheer luck, and the whole thing blew up. S.H.I.E.L.D. has started looking into it. If we act rashly, again, we'll risk exposing ourselves. Fortunately, the kid doesn't seem to suspect a thing. We'll keep him under watch for another week. If nothing happens, we call off the operation, considered a lucky break for him." When the call ended, the men in the black sedan unwrapped supermarket sandwiches, biting down with obvious irritation at having to waste their precious time on a kid who was either cursed or blessed, depending on your perspective. But there was no choice. Anyone who saw something they shouldn't needed to be silenced. As for a clueless bystander, well, a family should stay together, after all. Out in the suburbs, a newly built modern cemetery came into view. Inside the car, well, a young black man behind the wheel was in full chatterbox mode. People like Tony Stark deserve what's coming to them. Who knows how many people have died because of Stark Industries' weapons? 100,000? A million? 10 million? Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, that famous playboy Tony Stark actually managed to charm both of the world's most famous supermodel twins. He's all over the headlines today. Man, let me tell you a joke. America's biggest arms dealer, Tony Stark, actually calls himself a philanthropist. What a laugh. DIO rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He had almost forgotten what was a classic case of someone who resented the wealthy, likely because of his upbringing. Like many black men who grew up in the slums, will harbored a deep dislike for the rich, especially men like Tony Stark, wealthy, smart, and annoyingly good-looking. Of course, Will would never admit that what he felt was nothing more than unvarnished jealousy. "All right, man, we're here." The moment he stepped out of the car, DIO couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Whatever else could be said, this place was far from the city, the air was remarkably fresh, and the surroundings were genuinely pleasant. No matter if Tony Stark had built this cemetery for show or for some backroom deal, there was no denying that this newly finished graveyard was part charity work. But really, who could ever tell if each dollar spent here came from goodwill or was stained with blood? DIO was no longer that cynical young man he once was. He understood now that the world had never been truly fair. Instead of fooling himself by complaining, it was better to strive for a good life and raise his children to become the kind of people others would envy. "So what do you think? Didn't I say the environment here is great?" Will asked, a note of pride in his voice. "It is nice, I'll give you that. But are you sure the price here is really that cheap?" DIO looked doubtful, clearly not convinced. Will chuckled and said, "I know the guy who manages this place. To be honest, he's not exactly straight-laced. If he wants to keep his job here." Will paused, his face showing not the slightest trace of guilt. After so many years running with the gang, he still carried that old streetwise swagger into everything he did. Suddenly, the door swung open and in strode a middle-aged white man in a sharp suit, exuding the air of a corporate elite. He glared at them and snapped, "What are you doing here? Didn't we settle everything after our last deal?" They happened to be in his office, with no one else around. The contempt and disdain on the man's face were plain as day, and maybe it was exactly this kind of attitude that made Will feel he'd lost face in front of his friend. With a chilly grin, Will stepped forward, trying to butt his head under the man's chin, a move that, thanks to their height difference, ended up looking utterly ridiculous. DIO almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in for Will's sake. Will had no idea how comical he looked at that moment, but he quickly realized his tactic was pointless and switched to shoving the man with both hands. As the man stumbled back, Will said coldly, "Maybe I should let your boss, and your wife and kids, find out just how the famous Mr. Edward has been getting cozy with the gangs behind closed doors." Will's tone dripped with sarcasm. In America, scandals like this were hardly rare. Many social elites had hidden sides to their lives that few ever saw. Of course, there were also plenty who despised such disgraceful secrets with a passion. If Edward's secret ever came to light, he could easily face being fired from his job and seeing his family fall apart. This was one of the reasons Will dared to threaten him. It might risk offending Edward, but so long as Edward wasn't desperate enough to drag them both down, things would eventually settle back into place. After being shoved and stumbling back, Edward's face changed instantly at Will's threat. His anger flared as he shouted, "Bastard! Is this how you treat your clients?" "My apologies, what client? All I remember is someone storming in here and yelling at me," Will replied with a sneer, cleaning his ear with his little finger before blowing a careless puff in Edward's direction. Edward's expression turned even uglier, but after a few deep breaths, he forced a strained smile onto his face. Hey, I'm one of your regulars. We've always worked well together, haven't we? Seeing the mocking look still lingering on Will's face, Edward sighed and continued, All right, I apologize for my earlier attitude, but you have to understand my position. If anyone found out I had dealings with gang members in private, I'd likely lose my job in an instant. After all, my backer is the New York City government. You get what I mean, right? His words gave Will an easy out, while also explaining the shift in his attitude and the worries gnawing at him inside. It was clear, anyone who could navigate the bureaucracy as he did was no simple character. Yet, to Will's ears, it sounded more like Edward was trying to intimidate him with the city government's weight. Noticing the growing displeasure on Will's face, Edward quickly changed course. You came to see me today for something, didn't you? My time's limited. As long as it's not too troublesome, I'll do what I can to help. Think of it as my way of making up for my earlier behavior. At that moment, DIO tapped Will's back a few times, quietly reminding him not to get sidetracked from their real purpose for coming here. With a dismissive snort, Will finally relaxed and explained to Edward the reason for their sudden visit. As he listened to Will's request, Edward let out an inward sigh of relief. His greatest fear was being dragged into some messy dispute. After all, while he did purchase goods from the gang, he had no desire to get caught up in their turf wars. But even when faced with something so simple, he couldn't help but act as if he were in a tight spot. Although this matter technically falls within my authority, to be honest, it's not easy to pull off. I've just been transferred here, and a lot of people have their eyes on me. If all you needed was to skip the line or secure a spot, I could probably arrange that. But the price you're offering is just too low. I can't be expected to cover the difference out of my own salary, can I? He spoke with sincerity and heartfelt emotion, his words ringing with genuine concern. Even DIO began to wonder if their request was pushing things a bit too far. But at that moment, Will let out a cold, derisive laugh and spoke up. Isn't this exactly the sort of thing our illustrious Mr. Edward excels at? Don't tell me you volunteered for this post just to follow the rules and keep everything neat and tidy. And before I came here, I did my homework. Stark Industries made it clear when they donated this cemetery. Any family with someone who served in the military, active or retired, is entitled to a 1/3 discount. Given our relationship, I'm sure that won't be a problem, will it? For the first time, DIO saw his old friend in a new light. It was true. Appearances could be deceiving. Anyone who'd managed to rise from the bottom of society had to have sharp eyes, able to see through others' schemes and close off every escape route before the other side even realized it. Now, it was Edward's turn to be left speechless. You give me too much credit. I'm not that capable, Edward protested, still clinging to the pretense. But anyone could see there was plenty of room for maneuver here. What was meant to be a benefit for those who had served the country had become, in Edward's hands, just another means of profit. As for those who truly needed help, they had never been a concern. And as for the Stark Group, being the donor, they cared nothing for these details. Their donation had already won them public favor and a sterling reputation for charity. Who actually benefited in the end was of no importance to them. Will paid no heed to Edward's evasions. He simply laid it out. Don't worry, we know how the game is played. We won't put you in a difficult position. I promise. After this, you'll still be a model employee of the New York City government. No one will ever know about our arrangement, and I won't come looking for you again. Will's words were a low, tempting invitation, one that finally made Edward nod silently in agreement. I hope you'll keep your word. Damn it, I should never have gotten involved with you people in the first place. Don't say that, my friend. For you, it's just a small favor. Think of it as me, Will, owing you one. Only then did Edward smile for the first time. Have your friend fill out the forms and wait for my call. I'll take care of it as soon as I can, and the price will be as per the military benefit. But don't worry, your share will be untouched. Edward's smile grew even brighter. Well then, here's to a pleasant cooperation. To a pleasant cooperation. After parting ways with Edward, whose face was wreathed in smiles, DIO and Will got back into their battered old Chevrolet and drove off. The whole way, neither of them said a word. It wasn't until they were nearing the city limits of New York that Will, reverting to his usual talkative self, finally broke the silence. So where to? Back to the restaurant? Or? DIO paused for a moment, his voice low. Let's go home. The home DIO shared with his parents was also in Chinatown, just 2 streets away from the small family-run restaurant. This neighborhood, like the infamous Hell's Kitchen, lay within Manhattan, hardly a place known for its safety. The difference was that Chinatown sprawled across the southern tip of downtown, while Hell's Kitchen lay to the west in Midtown. Recalling the memories he'd inherited, DIO understood clearly how his British father had first come to his mother's restaurant by chance, and there, in that humble eatery, had fallen in love with her at first sight. For her sake, his father had not only given up a promising future in England, but also severed ties with his family back home, choosing instead to stay in this complicated corner of Chinatown and run the restaurant together with his wife. In DIO's memories, his father was a witty, humorous gentleman, yet deep down he still clung to a stubbornness and pride that was distinctly British. He was upright and uncompromising, never one to yield, which inevitably earned him more than a few enemies. It would be naive to think that, just because they lived in Chinatown, the Chinese community was truly a harmonious family, always united and helpful. Such an idealized vision simply didn't exist in reality. If it was hard to achieve, even in China itself, it was all but impossible overseas. Perhaps in the beginning, everyone did help one another, struggling together in a foreign land. But as Chinatown steadily expanded, now stretching across 45 streets, and covering more than 4 square kilometers, with a population of over 800,000, the notion of sticking together for warmth had long since lost its original meaning. Here, gangs flourished, and schemes, betrayals, and infighting were a daily occurrence. New immigrants might not feel it yet, but DIO, with over 20 years' worth of inherited memories, knew all too well how ruthless and terrifying these so-called countrymen could become when their interests were at stake. In truth, the explosive growth of Chinatown was driven by necessity. More and more Chinese immigrants poured into America, and almost all of them landed in Chinatown upon arrival. Every year, countless undocumented immigrants stayed on, swelling the population. The streets were lined with Chinese-run restaurants and convenience stores. The competition was fierce, and making a living was becoming harder by the day. Here's a true story. A Chinese newcomer to New York wanted to open a convenience store in Chinatown. As soon as the shop opened, various gangs started showing up every day, demanding protection. Money. Even after paying one gang, another would soon arrive. There are at least dozens of well-known gangs in Chinatown, and countless smaller ones. Who could possibly handle them all? Worse yet, these gangs would take the money, but offer no protection in return. Eventually, the newcomer lost his patience and confronted one of the gangs. "I've already paid protection to the XX gang. Why should I pay again?" The gang member replied, utterly unabashed, "So you'll pay the XX gang, but not us? What, you think you're too good for us?" The newcomer, angry at their audacity, refused their demands. The very next day, gang members showed up, guns in hand, and robbed the store. "You won't pay? Fine. We'll just take what we want ourselves." In the end, the shop couldn't go on, and the newcomer had no choice but to quietly return to China. On the surface, this might look like an issue of public safety in America. But the old-timers in Chinatown all knew the truth. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, if anyone could run wild like this, business in Chinatown would have collapsed long ago. Later, it came out that the mastermind was none other than the owner of the convenience store next door. They said he was from the same hometown as the newcomer, and had even brought a flower basket and a smile on opening day. So, Chinatown isn't quite the paradise many people back home imagine. There are certainly kind and warm-hearted people here, but there's no shortage of selfish and unscrupulous ones, either. These are all true stories told by old Wu Mian, who has relatives in the U.S. Things are complicated here. Consider this a word of caution. As DIO was lost in his thoughts, Will twisted and turned through the streets, finally parking in front of an old building with a sense of history. Supposedly, DIO's family had lived here since his great-grandfather's time, though no one could say for sure if that was true. "Shall we go up?" "Wait a minute. Let me finish this cigarette." DIO rolled down the window, handed Will a cigarette, lit one for himself, and gazed out in silence. Though the soul within had changed, the memories of DIO from over 20 years remained vivid. There was no need to draw a line between past and present. Yet here and now, DIO found himself hesitating. The cigarette burned away quickly. "Let's go." He pushed open the car door, stubbed out the cigarette, and went upstairs with Will. Along the way, quite a few people greeted DIO, most offering words of comfort for his recent loss. But who could tell how many were sincere, and how many were just curious onlookers pretending to care? DIO took out his key and unlocked the door. Inside, a faint smell of gas still lingered. Dust covered the floors and tables, making the place look especially desolate and run down. How could such a tiny room fail to notice the smell of leaking gas? And how could anyone sleep through it without waking? What's more, DIO's parents were restaurant owners. They should have been especially vigilant about such dangers. Yet, these questions could only remain unanswered. The police had already come and gone. With a single phrase, illegal gas pipe modification, the case was closed. Such is the norm in Chinatown. Americans rarely use gas for cooking, so when many Chinese first arrive in the U.S., mishaps in the kitchen are common. It's not just an urban legend. People really have called the fire department while stir-frying, and fire trucks have shown up. DIO wandered around the room once before stepping outside. Not planning to stay here anymore. He smiled faintly, raising the photo album in his hand. No. After looking around, I realized this album is the only thing worth taking. I'll leave the rest. Here. That album held memories of their family, their joys, their sorrows, the fragments of daily life. It was the only piece he couldn't leave behind. Will shrugged indifferently, then asked, "So where are you going to live? Looking for a place to rent? I got some space." "Thanks, but I'm planning to stay at the restaurant for now and start getting ready for the reopening." Dio declined Will's offer without hesitation. The truth was, he couldn't stand Will's place. It looked like a pigsty, and there were always gang members coming and going. Dio didn't mind that Will was his loyal gangster friend, nor was he particularly fussy, but that just wasn't the life he wanted. Besides, once his parents' funeral was done, he needed to start making money. Living at the restaurant would be more convenient, and there was nothing wrong with that. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Just as he'd said, Dio spent those days quietly at the restaurant, mapping out his business plans while arranging for a simple renovation. He would have liked to give the place a proper makeover, but the funeral costs had eaten up nearly all his savings, including the money his parents had put aside for him. The cemetery Tony Stark had built for charity was certainly not cheap. Even after calling in favors to pay only a third of the price, it was still far more expensive than a regular burial plot. Not to mention, to make sure everything went smoothly, he'd had to pay Edward, that junkie, a sizable bribe. But to Dio, it was all worth it. In his previous life, he was an orphan, never even having the chance to honor his parents. In this life, even if he hadn't truly experienced familial love, the memories of Dio had allowed him to fulfill that wish, if only a little. Besides, none of this money was truly his to begin with. Using it to put an end to this chapter lifted a weight from his heart. Now, he could finally start over. You ask, why not keep digging into what really happened that night? Indeed, there were countless suspicious points surrounding this incident, and Dio was well aware of them. But what could he possibly do about it? He was neither a police officer nor a private detective. Even if he wanted to investigate, he wouldn't know where to begin. He couldn't just act on a hunch and charge recklessly. Could he? What's more, he understood all too well just how deep the waters ran behind this affair. Until he was capable of protecting himself, there was no way he would take such a risk. And even if he did uncover the truth, what then? Wouldn't that be the same as inviting the mastermind's wrath upon himself? Dio wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his own life. Investigation was necessary, but now was not the time for rash action. What he needed was to quietly gather his strength, wait for the right moment, and then strike decisively to crush his enemies in one blow. Over the next 7 days, Dio devoted himself to his training. Although he had yet to master the special breathing technique of ripple energy to the point that it became second nature, he could already see tangible progress. His ripple energy capacity had increased by about 40 points, averaging more than 5 points a day. This was actually due to the fact that his training efficiency was still not high enough. If, one day, he could make the breathing technique as instinctive as breathing itself, then he could continue cultivating even in his sleep, and his ripple energy would grow at a much faster rate. In addition to his training, Dio also used the free 10-draw lucky pulls from the friendship pool 7 times during this period. As a result, his in-game inventory was now cluttered with dozens of bricks from Morio Town, scrap metal, and a scattering of miscellaneous junk. Of course, he also obtained 11 of the lowest-tier ripple orbs, which he consumed like tasteless jelly beans. With this, his ripple energy cap rose to 153 points, edging him ever closer to the 200 points needed to reach level 2. Nevertheless, such a rate of progress was far from satisfying for Dio. After all, the real treasures were hidden in the paid gacha pool. If he could just draw a supreme-tier ripple orb, he would instantly gain 10,000 ripple energy, a number that would take him years of hard work to achieve. Even with daily training, his ripple energy only increased by 5 or 6 points. A single high-grade ripple orb would surpass years' worth of effort. Although his daily progress wouldn't always remain this slow as his training deepened, the allure of a shortcut was simply too overwhelming. Not to mention, the paid gacha pool contained a host of powerful stands, each one tempting Dio beyond measure, making him itch to spend money and draw them immediately. But as soon as he recalled the price of entry, Dio's excitement was instantly replaced by resignation. These past few days, he hadn't been idle. He'd visited several gold shops in town. It wasn't until he tried to touch a gold bar weighing a full 100 grams that this melodramatic mobile game finally responded, popping up a prompt to ask if he wanted to make a purchase. The exorbitant cost of topping up made Dio curse under his breath. The price of gold that day was $54 per gram, which meant a single gold bar was worth at least $5,400. Yet a single 10-fold draw in the game cost a staggering $54,000. That's over 360,000 yuan. This was, without a doubt, the most hardcore and realistic pay-to-win mobile game DIO had ever played. Even if he sold one of his kidneys, it wouldn't come close to enough. There was simply no way he could afford such an expense. With the harsh reality of his own financial straits sinking in, DIO realized his only way out might be to rely on the healing power of Pearl Jam to earn some money. Otherwise, he'd have trouble just getting by, let alone spending money on in-game draws. However, as the renovations drew to a close, DIO quickly realized he'd been overly optimistic. Forget about finding wealthy clients, just his terrifying method of treatment would be enough to catch the attention of certain special agencies by the very next day, like S.H.I.E.L.D., led by that bald director. Honestly, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. in a support role wasn't out of the question. But DIO had seen plenty of Marvel movies and knew the score. Even the likes of Coulson and the director had died several times only to come back and die again. In a situation like that, jumping in blindly would be like walking into a trap. He could be sacrificed at any moment. What DIO really wanted was to steer clear of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and the rest until he was strong enough to protect himself. With real power, he'd have a right to choose his own path, whether that meant working with others or going solo. At least he wouldn't be at anyone's mercy. While DIO was still racking his brain for ways to make money quietly without drawing too much attention, the truth was, he was already being watched. At that moment, in a black sedan parked outside his restaurant, an agent assigned to monitor him was making a final report to his superiors. No abnormal activity from the target. No suspicious individuals have approached. Do you want us to extend surveillance? You've done well. Stand down for now and end surveillance on the target. Understood, sir. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? We've arranged for a few gang members to take the fall. All leads are cut off. S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't investigate further. It's just a handful of insignificant small-timers, after all. Still, stay alert. I don't want to see another accident like last time. The agent's expression turned serious at once. Yes, sir. After the call ended, he scanned the street one last time, then muttered to himself, that kid's luckier than most. Looks like he made it through. With that, he tossed the trash from the car onto the back seat, pressed the gas, and drove away. The job was done. Meanwhile, DIO, busy cleaning up in the restaurant, had no idea that his so-called bad luck from African heritage had actually been mistaken for good fortune by others. After pondering for a long time, only one thought remained in DIO's mind. The easiest money to earn is from women and children. Yes, that's it. DIO's eyes instantly sparkled. There isn't a woman in the world who doesn't love beauty, and the skincare and beauty industry has always been incredibly profitable. As long as you can help them look better, no matter how difficult the process, they're always willing to give it a try. There's simply no better starting point for himself than this. With his fortune-making plan in mind, DIO finally decided to call an old college friend, Jenny, the boy-crazy girl Will had mentioned. On the phone, DIO didn't say much. He simply invited Jenny out for a meal. Jenny agreed without the slightest hesitation. It really was a world that valued appearances. The next day at noon, Jenny arrived at DIO's family's small Chinatown restaurant, dressed in a bold and fashionable outfit. While she did find the choice of venue a bit lacking in romance, she couldn't pass up the chance to see DIO's striking face again. She'd also heard from friends about the misfortune that had recently befallen DIO's family, and she felt genuinely sympathetic. In fact, she was already imagining how to comfort this poor boy after their meal. Hi, DIO. As she pushed open the door, her gaze immediately found DIO in his checkered shirt and jeans. Oh my, what is this flutter in my heart? Why does DIO look even more handsome than before? Could it be that the accident made him more mature, more alluring? Gazing at DIO's porcelain-smooth skin, so flawless it would make any girl envious, and those deep eyes that seemed to draw in all the light around them, Jenny found it hard to breathe. At that moment, DIO was focused on how to make money, but even he was a little surprised when he saw Jenny. He remembered people calling her boy crazy, but her looks were definitely above average. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted so many admirers or stirred up so much envy and gossip among other girls. Standing before him now, Jenny wore a cropped vest tied with a playful bow at the waist. Her golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and with this stylish look, her already remarkable beauty was nearly on par with a Hollywood star. In short, she was, without a doubt, a remarkably attractive girl. It was obvious that Jenny had taken great care with her appearance before coming here. During her school days, DIO was the first and only boy who hadn't shown any interest in her. That very fact piqued her curiosity even more. After several failed attempts to win him over, Jenny earned herself the reputation of being boy crazy among the other girls. Of course, DIO's looks were undeniably outstanding. He would have been considered handsome at any university. Yet, perhaps because of his mixed heritage, the people around him rarely took the initiative to get close. Hey, Jenny. Long time no see. With that, the two exchanged a polite hug. Very few boys could remain indifferent in front of a girl like Jenny. But the reason Dior turned her down was simple. He had no desire to become just another trophy in Jenny's growing collection. In the open-minded atmosphere of America, girls no longer took pride in staying pure. Most had gone through their own rite of passage before even finishing high school. In college, it was almost impossible to find a girl who still clung to old-fashioned values. Unless, of course, she simply wasn't considered attractive. Naturally, Jenny, who had been labeled boy crazy, didn't have any particular notions about chastity. Before she ever set her sights on Dior, she'd already dated plenty of handsome guys. Many of the dreamboats other girls fantasized about had been among her admirers. And those boys were all too happy to go out with someone as alluring as Jenny, even knowing full well they'd likely be dumped before long. But Dior was different. Though girls had always flocked to him, the values instilled by his parents had made him stick to his own principles. He didn't want to be just another story for Jenny to brag about to her friends, a thought that he simply couldn't accept. After the hug, Jenny seemed reluctant to let go. A faint blush colored her cheeks, making her look like a girl who'd just fallen in love for the first time. But Dior wasn't fooled by her demeanor. He just smiled and said, "It really has been a while. You've become even more beautiful, Jenny." "Thank you. So have you. Actually, you're even more charming now than you used to be." "Tell me, what's your secret?" Jenny asked, studying Dior's skin at close range, her face full of envy, almost blurting out her thoughts without thinking. Jenny had brought up exactly the topic Dior was hoping for, which made him feel even more confident about his plan. "That's right. Lately, I've been following a special dietary regimen. It's made a huge difference in how I look and feel. You should know, not too long ago, I was really in a slump," Dior replied, leading the conversation exactly where he wanted it to go. "Really? A dietary regimen? What's that?" Jenny's eyes lit up with genuine excitement, her face beaming with delight. There isn't a woman in the world who doesn't love beauty, especially those who are already beautiful, for they long even more to preserve their youth and allure forever. Lately, Jenny had noticed that her skin lacked its former radiance, her hair had grown brittle, and she relied on layers of makeup to hide dark circles and a few freckles. With a gentle laugh, Dior explained, "Simply put, it's all about nourishing the body with food, using a blend of herbs and ingredients to create healthy, restorative dishes." This time, Jenny understood. She'd heard of such wellness philosophies from the East, though they were hardly mainstream in the West. Few truly believed in them or had the means to try, and as for the results, well, that seemed to depend on the individual. Then Dior continued, pride evident in her voice. "Most food therapies work slowly, but the formula I have is truly unique. Legend has it, this was the exclusive secret recipe of Eastern emperors for generations. Just a single use, and you'll see a remarkable difference. To be honest, I only tried it out of curiosity at first. I never expected—" Here, Dior paused deliberately, then pointed to herself. "What you see now is living proof of its effect." "My goodness, are you pulling my leg? Is there really something that miraculous?" Jenny's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was clearly tempted, but found it hard to believe such claims. Jenny's skepticism made Dior feign annoyance. He immediately put on a stern face and said, "What possible reason would I have to deceive you? Actually, the reason I invited you over today was to share the secret with you. But now, I'm starting to think maybe I acted rashly. Never mind. I know a great restaurant nearby. Their steaks are fantastic. Let's just go out for dinner instead." Without another word, Dio turned and headed for the car keys. Jenny immediately stepped in front of him, her expression awkward as she said, "No, Dio, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Please forgive me. I just couldn't quite believe it in the moment." Of course, no one would believe something so miraculous without experiencing it themselves. But the truth is, it exists, and I'm the only one who can truly speak for it. By taking a step back, Dio made Jenny hesitate. Then, all of a sudden, she broke into a bright smile. "Dio, didn't you say you invited me over to share that special meal with me? I can hardly wait anymore. In fact, I skipped breakfast before I came, so I'm starving. Let's see what you can do in the kitchen." Was Jenny naive? She'd played countless men like puppets and was still living the high life. There was no way she was just a gullible fool. She had already realized that DIO's real reason for inviting her over today wasn't about her as a person, but rather this so-called therapeutic meal. As for Jenny's own thoughts, whether the therapy was real or not didn't really matter. As long as it wasn't deadly, it was worth trying. If it turned out to be genuine, she'd hit the jackpot. If not, at least she'd earned DIO's trust and perhaps a hint of guilt, which could only help her down the line. And if this therapeutic meal was just a ruse, maybe even drugged. Jenny slowly ran her tongue across her upper lip in a deliberately tempting gesture. If Dio truly wanted something from her, There was no need for all this trouble. One subtle hint, one little signal, would have been enough. So, really, there was no way for her to lose. Why not see what kind of game he was playing? With these key thoughts clear in her mind, Jenny found she didn't really care about the so-called therapy anymore. DIO glanced at her in mild surprise, then spoke earnestly. If you really want to try this, there's something I need to clarify first. During the treatment, some very strange things might happen. But please trust me. No matter what, you'll be safe. Just follow your instincts and wait until the whole process is finished. If you want to change your mind, now's the time. Each ingredient is extremely expensive, and as a friend, I can only offer you this one free meal. DIO's face was the very picture of sincerity, all concern and earnestness for her sake. His seriousness made Jenny a little suspicious. Why would eating a meal involve talk of safety? It's just food, isn't it? What could possibly happen that you have to reassure me I'll be safe? When the time comes, you'll understand. Whether you want to try it or not is entirely up to you. In fact, in a few days I'll be opening my business here, and the main thing I'll be selling is this therapeutic meal set, DIO said, putting on a relaxed front. Hearing this, Jenny immediately let out a sigh of relief, then cautiously asked, "Are you sure it's not going to kill anyone?" DIO shook his head and replied, "There's absolutely nothing to worry about. If it were dangerous, I wouldn't be standing here chatting with you right now. Trust me, once your treatment is over, you'll thank me." Could it really be that miraculous? Jenny's heart wavered again. After thinking it over, she nodded. "All right then, I'll trouble you just this once. I hope it's really as magical as you say." "Of course. Leave everything to me from here on," DIO assured her. Relieved that he'd finally persuaded her, DIO carefully studied Jenny's expression before quickly returning to the kitchen to conjure up 2 pearls of pearl jam. Treatment target, Jenny. Symptoms selected, dark circles, facial brightening. With a soft pop, one of the little tomatoes disappeared straight into the boiling water in the pot, while the other slipped into the chicken meat DIO had prepared in advance. Truth be told, DIO wasn't that skilled at making complicated dishes, so this time he decided on a simple soup and a chicken and vegetable salad. In fact, it didn't really matter what they ate. The most important thing was that stand that had just vanished. So, DIO casually tossed washed wood ear mushrooms and red dates into the pot to simmer, grabbed a bowl to chop and mix the vegetables, added the magically enhanced diced chicken, and finally topped it off with a bit of salad dressing. And just like that, the dish was done. He intentionally waited another half an hour, then checked the soup. Once it looked ready, he poured it into a clay pot, covered it with a lid, and declared it finished. Meanwhile, as DIO was busy in the kitchen, Jenny, bored with waiting, began to wander around outside. She remembered that the last time she'd been here, the layout had been different. It was strange that such a large space, big enough for 6 or 7 tables, now had only a single round table in the center. Did he leave just one table here to host her specially? Jenny couldn't help but feel a little self-important at the thought. She walked over to the wall and was surprised to find that what was stuck to it wasn't ordinary wallpaper, but rather a very unusual material. Where have I seen this before? She wondered. After racking her brains for a moment, Jenny finally remembered what it was. A humble little restaurant using soundproofing material on its walls? Wasn't that a bit much? The only reason Jenny could recognize it was because an ex-boyfriend of hers was the lead singer in a school band. She recalled that when she'd gone to his house to, as they put it, explore the mysteries of human reproduction, the walls had been covered in this very stuff. No matter how much noise they made that night, nobody came knocking to ruin the mood. Imperial medicinal cuisine, afang soup, please enjoy. Just as Jenny was lost in confusion, DIO finally appeared, carrying a bowl of the wood ear and red date soup with special ingredients. "It's ready so soon," Jenny exclaimed in surprise as she hurried back to her seat. "This is just the appetizer. There's more to come," DIO explained, and Jenny nodded in agreement at last. "Should I just dig in?" Lifting the lid, Jenny was instantly enveloped by a refreshing aroma that soothed both body and soul. She couldn't hold back her eagerness and asked, "Can I just eat it like this?" Even if there were no other effects, this fragrance alone was worth it. DIO nodded. "It's quite hot. Take your time." Still unsure what to expect, Jenny stirred the soup with her spoon. Apart from the wood ear mushrooms and red dates, she didn't notice anything else. "Looks like it's just a gimmick," she murmured, a little disappointed. Lowering her lips, she blew gently on the spoon and took a sip. Fragrant, delicate, sweet. How could something taste this good? By the time she regained her senses, Jenny's face was already besotted with delight. "This is amazing. I mean, this soup is absolutely amazing. I can't imagine how such simple ingredients could create such a layered flavor. Oh God, I love it." Unmatched praise spilled from Jenny's lips, followed by the sound of her eagerly sipping the soup, one mouthful after another. The entire potful of soup vanished at a pace you could almost see with the naked eye. This is hands down the best soup I've ever tasted in my life. Nothing else even comes close. Absolutely fantastic. Having finished the whole pot in a manner that was anything but ladle-like, Jenny now leaned back in her chair, her cheeks flushed like a delicate red apple, savoring the aftertaste. Luo Qing smiled and said, "The delicious taste is just the surface. The real essence is only about to begin." Jenny stared at him, completely at a loss as to what he meant. Then, in the next instant, a torrent of tears suddenly burst from her eyes. "Oh my God, what's happening to me?" Jenny was utterly terrified. She cried before, but never like this. Never so suddenly, and never so uncontrollably. It was honestly alarming. It was truly delicious enough to make you weep. And that wasn't all. Not only did her tears keep flowing, but a surge of warmth spread from her lower belly. Jenny bit her lip hard, trying to brace herself. Her mind went completely blank. Help me, help me. Call an ambulance." This time, Jenny genuinely felt like crying for real. Dio was still doing his best to calm her down. "Remember what I told you before? There's no need to worry. This is just a normal part of the treatment process. It'll be over in about 10 seconds. She wasn't sure whether his words had really comforted her, or if she'd simply resigned herself to her fate, but although her screams persisted, she'd stopped demanding an ambulance. At that moment, for some reason, her gaze landed on the soundproofing panels on the wall, and suddenly, she understood why they were there. In the blink of an eye, the tense seconds slipped away. Jenny felt as if her eyes were shriveling from all the crying. Yet in the very next instant, a wave of unprecedented relief swept over her, inside and out. "Congratulations, Jenny. You've become even more beautiful," Dio said as he handed her a mirror he'd prepared in advance. Jenny took it automatically, then froze, her anger evaporating in an instant. She never truly understood what it meant to have eyes that could speak or to fall in love at first sight, but in that moment, she realized. She'd never imagined her own eyes could be so enchanting. They were so clear, it was as if she could see herself reflected deep within them. The dark circles she'd tried so hard to conceal had vanished. Instead, her eyes sparkled, lively and bright, as if they could drip with dew. They fluttered and gleamed, casting their own irresistible charm. She'd been struggling with insomnia lately, thanks to her irregular cycle. But now, a gentle warmth spread through her belly, and the pain she'd grown used to was gone. Just then, DIO's words echoed in her mind. "The true essence is only just beginning." "Oh my God, is this really me?" Jenny murmured in disbelief. "I believe so. Miss Jenny, you now possess the most expressive, captivating eyes," Dio replied, ever the gentleman. Jenny blushed furiously, her cheeks turning crimson. Dio assumed she was merely shy, never suspecting she was worried he might discover the secret hiding beneath the table. "The next dish is Dawn's Rising Sunday. Please wait just a moment." Jenny, who'd been desperate to escape, suddenly found herself rooted to the spot. The scene just now had been alarming, to say the least, but the effect was undeniable. She was finally convinced that Dio hadn't lied or exaggerated the power of his culinary remedies. It's often said that women will do anything for beauty, and if the side effects were only as intense as what she'd just experienced, Jenny found herself willing to accept them. Having made up her mind, an eager light flickered in Jenny's newly radiant eyes. The sensation just now, it was truly something else. Dio soon emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of chicken salad. Of course, in his hands, it was transformed into an imperial delicacy, Dawn's Rising Sun. "Please enjoy," he said. Jenny hesitated for a moment, fork in hand, then dug in. She'd expected it to be just an ordinary chicken salad, but the moment it touched her tongue, everything changed. By the time she came back to her senses, the plate was empty. She devoured every last bite, barely pausing for breath. "How will it feel this time?" Jenny asked nervously, barely a second after savoring the last sensation. Dio gave her a mysterious smile. "You'll find out in just a moment." 3, 2, 1. Ah, it's so itchy. Instead of the rush and roar of an ocean she expected, an intense, unbearable itch suddenly erupted across her face. Jenny instinctively reached up to scratch, and nearly jumped out of her skin in terror. "My skin! It's my skin!" She could feel it peeling away in her fingers, flaking off in layers. This was far more frightening than the previous river-like sensation. Jenny's shrill cries echoed through the unassuming little restaurant. But Dio had planned for this. He'd lined the room with soundproofing panels ahead of time, just to make sure nothing unexpected would disturb the treatment. After all, if someone were to barge in and witness such a horror, he'd have a hard time explaining it. Despite the escalating itch, Jenny couldn't think of anything else. She just kept desperately scratching at her face. Dead skin came off in layer after layer, falling to the floor. "By all writes with that kind of force, she should have gouged her own face to shreds. But astonishingly, there wasn't a drop of blood. Only the shedding skin bore witness to the transformation. A minute passed, and the unbearable itch finally faded. Jenny stopped, bewildered, her hands hovering midair. Then, almost frantically, she snatched up the mirror from the table. She was certain that her reckless scratching had ruined her face. But when she saw her reflection, time seemed to freeze. Jenny instinctively lifted a hand, repeatedly caressing the smooth, tender skin that now bore no resemblance to her former self. Mind you, she were not a trace of makeup, and yet there wasn't the slightest hint of sagging or dullness. It was as if she had returned to infancy. No, even better than that. At this moment, Jenny's bare face alone could easily be rated an 85 out of 100. It was nothing short of miraculous. This is magic, a wondrous treatment from the East. I can hardly believe it. She set the mirror down, her eyes burning with excitement as she looked toward the mastermind behind it all. Jenny had always been charming, but now, after this transformation, even DIO had to admit he was a little captivated. Still, given her chaotic personal life and values, he decided to ignore her obvious affection. After all, nothing mattered more to him right now than making some money. Hurry, DIO. I can't wait to taste the next dish. I'm sorry. That's the end of today's treatment. DIO spread his hands, looking both innocent and infuriating. He'd never intended to prepare a third course. That's all. Disappointment was written plain across Jenny's face. DIO nodded slightly, then produced the explanation he had already prepared. This imperial medicinal cuisine is a recipe I happened upon by chance. To achieve the effects you just experienced requires many rare medicinal ingredients, and everyone's constitution is different. The treatment must be matched to the individual. If anyone else had eaten the same dish, it would have been nothing more than a delicious, ordinary meal. As the saying goes, the harder something is to obtain, the more precious it becomes. To Jenny, DIO himself was precious, and this magical, almost otherworldly cuisine was just the same. Jenny was convinced almost immediately. After all, something so miraculous couldn't possibly be made without careful preparation. DIO must have put in a tremendous amount of work beforehand. Still, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She glanced down at the skin on the rest of her body, then looked in the mirror at her flawless, porcelain face. The contrast was hard to accept, and out of so many people, DIO had chosen her to try this miraculous Eastern dish. She couldn't help but read more into it. So, will I have another chance to taste such a magical Easter meal in the future? Of course, I'll pay whatever it costs. The fish had taken the bait. DIO kept a calm expression and nodded. Of course, once we reopen, I plan to focus on this magical Eastern medicinal cuisine. But the price will be quite high. $100? Jenny asked, watching as DIO raised a single finger, her tone half hopeful, half testing. DIO chuckled and shook his head. $10,000. $10,000. Are you out of your mind? Jenny's family was actually rather well off, but even she couldn't stay calm after hearing the price of $10,000 for a single meal. DIO had expected this reaction, but he had no choice. If the price was set any lower, it would be unworthy of the miraculous effect, and he wouldn't be able to quickly earn enough gold to level up a few more times. But then again, was $10,000 for a meal really so expensive? To the truly wealthy, $10,000 might not even be enough for a bottle of high-end wine. And for women like Jenny, who loved beauty, $10,000 wasn't much at all. The amount they spent on cosmetics and beauty treatments far exceeded that number. Besides, when you compare the cost and time they spent on those cosmetics and spa treatments, which only offered limited results, to the instant, magical effects of the Pearl Jam, the difference was striking. In that light, spending $10,000 to experience a miracle from the world of JoJo was not just worth it. It was a bargain. It was precisely because he had taken all these factors into account that DIO set this price with such conviction. From now on, it would only go up, never down. Perhaps, when he encountered a true tycoon, he might even ask $100,000 for a single dish. Who could say? All of this was simply because the dishes he made with Pearl Jam were worth every penny. So, faced with Jenny's skeptical expression and the look in her eyes as if she were staring at a madman, DIO just smiled and asked, "Let's set the price aside for a moment. What do you think about the effects of these two dishes?" Instinctively, Jenny glanced at her reflection in the mirror, and every argument she had prepared instantly died on her lips. It's truly incredible. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would never have believed it. But $10,000 is just too expensive. If it were only $1,000, I wouldn't hesitate at all. Caught between beauty and money, Jenny found her heart wavering once again. Everything that had just happened was simply unforgettable. No, actually, it's not expensive at all. Let's do a little math. Over the years, haven't you already spent far more than 10,000 on cosmetics and beauty treatments? Jenny nodded. As a beautiful woman who cared deeply about her looks, investing in these things was non-negotiable. Then, she saw Dio flash her a supremely confident smile. So, do you think you'll still need to spend all that money on cosmetics and beauty salons from now on? Jenny was momentarily stunned. Gradually, a passionate glow appeared in her eyes. How long does the effect of this food therapy last? How long does it last? That's a silly question. Let me make one thing clear. This is healing from the inside out. It's not like those cosmetics or beauty treatments that only cover up your flaws. They can't compare. In other words, the person you see in the mirror now is the truest version of yourself. It will only fade over time if your lifestyle and sleep schedule get out of balance. That's not the treatment wearing off. That's simply on you. DIO's words made Jenny's heart pound wildly. Think about it. If before all this, someone told you, "Give me $10,000, and I'll restore your skin to its 18-year-old beauty," what would you think? Would you really believe $10,000 isn't worth it? Jenny swallowed quietly, lifted the mirror again, and after a few seconds, she said with resolve, "All right, Dio, you've convinced me. But as your test subject, your very first customer, I think I deserve a little discount, don't you? How about half off? Half price? Or maybe we can do it another way. After today, help me spread the word among your friends. For every guest you bring in, I'll give you a 10% discount. If you manage to bring in 10 guests, your next visit here will still be free, with a full 3-course meal. How does that sound? Really?" Jenny's eyes widened in surprise. Just by saying a few words and making use of her social circle, she could get a $10,000 discount. How could she not be thrilled? For an ordinary girl, this might be a tall order. After all, not everyone can casually shell out $10,000 for a meal. But she was after all, something of a rich second generation herself. Her family owned a small company, and she naturally had a few wealthy friends in her circle. More importantly, the effects here were real, which gave her the confidence to make such an offer. If it were just a scam, she'd have to think twice about the consequences. Maybe her friends would even be grateful to her. Jenny was startled by her own train of thought, but soon her confidence soared. "All these years we've known each other. Have I ever lied to you? All right, you got a deal." Jenny extended her hand. Dio took it and gave her a gentle shake. The mischievous girl even traced his palm with her fingertip, her eyes brimming with flirtatious charm. But Dio, oblivious as a block of wood, simply withdrew his hand politely, leaving Jenny to bite her lip in slight disappointment. "By the way, does the treatment process really have to be that scary? I'm worried that if I bring people here, they'll just run off frightened." Not giving up, Jenny scooted her chair closer, her expressive eyes fixed on Dio as she asked. This was exactly what Dio worried about most. Not everyone had the mental fortitude to handle the kinds of incidents that might occur during the treatment. But there wasn't much he could do. The Pearl Jam treatment worked by first breaking down and then rebuilding the body from within. So he shook his head decisively and replied, "That's the magic of this recipe. It speeds up the body's metabolism, and then blah blah blah." Dio rattled off a whole string of half-truths until he finally managed to gloss over the side effects. "Oh, so that's how it works. So when you're recommending this to others, make sure they're mentally prepared. It's best if you only bring one person at a time. That way, I can prepare more thoroughly, and there won't be any outsiders to witness anything unusual and get scared." "Okay, I got it. So what's next?" What do you mean, what's next?" Dio firmly stopped Jenny's hand as it slid lower, looking at her with utmost seriousness. "Jenny, we're friends. You are indeed very beautiful, but we're not right for each other. I also don't want to become just another trophy for you to brag about when you're chatting with other people in the future." Jenny's movements froze instantly, disbelief in her voice as she asked, "So this is the real reason you've been rejecting me all along?" "Honestly, I don't have any hang-ups about virginity, nor do I care about how many boyfriends you've had before sleeping with me. But your attitude toward these things is something I really can't ignore," Dio replied, his tone frank and sincere. Jenny straightened up and looked at Dio, her expression suddenly complex. She had to admit she'd always approached relationships playfully, not only collecting men like stamps, but also enjoying showing off and even comparing experiences. She'd always believed that was the privilege of pretty girls, and never imagined any man would turn her down over such a trivial matter. Dio was the only exception. "Well, I guess that means tonight's date is over." A hint of regret flickered across Jenny's face. Maybe her personality really was a bit much, but changing herself for a man was no easy feat. She admitted to herself that she was growing more attracted to Dio, though she suspected it was mostly because of that strikingly handsome face. If she met someone even better looking, who knows how things might turn out. "I'll walk you out." "No need. I drove here." After a moment's thought, Dio handed her one of his jackets. It was late March in New York, with the average temperature hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. Although Ginny wasn't wearing much, it wasn't exactly cold, so she waved him off. Just take it. You can tie it around your waist. Almost before he finished speaking, Ginny snatched the jacket and held it in front of herself, suddenly remembering her earlier embarrassment. If she walked out like this, she'd probably attract a lot of unwanted attention from the creeps outside. Thanks. She murmured a quiet thank you, then practically bolted out the door. As open-minded as she was, she still had a sense of shame, and the whole situation had simply become too embarrassing. Dio pretended not to notice a thing, watching as she jogged to her car and sped away, probably desperate to get home and change her pants. Well, should I remind the next customers to bring a spare pair of pants? Dio mused with a chuckle, humming a cheerful tune as he went about tidying up. Just like that, 2 days went by. After a period of closure, the He family's home-style cooking quietly reopened, but now it had a new name, DIO's Fantastic Restaurant. Maybe it was for fun, maybe there was some hidden meaning behind it, but whatever the case, Dio was thoroughly pleased with the restaurant's new name. Why the name change? Will had come over especially today to show his support for DIO's grand opening, bringing along 2 flower baskets. He wasn't the only one who found it odd. The neighborhood was abuzz with whispers, some even suspecting the restaurant had changed hands. In short, no one believed Dio could keep the place running, and everyone was watching from the sidelines with cold detachment. Because we're offering something different now, so the old name just didn't fit anymore. Come on, let's go inside and talk. To be honest, this was Wilt's first time visiting after Dio had remodeled the restaurant's layout, and he was completely thrown off the moment he stepped inside. What? There's only one table. Hurry up and set up the rest. It's almost lunchtime. Where's all the stuff? Let me help you out. Dio could only laugh and gently held back the flustered Wilt, explaining, "One table is all we need. I arranged it this way on purpose. Only after the current guests have finished will we seat the next group." Wilt stared at Dio in disbelief, peering at him so intently it wasn't enough. He actually reached out and placed a hand on Dio's forehead. "Hey, knock it off. Go away. No fever. So it really is Uncle Brando and Aunt He's situation that hit you too hard. Huh? Come on. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. I heard that Dr. Simon on XXX Avenue is great with these kinds of mental issues." Wilt was already tugging at Dio, ready to drag him off to see a doctor. Even someone with zero business experience knew. You can't run a restaurant with just one table, right? And serving only one group at a time before letting the next in? What a joke. At this rate, the place would be out of business within a week. Hey, I'm serious. I'm not joking, and I'm not sick. Despite Wilt's efforts to drag him away, Dio didn't budge an inch. Ever since he crossed over, he'd been relentless in practicing ripple breathing. Plus, he used the unique power of Pearl Jam every day to keep his body in top shape. His physical strength now far surpassed that of an average person. Wilt, the little dark potato, didn't stand a chance of moving him. Huh, since when did you get so strong? I've been eating a lot lately, plus working out more. Ever thought about getting a gym membership? Forget it. I'd rather get a few more hours of sleep if I had the time. I don't know what's going on lately. Several gangs that used to have a foothold in Hell's Kitchen have all been driven out. Now we're getting into fights every day, and just yesterday, someone even pulled a weapon. It's a real mess. Dio's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He quietly hoped he wouldn't get caught up in it. At the very least, he needed to find himself a powerful stand to feel safe. Hell's Kitchen? Why would people from there come all the way over here? Who knows what really happened, but rumor has it that 2 strange figures suddenly appeared, specifically targeting those notorious gangs, and their methods were nothing short of brutal. Aside from the terrified underlings who managed to escape, there's no telling how many people ended up staying in that hellhole forever. Of course, if you ask me, I'd say it's more likely that 2 new gangs are rising up in Hell's Kitchen, fighting for territory and making a name for themselves through murder. Otherwise, what could just 2 people possibly do? You think everyone else is a bunch of fools? Will had a real knack for being long-winded. He could have summed it all up in one sentence, but he couldn't help but embellish with some hearsay and legendary touches, then undermine his own story just to show off how clever he was. But this time, he might really have run into the genuine article. When Dio heard Will talk about how 2 formidable individuals were tearing through Hell's Kitchen, wreaking havoc and wiping out gang members left and right, he immediately had a few guesses in his mind. Still, even if he'd figure out who they were, he had absolutely no intention of getting involved. For him, quietly amassing a fortune was the true path to success. Serious business like fighting crime was best left to heroes or radicals. With his small frame, even with the protection of ripple energy, he'd hardly stand a chance against a hail of bullets. He'd only end up being a burden. From the start, Dio's ultimate goal in coming to this world was simply self-preservation. saving the world, or the whole of humanity. Such lofty ideals had never crossed his mind. No one could expect an ordinary person to have that kind of noble awareness. Not even someone who'd stumbled upon powers others could only dream of. Maybe, if he ever faced a true crisis, standing at the crossroads of life and death, he might step forward. But those were decisions for the future. For now, he just wasn't there yet. The two didn't dwell on the topic of Hell's Kitchen for long. Will knew his own background wasn't exactly something to brag about, and Dio wasn't particularly interested in gangster affairs either. It was just idle chatter, a story to pass the time. Soon enough, we'll turn the conversation to the changes in the restaurant. Left with no choice, Dio first went over to lock the door, just in case someone barged in unexpectedly. Then, with a serious tone, he said to Will, "Some time ago, by sheer chance, I came across an extraordinary medicinal recipe from the East. Haven't you noticed how much better I've been looking lately? That's all thanks to the restorative effects of this regimen. But the ingredients it requires are extremely expensive, so the prices are far from what most people can afford. That's why I only keep one table. After all, rarity is what makes something valuable. If I tried serving too many people at once, no matter how special the offering, it would lose its appeal. It's like imagining a world where diamonds have become as common as pebbles on the street. Would anyone still use them to propose marriage? The diamond itself hasn't changed, but when supply and demand are thrown into chaos, a once priceless gem is instantly reduced to nothing more than worthless rubble. It's a simple truth. Though Dio was in desperate need of money, he would never cheapen his own hard work. As the only stand user in the Marvel Universe, there were just some things too low for him to consider. Will finally understood his intention and casually asked, "Is the price that high?" "I plan to sell each set meal for $10,000, Dio replied calmly. $10,000? Are you out of your mind? Will's look of astonishment was almost identical to Jenny's earlier reaction. He was nearly ready to drag Dio off to see a psychiatrist again. "This is something you have to experience for yourself to believe," Dio said, his tone mysterious. "Today's the grand opening, so this meal's on me. After you've tried it, you can tell me if it's really worth $10,000. Hey, a gourmet meal worth 10 grand. I've never had anything like that in my life." "Thanks, bro," Will said, though he obviously didn't believe that Dio's little restaurant could produce anything worth such a price. With that kind of money, you could dine at the fanciest places in town and maybe even uncork a fine bottle of wine. Dio could tell from Will's expression that he didn't buy a word of it, but he didn't bother to explain further. The proof would be in the tasting. It wouldn't be long before the truth revealed itself. He took a careful look at his old friend, finally confirming what needed to be treated. For a guy like Will, with his deep skin tone, whitening was unnecessary. Instead, Dio focused on other issues. He noticed multiple bruises on Will's neck and arms, and for what they talked about earlier, it was clear these injuries were from a recent scuffle. Left alone, they'd probably heal on their own, but since this was his chance to showcase the effects, he wanted to make a real impression. Back in the kitchen, Dio quickly conjured 3 little tomatoes. Target selected: Will. Symptoms to treat: bruises all over the body, insomnia and anxiety, and scar removal. The 3 little tomatoes bobbed in mid-air, nodding in response, before diving into the chosen ingredients. Since this was opening day, Dio had splurged on some fancier items for his customers, like a special black-bone chicken and an assortment of rare mushrooms. Although he couldn't share all his secrets with Will, now that he was planning to make money with his special abilities, some things were bound to slip through. Luckily, he still had plenty of excuses ready, and Will probably wouldn't think too deeply about it. At most, like Jenny, he'd just be amazed and wonder if it was magic at work. As long as he kept a low profile and didn't attract the attention of organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. before he had the means to protect himself, Dio was content. Given SLD's resources, it was almost impossible that they wouldn't eventually discover the extraordinary nature of this shop. The only real question was when, and time just happened to be the one thing Dio needed most. He deftly washed and chopped the vegetables, lit the stove, and set the pot. The prepared chicken and a variety of edible mushrooms went in together to simmer. Not a moment was wasted. While things were cooking, he moved on to prepping other ingredients. Even before Will arrived, Dio had already gotten a call from Jenny. She told him she'd finally managed, after a lot of effort, to convince a high-rolling victim, a rich and beautiful woman, to come try his $10,000 therapeutic meal. She'd just be running a little late. Once it was nearly time, he quickly seared a steak and plated his specially modified pudding. With that, everything was ready. If anyone saw how perfunctory these dishes were, and then found out he planned to sell them for $10,000, they'd probably run straight to the Consumer Protection Board to file a fraud complaint. An hour later, an increasingly impatient Will finally sat down before his high-end meal, supposedly worth $10,000. a pot of soup, a steak, and a serving of pudding that looked like it came straight off a supermarket shelf. That's it. Will couldn't help blurting out, suspicion written all over his face, as if to say, "This is your $10,000 meal? Hey, we're brothers. Even if you can't serve up a fancy meal, you don't have to pass off supermarket pudding and call a day, do you? Whatever I say now, you won't believe me anyway. Just try it for yourself. Start with the soup, then the steak, and finish with the pudding." Normally, DIO would serve each dish one at a time, since the side effects of the treatment could be a little too much for most people. He had to be around to keep an eye on things, and if someone ate too many dishes containing pearl jam all at once, with multiple symptoms being treated simultaneously, he worried he might actually scare his guests into passing out. But this was Will, who'd wanted to drag him off to see a psychiatrist the moment he walked in. Plus, he hadn't even paid. No, that wasn't it. It was just because they were close friends. So DIO decided not to fuss over the details. Okay, so what's this soup? Why are there so many mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms more than anything. Will grumbled, as usual, but the aroma drifting up from the bowl made his mouth water. He hesitated only a moment before picking up the spoon and taking a cautious sip. Delicious. Utterly delicious. Will's eyes flew wide open in comical surprise. Without pausing to make any judgments, Will's appetite suddenly awakened, and he dove into the pot of soup. In no time, the half-black-boned chicken and most of the broth vanished without a trace. At this point, he hesitated for a moment. After some deliberation, he finally reached for the mushrooms floating in the broth. He reasoned that since the soup tasted so good and the chicken was delicious, these odd-smelling mushrooms couldn't be that bad either. And if they really weren't to his liking, well, he'd just stick to the soup and leave the mushrooms alone. The next second, the fresh fungi, certified as mushrooms by Will, slipped smoothly down his throat. And then Will went absolutely wild. Tears streaming down his face, he devoured mushroom after mushroom, mumbling incoherently, "This is the thing I hate eating most, so why can't I stop myself?" By the time the bottom of the soup pot was clearly visible, he was already a blubbering mess. Not just tears, his nose was running, a long yellow string dangling nearly a meter from his nostril, bizarrely refusing to snap off. It was a spectacle to behold. "Oh my God! Somebody, give me a tissue. This is disgusting." Was sight to see. It turned out the effects of pearl jam's healing process were as intimidating as rumored. And the reason Will was both sobbing and producing such revolting snot was, of course, because his recent malaise had been caused by his chronic sinusitis. Anyone who hasn't suffered from this condition simply can't imagine the misery it brings. One sneeze would set off a whole chain of sneezes, 10 in a row at least, sometimes more. In severe cases like Will's, sleep was a nightly ordeal. His nose would be completely blocked, leaving him no choice but to breathe through his mouth, which made a good night's rest impossible. A full minute passed before the flood of tears finally ceased, and a meter-long strand of yellow mucus landed on the floor with a sticky splat. Absolutely revolting. Oh shoot, looks like I really need to see a doctor, even if those vampires will drain every penny from my wallet. But as he spoke, Will suddenly froze. In that instant, he felt a sense of relief like never before, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his head, one that had weighed him down for ages. Clear-headed, refreshed, and full of energy. And just then he heard DIO say, "Hey man, calm down. This is exactly what I wanted to explain to you." With that, DIO launched into the same spiel he'd used to convince Jenny, now directed at Will. When Will learned that this was the miraculous effect of Eastern medicinal cuisine, he became utterly elated. Could this be what Aunt he meant by, "A big man won't die if he breaks wind, but he will if he holds it in"? Will shouted amazing 5 times in a row, then wrapped up his review with a Chinese, saying his mother had once taught him. DIO couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. What on earth did he mean by "a big man never dies, but his fart lingers in the kettle"? The more he thought about it, the more bizarre and oddly suggestive it sounded. By the way, is there any way to make it longer? Will suddenly asked. DIO glanced at his height, then shook his head with a resigned sigh. That's probably impossible. Being short is genetic, not a disease. But Will immediately cried out, No, I'm not talking about my height. I mean this." As he spoke, he made an unmistakably obscene thrust with his hips. No one would ever complain if this thing could get a little longer, a little thicker. DIO responded by flipping him the bird and telling him, in no uncertain terms, to get lost with a certain F word. All right, just kidding. But honestly, this food therapy from the East is absolutely incredible. I feel like my sinusitis is gone. My head is clear. I feel completely refreshed. Now, I finally believe you were serious about pricing it at $10,000. It truly is worth that much. No, if real billionaires knew about it, Even if you priced it at 100,000, a million, those bastards would still line up to pay without hesitation. Will's enthusiasm was almost more intense than Dio's own, and what really stood out was that, in his eyes, Dio saw nothing but genuine happiness and envy, no trace of jealousy or malice. If anyone tried to claim that after years in a gang, Will was really a gentle soul deep down, it would be the joke of the century. But in the face of such enormous profit, he truly remained unmoved, simply happy for Dio's success. That kind of friendship warmed Dio's heart, especially as someone who had crossed worlds to be here. Hey, are you sure you want to freestyle a rap right now? Or are you going to dig in before your steak gets cold? In that moment, Dio finally saw Will as his own, no longer just because of memories from the original host. Will, who had nearly forgotten about the steak and pudding awaiting him, shot Dio a big thumbs up and dove into the meal with gusto, wolfing it down like a warrior charging into battle. Thanks to the first experience, the next phase of treatment was still pretty wild, and Will kept hollering and carrying on, but truthfully, his fear had faded away. When he finished the last bite of pudding, he actually found himself looking forward to whatever changes might come next, an attitude that was downright endearing. This is just incredible. With the treatment complete, Will, now a new man, was eagerly checking himself over. These past few days, his injuries had almost completely healed, and he was feeling better than ever before. Even that long, fierce scar on his back had vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. Damn it, what's wrong now? Dio shot a puzzled look at Will, who seemed utterly dejected. He couldn't quite wrap his head around how, just a second ago, Will had been bouncing around with excitement like a 300-pound child, and now he looked as if he'd died, cough, cough. The thing that marked me is gone. Dio instinctively glanced down at Will, confused. Had he somehow overdone the healing? Oh shit, not there, I mean my back. Without that badge of honor, those bastards will all think I made up the story about going toe-to-toe with Dirty Fly Jackie for 300 rounds alone. Will suddenly exclaimed, agitated. Damn, now Dio understood what all the fuss was about, and with practiced ease, he shot Will the finger. So it turned out he'd removed the scar for free, but it was a blunder. Will hadn't been ashamed of that knife scar at all. On the contrary, he'd always worn it like a medal, proud of it. After all, for a gangster, if you don't have some kind of badge of honor, it's hard to intimidate anyone with just a bunch of tattoos. As for this Dirty Fly Jackie, he was probably some guy from another gang. Dio wondered if, after beating someone up, Jackie would also sneer menacingly and bark out, "Eat shit, you." Just then, Dio's phone rang. He ignored the dim-witted Will, who was still whining after getting a free fix, and answered the call. Hey, Jenny. I'm guessing you guys have arrived? If you want a different answer, we're actually about to head back downtown to do some shopping. All right, you win. Get over here already. Don't you think you should look your absolute best before hitting the stores? So, does that mean you're treating me to another free lunch? Jenny emphasized the word free with extra sarcasm, but Dio wasn't about to be intimidated. Of course. I know a great place. Maybe today's profits will even let us pop open a really nice bottle of wine while we eat. Oh fuck, you know exactly what I want. You're doing this on purpose, you bastard. Jenny fired back, cursing without the slightest hint of ladylike restraint. Come on, a beautiful lady shouldn't lose her temper so easily. Anger only ages you faster. And believe me, I know all about that. If you want another free lunch, then work hard for me, my dear, pitiable, but admirable Miss Jenny. Then he heard Jenny on the other end of the line, practically grinding her teeth as she said, Now I'm finally sure of it, Dio. You are a bona fide bastard, a fake gentleman. Your compliment truly moves me, Dio replied, his tone brimming with mock gratitude. Perhaps Jenny had been pushed a little too far by Dio. After a pause that lasted several seconds, she spoke again, her voice thick with frustration. You have 5 minutes to get ready. Damn it. I must have been tempted by the devil himself to agree to your proposal. With that, venting all her irritation, Jenny decisively hung up the phone, leaving Dio with no chance to annoy her further. Dio, meanwhile, felt a slight headache coming on, mainly because he hadn't yet had time to clean up the mess left during Will's treatment. Hey, how long are you planning to mope around? We've got guests on the way. Come help me clean up this disgusting mess on the floor. If it's not spotless in 5 minutes, I swear I'll throw some of those special herbs into your lunch next time, and you'll really know what it's like to lose your manly honor. Dio's vicious threat snapped Will out of his funk in an instant. He pulled a long face and started scrubbing at the floor, grumbling the whole time. Honestly, as he cleaned, Will could hardly believe that something so revolting had actually come out of his own body. Oh, crap. Once all the filth was packed away in black garbage bags, Dio and Will took out the mop and scrubbed the floor 5 full times. Only, after spraying the place with some cheap cologne, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The whole place felt so much fresher. Looks like I'll have to start charging a cleaning fee to customers who come to eat here, DIO mused silently. Tips not included, of course. It seemed he was well on his way to becoming a heartless businessman. 5 minutes later, he opened the restaurant door. To his surprise, Ginny appeared, bundled up so thoroughly that only her face was visible, accompanied by another stunning blonde who was every bit her equal in looks. Both of them stepped gracefully out of a red sports car. At that sight, DIO's eyes lit up, not because of the beautiful women, but because of the classic red Ferrari they'd arrived in. That car was worth about $1.5 million. It might not have been the absolute top of the line, but for most people, especially for someone in DIO's current impoverished situation, it was the very symbol of wealth. After all, owning $1.5 million in total assets is one thing, but driving around in a car that's worth $1.5 million is something else entirely. At this moment, the woman Ginny had brought along looked to DIO like a plump, golden sheep waiting to be sheared. Suddenly, he thought selling 3 courses for $10,000 seemed almost too cheap. This just goes to show that human greed knows no bounds. Not long ago, DIO was still worrying about whether anyone would buy into his idea, but now his mind is already consumed with thoughts of how to raise his prices in the future. Hey DIO, this is my good friend. You can call her Jessica. Jessica, this is DIO. He's mastered a miraculous healing cuisine from the East. You'll get to see it for yourself in just a moment. The moment they met, Ginny seemed to have forgotten all about the earlier unpleasantness. Her face lit up with a dazzling smile as she introduced them. DIO, ever the gentleman, extended his right hand and smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jessica. In a moment, I'll be presenting you with a magical dish from the East. Of course, I'm not sure if Ginny's already mentioned this, but during the meal, you might notice some rather strange things happening. I hope you have a strong heart and won't be easily frightened. Perhaps sensing his sincerity, Jessica, who had been eyeing him warily and even a touch impatiently since stepping out of the car, finally looked at him directly. She reached out and gave his hand a gentle shake, responding, I've heard about you. Ginny's told me quite a bit, and as far as I know, you've already rejected her several times. So if you don't mind me saying, I hope this isn't some foolish scam or a cheap trick meant to attract attention. If you don't like someone, please don't use her so cruelly. But if it's a matter of cash flow, well, for Ginny's sake, I'll help you out this time. With her sunglasses off, Jessica looked somewhat tired, but her words were flawless, powerful and clear, the perfect portrait of sharp-minded, elite woman standing up for her best friend and seeing right through any would-be scoundrel schemes. Even Ginny's much-hyped Eastern healing cuisine was, in Jessica's eyes, nothing more than a lovesick girl's foolish ploy for a man's attention. In the past, Jessica might have played along, pretending to know nothing, offering a little money and a sliver of vanity, letting the other party bask in her benevolence while also helping her friend out. But just recently, she had unmasked a jerk in her own life, wasting precious time, money, and youth. That experience had made her far less forgiving. In other words, the reason she'd come today wasn't because Ginny had managed to persuade her. It was to expose the other party's tricks and, if possible, snap Ginny out of her infatuated stupor. The atmosphere instantly grew unbearably awkward. Ginny's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected Jessica, who had shown such interest before they came, to turn so combative the moment. She met DIO. It was as if she might as well have scammer and jerk who exploits women's feelings for profit written in her eyes. Yet faced with such a sharp question, DIO didn't lose his composure. He simply gave Jessica's right hand a light squeeze before quickly letting go, betraying not a trace of reluctance. Then, with the gentlemanly smile he had painstakingly learned from his so-called old man, he addressed Jessica, who bristled like a hedgehog from head to toe. Every new thing, especially something that goes beyond what most people today can even imagine, is always labeled a fraud ad. First, if I told you 100 years ago that before long, our footprints would be left on the moon, would you have believed me? No, I wouldn't. Confronted with such an obvious question, Jessica couldn't lie to herself. She shook her head, but that didn't mean she agreed with his point of view. That's quite the artful way of dodging the issue. An impressive sleight of hand, really. You changed the subject beautifully. So in your mind, this so-called culinary therapy recipe from Mysterious East is our own version of the Apollo mission? Jessica's tone sounded as if she were complimenting him, but her words were laced with sarcasm. In a way, you could see it like that. Landing on the moon is a sacred achievement, but aside from its spiritual and political significance, it hasn't really made a difference in our daily lives, not yet, anyway. At least, until our population explodes to the breaking point, and we're forced to move to the moon. But the thing I have in my hands has a kind of allure that could make anyone lose their mind. Maybe, once you experience it for yourself, you'll find it even more astonishing than humanity's first steps on the moon. Dio spoke with a meaningful smile, well aware that the moon landing wasn't even all that impressive in this world. After all, there was so much advanced technology, not to mention aliens, the 9 realms, so-called gods, and even true deities. Just think, the universe-hopping Star-Lord, born in the 80s, got whisked away by a spaceship to explore the cosmos at the age of 9. Compared to all that, the moon landing seemed almost trivial. In fact, Dio felt that the incredible powers displayed by his stand, Pearl Jam, were even more mind-blowing. You really are insufferably arrogant. I honestly can't figure out why Jenny is so obsessed with you. Is it just because of your looks? Jessica sounded especially disappointed. At that moment, Dio seemed to her no more than a braggart, full of wild talk and empty boasts. Noticing that people were beginning to glance their way, Dio gave a casual shrug and said, "Maybe you're right. But the truth is always held by the few, and sometimes all you need is a pair of eyes that can see through to the truth and just a little bit of courage." Dio, who only wanted to make a fortune quietly, played a clever game of strategic retreat. He turned around and left, ignoring Jenny and Jessica, who remained outside. As the saying goes, beginnings are always the hardest. Even with special abilities, making some money isn't as easy as it seems. The power of cold, hard cash still reigns supreme. There's a reason people say the poor rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. Honestly, it's enough to make anyone green with envy. He just walked away like that. Jenny and Jessica were both momentarily stunned. But there was a difference between them. Jenny had already experienced the wonder of DIO's extraordinary cooking, so she was simply disappointed. She even considered $10,000 is $10,000. If I had it, I'd pay. But the truth was, she didn't. She'd already maxed out her credit card for next month, which was exactly why she was putting so much effort into helping Dio attract new customers. Jessica, on the other hand, was wavering. First, DIO's eloquence was truly impressive. Second, there was his quiet confidence, something that was hard to put into words. Even when facing someone like her, a privileged beauty, his tone remained polite and courteous. Yet she couldn't help but sense a subtle air of superiority. Was he feeling sorry for her because she didn't recognize something valuable? Was this just an old trick of playing hard to get, or was there really something magical at work? "Jenny, tell me honestly, did you insist I come here today because of this man?" Jenny immediately rolled her eyes dramatically. "Do you really think the only thing on my mind is men? That there's no room for anything else?" To her surprise, Jessica didn't deny it at all. Instead, she nodded in complete agreement and added, "It's not that your head is full of men. It's full of handsome men." Jenny shot back, exasperated. "Fine, I'm the notorious boy-crazy Jenny. Happy now? You have no idea what you missed out on today. What a shame. How about you lend me some money? Just $10,000. I'll pay you back next month. No, the month after next." Jenny thought it over. There were a few new bags coming out next month that she was determined to buy, so she decided to push it back another month. Besides, compared to her, Jessica was the real rich girl. At least her family would never refuse to buy her a sports car worth over $1 million. Jessica's eyes narrowed. "Is his cooking really as miraculous as you say? Haven't I already shown you the proof? Or do you think I've been lying to you all along?" Jenny pointed to her own face, which was only lightly made up, her expression full of pride. In truth, she was inwardly grumbling about a certain someone. If it weren't for the fact that this guy had healed the skin on her face so perfectly, she wouldn't have to wrap herself up so tightly from head to toe. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for others to notice the stark difference between the skin on her face and the rest of her body. Jessica cast a deep, lingering look at Jenny, then suddenly stepped forward and walked inside. She didn't know if her eyes could see through to the truth, but she certainly wasn't lacking in the courage to try. "Why are you the only one back?" Will, who had stayed inside and was completely unaware of what had just happened outside, was a bit surprised to see that only Dio had returned. "The bait's been cast. Now we just have to see if the fish will bite." His initial setback didn't dent Dio's self-esteem in the slightest. He firmly believed that gold would shine sooner or later. Even if this path didn't work out, with his talents, he could always join S.H.I.E.L.D., live a comfortable life without worrying about food or drink. At worst, he'd keep his head down in logistics for a few years and maybe even make something of himself. If it were his past life, he'd have happily and shamelessly clung to powerful backers. But living a second time, a man ought to have different ambitions. With greater power, it's not responsibility that grows first, but ambition. That's why Dio saw S.H.I.E.L.D. as a last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never trade away his freedom to work for them for the rest of his life. This was also why he was so desperate to make money. If he didn't secure the means to protect himself before S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered his special abilities, he wouldn't even have the right to bargain with them, let alone reason with them. Besides, it wasn't just him. Look at the Avengers, who were founded later on. They didn't have much say in anything, either. If one of them locked up they'd be. They risked their lives defending Earth, only to be met with suspicion and resistance. So, really, only a fool would want to be a hero. Will, standing in the back and half considering whether he should give himself a little accident for the sake of appearances, found that he could no longer keep up with his best buddy's train of thought. Bait, fish, all this mysterious talk. Wasn't it just that he'd failed to reel in a customer, and they'd seen through his act? Will was just taking a wild guess, but it hit the mark dead on. Who says black guys are simple-minded? Just as the two stared each other down, their gazes almost sparking in the air, the door swung open once again. The fish had bitten. This fat sheep is mine for the taking today. Dio Brando never misses his mark. Dio immediately put on that infuriatingly fake gentleman smile and walked up to greet them. Ladies, is there anything else I can help you with? He was playing dumb, and he knew it. Jenny now seriously doubted whether she had ever truly understood the man before her. Most of the time, he exuded masculine charm, and occasionally he would reveal a most gentlemanly side. But lately, perhaps because of recent upheavals at home, he had become rather sharp-tongued and abrasive, which was his true self. Or perhaps, was it the blend of all these facets that made up the real Dio Brando? Spare me the polite pretenses, Jessica retorted. At this hour, what else could we possibly be here for except to eat? Even though I still think you're an insufferably arrogant narcissist, for Jenny's sake, I'll muster a bit of courage and give this so-called mysterious Eastern health cuisine of yours a try. Jessica was a forceful woman, never one to accept a loss, and she deliberately turned Dio's earlier words against him in a biting reversal. Perhaps it was the approach of her 30s, or that she had recently seen through a scoundrel who had schemed around her for half a year. Whatever the reason, her hormones seemed out of sorts, possibly even heralding the onset of early menopause. Dio simply had the misfortune to cross her path at the wrong moment. Still, no matter what, being judged in such a way time and again would make even a clay figurine burn with anger. The brighter Dio smiled, the more determined he became to teach this self-important woman a deep and unforgettable lesson, one that would have her hanging her head in shame and scurrying away the next time they met. Prepare yourself. You're about to experience a fantastical dish unlike anything you've ever tasted. If, Miss Jessica, you find yourself satisfied after eating, I believe you owe Jenny an apology. After all, you were convinced this was a scam, that I was merely a lowlife preying on women. That prejudice against me was also a prejudice against her. A sincere apology, I think, would be the best way to mend your friendship. Both Jessica and Jenny were momentarily stunned, each wearing a different expression. After offering a courteous English bow, Dio turned and headed back into the kitchen. Throughout, he hadn't once mentioned that Jessica should apologize to him. He had only spoken of Jenny. He wanted Jessica to apologize to Jenny, not to himself. There were several reasons for this. No matter the circumstance, a man who fusses over every slight rarely wins much respect. Yet, being broad-minded does not mean being completely indifferent. So, Dio would still expect Jessica to give him an explanation later. However, as a polite adult, and now, in the role of a chef serving his guests, he could hardly force her to apologize to him directly. Instead, he chose this tactful and gracious approach to express his own dissatisfaction. Finally, Dio no longer needed her apology. Feeling disgruntled, he was ready to get his revenge. There was nothing wrong with countering doubt with an even more potent treatment. After all, of course, the side effects would be stronger as well, but who would care about that? After all, isn't a little sacrifice the price of beauty? At Dio's signal, Will had already retreated to his own room, not because of his complexion or his background, but simply because the next stage of treatment wasn't suitable for an outsider like him to witness. Will understood this perfectly well. He had no desire for others to see him in that ghastly state again. So, the now empty dining room, with only a single table in it, was left with just Jessica and Jenny. This is the first time I've been to a restaurant where the guests are left out to dry without so much as a glass of water. Perhaps it was the boredom of waiting, or maybe she meant it sincerely, but Jessica couldn't help voicing her exasperation. Jenny chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. And have you noticed? They never even let you order here. Whatever you eat is entirely up to that guy. No choices at all. Jessica had noticed this as well, but it wasn't all that unusual. Plenty of top chefs ran restaurants just like this. You eat whatever they prepare, no say in the matter, yet people still flock to them, worshipping the experience. This just goes to show, deep down, humans are wired with a kind of masochism. The less you're valued, the more eager you are to please. Get slapped on the left cheek, and you'll offer up the right, begging for more. Of course, that only works if you're impressive enough to make people want to offer the other cheek. Otherwise, you're likely to end up battered and broken yourself. Haven't tasted the food yet, but the attitude here is certainly something else. I just hope it's your mind that's off, not your poor sense of taste. I think DIO was right. You really do owe me an apology. No, actually you owe both of us one. Let's see if you can keep up this composure after we're done here. I can't wait to find out. They didn't have to wait long. DIO soon appeared, carrying a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. The broth was crystal clear, not a trace of oil on the surface. It hardly looked like a dish that could impress, yet an enticing aroma wafted over as soon as it reached the table. Jessica glanced at DIO, a questioning look in her eyes. What is this? DIO understood that the more you say, the more chances you have to slip up. Some things simply couldn't be explained, so he opted for a mysterious air. After all, nothing beats the power of the human imagination. This is an appetizer to whet your appetite before the main course. Try it, you'll see. Don't be fooled by how unremarkable this bowl of soup looks, compared to the red date soup given to Jenny or the black-bone chicken soup prepared for Will, which both seem more luxurious. This one appears much more humble. But in truth, the ingredients he added to this soup were doubled. In a sense, that's what makes it doubly precious. What about mine? Jenny's eyes brimmed with longing, making her look just like a puppy wagging its tail and begging for scraps. Utterly pitiful. I'm sorry, but each of these therapeutic soups is tailored specifically to the guest's physical condition. So even if you drank this one, it wouldn't have any effect on you. DIO reminded her with a hint of apology in his tone. It was only then that Jenny recalled, vaguely, that there was indeed such a rule. She'd always thought it was just an excuse, but now it seemed she might have misunderstood. All right, but I can wait, she conceded, still holding on to hope. Seeing how persistent Jenny was, DIO simply smiled and nodded. Another $10,000 was waving at him already. Meanwhile, Jessica, her curiosity piqued, decided to cautiously take a sip of the soup. She'd only meant to taste it, nothing more. But a fragrance she'd never experienced before blossomed in her mouth, and then a gentle warmth flowed smoothly down her throat and settled in her stomach, leaving her feeling cozy and wonderfully comfortable. By the time she'd finished the bowl, a light sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead, clear proof that her constitution was on the colder side, and she'd been feeling a bit weak lately. Snapping back to reality, Jessica noticed two pairs of eyes sweeping over her face. Jenny, in particular, was smiling with a mischievous gleam in her eyes that made Jessica's cheeks grow warm. Still, as she savored the aftertaste, Jessica couldn't help but praise it in her heart. Absolutely delicious. It's really good, and the flavor is so unique. I'm really curious what you put in it. Of course, I'm just asking. You don't have to answer. A stand. I put stand in there. DIO just smiled without saying a word. Jessica felt a little deflated. It had been ages since a man had simply ignored her request like this. Strangely, she wasn't angry or offended. In fact, the unique, invigorating soup had given her a bit of confidence, making her want to believe that DIO wasn't a fraud after all. Just as she was about to compose herself and repair her earlier bad impression, something unexpected happened. Tears suddenly gushed from her eyes. It was a true crying fit, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Oh my God, what's happening to me? Why am I like this? Panicked, Jessica looked to DIO and Jenny for help. But DIO still wore that infuriating smile, as if he hadn't noticed her messy state at all. Jenny, on the other hand, looked like she was thoroughly enjoying the show. Far from being the least bit concerned, she even pulled out her phone, excitedly snapping pictures of the scene. Oh damn it, those two shameless scoundrels. At that moment, she suddenly recalled how Jenny had reminded her repeatedly before coming, and how Dor had asked her again at the doorway earlier. Is this the unavoidable side effect of the treatment process? Jessica had a vague suspicion growing in her heart, but before she could collect herself. Oh no! With a piercing scream, Jessica found herself, and even more so than Jenny had been. Her light-colored fitted pants changed color in an instant, leaving her utterly mortified. It could be said that Jenny, who had been eagerly anticipating this scene, snapped photos at lightning speed, even switching to several different angles for a full frontal shot of Jessica. In all the years she'd known her, she'd never seen Jessica in such a sorry state. So of course she had to take a few more photos for posterity. Dior, too, felt a sense of satisfaction well up inside him. He wanted to take some photos as promotional shots for the restaurant. But after considering the consequences, he wisely abandoned the tempting idea. So he simply cast a look of envy at Jenny. After another few dozen seconds, the first course's treatment finally concluded. As a woman on the brink of turning 30, Jessica's youth had long since begun to fade with time. Her current beauty owed more to cosmetics and beauty treatments than anything else. Moreover, as she got older, certain gynecological woes had crept in as well, hormonal imbalance being just one of the symptoms. So when Dior used a double dose of the Pearl Jam to target her unspeakable womanly troubles, the shock she experienced was nothing short of explosive. But when the rushing river swept all the waste away, what remained was a riverbed as clean as could be, and all those nagging little problems that had plagued Jessica vanished in an instant. It was exhilarating, a feeling of rebirth, but the treatment had also left her thoroughly drained. The atmosphere suddenly became rather awkward, especially since Jessica was completely oblivious to her own. "You cheeky, censored minx," Jenny cursed under her breath, then began to furtively observe Dior's expression. Only after seeing that he remained unmoved did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Miss Jessica, you may take a break for now. The next dish will require some time to prepare." Having enjoyed the show, Dior finally felt appeased. He figured Jessica would never be able to act tough in front of him again. "So how is it? Does it feel good? If you keep screaming like that, you'll end up attracting all the stray cats in the neighborhood." After Dio returned to the kitchen, Jenny fixed Jessica with a teasing gaze. As expected, Jessica's eyes appeared even brighter and more radiant. Her complexion was touched with a healthy blush, and she seemed to be glowing with newfound vigor. Jessica glared furiously at Jenny, who was still enjoying the spectacle. "Right now, this instant, delete those photos you just took of me." Jenny, however, only grinned and raised a finger, clearly looking to take advantage of the moment. Jessica was powerless to resist and could only nod in frustration. "Now do you believe it? There are even bigger surprises waiting for you." Just moments ago, Jessica had been desperate to escape this place. But now, seeing her rosy reflection in the mirror, she absently touched her face, lost in thought. Were those sparkling, dewy eyes really her own? She might have lost all sense of dignity, but deep down, she found herself yearning for the next surprise. For the sake of beauty, a woman truly will endure any trial. Jenny deleted every single photo in front of her, and Jessica promptly wrote her a check for $10,000, offering a formal apology as well. With such a windfall, Jenny quickly forgot her earlier displeasure, or perhaps, until she experienced it herself, her skepticism had matched Jessica's. Now, the two women sat in silent anticipation, their eyes filled with longing. About half an hour later, Dio reappeared, carrying a pristine white platter. "What's this?" "Pig's trotters, packed with collagen and boasting remarkable restorative effects. This will whisk your skin back to the supple, luminous glow of your 16-year-old self." Americans almost never eat pig's feet, chicken claws, or organ meats. Jessica was no exception. Yet, after hearing Dio's introduction, a peculiar light sparkled in her eyes. At this moment, what she saw wasn't a daunting dish, but the passage of years between her current age and 16, all within her reach. No woman could resist such temptation, especially when Jessica had already tasted the miraculous power of this mysterious Eastern cuisine. She dug in. Dio had intentionally served the entire pig's trotter whole, so Jessica had to struggle with knife and fork to carve off a small piece of skin and meat, which she bravely placed in her mouth. Then, as if some magical energy surged through her body, Jessica, who had been trying so hard to remain composed, suddenly tossed aside her utensils. Abandoning all restraint, she grabbed the hefty trotter with both hands and began devouring it with wild abandon. The scene was nothing short of fierce. Jenny was almost dumbstruck by what she saw. Feeling a bit guilty, she furtively took out her phone once more, aiming it at Jessica, who was now gnawing away at a pork knuckle with unrestrained delight. She wondered if these photos might fetch her 20 grand someday. Dio was extremely pleased to see his masterpiece so thoroughly enjoyed by his guests. Although most of the credit should go to his stand, Pearl Jam, he reminded himself not to forget that it was his own Hammond energy, painstakingly cultivated, that made such miracles possible. In the end, the achievement was his as well. At that moment, Jessica's mind remained perfectly clear. She was acutely aware of what she was doing and just how unrefined and embarrassing her behavior was. Yet, no matter how lucid her thoughts, her mind simply couldn't rein in her body's instincts. Eventually, she gave up resisting altogether and surrendered herself to the bliss, feasting away with a mouth glistening with oil. When she finally spat the last bone onto the table, Jessica's hands and mouth were slick with grease. There was nothing remotely ladylike about her now. She was a far cry from the poised professional woman she had always been. And then, the healing began. Once again, the restaurant filled with the piercing shrieks of a woman in shock. Anyone passing by might have suspected a Hollywood film crew was inside, shooting a horror movie. However, Dio had anticipated this. He'd lined the walls with soundproofing material and locked the doors, sealing off the entire space. There was no chance her cries would catch anyone's attention or arouse suspicion. With a sudden rush of inspiration, Dio found himself savoring the moment, just like a classic villain relishing his handiwork. Jessica, whose face had been stripped of layers of dead skin, now looked utterly transformed. Her features were delicate and glowing, her complexion so flawless it seemed almost ethereal. Where her skin had once begun to sag and lose its luster, it was now remarkably taut and luminous. Her eyes sparkled, wide and full of life, and her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue, a picture-perfect beauty, as if a heroine had stepped right out of a painting or an animated world. Even Jenny, who had invited her to experience all this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Still, she reminded herself that DIO's miraculous cuisine would never be reserved for her alone. Besides, her generous signing bonus of $10,000 helped soothe her envy. "Oh my God, is this really me?" Jessica gasped as she took the mirror DIO handed her. If everything that happened before was barely within the realm of her understanding, the beautiful young woman gazing back at her from the mirror made her wonder if she was dreaming. None of it felt real. "Tell me, this is all real, right? When I wake up tomorrow, I'll still be me. I'll really be young again, won't I?" Setting down the mirror, Jessica grabbed DIO's hand like someone possessed, her eyes brimming with hope as she pleaded for reassurance. "Of course, that's the magical effect of this dish. I give you my word. This is your truest self, with no side effects whatsoever. And you never have to worry that this beauty will suddenly vanish one day, unless you're willing to mar that lovely face with a knife." As he spoke, DIO suddenly broke into a confident smile. "And if that day ever comes, don't be afraid. Any scar that enters this place has no hope of leaving unscathed." "Really? Any scar can be removed? Even if it's been there for many years?" Jessica asked again, excitement shining in her eyes. "In theory, yes. But I would need to see it for myself. Every dish works differently for each person. Sometimes, when different people eat the same dish, the most likely outcome is that nothing happens at all." Jessica nodded eagerly. "I have a younger sister. When she was little, her back was badly scalded by hot water. The burn was so large that skin grafts didn't take well, so she's lived with it ever since. Could I bring her with me next time?" "Of course you can, but it will be best to schedule in advance. I imagine when you come for treatment again, Miss Jessica, you'd prefer there were no other people here except for me, the chef?" DIO glanced meaningfully at Jenny, who looked suddenly uneasy, and spoke with a hint of suggestion in his tone. Jessica agreed with a nod. "Absolutely. During the process, clients need complete privacy." There was something she didn't say aloud. Now that DIO knew all his clients' most intimate secrets, he walked a fine line between opportunity and danger. All it would take is the slightest hint of distrust, and countless people would want him to disappear. After all, America is a paradise only for the wealthy. "Well then, it's time for dessert," DIO announced, turning back to the kitchen and returning with a plate of candied sweet potatoes. He smiled as he set it before Jessica. When all the treatments were finished, Jessica couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable," 10 times in a row. Although the candied sweet potatoes had the alarming effect of making her hair fall out in an instant. Within seconds, her dazzling golden locks grew back from the roots, shinier and stronger than ever. Over the years, Jessica had subjected her hair to countless perms and dye jobs, leaving it badly damaged. The golden hair that once made everyone envious had grown dull and brittle, and no amount of care could truly restore it. But just now, she had regained a head of lustrous, resilient golden hair, smooth and healthy, as if reborn. The importance of hair to a woman goes without saying. Sometimes, even a simple change in hairstyle can completely transform a woman's overall aura and temperament. At this moment, even Jessica herself was utterly captivated by her own beauty, unable to pull herself away from the mirror. It was clear just how dramatically DIO's treatment had changed her. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with the Apollo package this time?" After finishing the meal, DIO stood by the side of the two beautiful ladies, wearing a gentle smile. True to her status as an accomplished woman, Jessica, after this series of astonishing experiences, had become nothing short of a devoted follower of the man standing before her. Without the slightest hesitation, she nodded and replied, "I'm absolutely satisfied. For me, this is my very own Apollo. I must apologize for my previous arrogance and doubts. Please forgive my ignorance." Jessica offered her apology to DIO with utmost sincerity, and then, without delay, she briskly wrote out a check for $100,000 and handed it over. "I accept your apology, but it seems there's an extra zero on this check." Glancing at the figure on the check, DIO hesitated for a moment before returning it to her, conflicted. "No, please accept it. The extra amount is my way of expressing a heartfelt apology, and it's also a token of how pleased I am with your service." Hearing this, DIO made no further fuss. He accepted the check with a broad grin. After all, What was more normal than charging her $90,000 extra for emotional damages, tips, and cleanup fees? This golden goose was truly plump. With a huge windfall of $100,000 on his very first deal, Dior was inwardly delighted, though he kept his mysterious persona firmly in place. Yet, the thought that he'd have to pay taxes to withdraw that money dampened his joy a bit. In America, the most troublesome adversary isn't the FBI, nor SHIELD, not even Hydra or the White House. It's the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. It's a leech that even congressmen and mob bosses dread and loathe. Once they set their sights on you, they'll peel away layer after layer till you're left with nothing. That's why Dior had never once considered evading taxes. He just wanted to quietly make some decent money. If business keeps booming like this, will the IRS start thinking I'm laundering money for someone? The thought alone was enough to give Dior a headache. I hope you don't mind me asking, Mr. Dior, but have you ever considered a partnership? A miraculous recipe like yours, if kept to yourself, would be such a pity. More people deserve to experience its wonders. Jessica appeared to be genuinely looking out for him, eager to help his business grow. But in truth, she was simply hoping to get a share of the profits from Dior's secret recipe. Although her family had built their fortune through the building materials business and their construction company was well known in New York, that didn't mean Jessica's family had no interest in branching out into other industries. It was just that, first, they hadn't found the right entry point, and second, even the strongest outsider would struggle to compete with local powerhouses. Any attempt to muscle into another field would inevitably meet with unified resistance from the established players. A little dabbling was fine, but the moment they showed any intent to take a real share of the pie, things would become extremely difficult. It hadn't been easy for Jessica's family to amass their wealth. If a cross-industry venture failed, they risked losing even their foothold. In building materials, others would swoop in and carve up their core business. So, every decision had to be made with the utmost caution. Yet the miraculous food therapy recipe in Dio's possession was nothing short of a game-changer. A superweapon that could spark a revolution in the industry. It was no wonder Jessica was tempted. Having experienced it herself, she knew just how much potential this thing truly held. But her hopes were destined to be dashed. Dio, of course, wanted to make more money and wasn't averse to working with capital, but the so-called secret food therapy recipe was nothing but a fabrication to throw people off. The real magic came from his stand, and that touched upon his greatest secret. There was simply no way he would let it be exposed so easily. He didn't even see SHIELD as worth his time. How could he possibly bow down and become a tool for capital? Besides, his time and energy each day were limited. The number of guests he could serve was fixed. What was the point of expanding endlessly? So, without a moment's hesitation, Dio turned her down. Sorry, but this recipe only works in my hands. Mass-producing it on an assembly line just isn't possible. To save us both time, let me be clear, no matter who asks, no matter what price is offered, I won't sell it. And even if I did, it would be useless. Perhaps sensing the unshakable resolve in Dio's words, Jessica didn't press the matter further. Still, there was a clear look of regret on her face. She hadn't intended to give up after just one try. In that case, can I reserve dinner for tonight? To her surprise, Dio shook his head again. As much as I appreciate straightforward guests, and though no one has booked a table for this evening, as a chef, I have to be honest with you. A person can only undergo this treatment 3 times in one day at most. Any more than that, and the effects will turn harmful, causing irreversible damage to the body. The best approach is to wait a day between each session to truly savor both the food and the sense of renewal. It was a rather odd explanation and not entirely convincing. But both Jessica and Jenny, having experienced its miraculous effects, didn't doubt him for a second. They could all tell that Dio must be quite strapped for cash lately, but the fact that he could resist the temptation of money for the sake of his conscience and morals was proof enough of his noble character. What about me, then? This is only my second visit, and I waited several days before coming back. Jenny suddenly piped up with a triumphant air, twirling the $10,000 check she'd extorted from Jessica between her fingers. Immediately, the look on Dio's face shifted into that spotting a fat sheep smile. With utmost courtesy and gentlemanly flair, he said, "Of course, Miss Jenny. It would be my pleasure to serve someone as beautiful as you." "Wonderful. I want the skin on my whole body to be as fair and delicate as my face. These conservative clothes can't even show off my charm," Jenny declared loudly, making her request clear. The customer is always right, and Dio certainly wasn't about to say no to a stack of crisp dollars. Jenny's treatment session could only be described as equal parts thrilling and risque, since she wanted the skin on her body to match the delicate glow of her face. Her own hands went wild as she scratched and pulled at herself, and naturally, Her clothes quickly became an obstacle to her mission. Though Dio averted his gaze just in time, he had to admit, he got a good look at everything there was to see. Some sights were dazzling, others downright shocking. Who would have thought that Jenny, unrestrained and unbound, would be even more striking than when she was fully dressed? It was only after Jenny had put her clothes back on that Dio emerged, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Today's treatment is complete. Just one more session, and you'll have exactly the results you're hoping for, Miss Jenny. You can't fleece a fat sheep all at once. A slow, careful approach is always best. So, for today, Dio merely replaced the skin on her upper body with his special touch. Fortunately, Jenny was thoroughly pleased with the results. And given how embarrassing the previous scene had been, she didn't say much more. She simply tossed the $10,000 check and dragged Jessica out in a hurry. Dio, thoroughly satisfied, slipped both checks into his pocket and then called out loudly, "Will, are you asleep back there? Get out here and clean up now." Meanwhile, Jessica and Jenny, looking completely disheveled, all but sprinted to the car. Curious stares followed them, some surprised, some amused, and some, having guessed the truth, shot glances at DIO's fantastic restaurant, eyes filled with either envy or disdain. With a loud slam of the car door, Jenny and Jessica finally let out a sigh of relief. That was so humiliating. "Thank goodness your little lover lent me something to cover myself with," Jessica said, settling into the driver's seat, quickly starting the engine. She glanced down at her still damp pants and offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Jenny wanted to say that her own previous experience had been just as mortifying, but she held her tongue. Some humiliations were best kept to oneself. "Now do you believe what I told you? If it weren't for our friendship, I wouldn't be sharing such a good thing with you." Jenny held her head high, exuding confidence like a proud swan. "All right, I admit it this time, and I'm really grateful you invited me to experience this magical journey, all for the sake of our sisterhood. But can you explain why there's so many new photos on my phone?" Taking advantage of Jenny's distraction, Jessica snatched the phone from her hands to check. Though she hadn't exactly handled herself with grace during the treatment, as a beautiful woman, she could always sense if someone tried to snap a secret photo of her, especially with Jenny, who already had a bit of a track record. "Hey, I just wanted to play a little prank on you. So, you don't mind if I delete these photos right now, do you?" "Of course." "Okay, here's your phone back. By the way, I actually have a few special photos on my own phone now. Some rather risque, adults-only shots. Want to take a look? Oh, for heaven's sake. Did you really photograph me naked when I wasn't looking? This is just payback for you secretly snapping pictures of me earlier. In your own words, it's just a joke, even if it's not all that funny. All right, you win. I apologize, and I'll return that $10,000 to you as well." Jenny quickly surrendered. "No, that's not necessary. I just want to make sure none of those photos you took stay on your phone anywhere. You haven't made any backups, have you?" Jenny managed an awkward smile. "Of course not. You could trust me. I promise." "Good. And one more thing. I don't want a word of what happened today getting out. It would ruin my reputation, understand?" Jenny nodded, clearly frustrated. At this point, she and Jessica were holding secrets over each other, so neither dared to make a wrong move. She regretted having been so cunning in the first place. With an understanding reached, the tension between them dissolved, and they soon returned to their usual laughter and conversation. In the United States, tax season begins in early February each year and ends in mid-April. But Dio was desperately short of money now. His parents had spent almost all their savings to buy this small restaurant, and after their unexpected passing, he was left with little inheritance aside from these fixed assets. In fact, most of the money he did inherit had already gone toward buying a burial plot and paying funeral expenses. Unfortunately, the IRS didn't care about any of that. After Dio's parents died, not only did he have to settle the previous year's personal income tax, but he also had to deal with estate taxes and a whole host of other miscellaneous fees. This could only be described as extremely unfriendly to Dio. The only bit of good news was that he had the right to apply for a 6-month extension, perhaps the last lifeline for someone in his predicament. Either he scraped together enough to pay his taxes, or he'd wait for the IRS to come knocking and haul him off to prison. Don't ever think you can get away with it. The IRS is so formidable that even lawless gangs steer clear of their wrath, let alone ordinary folks. So, Dio decisively submitted his extension request, then rushed to the bank to cash in his $110,000 check at lightning speed. Without missing a beat, he hurried to the nearest gold shop. Thanks to the recent turmoil in gold prices, Dio managed to snag 2,100-gram gold bars for just $100,000. After adding $4,000 in sales tax, he finally got his hands on his prize. Before he left, the store manager handed him a business card. Customers who spend over $100,000 at once weren't rare, but those who spent it all on gold bars certainly were. Usually, People who made such purchases were either collectors hoping to profit from price differences, or they intended to use the gold as a currency substitute in some kind of trade. Either way, it was important for the shop to maintain a good relationship with such clients. Especially at the end, when the slightly balding manager leaned in and whispered to DIO, "If you ever need some gold at a discounted price for other purposes, feel free to call me." DIO nodded calmly and took his leave. In America, discounted usually means goods that can't be sold through legitimate channels. Black market stuff. DIO wasn't surprised that a gold shop manager had access to such resources. After all, how else would stolen or robbed goods get laundered and sold? Maybe the manager had simply misunderstood his intentions. Still, the guy had given DIO some food for thought. After all, the gold bars he needed were only going to be used in the game. So, whether they were clean or not hardly mattered, he wasn't selling them, and even the FBI wouldn't be able to trace them back to him. The most important thing was that goods not sold through official channels were genuinely cheap, sometimes a third off the market price, and no one would bat an eye. But now wasn't the right time. Without the ability to protect himself, DIO had no intention of inviting trouble. If he ended up getting double-crossed and lost his life, that would be the height of stupidity. Back at the restaurant, DIO hung up a closed sign, carefully locked the door, and slipped into the small room he'd converted from storeroom to live in. It was a tough life, no doubt, but as someone in the early days of starting a business, and for the sake of secrecy, DIO had no choice but to lay low for now. He couldn't wait any longer. Taking out those 20 standard 100-gram gold bars, DIO took a deep breath and, in his heart, declared, "Recharge." In a flash, the 20 gold bars vanished without a trace. Having painstakingly earned those $110,000, DIO couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. But that feeling quickly gave way to excitement, because the JoJo mobile game that had traveled with him to this new world could finally be fueled with in-app purchases. 20 gold bars, enough for DIO to pull twice from the 10-draw gacha pool. For the lucky ones, 2 10 pulls could easily yield 4 or 5 stands. Even if he didn't get a top-tier one, that would be more than enough. But for someone like DIO, who considered himself chronically unlucky, even getting a single stand from 2 10 pulls would be a blessing. As for how strong or promising the stand would be, he didn't dare to hope. As long as it could fight, or at least defend, he'd be content. Bah, 3 pure ones above. Wait, no, this is the realm of Western gods now. The Taoist ancestors might not have any sway here. Should I be praying to Jesus or God instead? Ugh, forget it. With my luck, even if every deity in the multiverse lent a hand, they couldn't save me. Muttering to himself and feeling a bit superstitious, DIO casually pulled out his phone and put on a song, his last hope for some metaphysical luck. Today is a good day. With the superstitious power of a catchy tune behind him, DIO opened the first 10 pull, eyes wide in anticipation. A low-tier ripple orb, a mid-tier ripple orb, another mid-tier ripple orb, yet another mid-tier ripple orb, a high-tier ripple orb, another high-tier ripple orb. 3 pairs of the Moonlit Muscle Brothers loincloths. Ripple technique, stretch punch. He almost spat blood. He just spent over $50,000 on his first 10 pull, and not a single stand in sight. All he got was 1 low-tier ripple orb, increases ripple energy cap by 10, 3 mid-tier ripple orbs, each increases ripple energy cap by 100, and 2 high-tier ripple orbs, each increases ripple energy cap by 1,000. Ripple technique, stretch punch. A technique that separates the bones of the arm and uses ripple energy to banish pain, extending the reach of one's punch. As for the miscellaneous item, Moonlit Muscle Brothers loincloth. Never washed, these loincloths carry the pungent scent of the Moonlit Muscle Brothers. Under certain circumstances, they can be used as biochemical weapons, with remarkable results. DIO, face ashen, kept tossing the candy beans into his mouth. His ripple energy was already on the verge of an upgrade, and now he truly felt the thrill of leveling up like a cheater. The experience required to advance from level 1 to 10 in Ripple Qigong, with level 100 being the max, was as follows: 100, 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 10,000. Over the past few days, thanks to his training and drawing from the friendship pool, DIO had already boosted his ripple energy to a value of 191. With the jelly beans he scored today, he gained another 2,310 points. Now, DIO's total ripple energy had soared to 2,501. He was one big step closer to reaching level 10 and unlocking his second stand slot. On top of that, he still had one more chance at a 10 pull, so his strength could skyrocket again at a cheat-like pace. As for that most basic ripple combat technique, he immediately chose to learn it. In an instant, his mind filled with a wealth of knowledge about using ripple energy, how to dislocate his arm bones to extend his attack range, and how to numb pain with ripple energy. Dio closed his eyes to savor the sensation, then suddenly opened them wide in delight. This attack technique, which seemed rather unremarkable in the original story, brought him an unexpected surprise. Dislocating his bones and using ripple to block the pain. If he could truly master these two skills, his combat and survival abilities would see a dramatic improvement. Even the frustration of not pulling a stand just now felt a lot less bitter. After splashing some water on his face, Dio came back refreshed and full of energy. With renewed resolve, he closed Good Days and opened up a madcap video from a cross-dressing streamer. With a cacophony of wild, jarring sounds echoing in the background, Dio rubbed his slightly numb face and, gritting his teeth, made another in-game purchase. In all the world, I alone reign supreme. With the rising sun in the east, I will never be defeated. Come on, just give me something good. Give me the goods now. Suddenly, a dazzling rainbow circle flashed across the screen, and a familiar stand appeared before Dio's eyes. So familiar, in fact, that his heart nearly skipped a beat. Its pale skin was clad in broad swaths of golden armor. On its back were two canisters resembling oxygen tanks, and a pair of cold, indifferent eyes stared straight ahead. The world. The world. Dio was so excited that he slammed his fist down, collapsing the little bed he was sitting on. Was this a rebound from rock bottom? Not only did his second 10-pole yield a stand, but it happened to be the world, one of the most powerful stands of all. How could Dio not be utterly thrilled? I knew it. Without the world, what kind of Dio would I be? Pay to win can't change fate, and luck rituals don't help the unlucky. Sorry, but no one can take my destined stand from me. The name Dio Brando itself is the greatest mystery of all. Of course, you played a small part in all this too. Dio no longer cared what else might come from the draws. He immediately liked the cross-dressing streamer's video and left a comment. Got the stand. Here to give thanks. He closed the video and took a deep breath to calm his excitement. After the intense excitement just now, he had long since lost control of his special breathing technique. That wasn't good. He needed to make ripple breathing so ingrained that it became second nature. No matter what happened, he had to remain calm, unshaken by any circumstance. Even emotional fluctuations shouldn't disrupt the rhythm of his breath. It took him a full minute of steadying himself before Dio finally regained control of his breathing and turned his attention back to the game interface. Results of the second 10-pole. 5 medium-grade ripple orbs, 1 supreme-grade ripple orb, increases ripple energy cap by 10,000, 2 miscellaneous items, and arrow, fragment X1. Collect 5 to synthesize. Ability 1. When a creature with potential is struck by the arrow, there's a chance they will awaken as a stand user. Ability 2. If a stand user or their stand is struck by the arrow again, there's a chance to awaken new, powerful abilities. The likelihood depends on a user's willpower and the growth potential of the stand. Side effect, death. Stand, the world. A humanoid stand with incredible speed and overwhelming power. The true namesake of the sinister Dio Brando. Attribute ratings. Destructive power, A. Speed, A. Range, C, 10 meters. Stamina, A. Precision, B. Potential, B. Special ability, the world. Can stop time, allowing free movement while time is frozen. After reading through the world, its attributes, Dio nearly burst into tears. Now, this was the proper way for a transmigrator to open a new life. At last, he was no longer the weakest of the weak. Dio was absolutely thrilled with the world's explosive stats. And that's not even mentioning its built-in, top-tier, time-stop ability. Its potential was nothing to scoff at either. There was even a chance to evolve into the world, over heaven, in the future. Talk about overpowered. Besides, Dio Brando without the world just wouldn't be complete. Since he already bore the name, it was only fitting that fate granted him his destined stand. Aside from that slightly annoying, sinister Dio Brando description, he honestly couldn't find a single flaw. As for how to further evolve a stand, his gaze instinctively landed on the arrow fragment he'd just drawn. In the world of JoJo, there were several ways to become a stand user, but the most famous was awakening through the arrow. Dio was the quintessential example. What's more, when researching for the game, Dio had discovered that stand users, or their stands, could, upon being struck by the arrow a second time, sometimes evolve and awaken even stronger abilities. For example, in Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable. The main antagonist, Yashikage Kira, finds himself in utter despair when he is struck by the mystical arrow. This ordeal triggers yet another transformation, granting him the terrifying power of his third bomb, Bites the Dust. With it, he can rewind time and obliterate anyone who learns his true identity, a truly formidable ability. Similarly, in Part 5, Golden Wind, DIO's son, Giorno Giovanna, faces off against the boss in his stand, King Crimson. In this fierce battle, Giorno's own stand, Gold Experience, is pierced by the arrow, awakening an even more incredible power. Requiem. This ability reduces his opponent's actions and willpower to 0. Anyone struck by this power, even the fact of their own death, is reset to 0, forcing them to endlessly repeat the process of dying. It's a bit reminiscent of the eternal Tsukuyomi used by Itachi Uchiha on Kabuto in Naruto, trapping the victim in an infinite cycle of recurrence, with no hope of escape. Dio found himself utterly lost in a wonderful fantasy. It was as if someone who'd never even won $5 in their life suddenly hit the jackpot and won $5 million. The exhilaration was overwhelming. The fact that his heart didn't leap out of his chest was already a testament to his self-control. He giggled foolishly for a full 10 minutes before hastily swallowing all of the ripple pearls he'd just drawn in his temple. His ripple energy skyrocketed to 13,001 points. Dio ascended smoothly to level 10, unlocking the second stand slot. Without hesitation, he equipped the world. With a single thought, the metallic, imposing figure of the world materialized behind him out of thin air. Dio glanced over his status panel. Just summoning the world consumed a full 1,000 points of ripple energy, a far cry from the meager cost of Pearl Jam. The good news was that the world had an A rating in endurance, so as long as he wasn't fighting, it only required a single point of ripple energy per second to maintain its presence. However, the more intense the battle, the faster his ripple energy would drain. Dio was sorely tempted to unleash the world and wreak some havoc, but this restaurant was his investment, his last safe haven. If he trashed the place, how could he keep his business running? So, he held back and decided to find a secluded spot outside the city tomorrow to practice. But then, time stopped. Just once, what could go wrong? Once a perpetually unlucky soul manages to pull off a miracle, their mind fills with wild ideas. They start believing there's nothing in the world they can't handle. And so, with a surge of excitement, Dio couldn't help but strike a dramatic pose in his room and shout, "The world!" In an instant, everything froze. Time itself stopped in its tracks. Dio struggled desperately to move his body. This was a unique ability that came with the world, although the game's mechanics had allowed him to bypass all the prerequisite steps and use it directly. He still found himself unable to move freely within the realm of stop time without proper training. In the very next second, he crashed heavily to the ground. His mind felt unbearably heavy, and his body seemed utterly drained, as if all his strength had been spent. When he glanced at the game interface again, he saw that his ripple energy, which had exceeded 10,000, had instantly dropped to 0 the moment he activated the world. In other words, even with the help of his cheat-like powers, the current him could only maintain the world for a single second, the minimum unit allowed by the game's rules. Dio had no idea how much energy was truly needed to halt time for just 1 second, nor could he calculate it. Yet, with the game system in place, the impossible had become possible. As long as his ripple energy was sufficient, he could accomplish even more incredible feats, wielding powers that rivaled the time stone itself. While Dio lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless fish, trying to recover his strength, far away in seclusion atop the Himalayas, the current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, suddenly sensed the time stone react as if it had been provoked. It burst forth with an intense radiance for an instant, only to vanish immediately, as though the entire episode had been nothing but an illusion. Well-versed in every form of magic, the Ancient One also detected something unusual. For a fleeting moment, it was as if time itself had stopped flowing, and the disturbance in the time stone seemed to suggest something more. Could it be that another formidable being from a different world had set their sights on this blue planet? Who could possess such extraordinary power to manipulate time without even relying on the time stone? The Ancient One began to unleash her formidable psychic abilities, searching the entire globe. Indeed, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had always watched over Earth in the shadows to protect it from invasion, possessed a psychic reach vast enough to span the planet itself. Yet, time and again, her scans revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Aside from a few old acquaintances she was already aware of lingering on Earth, she found no trace of any new faces, nor any sign that the planet had been secretly breached. Not even a demon as powerful as Dormammu could evade her senses and sneak in undetected. A faint frown creased the Ancient One's brow. The temporal anomaly had been far too brief. Even she couldn't pinpoint the source, let alone track down a specific target. Trouble is brewing once again. The Ancient One suddenly let out a sigh. The title of Sorcerer Supreme had rested on her shoulders for far too long. Power did not equate to immortality. The only reason she had lived this long and protected the earth was because she had personally shattered the rules. From this, she had gained even greater power and extended her life, but the price had long since been set. "Bring him to see me," she instructed calmly, speaking into the empty air, "and tell the New York Sanctum to stay especially vigilant. Although I haven't pinpointed the source of the disturbance just now, all signs point to that location. Perhaps disaster will arrive sooner rather than later." Dio, for his part, had no idea that a simple, impulsive use of the world had caught the attention of a powerful figure in the Himalayas. People tend not to think straight when they're showing off, and at this very moment, he was simply adjusting his breathing, getting ready to drift off to sleep. The next day dawned, another peaceful day, but it was almost too peaceful. The whole day saw only a handful of customers who stumbled in, hoping for a meal, but they were all frightened off by the eccentric restaurant's rules and pricing. There was no menu. What you ate depended entirely on the chef's mood. Each customer was allowed only 3 dishes, and the lowest price was $10,000. Those 2 rules alone were enough to send 99% of would-be patrons packing. And so it went, all the way until 8 o'clock that evening, when DIO's fantastical restaurant closed out its second day with 0 revenue, a dismal showing. Fortunately, Dio had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out taste testers first, using the opportunity to drum up some word of mouth. As things stood, Jenny's connections and influence fell short of his expectations. Still, she had managed to bring him at least 1 customer, which wasn't a bad start. Dio believed that as his reputation spread, more and more fat sheep would come knocking for a reservation. When that day arrived, if he didn't fleece them for all they were worth, he'd truly be letting down his reputation as the boss. "Oh dear, not a single customer today, huh? You know, I heard about your place. They say just 1 set meal costs $10,000. That's not how you do business, child. Listen to your auntie. Go and hire a real chef." Already, Chinese cuisine is actually quite popular with Americans. "Oh, by the way, my nephew from the countryside just came to stay with me. He used to be head chef at the XX Hotel. How about I introduce you too?" If you only heard the first half of this speech, you might think it was a touching scene of neighborly concern. The words were blunt, but there seemed to be genuine care for Dio's well-being. Yet the second half revealed the visitor's true intentions. The so-called advice was just a pretense. What she really wanted was to take advantage of Dio, squeeze some money out of him, and find her country nephew a job in the process. As for being some head chef at a fancy hotel, if things had really come to that, why bother coming all this way just to become a second-class citizen? Isn't being a head chef at a top hotel back home 100 times better than waiting tables and washing dishes abroad? Or do people really believe the grass is greener on the other side? Anyone in the know understands that, despite America's rallying cries of freedom and equality, it's actually one of the most exclusive and unwelcoming countries out there. The only ones truly enjoying high status are the wealthy, and even they can't stop others from whispering behind their backs or looking down on them. Dio really had no choice. If this weren't the Marvel universe, but just an ordinary parallel world, he would have figured out a way to return to that familiar land long ago. Now, he was only working so hard to avoid being snapped into dust by a certain purple tyrant's finger. No one else could really understand the hardship. So, when the well-meaning lady from next door came over, Dio simply smiled and shook his head, politely declining her offer. He was fine. Business was fine, too. After all, what he truly sold was meant for those who could recognize its worth. Ordinary people were never part of his plan. Even if they discovered the special qualities of his goods, they'd never blow their savings on them. They needed that money to improve their own lives. Seeing that Dio didn't take her advice and just turn away, the well-meaning lady spat right at the restaurant's door and stomped off, muttering curses under her breath. None of it anything pleasant, no doubt. Some people are just like that, convinced the world should revolve around them. If others don't appreciate their kindness or follow their advice, then it's a crime. "Keep this up and your place will go bust." "Huh, as if I care," she grumbled, then wobbled her bucket-shaped waist back to her own shop. The crowd that had gathered for the spectacle, seeing that the drama had ended, scattered back to their own homes and families. None of them really believed Dio could keep his business going. In fact, they were probably hoping his restaurant would fail, one less competitor to worry about. They say rivalry breeds enmity. There's more than a grain of truth in that. Meanwhile, after tidying up a bit, Dio, who doubled as the owner, chef, waiter, cleaner, and even the buyer for the restaurant, considered, not for the first time, whether he should hire some help, if only he didn't have so many secrets to keep. He hadn't heard the lady's parting words, but even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Dealing with troublemakers, whether with fists or reason, was a waste of time and energy. Why get yourself tangled up in such petty nonsense? Honestly, Dio never even spared people like her a second thought. If they wanted to gossip behind his back, so be it. Let them talk. He was just puzzled as to why Will hadn't shown up today. They'd agreed yesterday that Will would come by to help, but even after the shop had closed, there was still no sign of him. Not even a phone call. Something about it fell off. If it had been someone else, Dio might not have cared as much, but Will was the first friend he'd truly acknowledged since arriving in this world. Despite Will's many flaws, his tendency to ramble, and his involvement with the gang, none of that affected Dio's feelings toward him. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed Will's number. The call went through, but no one answered. He tried several more times, but the result was always the same. A sense of worry began to creep over Dio. People mixed up in gangs were bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Just like the saying goes, if you live that life, sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price. What to do now? Call the police? Dio couldn't help but chuckle at his own foolish thought, absent-mindedly turning his phone in his hands as he pondered. After several seconds of deliberation, he finally made up his mind. He was going to look for Will himself, even though doing so might very well put him in danger, or even expose his own secrets. He couldn't just stand by when he knew his friend might be in trouble, possibly needing help. Only thinking of himself in such a situation. That wasn't Dio's way of dealing with life. Besides, he was no longer who he used to be. Now that he possessed the world, he felt as if nothing was out of reach. With the world by his side, his confidence had grown immensely. A single second of unstoppable power might not sound like much, but in a critical moment, it could mean the difference between life and death. And if it was just an ordinary gang fight, he was confident he could get Will out safely. Compared to those superheroes, he might still have a long way to go, but when measured against ordinary people, he was hardly human anymore himself. With that resolve, Dio got dressed in the most inconspicuous clothes he owned, then added a mask and a baseball cap. Taking advantage of the darkness, he slipped quietly into the night. He had been to Will's gang hideout once before. Will had taken him there. Back then, they were both just kids, and joining a gang seemed like the coolest thing in the world. But when he got home, Dio had received a harsh beating. He never went back after that. As for Will, Dio's parents had tried to talk sense into him as well, but everyone has the right to choose their own path in life. After all, they weren't really Will's parents. The Red and Blue nightclub was a small venue, not particularly large, but it had a reputation for being a haven for all things illicit, gambling, drugs, prostitution, you name it. It was infamous in the area. The Black Bear Gang was the power behind the club, and it was the gang Will was part of. Chinatown's biggest gangs were naturally run by Chinese immigrants, but there were also Southeast Asian gangs, black gangs, and other groups from different countries vying for a stake. Chinatown was simply a neighborhood where Chinese people made up the majority, but in reality, people of all races lived here, and the powers at play were a jumbled mix of all sorts. The Black Bear Gang, which Will belonged to, was a crew made up entirely of black men. Most of its members were street thugs who had never known their fathers and grew up knowing only how to fight and brawl. The gang had originally come together for nothing more than mutual protection, to avoid being pushed around, but with their natural physical strength and fearless attitude, they gradually built a name for themselves, claiming a few venues as their own territory. But tonight, the air here felt charged with something out of the ordinary. As soon as Dio arrived by cab, the first thing he noticed was the tightly shut entrance. That was a red flag. Any child could tell you that this was supposed to be the nightclub's busiest hour. There was no reason for the doors to be closed and business to be halted. It seemed something really had happened. This thought flashed through Dio's mind. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and walked toward the entrance, face calm. He had barely gotten close when two burly white men sprang out from the shadows just outside his line of sight, blocking his way. "Hey kid, we're closed tonight. If you're looking for some fun, try somewhere else. I'm here to see someone." Time was tight, and since he still didn't know if it was safe, Dio decided to focus on these two men for clues. The two white men exchanged a glance. Then, the one with tattoos running up his arm shot Dio a shifty look and asked, "Who are you here for?" "I'm looking for Will. We're friends. I'm here to pick up some stuff, a big order." Dio deliberately feigned ignorance, sounding clueless as he spoke. Then, with a puzzled frown, he added, "Since when did the Black Bear Gang start hiring white guys as muscle?" A cruel smile flickered at the corners of the two men's mouths. One of them clapped a heavy hand on Dio's shoulder and said, "That's right. We're the newest members of the Black Bear Gang. Your friend's inside. We'll take you to him." They had been lying in wait, hoping to catch anyone who slipped through, and now, by sheer luck, a fat sheep had wandered right into their trap. No way they'd let this bonus slip by. Luckily, Dio was thinking the same thing. Too many cameras outside. Once he got inside, he could act more freely. He also needed to squeeze some information out of these two about Will's whereabouts. So, Dio put on his most harmless, innocent smile and let himself be welcomed in all warmth and friendliness on the surface. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a nightclub in ruins. Shattered glass glittered across the floor, and here and there, dark stains hinted at blood. Clearly, there had been a serious fight here not long ago. At that moment, the two white men who had tricked him and finally dropped their friendly act, grinning wickedly as they closed in on DIO. I almost forgot. Will isn't here right now. But we have the goods too. Trading with us is just the same. Hey kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything valuable you've got, or else what exactly? DIO suddenly looked up, baring his gleaming white teeth. Ripple energy surged through his body, instantly shaking off the heavy hands gripping his shoulders. In one swift motion, he drove his fist straight into one man's chest. There was a heavy thud. The big white man's chest caved in with the blow. He was hurled back several meters, crashing into the door before sliding lifelessly to the floor. He didn't even have time to scream. The shattered ribs had punctured his lungs, and blood gushed from his mouth. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend how someone like DIO, who didn't even look particularly strong, could kill him with a single punch. Oh, FXX gay. Stunned by this sudden turn, the tattooed thug let out a shout and turned to flee. To send a man weighing over 200 pounds flying 4 or 5 meters with a single punch, to crush his chest and kill him outright. What kind of monster was this? There was no way he could stand against such a brute. Stay and wait to die? No chance. Right then, the tattooed man was overcome with regret. He'd only meant to shake someone down for a bit of cash. How could he have known he'd cross paths with the devil himself? Running was the only sensible choice, but that depended on whether DIO would let him go. There was a sharp crack. This time, unable to control his strength, DIO kicked out and snapped the man's leg. Ah, my leg. The tattooed thug tumbled to the ground, howling in agony. Raw bone jutted through torn flesh, blood pouring freely in a scene of grisly horror. Yet DIO was far from as calm as he seemed. At first, he'd only meant to swiftly take one of them out, either knock him out or disable him, but he'd forgotten, or perhaps ignored, that he was no longer just an ordinary person. Before, a full-force punch might not have even made this thug take a step back. But now, channeling ripple energy, he'd lost control. With 30 ripple points, he could shatter a wooden table in a single blow. So what about 300? The result? He'd killed a man weighing over 200 pounds with one punch. This was the first time in either of his lives that he'd killed someone with his own hands, and the feeling was far from good. So when the other tried to escape, he instinctively chased him down and kicked. This time he tried to hold back, but even so, he'd added 100 ripple points to the blow, and, forcing down a wave of nausea, DIO crouched beside the man and asked coldly, "Shut up. Scream again, and you'll join him." The burly white man with the tattooed arm immediately clamped his hand over his mouth, and even though the pain had him drenched in sweat, he didn't dare let out another cry. At this moment, DIO seemed to him like the devil incarnate, a man who had killed his companion with a single punch and broken his leg with a single kick. A boxing champion? Or maybe a special forces soldier? Very good. If I'd known you two would be so cooperative, I wouldn't have had to use force. The tattooed man was on the verge of tears. Boss, if you'd let us know how tough you were from the start, my brother and I would have given in right away. Now, I'll ask and you'll answer. If you hesitate for even a second, I'll kick you again. If you're lucky, it'll just be your arms or legs. I won't kill you. The tattooed man nodded frantically. One kick had already snapped his leg. If this guy kicked him in the head, wouldn't he die on the spot? Even if it wasn't a vital spot, he couldn't take another blow. Sure, he was a gang member and supposed to have some grit, but right now all he wanted was to turn over a new leaf. The world was just too terrifying. Who'd have thought that a simple robbery would bring him face to face with a king of urban warfare? A few minutes later, DIO stepped out, his face expressionless. He had always known that a day would come when he'd have to fight for his life, but killing, it was something he still couldn't get used to. The first time, it had been an accident, a moment slip that cost someone their life. But just now, after a fierce struggle with his conscience, he had made the choice to end the tattooed man's criminal existence. From countless movies, TV dramas, and novels, he'd learned a hard truth. Once you've made an enemy, showing mercy will only bring endless disaster to yourself and those around you. To truly protect his own life, he had to cut the problem off at the root. DIO never denied that he was a selfish person, so having chosen this path, he was determined to see it through. Taking several deep breaths to suppress the nausea and guilt that followed the act, he quickly melted into the night. Thanks to the tattooed man's cooperation, he now understood the whole story and knew where to find Will. To put it simply, a gang from Hell's Kitchen had set their sights on the Black Bear Gang's turf, and when negotiations broke down, they attacked without hesitation. Any gang tough enough to survive in Hell's Kitchen for a while, without getting wiped out, was far more formidable than the Black Bear Gang, which could barely control a single street in Chinatown. In just one afternoon, every Black Bear Gang operation had been smashed. Aside from their boss, Black Bear Bayer, who saw trouble coming and managed to escape, every other member, including the low-level dealers, had been captured. The main reason for this was to force Black Bear Bayer out of hiding and settle the problem once and for all. Secondly, this is, after all, Chinatown, not the lawless Hell's Kitchen. If too many people die at once, the police will definitely get involved and investigate, and that's the last thing they want. So they simply capture people first. If someone can be recruited, they take them in. If not, once everything is settled, they'll break a leg and toss them out onto the street. As for Will, the man DIO was searching for, he was most likely being held right in the heart of the enemy's stronghold, waiting either to be forced into their ranks or to be thrown out like a dog with a broken leg. With this information in hand, DIO channeled his ripple energy into his legs and sped off silently toward the location he had learned. Though he was outnumbered, there was no way this would end peacefully. If DIO were an influential figure, perhaps a word from him could secure Will's release. Unfortunately, DIO had neither power nor wealth. He had nothing to rely on but his ripple martial arts and his ultimate trump card, the world. Tonight was destined to be soaked in blood. Inside a derelict factory several blocks from the Black Bear Gang's territory, 30 or 40 wounded black men were strung up like animals, while a mostly white gang looked on, jeering and ridiculing them with malice in their eyes. This gang numbered more than 50, and they had once been a well-known force in Hell's Kitchen, with over 200 members at their peak. But then a mysterious figure calling himself the Punisher appeared, hunting them down. Scattered members were slaughtered one after another, leaving everyone on edge and terrified of becoming the next victim. Driven by fear, they banded together, hoping to kill the bastard. Then, on a night much like this one, the Punisher stormed their headquarters. He butchered dozens with impunity, and not a single one of them even caught a glimpse of what he looked like. That was the breaking point. They completely fell apart. The survivors scattered in all directions. Their boss, Butcher Recton, barely managed to rally a handful of men and escape Hell's Kitchen in the dead of night, beginning a life on the run. They no longer dared return to Hell's Kitchen. Their old turf had long since been claimed by other gangs, and besides, a demon haunted those streets, thriving in the darkness. So they set their sights on Chinatown, not far from their old home. The Black Bear Gang was merely their first target. Once they grew stronger, they planned to displace all the major factions entrenched in Chinatown and seize control for themselves. Hey, look over here, Hunter. Oh, damn it. Your Bruce Lee impression is terrible. It should be like this. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fists pounding against flesh echoed continuously, as the butcher's men took pleasure in beating Will and the others. The air was filled with a cacophony of chilling cries and jeers. Take it easy, don't go too far. I don't want the cops sniffing around as soon as I walk out of here. The butcher, Recton, barked out from a battered sofa he dragged in from who knows where, washing down his words with a hefty swig of vodka. It was his idea of a warning to his rowdy crew. In America, a few deaths didn't really matter, especially when it came to gang wars. Sometimes, the police even prefer to see these criminals tear each other apart. Better if they wiped each other out completely. Still, there were limits to everything. So long as it didn't involve ordinary folks, and the situation wasn't blown out of proportion, the cops usually turn a blind eye. Everyone knew how the game was played. But if too many bodies piled up, public outrage would force the authorities to take action, whether they wanted to or not. Relax, boss. We know what we're doing. Worst case, someone will just end up crippled, one of the crew assured him. Hardly had the words left his mouth when there was a sickening snap. The speaker, a burly, close-cropped white man, grinned with vicious satisfaction as he snapped some poor guy's arm like a twig. A blood-curdling scream tore through the room, raw agony making it almost inhuman. Rather than dampen the mood, the scream only made the others laugh louder, their faces twisted by the flickering light into grotesque masks. It was as if a gathering of demons had crawled out of hell to revel in their own infernal feast. The buzz-cut brute, admiring the pain he'd inflicted, basked in the cheers and shouts of his companions. But the music he savored most was the tortured howling of his latest victim. Damn it, shut him up. Recton, the butcher, yelled in annoyance. There was a knot in his gut tonight, a sense that something was about to go wrong. The uneasy feeling kept him from joining in the wild celebration, even though they'd managed to wipe out the Black Bear Gang in a single afternoon. With the boss's order given, the buzz-cut brute could only shrug regretfully. Then his massive fist loomed in the wounded man's vision. One brutal punch later, the man's nose was smashed to a bloody mess, his screams cut off as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Seeing the poor soul barely clinging to life, the brute finally let him be, turning his predatory gaze on the others. Under his twisted stare, not a single one of them dared meet his eyes. That sense of absolute dominance sent a fierce thrill through him. Your boss is nothing but a coward. He ran off and left every one of you behind to save his own skin. The rush of controlling their fate was intoxicating. It made the buzzcut brute savor the moment, eager to torment them both in body and in spirit. Hey, what's your name? You seem pretty pissed off when I was breaking that guy's arm just now. Forced to lift his head, was seething with rage. He glared at the man and spat out his words through gritted teeth. Go home and ask your mother. She'll tell you exactly who I am. Will's resistance didn't anger the man. On the contrary, it seemed to thrill him even more. As the tormentor, nothing excited him like a prey that fought back. It just made the training all the more satisfying once he finally broke them. Good. I hope you'll still have that smart mouth after I've shattered every bone in your body. A heavy, dull thud sounded. The burly white man with a buzz cut drove his fist hard into Will's gut. The blow twisted Will's insides into knots. His eyes bulged, and he doubled over, vomiting everything in his stomach. The burly man, caught off guard, ended up covered in vomit. His face turned purple with rage. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Ignoring the man's fury, the bystanders just egged things on, their shouts growing louder. Seeing the burly man humiliated seemed to delight them even more. Then, a tremendous crash erupted at the entrance. The steel factory doors suddenly flew off their hinges, sent soaring by an immense force, crashing down right on top of the unlucky burly man. Who's there? That ominous feeling became reality. Butcher Recton's eyelid twitched. He quickly dove behind cover, drawing his weapon. The others, stunned for only a heartbeat by the breached doors, immediately pulled their guns, aiming at the entrance. Could it be that guy who ran away coming back with backup? The thought flashed by and was dismissed at once. If that guy had guts, he wouldn't have run off like a stray dog, abandoning everyone else. Fuck, bastard. I don't care who you are. I'll tear your head clean off. At this point, the burly man, who had just been crushed by the door and spat blood, struggled to his feet with help from the others. He looked utterly miserable. One arm hung limp and useless, clearly broken. His face was smeared with blood, and it seemed several ribs were shattered as well. Yet the only answer they received was the incessant churring of cicadas. No one noticed the deep set of fist marks embedded in the steel door that had flown across the room. Send 2 people to check it out. Butcher Recton waved his gun, signaling to a couple of men. As for those lookouts who'd been outside, anyone could guess they were as good as dead by now. The fact that the intruder had taken down the men outside without making a sound proved that he had come fully prepared, and looking at his actions, their group was clearly the target. Could it be that demon who had tracked them down? A sudden wave of terror flooded into the eyes of Butcher Recton. But thinking it over, the way the door was broken down just now didn't quite match that person's style. If it really were him, then in that split second when they were startled by the door crashing in, the gunfire would have already erupted. By now, it'd be anyone's guess how many of them would still be breathing. The 2 unlucky men closest to the entrance crept forward with extreme caution, pistols raised as they edged toward the empty doorway. But in the spot where everyone's gaze was fixed, the entrance, an ethereal golden figure had been waiting all along. Strangely, not a single person saw it. Right outside, crouched beneath the wall, DIO was watching everything unfold inside through the world's eyes. He took in every detail, including the miserable state of Will. As for the 2 men posted on guard outside, the world had already twisted their necks. Even in their final moments, they hadn't sensed the slightest sign of danger. Taking a deep breath, DIO decisively gave the world the order to attack. The world's destructive power and speed were both ranked on paper, these stats might not seem so terrifying, but only in real combat could one grasp just how monstrous they truly were. Boom, boom. The 2 henchmen who'd come to investigate didn't even realize what was happening before a tremendous force struck their chests. Their bodies were sent flying, and by the time they hit the ground, they were already dead. Fire! Shoot! Confused and panicked, the rest of the gang could only open fire blindly at the empty doorway, filling the air with a hail of bullets. But by now, the world, having struck its mark, had already withdrawn. It now hovered silently behind DIO, like some kind of guardian spirit. Fuck! Cease fire! All of you, stop shooting, shouted Butcher Recton after emptying an entire magazine. Although guns weren't illegal in America, ammunition didn't come cheap. For a gang like theirs, already driven out of Hell's Kitchen, every bullet counted, especially after the firefight. With the Black Bear gang had already drained their supplies. If they wasted what little they had left, they'd be nothing more than meat on a butcher's block, waiting for the slaughter. What the hell just happened? Did anyone see it clearly? Once the gunfire finally died down, Butcher Recton shouted out the question. A few men, nerves taut, crept forward to check on the bodies. What they saw made their blood run cold. The 2 dead men looked like They'd been hit by a speeding car, chest caving completely. Their bodies were limp, the insides nothing but a mess of pulp. After revealing this discovery, almost no one believed it. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes. Those two people had inexplicably soared into the air. There wasn't even a car around, let alone a mouse. Hey, I'm Butcher Recton. Who's out there? Maybe there's been some sort of misunderstanding. Recton attempted to negotiate with whoever was outside, all the while signaling to his men with subtle glances. 10 of them quietly prepared to slip out through the window. Still, there was no response. Recton's heart sank. He realized that things might not end well for them today. You don't dare to break in because we have the numbers and the firepower. You're scared, aren't you? Recton shouted loudly. It wasn't just a taunt. A sudden flash of insight had struck him, piecing together everything that had just happened. If their opponent was really that formidable, why not simply finish them off quickly and decisively? Why block the door and try to wear them down bit by bit instead? The answer, he thought, might be that their enemy wasn't as strong as they appeared. At the very least, in terms of numbers and equipment, the opposition didn't have a decisive advantage. To have built a gang of more than 200 people in a place like Hell's Kitchen, Butcher Recton wasn't nearly as reckless as he looked. In fact, he saw through the situation in an instant. The world was powerful, and DIO, protected by ripple energy, was no slouch either. But faced with dozens of guns firing all at once, even he could be riddled with bullets if he made the slightest mistake. In the end, he was not yet that I have abandoned my humanity DIO. If killed, he would die. So, Butcher Recton had more or less spotted his weakness. But that didn't mean they could actually do anything to DIO. The moment the gunfire died down, DIO's stand, the world, was already blocking the doorway again. Those who had tried to escape through the windows were well within his field of vision. Taking advantage of their plan, DIO immediately sent the world outside, lying in wait for them. Muda 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 muda. With a cold, ruthless efficiency, the world unleashed a flurry of blows with unmatched speed and destructive force, striking each target squarely in their vital points in a single instant. The 10 armed gangsters barely had time to utter a single anguished cry before their throats were crushed and their hearts exploded. Having dispatched 10 men in the blink of an eye, the world crossed its arms and struck a pose that might have looked twisted to others but seemed perfectly harmonious and even beautiful to DIO. This was the unmistakable style of JoJo. Meanwhile, Butcher Recton, still met with silence, heard the screams outside. His breathing grew heavier, his eyes blazing with fury, but deep down, he was gripped by fear. Anyone he managed to bring out of that hellish kitchen was a top fighter in the gang. Even if they had a clash with the major powers, they wouldn't be wiped out before even firing a shot. Yet the enemies outside had made that happen. 10 people, gone without a sound in an instant. The silence outside was so eerie it was almost frightening, as if some man-eating beast was prowling just beyond, ready to devour any living thing that entered its gaze. Go, send a few of those guys over there out as bait. Then we'll all charge out together. The enemy wants to wear us down bit by bit. We can't let them get away with it. Staying here is too passive. Butcher Recton pointed at Will and his group. A few of his men nodded in understanding and went to release them. They could keep waiting, but they didn't have the luxury of time. If they didn't break out, they were dead for sure. Everyone understood this simple truth. So, the next moment would be a desperate gamble. There were just over 30 of them left. If they seized even a sliver of opportunity, they might just escape, maybe even turn the tables. Once those bastards outside were finished off, he swore he'd chop every last one of them into mince and feed them to the dogs. Butcher's men picked a few unlucky ones who were only lightly wounded and still able to run, untied them, and pressed gun barrels to their backs. We're giving you a chance to live, run. Yet these men, having witnessed everything that just happened, shook their heads wildly in terror. Even with several guns jammed into their skulls, they refused to step outside. The unknown is humanity's greatest source of fear. To this moment, no one present had seen the enemy's face. They didn't even know what had killed so many of their people. Who would dare rush out into certain death? To these men, the pitch-black exit without the protection of a door looked like the gaping maw of a monster. If death was certain anyway, why help these bastards scout the way and give their enemies a fighting chance? A gunshot rang out, sharp and sudden. The unluckiest one, who tried hardest to back away, had his head blown apart by Butcher Recton's precise shot. Then everyone heard his savage warning. You don't value your chance to live? Anyone else who backs away will end up just like that. Screams broke out. Don't kill me. I'm not with them. I'm a hostage. Please help. The remaining few instantly broke down, their minds overwhelmed by the terror of imminent death. Faces contorted, they wailed and shrieked as they charged toward that death's door at their fastest speed. Move, follow those fools. Butcher, Recton immediately led his men after them. Everyone gripped their guns nervously, eyes darting around the exit, ready to unleash a hail of bullets at the slightest movement. Dio, who had been watching every move of the people inside, hesitated for a moment. The ones running in front were members of Will's gang. They weren't his enemies. He wasn't a champion of justice, nor did he have the resolve to wipe out all darkness. If not for Will, he wouldn't have shown up here today, let alone killed so decisively. So he wasn't sure whether he should intervene or simply let them escape. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, another twist unfolded inside. Just as the few expendables at the front were about to get away, they found themselves untouched, spared from any attack. Seizing the moment, Butcher, Recton surged forward with his crew, overtaking the others. In a chaotic rush, both groups spilled out the door nearly as one. They're coming for us. Because those expendables had made it all the way to the entrance without facing the same attacks as before, Recton instantly sized up the situation. It wasn't the Punishers in pursuit, but another force lying in wait for them. If it had been the Punishers, no one inside would have been spared. With that realization, he decisively mingled his men among the Black Bear Gang's cannon fodder. If the enemy wasn't out for indiscriminate slaughter, this could be the key to their escape. By the time Dio decided to act, he could no longer tell who was an enemy that had kidnapped Will and who was actually Will's ally. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, then quickly ducked out of sight. If this were a game, his strategy of waiting before intercepting would have worked just fine. But reality was far more complicated, a field riddled with schemes and calculations. The group, led by Butcher, Recton, weren't just NPCs for him to grind experience from. They were clever, thinking adversaries. There was no time for regret. As the crowd inside surged out nearly all at once, Dio controlled the world to strike from behind. 10 meters, that was the furthest the world could stray from his body. At this moment, Dio was hiding just behind a wrecked car ahead of the fleeing crowd. A few more steps from Butcher, Recton, and he'd spot him. But those few steps marked a chasm between life and death. Then, with a sudden burst, the world unleashed a relentless barrage of fists, pummeling the last batch of escapees. As mere mortals, they didn't stand a chance. Not one could withstand even a single blow before being struck down by the furious onslaught. There, open fire. Monster die. AR. On the edge of a breakdown, Recton's gang roared in desperation, swinging their guns around and unleashing wild, frenzied fire at the spot where the world had just stood. This time, there was no more doubt. The enemy was a monster that could turn invisible. In the world of JoJo, a stand is a guardian that only stand users themselves can perceive. This is because a stand is the manifestation of spiritual energy. Unless someone possesses an exceptionally powerful mind, they cannot see a stand with the naked eye. Nearly everyone with such overwhelming spiritual strength turns out to be a stand user themselves, which is why this idea prevails. So, to people like Butcher, Recton, and his crew, the world that had slaughtered dozens of their men seemed like nothing more than an invisible monster. They watched in horror as ripples appeared in the empty air, and whenever someone was struck, the sickening sound of bones snapping echoed out. One man even had his head brutally smashed open in an instant, red and white matter splattering onto everyone nearby. Suddenly, gunfire thundered again through the deserted, empty sky. This place, carefully chosen by Recton and his men as a temporary hideout, was remote and rarely visited, a perfect spot for wrongdoing without fear of swift discovery. But now, every one of those so-called advantages had become their own death sentence. Had this happened in the crowded streets of New York, the police would have intervened long ago. Ending up in jail was far better than losing your life. Did any of them regret going down this path? Perhaps only they themselves knew the answer. Come out. What kind of monster are you? Show yourself. After emptying his magazine, Recton's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, teetering on the edge of madness. He had thought that the last visit from the Punisher was the worst nightmare of his life, one he never wished to relive. Yet, after leaving Hell's Kitchen, he found himself plunged into an even more surreal, even more absurd nightmare. If this truly was a nightmare, why wouldn't he wake up? Did he have to die in order to escape? Despair engulfed Recton. It was as if the world had suddenly become incomprehensible, his every bit of experience and worldview shattered again and again. As their leader, Recton was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. One could only imagine what torment the others must be enduring. Sometimes, death itself isn't the most terrifying thing. The real horror is not knowing how you'll die in the very next moment. Darkness pressed in from all sides. That invisible monster could be lurking anywhere, perhaps right beside you, and you would never know. Such terror was beyond imagining. No, I can't take this anymore. Someone abruptly dropped their gun, picked a random direction, and bolted as if possessed. Get back here, you idiot. That's exactly what they want you to do. Recton was so furious that he stamped his feet in frustration. He had already guessed that this was a situation deliberately engineered by the enemy to push them to the brink of collapse. Yet, at this moment, his words no longer held any sway. When your life is hanging by a thread, what else could possibly matter? Muda! The fleeing man was instantly sent flying back in a spray of blood. In the next moment, his eyes were wide open, but there was no breath left in him. His entire chest looked as if it had been rammed by a speeding truck, completely caved in. What kind of force could cause destruction on this scale? By now, counting Recton himself, there were barely more than a dozen people left in the arena. Once only this handful remained, the taut string in DIO's mind finally loosened. If he let the world unleash another barrage of blows, the whole ordeal would be over. What could be rescued without further delay? All told, including his recovery efforts, he'd already burned through thousands of units of ripple energy. Fortunately, the world's endurance was rated A. Otherwise, his reserves would never have lasted this long. We surrender. We surrender. Just as DIO was preparing to finish off the remaining enemies, Recton and the others suddenly threw down their guns and raised both hands high in the air. It seemed as if a misunderstanding had spread among them. Everyone stayed rooted to the spot, not daring to take a single step. Tension was written all over their faces. Surrendered? DIO was stunned for a moment. He had never considered this possibility. His brow furrowed. When facing enemies, he could force himself to be ruthless, even kill if necessary. But now, confronted with surrender, what was he supposed to do? He found himself at a loss. Letting them go was out of the question. With troublemakers like these, if even one managed to escape, they would be held to pay. Even if they didn't know who he was, one might end up dragged into trouble again. But should he truly wipe out people who had already surrendered? DIO hesitated. Until this night, he'd been an ordinary man, someone who had never killed. But after that shackle inside him was broken, as the initial nausea and discomfort faded away, he began to throw himself into the violence. 1, 2, 10, 20. The world's frenzied slaughter was, in truth, a reflection of his own madness. This change frightened him. It was as if the name Dio Brando had become synonymous with disregard for life. A deathly silence hung in the air, nearly driving Recton and the others mad with anxiety. Every second crawled by an agonizing suspense. But at least their enemy wasn't attacking anymore. That was the best news they could hope for. And then, in the very next moment, their fate was sealed. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. It only leads to more innocents being hurt. So I'm sorry. Your surrender, I do not accept. As DIO spoke, the world had already moved into the midst of his foes, and as his words fell, deadly golden fists began their frenzied rampage once more, a brutal killing show unleashed. There, over there. The buzz-cut white man who'd been lucky enough to survive this long instantly turned toward the source of the voice. He tried to lift his only remaining useful arm, reaching for the hidden gun to return fire. But it was too late. The world, master of the battlefield, was already upon him. There was no chance for a shot. With a surge of power, the world smashed a fist into the man's neck, snapping it clean. His head, eyes wide with disbelief and defiance, tumbled to the ground. Trying to run? Pointless. Useless. Begging for mercy? Pointless. Useless. Resisting? Pointless. Useless. As the unseen monster slaughtered all his men and was poised to send him to hell the next instant, a twisted, maniacal grin spread across Recton's face. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, monster. Suddenly, a grenade, already primed to explode, slipped from his grasp. It turned out that the very moment DIO had sentenced them to death, Recton had resolved to take everyone with him. When the world shattered his heart with a single punch, the grenade fell free, its warning light flaring to life in a blinding flash. The world, what can you do in a second? With a shout from the depths of his soul, DIO brought the flow of time itself to a halt. And with the experience from last time, this time, when he unleashed Zarudo, DIO found he better understood its secrets. He hurled himself backward with all his strength, while the world swiftly retreated beyond the blast radius. Then, in a blink, the frozen second vanished, and time surged forward again. A deafening explosion erupted. The powerful military grenade detonated, fierce flames devouring everything nearby. DIO himself was hurled back by the scorching shockwave. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, not far away, DIO struggled to his feet. The world had drained the last of his ripple energy, leaving him unable to use his ripple breathing technique to shield himself from a blast. He'd taken some damage. It felt as if someone had slammed a sledgehammer into his back. Now, DIO was incredibly weak, so drained that he couldn't even summon the world. At this moment, any ordinary adult could have easily killed him. So, after casting one last glance at the abandoned factory, he made the decisive choice to leave. The commotion here had grown far too intense. There had been gunshots, grenades, and so. Many people had died. It was only a matter of time before the police intervened, which meant Will's safety was essentially assured. If he didn't leave now, it might soon be too late. With that, DIO vanished swiftly into the night, drawing a final line under this turbulent evening. The New York Police Department, NYPD, mobilized quickly after receiving an emergency call. The callers were a young couple seeking some adventure outdoors, but when they heard the sudden burst of gunfire and explosions, they didn't hesitate to call 911. The on-duty officers had no choice but to respond and restore order. The wail of approaching sirens nearly collided with DIO as he slipped away undetected. He hadn't expected the NYPD, usually indifferent to these gang shootouts, to be so quick on the uptake tonight. Fortunately, he hadn't lingered at the scene. Otherwise, he would have spent the night at the precinct, and his carefully laid plans for his own life would have been thrown into disarray. Crouched in a back alley, DIO waited in silence until the shrill sirens faded into the distance. Only then did he cautiously avoid surveillance cameras and make his way back to his restaurant. Meanwhile, the NYPD officers, grumbling about meddlesome callers, arrived at the factory, and were all stunned by the carnage that greeted them. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Flames still flickered in the darkness. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, and from deep within the abandoned factory came the faint, desperate cries for help. This looks like the aftermath of a military grenade. Damn it, were these guys tired of living? An experienced, middle-aged officer surveyed the devastation and made his grim assessment. Do those bastards think Chinatown is Hell's Kitchen? Looks like another round of late nights and overtime for us, his young white partner grumbled, cursing under his breath. Quit complaining. Someone called it in, so the NYPD had to respond. With so many dead, this was going to end up as our problem sooner or later. Just be glad those ever-present paparazzi haven't caught wind yet, or we'd really be in trouble, the older officer replied. With a sigh. In truth, they'd rather sit back and watch these gang vendettas play out, at most, cleaning up afterward as long as it stayed out of the busy streets and didn't involve innocent civilians. Let the scum tear each other apart. The more that died, the better. But those reporters, who only cared about whether they could get a promotion or a raise, paid no attention to any of this. They didn't care if the deceased was a scum of society or a parasite. Their only concern was, how could such a brutal crime happen in the bustling city of New York? What were our police officers doing at the time? Where did all the taxpayers' money, so much of it every year, really go? Was it all spent on the coffee machines at police headquarters? What could have been a minor incident would instantly be blown out of proportion, and soon enough, a crowd of uninformed citizens would start protesting. After that, the higher-ups would call a meeting to berate everyone involved, demanding that the case be solved in a matter of days, that the perpetrator be brought to justice, and that the public be given a satisfactory answer. Almost every time the reporters got involved, things would play out exactly like this. So, compared to the most hardened criminals, the police officers were actually more afraid of these reporters with their long lenses and microphones, a different kind of weapon altogether. And as luck would have it, just as he finished speaking, several news vans screeched to a stop behind the patrol cars, as if sharks had caught the scent of blood and swarmed in. There. Response time was nearly as fast as the police, and it was no wonder that these news chasers were called the uncrowned kings. Their dedication was truly something few could match. The two officers stationed outside exchanged a helpless glance, then quickly put up the police tape, blocking out the group of reporters whose faces all practically shouted, "I'm here to stir things up. Hey, remember me? I interviewed you last time. So what's the situation here? Any casualties? Was this a gang shootout or something else?" No comment. I've already made some calls on my way here and heard that there was a fierce gunfight just now, maybe even grenades or other large-scale weapons involved. As ordinary New Yorkers can. We really feel safe? Why do these terrorists always seem to get their hands on military-grade weapons so easily? And why do our officers always arrive last, just to clean up the mess? I said no. Comment. So, this is how you waste taxpayers' money? We have the right to know the truth. Reporters from several TV stations, emboldened by their numbers and their skill at their craft, bombarded the officers responsible for maintaining order with questions, until the officers were left speechless and glaring. There was nothing they could do, not even wipe the spit off their faces as the reporters shouted, let alone push back. Amid all the chaos outside, the officers inside had already rescued Will and the other hostages. They were now working to reconstruct the scene and conduct interviews. As more confessions and clues were gathered, the New York police officers, who had initially assumed this was just another ordinary gang fight, began exchanging bewildered glances as if they were listening to a fairy tale. I'm seriously starting to suspect you've all taken a large amount of drugs and are hallucinating. Let's wait until these people sober up at the station before we take any more statements, the lead sergeant decided on the spot. Sergeant, I think you should come over and take a look at this, one officer called out, crouching on the ground with a curious, uneasy expression. The sergeant, puzzled, walked over. When he saw what the officer was looking at, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this some kind of April Fool's joke? Even as he spoke, he crouched down and knocked on what appeared to be a steel door, nearly 2 fingers thick. It really is made of steel, not plastic. So these marks on it, the sergeant trailed off. The officer continued. They look like they were made by a fist. As he spoke, he placed his own fist against the indentation. It was a little smaller, but the proportions matched. A human fist could have made these marks. Is this really something a human could do? Standing up, the sergeant began to seriously reconsider the statements he'd taken earlier. A monster. Everyone was killed by an invisible monster. But how could that be possible? Keep searching. Don't leave a single piece of evidence unchecked. And question those people again. Find out exactly what they saw. The sergeant issued his orders once more, then turned and walked outside, with a clamoring crowd of reporters still needed to be calmed. About 10 minutes later, 2 black sedans arrived quietly and parked nearby. Several men in black suits stepped out, bypassing the police tape and striding straight onto the scene. The reporters were making such a commotion that Sergeant Raylo quickly instructed his subordinates to keep the press occupied, then slipped away to intercept the newcomers. Who are you people? We're FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Here are my credentials. From this moment, we're taking over this case. Raylo instinctively accepted the badge handed to him, and when he glanced at it, he nearly jumped in shock. Phil Coulson, FBI Special Agent, rank D4. The FBI's personnel system has 19 levels. D4 is the highest, and 1 is the lowest, and D4 means he was facing an FBI director. Raylo quickly returned the badge, his manner suddenly more formal and uncertain. I haven't received any notice about this. Wasn't this just an ordinary gang shootout? Why would the FBI intervene, let alone send a director? Before he could finish speaking, his phone started ringing. He took it out and saw that it was a call from his direct superior. He answered in a hurry, exchanged a few words, and then quickly hung up. Got the word, I suppose. Supervisor Coulson, I'll leave things here in your hands. Without another word, Chief Luo gathered his team and left, abandoning all their hard-earned evidence, and even leaving behind Will and his bewildered companions. No kidding, when a minor case like this draws attention from the boss's boss himself, you don't stick around to think it over. You get out while you can. Just how deep these waters run, only the good Lord above could possibly know. And it wasn't just the New York police making a hasty exit. The relentless reporters, who never rest until every stone is turned, were also suddenly called off, each one leaving reluctantly after getting the word from higher up. Once all the unrelated parties had dispersed, Coulson and his team began a thorough re-examination and reconstruction of the scene. At the same time, he personally tried to calm Will and the others, whose nerves were clearly frayed. Who exactly are you people? Why won't you let us leave? Let me introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson, Senior Supervisor with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As you probably noticed just now, we're taking over from here. Until the case is closed, your only choice is to cooperate, unless you'd rather spend the next few years in a New York City jail. We've already told you everything there is to say. What more do you want to know? For God's sake, it wasn't a hallucination. We were wide awake. All right, calm down. I don't doubt your story. I just want to clarify a few details. For example, about that, well, the monster. How exactly did it attack the victims? Did any of you see what it really looked like? Tell us everything you know. We'll assess your statements. And as long as you're telling the truth, you'll soon be back to your usual gang routines. After all, in this case, you're just unlucky hostages. Truth be told, Coulson had already been thoroughly briefed on the scene and had every detail on Will and his crew before he even arrived. To his organization, this was child's play, barely worth a second thought. What really captured their interest was the so-called monster, something that could turn invisible and nearly punch through a steel door 2 fingers thick. So, over this issue, both sides engaged in a friendly round of questions and answers. When it became clear that no more useful information could be extracted, Coulson made a call for a bus. Will and the others would first be sent to SHLD's medical unit for basic treatment, and then subjected to round-the-clock surveillance. Only when it was certain that none of them were connected to the invisible monster and that no one was lying would they regain their freedom. Director Coulson, all evidence has been collected. Well done. Let's head back. The rest isn't our job anymore. Two black sedans sped away. Meanwhile, DIO, who had quietly slipped back into the restaurant, was completely unaware that his actions had inadvertently drawn S.H.I.E.L.D. into the fray. What should have been a routine gang shootout had now escalated into a mystery case, with that powerful organization mobilizing every possible lead to hunt for the invisible monster. Ironically, his extraordinary magical cuisine had yet to catch S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, but a single unexpected intervention had set off a chain of unforeseen events. A classic case of life outpacing even the best-laid plans. Back in his room, DIO gave up on washing up. He didn't even bother to change out of his clothes. He simply collapsed onto the bed. Every time he used the world, he felt as if he'd been drowning, right on the edge of death. To put it plainly, he was still far too weak. Even with over 10,000 ripple energy points, he barely had enough to wield the world in combat. At most, it could save his life in a pinch. This time, he had nearly paid the price for his carelessness. So, lying there, DIO focused on restoring his strength and ripple energy with the breathing technique while carefully reflecting on everything that had happened today, the gains and the losses. All things considered, he performed quite well for most of the operation, bold yet cautious, making the most of his stand's unique abilities and manipulating over 50 gang members as if they were pawns in his hands. Yet this incident had also exposed his greatest weakness, a serious lack of combat experience. At times, he even doubted himself, a fatal flaw in a fight. The next day, DIO's Fantasia restaurant opened as usual, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Will's phone was still unreachable. To avoid suspicion, DIO played the part of an unknowing friend, calling several more times, leaving anxious voicemail messages, and sending texts, all with convincing urgency. The rest would depend on Will's luck. As someone with a criminal record and gang ties, even if he was technically the victim this time, it was unlikely the police would let him off easily. Still, there was no need to worry too much. If it really came to that, it would just be a matter of money. Should Will need someone to bail him out, the police would definitely let him make a phone call, and then DIO could step in, fair and square. The only problem was, he was broke. The $110,000 he'd earned before had nearly all been spent. So even just paying bail meant he needed to open up shop again as soon as possible. What he didn't know, however, was that Will hadn't actually been taken back to the NYPD precinct. Instead, he'd been whisked away by someone from another mysterious organization. So the call DIO was waiting for might never come at all. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. DIO pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. An unfamiliar number. Still, he answered. "Hello, Mr. DIO. Do you remember me?" On the other end, a woman's voice came through, calm, composed, and just a touch frosty. DIO reacted instantly, recognizing her at once. It was Jessica, the wealthy benefactor who'd been brought in by Ginny last time to try his food therapy, the one with the Ferrari. Just thinking of her, DIO couldn't help but recall the awkwardness she'd suffered that day, and those soaking wet pants. Immediately, he put on that smile Ginny had once called infuriating and said, "Good afternoon, Ms. Jessica. I imagine our last meeting left quite an impression on both of us. How may I be of service today?" Hearing DIO bring up their last encounter, Jessica instinctively crossed her legs on the other end, her expression turning just a little embarrassed. What had happened that day was one of the most unforgettable and mortifying moments of her life. She couldn't tell if DIO was mentioning it on purpose, but she hadn't called for small talk. She had come for her beloved younger sister, and even if DIO was being intentional, she decided to let it slide. "It's like this. I mentioned before that I have a younger sister who needs treatment. Do you have time?" Americans were always straightforward in business. Jessica skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. DIO's ears perked up at the mention of a, benefactor's sister needing treatment. This was an opportunity not to be missed. He put on a deeply concerned tone and replied, "Of course. I'm truly sorry to hear about her situation. I do have a client to attend to right now, but how about in an hour? I can't say for certain until I see her in person, but I'll do my best." A client? This empty restaurant, aside from him, didn't have a single other soul in sight. DIO's words were simply meant to add to his own importance. The only message he wanted to send Jessica was this. His therapeutic cuisine was nothing short of miraculous in high demand, and as time went on, more and more people would come seeking him out. With this, Jessica would undoubtedly value him even more, and she surely wouldn't be stingy in her payments. After all, the first time, just to apologize. She'd written a check for $100,000. Now, if he managed to cure her sister as well, surely the reward wouldn't be less than before, would it? Besides, even ordinary people have a few close friends with whom they share everything good. For the wealthy, it's no different. Their friends are usually on the same level as themselves. This time, she brought her own sister. Next time, perhaps her best friend, an uncle, or or a business partner. Don't think Americans don't care about personal connections. The truth is, they just value tangible benefits more. So, social ties may seem less important. But when the benefits are about the same, personal relationships naturally come into play. When it comes to buying something at the same price and quality, everyone chooses someone they know or trust, no matter the country. And often, whether a deal goes through ultimately depends on the relationship between the two parties. So, after confirming that DIO's therapeutic cooking really was miraculous, and that his fame hadn't yet spread, known only to a select few, Jessica naturally thought of using this as a bargaining chip to gain some advantage, maybe a big order, maybe the goodwill of a wealthy or influential figure. Otherwise, she'd hardly be living up to her image as an elite. DIO, for his part, had no objections or complaints. It was simply a matter of mutual benefit. He needed a certain reputation in high society to make money, and Jessica could get what she wanted by bringing him new clients. Sure enough, Jessica didn't doubt a word of DIO's story. She'd experienced that magic firsthand. As for the expensive $10,000 meal, if it were allowed, she'd have had DIO make her breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and even late-night snacks every single day. To the wealthy, what's $10,000 for a meal? Nothing at all. Health is priceless. Do you even know what kind of salaries personal physicians for the super-rich command? The richer and more powerful people are, the more afraid they are of death. It's been that way since ancient times. After decisively placing the order, DIO felt his mood lift considerably. In a rare burst of motivation, he actually put in some effort and hurried off to the kitchen to handle the grass carp he'd bought just that morning. For the sake of his training, he even went so far as to splurge, summoning the world, using his stand to prep the ingredients, and having his stand play the chef. That was truly a one-of-a-kind spectacle in the entire universe. It was absolutely not because he was lazy. DIO thumped his chest, swearing to it. With the world's lightning-fast speed and precision, it took almost no time at all for the grass carp and all the other ingredients to be prepped and neatly arranged on the cutting board, pleasing to the eye. Glancing at his phone, DIO saw he still had plenty of time left, so with a bit of leisure on his hands, he browsed the latest news online. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, was officially confirmed missing this morning. Obadiah Stane will temporarily act as chairman. As soon as the news broke, Stark Industries' stock price began to plummet. Yesterday, a suspected gang fight broke out at an abandoned factory on XX Street. The number of casualties remains unclear. At the scene, what appear to be military grenades manufactured by Stark Industries were discovered. Our station was able to interview. Tony Stark has gone missing? If that old fox Obadiah couldn't resist seizing power, it meant Tony had already fallen into the hands of those terrorists and was being forced to build weapons. The only thing DIO didn't know was how many days Tony had been captured for now. In other words, once Tony uses that pile of scrap to build his first Iron Man suit and escapes, Iron Man himself will emerge. The plot was unfolding faster than DIO expected, catching him a little off guard, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anticipation. At this point, the Hulk was probably still on the run, not yet smashed into submission by the Mad Titan. Captain Marvel was still somewhere out in the Kree Empire, and Star-Lord, destined for that one punch in Avengers 4, was still roaming the galaxies with his team. So many heroes had yet to make their entrance, but the news that Iron Man was about to be born still gave DIO a sense of urgency. It was as if Iron Man marked a beginning, a catalyst. In the days to come, more and more heroes, each with their own extraordinary abilities, would emerge. Oh, and let's not forget, this world also had mutants. Even DIO, who knew the general plot and had his own cheat codes, couldn't say for sure what he'd be able to do or what role he might play in the great crises and catastrophes yet to come. But, without a doubt, he was doing his best to adapt to this world teeming with danger. He was already preparing himself for the day he might have to step forward if this world truly needed his strength. After all, selfish as he might be, if the world were truly to end, whether conquered by aliens or wiped out with a snap of Thanos' fingers, could he really just stand by and watch? Still, he needed time. Time to adapt, and time to grow stronger. So, I better focus on doing my job well for now. As he saw Jessica walk in, with a timid little girl hiding behind her and barely daring to show her face, DIO's face lit up with a broad smile. It was the kind of genuine smile that comes from seeing stacks of freshly printed bills beckoning invitingly. Warm, sincere, and impossible to fake. Welcome, beautiful Miss Jessica, and this little angel behind you, whose name I don't yet know. To be fair, DIO's looks really were a bonus. Handsome but not effeminate, bright and dashing, with a tall and upright figure and a touch of British gentlemanly charm. He was undeniably attractive. From grandmothers to tiny babies, everyone's first impression of him was always a positive one. Dio had always been good-looking, but never quite to this exaggerated degree. This was the best version of himself, brought out by the nourishment of the Pearl Jam. Just in the past few days, walking down the street, he'd been handed several business cards by so-called talent scouts, all insisting that if he became a model or went to Hollywood, he'd be an overnight sensation. Dio only half believed them, and tossed all those cards straight into the trash. Overnight sensation? Please. He admitted his looks were extraordinary, but sorry, this world doesn't reward you just for a pretty face. Especially in Hollywood, where every year, countless handsome men and beautiful women flock to Los Angeles, dreaming of instant stardom. Most are taken advantage of, and then what? 99.9% end up slinking away after a stint as a waiter. Now and then, a lucky few get their break by sleeping with the right person and shoot to fame, only to be paraded around as inspirational stories. Just more bait for the next wave of deluded dreamers who think a decent face is all it takes to make it big. And anyway, Dio much preferred making a fortune quietly, behind the scenes, to being in the spotlight. Becoming an idol was out of the question for him, now and forever. Not even if some fearsome mob boss came up to him and said, "I'm not such a devil after all." The little girl hiding behind Jessica seemed to be encouraged by his smile. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, Irene Jones. Dio Brando. My friends call me Dio. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Irene. Dio leaned forward slightly, extending his hand to Irene behind Jessica with genuine courtesy. For girls around 13 or 14 years old, treating them like adults, rather than pretending they're still children who need to be coddled, tends to win their favor. The same goes for boys. Sure enough, after fluttering her large eyes and glancing at Dio, Erin shyly reached out her little hand to grasp his much larger one. But the moment their hands met, she pulled away as if she'd been shocked by electricity, her face turning bright red like a ripe apple. Utterly adorable. Jessica watched the entire exchange between the two from start to finish. She didn't join in, nor did she stop Dio's reckless approach. In fact, it was Erin's out-of-character behavior that caught her attention. For a girl as extremely shy and self-conscious as Erin, both introducing herself and taking the initiative to shake hands were actions that nearly upended everything Jessica thought she knew as an older sister. Still, she didn't dwell on it for long. Even as a woman almost in her 30s, Jessica had to admit that Dio certainly had enough charm to win the favor of just about any woman. And it wasn't just about his looks. There was also that mysterious, hard-to-define air about him that made him especially intriguing. It seems Erin really likes you. At home, even Mom and Dad have trouble getting more than a few words out of her. Besides family, you're pretty much the second male she's ever reached out to on her own. At the word like, Erin blushed even harder and shrank back, looking both shy and a little anxious. Dio, however, didn't overthink it. Like, after all, isn't love? Is having good luck with the opposite sex really a crime? Can I know who the other lucky one is? He asked with a playful curve to his lips, clearly teasing himself. Jessica broke into a gentle smile. A man's jealousy really is something else. Don't worry, it's a white Bichon Frise named Snowball, and he's a boy. Dio's ever-confident smile froze for just a moment. Noticing this, Jessica felt a sudden surge of satisfaction and, feigning innocence, added, "My mistake. I should have clarified earlier. Actually, you're the first human male Erin's ever wanted to approach on her own." At that, even Jessica couldn't keep a straight face. She covered her mouth and laughed. Dio could only shrug helplessly at Erin, who was peeking up at him with wide, curious eyes. It was a little embarrassing. Now it seemed like he was actually competing with a dog. At that moment, Erin piped up in a small, aggrieved voice, "Snowball is really gentle and cute, and Mom, Dad, and Jessica are always so busy. Only Snowball never leaves me. He's always there to keep me company." Although Irene's voice was soft, there was no way Dio and Jessica could have missed it. As the older sister, Jessica suddenly found herself in an awkward spot. She seemed about to explain something, but in the end, she could only respond with silence. Sensing the situation, Dio tactfully chose not to pursue the topic. Instead, he made an inviting gesture, welcoming them to take their seats. He had no way of understanding the joys of the wealthy, nor was he interested in discussing their troubles or gains. "Forgive me for being direct, but may I take a look at Irene's injury? I need to assess the severity before I can determine how effective the treatment will be." Dio spoke with utmost sincerity, knowing full well that Pearl Jam, his healing powers were not all-encompassing. In fact, many ailments lay beyond its reach, because the principle behind Pearl Jam was destruction and repair, particularly effective with external injuries, at least before it had evolved. To protect his own reputation, He had to see the wound with his own eyes before accepting this business. Jessica hesitated, then turned to look at the anxious Irene by her side. DIO's culinary skills are truly miraculous. I believe he can heal the wounds on your back. But it's up to you. Perhaps her growing trust played a part, for Irene gave the softest of murmurs in agreement, then turned her back to them. Right there in front of DIO, Jessica gently lifted the hem of Irene's shirt. The sight was nothing short of shocking. DIO sucked in a sharp breath. This was no ordinary scald. Irene's entire back was covered in fierce, twisted scars, as though she'd been pulled from a blazing fire. The sight was horrifying. It was impossible to imagine the pain she must have endured at such a young age, or how hard it must be, in an age when girls cherish beauty, to have to wrap herself up tightly for fear of attracting attention. Thinking of all this, DIO's expression softened even further. Is this all? I mean, are there burns anywhere else? DIO asked Jessica, putting special emphasis on the word burns. Without changing her expression, Jessica shook her head immediately. Just what you see here. So, can you treat it? Irene, turning back around, cheeks flushed, looked at DIO with hope in her eyes. If that's all it is, then there's absolutely no problem. A confident smile broke across DIO's face, and his optimism quickly spread to the sisters. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I'm here for. Please wait just a moment, and I'll prepare a perfect dish for Miss Irene. With a slight bow, DIO headed straight back to the kitchen to put the finishing touches on the meal. The severity of the injury on Irene's back was somewhat beyond his expectations, but it still fell within the healing range of the pearl jam. At most, he would just need to use a bit more ingredients. That's all. He conjured up 3 pearl jam orbs, then set his target as Irene, with the aim of healing the scars on her back. In an instant, the 3 tiny tomatoes each merged into their chosen ingredients, working their magical transformation. Next, DIO placed the prepared fish head into the pot with slices of ginger, bringing it to a boil. One by one, he added water chestnuts, red dates, and goji berries. After the second time, he lifted the lid. He tossed in the flash-frozen, fresh cordyceps. Right before serving, he finished with a dash of sesame oil, coriander, and salt. At last, the nourishing soup was ready. The whole process took him about an hour, a testament to his meticulous care. He ladled the soup into a clay pot, covered it, and then stepped out. My apologies for keeping you both waiting. This is a magical, nourishing soup I specially prepared for Miss Irene. With this, all your troubles will simply melt away. It smells wonderful. As soon as the lid was lifted, a cloud of creamy white steam rose up. Jessica and Irene couldn't help but draw in deep breaths, their faces filled with bliss. Go ahead, try it. Aren't you going to have some, sis? Irene asked, a little puzzled. Jessica swallowed discreetly and then looked at DIO with anticipation. From my perspective, it would be best if Miss Irene finishes the whole thing herself. That way, the healing effects will be at their strongest and most perfect. Of course, Miss Jessica is welcome to taste it as well, though it won't quite be magical for you. Jessica, who had been eager to try, regained her composure after hearing this. Without the magical effect, it was merely a delicious dish. No reason to compete with her sister for what was essentially medicine. Go ahead, you eat it. I'll order another serving for myself later. This time, Irene didn't hesitate. She took a small sip of the soup. So fresh and delicious, without even a hint of muddiness. Oh no, is this fish head? That's a little scary. But it tastes so good, so silky and tender. What's this strange thing? Is it an herb? It looks just like a worm. So gross. Wait, it's not bitter at all. It's actually like eating fries. Irene's expressions shifted from frowns to delighted smiles as she ate, and before long, she had finished the entire clay pot, not leaving even a drop behind. A true clean sweep. When she realized she'd eaten it all herself, Irene was genuinely surprised. Oh, I actually ate that much? I finished it all. She felt a bit embarrassed, and when she looked up, she found her sister and that handsome chef both gazing at her with anticipation. Did I eat too much? Irene lowered her head in deep embarrassment, when suddenly she felt an intense itch on her back, as if thousands upon thousands of ants were crawling across her skin. It's so itchy, unbearably itchy. She twisted her body, trying to rub against something to ease the sensation, but it didn't help at all. The itch only grew more intense. And finally, unable to care about the others watching her, she awkwardly reached behind her, desperately trying to scratch the spot. Just then, she heard the handsome chef chuckle and say, "The medicine is taking effect now. If you're not afraid, you can help her. I shouldn't stay here any longer while this is happening. If you need anything, just call me." Having experienced this once before, Jessica immediately nodded. As soon as he left, she hurried to help Irene out of her clothes, squeeze her eyes shut, and began scratching Irene's back with her. Layer after layer of dead skin peeled away, a scene as shocking as it was unsettling. Irene was so frightened she began to cry, but with her sister Jessica's gentle comfort, she managed to stay strong. No one knew how much time passed, but at last the unbearable itch faded away. When Jessica opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Irene's back, now smooth and flawless. All those dense, ugly scars had vanished into thin air, just as Dio had promised, as if they had never existed at all. At first, I didn't believe there could be such a miraculous dish in this world either, Jessica said softly. But after experiencing it, it felt as if I'd become 18 again overnight. That's exactly why I had to bring you here. From now on, you don't have to hide yourself under layers of clothing every day. You can go to the beach, lie in the sun, swim, surf, maybe even fall in love with some handsome guy. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. Irene's face turned bright red. She had always felt so inferior because of the scars on her back that she'd never imagined a day would come when she could stroll down the street in a beautiful, backless dress. As she thought of these things, an image of DIO's handsome face popped into her mind. He had saved her life, and he was so incredibly charming. Jessica laughed. Looks like our little Princess Irene has reached the age for romance after all. Irene broke free and looked at her sister in a mix of shame and indignation. Though for a moment, she was also struck by a pang of envy at Jessica's poise and confidence. All right, hurry and put your clothes back on. That guy's bound to come out soon. Jessica, delighted at having gotten a good deal, wore a beaming smile, though a trace of melancholy lingered in her heart. Her child was growing up. Once upon a time, she had loved sharing a bath with her. At last, Irene realized what was happening. She hurriedly threw on her clothes and tidied herself up. Once he had their permission, Dio returned to them with an air of effortless composure. He was suave without ever seeming overbearing, confident but never arrogant. The poise he exuded made the hearts of both the golden-haired women, young and grown, beat a little faster. It seems Miss Irene's troubles have been resolved, isn't that right? He asked. Glancing at the mess on the floor, Dio put on his signature gentleman smile. Meanwhile, he was already calculating in his mind just how much he could charge for this job. Blushing, Irene nodded. It was delicious, truly a magical dish. Thank you. You're most welcome. This was a directive from God himself. I could not bear to let an angel be tarnished. Good-looking, capable, and articulate. In that moment, to both Irene and Jessica, Dio was the very definition of the perfect man. Especially for little Irene, who had barely interacted with men before. She was nearly entranced by Dio. What they didn't realize was that Dio's charming words weren't meant to win the ladies' favor, but rather to make them more willing and happier to part with their money. A few well-placed compliments cost him nothing, but made the customers feel all the more comfortable paying up. It was all part of his carefully crafted act. May I ask, is Irene's treatment now complete? Please rest assured, Dio said solemnly. I poured my heart and soul into this dish. Normally, a single serving can only heal one scar, but for Miss Irene Severe condition, I added a generous amount of precious herbs to ensure a perfect cure. There will be no recurrence, no after-effects. I stake my personal honor on it. This promise was meant to put the guests at ease, but also served as a subtle hint to Jessica. I went to great lengths to heal your sister. Surely you wouldn't feel right giving me anything less than a generous payment? Jessica smiled faintly, unconcerned about the cost. What truly mattered was that her sister's scar had been healed completely and without any side effects. In that case, I'm relieved. Would I be fortunate enough to sample your miraculous cooking again? Dio hesitated briefly, then quickly replied, Of course, that was my oversight. May I ask what effect you'd like from this next magical dish, Miss Jessica? I'd like my skin to become firmer, smoother, and fairer. Would that be possible? Jessica looked at Dio with eager anticipation. If you want the same results for your whole body, you'll need at least 2 treatments. After a moment's thought, Dio replied sincerely, secretly giving himself a mental pat on the back for finding a reason to charge even more. I'm really looking forward to it. After the treatment, Dio saw off the golden-haired, deep-pocketed Jessica and her sister with a bright, satisfied smile. In their place, a $200,000 check slipped neatly into his breast pocket. This is truly the perfect business, making money without spending a dime. If I keep going at this rate, I'll probably start suspecting myself of money laundering, Dio mused, shaking his head in a mix of exasperation and delight. Just a humble little restaurant, yet pulling in $200,000 in a single day. If word got out, the IRS and FBI would probably show up on his doorstep before long. Enough of that. No point worrying about it. Real strength is the key to survival. When all sorts of crises come crashing down, we'll have time to fuss over a restaurant's cash flow. He glanced at his phone. It was almost dinner time. The nearby restaurants were buzzing with activity, But Dio, having made a killing, decided to close up shop early and head out to spend his windfall. That's the swagger of a man who monopolizes the market. After all, anyone who happened to wander in would just be scared off by the rules and prices posted in his restaurant. Rather than plaster on a fake smile and endure complaints, he might as well get down to business. No sooner said than done. Ignoring the skeptical glances from people nearby, Dio hopped into his well-used Ford and drove straight to the bank. After smoothly exchanging his check for $200,000 in cash, he boldly made his way back to the same gold shop he'd visited before. Now that he had the means to protect himself, he found himself increasingly intrigued by those suspiciously cheap gold pieces. After all, no one could tell which bills are clean and which are dirty. When he reached the shop's entrance, Dio didn't go in right away. Instead, he pulled out the business card the manager had given him last time and dialed the number on his phone. "Hello, who is this? I'm interested in buying some discounted gold. I'm right outside your workplace. I'm not interested in your offer. You must have the wrong number." "Are you sure? That wasn't your attitude when you handed me this card." As soon as the call ended, the slightly overweight, balding manager quickly stepped out alone and glanced around nervously. Standing across the street, Dio gave him a wave, and the two ducked into a side alley to meet. "So it's you. Sorry, when it comes to off-the-books deals like this, I have to be extra careful, so relax. I'm not a cop, and I'm not interested in knowing whose hands you got that cheap gold from. I just want to know whether you actually have the goods on hand, or if you're just playing the part of a part-time middleman." Dio's words were just reassuring enough to put the other at ease. After all, anyone bold enough to dabble in these under-the-table deals had to have some confidence of their own, and wasn't likely to be rattled by anything Dio could say. "How much do you want?" The other man didn't bother with small talk and asked cautiously. Dio considered for a moment. "Same amount as last time, $100,000 worth. If the price is right, there could be another deal after this." For a small-time dealer, a single transaction worth $100,000 was no small deal. If the amount were any higher, he wouldn't even get a chance at it. A smile immediately spread across the man's face. "Hey, everyone on these blocks knows my reputation. I'm William. We could be friends. How does $45 per gram sound?" Dio smiled too, then turned around and walked away. This fat slob was clearly taking him for a fool. $45 a gram was indeed much lower than the market average of $52 over the past few days, but it was far from what you'd call a bargain. Will had told him before, with dirty gold, you'd be lucky to get a third of its actual value. Even though the major jewelers all quietly bought some unclaimed gold on the side, the usual offer rarely exceeded 70% of its true value, and that was after deducting their fees. If the gold was especially hot, hard to move, even for the shops that specialized in laundering it, then getting half the value was already generous. Sometimes, the price dropped even lower because if trouble arose, everyone in the fencing chain could get dragged in. Without enough profit, nobody would take that risk. In Dio's view, this William character was definitely holding on to a batch of gold he couldn't sell through legitimate channels. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk reaching out to a small client like Dio. He'd find a way to clean it up and sell for more. Buying this kind of stuff was already a huge risk, and yet the guy was trying to feed him a price meant for suckers. Why stick around? Wait. If the price doesn't work for you, we can negotiate. Seeing his easy catch about to slip away, William hurried to stop Dio. And sure enough, Dio's guess was spot on. William had a client who'd dumped a batch of goods on him. With the police tightening their checks around the city, it was tough to move the stash. For the sake of profit, William had taken in some of it, hoping to wait until things cooled down and then sell it off bit by bit. If Dio hadn't shown such decisiveness in their last deal, William wouldn't have even handed over his business card. The price was even lower, about 40% of the retail value, just $20 per gram. He bought $500,000 worth, nearly risking all the cash he had on hand. Didn't Marx once say that for a 50% profit, capitalists would take risks? For 100%, they would trample every human law, and with a 300% profit, they'd commit any crime, even if it meant risking the noose. So, for profits well over 100%, he was prepared to go all in. "I'm guessing it's not easy for you to unload what you've got, am I right?" Dio tried to seize the initiative. William's expression flickered ever so slightly, but he kept up his professional smile. "I think $40 a gram is a pretty good price. That's 20% lower than any gold on the market right now." Dio ignored him and pressed on. "If I can guarantee that once this gold is in my hands, it'll never circulate again or appear on the market in any form, wouldn't that put some of your worries to rest?" William hesitated for a moment. "And how can you guarantee that? If the gold he sold here truly disappeared, it would mean half his worries vanished too. All he'd have to do then was pray that his other client didn't catch the attention of the police." "My character," Dio replied. William burst out laughing, exasperated. "Hey, friend, that's hardly funny. All right, I'll go a little lower, $38. Can't go any lower than that." But Dio still wasn't satisfied. After a moment's thought, he said, "How about this? I'll take everything you've got, and I promise this. Gold will never resurface. As for the price, I think $30 per gram is fair. After all, I'm shouldering all the risk as the buyer." William shook his head rapidly. "No, no, no. My purchase price is already above $30 a gram. I can't do business at a loss. Besides, your guarantee isn't exactly convincing, and I have plenty of other clients. I don't have to sell it all to you." To Dio, William's words sounded like bravado, but since he couldn't gauge the man's bottom line, he couldn't push too hard. "All right, maybe we can do a first transaction, build a little trust between us. 3 kilograms or 6 gene in weight, a significant heft." Soon, William brought Dio a small black leather case. When he opened it, he saw 30 neatly arranged gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. The deal was finalized inside William's car, right on a bustling street. With people constantly coming and going, there was no chance for any double-crossing. Both parties inspected the goods and left satisfied, sealing the transaction on the spot. This particular deal was almost a windfall for William. He pocketed close to $50,000 with hardly any effort. As he continued to sell off the rest of the gold, his $500,000 investment would soon double, if not more. All it cost him was a bit of time. In this game of getting something for nothing, William had outplayed even Dio. Of course, Dio wasn't losing out either. He'd managed to buy the equivalent of 3 shipments for the price of 2, a bargain by any measure. "Pleasure doing business with you. If you ever need more of this discount gold, feel free to contact me," William said, grinning so widely his gums showed as he extended his hand. Dio shook his hand lightly and grumbled, "There's nothing discount about it. If there's a next time, I'm hoping for an even better deal. If you can guarantee that every shipment from our transactions won't find its way back into circulation, I'm sure we'll have even more opportunities to work together. And with bigger opportunities come bigger discounts." "All right, I trust time will prove me right. Let's just hope this deal doesn't bring me any trouble," Dio replied offhandedly, inadvertently setting himself up for the future. With that, he drove off. Back at the restaurant, Dio wasted no time retreating to his room, barely able to contain his excitement as he rushed to top up again and again. If he didn't need to keep $100,000 in reserve for emergencies and to pay Will's security deposit, he'd have dumped it all in. He hadn't lied. Those 30 mysterious discount gold bars had vanished from the world entirely. Not even Captain America himself could have tracked them down. Of course, he couldn't exactly tell anyone he'd used gold bars to top up his game account. If he could, maybe the price of today's batch could have been bargained down even further. With the gold bars gone, it was time for that legendary ritual, the mysterious art of summoning luck. For this, Dio had gone out of his way to bathe and change into fresh clothes. He even lit 3 incense sticks for the household's Guan Yu statue, paying his respects. Before gearing up for the main event, ready at last, he grabbed his phone and once again opened a notorious cross-dressing meme video from a popular creator. Amidst the bizarre cries and eye-scarring visuals, Dio took a deep breath and tapped the button for a 10 pull in the premium summon pool. These past few days, every free 10 pull from the friendship pool had been nothing but trash. Barely a handful of the lowest-tier Ripple gems, let alone any stands, Ripple combat techniques, or other treasures worth mentioning. After saving up his luck for days, surely it was time for a breakthrough. Dio murmured to himself, anticipation mounting. Yet fate is always so unpredictable. For an African to make it through illegal immigration once is already like cashing in most of his luck for a lifetime. Hoping for another payoff? Better step outside and hope you land in something lucky first. Lower-level Ripple bead, lower-level Ripple bead, lower-level Ripple bead. He'd spent 10 gold bars on a 10 pull from the pay-to-win pool, and in the end, all he got was 5 lower-level Ripple beads, 3 mid-level Ripple beads, and 1 high-level Ripple bead. Well, I guess it's not the worst. I didn't get a stand, nor any other good stuff, but boosting my Ripple energy is the foundation for future battles. This haul isn't a total loss. Even as he tried to reassure himself, Dio couldn't help but feel his heart bleeding. Instead of swallowing those Ripple beads right away, he turned to the only Ripple combat technique he'd drawn. Ripple combat technique, lie detection. By tasting another person's sweat, you can tell if they're lying. This felt all too familiar. Wasn't this the same bizarre skill Bruno Bucciarati had in Part 5? Golden Wind of JoJo? Who the hell decided to make this into a Ripple combat technique? The development of the JoJo mobile game was the result of many people's efforts. Before the game was actually tested, not even Dio knew what else might have been added in. And besides, when he died suddenly, the JoJo mobile game was still just a half-finished product. It was only natural that there be some bugs. But really a Ripple combat technique of all things. Why would you ever need Ripple energy for this? Just imagining that In the future, if he wanted to find out if someone was lying, he'd have to stick out his tongue, and Dio felt a chill run down his spine. No way in hell would I, Dio, ever use such a ridiculous skill. Even if I died out there, riddled with bullets. He opened the skill and tapped to learn it. And what turned out to be surprisingly good. After mastering Bucciarati's signature move, Dio realized he'd underestimated just how much his golden finger could alter these abilities. He had no idea what the original principle behind Bucciarati's lie detection was. Maybe psychology, maybe something else. But now, as a ripple combat technique, lie detection worked by amplifying the ripple to analyze the components in sweat, then detecting changes in their proportions when someone lied. Amazing. Truly brilliant. They actually managed to make it work, and with such scientific-sounding logic. Whatever others might think, Dio was convinced. With a wry smile, Dio quickly switched tactics. This time, he clicked on a video of a legendary lucky European pulling incredible loot, accompanied by a barrage of Channel the Luck comments in the chat. And once again, he tried his luck with a 10 pull from the pay-to-win pool. And the very first item he drew almost made him cough up blood. Jasuke Higashikata's wig, a mid-level ripple bead, a lower-level ripple bead. A few dozen seconds later, Dio quietly turned off the video and lit a cigarette. So, does all that talk in the chat about soaking up his luck actually mean they've drained away what little luck he had left? This haul was even worse than the last one. He got just one intermediate ripple pearl, not a single advanced one, and for some reason, 6 of the lowest tier pearls. And then there were Jasuke Higashikata's wig and Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait. What the hell are these things supposed to be? He clicked on them, speechless. Jasuke Higashikata's wig. Were to perfectly replace your original hairstyle. Who would want to turn into that guy with the ridiculous pompadour? Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait. A masterpiece of narcissism with some collectible value. Forget collectible value. Who would ever buy this? Dio was so frustrated he almost started puffing on his cigarette like a certain famous comedian. He'd mentally prepared himself for how unreliable his golden finger was and for his own terrible luck, but when the moment actually came, he still couldn't calm himself down. There was just one pull left. His hand trembled as he smoked, the sunlight glaring in his eyes. Should he open it now? Or wait a little longer? What kind of question was that, anyway? It's hopeless either way. Might as well just go for broke. He told himself that, but his body still obediently tapped on his phone to switch videos. This time, it was a Jinx video from a mysterious YouTuber. The guy's name was Dong Dong Huang, and he was a master of the enigmatic Eastern mystic arts. Everyone knew anyone this guy predicted would win would immediately suffer a string of unbelievable, disastrous mistakes and lose, earning him a bizarre kind of respect. And as the video played the line, with the Dragon Knight on your side, how could you possibly lose? Dio stubbed out his cigarette and decisively started his final 10 pull. A supreme ripple pearl. Not bad. At least he got the guaranteed prize. Maybe his hopes had already hit rock bottom after those last 2 disasters, because this time, Dio's expectations were so low that even a couple of decent ripple pearls would satisfy him. He didn't dare wish for anything more. Intermediate ripple pearl. Intermediate ripple pearl. Intermediate ripple pearl. 3 in a row. Not bad at all. Ripple battle technique. Ripple rapid barrage. An upgraded version of Ripple Rush. Not a loss this time. He actually made a little profit. Ripple battle technique. Silver Ripple Rush. Whoa, could the reverse Jinx really be this powerful? He actually got something great. Lisa's Guidance Realm card X1. What's that? He couldn't quite remember, but it didn't look like junk. And then 2 more basic Ripple Pearls. Dio was already more than satisfied. Anything else would just be a bonus. And so, in the end, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. He saw a dazzling, rainbow-colored light. That was the special effect of a stand being summoned. Stand, gold experience. Experience card. Damn it. When he saw the words experience card at the end, Dio couldn't help but let out a fierce curse. Damn, damn, damn. It wasn't that Dio wanted to pepper his speech with profanity. It was just that the sensation of plummeting from paradise to the ground was unbearably crushing. Gold experience, after all, was the stand of the protagonist in Part 5 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and also the stand of Dio's own biological son. Though technically a support type, its power to imbue objects with life was nothing short of a game-breaking ability. If he had truly drawn gold experience as his own stand, then for Dio, even dying would become a challenge. Unless someone managed to kill him instantly or he lost both his hands, he could always rely on gold experience's absurd abilities to perfectly restore his body. Not to mention, once awakened a second time, the Requiem form would be the ultimate trump card for turning the tables. Missing out on such a powerful stand left Dio feeling thoroughly dejected. Stand experience card, gold experience. Time remaining, 30 minutes. Reusable. Only when he saw the word reusable did Dio finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not a one-time card. Otherwise, that really would have been... When designing this game, there were two types of experience cards. The first was single-use. Once activated, it would disappear regardless of the outcome. The second type was the reusable stand experience card. Its timer would start the moment it was activated. If the summoning was cancelled before the time ran out, any in-use time would be preserved until the total 30 minutes were depleted. However, once used, even if only for a single second, a full minute would be deducted from the remaining time. In other words, no matter how frugally Dio used this gold experience stand experience card, he would only get 30 uses out of it. 30 minutes might not be enough to last through an entire battle, but if used at a crucial moment to save his life, the value of this card would soar astronomically. Once Dio had sorted through all this, his sour mood finally began to settle. At least with this last 10 pull, he'd managed to score something decent. Turning off the poisonous video commentary from certain Mr. Huang, Dio began to organize his haul from this round. 1 Supreme Ripple Pearl, 1 High-Tier Ripple Pearl, 7 Mid-Tier Ripple Pearls, and 13 Low-Tier Ripple Pearls. One after another, he tossed the pearls into his mouth to absorb them. The ripple energy displayed on his stats panel began to leap upward in huge increments, finally resting at the impressive figure of 24,900. The difference of just over 100 ripple energy points was the result of DIO's dedicated training over the past few days. With the total amount of ripple energy rapidly increasing, his training speed had also noticeably accelerated, allowing him to gain dozens of points each day. At this rate, the 150,000 ripple energy needed to reach level 20 would soon be within his grasp, and unlocking the third stand card slot would become merely a matter of time and money. He continued to sort through his items. Jasu Higashikata's wig and Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait were tossed straight into the game's built-in backpack, to be dealt with later when he found the time. For the Ripple combat skills, Ripple Running Barrage and Silver Ripple Running, he selected Learn without hesitation. Instantly, a wealth of Ripple technique knowledge flooded into his mind. Ripple Running Barrage was simply an enhanced version of Ripple Running, so there wasn't much to say about it. As for Silver Ripple Running, it was a practical technique for imbuing weapons with ripple energy. I wonder if I can fuse into bullets? I'll have to try that out when I get the chance. Dio stroked his chin thoughtfully as he turned his attention to the last, most perplexing item in his inventory. Lisa's Instructional Illusion Card. Description: Lisa is an exceptionally skilled Ripple master, adept in all forms of Ripple combat techniques, and also an outstanding teacher. Upon use, the player will receive special instruction from Lisa, though the learning outcome is unknown. Uses remaining, 3/3. This must have been one of the dungeons developed by his former colleague, Little Lee. What a ridiculous name they'd given it. After pondering for a while, Dio finally remembered who Lisa was. She was the mother of the second Joestar. Thanks to Ripple breathing, she maintained a youthful appearance, looking like a woman in her 20s despite being over 50. In the original story, she was responsible for teaching Joseph Joestar the art of Ripple. Looking at it now, the design of this dungeon was actually quite faithful to the source material. Not a bad touch. This haul had been considerable, and overall, Dio was quite satisfied. Driven by curiosity, he activated Lisa's special instruction. When Dio opened his eyes again, he found he was no longer in bustling New York, but on a mysterious, uncharted island. What's more, he was wearing a strange mask on his face. Breathing was so difficult, not to mention maintaining the Ripple breathing technique. Even the simple act of regular breathing, which had become second nature to him, now felt incredibly hard. On reflex, Dio reached up to remove the odd mask from his face. As far as he was concerned, this strange contraption was surely the cause of his labored breathing. At that moment, a cool, clear voice rang out. For the next month, you must live with that breathing corrector on your face. If it ever falls off, it means your training has failed. Only then did Dio notice that, not far in front of him, stood a stunning woman in a crimson dress, her long hair cascading down her back. The word failed jolted Dio's memory. He suddenly realized he must be inside a scenario space generated by the game itself, undergoing some kind of special training. And this beautiful woman, of course, it had to be Lisa, famed for her ageless beauty. But as soon as he remembered she was over 50, married, and even had a child, Dio's interest evaporated in an instant. Then her voice, cold as ever, explained further. Adjust your breathing. As long as you keep the rhythm steady, you'll breathe smoothly. But the moment you lose that rhythm, you'll be racked by the agony of suffocation, struggling, and gasping. Everyone understands the principle, but how many can truly stay calm under the torment of oxygen deprivation? There is no other way, Dio forced himself into calmness, reminding himself that this was just a scenario and real death was not on the table. Once he let go of the fear of dying, Dio quickly found his composure. The fruits of his recent hard training manifested. That special breathing rhythm returned, the pain disappeared, and fresh air, tinged with a hint of salty sea breeze, filled his lungs. Very good. Come with me. If you want my guidance, you'll have to pass one final trial. With that, Lisa turned and strode away on her own. Dio hurried to catch up. From her words, he'd already gathered that he'd be stuck in this scenario for about a month. He had no idea how much time would pass in the outside world, but one thing was certain. He had no intention of wasting this precious opportunity. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. Soon, Dio followed Lisa to a spot beside a looming castle. The opening act of this trial is called the Hell Climb Pillar. If you fail, you have no right to remain on this island. All right, down you go. With a thunderous clang, a steel gate over 3 meters tall swung open. Before Dio could even make out what was inside, Lisa gave him a firm push and sent him plummeting. In that instant, Dio reflexively tried to call out for the world, only to discover, to his shock, that inside this training scenario, he couldn't summon any of his stand abilities. He had to rely on himself alone. Now, this was truly a nightmare. With an instinctive cry, Dio plummeted into a pit more than 20 meters deep. Fortunately, the bottom was filled with a layer of oil, and, thanks to the training with Ripple energy and the nourishing effects of the Pearl Jam, his body was far stronger than ordinary people's. Otherwise, such a fall could have ended very badly. Oil gushed down the marble pillar, and Dio's hazy memories gradually began to resurface. He now had a good idea of what kind of trial awaited him next. Just as he expected, standing high above, Lisa announced the specifics of the trial in a voice devoid of emotion. To pass this trial, you must climb to the top of this 24-meter pillar using only Ripple with your bare hands. All other methods are forbidden. With that, she turned and strode away, cool and collected, a true icon of style. She left Dio alone below, cursing under his breath. It's just a stupid game. Did you really have to make it this authentic? Dio couldn't help but complain about his colleagues from his previous life, or more likely, the golden finger that had crossed over with him. Some of its functions seemed to have changed in unpredictable ways, kicking things off with such a tough challenge. Good thing this is just an illusion. I guess there's no such thing as starving to death here, right? Unsure, Dio tried summoning the game menu. Seeing that he could exit at any time, he breathed a deep sigh of relief, the last of his worries fading away. I remember the key to climbing this pillar is to focus the Ripple into your fingertips, strengthening its power by concentrating it at one point. Even so, it took Joseph and Caesar more than 60 hours to reach the top. This is the application of stickiness in Ripple technique. Once mastered, you could even run across water, just like a ninja from Naruto. Come to think of it, this really is a bit like the tree walking and water walking training in that series. He closed his eyes, straining to recall every scrap of Ripple knowledge he possessed. After a long moment, Dio's eyes snapped open. He pressed his 10 fingers against the slick marble pillar. Steady breathing. Direct the Ripple into my fingertips. Stick to the surface of the pillar. Success. At that moment, Dio's entire body hung suspended in the air, supported only by his 10 fingers clinging tightly to the pillar. He looked for all the world like Spider-Man. But just as he was about to celebrate, disaster struck. Excitement broke his breathing rhythm. The Ripple energy dissipated, and he tumbled down in an instant. Don't mess up your breathing. Keep the rhythm. Dio slapped the breathing correction device on his face in frustration. Wearing this thing really was a pain. However, once he managed to adapt to wearing this contraption while engaging in intense physical activity, he figured that, upon returning to reality, he would be able to master the Ripple breathing technique until it became second nature. At the very least, he wouldn't easily lose control of his breathing rhythm. Resolved to make the most of this training, Dio calmed his mind once again and began his climb up the pillar. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. An hour passed, then 2. With every step higher, the difficulty increased exponentially, and the amount of Ripple energy consumed also rose accordingly. This pillar of hell was designed precisely as a special training ground to enhance one's Ripple endurance, and now Dio was truly looking forward to seeing the results once this ordeal was over. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had gone by. A full 24 hours later, Dio had climbed 15 meters up the pillar. The higher he went, the steeper the pillar of hell became, and the greater the challenge. Fortunately, this was only an illusion. Here, Dio didn't need to eat to keep up his strength, nor did he risk starving, so he could devote all his time to training. As time went on, Dio became more and more adept at using adhesion. Compared to the ripple combat techniques that could be directly drawn out, this skill he had discovered and honed for himself left a much deeper impression. At last, after 55 hours, Dio successfully reached the top of the Pillar of Hell, completing the basic trial. The moment he reached the summit, Dio collapsed right there, unwilling to move a muscle. His body was utterly exhausted, but his spirit had been thoroughly tempered. His entire demeanor seemed transformed, and his understanding of the ripple had reached new heights. No longer was he someone who couldn't do a thing without relying on a cheat. Excellent. To complete the Pillar of Hell trial in such a short time fully proves your talent and strength of mind. When Dio finished the trial, Lisa appeared beside him in an instant, as if materializing out of thin air. Dio had no reason to get annoyed with an NPC, so he simply nodded in response. Then he saw the old woman toss something his way. Instinctively, he gathered ripple energy in his hand and caught the object she had thrown. Looking closely, he saw it was a cup filled with water. To his surprise, the cup in his hand was upside down. Yet, even though the cup was inverted, not a single drop of water spilled out. Dio was momentarily stunned. Only then did he notice the ripple energy flowing in his hand, and he suddenly realized just how much he had improved through the trial. Relying on his mastery of adhesion, he managed to keep all the water in the cup firmly attached, so not a single drop spilled out. The ripple is truly a wondrous power. At that instant, Dio couldn't help but marvel once again. Don't just stand there in a daze. The real training starts now. Thank you. Springing to his feet, Dio didn't even know why he would thank an NPC, but the words burst out sincerely from the depths of his heart. Lisa maintained her usual cool and distant demeanor, as though nothing about him interested her. Even as she heard his thanks, she only gave the slightest nod before turning and walking away. Dio hurried after her, his anticipation for the special guidance ahead growing stronger. In fact, he was beginning to think that, out of everything he'd gained from those 30 consecutive draws, perhaps the best prize wasn't the Golden Experience Trial card, but this Lisa Guidance Illusion card. And so, with the completion of the Hell Climb Pillar trial, Dio's journey of ordeals began anew. Maintaining the ripple breathing technique, he balanced upside down on just one finger atop a building lined with sharp needles. Inhaling continuously for 10 minutes, then exhaling for another 10, aiming to breathe more than 10 times every single second. Marathon swimming sessions, each time pushing himself to exhaustion. Deep water diving without any equipment whatsoever. Back in New York's Chinatown, inside Dio's Fantasia restaurant, Dio, resting on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A whole month of hellish training had honed his spirit, mind, and body to perfection. His ripple mastery had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he'd become adept at using both adhesion and rebound, two specialized ripple techniques. He had also fully internalized several ripple combat arts he'd drawn, making them entirely his own and greatly boosting his fighting power. At this point, his ripple energy had reached a staggering 40,900 points. 10,000 of those points came as a reward for completing the Hell Climb Pillar trial. Another 6,000 had been earned through daily, relentless practice with the breathing apparatus. On average, he managed to increase his energy by about 200 points a day. It was a qualitative leap. Now, back in reality and free from the torture of the breathing apparatus, Dio felt like a fish returned to water. It was as if the ripple breathing technique had become second nature, effortless, instinctive, no thought or control required, and the results were nothing short of extraordinary. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why Lisa's Guidance Illusion card had been rated as learning effects unknown. How much one could gain depended entirely on personal willpower and effort. If he had spent these 30 days with a casual, indifferent attitude, he probably wouldn't have learned anything at all. Only by actively embracing the experience as he had could he truly maximize the benefits. What a marvelous thing. But it's best not to go for a second round anytime soon. After toying with Lisa's Guidance Illusion card for a bit, Dio tucked it away into his game inventory. This month-long hellish training had yielded great rewards, yet it had left his mind utterly exhausted. The card worked by unlocking his potential, and, to get the best results, it was wise to let things settle before diving in again. Besides, Lisa's training methods were famously varied and unpredictable. He had only completed a portion of them so far, so there was no worry about wasting any opportunities. Then, Dio picked up his phone to check the time, only to realize that barely 30 minutes had passed since he'd entered the illusion to train. By his calculations, a whole day inside the illusion equated to just 1 minute in the real world, an incredibly considerate design. What he couldn't be sure of, though, was whether he had entered these illusionary realms physically or only in spirit. Looks like next time I start a training session, I'll need to set up a camera, Dio mused, stroking his chin in thought. No more thinking. Time to sleep. Utterly drained, Dio hurriedly stripped off his clothes and didn't care whether it was too early to turn in. He simply collapsed on his bed and fell asleep instantly. He truly was exhausted. Meanwhile, SHLD's interrogation of Will and the others had reached its final stage. After repeated questioning, the SHIELD agents had largely confirmed the authenticity of their statements. Once it was clear these people genuinely knew nothing, preparations were made for their release. Of course, the proper procedures still had to be followed. At the very least, they couldn't be allowed to learn of SHLD's existence, so the whole affair would be handled under the guise of the FBI. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Director, here's the report on the New York abandoned factory invisible monster homicide case. We've confirmed the eyewitness testimonies and ruled out the possibility of any special individuals among them. We'll be releasing them tomorrow. Coulson placed a report on the desk of a one-eyed, bald-headed man. Give me your assessment in brief, said the bald man, leaning back in his chair without even looking up. All of my analysis and compiled information is in this report. MMIC. I'll read it when I have a moment. For now, tell me your thoughts. Damn it. Coulson forced himself to stay alert and said, preliminary judgment suggests it might have been the work of a mutant with exceptionally strong powers who can turn invisible. The motive could be revenge? Only those folks in Hell's Kitchen know how many bad things they've pulled off over the years. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that someone used some kind of advanced technology to become invisible. In any case, there just isn't enough evidence yet. Did the surveillance cameras nearby pick up anything useful? Our agents have already checked the area. There are 12 cameras in total, but half of them were out of order and not recording. The remaining 6 are all some distance away from the scene. I've already assigned people to review the footage from the relevant time frame, but it's a tough job. We're pretty short-staffed lately, and it's been ages since anyone had a proper break. So, Director, about those vacation requests I submitted last week and the week before. Any word on when they'll be approved? Nick Fury looked up at Coulson, his face calm. In his line of work, he trusted this capable right-hand man implicitly, often entrusting him, and a few other confidants with the most important tasks. So, when it came to vacation requests, well, he seemed not to have heard a thing. Is that so? Don't worry, I promised you that time off ages ago. Just send me another request a bit later. I heard that same line last week, and the week before that. Next time, could you at least come up with something new? How about this? Computer malfunction. Your vacation request never made it through. How's that for an excuse? Faced with Nick Fury's shamelessness, his expression basically saying, I'm just not approving your vacation, Coulson could only look helpless. Since when did SHIELD computers ever break down? What would the tech staff, who check the equipment every day like clockwork, think of that? Coulson's face clearly showed his disappointment as his hopes for a break were dashed. Still, he knew there was no way he could leave now. Not when they were so desperately short-handed. Not wanting to continue the conversation about vacation any longer, Nick Fury deftly changed the subject. Still no sign of that playboy? Our people are still searching. The group that kidnapped Tony Stark is cunning. They didn't leave a single clue behind. It's very possible that Tony Stark has already been killed. What's more, I suspect his attack might have been an inside job at Stark Industries. If that's true, our chances of a successful rescue are practically nil. No matter what, Tony's father was one of SHLD's founders. Even if the odds are slim, we can't give up. The next morning, Dio, having slept soundly, was woken up by the shrill ring of his phone. Hey bro, you at the restaurant? Hurry up and open the damn door for me. Will, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea? If I hadn't found you today, I was ready to call the police. Dio spoke as he pulled on his clothes and headed out, glancing at the time on his phone. 10:12 a.m. It was almost noon, and he'd slept for more than 10 hours straight. No wonder Will was in such a foul mood. His best friend had gone missing, his fate unknown, while he himself had been lazing around, fast asleep. Anyone in his place would feel a little guilty. Fortunately, their friendship was strong enough to weather such trivial matters, and with dozens of missed calls from Dio on Will's phone as proof, there was no doubting his concern. So when Dio, half-dressed and in slippers, opened the restaurant door, Will had already forgotten his earlier annoyance and swept him into an emotional embrace. Hey, keep your distance, will you? Do you have any idea how awful you smell? Or did you decide to live like a homeless man and sleep in a pile of garbage these past few days? Dio, who was definitely not into that kind of intimacy, wrinkled his nose in disgust and shoved Will away. He understood that Will's overexcited mood probably came from having escaped a brush with death. Any ordinary person would have trouble staying calm after witnessing something so surreal, even if a few days had passed. Oh, come on. We're best friends. And now you're turning your nose up at me. DIO's disgust only made Will more relentless. He clung even tighter, almost as if he needed to vent all his pent-up feelings this way. Okay. My bad. Let me whip up something for you to eat. Go freshen up first. The cabinet's got spare stuff. Help yourself. When you're done, we'll sit down and talk about what's happened. These past days. DIO ushered Will inside and casually locked the door behind them. He wasn't planning to open for business at lunchtime today. He could be that willful if he wanted. In truth, even if he'd opened up, he probably wouldn't have had any customers today. If Jenny or Jessica had planned to send anyone over, they'd have called ahead to make a reservation. Luckily, Will was well aware of just how badly he smelled after the past few days. He immediately grabbed a towel and headed off to get cleaned up. Since he'd been living in the restaurant, DIO had installed a shower in the converted bedroom's bathroom. It was a bit basic, but it got the job done and kept things sanitary. If only America had those public bathhouses like back home, he'd have dragged Will out for a proper soak. Now that would be real comfort. Even though he lived in America now, many of DIO's habits from his previous life still lingered. The sound of running water soon filled the apartment, and DIO retreated to the kitchen to get busy. After Will was captured, he endured quite a few brutal beatings from that gang, to the point that the bruises on his face still hadn't faded. So DIO decided to prepare a few nourishing dishes to help him regain his strength. Of course, the most indispensable ingredient for cooking was, as always, his poor stand, pearl jam. A handful of cherry tomatoes were tossed swiftly into the pile of chopped ingredients, and then it was time for DIO to show off his skills. Cooking for his own people didn't require much ceremony. Whatever leftovers were in the fridge, he would use. It didn't take long for 3 dishes to be ready: kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy chicken. The reason they all featured chicken was simple. There was an abundance of it left over. Meanwhile, Will, who was waiting outside the kitchen with his stomach practically caving in from hunger, grew increasingly restless as waves of delicious aroma drifted out. He could barely sit still, and his mouth was already watering. To be honest, he'd tasted DIO's cooking before, but it had always been pretty ordinary, nowhere near as good as his mom's. But ever since he'd scraped by with his life, DIO's culinary skills had skyrocketed. Last time, Will had been so amazed by the miraculous effects of the food that he hadn't even paid much attention to the taste, but thinking back on it now, it really was delicious. Absolutely nothing to complain about. I made some rice. These dishes are for you. They'll help with your recovery. I'll go make something for myself, DIO said, bringing out the dishes and setting the entire rice cooker on the table. Will hurried to grab a bowl and chopsticks, not bothering with formalities. Enticed by the fragrance of the rice, he heaped himself a full bowl and dug in like a starving wolf. From the way Will handled chopsticks with such ease, you'd never guess he wasn't Chinese. After all, he'd known DIO's family since childhood, so his habits leaned toward the East. Compared to steak and cutlery, he much preferred using chopsticks to enjoy authentic Chinese food. DIO thought this was the right way to share culture, though positive examples like Will were all too rare. Most Westerners still preferred the creative versions of Chinese cuisine. Soon, the kitchen was bustling again. For lunch, DIO wanted to keep things simple, so he made himself some braised pork and smashed a cucumber salad, adding plenty of garlic for a refreshing kick. But when he finished preparing his own meal and came out to eat, he was in for a shock. Gone. Don't tell me you ate an entire pot of rice by yourself. Seeing the plates wiped cleaner than a dog could lick and the rice cooker scraped down to the very last grain, DIO's face immediately darkened, torn between laughter and disbelief. He wasn't worried that pearl jam would have any harmful effects on the body. What he feared was that Will might just eat himself to death. DIO, hick, where did you get this rice? It's insanely good. And the dishes, wow, even better. I'd barely noticed, and I'd already finished everything. At this moment, Will was leaning back in a chair, both hands supporting his noticeably distended stomach, wearing a look of utter satisfaction, all sense of dignity out the window. DIO looked at him, half amused and half exasperated, at a loss for words. That was enough food for 5 adults. DIO's own appetite had grown so much lately that he was practically eating for 2, and Will had always been a big eater, known for his bottomless stomach. That's why DIO had made extra food, but he never expected Will to polish everything off. Ow, ouch, it hurts. Suddenly, Will's expression twisted in pain. He felt as if several parts of his body were on fire, hot and burning. Quit whining. The treatment's starting. It'll hurt for a bit, then you'll be fine. Just bear with it. He'd have to cook all over again because of this guy. DIO, clearly annoyed, picked up his plate and headed back to the kitchen. The rice would take another 10 minutes to steam, so he planned to keep it warm in the container so it wouldn't get cold. Behind him, Will could be heard sucking in air through his teeth, struggling with the pain. At that moment, he almost wanted to say that, honestly, these injuries could have just been left alone. This was way too much agony. But it wasn't just the pain. As it got worse, he suddenly started to vomit as well. A foul stench quickly filled the dining room. Oh shit, did you just crap on the floor, you bastard? Dio hadn't expected the effects of the treatment to be quite this intense. Maybe it was because Will had eaten too fast and too much, making the reaction all the more explosive. Business was clearly over for the day. Covering his nose and mouth, Dio hurried to retreat to his own room. A few minutes later, Will, now fully recovered with all his injuries healed and looking like a new man, knocked on Dio's bedroom door. Get lost. There's a broom and a mop in the kitchen. If you don't have everything spotless in half an hour, I'll throw you into the sea for the sharks. Dio's furious roar blasted from inside. Will awkwardly withdrew his hand and hurried off to clean up the mess. Half an hour later, Dio, his mouth and nose covered with a scarf, stood with a cheap bottle of cologne in each hand, generously spraying the air wherever he went. The restaurant's doors and windows were flung wide open. Otherwise, the stench would never clear. There was no way he could do business today. He'd have to sleep in a hotel tonight. Just then, Will came back in, having just thrown out the trash and even washed the dishes without being asked, wearing an apologetic look on his face. Hey man, don't be mad. I mean, it's not like I wanted this to happen. Who knew the treatment would hit so hard this time? I was in so much pain, I almost cried, you know. Don't you dare blame this on me. I said you could eat first. I didn't say to eat like a pig and finish everything. Dio, clearly annoyed, gave him a swift kick in the backside. He didn't think he'd used much force, but Will still let out a wail loud enough to wake the dead. Oh fuck, are you trying to kick me to death, just so you can inherit that secret stash of rare, in-censor magazines I've hidden at home? Will cried out, rubbing his sore behind in exaggerated protest. He truly wasn't faking it. Dio didn't seem to have kicked that hard, so why did it hurt so much? Screw your filthy magazines. If I want a woman, you think I need those to get by? Dio shot back with a rude gesture, flipping with a finger without a hint of restraint. Around outsiders, Dio was always the perfect gentleman. Cultured, charming, the ultimate heartthrob. But only when he was with family, or goofing around with a clown like Will, did he reveal his true self, swearing, flipping the bird, and not above getting physical. All right, I admit it, if our dashing Mr. Dio ever decided to become a playboy, Tony Stark wouldn't even stand a chance. Will said, hamming it up, as he tapped his chest theatrically, making a show of prayer. May God bless us all. Keep Tony Stark from ever coming back to corrupt another woman. Amen. Dio eyed him with skepticism. When did you start believing in God? Will put on his most pious face. Just now. His answer was met with another middle finger. Oh, drop the act. Even if Tony Stark really is dead and gone for good, those women who'd come and go at his beck and call still wouldn't spare. You a glance. And besides, as long as you've got money, looks don't mean a damn thing. A suitcase full of cash, and any woman would say yes. Can't argue with that. So fuck the rich and fuck God. Will declared with mock solemnity. If there's really a God, you'd be the first one sent straight to hell. Will burst out laughing. Even in hell, I'd say fuck him too. Well, I have to admire your courage. So fuck the rich and fuck God. The two childhood friends locked eyes for a heartbeat, then burst into raucous laughter. Their laughter was suddenly interrupted by the unmistakable rumble of a hungry stomach. All at once, they stopped laughing. I remember you haven't had lunch yet, right? I saw that braised pork you were trying to hide in the kitchen. Will remarked with not a trace of shame. Patting his stomach, he made a beeline for the kitchen. After all, most of what he'd eaten earlier had come right back up during treatment, and he was absolutely starving. Eat. One of these days, you'll eat yourself to death. Dio grumbled, cursing under his breath as he hurried off to get some rice for himself. He was hungry too, and if he didn't hurry, Will would devour everything before he even got a bite. A pot of rice large enough to feed 5 or 6 adults, and a heaping basin of braised pork. Every last bite of it went into the two of them. Once they were full and satisfied, Will began to recount everything that had happened to him over the past few days. Dio pretended to know nothing, quietly listening in silence. And then, so you're telling me a group claiming to be from the FBI showed up, drove away the NYPD, and then took you to some strange place to keep you under watch? This time, Dio was genuinely surprised. Since when did the FBI become so diligent, taking the initiative even on matters this trivial? And to act so quickly, too? Could it be that the group he wiped out had some hidden connection to the FBI? Yeah, and then they kept grilling us about the details of that day, and about that invisible monster. Even now, thinking back on what happened, Will felt a lingering sense of dread, as if he'd just brushed past death. He couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if that monster had burst in and gone on a rampage. Maybe none of them would have made it out alive. to be viewed as a monster by his best friend. This was new for Dio, even though the invisible monster wasn't him, but merely his stand. Wait, are you saying that they didn't doubt your statements at all? They didn't, like the regular cops, suspect you'd all been high and hallucinating? Instead, they questioned you on the premise that such a monster really existed, asking for more details. Suddenly Dio felt something was off. This wasn't how a normal interrogation went. It was more like the behavior of people who regularly dealt with the supernatural. Will thought back carefully, then nodded. That's right. I remember it clearly. Everyone was pretty agitated at the time. But when that agent who called himself Carlson arrived, he seemed to believe everything we said, no matter how unbelievable it sounded. Even after they took us away, none of the people interrogating us ever questioned whether the monster was real. Now that I think about it, it really was pretty strange. Dio's brow furrowed. The moment he heard the name Carlson, he knew there was no room for wishful thinking. It seemed the FBI, who took over the scene that day, were actually S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in disguise. Calling it a disguise wasn't even accurate. He was sure their paperwork would stand up to any scrutiny, because it was all real. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach, impersonating an FBI agent was child's play. They'd have no qualms about pretending to be a member of Congress if they wanted. Now, things were getting out of hand. Thinking back over everything he did that day, Dio realized his dream of quietly making a fortune might be cut short ahead of schedule. Although he had done his best to avoid the cameras and kept his face covered, he would never consider his actions flawless or impossible to trace. On the contrary, his actions that day had been far too rushed, with no advanced planning at all. To say nothing of anything else, just the fact that he had left home suddenly in such a getup and then returned at such a specific time. If anyone asked what he'd been doing in that interval, he'd have no good answer. After all, there were plenty of surveillance cameras around the restaurant. Slipping away unnoticed was simply unrealistic. Given SHLD's resources, if they really decided to investigate, it might just be a matter of time before they track him down. For all he knew, S.H.I.E.L.D. could already be using people like Will as starting points, checking up on their acquaintances. It was entirely possible that right now, an agent wearing headphones was sitting in one of those cars outside, watching their every move. Dio suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he'd known what was already on SHLD's radar, he would have held off on healing his injuries for now. Such a dramatic change was practically shouting to the world that there was something suspicious about this restaurant. What's wrong? You look awful, Will asked, noticing the stormy look on Dio's face. It's nothing. Just if you go out these days, make sure you wear a mask and a hat. The sudden recovery of your injuries would be hard to explain if someone noticed, and I'd rather not draw attention right now, Dio explained. Will shot him a puzzled look. Wouldn't it be better if more people knew about the wonders of this restaurant? Up until now, Dio had never tried to hide these things. He'd even asked Jenny to help spread the word and bring in customers. Why the sudden change? But ever since that incident, Will had sensed something different about Dio. The man was still the same, but there were subtle changes in his behavior. Details Will had come up with his own explanations for. Since Dio said so, Will agreed without argument. It wasn't something he couldn't accept. Even if Dio hadn't mentioned it, Will himself had been planning to keep a low profile for a while. The Black Bear Gang was history now. After the butcher and his men were wiped out, their old boss returned to reclaim his turf. But the fact that he'd run off on his own, abandoning everyone, was something people couldn't forget. Now, with the boss having lost all loyalty from his men, word was spreading, and no one wanted to follow him anymore. These days, even though gang members don't value loyalty as much as they used to, most only care about money, and everything else comes second. Abandoning your own crew to save yourself is still looked down upon. Because of this, the Black Bear Gang's boss has seen his reputation plummet. Now, several other factions have their eyes on his turf, spreading word that they're coming for him. As a result, nobody wants to join a sinking ship like the Black Bear Gang anymore. After Will was released, he quickly heard all this news. Without a second thought, he parted ways with the others and made his way straight to Dio. What he'd just been through left him with a lasting fear, like someone who's been bitten by a snake and now jumps at the sight of a rope. He didn't really want to keep running with gangs, but he had no other skills to make a living. That's why he came to Dio, hoping for some advice. So, after agreeing to Dio's early request, Will briefly explained everything that had happened. When Dio heard that Will wasn't planning to stay in the gang world, he clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. He and his parents had tried to talk Will out of it before, but back then, Will refused, determined not to be dependent on anyone and eager to make a name for himself. Years had gone by since then, but Will hadn't made a name for himself. Instead, he'd become a regular at the police station, and this time he'd nearly lost his life. So, seeing Will ready to change his ways was the best news Dio could hope for. He didn't want to wake up one day to a call from the police telling him to come identify a body. If you're not sure what to do next, why not help me out for now? Dio offered. You know how it is. Right now, I'm the chef, waiter, cleaner, and cashier all at once. Every time I head into the kitchen, the customers are left waiting outside. And don't worry, it's not charity. Even if you didn't come, I was planning to hire a few people anyway. But with you here, I'll feel a lot more at ease. Will had never considered waiting tables or doing cleaning work before. If he'd been willing to take those jobs, he wouldn't have ended up in a gang so young. But DIO's restaurant was different. For one thing, DIO was his childhood friend and brother in all but blood. Helping out felt natural. He'd done it before, back before. He got mixed up with gangs. DIO's mother had even given him extra pocket money for being quick and efficient, so there was nothing embarrassing or unacceptable about it. Among most people at the bottom of the ladder, especially in the black community, jealousy over friend success is rare. There's a unique culture where, if one person makes it, everyone around them rises with them. It's not just a saying, it's a widely accepted reality. If you look at China, when someone makes a fortune, they might help out those close to them, but you'd never see anyone support others. Without any boundaries, just handing out money for free. In fact, people tend to look down on those who expect this kind of treatment. But in America, there's a unique culture among people at the bottom, especially within black communities. When someone in the group makes it big, they don't hesitate to bring the whole crew along for the ride. Take, for example, an NBA star nicknamed Melo, though some call him Poison Melon in jest. After he entered the league, he kept a whole group of friends from his old neighborhood living with him in his mansion. They ate, drank, and slept there, and each one received a generous monthly allowance from him. Most of them didn't have any particular job skills. They acted as bodyguards, personal assistants, or even managers. But more often, they were just there to keep him company, hanging out, partying, eating and drinking, hitting up nightclubs, and sometimes getting into trouble together. This isn't an isolated case. It's a phenomenon that's widely accepted, and nobody really thinks it's strange. In fact, David Stern never thought much of this particular player. No matter how hard he tried, he just wouldn't give him his support. Such things are almost unimaginable in most Asian countries. People simply can't understand it. Why should I give away the money I worked so hard for? Why would I support a bunch of leeches just feeding off me? It sounds absurd, yet it's a real, living aspect of cultural difference. Fortunately, Will never wanted to be the sort of leech who just relies on his friends. Still, he wasn't about to act all high and mighty and reject Dior's kindness, either. So, without much hesitation, Will agreed. He even joked, "Friends are friends, but don't shortchange me on the pay. Otherwise, just hand over the phone numbers of those women you turned down, huh?" The week that followed passed peacefully. None of the things Dior had been worried about came to pass. No suspicious characters showed up at the door, which put his mind at ease, at least for now. Meanwhile, Dior's fantastical restaurant finally began to find its rhythm. Jenny dragged in 2 of her best girlfriends, and with the lure of a 30% discount, treated them to Dior's magical cuisine. Jessica returned with her younger sister for another taste of his remarkable dishes, and even brought along a new customer to introduce to him. These new guests, after moving from deep skepticism to shock, and then to utter amazement, quickly became Dior's loyal fans, eager to bring their own friends and family to experience this revolutionary culinary therapy. In just one short week, Dior made nearly $57,000 as if with his eyes closed, enough to make Will green with envy and work even harder around the place. And that was with only a handful of customers. If business truly picked up and they were serving a dozen guests a day, wouldn't that mean a monthly income of several $1,000,000? After subtracting the negligible costs and putting taxes aside for now, making a net income of several $1,000,000 a month was enough to make one laugh. Even their dreams. Such a rate of return on investment could easily draw the hungry wolves of Wall Street, all scrambling to get in on the action. So, in the spirit of giving back to his clients, DIO, in his own ruthless way, canceled the set menu at the start of the new week. The new rule was simple. Each dish cost $10,000 with randomized therapeutic effects. If you wanted a dish tailored to a specific ailment, the minimum price jumped to $100,000. But these outrageous prices didn't scare off the truly wealthy. For people who could snap up 10 or 20 of the latest sport cars just to let them gather dust in their garages, a meal costing tens of thousands was barely worth a second thought. In fact, compared to the miraculous healing effects, that money was pocket change. Better to spend it regaining their health over a gourmet meal than waste it on useless doctors. Of course, no one was a fool. If DIO's miraculous cuisine could be found anywhere else, they wouldn't be so eager to line up and sign over their checks without a second thought. Every day, DIO turned down their offers. Whether it was hiring him as a private chef or sharing his recipes in a joint venture, he remained unmoved. He went even further, flatly refusing most requests for takeout or delivery. If you wanted to eat, you had to show up in person. No takeout, no doggy bags. That was the rule of his restaurant. though there were always those who tried to bend it. For those who tried to sneak food out, or sent their bodyguards or assistants to smuggle it away, DIO would simply warn them, once his dishes left the restaurant, their healing effects would vanish, and he would not be held responsible. After that, he couldn't care less what they did. Whether they actually ate it themselves or took it to a lab for analysis was none of his concern. Pearl Jam's range was only B. At most, it could extend 20 meters away from him before it entered the body and took effect if it went beyond that range, its power would vanish instantly. So even if someone managed to get sampled to a lab, all they'd find were ordinary ingredients. And if someone got angry enough to try something more forceful, DIO was actually looking forward to it. And so a month slipped by quietly. Welcome to DIO's fantastical restaurant. This is DIO speaking. You'd like to make a reservation? I'm sorry, but tomorrow and the day after are fully booked. How about the day after that? The weather forecast says it'll be a beautiful day, perfect for some restorative dining. Oh, you were referred by Miss Jessica? Very well, tomorrow evening at 8. I'll set aside some private time to give you a proper welcome. You're too kind. See you tomorrow, then. As he hung up the phone, the strange, muffled moaning sound from outside finally faded away. After waiting a few more minutes, DIO finally straightened his clothes and walked out at a measured pace. Congratulations, Madame Mary. If your husband were to come home right now, he'd surely be astonished by your beauty. DIO offered his praise with genuine sincerity, completely ignoring the thick layer of dead skin on the floor. Madame Mary, her face once again youthful and radiant, was holding up a mirror, gazing at her reflection, reluctant to set it down. Upon hearing DIO's compliment, she immediately replied in disbelief, "Thank you. I can hardly believe this is my face now. I truly thought I had lost it, my youth." It was only after witnessing the miraculous transformations of her friends that Madame Mary, driven by curiosity, sought this place out herself. She had assumed her friend's rejuvenation was thanks to some new cosmetic procedure, but after making some inquiries, she was surprised to be directed to a rather unremarkable restaurant. Had it not been for her trust in an old friend, someone she was certain would never deceive her, she might have been ready to call the police. What made it even more unbelievable was that every person coming and going from this inconspicuous little restaurant was a well-known figure, both within and beyond her social circle. Some even appeared on the Forbes list. The luxury cars parked outside could easily make a passerby suspect this was some kind of open-air auto show. Fortunately, she was able to use her friend's reservation. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy she was, Madame Mary, who was a welcome guest at the city's most exclusive clubs, would have nearly missed out on dining at this tiny Chinatown eatery. It truly defied belief. Once inside, she found the prices of the dishes wildly out of place with the restaurant's modest decor. She immediately started to regret her decision, but trusting her friend, she skeptically ordered the most expensive custom meal. Unlike other restaurants, where you pick the type of dish, here, you choose the effect you desire from your meal. As for what you end up eating, that depends entirely on the chef's mood. Half doubtful, Madame Mary touched her tired, lifeless face and then stated her wish without hesitation. To her surprise, what she thought was an unreasonable request was met with a bright smile from the exceptionally handsome young man. He made it seem like the easiest thing in the world. As if to prove his confidence, the impossible began to happen as she finished her delicious meal. Even now, thinking back, she felt a shiver of fear. But the result was nothing short of astonishing. In her 40s, she now possessed the smooth, fair skin of a young girl, as if she had suddenly returned to 16, the cherished days of her youth, vivid and fresh as a dream. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion, her gaze toward the handsome young man, now full of gratitude and admiration. If she were 20 years younger, she was sure she would throw caution to the wind and pursue him without hesitation. Ah, to be young, how wonderful it is. In truth, even Dor hadn't expected things to fall into place and accelerate so quickly. He had underestimated just how obsessed the wealthy were with youth and health. When someone is so rich that they couldn't spend their fortune in several lifetimes, what do they truly value? Why did ancient emperors exhaust every means in search of immortality? The richer a person is, the more they fear death, the more they care about their health, and they will spare no expense for it. If money can buy health, buy youth, even if just an illusion, what a bargain that is. So, as word spread from person to person and his reputation grew among the circle of the affluent, Dior's fantasy restaurant suddenly became the hottest ticket in town. With a smile, Dior accepted the $100,000 check that Madame Mary handed over, displaying perfect courtesy as he saw her to the door, once again politely declining her good-natured attempt to introduce her daughter to him. After learning about Dior's various house rules, Madame Mary was very understanding and immediately booked her next dining appointment. Truth be told, the rule that multiple treatments should be spaced at least a day apart had become practically meaningless, since most people simply couldn't snatch up a second reservation so quickly. At best, they'd be waiting 2 or 3 days. Still, Dior never failed to remind them. It's the attention to detail that determines success. You should consider moving your restaurant, Madame Mary suggested tactfully before she left. This location isn't ideal for certain people. Thank you for your advice, but this restaurant was left to me by my parents. I plan to stay here for the foreseeable future. What a dutiful young man you are. I'll bring Jennifer by next time. I'm sure you young people will have plenty to talk about. The more Madame Mary looked at Dior, the more she liked him. As she left, she even winked at him playfully, as if her heart had been whisked back to her teenage years. Dior simply smiled, saying nothing, but thought to himself, if she's truly beautiful, maybe we could get to know each other first. As for marriage, he hadn't really given it any serious thought. At last, after sending off the final guest with a reservation for the day, Dior let out a long breath and turned back into the restaurant. Behind him, he could feel the complex stares, envy, admiration, jealousy, all from those around. As for Dior, he couldn't have cared less. He was cleaning up the mess in the restaurant with a look of utter distaste. The pile of shed dead skin on the floor was truly revolting, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was part of his job, among other things. It's hard to believe that old woman's skin could be so thick. But honestly, now that she's younger, she's gotten a lot prettier. If she invited me over for abalone, I don't think I'd refuse. Will couldn't help but let his sharp tongue run wild, seizing every opportunity to make a snide remark. All right, enough with the jokes. Finish cleaning up so you can clock out. And here's your salary for the month. I hope you don't blow it all on some woman tonight, said Dio as he pulled a thick envelope from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table. Payday? Will's eyes lit up instantly. He tossed aside his broom and dashed over. For the past month, he'd mostly just tidied up and played the part of server, not doing much else. He was dying to know how much was in that envelope. He'd been eating all his meals at the restaurant, which saved him some money, but his pockets were still emptier than his face was clean. Constant embarrassment. Thankfully, Dio always made sure his car's gas tank was full, or else would have had to walk to work every day. After grinding through the month, finally having some cash to spend was a thrill Will could hardly contain. I love Franklin, huh? He exclaimed. Being in the gang had its perks. Will opened the envelope, caught sight of the familiar face on the bills, and immediately had a sense of what he'd gotten. $10,000. This was Dio's payment to Will. This month, Dio had made about $1.5 million, most of it from custom orders. Compared to that, Will's cut seemed small, but the reality was a bit different. First, while Will was Dio's good friend, they weren't exactly business partners, so how much he earned wasn't really tied to Dio's profits. Second, a monthly salary of $10,000 in America was nothing to sneeze at. Over 90% of Americans don't make that much in a whole year. Only about 10% of people earn more than $100,000 annually. Within that top 10%, the highest earners are doctors. Even pediatricians make around $200,000 a year. For comparison, half the people in America earn just $25,000 a year, about 120,000 yuan, which is like a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan in China. The wealth gap in the United States is especially stark. It's said that 1% of the people hold 99% of the wealth, leaving the remaining 99% to share just 1% of it among themselves. If it weren't for the excellent social welfare and security system, perhaps you'd see homeless people everywhere on the streets. So Will was truly surprised. Just for doing some cleaning, he could get a reward of $10,000. That was far more than what he earned selling medicine every day. The big profits always went to someone else, and there was no risk involved. Will knew exactly how much money Dio made, so he didn't bother with polite refusals. He simply stuffed the cash into his pocket, handed the envelope back to Dio, and thought it could be reused next month. Let's go out and have some fun tonight, my treat. With money in his pocket, Will felt a surge of confidence. He patted his bulging pocket, and even his tone of voice changed as he spoke. Not a chance. Dio replied immediately, sounding annoyed. He knew exactly what Will was thinking. Will made it sound generous, but if they really went out, everyone knew that as the boss, Dio would end up footing the bill. More importantly, Dio had no interest in women who could be had for the right price. There was just no appeal. Hurry up, clean the restaurant, and get lost. Yes, sir. With his spirits high after getting paid, Will gave a goofy salute and then bustled off to tidy up. Perhaps the allure of those shapely, curvy dancers was just too strong. Before long, Will had the restaurant sparkling clean and, without another word, dashed out. That guy, may God bless him to die on the belly of some stripper. Dio laughed and cursed, then turned to lock up. Just then, the restaurant door was suddenly pulled open from the outside, and what immediately caught Dio's eye was a pair of long, slender, and perfectly straight legs. I'm sorry, but we're closed for the day. If you'd like to dine here, please make a reservation in advance. The prices and policies are posted on the wall, DIO said apologetically. The woman who entered was stunning. Her wine-red curls tumbled lazily down her back, and her delicate features formed a dangerously enchanting face. Her curves were accentuated by a black camisole dress, revealing her beautiful collarbones, and in DIO's gaze, that deep cleavage and those long legs, barely concealed by the hem of her dress, stood out unmistakably. Even without the 3-centimeter red heels, she must have been at least 170 centimeters tall. She looked like a masterpiece crafted by God. Just standing there, she radiated an invisible, irresistible allure. Yet, faced with such a sultry beauty, DIO felt no temptation. Thanks to the ever-present, instinctive detection of life energy from his ripple power, he noticed at once that her vitality was far greater than that of a normal person. That alone was enough to put him on guard. Another clue was that the familiar face before him had already betrayed her identity. The moment DIO saw Tony Stark's unmistakable, downy face, he practically confirmed that he was, in fact, inside the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He even felt a bit relieved, because compared to the Marvel Comics universe, the movie universe was far less terrifying. In the comics, cosmic beings like Galactus were reduced to mere benchmarks for measuring power levels, endlessly battered by heroes and villains alike. In countless parallel universes, Galactuses were nearly extinct. If you lined up their corpses, they could circle the entire galaxy. The comics were full of contradictions and so many plot holes that Marvel's editors have been forced to backtrack and rewrite things more than once. By comparison, the Marvel Cinematic Universe felt much safer and far more familiar to DIO. So, when he saw the woman whose face bore a striking 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Scarlett Johansson, he could only sigh inwardly. It seemed he really had been noticed, though whether it was because of his miraculous cooking, his rescue of Will, or both, he couldn't yet be sure. The woman, however, was unfazed by DIO's apologetic attitude. With a casual toss of her lustrous hair, she radiated a renewed charm and smiled. A good business never turns a customer away at the door. Besides, I was sent by Jenny. Didn't she call ahead and tell you I'd be coming? Jenny? DIO froze for a moment, realizing there was no longer any room for wishful thinking. Clearly, she'd already investigated all his connections before arriving. Just as she finished speaking, DIO's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. Jenny's name was displayed as the caller. He gave the newcomer a long, searching look, then answered, pressing the phone to his ear. Hi, DIO. I've sent another customer your way. And this time, she's an absolutely stunning beauty. Has she arrived yet? Hearing Jenny's perfectly normal voice on the line, DIO felt a little more at ease. It seemed the woman hadn't resorted to any extreme measures, which was a relief. He really didn't want to drag innocent people into this. Yes, I see her. She's certainly a very beautiful lady. But Jenny, you know this is my private time. Business hours are already over for today. Oh, for heaven's sake, you're such a blockhead. Isn't my friend gorgeous and charming enough? You should seize this opportunity. And between us, let me tell you, my friend isn't just beautiful and well-built. She's also extremely wealthy. Even for Franklin's sake, I think you should take this job. Extremely wealthy, huh? So, how much did she pay you to make this call on her behalf? 10,000 in total. For the sake of friendship, it's only natural for me to charge a little commission as a referral fee, right? The other party is a real big spender. Go ahead and fleece her. Don't worry about saving face for me. All right, that's settled. I've got plans for the night of revelry, so unless it's urgent, don't contact me again. The call ended abruptly, leaving DIO at a loss for words. He hadn't expected the renowned Shield to resort to simply throwing money at people. No doubt this so-called friend was only a friend because money had changed hands. That was so typical of Jenny. So can I come in now? If it's meant to happen, there's no escaping it. DIO shifted to the side, letting her in. In truth, he was curious to see what her real intentions were. His ever-strengthening ripple energy and his stand, the world, were the confidence that allowed him to stay and face whatever came his way. And with over $1 million at his disposal, he was ready for any twist of fate. I'm the owner of this place. You can call me DIO. And how should I address you, beautiful lady? Carrie. My friends all call me Carrie, like the girl from the movie Carrie. Carrie? Yeah, right. I believe that when pigs fly, honestly, with her character, Black Widow would suit her far better than Wish. Though he didn't believe a single word she said, DIO kept his expression earnest and nodded as if he bought every bit of it. Hello, Miss Carrie. Since you're Jenny's friend, I assume you already know a thing or two about this place, don't you? Of course, Jenny told me quite a lot. I'm really looking forward to what's next. I hope it's as magical as she says. As she spoke, Carrie traced her lips with her tongue, a gesture dripping with temptation. Would you like a customized treatment effect? No need. I'll leave it to your expert judgment, Mr. DIO. DIO gave her a long, thoughtful look, then nodded and turned away. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, Carrie sprang into action. Moving silently, she surveyed every corner, discreetly planting tiny devices in all sorts of inconspicuous spots. Once she had finished sweeping the main hall, she quietly slipped into DIO's room, vanishing inside. What she didn't know was that her textbook-perfect infiltration had been witnessed in its entirety by a small, floating tomato hovering in the air. Meanwhile, busy in the kitchen, DIO suddenly frowned as he received a message from Pearl Jam, relaying everything the intruder had done. He resisted the urge to drag her out on the spot, instead choosing to act as if nothing had happened, calmly continuing to prepare his dishes. In any case, apart from some of his personal belongings, there was absolutely nothing suspicious in the room. All the clothes and accessories he wore the day he rescued Will, including the hat and mask, had long since been destroyed, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Some time passed, and when DIO emerged carrying his freshly prepared dishes, Carrie was sitting right where she had been before, gazing at him with a look of eager anticipation, as if she hadn't budged an inch the entire time. If he didn't know exactly how much she had accomplished in this interval, how many listening devices and hidden cameras she'd managed to plant in various places, DIO might have actually been fooled by her performance. After all, it's often said that women are natural-born actresses, let alone someone who has spent years as a spy and agent. For her to stand out alone among so many, there had to be good reason. But DIO was no slouch himself. He knew when to play along and when to look the other way. Sorry to keep you waiting. These are a few new dishes I've created especially for Miss Carrie, DIO said, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. A faint, inscrutable smile flickered across his face. He lifted the lids, and a wave of aromatic steam wafted through the room. Yet the appearance of the dishes was downright bizarre. There were 3 dishes in total: stir-fried mooncakes with tomatoes, sautéed pumpkin with banana, and last but not least, crispy corn chips stir-fried to perfection. Yes, you heard right. These 3 recipes were once internet sensations, hailed as 3 of the top 10 most bizarre dishes ever to grace a school cafeteria. The stir-fried mooncake with tomatoes was exactly that. Mooncakes tossed together with fresh tomatoes in a sizzling pan. The pumpkin with banana was truly made by stir-frying pumpkin and banana together. And as for the crispy corn chips, you're not mistaken. Those were indeed the very same crunchy snacks you could buy at any supermarket, now sizzling away in a wok. Behold, the dawn of dark cuisine. A culinary adventure was about to begin. Carrie, who had started out genuinely curious, immediately furrowed her brow at the sight of these peculiar creations. What exactly are these? Are you sure they're edible? Of course. These are the latest specialties from my kitchen. Ordinary customers wouldn't have the privilege of tasting such delights, DIO replied smoothly. Carrie was sorely tempted to ask if she could just have something the regular customers might eat, but she held her tongue. She had her own mission here, after all. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring this place for over 2 weeks. Half a month ago, after extensive surveillance and investigation, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had finally zeroed in on a man, his face obscured by a baseball cap and mask, caught on security cameras at several crime scenes. Soon after, he set his sights on DIO's Fantasia restaurant. Even though DIO had been cautious enough, he was still caught on several security cameras. There was nothing he could do about that. He wasn't a professionally trained agent, nor did he have any prior experience with crime. The fact that he could even cause some trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation was already quite remarkable. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. confirmed DIO's connection to the massacre at the abandoned factory, their initial plan was to move in and arrest him immediately. It didn't matter whether that invisible monster was actually him or had any relation to him at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. always acted with this kind of overbearing confidence. However, before taking action, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that this unassuming little restaurant played host to a steady stream of well-known and influential clientele every day. If they barged in to make an arrest, it could cause quite a scandal. So, the plan shifted from a direct raid to covert surveillance. Soon enough, every piece of information related to DIO was neatly laid out on someone's desk. It wasn't long before the restaurant's mysterious qualities were unearthed, deepening their suspicions that DIO, the man behind the establishment, might actually be in possession of supernatural abilities. What's more, it seemed likely his powers included a remarkable talent for healing, something impossible to ignore. The idea immediately caught the attention of a certain bald leader, and with Coulson exhausted from flying all over the place to handle Tony Stark's kidnapping, the investigation was handed over to Natasha, who had just wrapped up her previous assignment. With the seasoned Black Widow on the job, everyone felt reassured, including Natasha herself. To her, probing a hot-blooded young man in his 20s would be a simple task. After all, feminine charms had always been a secret weapon for female agents. Besides, the target was quite attractive, Even if she had to let him take a few minor liberties, Natasha didn't mind in the least. So, after thorough investigation and careful planning, today's operation was set in motion. Everything had gone smoothly at first. The target seemed completely unsuspecting. Although she hadn't found anything suspicious during her search, she had managed to plant bugs and other sophisticated devices throughout the restaurant, ensuring that every move DIO made inside would be under surveillance. All that was left was to see if his cooking truly lived up to its rumored wonders, and then she could call it a day. But, as fate would have it, that's precisely where things took an unexpected turn. Urged on by DIO's confident persuasion, Natasha, going by the alias Carrie, forced herself to overcome her disgust and brought the food to her lips. It didn't taste nearly as bad as she'd expected. The terrible appearance of the dish stood in stark contrast to its surprisingly pleasant flavor, allowing Natasha to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not as delicious as the reports claimed. Is there something wrong with my taste buds? Natasha slowly spooned bite after bite of food into her mouth, all the while feeling a tinge of regret. The somewhat underwhelming flavors of these dishes were, of course, within DIO's expectations. If he hadn't forcibly elevated their taste by adding the pearl jam ingredient, these dishes would have been nearly impossible to swallow. The reason he did this stemmed from a bit of irritation in DIO's heart. If the other party had behaved themselves and kept their distance, perhaps these dishes would never have been served at all. As for whether he should have just fobbed them off with ordinary cooking, DIO had hesitated. But after some thought, since S.H.I.E.L.D. had already brazenly shown up at his place, it basically meant they knew everything anyway. There was no way to hide information about the healing effects. He was well aware of that. So, since he had no choice but to face them, he decided to showcase his own value and seize the initiative in the conversation to come. After all, he had no intention of working for S.H.I.E.L.D. That much was certain. But aside from that, mutually beneficial cooperation wasn't out of the question. He needed vast amounts of wealth for his own purposes, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was infamously loaded. If he didn't take advantage of this fat sheep, was he supposed to wait until New Year's? While both of them kept their own thoughts hidden, time slipped by unnoticed. Natasha had already finished her meal, although plenty of each dish remained, something no previous guest had ever managed. Not to your taste, Miss Carrie. The flavor's quite decent. I've never had anything like this before, but it doesn't quite live up to how Jenny described it. As she spoke, Natasha's expression suddenly changed. She kicked the table over, sending the unfinished dishes crashing to the floor with a sharp, splintering clatter. When she reappeared in DIO's line of sight, she was aiming a small pistol straight at his head. What did you put in the food? A wrenching pain in her stomach nearly brought her to her knees. Beads of sweat broke out across her forehead before she realized it. Yet despite the agony, the discipline honed by countless missions kept her arms steady. Her aim never wavered. When the table came tumbling toward him, DIO merely took a token step back to dodge it. Then he saw the self-proclaimed Carrie, the Black Widow herself, pointing a gun at him, her face twisted in pain. Had this happened back in his first days after being transported to this world, someone suddenly pointing a gun at his head would have left him trembling, hands in the air. However, over the past 2 months, he had already mastered ripple breathing to an impressive level, and even brought forth a formidable stand like the world as his ultimate trump card. So now, there wasn't a trace of fear in his heart. If anything, he even felt like lighting up a cigarette for a smoke. After learning the use of deflection, using chi to shield his body and block bullets was no longer just wishful thinking. You have to understand, the deflection technique in ripple breathing could even withstand the force of a high-pressure water jet. As for the tiny pistol in Natasha's hand, it clearly lacked real stopping power. DIO was almost certain he could defend against it, which explained his remarkable composure. What did I put in? As you can see, just some common ingredients and a few precious medicinal herbs. While speaking, DIO glanced at the mess on the floor, sighing inwardly. There would be plenty to clean up again later. Besides the cost of the meal, he decided he'd have to charge her a cleaning fee and compensation for emotional distress. On the other hand, Ms. Carrie, isn't your reaction a bit too extreme? Carrying a pistol with you, even to a restaurant? Ordinary people, especially wealthy heiresses, would hardly bring a pistol out for a meal. At this point, Natasha's cover had more or less fallen apart, but that just meant she'd have to complete her mission in another way. So, fighting through the pain, Natasha kept her gun trained on DIO, turned her head slightly, and said, "Send 2 people in. I have the target under control. Also, I might be poisoned. Call for medical support." I really think you shouldn't do that. It would escalate this misunderstanding into a full-blown armed conflict. Besides, I really hate having guns pointed at me. Could you please lower your weapon? All these symptoms you're experiencing are simply part of a treatment. There's no need to resist. Just follow your instincts, and the treatment will be complete. DIO was helpless. He hadn't expected such an intense reaction. But on further thought, it wasn't hard to understand, given her true identity. As a seasoned agent, the moment she sensed something wrong with her body, her first instinct was to assume she'd been targeted. It was only natural that, while she could still hold on, she'd try to keep her enemy in check. Counting on luck or the mercy of your opponent is the most foolish move. A normal reaction to treatment? A flicker of doubt flashed through Natasha's eyes. The reports she'd received did mention that some incredible things may happen during the treatment, but there were no specifics about the actual process. After all, those who had exposed their most vulnerable selves before DIO were unlikely to recount exactly what they'd experienced in detail, especially since they were all prominent figures. So even S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't bothered to dig deeper into what seemed like a trivial matter. It wasn't that they feared offending these people, but why invite unnecessary trouble if it could be avoided? As a result, Natasha had no idea what might happen during the treatment, nor could she judge whether DIO was telling the truth. All she could do was rely on her past experience to handle the situation. Even if it meant a misunderstanding in the end, that was infinitely better than losing her life or falling into enemy hands. Back off. Right now. Take one more step, and I'll shoot. At this point, Natasha had reached her limit. Waves of excruciating pain crashed through her nerves, relentless and overwhelming. If she had to describe it, it felt as if 10 bouts of the worst cramps imaginable had come to visit her all at once. So when she saw that DIO still ignored her warning and continued to close the distance between them, a cold determination flashed in Natasha's eyes. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Bang! She didn't aim for his head, but instead quickly lowered her aim and fired at his right leg. This was one of Director Fury's standing orders. Once it was confirmed that someone possessed the kind of extraordinary ability S.H.I.E.L.D. was interested in, they would attempt to recruit them. If that failed, the individual would be placed under close surveillance, or even secretly apprehended to prevent any future threats. So, with so much still unclear, she never intended to kill him. Her goal was simply to prevent him from getting any closer. But in the next instant, something truly astonishing happened. The speeding bullet struck DIO's leg, and, instead of piercing flesh, it rang out with a sharp metallic clang before ricocheting away. DIO's right leg was completely unharmed. Not even his trousers showed the slightest tear. Natasha's pupils narrowed instantly. Instead of foolishly exclaiming, "Impossible," or demanding to know how he'd done it, her next actions perfectly embodied the poise of a seasoned agent faced with the unknown. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, she fired 3 more shots, this time holding nothing back. The bullets flew toward his head, throat, and heart. Just moments ago, she had confirmed it. This was no ordinary man, but someone with special powers, or perhaps someone wearing high-tech armor capable of stopping bullets. So, as she fired her gun, she quickly moved toward the restaurant entrance, her eyes never leaving the enemy for a second, making sure he stayed within her line of sight. At the same time, she shouted into her comms at the top of her voice. "Target is out of control. Small arms are ineffective. Request immediate backup. I repeat, small arms are ineffective. Bring in the heavy gear." Copy that. Squad 1 is moving to the restaurant entrance. Squad 2 is setting up heavy firepower and beginning evacuation of civilians. Hearing the replies in her earpiece, Natasha allowed herself a brief sigh of relief and staggered toward the exit. Meanwhile, DIO, his entire body shrouded in ripple energy and expertly knocking away every bullet aimed at his vital points with a focused deflect, was seething with rage. Natasha had clearly called for backup, and this place was about to become a battlefield, something DIO simply could not tolerate. Intent on ending things quickly, he channeled the ripple into his legs and, like a specter, closed the distance between himself and Natasha in an instant. Though Natasha was startled by DIO's blinding speed, her reflexes did not fail her. Knowing her pistol was useless against him, she decisively tossed aside her tiny handgun and swung a vicious roundhouse kick at DIO. At the same time, footsteps from outside grew louder and clearer, echoing through the entrance. With a sharp exhale, Natasha's whip-like kick lashed out with full force. Her body had undergone genetic modification, not only slowing her aging, but granting her strength, far beyond that of ordinary people. If a normal person took the full brunt of her blow, death would not be unlikely. Even a trained soldier might not withstand it. This was a strike delivered with everything she had. But what DIO did next shattered her confidence completely. Facing this powerful roundhouse, DIO simply reached out and caught her leg in a firm grip. He even found the time to let his gaze wander to the view beneath her skirt. Then, faster than lightning, he locked his other hand around Natasha's throat before she could resist, and slammed her hard against the glass door. The glass shattered with a crash, and two SHIELD agents rushing and were bowled over by the impact. Now, held in DIO's grasp and unable to breathe, Natasha's lips bled from the force of the blow. Even trapped in this desperate situation, she did not give up on fighting. Back! Her hands, still able to move, darted to the back of her head, and in one swift motion, she drew out two razor-sharp alloy blades, slashing them toward DIO's neck. However, the sharp blade was blocked by an invisible, wafer-thin membrane. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't get it to move an inch further. What on earth was this bizarre ability? Natasha suddenly regretted her reckless actions, and she really shouldn't have overestimated herself by bringing only two small teams of agents to handle this mission. With such overwhelming power and speed, could that monster actually be him? The thought that he might possess invisibility or still have some high-tech gear up his sleeve sent a chill down her spine. Don't move. Let her go. At that moment, 4 agents from the first team had regrouped, leveling their pistols at DIO, but between them and their target stood the famed Black Widow, used as a human shield. Meanwhile, the second team was still busy evacuating civilians, and the heavy weaponry hadn't been set up yet. The current situation at the scene was decidedly unfavorable for SHIELD. Just then, a joke popped into DIO's mind. If I'm not allowed to move, how am I supposed to let her go? The world suddenly materialized behind him. Then, with a flash, it surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 4 agents' pistols were smashed to pieces. The invisible monster reappeared, and the 4 agents froze in place. An instinct told them that the terrifying monster was watching them from nearby, and if they dared to draw their weapons again, they would die. I really hate it when people point guns at me. So, are you ready to listen to me now? Seeing that Natasha was on the verge of suffocation, DIO eased his grip and let her go. Cough, cough, cough. As she gasped for air, Natasha began to cough violently. At the same time, she picked up on something in DIO's tone. He didn't seem particularly hostile. It dawned on her that this disastrous standoff had probably been sparked by her own aggressive actions. We don't mean any harm. What happened just now seems to be a misunderstanding. I think we can sit down and talk things over, Natasha said, her face the picture of sincerity. The same old routine, the same old flavor. Only a fool would believe that. Still, DIO honestly had no desire to make an enemy of a giant like SHIELD. He'd already shown enough strength and determination. That should be enough to earn a place at the negotiating table. A misunderstanding? I don't think so. As DIO spoke, his gaze swept across the agents, still aiming their guns at him. Natasha immediately raised her voice. Everyone, fall back to the vehicles now. That's an order. The agents exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately chose to obey. Yes, ma'am. Were they really retreating? No, of course the first thing to do is get back to the car and contact headquarters for reinforcements. That was the hidden message in Natasha's words just now, and these agents had all understood it. Once every agent within sight had withdrawn, DIO finally released her and gestured for her to come inside. Come on, before we have a proper conversation, I think you should finish your treatment first. It must be hard to keep enduring all this pain, isn't it? I truly admire your willpower and endurance, but trust me, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. There's no need for this whole charade. Returning to the dining room, Natasha's expression relaxed a little at DIO's words. But then, reactions all throughout her body surged up like a tidal wave, overwhelming her completely. A series of raw, uncontrolled cries slipped from her lips. Don't think that undergoing genetic modification makes you immune to pain and illness. At best, it only boosts your immune system and significantly reduces the risk of disease. Injuries, however, are still part of the deal. At this moment, Black Widow was in the 82nd year of her life. In terms of age alone, she was only 8 years younger than Captain America, who was still frozen in ice at this time. Over the years, she'd endured countless grueling training sessions and completed innumerable high-risk missions, leaving her body riddled with hidden wounds and toxins. Most of the time, her genetically enhanced body could suppress these damages, making their danger hard to detect for now. But as long as she remained human, her ability to endure had its limits. When all the accumulated injuries finally broke loose, that might well be the day this legendary agent met her end. In the comics, Black Widow even resorted to taking a special drug to extend her life. Now, DIO's stand, Pearl Jam, was rampaging inside her body, destroying and repairing all at once. Old wounds were healing anew, and years' worth of toxins were being purged. The process was far from dignified, but Natasha could unmistakably feel her body growing stronger and healthier with every moment. At last, when the final trace of strange blue liquid trickled down her inner thigh, the treatment was over. Natasha felt a clarity and ease she'd never known before. It seemed as if she could leap higher, run faster. Her whole being felt as if a massive weight had been lifted. Only now did she truly believe this man before hadn't lied. Those bizarre-looking dishes really did possess an incredible, almost miraculous power. But that process, just thinking back to what she'd gone through, made even a seasoned agent like her feel a bit embarrassed. She'd truly laid bare her most vulnerable side. But looking back at the whole treatment process, she realized that, compared to the final outcome, it wasn't so hard to accept after all. DIO's miraculous concoctions always left people conflicted, torn between resistance and the irresistible urge to come back for more. Thank you. I want to confirm once again, it truly was a misunderstanding just now. I did overreact. Please allow me to apologize here and now. Though Natasha was a complete mess as she stood up again, the confident, heroic air she was known for had already returned to her face. After everything that just happened, DIO found it hard to trust a single word this woman said, no matter how genuine she seemed. So, do you want to sit down now and have a proper conversation, or would you rather go change into something clean first and calm down your people who are busy? Calling for backup? Then you can come back and talk to me seriously. DIO offered two options, and his absolute confidence was especially obvious in the second. Perhaps she hadn't expected him to let her leave so easily, and Natasha paused, just for a moment, before smiling and replying, "As much as I'd like to clear things up right away, I think I'd better change into something clean first. Our first real conversation should be treated with a bit more respect. Suit yourself. Just make sure it's you coming back for the talk, not a squad of soldiers armed to the teeth. Don't you agree?" Natasha's heart tightened. She took a deep breath and said, "I won't make the same foolish mistake twice. If there's a chance for us to sit down and talk things through peacefully, then there's no need for pointless sacrifices." She was offering reassurance, but at the same time, her words carried a warning. Even though she just suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, it was the power backing her that gave her the confidence to say such things. Those who didn't know S.H.I.E.L.D. could never imagine just how deep the waters ran in this world. Before him, countless would-be troublemakers with all sorts of powers had already ended up locked away in that special prison. For the sake of that meal they'd shared earlier, she hoped DIO wouldn't join the ranks of those fools. Whether DIO caught the warning in her words or not, he simply gestured that she was free to leave. It wasn't until Natasha reached the restaurant door that he suddenly seemed to remember something and called after her, "Oh, and when you come back, don't forget to settle the bill, meal, cleaning, emotional damages, and the repair for the glass door. Small business here. Can't afford to let debts slide." Natasha froze for a split second at the doorway, then clenched her teeth and strode out. "I haven't even asked you for medical expenses yet." The moment Natasha recalled how she had almost been strangled to death by him just now, whatever faint goodwill she had felt toward him vanished completely. Men like him, who abused their power to act however they pleased, deserved nothing less than to be locked away in that special prison, and if possible, never let out again. A woman's thoughts are a mystery no one can truly unravel. DIO never expected that a single comment about his obsession with money would offend such a grudge-holding woman. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, the age gap between them was simply too great. What a pity. Once the troublesome woman had left, DIO wrinkled his nose, frowned, and pulled on a mask before starting to clean up. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the agents who had just received the distress call about the field agent rescue were awaiting orders from the director. According to the intelligence reports, the opponent possessed strength and speed far beyond that of a normal human. Even the battle-hardened Black Widow had been defeated in an instant and captured. Firearms and similar weapons proved utterly useless. If this person was the same monster responsible for the massacre days ago, then it meant he could, at the very least, turn invisible. Any agents sent to carry out the rescue would have to be equipped with infrared thermal imaging devices. And if conventional weapons failed, it would mean deploying heavy firepower in an area as densely populated as Chinatown, almost guaranteeing civilian casualties. The aftermath would be a nightmare to manage. Things were getting truly complicated. Natasha had always been one of Nick Fury's most trusted lieutenants, so he could never ignore her safety. Before resorting to force, his top priority was figuring out how to extract her unharmed, so as not to be hamstrung by divided loyalties. Just as Nick Fury was racking his brain, the agent stationed at the scene sent in their latest update. The moment he heard Natasha's voice, Nick Fury's heart eased for an instant, only to tense up again. How could the enemy have let their hostage go so easily? This could very well be a trap. All the agents on site might already be dead, and Natasha could be contacting him with a gun to her head. "Agent Natasha, how did you get out? Give me a detailed explanation." The tone in Nick Fury's voice caught Natasha off guard, but she quickly realized that the ever-suspicious director was probably overthinking things. So she immediately recounted everything that had happened since she entered the restaurant, including the subsequent developments and how DIO eventually released her. Only then did Nick Fury's suspicions finally subside. He trusted that even if Natasha did have a gun to her head, she would never betray the organization by weaving such elaborate lies. So, for once, it seemed things were genuinely moving in the right direction. Hearing that you're safe puts my mind at ease. But are you sure the other side truly bears no hostility? Since you made it out unharmed, I suggest you come back for a thorough checkup. After that, we could dispatch a heavy assault unit to apprehend them. Nick Fury was, by no means, a gentleman. His face was as dark as his heart. To him, the process was meaningless. Only the outcome mattered. But his suggestion was quickly rejected by Natasha. The current situation is the result of my own mistake. So please, give me one more chance. I promise I'll complete this mission perfectly. As for the backup forces, let them remain on standby at headquarters. If things really take a turn for the worse, it won't be too late to send them in with full force. After considering for a moment, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Truth be told, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want things to escalate. Cleaning up the mess afterward would be a nightmare. All right then, I'm leaving the scene to you. If you realize it's impossible to proceed, withdraw immediately and contact me. I don't want anything to happen to my best agent. Do you understand? Perhaps if it were someone else, hearing such words from their superior would have moved them to tears, making them vow to give their all for S.H.I.E.L.D., even to the point of self-sacrifice to fulfill the mission. But Natasha had seen too much for that. She simply responded calmly, then ended the call. Drive. Back to headquarters? No. Find me somewhere I can take a shower. And I need a change of clothes. The agents didn't dare ask any more questions. They started the car right away and left. About half an hour later, freshly showered and clad in a black tactical suit, Natasha stepped once again into the unremarkable little restaurant. This time, she was no longer the Witch Carrie, but the Black Widow, whose name alone struck terror in countless enemies. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm an agent from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Most people call me Black Widow, but I prefer Natasha. Sorry, but is there a name for your organization that's a bit easier to remember, Miss Natasha? While Natasha was giving her report and grabbing a moment to shower and change, DIO hadn't been idle. He reset the table, swept up the mess on the floor, and, in the process, coincidentally removed every single pinhole camera and bug Natasha had planted around the restaurant while he wasn't looking. In fact, a lot of people complain that the name is a mouthful and hard to remember, so we usually just call it S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., huh? That's much easier to remember. So, beautiful agent, may I ask the reason for your sudden visit? If you're from the IRS, I think I'd understand the situation a bit better. Where were you on the night of April 10th? What were you doing? Wow, is this an interrogation? For a moment there, I almost thought I was sitting in a police station's interview room. DIO's tone was light and casual, but he deliberately avoided giving a direct answer. After all, there was no way he could explain himself. Looking back, his actions that night were riddled with holes. He'd made far too many mistakes, though he didn't regret any of them. Life is about making mistakes and growing from them. If something similar ever happened again, he was confident he'd handle it much better. In short, he was learning and improving in every sense. Natasha, unfazed by DIO's evasiveness, simply tapped a few times on her phone before placing it on the table. On the phone screen, a surveillance video began to play. It had been edited, splicing together footage of DIO's movements from that night in chronological order. The result was a clear trace of his route, laid out for all to see. Our subsequent investigation revealed that you and Will have been friends for many years. Coincidentally, Will ran into trouble that night and was locked up in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. According to the reconstructed route from the surveillance footage, that's exactly where you were headed. It's obvious this all happened very suddenly, so you didn't have time to plan out a flawless operation. As a result, several hidden cameras still managed to catch you. And don't worry, we're not here to charge you with anything. The scum who escaped from Hell's Kitchen aren't worth that much effort. We just want to confirm two things. What exactly did you do that night? And what is the so-called invisible monster the survivors mentioned? DIO could have kept denying it, insisting the person in the footage wasn't him. Just someone with a similar build, maybe a thief who'd wandered into his restaurant. After all, there was no clear shot of his face. But such excuses would only insult both their intelligence. No one would buy it. Besides, even without these incidents, some things he'd just revealed had already drawn SHLD's attention. Plans never keep up with changes, after all. Making contact with an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. a little earlier than planned was still within acceptable bounds. Who knows? There might even be some unexpected opportunities for cooperation between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. So he gently pushed the phone forward, looked earnestly at the person in front of him, and said, "I know exactly what you want to confirm. In this respect, I can cooperate with your investigation, but I will not join you, nor will I admit to any crime. No matter whether the person killed deserved to die or not, taking a life is still against the law. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really decides to make an issue out of this, then aside from becoming a wanted criminal, it seems DIO's only other option would be to join an organization where killing isn't a crime. And honestly, is there any place better than a massive organization like S.H.I.E.L.D.? That's why DIO would never admit to killing anyone. Even if he had to lie through his teeth, he'd never give anyone a handle to use against him. If they really pushed him too far, maybe the task of saving the world would end up falling to Hydra one day. Natasha seemed momentarily taken aback. She hadn't even tried to recruit him yet. How did this guy already know to refuse? Did I ever say I wanted you to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? You've investigated me, but you haven't arrested me. All you want is to confirm my abilities. I really can't think of anything else you're after. Natasha considered for a moment. It did sound about right. If they didn't want something from him, why put in all this effort? Still, she explained, SHLD's mission is to handle all kinds of unusual incidents and to establish files on individuals with extraordinary abilities. We screen for people who pose a threat or have a hostile attitude towards society. For everyone else, we don't take any extreme measures, though. Necessary monitoring is in place. Of course, if some of these people are willing to work with us, they can become agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DIO wisely refrained from asking what happened to those deemed a threat to society. He could guess their fate, either locked up or lying 6 feet under with weeds growing over their graves. Luckily, he had no antisocial ambitions himself. He just wanted to live a better life. Yet even such a modest wish seemed incredibly hard to achieve in this world filled with malice. There was always some troublemaker stirring up chaos. Like this, he asked. Almost like a magic trick, DIO lifted a plastic bag and dumped its contents, an assortment of messy devices, onto the table. He did a quick count. Not a single one missing. Natasha didn't show any embarrassment at all. She was just a bit surprised that he'd managed to find every single camera and bug hidden in the restaurant in such a short time. That's right, I planted all these devices beforehand. But just imagine, if someone with abilities like yours used that power for evil, what kind of consequences would there be? Without any monitoring, we might not even be able to locate them right after they commit a crime. And in that window of time, how many innocent people could get caught up in the fallout? DIO nodded instinctively. I agree with some of your views, but on one condition. Don't use these methods on me. If you need to reach me next time, just call my phone. It's always on, 24 hours a day. Let me take care of these things for you. Under Natasha's astonished gaze, it was as if an invisible hand swept across the table, gathering up the pinhole cameras and bugs. Yet nothing could actually be seen. Those devices simply began to float eerily in midair. Then, with a grinding, bone-crushing sound, the high-end equipment was suddenly crushed to powder, the dust slowly sifting down onto the tabletop. Any ordinary adult could destroy such delicate devices, but to crush them into powder by sheer force? Just how much strength would that take? And how is it even possible? Suddenly, Natasha's eyes flickered with realization. Could it be that the invisible monster was standing right in front of her? She hadn't witnessed the mysterious attacks on her agents before. She'd only read the reports afterwards. Seeing it firsthand was far more shocking than any second-hand account. Snapping out of her daze, Natasha immediately said, I can't make that decision myself, but I'll report your request truthfully. Also, we need to know exactly what your abilities are, and what was that just now? Until I can be sure of my personal safety and freedom, I can only tell you this much. I'm not a mutant, nor do I have any sort of superpower. All my abilities come from a mysterious form of chi cultivation. As for that, well, you can think of it as a guardian spirit, though I prefer to call them stands. A glint flashed in Natasha's eyes. Unless he'd misspoken, that meant these invisible monsters, these so-called stands, weren't limited to just one. Besides, she was intrigued by the mysterious chi cultivation DIO mentioned. If it was an innate gift, there would be nothing anyone could do. But if it was chi cultivation, did that mean anyone could learn it? The power and speed DIO had shown in the previous fight were already enough to astonish anyone. Even someone like her, a genetically enhanced human, had almost no way to defend herself. If all of this was truly the result of that mysterious martial art, how can Natasha not be tempted? Could you explain in detail the martial art you practice? Don't get me wrong. I'm just amazed by your ability to withstand bullets, Natasha said, resting her arms on the table and tilting her charming face up to gaze at DIO. In that moment, she looked every bit the curious young girl. But DIO, who was well aware of Black Widow's reputation and history, wasn't fooled by this display of innocence. Hammond, the ripple technique. That's its name, and I'm the only practitioner in this world. I call myself a stand user. That's all the information I can give you for now, Miss Natasha. You may report my request to your superiors. But please believe me, my desire not to be your enemy doesn't mean I lack the power to be one. So let's put an end to these pointless little games. Perhaps we could even try cooperating, Dio replied. For all his talking, Dio had revealed almost nothing about his abilities, offering only some meaningless names. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. poured all its resources into investigating Hammond and Stans, it would ultimately be a fruitless endeavor. Natasha, however, saw things differently. She thought this was an excellent beginning, and she was especially interested in the idea of cooperation that Dio had raised. Cooperation? That's right. As you experienced earlier, I also possess some healing abilities. If you ever face something you can't handle, you can try contacting me. Skin rejuvenation, restoring your complexion too. Baby-like smoothness, none of that is a problem. Of course, the best discount I can offer your organization is 10% off, Dio said, his entire demeanor lighting up at the prospect of business. Natasha couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. She'd been through countless missions, but this was the first time she'd met someone quite like this, someone who would try to do business with S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Truly remarkable. All right then, let's end our conversation here for today. I'll compile everything you've said into a report for my superiors. What decision they make isn't up to me. Personally, though, I think you should put your abilities to good use. People need us, and this world has never truly known peace. Thank you for your advice, but to me, that with great power comes great responsibility, line is nothing more than complete moral coercion. When I was lost in despair, no one came to save me. So why should anyone else take it for granted that I should help them? I'm sorry, but I've never dreamed of being the world's policeman or some hero for all. I don't owe anyone anything. The only people who truly need me are myself and those close to me. And that's all there is to it. As Dio spoke, his expression was particularly serious. He wasn't a saint, nor was he noble enough to sacrifice himself for the safety of strangers. If it was just a matter of lending a hand, perhaps he'd do it in passing, but if someone demanded even more of him as if it were his duty, then, sorry, he simply couldn't convince himself. Why should he? Natasha gave him a long, searching look, then stood up, ready to leave. For the next few days, it's best if you stay here. We'll be putting together an X file for you. Also, there may be some tests. We'll need to run on your abilities. If you ever end up on the wrong side of the law, this will help us plan how to bring you in. Thinking about his personality, Natasha decided to add one more sentence, just to avoid provoking an overreaction. In this short time, she'd noticed he preferred to have everything laid out on the table. In fact, that was easier. They were far more wary of people they couldn't read, those whose real intentions were hidden. And just as she expected, Dio's eyebrow had started to arch, but when he heard her explanation, he quickly calmed down again. Does everyone have to go through this? Everyone, Natasha then added. It's just a basic assessment of your abilities. It won't take much of your time. Dio gave a reluctant nod. We'll see when I can squeeze it in. My restaurant's reservation list is already booked solid for the next 3 days. Natasha paused, took a deep breath, and said, I should be going, but I'm sure we'll see each other again very soon. Wait a second. Aren't you forgetting something? Forgetting something? Dio immediately put on an I knew you'd do this look, then handed her a bill. Natasha glanced at it, and her anger flared. If she hadn't already figured out she couldn't take him in a fight, she would have laid him flat with a spinning kick right then and there. Meal charges, cleaning fees, and repairs for the front door. I can accept those. But what's this emotional damage fee? And you want $100,000 for it? Have you completely lost your mind? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is rich, you can't just take advantage of them like this. In fact, there aren't really any organizations that dare to swindle money from S.H.I.E.L.D. You're so stingy. It's not your money anyway. Why are you so nervous about spending on the agency's dime? Dio muttered as he took the bill that Natasha slapped onto the table, then grabbed a pen and scribbled a few changes before handing it back to her. You guys had a bunch of people pointing guns at me. Isn't it normal for me to ask for a little compensation for emotional distress? Since you just spent money here, I'll give you a special deal, $10,000, just a tenth of the original price. That's the least I can accept. Otherwise, I'll take you all to court. Hearing this, Butcher, who not long ago had brutally wiped out dozens of gang members, threatened to sue them in court. Natasha almost burst out laughing in disbelief. But then again, she realized it wasn't coming out of her own pocket. As Dio had said, she was just doing her job. All expenses would be covered by the agency. Better let the director deal with this headache. That's too much money. I'll have to submit a formal request. Someone will come by soon to fix your restaurant's front door, so we'll deduct that cost. As for the rest, ask the director next time you see him. With that, Natasha turned and left, disappearing from Dio's sight in a flash, as if she were afraid he'd force her to stay any longer. Dio hurried after her, shouting, Wait, I almost forgot. What about compensation for my reputation? All those people saw you storming into my restaurant with guns blazing. How am I supposed to run my business after this? But there was no answer. Only the distant roar of a car, speeding away, echoed back at him. Returning to the restaurant, DIO's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All in all, this first encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken him by surprise. It came much earlier than he'd planned, and not in the way he'd expected, but the outcome was still acceptable. By now, it seemed Nick Fury was already scouting candidates for the Avengers initiative. Once Iron Man appeared and Tony admitted his superhero identity, Fury would finally make up his mind. So it wasn't surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. was trying to recruit him. When it came to people with abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. was always unusually lenient. Just look at all those Hydra scientists they took in, or the Hulk, who destroyed countless buildings and soldiers. By comparison, DIO had only taken out a few vicious gangsters. In the one good eye of that cunning one-eyed director, it barely counted as anything. But the real issue was that DIO had no intention of working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Without joining their ranks, who knew how accommodating that sly old Fury would be next time? DIO didn't even have to think about it. He knew for certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents must be watching his every move right now. Strolling away openly and escaping under their noses was simply not realistic. So, he needed to have a backup plan. He pulled out his phone and, not caring in the least whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was monitoring his calls, dialed the number of the middle-aged manager at the jewelry store, making the call with bold, deliberate intent. "I'll take all the merchandise you have left." After returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha immediately went to report to the director. She was already somewhat familiar with Nick Fury's ambitious plan to assemble a team of superheroes. Judging from the current situation, DIO, who possessed healing abilities, remarkable strength, extraordinary speed, and was impervious to bullets and blades, was undoubtedly an excellent candidate. If she counted his so-called stand ability as well, she was sure the director would not let go of any chance to recruit him. And just as she had expected, after her detailed report, Nick Fury fell into deep thought. A talent like this seemed tailor-made for the team he envisioned. Not to mention, DIO's almost miraculous healing abilities were a resource any organization would desperately need at any time. Even without the special team in mind, Nick Fury was determined to bring him into S.H.I.E.L.D. If Natasha's assessment was accurate, with a bit of training, DIO could easily become a top-tier agent, capable of handling missions on his own. He made it clear he doesn't want to join us. Yes, even before I extended the invitation, he seemed to have guessed our intentions and flatly refused without hesitation. He also made it clear he had no desire to shoulder excessive responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Are you sure that's exactly what he said? I'm certain, but he seemed rather dismissive of the whole idea. Dismissive? Someone who could say such words, even if he repeatedly denied it outwardly, must still have a burning fire in his heart that's hard to extinguish. Nick Fury's mind was made up, but everything would depend on the results of the final test. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether DIO's abilities were truly worth a personal invitation. Arrange for him to come to the base for a full capabilities assessment as soon as possible. Tell the testing team to make the evaluation as thorough as possible. Just a preliminary assessment. That only meant S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't consider it worthwhile before. This time, Nick Fury intended to observe the process closely. Natasha was long used to her director's duplicity, one face in public, another in private. By now, she was well aware that this made her a willing accomplice in deceiving DIO. Still, her loyalties were clear. For the sake of a potential future colleague, she wasn't about to argue with her boss over such a minor detail. Besides, isn't lying supposed to be a privilege bestowed upon women by God? Not dwelling on the matter any further, Natasha expressionlessly took out the bill that DIO had handed her before leaving and passed it over to Nick Fury. "What's this?" "A bill the target wants us to pay. It includes my meal expenses during treatment, subsequent cleaning fees, repairs for the restaurant's front door, and compensation for emotional distress. Oh, and at the end, he shouted that we should reimburse him for damage to his reputation, claiming our presence might affect his business." Natasha recited coldly, and as she watched her boss's brow furrow, she felt a mischievous satisfaction at how well her little prank had worked. This is extortion. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't paying for such an absurd bill. Nick Fury slammed the bill down on the table, clearly annoyed. DIO was demanding a total of $130,000. $100,000 for the meal, $10,000 for cleaning, $10,000 for repairing the restaurant door, $10,000 for emotional distress. Originally $100,000, but crossed out and reduced, and an undetermined amount for reputational damages that he hadn't had time to write in. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was loaded. If he didn't take advantage, who would? DIO had always been bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to storm a gang's lair alone to rescue someone. Actually, we can take the door repair off the list. I've already had someone install him a brand new door. As for the emotional distress fee, he originally asked for $100,000, but later settled for $10,000. I think if we want to recruit him in the future, this could be a good angle to work from. But first, we need to pay this compensation to demonstrate our sincerity. You're really sure you want to pay this ridiculous amount? $100,000 for a meal? What on earth did you order? On the contrary, I personally think that was the best $100,000 I've ever spent. Once you have the chance to try it yourself, director, you'll understand what I mean. Natasha was truly going all out for a free meal on the agency's dime. Every gold purchase DIO made had been under SHLD's watchful eye. They had wondered what he was doing with all that gold, but for certain reasons, they chose not to interfere. Who could have imagined that someone in this world could grow stronger simply by spending money? William wasn't a weak dealer, either. Over time, his gold stock had dwindled to just 15 kilograms. Subtracting the 3 kilograms DIO bought from him last time, he managed to sell nearly 7 more kilograms in small batches. Originally, with this guy's cautious nature, he should have been able to safely sell off all his goods without incident. Unfortunately, this time, DIO bought up all the remaining stock he had, which immediately caught SHLD's attention. There's a good chance he'll be invited for coffee on his way home, because DIO purchased such a large amount this time. And since it wasn't their first transaction, the price per gram of gold dropped by a few more dollars. In the end, the deal closed at $32 per gram. DIO paid a total of $480,000 for the gold, a bargain and tax-free. He was very satisfied. Afterwards, he left subtle ripples at all the windows and the newly repaired door of the restaurant. If anyone came inside, they would trigger these invisible waves of power, instantly alerting him. Once everything was ready, DIO calmly transferred the freshly acquired gold into his mobile game account. The number of gold bars in the game instantly reached 150. This time, DIO didn't try to rely on any mystical luck-changing rituals. Instead, he chose to face the odds head-on with pure spending power. He refused to believe that after 15 rounds of 10 pulls, he couldn't get something good. Lighting a cigarette, he began the redemption of a chronically unlucky man, shrouded in curling smoke. First 10 pull, Ripple Pearls, miscellaneous junk. Second 10 pull, Ripple Pearls, junk, a Ripple Combat Technique manual. Third, fourth, all the way to the 10th 10 pull. Not only did he not get a stand, DIO barely managed to pull a single valuable Ripple Combat Technique. The shadow of a stand was nowhere in sight. When someone with abysmal luck plays a gacha game with no guarantee drop system, this is exactly what tends to happen. If a 1% drop rate means a normal person would surely get the prize after 100 pulls, for DIO, every single pull is a separate 1% chance. When luck is at its worst, he could pull 1,000 times and still get nothing. Maybe when he finally pulled the world, he had already used up a lifetime's worth of luck. At this moment, DIO's hand trembled slightly. It wasn't until the cigarette nearly burned his fingers that he numbly put it out, slapped his own face a few times, and pressed on. On the 11th 10 pull, he drew a second shard of the arrow. Not a total loss this time. 12th and 13th pulls, dead silence. DIO's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. Just when DIO was about to lose all hope, the 14th 10 pull finally burst with a rainbow glow. This was a sign a rare drop was coming. DIO's spirit soared. Heaven's Door, White Album, Killer Queen, Bad Company. There were so many stands he longed for. But reality, as always, has a way of crushing dreams to the point of despair. What kind of stand is this? DIO gazed at the lump of ochre-colored clay, constantly squirming in his hand, and for a moment he fell into deep thought. As soon as the 14th round of 10 draws ended, he immediately began to examine the stand's attributes. Stand Knum. Description: a stand named after one of the 9 principal deities of Egypt. Type: body enveloping. Ability: mimicry. When attached to the body surface, it can freely alter the user's appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and even scent. Attributes: destructive power, E. Speed, E. Range, E. Stamina, A. Precision, E. Development potential, E. Evaluation: you can perfectly transform into anyone, as long as your acting skills are up to par. DIO's eyes flew wide open. Wasn't this the stand used by that older brother in Part 3? The one from that pair of brothers who seemed to exist solely for comic relief? He distinctly remembered only 2 stands with the ability to mimic others. One was the flawed Yellow Temperance, and the other was this one, Knum, capable of flawlessly transforming into someone else. Appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and scent, all could be changed. This was practically a clone's ability. Compared to Mystique's shape-shifting, it didn't seem any less impressive. After all, Mystique couldn't alter her scent with her powers. But Mystique could change her clothes along with her form, making her far more versatile and adaptable in action, something Knum couldn't quite manage. Still, This minor flaw didn't overshadow the brilliance of the stand. When Dio first pulled this bizarre stand, he felt a twinge of disappointment. But after reading through the ability description, his mood instantly shifted to satisfaction. Though this stand lacked any real combat capability and wouldn't give him a power boost, as a support-type ability, Knum was perfectly suited to his current predicament. SHLD surveillance had become a joke. If he wished, he could slip away at any moment, travel wherever he pleased, or even adopt a new identity and brazenly remain right under their noses without fear of being exposed. Taking it a step further, he could even infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. from within, eliminate that infuriating bald-headed leader, and take his place at the top of the organization. Unfortunately, that wasn't realistic. Knum's power didn't grant him his target's memories. Even if he did get rid of that egg-headed boss, he'd be exposed immediately. Those sharp S.H.I.E.L.D. agents weren't so easily fooled. One more card on my sleeve. Not bad at all. Dio let out a long breath. The frustration from all those previous shipwrecks during the draws instantly swept away. When you think about it, spending a few $100,000 to get Mystique's shape-shifting ability is actually a steal. Moreover, the unique power of Knum made Dio realize once again the truth behind the saying that there's no such thing as a truly useless stand. Many stand abilities that seem mediocre at first might turn out to be incredibly effective in certain scenarios. There's really no point in obsessing over those ultra-powerful attack-based stands, especially since, with his luck, he couldn't draw one even if he tried. Given how unlucky he usually is, just managing to pull any stand at all already feels like hitting the jackpot. How could he dare ask for more? So Dio clicked on his last 10-pull draw without a care. At this point, he really didn't mind what he got. Even if it was just more Ripple orbs, he'd take them. After all, he was eager to hit level 20 and unlock the next card slot. Low-tier Ripple orb, low-tier Ripple orb, a radio, a pet card. As expected from what had basically become a consolation prize, his final 10-pull was a heap of orbs, along with a radio and a pet card. When Dio saw the pet card, a thought flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that the pet system was nowhere near finished. In the original mobile game, pets were meant to be captured by players themselves during dungeon runs. Of course, to cater to their big-spending players, they'd also prepared a special pet pool for gacha draws, featuring rare pets with combat bonuses and unique skills. But since the pet pool hadn't been completed, that feature didn't exist in the version of the game that had traveled to this world with him. Honestly, that was a relief. If there'd been yet another gacha pool to draw from, Dio felt like he'd have lost his mind. Driven by a touch of curiosity, he tapped on the pet card. Pet card. White use on a selected target for a chance to capture it as a pet. Sure enough, you had to catch them yourself. But that raised a new question. Were there any rare Earth species worth keeping as pets? He also couldn't help but wonder, could he try to catch that Rocket Raccoon and Groot, who were currently floating out in space? Vaguely, Dio also recalled that the chance of a white pet card succeeding was only 1 in 10, and the rarer the target, the lower the success rate. White pet cards were basically only good for catching common, white-tier creatures as pets. Trying to snag something out of your league? Unless you were a supreme luckster, forget about it. In other words, the main use for this pet card would probably be to let Dio pick a pet whenever he felt like it in the future. Maybe make a cat or dog smarter and more obedient, able to understand simple commands. Completely useless. Dio took a look at it and promptly tossed it into his in-game backpack. As for the radio, it was even more worthless. A radio from Morio Town. An ordinary office worker loved using it to listen to the morning shows. Originally, this device was just one of the props in the game used to trigger the Yashikage Kira side quest, but now it was completely useless. Where was he supposed to find Yashikage Kira to trigger any quest now? After switching it on, all he got was a wall of static, no signal at all. Useless junk. Dio tossed it in his backpack without a second thought, planning to get rid of it along with the rest of the trash in there when he had some free time. He took stock of today's haul, 15 full rounds of 10 draws each. He'd pulled a stand user, a ripple combat technique, a pet card, a shard of the arrow, an assortment of odds and ends, and a mound of ripple pearls of various grades. Dio first opened up the ripple combat technique and chose to learn it. The guide detailed the use of Fortify. If Deflect was about bouncing any attack off your body surface, Fortify was simply about amping up your defenses. With Fortify, you could even channel it into objects to make them sturdier, turning something as soft as a strand of hair into a steel needle with the right application. It was a genuinely useful technique. Dio was satisfied, making a mental note to practice it whenever he could. Then came the familiar, satisfying ritual of popping ripple beans. One after another, he tossed the ripple pearls into his mouth, converting them into surging waves of ripple energy, coursing through his body. On his mobile game interface, the ripple energy meter climbed higher and higher. This visible, tangible way of growing stronger was honestly addictive. By the time he'd finished off all the pearls, DIO's ripple energy had reached 80,350. He was getting close to the 150,000 needed to unlock the third card slot. The next day, just as expected, Will showed up late to work. Who knew which voluptuous beauty had drained him dry the night before? The poor guy looked utterly spent. So out of it, he didn't even notice the restaurant's front door had been replaced. DIO couldn't be bothered to lecture him, if not for the ever-looming sense of danger and urgency in this world, always pushing him to grow. Stronger, perhaps he too would have sunk into total decadence by now. Who wouldn't be tempted by a life of wild indulgence and endless pleasure? And so, 3 busy days slipped by quietly. Every day, he'd get a text message asking when he'd be available for an ability evaluation, and every day he ignored it. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that evening that DIO decided to clock out early. With just a few words, he brushed off Will, who was grinning with his usual lecherous smirk, and didn't tag along for another night of debauchery. Instead, for the first time, he replied to the message, not needing to guess who'd sent it. Only 30 seconds had passed when a brand-new black sedan pulled up at the restaurant entrance, and once again, DIO found himself face-to-face with Natasha, the Black Widow, dressed head to toe in her sleek black leather. "I thought you'd try to drag this out forever," she remarked. "No, I've just been busy, that's all. Besides, there's a bill I need to collect in person, isn't there?" DIO replied casually, locking up the door as he strolled over. In his gaze, Natasha couldn't detect even the slightest hint of fear or anxiety. It was as if he wasn't heading into the headquarters of a secret organization, but simply going on a leisurely vacation. "You seem pretty confident. Aren't you the least bit concerned for your safety?" "Of course not. I'm a peace-loving guy, and I hope today will be a peaceful day too. I'm only here to settle an account, not to pick a fight. Or is it that you've already set a trap, and you're just waiting for me to walk in?" Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure radiated from DIO. Natasha instantly felt her breath catch. Her right hand instinctively moved toward her gun, but halfway there her action froze. Her instinct screamed at her to stop. If she continued, she sensed she'd be torn apart in the next second. Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead without her realizing. It wasn't until DIO had already climbed into the car and a chill breeze hit her face that Natasha snapped back to herself. Looking at the man again, her expression grew complicated. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had never truly understood this man. All the personal information they'd gathered on DIO. At that moment, Natasha mentally shredded it to pieces. What just happened might have been a simple warning, but it was also an unmistakable display of power. Taking a deep breath, Natasha got into the car as well. Then, several black sedans quickly sped away from the scene, heading for the outskirts of the city. A short while later, a helicopter, its rotors thundering in the air, was already waiting for them. At this time, SHLD's headquarters was still in Washington, housed in that unmistakable, imposing Triskelion building. DIO silently joined Natasha aboard the helicopter, and soon they were flying swiftly in a set direction. An hour later, the Triskelion came into view. Passing through the complex, if DIO hadn't known this was SLD's headquarters, he might have mistaken it for the offices of some extravagant corporation. Everything seemed so ordinary, so mundane. People bustled about everywhere. At most, a few female employees sneaked extra glances at the handsome young man, but otherwise, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Of course, DIO knew that this was nothing more than a facade. The real core base was actually underground. That was the true heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. Following Natasha and the other agents, DIO looked around curiously as they led him into a place brimming with the feel of science fiction. "Go on in. Once we've finished the risk assessment and created your file, we'll send you back right away. I should remind you, as I said before I came, I'm here to collect a debt. Whether or not I choose to cooperate with your procedures will have to wait until after that's settled." DIO's tone was unwavering as he spoke, making it clear that if S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't pay up, he'd turn and walk out on the spot. His tough stance was a deliberate test of SHLD's limits. Natasha's brow furrowed slightly. She was just about to respond when a familiar voice sounded from behind them. "This is what you wanted. Go ahead and take a look." Nick Fury appeared without warning, his face unreadable. He carried a sleek, metallic silver case in his hand. At the moment Fury appeared, DIO's eyebrow twitched ever so slightly. He recognized the man at once, but kept up his act, glancing at Natasha as if nothing was amiss. "This is our director, Mr. Nick Fury," Natasha introduced him, then fell silent. Looking at the case being offered to him, DIO suddenly smiled, relaxed, and took it. He opened it to find it stuffed full of US dollars, which surprised him more than a little. Compared to a flimsy check, a case overflowing with cash was a far more striking sight. DIO did a quick count, and was even more taken aback. "It seems There's a bit extra? Just then, the bald, dark-skinned man broke into a rare smile. That's $200,000 in total. The extra amount is compensation for any damage to your reputation, as well as an apology for my agent's rash actions. Natasha shot Fury a sudden look of disbelief, half suspecting that the man standing before her was an imposter. Only a few days ago, during discussions over DIO's compensation, Fury had been adamantly opposed to paying anything. Now, out of nowhere, he'd become so generous. 12,000 had turned into 200,000. As the saying goes, it's hard to argue with someone who's all smiles. Getting $200,000 out of S.H.I.E.L.D., such a huge organization, put DIO in an excellent mood. The fact that he'd managed to wrangle it from them made him feel especially satisfied. So he dropped his frosty demeanor, snapped the case shut, and hoisted it in one hand. Extending his other hand, he said, "You're too kind, Director Fury. Let's put our past misunderstandings behind us. All for Franklin's sake." DIO laughed heartily. After all, he hadn't lost out in the earlier conflict, and now, having received an excessive amount of compensation, he had nothing left to complain about. Nick Fury, wearing a knowing and meaningful smile, extended his hand as well, and the two shook hands. At that moment, with these two cunning foxes, one old, one young, the atmosphere seemed especially harmonious. After the handshake, Nick Fury brought up the previous topic again. "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I trust you understand we bear no ill will. Our job at S.H.I.E.L.D. is to handle unusual incidents, assess the danger posed by supernaturally gifted individuals, and build special profiles for them. I hope you'll cooperate with us." In this matter, S.H.I.E.L.D. unquestionably held the moral high ground, and their reasoning was both sound and justified. This authority had, after all, been granted by many nations around the world. Most importantly, DIO no longer had any grounds to object, because just moments ago, the tension between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. had melted away, thanks to those alluring stacks of cash he'd just accepted. One old fox indeed. DIO suddenly felt the money burning a little in his hand, but now that it was his, there was no way he was going to give it back. So, he'd just have to play along. After all, whatever assessment they wanted, he could easily manipulate the results with a mere thought. With his mind made up, DIO's smile grew even broader. Of course. Since this is your job, I'll be sure to cooperate fully." "I certainly hope so." Nick Fury gave him a long, searching look, then signaled for the scientists to begin their preparations. Under the guidance of an agent, DIO was led into a unique chamber. Inside, it was completely empty, surrounded on all sides by transparent glass, made from some unknown material. The room reminded him a bit of the prison cell Magneto had once been kept in, only slightly larger. The first test, strength evaluation. Through the intercom, DIO could hear everything being said outside. As soon as the announcement ended, the floor beside him suddenly split open, and a steel plate, twice the height of a man and as thick as 2 fingers, rose up in front of him. "Please strike the steel plate in front of you with your full strength." Not wanting to reveal his true capabilities, DIO wrapped a thin layer of ripple energy around his fist and used the fortify technique to protect himself from injury. He drew in a deep breath, let out a powerful shout, and struck the steel plate before him with great flair. A resounding thud echoed through the chamber. The steel plate, laced with unknown metals, stood there perfectly still, showing not the slightest sign of movement. Where DIO's fist had landed, there wasn't even the faintest mark. DIO couldn't help but be amazed by how hard this thing was. Even though he had held back just now, using only 100 points of ripple energy, that amount of force would easily break bones and tear muscles if landed on an ordinary person. Yet here, it hadn't left the slightest mark. How could he not be surprised? But this result was exactly what he wanted. So, putting on his best performance, he immediately showed an expression of deep dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, he quietly raised his ripple energy to around 150 points and struck the steel plate before him with a swift and powerful blow. A thunderous crash echoed through the sealed chamber. Outside, the research staff were rapidly analyzing DIO's power output on their computers, but the numbers left Nick Fury, who had come to observe personally, sorely disappointed. The target strength is about 5 times that of an average adult. Do we need to continue testing? When an ordinary person throws a punch, the muscle force rarely exceeds 50 kilograms, and the impact is between 100 and 150 kilograms. In other words, even when DIO used his full strength, the punch only produced a little over half a ton in impact. Impressive compared to a regular person. But when you factored in supernatural abilities, the result was almost insulting. Take Spider-Man as a benchmark. Even for someone whose strength is considered average among superhumans, he can lift between 15 and 20 tons, and if you calculated just the impact force, that number could easily double. And as for the Hulk, well, his strength in the hundreds of tons is just the baseline. 1,000 tons? Several thousand? As his rage increases, the Hulk's power becomes virtually limitless. So, the strength Dio was showing now was simply negligible, enough to bully ordinary people, perhaps, but nothing more. For Nick Fury, who had high hopes, this was a bitter disappointment. Hold on, let me have a word with him. The research staff immediately gave up their seats without hesitation. Although you've put on quite a show, my instincts tell me you're just going through the motions with these tests. In fact, you're not the first to try this. If this is all you're capable of, I'm sorry, but you might not be heading back to New York today. You'll be kept here indefinitely. I hope you don't think I'm joking, because this is no laughing matter. With a stern face, Nick Fury was truly intimidating. Natasha couldn't help but recall the sense of danger she'd felt earlier. She wanted to warn the director not to provoke the man inside, but given her position and Fury's suspicious nature, she chose silence. Instead, she instinctively slipped into a state of alert, ready for anything. Even Dio hadn't expected that this black-boiled egg would turn hostile so abruptly. He couldn't help but knit his brows, and at the same time, the invisible power of the ripple began to flow throughout his entire body. That really was a poor joke. So you think this place can hold me? Nick Fury let out a faint smile. The glass surrounding them was several times stronger than the special steel panels he had just used for testing. This was to ensure the safety of those outside. In fact, if Dio managed to break through here, it would suit Fury's intentions perfectly. Let's wait and see. Dio's expression darkened, but fortunately, he had already considered many possibilities before coming here. He was confident that even in the worst-case scenario, he had a good chance of escaping unscathed. That was why he had chosen to engage further with S.H.I.E.L.D. so boldly. Still, the previously cordial atmosphere had left him somewhat off guard. He never imagined the other party would turn on him so quickly, without any pretense or hesitation. Trust me, you'll regret this. I look forward to that moment. Nick Fury's attitude finally provoked him. The invisible power of the ripple rapidly gathered together, and strange-colored sparks began to flicker and crackle across the surface of his body. When those outside caught sight of this scene, many of them instinctively took a step back. They could sense it. A ferocious beast was awakening within. Even Nick Fury's perpetually unflappable face grew grave. Director, it's dangerous here. We should retreat to a safe distance. No, I'm staying right here. Nick Fury had faced storms and crises his entire life. He wasn't about to be scared off by a caged beast. True danger, he knew, often came disguised as something harmless or beautiful. Almost unconsciously, he touched his eye patch, his expression flickering with complicated emotions. At that moment, the situation inside changed. Dio suddenly gathered all the ripple energy from his body into his right hand. The energy level displayed on his game panel began to fall rapidly. 1,000 points. 2,000. 3,000. It wasn't until Dio condensed 10,000 points of ripple energy into his right fist that he stopped this dangerous act. Then he activated the fortitude state, and the once invisible ripple energy began to warp the air around his hand. Even the light itself was bending, like a miniature black hole that drew every gaze toward it. This is bad. Everyone get out now. An urgent warning blared in Nick Fury's mind. He spun on his heel and shouted, bolting for the exit. However, by this point it was already too late. Ripple. Dash. In a flash, Dio lunged forward, his right fist surging with overwhelming destructive power. But instead of aiming for the steel plate made from special materials, his target was the glass wall that separated him from Nick Fury and the others. With a thunderous crash, the glass wall, renowned for its countless advantages and exceptional strength, shattered spectacularly. The powerful ripple attack unleashed from Dio's right fist surged on without losing momentum, utterly demolishing the room where Nick Fury and his team had been moments before. The force punched through 3 layers of superalloyed walls before it finally, reluctantly, dissipated. Empowered by 10,000 points of ripple energy, the sheer impact of his right fist was extraordinary. Yet the true strength of the ripple wasn't simply in the physical blow. It was in the overwhelming offensive and destructive power of the ripple energy itself. That was why a single punch could unleash such terrifying devastation. After throwing this punch, Dio's ripple energy instantly dropped by 1/8, and his right arm began to tremble slightly, a side effect of compressing too much power into one strike. But everything was under his control. In less than a minute, he would be fully recovered. At this moment, channeling 10,000 points of ripple energy into a single attack was almost his limit. But as his ripple reserves continued to grow and his physical strength kept improving, he knew his limits would soon be far beyond this. Once his right arm regained its mobility, Dio stepped out from the wreckage of the room that had held him captive. Now, he could hear the hurried footsteps of countless people rushing toward his location. He had already made up his mind. If this show of force wasn't enough to make them abandon their foolish notions, then he wouldn't hold back anymore. After all, the combination of the world's destructive power and gold experience's seemingly invincible healing ability was every enemy's nightmare. Not to mention, he still had Knum as his trump card. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. I wonder if that bald, hard-boiled egg is still alive. As Dio emerged once again, the first thing he saw was a sea of agents aiming their guns at him. Then, with a lift of his eyebrow, he spotted Nick Fury, blood streaming from his head, battered and disheveled, but alive. In truth, if Natasha hadn't been on guard and evacuated all the scientists the instant Dio took his battle stance and dragged Nick Fury out at the last moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have suffered devastating losses. It might well have been forced to change its name to Hydra. As you wished, I've come out. Satisfied now, Nick Fury, director, even surrounded, Dio showed not a trace of fear. I must admit, you've given me quite a surprise. Nick Fury paid no mind to the tense atmosphere. He strode past the armed agents who stood between him and Dio, positioning himself at a deliberate distance. Not too close, not too far. This only heightened the tension among the others. It was as if, should this man who had caused such chaos make even the slightest threatening move, their fingers would instinctively tighten on the triggers, ready to gun him down. The reason Nick Fury hadn't ordered an immediate attack was because, from the beginning, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from his opponent. After Natasha had led him to safety, he had time to carefully recall what had just happened, and a surprising realization struck him. The other man had never truly targeted him. Had that been the case, escape would have been nearly impossible. Just look at the aftermath. Mere shockwaves had obliterated 3 layers of superalloy walls outside. If this man had truly intended to kill, hardly anyone here would still be standing. By the time reinforcements arrived, the only thing left would have been a field strewn with broken bodies. Furthermore, even now, Fury couldn't detect a trace of fear or panic in Dio's eyes. What he saw was composure, and an unwavering confidence that said, no matter what, I'll walk out of here unscathed. He had no idea where this confidence came from, but he was certain that Dio still had some hidden trump card. At the very least, that invisible creature had never once been picked up by SHLD's sensors. For all Fury knew, that thing could be standing right in front of him, ready to strike him down at any moment. So a not-so-difficult choice now presented itself. Should he cast aside all caution and give the order to attack for the sake of his pride, worth less than a cent, and hope they could eliminate Dio once and for all? Or should he try to mend a relationship, however strained, before it was truly broken, and perhaps even win Dio over as an ally for S.H.I.E.L.D., laying groundwork for the organization he envisioned? It really wasn't a hard choice. With the first option, Fury couldn't guarantee success, and even if by some miracle they did succeed, how many agents would S.H.I.E.L.D. lose? What would the cost be? The answer was all too clear. Besides, his earlier words had been calculated to provoke a reaction, to gauge the true extent of Dio's abilities and limits. He hadn't intended to create a new enemy or invite such a powerful threat upon S.H.I.E.L.D. Adaptability and resilience have always been among Nick Fury's guiding principles. Otherwise, he could never have perfected the art of faking his own death. He becomes so adept at it that even those closest to him couldn't tell if he was truly gone or simply holed up in some secret base, sipping a drink and watching everyone else fight for their lives. So, after surviving such a harrowing ordeal, Nick Fury emerged, fixed Dio with a deep, scrutinizing look, and then suddenly issued an order that left everyone around him utterly perplexed. Put down your guns and return to your posts. There was just a minor issue during the testing, nothing more. A minor issue? The agents, still tense and aiming their weapons at Dio, could hardly believe their ears. What kind of minor issue during testing nearly blew up the entire floor? Were they testing the latest model of explosives? Director, Natasha hurried over to Fury's side, her own nerves on edge, but Fury simply nodded firmly. He trusted his own judgment. The agents who had rushed in now retreated like a receding tide, returning to their assigned stations. Yet the security forces, revealed on this floor, didn't melt back into the shadows. Instead, they watched the dangerous-looking target with discreet vigilance. Witnessing all of this, even Dio couldn't help but admire Fury's composure and resolve. If it were him, he might not dare to put himself in such a precarious position. Or maybe Fury had some hidden trump card, which explained his utter confidence in the face of danger. No wonder that even when Hydra later tried to seize control, they couldn't take him down. On the contrary, Fury managed to outmaneuver and decimate them from the shadows. To command an organization as vast as S.H.I.E.L.D. and later assemble a team of superheroes like the Avengers truly takes someone extraordinary. The worst-case scenario hadn't unfolded, and DIO finally allowed himself to relax a little, even though he was confident he could use fortify and deflect to protect himself. No one in their right mind would volunteer to become a target for a hailstorm of bullets. "I'm starting to regret this a little," Fury said with a wry smile, glancing around. "Just look at the mess. Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused? Especially those precision instruments you smashed. Those alone cost way more than the 200 grand we gave you." That was just pocket change in comparison. Blood still trickled from the graze on his head, making the wound look far worse than it actually was. Yet Fury seemed unfazed, as if such things were all in a day's work. Nick Fury's expression changed in an instant, but fortunately, DIO was already used to his way of handling things. Instead of exposing the topic directly, he followed Fury's lead and said, "I always thought the security measures here were top-notch, that I might be stuck here for life. Who knew they'd turn out to be so flimsy? And as I mentioned just now, this was nothing but an accident, so I don't think I'm responsible, and I shouldn't be the one footing the bill for damages." He'd just been mocked. Thinking back to his earlier confidence and all those self-important words, Nick Fury felt his face stinging even more than his head. He silently made up his mind. It was time for another internal security upgrade at S.H.I.E.L.D., even if the last full upgrade was only 3 months ago. Let's put aside the matter of responsibility and compensation for now. As for the follow-up assessments, I really don't see the point, DIO interrupted. If another little accident like before happens, things could get out of hand in a hurry. By now, DIO had fully grasped how this man operated, and he wasn't about to let himself fall into another disadvantageous position. Besides, he'd planned to half-heartedly go through these tedious evaluations from the start, and Fury's sudden change of attitude gave him the perfect excuse to refuse outright. Nick Fury considered for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. I don't want to have to face that bunch of stone-faced auditors the next time I file for funding, either. In that case, let's do things differently. Come to my office, let's have a proper talk. I'm actually intrigued by your proposal for cooperation. You know, you're the first person who's ever wanted to partner with S.H.I.E.L.D. on a personal basis." "I'm not a huge fan of stiff office atmospheres," DIO replied, smiling with his lips but not with his eyes. "On my way here, I noticed there's a lounge down the hall. I think I would be a much better place to chat. Go to Nick Fury's office." DIO wasn't that naive. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., anywhere Fury spent his time was bound to be protected by the agency's most advanced security measures, plus all sorts of emergency escape mechanisms. DIO, having already fallen into one trap, was naturally on his guard. In fact, if he could help it, he wouldn't let Nick Fury out of his sight until he was safely out of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. Keeping Fury in view was like holding onto a trump card that could turn the tables at any moment. Unseen by others, the world remained glued to Fury's side, never letting him out of its reach. Seemingly oblivious to the subtext in DIO's words, Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. "No problem. But before that, I think I need to get this wound bandaged first. Agent Natasha will take you over and ask you to wait a moment." Nick Fury pointed at the wound on his head, which was still bleeding. The pain seemed to tug at his facial muscles, making his excuse perfectly reasonable and above reproach. But DIO had no intention of letting him leave. "As for treatment, actually, you can let me take a look." Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, then quickly explained, "I've heard Agent Natasha mention this, but unfortunately, we don't have the equipment here for that sort of culinary treatment. Besides, it's just a scratch. It'll be bandaged up in no time. No need for the trouble." One was searching for every excuse to get away, while the other was determined, by any means, to keep him in sight. Without tearing the last shreds of civility, DIO tried again. "Actually, I have another way to heal you. It won't take long at all. Instant results. Director Fury, would you like to give it a try?" He was, of course, referring to his golden experience. In this situation, using a minute of its power didn't bother him in the least. But would Nick Fury dare? He took a deep breath and turned to Natasha. "Fetch a first aid kit and give me a quick bandage. That'll suffice." Given his suspicious nature, Fury barely trusted his own people. He certainly wasn't about to let someone as dangerous as DIO treat him. And judging by DIO's insistence on keeping him close, it only confirmed Fury's suspicion. The situation was in DIO's favor. Most likely, that invisible creature was lurking nearby, watching his every move. Any attempt to slip away might provoke an attack. This was the bitter consequence of what had just happened. Their fragile foundation of trust was on the verge of collapse. Sitting in the busy lounge, Nick Fury kept his face expressionless as Natasha tended to his wound. His target was proving far more difficult to handle than he'd expected. A few minutes later, Natasha finished the bandaging. Now, Nick Fury looked a bit like a half-marinated black egg, somewhat reminiscent of an extra in a Bollywood film, with his perpetually stern face only adding to the absurdity of the image. Although the ability assessment was, unexpectedly, cut short, given the level of destruction you've shown, we still need to keep a close watch on your whereabouts. But before that, I'd like to hear more about this cooperation you mentioned. Perhaps it might change my mind. Although the thick bandage wrapped around his head looked rather comical, Nick Fury's presence remained undiminished. He seemed entirely unbothered by the possibility that DIO might lose control again. DIO, for his part, took the opportunity to promote his miraculous cuisine. I trust the changes that have taken place in Miss Natasha are proof enough. The cooperation I wish to propose is directly related to this. When it comes to healing, I have a certain degree of confidence. So, if you ever encounter problems that your side cannot resolve, you're welcome to visit my restaurant. After all, miracles tend to happen when you least expect them, don't they? Nick Fury appeared to have anticipated what DIO was about to say. In fact, the moment Natasha had reported back, he'd immediately arranged for her to undergo the most advanced medical examinations. The results astonished everyone. It was no longer appropriate to call it treatment. Rebirth might be a more fitting description. Those were the exact words of the doctor in charge of her checkup at the time. After all, the hidden injuries and toxins Natasha had accumulated over the years had long since reached a point where even SHLD's cutting-edge medical technology was powerless. As for the pros and cons of gene modification, none of them truly understood it, let alone had any means to intervene. All they could do was watch as Natasha continued to take on mission after mission, her condition growing worse with each one. Yet before the inevitable breakdown, no one could say for certain whether these issues would ever truly bring down the legendary Black Widow, or when the crisis might finally strike. But now, all those worries have been swept away. Following the examination, Natasha's long-standing internal injuries had recovered to varying degrees, and even the residual toxins, previously impossible to eliminate with modern medicine, had been greatly reduced. More importantly, no side effects or signs of relapse could be found. This meant that, with one or two more similar treatments, Natasha would no longer have to fear her body failing her one day because of these hidden troubles. Such an extraordinary healing ability. If Nick Fury hadn't held them back, DIO's arrival today might well have been met with a rousing welcome from a whole team of fellow doctors. I do have a few questions, Nick Fury said keenly, seizing on several key points. Can you treat any and all injuries or illnesses? And does the healing always have to be done through your cuisine? DIO made no attempt to conceal the truth. Of course, I can't treat every kind of injury or illness, at least not as I am now. Even if I could, the patient's body might not be able to handle it. But for most common injuries, especially external wounds, there shouldn't be any problem. As for whether it always has to be through cooking, do you remember the other kind of treatment I mentioned earlier? It would cost me a great deal, but what follows would be an unparalleled effect. The results could truly be called miraculous, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. At this moment, DIO was just like those street hawkers, energetically praising his own product as something without equal under the heavens. Only he knew that the real effect might be far more astonishing than his words could convey. The Golden Experience trial card was incredibly valuable, but that didn't mean he should hoard it away like a miser. Its true worth was realized in the moment of use, and just how much value it could bring all depended on who it was used for. For example, the eye you lost. Nick Fury instinctively touched his eye patch, then responded with a blank expression. I have plenty of ways to get it back, but that wouldn't truly be my eye, and I've never seriously considered replacing it. That was quite true. With SHLD's vast resources, if he wanted to see again with that eye, he could have gotten himself a replacement long ago. But in reality, he had always refused, choosing to lead S.H.I.E.L.D. with his signature look. So, while DIO's offer stirred something deep inside him, that was as far as it went. No, I'm not talking about a prosthetic or a cybernetic eye. I mean giving you an eye that's exactly like your right one, your own flesh and blood. There'd be no risk of rejection, no need to worry about surgery. DIO wasn't entirely sure whether Marvel's world had perfected eyeball transplants, though there were certainly plenty of artificial and electronic options. So, he guessed that Nick Fury didn't avoid restoring his sight out of inability, but rather out of a refusal to become a spectacle, a freak with a mechanical eye. But Golden Experience could bypass all of that, repairing the injury as effortlessly as snapping a new part into place. So simple, it was almost absurd. And the price? Nick Fury fixed him with a penetrating look. Well, I'd say the eye of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is worth at least $10 million, wouldn't you? DIO replied lightly, naming a sky-high figure with a casual smile. He certainly wasn't planning on fixing Fury's eye for free. In fact, Dio had never really considered using the Golden Experience trial card just to make money. Perhaps he'd think about it if he ever drew the stand permanently. But for now, every minute of its use was extremely precious. The only reason he'd even brought it up was to add weight to his own position, hoping to gain some leverage in the negotiations to come. When facing a massive organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., simply showing weakness is useless. The only outcome would be what happened earlier, being completely devoured. If Dio hadn't demonstrated such formidable power just now, why would Nick Fury be sitting here, wasting his time on someone as insignificant as him? In other words, without enough leverage, you don't even have the right to sit at the table. 10 million? So this eye is actually worth that much. Nick Fury suddenly let out a laugh. In his eyes, was 10 million really a lot? The funds he authorized amounted to at least several $billion, but he would never use that money for personal gain. When the day comes that you have 10 million, maybe I'll sell you this eye. If you're interested then, remember to get in touch with me. He didn't bother bargaining and simply dropped the subject, not even bothering to question whether DIO's words were true or not. Fury's composure made Dio regard him with newfound respect. Not everyone can maintain such a calm demeanor in the face of temptation, let alone remain completely unmoved. He had underestimated this man. Of course, this refusal might also stem from a lack of trust in Dio. After all, no one but Fury himself knew the true value of his own eye. 10 million? That's still not enough. When that day comes and I have so much money, I don't know what to do with it. I'll think about it, Dio replied, half seriously, half jokingly, bringing the conversation to an end. At the same time, both Nick Fury and Dio regarded each other as exceptionally difficult people to deal with. Not the type you could easily fool. This verbal sparring left Dio's nerves feeling particularly worn out. Not wanting to linger any longer, he stood up and said, "It seems reaching a cooperative agreement will be tough, so I should be heading back. I have plenty of guests waiting for me tomorrow. Oh, and don't bother seeing me off. I scare easily, and I'd hate to be blown out of the sky the moment I take off. You all can stay here." With that, he picked up the suitcase containing $200,000 and retraced his steps, leaving the way he had come. Throughout the entire process, Nick Fury was as still and silent as a meditating monk, which struck Natasha as particularly odd. This wasn't the director she remembered. "We're just going to let him leave?" Natasha asked, more out of habit than real concern. In truth, she was the last person who wanted to see things escalate into violence. Only those who had experienced it firsthand understood how terrifying their opponent could be, and such a fight would be utterly pointless. Then, all at once, Natasha fell silent. Her words cut off as she too found herself speechless. The handgun Nick Fury had been using for self-defense was now being taken apart. Not disassembled, really. Taken apart hardly did it justice. In the eyes of Nick Fury and Natasha, the pistol, floating in midair, seemed to be crushed bit by invisible hands, reduced to nothing but fragments. This was Dio's final warning before he left. What would happen if such power were turned on a human body? No wonder the director had remained silent from beginning to end. Natasha understood instantly. Her right hand inched downward little by little. When faced with an unseen menace like this, her gun was the only thing that could give her even a shred of reassurance. "Don't move." Nick Fury hissed the warning under his breath, and Natasha looked at him in puzzlement. "It's watching you. Don't make any sudden moves. Put your hand down, slowly." Though she was a moment behind Nick Fury, Natasha too sensed the looming danger coiling around her. She did exactly as the director instructed, slowly placing her hand on the table where it could be seen. That chilling feeling instantly eased. By that time, the remnants of the entire gun had already fallen onto the table in front of them. Meanwhile, through the power of the world, Dio, hiding just around the corner, no more than 10 meters away, smiled to himself. Ignoring the bewildered stares of everyone nearby, he strode outside with his head held high. No one dared stop him. The scene shifted back to Nick Fury. In the lounge, the air was thick with silence. He and Natasha remained frozen in the same postures as before, not daring to move a muscle. Fortunately, for seasoned agents like them, such predicaments were nothing new. They could easily hold out for another hour if need be. Still, the sensation of waging a silent battle of wits with thin air was deeply unsettling, especially with all the baffled glances from those who had no idea what was going on, which only made things more exasperating. Worst of all, the two of them couldn't say a word about it. "What's wrong with the director?" "No idea. Maybe he's deep in thought." "Let's just go then. We shouldn't disturb them." A few minutes later, after much hesitation, a junior agent finally stepped forward to report, "Director, the gentleman who just left asked me to pass along a message. He said to stop looking. He's already gone." "Gone?" "He's gone." Only then did Nick Fury and Natasha realize the true meaning behind that message. Fury clenched his teeth and, with sudden resolve, hurled his glass of water at the empty space before him. The sudden crash of the glass hitting the wall shattered the tense silence, echoing through the room. Outside, the few people already on edge scattered in panic like startled birds. At a moment like this, no one wanted to become the boss's scapegoat. Even those eager to make an impression knew this was not the way to do it. He's really gone. Only now did Nick Fury and Natasha finally relax, the tension draining from their bodies. What does that bastard take us for? Terrorists? He's actually that cautious. Nick Fury, who had lost both face and leverage today, wore a grim expression. Yet, deep down, his grudging admiration for DIO hadn't faded. In fact, it had grown. To him, DIO's composure, his ability to stay cool under pressure, and his unique blend of decisive action and meticulous caution made him the perfect candidate for an agent, especially one with such formidable abilities. But ever since taking this position, it had been a long time since anyone had threatened him like this, let alone more than once. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. He had to admit, this time he'd been careless, especially in underestimating DIO's abilities. That mistake had thrown everything out of control. But next time, he swore. Next time, he'd be ready for this guy. Nick Fury had never failed to get what, or who, he wanted. Agent Romanoff, your assignment for now is to keep an eye on him. Track everyone who enters and leaves that restaurant. No, anyone he comes into contact with, investigate them all. I refuse to believe that an ordinary person could suddenly learn some mystical qigong and wield such supernatural powers. Also, overturn all previous investigations into DIO. Start from scratch. Don't let a single clue slip through the cracks. Yes, Director. Natasha accepted the task. She didn't have much of a choice. Yet Nick Fury had another worry he hadn't voiced. The mysterious force of qigong, handed down from the East, was never mastered by just one person. If DIO wasn't lying, it meant he must have had a master, someone who taught him how to harness this power. In other words, such strength could be in the hands of many. That was not good news for him, or for S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, that idea in his mind grew even stronger. Then he noticed, to his surprise, that Natasha hadn't left the room. Is there something else, Agent Romanoff? Director, I'll need to request funding for this operation. Otherwise, it'll be hard to carry out a thorough investigation. Nick Fury was speechless. Was this really something she needed to ask about? Go to the finance department yourself and apply for it. Just tell them I approved it. Since when do I need to personally look into such trivial matters? Every time an agent goes out on a mission, they need some equipment and funding. Normally, as long as the reason is sound, the request gets approved. Only if there's a major change. In the funding, does the director need to sign off? If even small matters like this required his personal attention, not even 10 heads would be enough for him to handle the workload. The director was clearly annoyed, and Natasha quickly strode out, not wanting to provoke him any further. A while later, after Nick Fury returned to his office, something about the situation kept nagging at him. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he drew in a deep breath and dialed the phone on his desk. Did Agent Natasha come to you just now to request mission funding? The person on the other end replied immediately, yes, just a few minutes ago. We've just issued $2 million in mission funds to Agent Natasha. Is there a problem, Director? Just as he suspected, Nick Fury slammed his fist heavily on the desk, then barked. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know the procedure? Since when can you authorize funds exceeding $1 million to an agent without my explicit approval? Maybe I should just let you be the director instead. There was stunned silence on the other end, then an anxious explanation. And no, that's not it. We were about to report it, really. Yes, it was Agent Natasha. She came with a video showing your consent, Director. Technically, it wasn't standard procedure, but in the video you said not to bother you with minor things. And Agent Natasha said it was an urgent task, so we just... With a crash, Nick Fury slammed the phone down in fury. He wanted to call them idiots, but thinking about it, that would make himself look even more foolish. After all, it really wasn't their fault. Everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that Black Widow was Nick Fury's trusted right hand. Her request for equipment and funding always sailed through without trouble. And now, with a video of him backing her up, who wouldn't have fallen for it? He'd said those words himself, so he had to own the consequences. Fine, let it go. Natasha had worked hard all these years, barely ever taking a break. Let this mission's funding serve as a bit of compensation. Next time he negotiated budget with those politicians, he'd just add a few more high-tech replacements to the list and write off this loss at the same time. Problem solved. Cunning to the core, even a dog wouldn't stomach it. As his mind gradually calmed, he shouted directly toward the outside. Get a living person in here, clean this place up, and while you're at it, have someone from logistics install another phone for me. Oof. Watching the people outside scramble and stumble over themselves at a single command, he finally regained that sense of being the boss here. That feeling was pretty good. Meanwhile, on the other side, with no one stopping him, DIO managed to walk out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and into the night. For a brief moment, he felt the sudden urge to recite poetry. But with absolutely no talent for literature, DIO could only force out a single syllable before decisively shutting his mouth and trudging forward. Not a single taxi in sight along the entire street. Was he really going to have to walk all the way back to New York? Maybe he could hitch a ride? But at this hour, who would pick up a strange man? And even if he did get a ride, what were the odds it would actually be heading to New York? More importantly, DIO ran a hand over the face that had made countless women swoon. What if he ran into a female thug who wanted to take advantage of him? What position should he know? Forget it. Better to just find a hotel for the night. He had cash. There was no reason to panic. After politely turning down the 6th female driver who eyed him hungrily, DIO decisively headed down a small side road. And then, promptly got lost. It was quiet all around. DIO was a bit puzzled how he'd ended up somewhere so remote. He simply stopped and pulled out his phone, planning to use the GPS to find his way out, maybe locate the nearest hotel for the night. But before he could even get the directions, 2 young men came out from a nearby house. They wore their hair in dreadlocks and were decked out in hip-hop fashion. "Hey man, you look new around here. Where are you from?" One of them, all buddy-buddy, tried to pat DIO on the shoulder, but DIO dodged it with subtle ease. Trouble had found him. A bit exasperated, DIO put away his phone. "Can I help you?" "Cut the act. Just tell us what you want." "Got enough cash." The other guy sounded impatient, but when he caught sight of the silver briefcase in DIO's hand, his eyes lit up with greed. Instinctively, DIO glanced up. By the light of a nearby street lamp, he finally noticed a pair of sneakers dangling from the wires above. Suddenly, he understood exactly what kind of situation he'd walked into. In certain parts of America, if you see a pair of shoes hanging from the power lines, it's a sign you should get out of there fast. Never stand underneath them. Those shoes weren't tossed up there by some mischievous kid. They served as a sign, a marker. Hanging shoes on the wires was actually a way for gangs to lay claim to their territory. If you saw a pair of shoes tied together by the laces and dangling high above, it meant this was a spot for drug dealing. All anyone had to do was stand under that pole with the shoes, wait for a short while, and someone from the area would approach to ask what you wanted. But if you had no business there, you'd better steer clear. Stand there by mistake, and you might just get away with a few angry curses if you're lucky. But if you ran into someone with a short fuse, you could easily end up beaten and robbed. This really happens, so watch out if you ever travel to the U.S. DIO hadn't noticed any of these signals and just happened to be standing right under that very spot. That's why someone came over and asked what he was looking for. What a mess. How was he supposed to explain this misunderstanding? Would telling the truth get him a beating? He was honestly a bit scared. A little awkward, DIO rubbed his nose, then suddenly blurted out a completely unrelated question. "You guys all have cars, right?" "Hey kid, are you messing with us?" snapped one of them, who had little patience to spare. He stormed right up, glaring, head thrust forward until he was practically in DIO's face. "Do me a favor and back off, will you? Don't you know your breath stinks?" DIO retorted with a deep frown, pushing the guy away, his face full of disgust. "Damn it, this idiot's begging for it. Let's teach him a lesson." Without another word, the hot-tempered young black man swung a fist straight at DIO's face. But to DIO, the punch was so slow and feeble, it was like watching a scene in slow motion. In the next instant, as the man's fist swung in, he was suddenly doubled over by a sharp pain in his gut, sent flying nearly 2 meters before crashing to the ground, curling up in agony like a boiled shrimp. The other man was startled. He hadn't even seen how his companion had been struck, but his reflexes were sharp. He immediately drew the pistol tucked in his waistband. "Damn it. Think you can stir up trouble here? Do you even know whose turf this is? Don't move. Toss the case over here now, and hand over everything valuable you've got, or I'll put a few holes in you and take them myself." The commotion seemed to draw attention from others nearby. Suddenly, lights flickered on all around, and voices began to swell in the night. DIO swore to heaven and earth he'd stake what little conscience he had left that he truly hadn't come looking for trouble. But trouble had come straight to him. What else could he do? He was desperate too. "Take him out, and don't let anyone inside get away. And keep it quiet. Who the hell are you talking to?" He never finished his threat about shooting, because in that instant his entire body was lifted off the ground by an invisible grip around his neck. He struggled desperately for breath, but what terrified him even more was the overwhelming force crushing his throat, despite the fact that nothing at all was visible before his eyes. Monster, sorcery, alien. A stream of wild thoughts flashed through his mind in a heartbeat, and then he seemed to hear a faint crack. With that, he plunged into endless darkness. the being known as the World, had coldly and mercilessly snapped his neck, then strode over to the one writhing on the ground, who fell as if all his organs had been knocked loose. In a single, swift motion, the World ended his suffering, the terror still frozen on his face. Although Dio didn't particularly enjoy killing, he didn't mind it either. Once you possess power beyond the ordinary, you realize just how much simpler everything becomes. The law, after all, is nothing but a scrap of paper. As the old saying goes, the strong use force to challenge the rules. In truth, that's just as applicable in the modern world. Perhaps it's because of this that S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded in the first place, to better curb such phenomena. Fortunately, Dio had always kept himself in check. He wasn't some twisted soul who killed for amusement. Yet in those gray areas where the law had no reach, he saw no reason to restrain himself. Reasoning with a pack of scum was pointless. And as for the law, if they truly feared it, they wouldn't have committed so many atrocious acts. So if it comes to killing, then so be it. What's the alternative? To be like so-and-so and just tie them up and dump them at the police station? Don't make me laugh. Even someone as self-interested as Dio couldn't help but wish there were fewer tragedies in the world. But if you had to blame something, blame the bad luck on both sides. Wrong place, wrong time, and the wrong people. Panic-stricken screams soon echoed through the building, followed by a brief burst of gunfire. Then, just as swiftly, silence returned. Dio kept himself at a perfect distance throughout. The real slaughter was carried out by the World, who cared nothing for anyone or anything except Dio. Only after the World had eliminated every being he considered a threat did Dio finally stroll in, deliberately late. There's no need to dwell on the twisted, contorted ways these people died. Dio didn't spare them a second glance. He simply thought, there's no reason to leave. Empty-handed. Since this den of evil was already in ruins, it was only right for him, the so-called agent of justice, to redeem the tainted, blood-soaked cash. He searched every room from top to bottom, but the spoils were meager, just a little over $100,000. The real shock came from the sheer amount of product in the place, so much that even Dio felt a chill run down his spine. There must be a powerful organization backing this group. Otherwise, there's no way a bunch of small-time crooks could get their hands on so much merchandise. Most likely, someone higher up sends the goods down, and these people are just responsible for selling them. That also explains why there's a mountain of goods here, but hardly any money, because all the cash has already been sent away. More trouble stirred up. What a headache. Dio watched as the fire in front of him gradually roared to life, then quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Before he left, he gathered all the merchandise he could find into one place and set it ablaze. Even though he suspected a stronger force was operating behind the scenes, once he'd started, he was determined to finish it. With no surveillance, cameras around, there was no way this could be traced back to him. Besides, someone else would eventually have to take over this mess. Good deeds need no signature. Just call me Red Scarf. Although it was already late at night, the bustling city of New York continued to exude its unique charm. At this moment, a huge figure stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, wrapped in an oversized bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, and overlooking the entire city. A closer look revealed that beneath the voluminous robe, his massive frame was not padded with fat, but sculpted with powerful muscles. One could easily imagine he might kill a man with a single punch. This should have been his time to rest, but clearly his night had been interrupted by some rather unpleasant news. How bad is the damage? The man in the suit standing behind him didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from his brow. He answered respectfully, "It's significant, sir. That fool Gil made his own decisions and failed to distribute the goods to our other outposts in time. As a result, a quarter of the shipment we just sent to Washington this month has gone up in flames. Do we know the cause? Our people planted in the Washington Police Department report that the fire was clearly started intentionally. Some locals even mentioned faintly hearing gunshots nearby. Although the autopsy reports aren't out yet, the case has already been classified as homicide. Apparently, the bodies were found in horrific conditions. The killer must be someone with tremendous strength and skilled in close combat. And Gil, he's dead too. His body was found at the scene. If I recall, didn't he have a beautiful and devoted wife and a pair of sweet twin daughters?" "Yes, sir." The man behind him trembled all over and bowed his head even lower. To have such a happy family and still keep mistresses on the side, what a shame. Sent his whole family down to join him. And don't forget those mistresses. Perhaps one of them was his true love. The man behind him swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face, and quickly agreed. Such a massive loss naturally demands someone to take the fall. But since Jill was murdered, that alone was far from enough to quell his fury. And so, everyone closely connected to Jill was now in deep trouble. Go out and do what needs to be done. I'll give you 3 days to find this person and bring them to me. If you can't, then, for the sake of how long you've served me, make arrangements for your family to leave. The man behind him felt his legs give out and dropped to his knees, trembling all over. Yet the imposing figure before him showed no sign of yielding. A minute later, the man in the suit, now pale as death, staggered away. If he couldn't find and deliver the person within 3 days, he'd end up just like Jill. Even if he sent his family away, he'd still be hunted down in the end. That so-called mercy was nothing but a promise of even more terrifying punishment. As for running away, or betrayal, that thought never even crossed his mind, because the man before him bore a name that struck fear throughout the entire American underworld. Many called him Kingpin. His empire spanned the globe, but America was his true stronghold. Nearly 40% of all criminal activity in the country could be traced back to him. Whether you smashed up a drug lab, foiled a smuggling operation, or nabbed a few gangsters, chances were you'd be challenging his authority. He was the undisputed crime lord of this land. This night, steeped in sin, how beautiful it is. He drained the blood-red wine in his glass. Meanwhile, DIO, completely unaware he'd stirred up a hornet's nest, was still fretting over finding a ride. Earlier, sensing even bigger trouble might be hot on his heels, he'd immediately dropped the idea of stealing a car. Doing so would only expose him further, and he wasn't that reckless. As he weighed whether to charm his way into a ride with one of the women heading to a hotel for some fun, a car screeched to a sudden halt right beside him. "Hey there, handsome. Need a lift? Aw, this damn charm of mine. I'm headed to Jessica." It wasn't an exclamation, but genuine surprise. As Dio opened the car door, he realized that the woman inviting him in was none other than Jessica, the elite professional who'd made such a lasting impression on him. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Mind if I call you Dio? Hop in." Bumping into someone he knew was an unexpected delight, and Dio wasted no time sliding into the passenger seat. "It really has been a while. What brings you here?" "Here? My family's company is based in Washington, and our home is here too. But what about you? What brings you to this side of town? Has your restaurant closed down or something?" As the car started moving, the two of them launched into a lively conversation. Only then did Dio learn that Jessica's family business was primarily in Washington, and it was only in recent years that they had gradually shifted their focus to New York. Since Jessica went to college in New York, she had simply decided to work there after graduation. This trip back was partly for some business matters and, more importantly, to visit her younger sister. Although her sister's ugly scars on her back had been healed with Dio's help, a person's temperament is not so easily changed. Her sister still often kept to herself, reluctant to interact with others. Her best friend was still that little white Bichon Frise. Dio still vividly remembered its name, Snowball. The two of them had almost become rivals back then. The scene had been a little bit comical, yet strangely heartwarming. Enough about me. Let's talk about you, Mr. Dio, the future giant of the restaurant world, with ambitions to become the richest man on earth. What are you doing here all alone, and by the look of it, have you become homeless? Jessica was usually the type to keep strangers at arm's length, but tonight, for some reason, she couldn't stop smiling. It's a long story. Someone finished their meal and skipped out on the bill, so I'm here on a debt-collecting mission. As Dio spoke, he patted the suitcase in his hand. Looks like it was a bumpy road, but in the end, you still managed to pull it off. There isn't anyone in this world who can dodge paying me. Dio waved his hand dismissively, as if it was hardly worth boasting about. So what now? Where are you planning to go? It's already so late. You're not seriously expecting me to drive you all the way back to New York, are you? That would be perfect. Even Dio, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. Just help me find a hotel nearby. I'll get through the night, and I need to head back early tomorrow. Jessica glanced at him suddenly, then, without a word, pressed down on the gas pedal. He hadn't expected that someone as polished and professional as Jessica would have a hidden talent for speed. In fact, Dio even thought he caught a glimmer of excitement on her face. So she's got a wild side after all. But as time went by, Dio grew increasingly puzzled. They'd already passed by several hotels along the way, but Jessica didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Where are we going? My place. Huh? Dio shot her a surprised look, wondering if she was finally revealing her true, more mischievous side. Was she about to make her move on him after all? Maybe it was the odd way Dio was staring at her that made her a bit uncomfortable. So she added another line. It's Irene who's been wanting to see you. We just happened to run into you today. Don't worry, there are plenty of guest rooms at home. You won't have to sleep on the sofa. Oh, Dio shrugged, indifferent. So what if he went? If he could walk out of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the most dangerous places in the world, and scathe, what did he have to fear from a little girl? Besides, he'd save himself the expense of a hotel. We're here. Let's get out. After driving a while longer, The car finally stopped in front of a villa so luxurious that its price was obvious at a glance. Immediately, servants came out to park the car in the garage, while others asked Jessica if she'd like something to eat or needed a rest. The whole scene left Dio quietly impressed. And this, he realized, was just the life of an ordinary rich person. It was hard to imagine what kind of imperial enjoyment those super wealthy folks living in sprawling estates must experience every day. Still, he'd gotten glimpses through Tony's notorious playboy lifestyle and extravagant spending habits. Following Jessica inside, Dio made no attempt at politeness and picked out the guest room that pleased him most. Just as he was settling in, Irene came dashing out, barefoot, wearing an adorable cartoon pajama set, clutching a fluffy white Bichon frise. "Dio, is it really you?" Irene's wide eyes sparkled with delight. For some reason, ever since her first treatment, the little girl had become somewhat attached to him. After her follow-up visits, she'd even snuck out to see him on her own once. But after a panic, Jessica rushed over to take her back. The two hadn't met again. Truth be told, Dio was quite fond of Irene. She was a sweet, innocent kid. Still, spending too much time with a girl her age was a recipe for trouble. Jessica would probably call the cops sooner or later. Last time's escapade was warning enough, and Dio had no desire to be branded as a creepy uncle. "Hey, let me guess, what beautiful little angel has snuck down to Earth this time?" Dio's offhand compliment made the girl blush instantly, burying her face in the fluffy fur of her dog, Snowball. But Snowball was so tiny, the whole scene was irresistibly cute. Especially poor Snowball, suddenly thrust forward as a shield, now staring at Dio with utter bewilderment. With a little yelp of protest, Snowball wriggled free and scampered off, shooting Dio an indignant glare as he went. The sight made both Dio and Jessica burst out laughing. "All right, enough hiding. Weren't you always begging to go to New York to see Brother Dio? Now he's here, and you're acting all shy." Jessica gently pulled Irene out from behind her, where she ducked after Snowball, made his escape. The little girl was already a natural beauty, and now, with her cheeks flushed in shyness, she looked especially charming. However, Dio harbored no improper thoughts. He wasn't about to risk a minimum 3-year sentence, or worse. He glanced at the time and quickly said, "It's getting late. I'm a bit tired after a long day. Next time you come to New York, how about your big brother takes you out for a whole day of fun?" Erin was clearly a bit disappointed, but her good upbringing meant she wouldn't throw a tantrum the way other kids her age might. Instead, she obediently went back to her room alone. Judging by her determined look, she was probably off to settle the score with Snowball, who had abandoned his master and escaped on his own. How terribly naughty. Only Jessica lingered, giving Dio a long, thoughtful look before smiling. Erin's never really had anyone to play with. You shouldn't have been so harsh turning down such a sweet little girl. No, I think what she needs is a father figure in her life. Besides, having friends her own age would suit her much better. Maybe you're right. Well, I won't keep you up any longer. It seemed Jessica was pleased with his answer. Even the way she walked revealed her good mood. "Oh, and one more thing. Try not to wander around too much tonight." Watching the spot where Jessica had disappeared, Dio couldn't help but wonder. Was that a warning? Or perhaps a hint? If it was a warning, that was fine. He had no other intentions anyway. But if it was a hint, then here came the real dilemma. Should he act on it, or pretend to be oblivious? The curse of being a handsome and talented man. He was always facing these impossible choices. Forget it. Better to take a shower and go to bed. The guest bathroom had a huge tub, and Dio luxuriated in a hot bath before climbing into bed. It had been a long day, full of twists and turns, especially the mental chess match with S.H.I.E.L.D. and that bald, hard-boiled egg of a man. He was exhausted, but he couldn't afford to drop his mysterious, powerful persona. That was his ticket to the game. Things would be easier once Tony came back. Then all eyes would be on Iron Man, and the scrutiny on him would naturally fade. In the dead of night, as silence filled the house, Dio, ever vigilant, even in his sleep, suddenly sensed someone quietly opening his door. The intruder moved with the utmost care. In an instant, Dio gathered the ripple energy within him, ready to strike. At this range, not even a sudden hail of bullets would so much as graze him. The figure crept closer, and then, with arms as sinuous as a water snake, wrapped around him. At that moment, Dio dissipated the ripple energy and relaxed. He already knew who it was. He opened his eyes. Bathed in moonlight, she pressed herself close beside him. "You? This is your reward for being such a good boy." So that's what she meant by "don't wander around tonight." Now it all made sense. But he was certainly no child. At breakfast, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened the night before. There was neither awkward distance nor any overt display of intimacy. Just two ordinary friends chatting about trivial, amusing little things. The only exception was a maid who, having accidentally seen Jessica quietly sneaking out of DIO's room that morning, kept stealing curious glances at him. Yawn. Didn't sleep well last night? Irene, clutching a ball of snow in her arms, blinked her wide eyes at her older sister, who was stifling another yawn. A little, but it's nothing. Come on, eat up. Mom and Dad will probably be back this afternoon, and I can catch up on some sleep. Then, Jessica deftly steered the conversation away, and while Irene was distracted, she shot a fierce glare at that scoundrel. Dio kept his head down, munching on his sandwich, pretending not to notice. Dio, are you leaving right after breakfast? At this, Irene looked up at him, her eyes full of disappointment. Yeah, I've still got work waiting for me. Next time you come in New York, give me a call ahead of time. I'll make sure to clear my schedule and take you out for a proper tour. Dio smiled, gently ruffling her hair, then gave Snowball a few playful, vigorous rubs on the head before finally withdrawing his hand, satisfied. Snowball badly wanted to bite this guy, but there was something about Dio's presence that made the dog uneasy. So, swallowing its pride, it turned its head away in resignation. Though Irene was sad to hear Dio would be leaving so soon, his promise cheered her up, and she eagerly hooked pinkies with him to seal the deal. After breakfast, Dio made preparations to leave. I've arranged a ride to the airport for you. Your ticket's already booked. Time's a bit tight, so you'd better get going, Jessica said, exhaustion in her voice, but having thought of everything for Dio. He felt a pang of emotion at her consideration, but quickly composed himself. Thank you. Dio picked up his suitcase and, with genuine sincerity, expressed his gratitude. Bye, Dio. I'll come visit you soon, just wait. Irene waved her little hand enthusiastically. Dio flashed them a big, warm smile, then climbed into the car and was gone. Only when Dio's figure was completely out of sight did Irene glance at her sister and pout. No one knew that, last night, when Jessica had quietly slipped out of her room, Irene, who slept in the room next door, had secretly followed her. So this is what the adult world is like, Irene muttered, staring down at her shoes. Thoroughly disgruntled, she stomped back to her room, vowing that next time she saw Dio, it would be all-out war. From this moment on. A little more than an hour later, Dio finally flew back to New York from Washington, caught a cab, and headed straight to the restaurant. And the timing was just right. Barely 5 minutes had passed before Will showed up for work, yawning widely. Out carousing all night again? Dio asked, his tone less than friendly. No way, of course not. I just went out to relax a bit, Will replied shamelessly, and then swiftly snatched the broom from Dio's hands to start sweeping. Seeing that Will still had the energy to joke and work, Dio couldn't be bothered to lecture him any further. But Will took the initiative to strike up a conversation. No idea what happened last night, but I heard a lot of big shots turned up. Seemed like they were looking for someone. The big shots were referred to were, of course, the mob bosses and the like. Dio hadn't paid it much attention at first, but curiosity got the better of him. Looking for someone? Who could cause such a stir? No clue. I'm out of that game now anyway. But I did overhear the guys at the next table saying that some shipment headed for Washington got torched. Now all the bosses are losing their minds trying to hunt someone down. Isn't that ridiculous? Something goes down in Washington, and suddenly the whole surrounding area is thrown into chaos. Whoever did it, if they get caught, they're dead for sure. Talking about his old line of work, Will was clearly in his element. Dio couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. Why did this mess sound so familiar? He distinctly remembered busting up a drug operation in Washington and setting the place on fire, but surely it hadn't caused such a huge uproar. Could word really have traveled all the way to New York by that same night? And people were already taking action? This gang's reach was far greater than he'd imagined. He'd had his suspicions, but their speed and intensity were beyond anything he'd expected. You said it was a shipment headed for Washington. Do you know whose shipment it was? To his surprise, Will's eyes went wide as he stared at him, his voice filled with astonishment. You mean you don't know? Should I? Dio replied, a bit annoyed. At that, Will dropped the broom and started hollering dramatically. There are only a handful of people in America who can pull off open crime and leave the cops powerless to stop them. I'm talking about none other than the Kingpin himself, the Underworld Emperor. Go ask around. At least half of the underworld in America is willing to serve him. And as for the other half, almost none dare show him any disrespect. Drugs, smuggling, gambling. There isn't a single money-making venture he doesn't dare to touch. Now that the Kingpin's goods have all been torched in a single blaze, there's no way he'll let this go. Whoever did it is bound to meet a gruesome end. They say the Kingpin's methods of dealing with his enemies are notorious for their cruelty. Thanks to Will's dramatic storytelling, the Kingpin seemed to become an idol for every gangster around, a true icon of brute strength and power. Back when Will was still running with his old crew, his greatest dream was to become one of Kingpin's men. That alone showed just how deep and far-reaching the Kingpin's influence was. In the end, he's just a crime boss, isn't he? What? Are you still yearning for that kind of life? This time, Dio was genuinely annoyed. Hey, crime boss, just that. Will was a bit worked up, but when he saw Dio's expression, memories of that terrifying night in the abandoned warehouse came flooding back. He quickly backpedaled. All right, my life is good now. I never want to live in fear again. I was wrong. Just as Will said, in the 3 days since Dio's return, the entire American underworld had gone wild, scouring the streets for someone. But to the Kingpin, was that lost shipment really so important? If he felt like it, he could toss 10 times that amount into the ocean just to give the sharks a wild party. But first the Punisher, then Daredevil, and now some unknown lunatic had set his goods on fire, blatantly challenging his authority. If the Kingpin didn't make a stand, others might start to think the title of Underworld Emperor no longer meant anything. This was about sending a message. And as the major gangs erupted into chaos, police departments across America's cities were thrown into a frenzy. Overtime became the norm, with not a minute to spare. Many officers began to harbor a grudge against the troublemaker who had started all this. More importantly, this time the Kingpin wasn't satisfied with making just one example. The so-called Punisher, Daredevil, they all had to die. And so, Hell's Kitchen, already a den of chaos, turned into a giant game of cat and mouse. Who would end up the cat and who the mouse? That would depend on how it all played out. They said that every day, enough corpses were hauled out of Hell's Kitchen to fill a truck. Whether that was an exaggeration or the truth, only those who were actually caught up in it would ever really know. 3 days had passed, yet Dio continued to run his little restaurant as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Every day, the people who came to dine were either wealthy or influential, each accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards. Word of the miraculous dishes served here was spreading fast, attracting more and more curious patrons who wished to try them for themselves. Reservations were now booked out a full week in advance. Describing his daily earnings as a windfall would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Ordinarily, with such a spectacle, the IRS would surely have come knocking. But, curiously enough, no one had shown up at Dio's door. At first, Dio suspected that one of his affluent customers might have casually smoothed things over for him behind the scenes. But that explanation felt a little far-fetched. It wasn't until that day, when Natasha returned, this time dressed as a sharp office professional and presenting herself as an IRS employee, that Dio began to piece things together. He couldn't help but marvel at the reach of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the IRS, an agency that could strike fear into anyone, was no match for their influence. They could not only handle such matters with ease, but even borrow official identities to get things done. "Will, pour a cup of coffee for Miss Narita here," Dio instructed. "Coffee? You hardly ever serve coffee. All those fancy guests who come here can only get plain water. And now you're joking with me?" Will replied, exasperated, his words tumbling out in a quick, rhythmic flow. If he'd thrown in a few hip-hop gestures, it would have been a show in itself. Dio shot him a sharp glance. "Can't you just go buy some? And pick up a coffee machine while you're at it. Don't forget the receipt, or you could forget about getting reimbursed." Will reluctantly tore his gaze away from the gorgeous IRS agent, adjusted his belt with a grumble, and stomped out. Even as he left, he muttered under his breath, shooting Dio a dirty look. In his mind, this was a classic case of bros before. Well, clearly not. When a beautiful woman was involved, brotherhood was out the window. If Dio wanted him gone, he could have just said so. Coffee run. What a joke. After sneaking a not-so-subtle middle finger at Dio, Will hopped into his car and sped off to buy coffee, swearing to himself that he'd make Dio regret this one day. Once Will was gone, Dio finally sat down across from Natasha and asked in a low voice, "Since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. moonlight? As the IRS? Next time you come undercover, could you at least bother to pick a more convincing alias? Don't be so perfunctory. Oh, you don't like this little bit of role play? What would you prefer then, the doctor and the patient, or maybe the cop and the criminal?" Natasha teased, leaning forward with her arms resting on the table, her posture revealing a tantalizing glimpse of cleavage that caught Dio's eye. "Sorry, but you'll have to save those tricks for someone else. I've got about 15 minutes before my next guest arrives. So if there's something you want, just say it. We're hardly strangers at this point, are we?" Hearing what Dio said, Natasha immediately straightened up, her demeanor shifting in an instant. "You've heard about the recent surge of gang violence, haven't you?" Dio's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure and joked. "Aren't you guys supposed to deal with supernatural events? Since when did S.H.I.E.L.D. start worrying about IRS cases, FBI work, or even the police? I never realized your organization had such a broad mandate." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but to his surprise, Natasha simply laughed. "Aren't you the least bit curious about the reason? I heard they're looking for someone. What does that have to do with me?" At this point, DIO was already feeling a bit of a headache. Oh, what could it possibly have to do with you? It just so happened that you were in Washington that night, and you just so happened to leave alone late at night. We went through a mountain of surveillance footage and discovered that you were spotted near the crime scene before getting into a white sports car. Should I go on? The time, the place, the surveillance footage, everything matched up, coupled with his record. It was only natural that S.H.I.E.L.D. would set their sights on him. So what? Listening to you, I'm starting to wonder myself if I did something that night. Natasha casually pulled a file from her bag and set it on the table, giving him a long, searching look. We compared the autopsy reports and found some startling similarities between this incident and the abandoned factory case. The cause of death was the same. Every victim looked like they'd been hit head-on by a speeding car, and the bullet holes at the scene were a mess, which means that, right before they died, the victims had no idea where the enemy was. They just fired blindly, or perhaps they simply couldn't see their attacker. That's a very compelling deduction. You have 10 minutes to explain your purpose here, Agent Natasha. DIO's praise was genuine. So many lesser investigators had been running in circles for 3 days and still hadn't found him. But S.H.I.E.L.D. had pieced together the truth from the smallest of details, logically and convincingly. But that was as far as it went. Just like last time, as long as he didn't confess, no one could touch him. There was no concrete evidence, and some of the reasoning couldn't be made public anyway. As for the cooperation you mentioned before, I think we can give it a try. Natasha's words took DIO by surprise. I'm curious. What made you suddenly change your mind? There's someone who's been injured. We need your abilities. Who? DIO was especially curious about this person's identity. To make that hard-boiled black egg change his mind, to allow someone he clearly didn't trust to be involved in the treatment. This meant the person was extremely important, and even S.H.I.E.L.D., with its cutting-edge medical technology, was powerless to help. We can't tell you just yet. After you agree, we'll take you to meet him. Natasha's gaze flickered ever so slightly. Him? A man? DIO seemed to catch on to something, but he didn't immediately expose the truth that was hanging in the air between them. Still, he knew he had the upper hand now. If he didn't make the most out of this opportunity, he'd only be letting himself down. Before I see the patient, I can't guarantee any results. And after the treatment, no matter if the patient gets better or worse, I won't take any responsibility. Let's get that straight from the beginning. After all, if even you people are at your wits' end, it means this is a very tricky case. I'm not about to risk myself for someone who has nothing to do with me. Natasha thought for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. We understand. We won't hold you responsible. But you have to do your best, no tricks. If there's any risk, you must tell us in advance, and we'll decide whether or not you proceed. If you're not confident, don't force it. The patient isn't going to die immediately. Seriously injured, beyond the help of modern medicine, but not dying anytime soon? Why did that sound so familiar? Very well. Since this is our first time working together, let's talk about the fee for the treatment. I'm not about to work for free, DIO stated bluntly, without a hint of embarrassment. Saving lives wasn't his calling. Even doctors and nurses who considered it their duty still got paid. There was no way he'd work for S.H.I.E.L.D. for nothing. If they wanted to cooperate, sincerity was a must. Natasha seemed to have expected that he cared about money, so she said crisply, Don't worry, that guy isn't short on cash. If you can heal him, you can name your price. Whatever fee you ask, it's yours. That guy? So, someone extremely wealthy, but maybe a bit of pain? Piecing together all this information, and considering the current time frame, a name suddenly popped into DIO's mind. Could it be that Tony Guy's made it back? But if something that big had happened, how could there be no news reports? Unless his own little butterfly effect had already stirred up a storm, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached Tony first? Still, once those useless doctors had proven they were no help, knowing Tony's personality, he'd be demanding to go home and figuring out a solution on his own. The news would probably only break when Tony made his sudden appearance, so it was just a matter of a day or two. In other words, it was precisely at this moment that Natasha would show up at his door unexpectedly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Natasha noticed a change in his expression and asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering how much I should ask for this time to make it worth my while. DIO's reply made Natasha roll her eyes involuntarily. How had someone with a personality like his survived this long? But then she recalled his terrifying destructive power and wisely kept her mouth shut. And when he finally meets that notoriously difficult man, will the two of them end up fighting on the spot? So does that mean you agree? If I refused, would you have leaked my information to those gangs? DIO suddenly flashed a dazzling smile. Though his smile appeared harmless, Natasha felt a surge of pressure and danger, just like that day. She quickly returned his smile and said, No, our earlier conversation was simply to satisfy my curiosity. Now that I have my answer, the matter is closed. At S.H.I.E.L.D., we absolutely do not betray our partners. So, if he doesn't cooperate, will they really do it? Dio found the way things were unfolding more and more interesting. Fine. For the sake of the money, you can send your people over. But only after I close shop for the day. To your place? No, you need to come with me right now. Dio immediately raised his hand, cutting her off, and spoke with grave seriousness. It seems there's something you still haven't figured out. This time, the initiative is mine, and I really don't like being threatened. I'll let it slide this once, but there won't be a next time. So, Agent Natasha, you can go now. Either bring your people here when I say, or you can watch as I send those scumbags straight to hell, one by one. In that moment, Natasha realized the director's plan had failed again. This was not a man who would be cowed into compromise by mere gangsters. Perhaps it would have been better to be upfront from the very start and appeal to his interests. That might have led to a better outcome. With a sigh, Natasha left, while Dio put on his warm, gentlemanly smile once more and began to greet the next customer. Well, more like the next fat sheep, if he was being honest. After receiving Natasha's report, Nick Fury found himself with a headache. He thought that kid would see reason and act like a smart man. But things didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. What was originally meant to pressure him and showcase CHLD's influence ultimately backfired, making the other party think they were issuing a threat. And truth be told, Nick Fury did mean it that way, at least a little. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that for now. Leave it at that. Yes, for the time being. Tony's already gone home. He told us not to make things more complicated and insisted he could handle it himself. So let's just wait and see how things develop. As Nick Fury spoke, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. He really did want to get his hands on the Iron Man suit Tony had built to escape, but he was also genuinely trying everything to save Tony's life, never once giving up on rescuing him. Yet that guy didn't appreciate it all. Not only did he mercilessly mock the helpless doctors, but he even started cursing when the topic of the Iron Man suit came up. It was enough to make anyone angry. Nick Fury wasn't exactly known for his patience, either. If you think you're so great, then suit yourself. He wasn't about to keep coddling him. And so, the conversation ended on a sour note. There was no point in trying to be overly accommodating anymore. Even if Dio really could cure that stubborn fool, Nick Fury would probably stop him first, just to let Tony suffer a bit more. Natasha understood what the director meant and promptly ended the call. That evening, at the arranged time, she went alone to DIO's restaurant and had a hearty meal, all paid for with the special funds she'd applied for earlier. Dio, who'd half expected to see Tony, was left speechless. What on earth was going on? I've sobered up. I realize now, I can offer the world so much more than just weapons. So I've decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. As he turned off the live stream of the press conference on his phone, Dio fell into deep thought. There was no doubt about it. The Playboy Tony Stark was back. And just like before, he had made a major announcement in front of a swarm of reporters, the live broadcast freezing on that grim, bald face at the end. Though a few details seem to have changed, the overall direction is exactly as it should be. It won't be long before he stands before the world and declares that iconic line. What Dio cared about, though, was whether he still had a chance to cash in big. After all, Tony Stark was one of the richest targets in all of America. Granted, even without Dio, Tony could probably find a way to save himself with SHLD's help and some of his father's inventions. But wouldn't that be a wasted economic opportunity? Even if taxes weren't high on his list of priorities. Still, for all that, Dio had no intention of going out of his way to get involved. People with real ability naturally should have a bit of a temper. Otherwise, when they do something good, it's as if they still owe someone a favor. God must really be blind. Can't believe the guy actually made it back alive. Talk about lucky. Will grumbled as he came over, having just finished cleaning up. All right, hurry up and get ready. The guests will be here any minute. After a day's work, Dio did something out of the ordinary. He agreed to go out on the town with Will. This shocked Will so much that even after they got in the car, he didn't stop with his relentless banter. But Dio paid him no mind, his eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror. He knew that although S.H.I.E.L.D. had supposedly called off their surveillance, there were still agents keeping a close watch on him from the shadows, tracking his every move. Natasha's perfectly timed appearances were all the proof he needed. So, to shake off his invisible shadows for a while, Dio had no choice but to go out with Will, hoping to disappear in the chaos of the nightlife and take care of his own business. Bro, trust me, your presence alone will make all those women flock to us. Maybe tonight, I won't have to spend a single dollar to leave with a couple of beautiful ladies. Seriously? Is there anything in your head besides money and women? Dio was exasperated, but the fact that he responded only encouraged Will to keep going. No, actually, that's my pursuit, career and love. F********you. Dio shot Will a double middle finger and said, don't dress up your actions with fancy words. That's not love. Don't tell me you spend all the money I give you on hookers. Come on, don't be like that. I'm counting on you tonight. And tomorrow we're closed, so we can party till dawn, yeah? Don't even think about it. I'm just gonna have a couple of drinks to unwind, and then I'm leaving. Don't bother looking for me after that. Dio dropped a vague warning in advance, hoping to prevent any drama if Will realized he'd slipped away. You got another date? Okay, I get it. It's that smoking hot IRS chick from last time, isn't it? Oh, come on, man. You can't do this to me. I'm your best friend. Shut up. Drinks are on me tonight. Yes, sir. Seeing that one of his goals was achieved, Will cheered up instantly. He stopped caring about where Dio was headed or who he'd meet and cranked up the music, rapping along with infectious rhythm and energy that even made Dio laugh and sway to the beat. Dio couldn't help but wonder if Will had grown up in a better family, stayed out of gangs, and started out as a rapper instead, would he have had a brighter future? At the very least, he thought Will had a lot of potential. It was a shame, really. About 10 minutes later, Dio followed Will to a bar nearby, one that Will frequented quite often. Of course, knowing Will, there was no way he'd pick a proper, upstanding bar. This place was saturated with an atmosphere thick with hormones. Many of the women sitting by the bar were there for more than just a drink. Usually, for the price of a not-so-cheap cocktail, you could strike up a decent conversation. Of course, if things seemed promising, or if the chemistry was just right, you could skip straight to the next stage. After all, that was the norm here. Plenty of lonely singles came to places like this, hoping for a lucky encounter or looking to hunt for their next conquest. DIO's arrival lit up the dimly lit bar. Several single women glanced over at him, and once their eyes found him, they couldn't look away. It had to be said, even though DIO's aura was completely out of place in such an environment, as a man, there wasn't a woman here. No matter how picky, who could find fault with his looks or bearing. He was the sort of man who fit everyone's idea of the perfect lover. The prey had arrived. Hey, what did I tell you? Since you walked in, at least 10 women have had their eyes glued to you. A few of them, I know for a fact, work as white-collar professionals in nearby companies. They're tough to impress. I've seen plenty of supposedly suave guys get shot down trying to talk to them. But just look at the way they're looking at you now. Will found a quiet spot for the two of them to sit, his tone dripping with envy as he spoke. Dio, on his part, didn't feel any particular pride in this. A chaotic place like this wasn't for him. If it weren't for other motives, he wouldn't have come at all. The two of them ordered 2 rounds of beer and started drinking in silence. And within the time it took to finish just one bottle, Dio, ignoring Will's resentful glances, had already turned away 3 groups of women who'd come over hoping to chat. All the while, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings and noticed even more. He saw couples, strangers only minutes before, leave together, arm in arm, in the blink of an eye. That was nothing unusual, but he also caught sight of someone slipping something into a drink, and it was clear that a few others noticed too. Yet no one stepped in, as if this sort of thing was just part of the nightly routine here. Best to pretend you didn't see anything, Will whispered, having noticed the same thing. No one coming to a place like this is looking for innocence or virtue. If you're here chasing a thrill, you'd better be prepared to become someone else's prey. Dio nodded, picked up another bottle of beer, and took a swig. He had no intention of meddling, just as Will had said, anyone who knew what kind of place this was and still dared to. Still dare to drink alcohol offered by strangers, clearly wasn't some naive good girl. Even if someone tried to step in, they'd probably end up pleasing no one on either side. Hey, can we get to know each other? I'm Mary, and this is my friend, Emma. As they chatted, the so-called impossible-to-approach female office worker Will had mentioned earlier came over, pulling her companion along. There was no denying it. These white-collar women dealt with a lot of pressure at work, which gave rise to personalities and styles that were completely different from their office personas. Right now, the 2 women, dressed in overtly provocative outfits, were a far cry from the prim, proper business attire you'd expect to see them wearing as they typed away in the company office. If Will hadn't told him, Dio would never have guessed they were the same people. Besides, those names were obviously just pseudonyms for a night out, about as perfunctory as a secret agent's cover. Of course. My name's Will, and this is... Will's eyes practically sparkled as he jumped to his feet to greet them, only to sit back down sheepishly when Dio shot him a glare. Sorry, but you too. Dio was just about to turn them away when he noticed 2 men walk in, scanning the room with searching eyes. So, he cut himself off and changed course. What would you like to drink? Will was thrilled, but his excitement quickly fizzled out. Is whiskey all right? One of the women asked. Absolutely. Bring a bottle of whiskey for these 2 lovely ladies, and some ice as well. Dio, whose looks were already a perfect 10, now added a touch of charm and generosity to his demeanor. The 2 femme fatale immediately beamed and sat down on either side of him, pressing up close without the slightest hint of reservation. They didn't seem to care if they came off as forward, or perhaps that was exactly what they wanted. Their attention was solely on Dio, which left Will sulking alone, nursing his drink in silence. Meanwhile, Dio deftly fended off the wandering hands of the two femme fatale without making it obvious, all the while watching the two suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. agents out of the corner of his eye. It was obvious they were watching this table as well. They kept raising their glasses to their lips, but the level of alcohol never went down, a clear sign they were wary of getting drunk and making a mistake. Still, in a setting like this, their behavior came off as more than a little suspicious. Once Dio was reasonably sure of their identities, he made a slight adjustment to his plan. He pointed at Will and, feigning intimacy, said to the woman beside him, "My friend over there is looking a bit lonely. If we had a bigger group, the party would be even livelier. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses tonight." The two seasoned white-collar elites cast a somewhat disdainful glance at Will, then exchanged a knowing look and briefly left the scene. When they returned, they brought along two women whose looks and figures were both above average, and without hesitation, they took seats on either side of Will. Instantly, Will's spirits soared, and the atmosphere erupted into raucous merriment. Yet, it was clear that while the two newcomers were having a great time with Will, their eyes kept darting toward Dio's direction. Bottles of whiskey disappeared one after another. At some point, the beer bottles had piled up to cover the entire table. Surprisingly, aside from Dio, the women proved to be formidable drinkers. Nevertheless, they eventually succumbed to his superhuman stamina and one by one fell into a drunken stupor. "Brother, this is as far as I can help you," Dio said, downing his final glass and feigning a hazy, drunken look as he patted Will on the shoulder. I can still drink. Don't stop me, thud." Will's head crashed onto the table with a sound that made everyone wince in sympathy. Dio was speechless. Even when you're handed an opportunity, you can't hold on to it. Maybe chasing women just isn't your thing. Stick to cash transactions. They suit you better. Looking at the heap of unconscious people, Dio shook his head helplessly. There was no way he could haul all of them away himself, not to mention he had other business to attend to. So, he called a staff member, booked a private room upstairs, and asked them to help carry Will and the two women up. After settling the bill, he draped an arm around the two inebriated women and staggered out of the bar. Scenes like this played out countless times every night, so nobody paid them any attention except for... It wasn't until Dio had left that two men downed the last of their drinks in one swift motion and hurried after him. "Damn it, broke and still trying to party like the rest," muttered the waiter as he cleared the table, spitting contemptuously in their direction. Two penniless guys, each nursed a single drink for hours. If things weren't so unsettled lately, he'd have kicked these freeloaders out long ago. Outside, Dio led the two drunk women into the hotel next door and booked a room. Once inside, he stripped the women down and tossed them onto the bed, not sparing them another glance. Then, something uncanny happened. A mass of substance, like a wad of clay, enveloped Dio's entire body. In the next instant, a complete stranger stood before the mirror. About 5'7", fair-skinned, features ravaged by indulgence. There wasn't a trace of Dio left on him. Not even his scent remained the same. This was the power of the god Knum. Although he hadn't unlocked the third stand slot yet, Dio decided to swap out Pearl Jam for tonight's operation. Besides, tomorrow the shop would be closed anyway, so even if there was a 24-hour cooldown, it wouldn't cause any trouble. Dio looked at his reflection in the mirror, a face utterly unrecognizable as his own, and felt completely satisfied. He then changed into an outfit he'd prepared in advance, completing his transformation. He approached the two women, gently pinched the back of their necks to ensure they would sleep soundly until morning and not wake up halfway through. Afterward, Dio tossed his phone into the bathroom. Taking advantage of the empty hallway, the world swiftly rolled up a sheet of toilet paper to block the hotel corridor security camera, and a few seconds later, the paper slid off on its own. In that fleeting moment, Dio slipped out the door and vanished into the stairwell. He had already checked on his way up. This floor had only the one camera in the hallway. Once outside the hotel entrance, he happened to brush past the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but neither of them recognized him. A flawless disguise. At this moment, if he wished, Dio could disappear forever, and no one would ever be able to find him. The results of the test put him in a fantastic mood, but tonight's outing wasn't just about testing the power of Knum. He needed to get his hands on more gold. He didn't want anyone to know the truth, that he could strengthen himself with gold. The previous occasions when he'd bought gold had already drawn some attention, but it shouldn't have aroused too much suspicion yet. However, if he kept buying gold in large quantities without ever selling any, even an idiot would realize something was off. The existence of the JoJo mobile game was his greatest secret. From now on, he would have to be extra careful. Dio didn't think there was anything wrong with being cautious. In fact, the success or failure of many things comes down to the details. If he had absolute power, he could conquer the world and no one would dare utter a word of protest. He could act recklessly without consequence. But at this moment, his strength was still far from enough. Last time, after he bought all the gold William had left, he also received a phone number. That number had become his target tonight. He took out the cash he'd hidden earlier and hurried to the address he'd been given. When he arrived, he discovered it was a slum, home to many impoverished people and criminals. As he drew closer, two powerful searchlights suddenly shone down on him. Out of nowhere, a dozen figures appeared, blocking his path. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Dio placed his briefcase in front of him and called out loudly, "I'm here for a deal." I called ahead. Then a hoarse voice came from behind these people. "Who gave you this number?" "William. I took all his goods, so he gave me this number." The air suddenly grew still. After a dozen seconds or so, the voice continued, "Bring him over. Check if there's anyone else around." The crowd parted, and Dio strode forward, finally spotting the man who had spoken at the far end. The man was covered head to toe in tattoos. So obese he seemed to suffer from some illness, his bulk sinking deep into the sofa, the folds of flesh piling up like a mound of greasy fat. As Dio drew near, two more men stepped out to block his way, glaring at him with predatory eyes. "What do you want to trade?" The soap opera on the television played on, but the mountain of flesh didn't spare a glance, tossing out the question without looking at Dio. "Gold. Did you bring enough cash?" Dio casually tossed his briefcase onto the floor. The man beside him immediately crouched down to check it, then nodded and walked over to the mound of fat, whispering quietly. After learning that this reckless kid had come alone with $500,000 in cash to make a deal, the mountain of flesh couldn't help but break into a sneering, mocking smile. "Very good. I'll take the money. Take him to see the goods." At the order, two burly white men grinned menacingly and flanked Dio, one of them leaning in close and, with foul breath, muttered, "Let's go." Witnessing this, Dio smiled as well and obediently walked under the watchful eyes of his two bodyguards toward another room. Once Dio, still feigning innocence, was led away, the rest of the group broke into cruel grins, clearly anticipating what was about to unfold. This wasn't the first time William had delivered goods to their door. Many had been fooled by his appearance, but anyone who could survive so long in this line of business was far from naive, especially someone willing to hand over his contacts so easily. First, they'd flip the goods for a quick profit, then lure the client here to rob them blind. A perfect scheme, raking in both the money and the merchandise. What could be more lucrative? It was precisely William's notorious ruthlessness that made the gang known as the Swamp so fond of doing business with him. Look at that. A cool $500,000 just dropped into their laps without them lifting a finger. And soon, once they pried open that fool's mouth, they'd get even more. On the other side, Dio, still unaware that William had deliberately lured him into making that call, obediently walked into an empty room, barren and void of anything, save for the overpowering stench of blood that clung to the air. Clearly, these scum had killed more than a few people here to leave such a lingering scent. Without looking back, Dio muttered under his breath, "This really is a perfect place for murder and disposing of bodies." At that moment, the two men, standing right behind him, exchanged glances. Cruel, bloodthirsty grins twisted their faces as they strode forward, reaching out to seize this skinny little monkey standing before them. "So what do you think? Satisfied with the goods?" "More than satisfied. I couldn't be happier." Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, the cold and merciless, the world, materialized instantly behind him. With a single punch, he smashed the burly white man reaching for Dio's shoulder, splitting him clean in two. "Huh, why did I fall?" The man stared in confusion as his hand grew farther and farther from the little guy. It wasn't until he saw the lower half of his own body, still standing and gushing blood, while the top half crashed to the ground, that a look of terror dawned on his face. The other man, witnessing his companion's upper body suddenly fly off, seemed struck dumb with fear. Instinctively, he touched his face and found it slick and warm, with blood. Then, panic overtook him. He spun on his heel and bolted, desperate to scream for help. But in the very next instant, he was swallowed forever by darkness. When Dio turned around, he caught sight of the world, casually tossing the man's head aside, then striking an outrageously arrogant JoJo pose, as if dissatisfied with how often Dio made him deal with such feeble enemies. "All right, come back, buddy. I'll handle the rest myself." Dio couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold, the world, could throw a little tantrum? But honestly, ordinary people like these stirred no excitement in the world. Mindless slaughter was just plain dull. There was another reason, too. the car crash scenes left behind by the world were far too conspicuous. If anyone investigated later, suspicion would surely fall on Dio himself. So, he figured it was best to let the world take a break this time. With that, the proud the world, still frozen in his JoJo pose, faded away. Dio, in a rare moment of childishness, had once tried striking that same, embarrassingly exaggerated pose himself, only to nearly break a bone. Twisting your body like that was definitely a job best left to a stand. So, how should I handle things this time? Dio scanned the room and finally found a rusty machete. He gave it a test swing or two. It wasn't exactly a perfect fit, but it would do. Silver Ripple Overdrive. As the silver ripple energy flowed into the hatchet and wrapped around it, the rusty blade became razor-sharp in an instant. With just a casual swing, Dio sliced the entire door off its hinges. Not bad, though things might get a little bloody in a moment, he remarked. Satisfied, Dio gripped the hatchet and strode out, retracing his steps in the direction he'd come from. Who's there? Wait, it's you. How did you get out? On the way, he ran into someone. The man was shocked to see Dio unharmed, and when his eyes fell on the hatchet in Dio's hand, a terrible suspicion dawned on him. Put the blade down. Stay where you are. The man immediately reached for his gun, but before he could react, there was a flash of silver light. It was as if he'd been frozen by some spell. He couldn't move. A muscle. Only when Dio walked past him did the sound of a body hitting the ground ring out. The man had been cleaved in two, split vertically from head to toe. Next time, I'd better aim for the neck. This is just too gruesome, Dio muttered, his voice drifting away on the wind. Huh, why does it smell so strongly of blood all of a sudden? A breeze carried the scent to a group of lookouts still stationed outside. One of them sniffed the air and spoke up. What else could it be? That freak Sanji must have started hacking up that poor kid. Remember last time, when a new guy insisted on watching? He came out puking his guts up, couldn't even hold back his bile. Huh, hey, I see someone over there. Must be Sanji and the others coming back. No, wait, there's only one, and he's way too short. As they squinted into the darkness, Dio began to channel ripple energy into his legs, preparing to accelerate. It's that kid they took away. The moment Dio burst from the shadows, the men outside recognized him, and the blood-soaked hatchet in his grasp. Without warning, silver flashes swept across their throats, slicing through any words they might have yelled. For heads thudded to the ground, and at last, the thick stench of blood caught the attention of their comrades inside. Tommy's dead. Bruce too. We got an intruder. Open fire, shoot. He's over here. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted around Dio's position. Dozens of men poured from the building, converging in a frenzy. Even the hulking brute among them, a mountain of muscle, easily 2 meters tall, finally stood up, looking every bit the monster from afar. Now discovered, Dio abandoned any pretense of stealth and charged straight at the men firing at him. He's got a death wish. As Dio broke cover and dashed at them in what seemed like a suicidal assault, at least 10 pistols swung his way and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. But then, in a scene that left everyone stunned, some of the bullets were actually split apart by that battered machete in his hand. The rest of the bullets hit his body, but instead of the dull thuds one would expect, there was only the crisp sound of them ricocheting away, as if he were wearing an invisible suit of steel armor. In the blink of an eye, across barely a dozen meters, Dio charged straight into the crowd. With a swing of his rusted machete, he unleashed a blood-soaked massacre. Though the machete looked worn and rusted, in Dio's hands it became the scythe of death itself. Anything that stood in its path was sliced clean in two, no exceptions. As the last few men, guns and all, were chopped in half, a wave of sheer terror instantly swept over the survivors. He's a demon. The devil himself has crawled out of hell to take revenge on us. Hey, a monster. Run for your lives. Calm down, damn it. Everyone calm down. Fire, all of you, open fire now. The scene dissolved into utter chaos. Some tried to flee, desperate to escape this living nightmare, while others, driven by desperation and rage, kept pulling the trigger, determined to bring down this invulnerable monster. In this pandemonium, Dio moved like a fish in water, cutting down anyone who dared stand in his way with terrifying ease, leaving only carnage in his wake. Just then, the ground began to tremble. A hulking mountain of flesh lumbered closer. At the sight of their boss, the remaining men seemed to regain their nerve. Their fear lessened, and they fixed their gaze on him, eyes wide with a mix of terror and wild hope. A mutant. The mountain of flesh stopped in front of Dio and suddenly spoke, his question hanging in the air, heavy with implication. But before Dio could answer, the brute's face twisted into a menacing grin as he lunged forward, reaching for Dio. Even if you're mutant, you're still going to die. Dio's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he sprang forward, his machete flashing with a silvery light as he drove it straight into the mountain of flesh. But something unexpected happened. The sharp blade sank in, but it stuck, as though it had plunged into a swamp, refusing to come free. The giant seemed unfazed, his massive hand still swinging down. Sensing danger, Dio instantly abandoned his weapon and leapt back. The giant's hand crashed to the ground, smashing out a crater nearly half a meter wide. That kind of strength, combined with what he'd just said, told Dio everything he needed to know. This mountain of flesh was definitely a mutant. Otherwise, Dio's attack wouldn't have been so completely ineffective. At that moment, he looked again and was astonished to see that the hatchet, which had been thrust deep into the other's belly, was now being pulled out from that mound of flabby flesh, as if nothing had happened, and the man himself appeared completely unharmed. It's useless. Do you know the true meaning of swamp? As he spoke, he snapped the hatchet in half with a casual motion. Then, plunging his hand once more into the mound of fat on his own body, he rummaged around, and, to everyone's shock, pulled out a rocket launcher, immediately aiming it at Dio. Seeing their boss finally get serious, the rest of the group instantly banished their fear. So what if that kid was terrifying? The one who was truly fearsome was right before their eyes. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball engulfed the spot where Dio had just been standing. To be honest, this was Dio's first time seeing a mutant in person, and such a grotesque mutant at that. Yet the man's power was strangely unique. It seemed that mound of fat could envelop and store any object, to be retrieved at will. This meant that ordinary physical attacks were all but useless against him. No wonder he's gotten so fat. I wonder if that's a side effect or something he did on purpose, Dio thought. Having dodged in advance, Dio casually picked up 2 stones and hurled them at his enemy. Wrapped in ripple energy, the stones carried the force of rifle bullets. This time, Dio aimed not at the thick layers of fat, but at the man's eyes. No matter how much fat he had, his eyes and brain couldn't possibly be protected by it. Could they? His suspicion proved correct. As the 2 high-speed stones shot toward him, the mountain of flesh instantly raised a flabby arm to shield his face, and the stones vanished without a trace. It was only a probing attack, but it confirmed that his opponent's ability went beyond mere storage. He could also absorb the impact of attacks. Still, the way his fat quivered violently showed Dio that his ripple energy had not been so easily neutralized. I told you it's useless. No, you're already dead. Dio stood perfectly still, yet his eyes regarded the other as if he were already a corpse. You bastard, I'll... Boom. Before he could finish, his head was hammered straight down into his own body like a nail driven into a wooden board. The world, appearing silently behind him, unleashed a furious barrage of fists from above, each punch crashing down mercilessly upon the man's head, where the fat offered little protection. With a sickening crack, like a watermelon splitting open, red and white splattered across the ground. Next came the sickening sight of fat being smashed and sent flying in all directions. It wasn't until that massive mountain of flesh exploded, with a thunderous roar, that the world finally flicked its fist and landed, proud and indifferent, behind DIO, his eyes cold and detached. Had the fight continued, DIO was certain he could have slain his opponent as well. The moment he saw through his enemy's weakness, the outcome was already decided. Letting the world strike was merely a way to end things swiftly, minimizing the risk of any unexpected complications. To the world, such an adversary was at least more worthy than ordinary people, though his battle spirit, only just awakened, was swiftly extinguished by how quickly it all ended. When that mound of flesh burst apart and all manner of filth was sent flying, the dozen or so remaining men immediately dropped their weapons and scattered in terror, as if their courage had been utterly shattered. To them, this short guy before their eyes was a mutant far more terrifying than their boss had ever been. They didn't even know how their leader had died. They'd faced mutants like their boss in countless turf wars before, but in the end, every last one had disappeared into that heap of fat. The nickname Swamp had spread precisely because of the few who'd escaped by sheer luck. But this time, fortune no longer smiled upon them. DIO watched those scum fleeing in panic, stooped to pick up a handful of stones, and with a child's ease, began to flick them, one after another, at the running figures. Empowered by his overwhelming strength and the ripple energy, each stone became as deadly as a bullet. Every shot pierced through a body, snuffing out a life, until the night air fell silent once more. The thick stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Glancing at his watch, DIO knew he could not afford to waste any more time. By the light of a lamp, he began his search, methodically and unhurried. Perhaps out of overconfidence, the enemy had left a basement room beneath the mountain of flesh. There DIO found scattered guns, bullets, and 2 safes. No need for a code. He could simply force them open. After all, no one would be coming to interrupt him now. When he pried open the safes, he knew this trip had been worth it. Inside, gold bars were stacked neatly, weighing at least several dozen pounds by his estimate. This must have been the haul that villain had yet to fence, ambitious enough to try robbing a vault. But such a job was clearly beyond one man alone. He must have had accomplices or partners, likely other mutants with special abilities. Otherwise, the police would not have been so long stumped by the case. There was no need to take them away. DIO simply recharged all the gold on the spot, and in the end, the number of gold bars on his game interface froze at 250, a rather mocking figure. 50 full pounds of gold, and who knows how much this guy had already sold before. But when he opened the other safe, DIO suddenly sensed something was off. Aside from the $500,000 in cash he had brought himself, there were only a little over 300,000 left. There were also some watches, jewelry, and one rather plain bronze badge, engraved with a black pentagram whose meaning he couldn't guess. After selling off so much gold, where did all the money go? Just from William alone, the guy had received nearly $1 million worth of goods. As the main supplier, he should have had at least this much, if not more. There was no way he'd be left with just this paltry sum. Even factoring the arms outside, their value was nowhere near enough to account for the missing money. DIO didn't believe someone so dangerous would stash their money in a bank. Suddenly coming into such a large sum would undoubtedly attract the attention of the IRS or the FBI. He'd have been under surveillance long ago. Could he spend it all? Cars, yachts, mansions? Still unwilling to give up, DIO turned the place upside down once again, but found nothing more. In the end, he could only abandon the search with a sigh. This haul was no small gain, but it still left him with a hint of regret. He packed up all the cash, ignoring the watches, jewelry, and other potential troublemakers, and strode out of the place. This time, not only did he refrain from torching the evidence, he even deliberately left his fingerprints in many places. With the power of the god Knum, even fingerprints could be perfectly altered, meaning any evidence found later would point to a person who didn't exist and have nothing to do with him. A flawless crime. Once he put some distance behind him, he changed his height and appearance again, even altering his scent. By now, dawn was breaking. At 9 a.m., New York was once again bustling and alive. DIO first bought 2 sets of clothes from a mall that had just opened. He changed into one set, tossed his old clothes and shoes into a trash bin outside, and then walked to a nearby gold shop, where he spent all his cash on gold. Over $800,000 only got him 16 kilograms of gold, and he still had to pay extra taxes on top. Comparing the two, DIO thought that robbing was far more convenient. But where could he find such a perfect target as yesterday's again? He'd better just earn money the honest way for now. If an opportunity came, he'd go for it. If not, he'd grit his teeth and buy gold through official channels. After making a circuitous detour and ducking into a secluded alley, he made sure there were neither cameras nor people around. Then, he quickly loaded the gold from his bag, discarded his clothes and backpack, and changed into the spare set of clothes he had bought. Once done, he exited from the other end of the alley. When DIO reappeared in the crowd, his height and appearance had once again undergone a dramatic transformation. He glanced at the time. The 2 women were almost certainly not going to wake up before 10, barring any unexpected incidents. So he headed straight to the hotel by taxi. As he stepped out of the car, he scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted the same 2 people from the previous night. They were truly diligent, probably taking turns on surveillance all night. At that moment, they were yawning and munching on sandwiches bought from the supermarket. DIO strolled into the hotel at a leisurely pace. As he passed by their car, he deliberately turned his face toward the window, making sure to be seen before entering the building as naturally as possible. Upon reaching the right floor, he repeated his previous trick. He had the world use a black plastic bag to obscure the camera for a few seconds. Taking advantage of that brief window, he slipped smoothly into his room. The whole process was perfectly innocuous. Anyone monitoring the security footage would likely assume the wind had blown a discarded bag across the lens. After all, what could possibly happen in just 2 seconds? Back in his room, seeing the 2 women still sound asleep in bed, DIO finally relaxed. There hadn't been a single hitch in testing the powers of Knum or during the entire operation. The piles of gold bars now resting quietly in his game inventory left him deeply satisfied. He stayed at the hotel for lunch with the 2 women, and only afterward did they reluctantly part ways with him. Before leaving, they gave him their real names and phone numbers, hinting that he could contact them anytime if he wanted to have a drink together again. Everything seemed perfectly natural and normal. Even the 2 suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. agents failed to detect anything unusual, though the envy, jealousy, and frustration they felt was almost beyond words. While he was at the bar, wrapped around beautiful women and sipping whiskey. All they could do was nurse a single drink and sit through hours of misery, finally beating a retreat under the bartender's scornful gaze. This, they thought, was what life was really about. Suddenly, the two of them felt an urge to cry. But remembering they still had to file today's report, not even tears could find their way out. After returning to the restaurant, DIO leisurely brewed himself a pot of tea. He was the kind of person who absolutely had to add sugar to his coffee. He could drink it black, but never liked it that way. It was the same with tea. Every time, he'd toss in a few rock sugar crystals, proudly flaunting his unconventional tastes. He couldn't help it. It wasn't just about preference. He genuinely felt that life was already bitter enough. So why make things harder on himself? He'd heard all those sayings countless times. The bitterness comes before the sweetness. The lingering aftertaste is the real pleasure. What you savor isn't the tea, but life itself. But honestly, he'd never tasted any of those so-called premium teas. Just like his past, all he'd ever known was endless bitterness, never a hint of sweetness. So what if his tastes were unorthodox? He had no illusions of elegance. When the occasion demanded, he'd fake it well enough, but that was the extent of it. But wasn't there something he was forgetting? DIO set down his cloyingly sweet tea and tried to recall, until his gaze landed on the broom in the corner. Could Will still be at the bar? Thinking it over, he pulled out his phone and called Will. The call rang for a while before being cut off. DIO tried again. This time, it was instantly rejected. Could something have happened? A hint of concern crossed DIO's face as he dialed once more. At last, someone picked up. If you got something to say, make it quick. I'm really busy right now. DIO glanced at his phone, bemused as the call was cut off yet again. It was already noon, and Will was still out for a run, and judging by the background voices, it sounded like the two women they'd left at the bar with Will last night. Had they just woken up and jumped straight into a workout? Now that's what you call dedication. At least the money spent on drinks last night wasn't wasted, DIO mused, deciding to leave Will to his own devices. Half an hour later, Will pulled up outside the restaurant, looking utterly defeated. The moment he stepped inside, he looked as if he might burst into tears. What's wrong? Still unhappy after all that exercise? Feeling a little drained? DIO teased, giving him a sly look. Will shot him a resentful glare. Those two bitches ate and drank at my expense last night. And then, on their way out just now, they didn't forget to take the last bit of cash I had on me. How are they any different from? Well, you know. DIO almost spit out his tea, laughing so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. No explanation needed. Clearly, those women figured an all-nighter with Will wasn't worth it, especially as a trio, so they just took their emotional compensation and left. Wouldn't be surprised if, when Will started his morning run, the treadmill hadn't even had a chance to warm up before he'd been used up himself. Come on. I paid the bill yesterday. If anyone has the right to complain, it's me, not you. Besides, when you're on the phone just now, you didn't sound like this at all. I bet you were having so much fun you forgot who you even were. Are you saying you were the same? Will's eyes suddenly lit up. Sorry, my money was only spent at the hotel, and there's more to come. That's something you just can't envy. As DIO spoke, he pulled out 2 slips of paper, still faintly scented with perfume, and tossed them onto the table. Will hurriedly picked them up, but slumped back in his seat in defeat. People really are different, he thought. Some always end up better off than others. By the way, didn't you say you had another date yesterday? What about that gorgeous IRS lady? I just said I had something to do, never that it was with her. After the way things turned out last night, I completely forgot about it. It wasn't anything important anyway, DIO replied offhandedly, plugging the last hole in his story. Will thought it over and agreed. With the way things went down yesterday, even if the sky had been falling, he wouldn't have cared. He was going to enjoy himself, no matter what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored DIO's call. All right, it's our day off today. Get lost. I can handle things here, DIO said, ready to shoo Will away and start his own business. With so many gold bars, he was eager to see what he'd gain this time. But Will acted as if he hadn't heard a word, squirming in his seat and lingering without saying anything, or leaving. DIO glanced at him, seemed to realize something, and wordlessly pulled out his wallet. With a resigned sigh, he counted out $1,000 and smacked it down hard on the table. Now, get out of here. I'll be docking this from your next month's paycheck. Ah, isn't that a bit stingy? There's still a long way to go until payday. Do you want or not? That's all there is. If you don't, I'm taking it back. The moment Will saw DIO reaching to take the money back, he snatched it off the table and bolted. He'd had over $2,000 left, but those 2 chicks hadn't left him a single cent. They'd taken everything. What a loss. $2,000. Imagine how many times he could have had fun with streetwalkers for that. Damn, if I find out you spend this whole $1,000 on hook, on those street girls, don't even think about asking me for another dime. Get lost, DIO shouted through the door, shooting Will a big, exaggerated middle finger. 10 grand a month in take-home pay, and it still wasn't enough for this guy to party and chase women. What a piece of work. Still, DIO had to admit, it was only when he was hanging out with Will that he felt truly relaxed. That's what friends are for, after all. The news of what DIO had done yesterday was quickly suppressed by some unseen force. The story simply ended as a gang vendetta, a brief mention brushed aside. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had acquired a new assignment: to track down this mysterious individual with dangerous powers. Fortunately, the agents found a wealth of clues at the scene: fingerprints, fortunate eyewitnesses, and more. With all this in hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. believed it was only a matter of time before they uncovered the identity of the suspected mutant perpetrator. But little did they know that every lead they'd found was nothing but a carefully laid false trail, evidence deliberately left to throw them off. Even if they turned the whole world upside down, they would never find this person unless the culprit chose to step into the light and confess. Beyond S.H.I.E.L.D., Colonel William Stryker, who had long dealt with mutants, forcefully joined the investigation on behalf of a faction within the U.S. military. In his eyes, all mutants deserve to die, and this latest tragedy was simply the result of a clash between two mutants, costing so many innocent lives in the crossfire. He seized the chance to resubmit his proposals, arguing once more for the dangers mutants pose to society, advocating for initiatives like the Mutant Registration Act and more. Yet, much to his frustration, S.H.I.E.L.D. had little concern for a mere army colonel, even if he did have some backing. To S.H.I.E.L.D., it simply wasn't enough. Cooperation? What a joke. So a contest of investigations broke out almost immediately. The first to be caught in the crossfire were all the associates and contacts of Swamp, the confirmed mutant involved. By pulling together this web of information, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Colonel Stryker's military faction quickly zeroed in on a crucial phone call made on the day of the incident. In no time, they traced it to a public phone booth and secured surveillance footage from the area. With that, the suspect's physical features were fully revealed. Combined with witness statements, they were nearly certain the killer was a white male, about 5'7", seemingly a long-term drug user, and most likely a mutant with extraordinary powers. Everything was progressing smoothly. The only thing left was to find the man himself. Additionally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously conducted a covert investigation on a jewelry store manager named William, which yielded even more intelligence. Most notably, confirmation that Swamp was among the culprits in a high-profile vault robbery that had left the NYPD red-faced back in February. If they could follow this thread, they might even round up the rest of the mutant criminals, a welcome bonus. In this high-stakes game, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable resources and connections once again put them ahead of Colonel Stryker, and they still had trump cards left unplayed. Half a month slipped by quickly, yet progress was far slower than either side had anticipated. In fact, their search for the culprit had ground to a halt. It was as if the person had vanished completely from the face of the earth. No matter how hard they searched, they found not a single trace, as if he had never existed at all. What's more, even after comparing the collected fingerprints against a database, they came up empty-handed. The result was so unbelievable it left everyone in disbelief. Had it not been for the undeniable truth of the security footage, they might have started to suspect that all these so-called clues and evidence were nothing more than fabrications. Then, someone offered a new perspective. If the other party is really a mutant, could their ability be to change their appearance, like a shapeshifter, able to become anyone at will? It had to be said, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not short on brilliant minds. This suggestion instantly opened up a new line of thought, one that many quickly endorsed. When Nick Fury read the report later, he fell deep into thought. He knew that such an ability did exist, and belonged to a mutant who was particularly dangerous. Could it be that those people were making moves again? That was far from good news. It seemed a visit was in order. Carlson, right now, drop whatever you're doing and head to Westchester for me. Immediately. Several hours later. Westchester, New York, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. At this moment, an elderly man sat quietly in his wheelchair, wisdom and kindness shining in his eyes. Suddenly, he set aside the book in his hands and looked up. "What's wrong, Professor?" Seated opposite him, a tall, long-haired woman quickly inquired. "It's nothing. We have visitors on the way. Jean, please gather the children and bring them back inside. Today's lunch break is over a bit early." "Yes, Professor." Jean was long accustomed to the professor's uncanny foresight. From his tone, she could sense that today's guests were unlikely to be friendly. As she stepped out, she crossed paths with a man wearing distinctive glasses. "Is something going on, Jean?" "The professor says we're about to have visitors. He wants the children inside. The lunch break is over. I was just heading out to gather them. Care to join me, Scott?" "Of course. I'm quite curious about our new guests. Let's hope they remember the proper manners expected of visitors." With that, Scott gave his special glasses a gentle adjustment and followed Jean outside. Out on the grounds, the children were still happily enjoying their midday break. A striking woman with white hair and dark skin stood nearby, watching over them with a warm, gentle smile. "Hi, Jean." "Hi, Scott." Jean and Scott greeted them in return, then conveyed the professor's message. "Poor little ones. These people sure know how to pick their timing." Muttering under her breath, she immediately clapped her hands to draw the children's attention, then called out loudly. "All right, listen up, kids. Recess is over. Head back to your classrooms right now and get ready for your next lesson." "Oh no, but we still have 41 minutes and 36 seconds left. That's not fair, Ms. Aurora. I don't want to go back yet." The children erupted into groans and protests. Some tried to stall or make excuses, while others tried to reason with her, bargaining with precise facts. Of course, most of the students obediently began to move. "No matter how much you don't want to, this is the professor's decision. So hurry up, kids." As soon as they heard it was the professor's order, any remaining resistance melted away. Even the most mischievous students didn't want to disappoint that wise and kindly old man. Just then, the noise from the sky grew louder. A helicopter hovered directly over the lawn where the children had been playing, then slowly descended. The guests had arrived, but it was clear that the hosts were far from welcoming. Stepping off the helicopter and removing his sunglasses, Coulson could instantly feel the unspoken hostility. If his top boss hadn't insisted he drop everything and come here, honestly, he would have preferred not to disturb the peaceful life of this place, even if it was a school built especially for mutant children. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I remember you. Last time, you were right behind that bald director with the eye patch," Storm said bluntly, her tone especially frosty given the timing. These uninvited guests had not only interrupted, but outright spoiled her students' recess. "Shield, what are you doing here? You people aren't welcome. Didn't you learn your lesson last time?" With Storm's words, Cyclops, Scott, also recognized the name and stepped in front of Coulson with a wary expression. "It's an honor to be remembered. But let me assure you, whether it was our last visit or this one, we mean no harm. We're nothing like those who come and attack helicopters and bombers. No, we're completely different. I'd much rather everyone sit down and resolve things peacefully than rely on force." Throughout it all, Coulson maintained his calm and friendly demeanor, undisturbed by the hostility aimed his way, even though he was well aware that a single glance from Cyclops could wipe him out in an instant. "Jean, let them in. I'll be waiting for you all in the lounge." At that very moment, a voice echoed in Jean's mind. She nodded ever so slightly, then patted Scott reassuringly on the shoulder. He was clearly ready for trouble at any second. Turning to Coulson and his team, she said, "Come with us. The professor is expecting you." "Thank you." With a word of thanks, Coulson skirted past Scott, who wore a rather unfriendly expression, and led his people deeper into the school. As much as Scott would have liked to blast these intruders sky-high, the professor had expressly forbidden him from doing so. Such an action would only bring disaster upon this place. Inside the lounge, Coulson once again came face to face with one of the most formidable mutant leaders, Charles Xavier, better known as Professor X. "Hello, Professor X. I hope our unannounced visit isn't disrupting your teaching," Coulson began politely. "Hello, Agent Coulson. This is the second time we've met, isn't it? So, what brings S.H.I.E.L.D. here today?" The professor's face radiated a kind and gentle smile, making him look like any ordinary elderly gentleman. Hard to imagine that the power he possessed could influence all of humanity. "I trust you already know the reason for our visit, Professor." "No, I do not," Professor X replied. "In fact, I never use my abilities to read others' thoughts without their consent, except, of course, under very special circumstances. Your restraint is admirable. If every mutant had such self-control, society would be much more harmonious." Coulson offered the compliment sincerely. Whether or not Professor X had actually scanned his mind was impossible to know, so he simply let the matter pass. Professor X listened, then replied with meaningful depth, "This strict self-control comes from years of experience, and frankly from age. When I was younger, I made plenty of mistakes myself. In those early days, it's almost impossible to quell the urge to explore. Every mutant goes through this, from curiosity to gradual maturity, and finally to understanding the responsibility that comes with these powers. It's a process that requires guidance and patience. Everyone will make mistakes along the way, but as long as they're corrected in time, there's always a chance for renewal. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Coulson?" Coulson immediately let out a wry smile, having caught the deeper meaning behind Professor X's words. In the presence of such a wise elder, someone who seemed to see through everything, Coulson felt as though his own life Experience was no more than the babbling of a child barely past infancy. He hadn't even explained the purpose of his visit, yet Professor X was already making excuses for any possible mistakes that might have occurred. This was a man of absolute kindness, so kind that he tried to save the entire mutant race with his own strength. He even attempted to redeem every child who had strayed down the wrong path, hoping they might find their way back, change, and start anew. To be honest, Coulson deeply admired his persistence, but it was undeniably idealistic. Human nature was so complex that it would be impossible to find two identical souls in the entire world. Sometimes, there are people whose evil simply can't be changed through words or actions. For them, being locked away, or even eliminated, might be the best way to protect the world and innocent lives. In this respect, Professor X and his old rival Magneto stood at opposite extremes. If only their personalities could balance each other out just a little, perhaps mutants might have found a broader, brighter path forward. Shaking off these scattered thoughts, Coulson decided not to beat around the bush any longer. He got straight to the point. About half a month ago, there was a massacre in New York. One of the victims was a mutant nicknamed Swamp. We now suspect the killer is also a mutant. We've gathered clues from the scene and reconstructed surveillance footage, so we have every detail of this person's appearance. But strangely, it's as if this individual vanished into thin air. There's not a single trace left behind. A while ago, our team proposed a new theory. Perhaps this person never existed at all. Maybe the killer is a shapeshifter, someone who can change their appearance at will. That would explain why we can't find them. Professor X listened as he flipped through the file. Only at the end did a flicker of emotion cross his face. Mystique, a name he was reluctant to utter, slipped out with a sigh. If all of this was true, then SHLD's suspicion made sense. Their sudden visit needed no further explanation. You think Eric is planning something, don't you? It's precisely because we're not sure if Magneto is involved that we've come to you. We hope you can help us determine if Mystique is really the culprit. And if that's the case, what exactly is Magneto planning? Coulson spoke with the utmost seriousness. Far away, Magneto and Mystique had no idea what it felt like to be caught up in trouble from out of nowhere, sitting at home, only to have a huge pot come crashing down on their heads. Out of the blue, they were suddenly implicated in a mess they'd never expected. Since the matter concerned his old friends, Professor X had no choice but to take it seriously. He agreed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. uncover the identity of the real culprit. Once he got what he wanted, Coulson tactfully took his leave, and the school returned to its usual calm. But was it truly peaceful once more? DIO had no clue that his actions, seemingly inconsequential at the time, would end up casting suspicion on Mystique and Magneto, even giving rise to wild conspiracy theories. At this very moment, he was busy trying to make more money. His last escapade had gone off without a hitch. No one had come knocking at his door since, which should have put him in a pretty good mood. But, much to his frustration, after sending Will away that day, he was left with a grand total of 410 gold bars, 41 rounds of 10 draws, and not even a glimpse of a stand, not even a temporary trial card. All he got were ripple pearls and useless odds and ends from another world. He was so angry he nearly coughed up blood. Was there no justice for the unlucky? Was DIO truly doomed never to catch a break? No matter how much he raged or lamented, those gold bars worth over $2 million were gone for good. It really put into perspective just how lucky he had been to score, the world, and Knum before. Although he hadn't drawn a single jackpot this time, at least he'd managed to snag a few consolation prizes, enough to keep him from feeling like his money and effort had been completely wasted. First, he finally drew the last fragment needed to forge a complete arrow. With a full arrow in hand, he could gamble on evolving his stand. But the risks were impossible to ignore, and he still hesitated over whether to use it on the world. Of course, if not used for evolution, the arrow could serve as a key to create a new stand user, though failure meant death. If there was anyone he could truly trust, it might be Will, but DIO didn't want to drag him into danger, let alone risk his life. A simple, ordinary life probably suited him better. So DIO dismissed the idea altogether and began to consider new possibilities for how to use it. He'd also drawn 3 new ripple techniques. First, Sunburst Ripple Overdrive. The golden ripple released directly through the fists, its color closest to sunlight, and hailed as the most powerful ripple overdrive. Second, Crimson Ripple Overdrive, which generated intense heat. Third, Blue-Green Ripple Overdrive, a ripple that could be transmitted through water, enabling long-range attacks. Receiving 3 ripple combat techniques at once, all of them highly practical, once again gave DIO's fighting abilities an enormous boost. That very night, he consumed all of the ripple pearls he had drawn, then used both remaining Lisa guidance cards. Not only did he firmly lay down his foundations, but he also practiced every ripple. Technique he had learned until they became second nature, truly making them his own. To achieve this, DIO put in effort several times harder than before, finally passing Lisa's hellish training. By the time he emerged from the instance, DIO's total ripple energy had reached 160,000, more than doubling his strength. He also unlocked his third stand card slot, so from now on, there would be no need to swap out Pearl Jam whenever he wanted to use Gnome. However, the requirement for the fourth stand card slot, a staggering 500,000 ripple energy, was daunting. Since arriving in this world, he had spent no less than several $1,000,000 to raise himself to this level. Without the Pearl Jam he had drawn at the very beginning to help him earn money, he probably wouldn't even be close to unlocking the second card slot by now, let alone count on spinning his way to quick power. As the saying goes, money buys happiness. No cash, no fun. The thought left him feeling truly fortunate. After closing up for the day, DIO didn't hesitate to turn down Will's invitation to go out for a wild night. That guy was nearly losing his mind for being broke. If it were just a few drinks at a bar, Will could still afford it, but it was obvious he had something else in mind. Sorry, I already have plans tomorrow, DIO replied. Under Will's deeply wounded gaze, DIO just shrugged and kicked him out of the restaurant. He wasn't lying. Tomorrow was the weekend, which meant a day off for the restaurant. Making money was important, but DIO didn't want to push himself to exhaustion. Giving himself one day off a week wasn't too much to ask. Besides, this time he really did have plans. Since that day, DIO left Jessica's house. The two of them hadn't seen each other for some time. Occasional phone calls barely scratched the surface. Neither ever brought up what happened, as if it had all been a dream that faded with the morning light. But a call from Irene brought them back into each other's orbit. DIO had promised her something, and he was not one to go back on his word. With the day off tomorrow, he would take Irene out as planned, giving himself a chance to relax as well. Jessica, worried about Irene, canceled some of her own work to join them, turning what was supposed to be a duo into a trio. Even Irene's strong objections weren't enough to change Jessica's mind. This was all stuff DIO had heard Aaron complain about over the phone. He didn't really mind, though better that than being mistaken for some creepy old man. Besides, he had some personal matters to take care of today, so it made sense to handle everything at once. The next day dawned bright and clear, a perfect day for a trip outdoors. Just after 8 in the morning, a luxurious BMW pulled up in front of the restaurant. Jessica, having taken special care with her appearance, and the vibrant, youthful Aaron stepped out of the car, instantly drawing every eye in the vicinity. Fortunately, by now the locals had grown somewhat accustomed to wealthy patrons flocking to this quirky little restaurant, many of whom were attractive women. As a result, the rumors about DIO gradually became nothing more than idle gossip, something people chatted about over meals. No one quite understood why he'd chosen such a path. Yet beneath all the talk, a trace of envy lingered in everyone's eyes, an emotion they couldn't quite hide. Compared to the evident excitement of the two women, DIO himself was far more relaxed. His attire was casual. He looked more like a college student heading out for a day of fun than anything else. Yet, even dressed so simply, his charisma and presence made him stand out all the more. It was as if these clothes were made for him. There's a saying, the same clothes can look entirely different depending on who wears them. For those blessed with good looks, even an army coat or threadbare rags can become the height of fashion. Hey DIO. Aaron was the first to greet him, her enthusiasm bubbling over. DIO returned the greeting, then glanced around at the people nearby before saying, let's get in the car. If we stay here any longer, I might start to think I'm a gorilla that just escaped from a zoo. His dry humor made both women laugh, a warm, genuine sound. In truth, neither of them enjoyed being stared at by strangers with those odd looks, so the three of them got into the car without further delay. During the drive, Aaron sat unhappily by herself in the back seat, while DIO took the passenger side up front. At least Snowball was there in the back to keep her company. Where to? Jessica asked once they were on the road. DIO had already done his homework and knew just the place for a girl Aaron's age. Smiling, he replied, let's go to Coney Island. There's a beach, an amusement park. It's perfect for us. Though it's still a bit early, so maybe we can make a stop or two along the way. Unexpectedly, Jessica glanced at him and said, the beach, huh? Looks like we'll need to pick up a couple of swimsuits first. An image flashed through DIO's mind. Jessica strolling along the sand in a sexy bikini. Suddenly, he felt a rush of heat to his nose. He swore that his choice of this place was absolutely not for that reason, but now that it had been brought up, he couldn't help feeling a little anticipation as well. Sitting in the back seat, Irene was completely oblivious to the exchanged glances between the two in front. Instead, she was lost in a whirlwind of excitement and nervousness. She'd never been to a beach in her life, but now she had nothing to worry about. Those unsightly scars on her back were all gone. She'd already made up her mind. When they got there, she would definitely pick out the most beautiful swimsuit she could find. By the way, have you ever thought about moving out of the restaurant or maybe buying another car? With the way you're making money these days, you really shouldn't have to put yourself through so much, Jessica suddenly asked on the way to the mall. He couldn't really answer that question, so he just gave a slight smile. What could he say? That all his earnings were earmarked for in-game purchases. Still, Jessica's words served as a timely reminder. Hoarding money without spending it would only attract attention. Most people, after all, would buy cars, homes, or luxury goods to improve their lives. That's the whole point of making money. And truth be told, he was starting to feel a little stifled himself. Living every day in that tiny room at the restaurant, only able to take quick rinses instead of proper showers, it was anything but comfortable. He really did need a space of his own, somewhere more private. Besides, upgrading to a better car didn't sound bad either. As a man, always hitching rides with women wasn't exactly ideal. And as for his old car, honestly, it was starting to look completely out of place with his current lifestyle. With his abilities now, he could certainly afford to live better. He'd been pushing himself to get stronger all along, just so he could truly live. There was nothing contradictory about that. Having made up his mind, Dio thought for a moment before speaking up. You make a good point. Living at the restaurant really isn't ideal. I'll look for a nicer place nearby and move in soon. Maybe trade up for a decent car while I'm at it. If you have any good recommendations, let me know, just don't go overboard. Honestly, I'm not as rich as you think. Of course, as a friend, I'll give you some reasonable suggestions. But how you decide is entirely up to you. Jessica's smile grew even brighter, seemingly quite pleased with Dio's ambition. What she didn't know was that Dio had no intention of buying a house at all. He was planning to rent. The real reason was something no one would believe, even if he said it out loud. This was New York, after all. When the big battle hit in 2012, there was no telling what kind of ruin the city would be left in. He'd have to be crazy to invest in property here at a time like this. Renting was far more sensible. If disaster struck, the loss wouldn't be his to bear. He wasn't even planning to pay for the car in full. Instead, he wanted to take out a long-term loan and get a hefty insurance policy. Who knows, maybe he'd even make a profit out of it someday. The only thing he wasn't sure of was whether the insurance company would cover a car destroyed by aliens. Cunning as ever, Dio was already scheming to scam the insurance company. No one could outfox him. Dio, which one do you think I should get? How about this one? In the department store, at the swimwear counter, Jessica picked up a rather modest one-piece swimsuit. She held it up, measuring it against herself as she asked for his opinion. It's not bad, Dio replied, sounding a little disappointed. This wasn't quite what he'd had in mind. As if reading his thoughts, the sales assistant, who was helping them shop, flashed a knowing smile. With your wonderful figure, ma'am, it would be a shame to hide it in something so plain. Why not try this one? It's our latest summer romance bikini. Excellent brand, soft fabric. The bikini she presented was sky blue, more modest than most bikinis, but a world apart from the one-piece Jessica had chosen. Several thin black straps trailed from the back, forming an elegant pattern when worn, subtly adding a touch of allure. Jessica found herself tempted. She sneaked a glance at a certain someone and noticed he was nodding enthusiastically, clearly approving, his interest a far cry from his earlier indifference. Men are all the same, aren't they? She gave a silent little huff, then set down the one piece. All right, I'll take this one. Could you please wrap it up for me? Just then, Irene, who had been selecting swimsuits purely based on how pretty they looked, suddenly appeared beside them. With a pout, she said, Dio, I want a bikini too. Dio was momentarily lost for words. Irene was adorable and lovely, like a little princess or an angel, but the problem was she could barely see her own toes, let alone fill out a bikini. Calling her flat-chested would be putting it mildly. He truly didn't know what to say. Thankfully, the sales assistant came to his rescue, and Jessica shot Irene a helpless look. In the end, with Irene looking crestfallen, Jessica picked out a children's one-piece swimsuit for her. Luckily, it wasn't one of those super plain school swimsuits. Otherwise, Dio might have read too much into it. Once they'd finished buying swimsuits, the three of them left the store. Dio had brought his own swim trunks, so there was no need for him to waste time shopping. Where to now? Want to shop around a bit more? Jessica, clearly not quite ready to call it a day, seemed like she hadn't enjoyed a good shopping spree in a long time. And with a handsome guy like Dio by her side, even with a little third while tagging along, that hardly seemed to matter. But unfortunately for her, Dio decisively turned down this daunting proposal. Instead, he spoke with purpose. Let's check out a pet store. Seeing how adorable Snowball is has got me thinking about getting a pet myself. You two can help me pick one out. Great, great. Dio, are you thinking of getting a dog too? Irene hugged Snowball, her face lighting up with excitement, Finally, a topic she could join in on. After all, having pets was common not just in America, but all over the world. Jessica didn't give it much thought, although she felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to continue shopping. The idea of visiting some cute animals was a nice consolation. So, the three of them drove straight to a nearby street lined with pet shops. Here, you could find almost any kind of pet imaginable. There were the usual, cats and dogs, but also the more exotic, lizards, snakes, the kind that might make your skin crawl. Yet plenty of people loved keeping those unusual creatures. Do you know what kind of pet you want? Jessica asked. Dio shook his head. No, I just want to look around first. If something catches my eye, maybe I'll give it a try. If not, that's fine too. Jessica nodded, signaling her understanding. But was Dio really just looking for a pet to keep him company? Of course not. It was nowhere near that simple. After weeks of careful thought, he'd finally decided to use the arrow he possessed. But instead of targeting another person or even a stand user, he intended to create his very own stand pet. During a previous round of gacha draws, he'd received a white pet card, one that allowed him to gain a pet that would never betray him and would always obey. However, this white pet card only worked on ordinary animals, and the weaker the creature, the higher the success rate. If he tried it on something fierce like a lion or a tiger, given his notoriously bad luck, he'd probably fail for sure. But the animals sold in pet stores were different. These were mostly bred and domesticated, which meant the odds of the pet card working were much higher. Normally, even with such a pet, Dio wouldn't gain any real advantage. But with the arrow in the picture, everything changed. Just think of that sand-controlling dog named Iggy, or the turtle with its own private space. If he could have a pet with stand abilities, it would bring him immense convenience. Not only would it spare him from using up his precious stand card slots, but even if the experiment failed, it wouldn't pose any danger to him personally. By all accounts, this was the best choice he could make at this stage. So, while out and about, Dio hoped to find a pet with stand potential. It didn't matter what kind of animal it was. As long as it could survive the attack of the arrow, he would be satisfied with whatever ability it developed. When he stepped into the first pet shop, Dio discreetly slipped the arrow, already hidden up his sleeve, toward the cages around him, carefully observing any reaction from the arrow. If there was a creature nearby with latent stand potential, the arrow would respond as if it had a mind of its own, instinctively locking onto the target. The stronger the potential, the more intense the arrow's reaction would be. At least, that was Dio's understanding of the arrow. Whether this would actually work now, he wasn't sure. He could only give it a try. If the arrow, which came from a game, had lost its ability to actively seek out targets, he would shelve the idea for now and keep it for evolving the world in the future. Good morning. Is there anything I can help you with? The shop owner was a middle-aged woman, radiating warmth and kindness. The affection in her eyes as she glanced at the animals made it clear she was a genuine animal lover, someone who truly enjoyed their company. Dio quickly sized her up in an instant and responded with a smile as he looked around. I'd like to buy a pet, but I haven't decided on a specific one yet. Would it be all right for me to just have a look around? Of course. If you have any questions, just let me know, the woman replied politely. Yet, inwardly, she was rather disappointed. Customers like this, who hadn't even decided what kind of pet they wanted, were typically just dabblers acting on a whim. In her experience, such people would lose patience before long and abandon their pets, leaving the poor animals to suffer the consequences. As a true animal lover, she sincerely hoped not to encounter people like that. Still, business was business. She couldn't turn customers away based on a gut feeling alone. If he turned out not to be the kind of person she feared, offending him for nothing would be a shame. Dio, this puppy is so cute. How about we pick this one? The happiest person here was undoubtedly little Irene, whose overflowing affection was obvious. Even Snowball, their pet, seemed excited by all the familiar animal scents in the air. Dio glanced at the puppy Irene had picked, a white poodle with beautifully groomed fur and a red bow, looking every bit the little princess. Unfortunately, the arrow hidden in Dio's sleeve remained completely unresponsive. He didn't let this discourage him. After all, there were very few creatures with the potential to become stand users. Once he'd ruled out promising humans, finding a suitable pet became even more difficult. After making a circuit of the area, Dio had no choice but to leave with his companions, disappointed. There simply wasn't a pet here that fit what he was looking for. Fortunately, the entire street was lined with pet shops. If one store didn't work out, there were plenty more to explore. If he couldn't find what he wanted in New York, he could search in other cities. If not in America, then abroad. It was all a matter of luck, and he had long since given up hoping fortune would smile on him. And so, they kept searching all the way until noon, wandering through more than a dozen pet stores. Yet Dio still hadn't found a single animal with stand potential. But as they were leaving, the arrow hidden in his sleeve gave a faint tremble toward the crowd, only for the reaction to vanish almost immediately. Most likely, the target it had sensed had slipped out of range. Though the one with potential was probably human, and the identity remained unknown, this was enough to get DIO's blood pumping. At the very least, it proved the arrow's detection abilities were still intact and hadn't faded away. His efforts weren't in vain. At this point, while DIO was quietly excited, Jessica and Irene were starting to feel disheartened. They couldn't imagine what sort of pet he was after. This aimless wandering was starting to wear on their patience and enthusiasm. Checking the time, DIO suggested, "Let's check out one last shop, and then we'll grab some lunch. After that, we can head straight to the amusement park and have fun until dark." What does that sound? Hearing that the search was finally coming to an end, Jessica and Irene mustered up the energy to follow him inside. Unlike their previous visits, this time, as soon as they entered the shop, the arrow in DIO's sleeve reacted. The response wasn't overwhelming, but it was definitely there. Not this one, not that one, not this either. Guided by the arrow, DIO finally stopped in front of a glass case. He was certain the creature that had triggered the arrow's reaction was inside. "DIO, you want to keep this?" "Of course. Don't you think it's adorable?" When it came time to pay, Jessica and Irene exchanged baffled glances. They never expected that, after everything, DIO's chosen pet would turn out to be his snail. But why hadn't he bought one earlier? After all, plenty of the shops they'd visited had snails for sale. No matter how they puzzled over it, they couldn't guess what was really on DIO's mind. In the end, they decided not to waste any more brainpower on it. Maybe all geniuses had their quirks in everyday life. The good news was that all their earlier efforts hadn't been in vain. DIO had managed to buy the pet he'd set his heart on, with both of them by his side. That was far more satisfying than wasting time and returning empty-handed. After carefully placing the glass tank in the back and reminding Irene not to open it, lest Snowball inside get riled up and bite someone, the three of them first went for Japanese food and then finally arrived at the amusement park. There were quite a lot of people out enjoying themselves on a weekend, but it was nothing compared to the suffocating crowds DIO remembered from his previous life during the May Day holidays. Once they'd stored away their belongings, DIO and Jessica led a visibly excited Irene inside. "DIO, I want to try that one," Irene exclaimed, pointing at a haunted house. Its entrance was plastered with images of zombies and demons, truly frightening at first glance. Yet the line stretched on, as if everyone was eager to scream their heads off and let out some stress. Before DIO could say a word, Jessica's face had already turned stern. "Absolutely not. That's not suitable for kids. What if you're left with nightmares?" "I'm not a kid, and even if I was, so what? As long as an adult goes with me, it's fine," Irene shot back, stubborn and unyielding. "I said no, so it's no. Let's go try that instead." Jessica pointed to the bumper cars nearby. "You're just scared yourself?" Irene mumbled under her breath, obviously unhappy. Yet her muttering was just loud enough for both DIO and Jessica to hear. "What did you say?" Jessica snapped, but before she could lose her temper, DIO quickly took Irene by the hand. "Why don't you go play bumper cars on your own? I'll line up with Irene for this one." "Yay. DIO, you're the best." Irene squealed in delight, jumping up to throw her arms around DIO's neck before planting a kiss on his cheek. Only after the kiss did she realize what she'd done. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she snuck a glance to see how DIO would react. But DIO just smiled, unbothered, treating her like a little sister. A kiss on the cheek was just a friendly gesture, nothing to make a fuss over. This left Irene feeling both embarrassed and a bit frustrated. "You two, you're driving me crazy." Jessica fumed, left standing alone, watching her little sister rejoice. How could she possibly accept that? But in the end, she couldn't help but chase after them. Just as Irene had said, Jessica was actually pretty terrified of such things, but she refused to let that show. She had a reputation as the calm and capable one, and this time, she was determined to keep up appearances. After half an hour in line, it was finally their turn. No photography is allowed once you enter. You may not use any lighting devices, and absolutely no hitting our staff. If you get too scared to continue, just call out loudly for help. Someone will come and lead you out. If you make it through within 10 minutes, you'll receive a special gift. After listening to the staff's instructions at the entrance, DIO and his companions finally stepped into the haunted house. Inside, darkness pressed in from all sides, with only a faint glimmer of light offering direction to the visitors. The greatest fear for humankind comes from the unknown. Yet, once through the door, Irene displayed a courage well beyond her years. She boldly took the lead, walking at the front of their small group, murmuring excitedly about finishing in under 10 minutes to claim the prize. In stark contrast was Jessica, the adult among them. The moment she stepped inside, it was as if she'd forgotten all her earlier annoyance. She clung tightly to DIO's arm, half hiding behind his back, urging Irene to slow down as they went. DIO could only smile wryly at the sisters. One was tugging him forward, the other lagging behind, making him feel as if he might as well split in half to keep up with them both. Suddenly, a piercing scream. As they passed a coffin, both Irene and Dio walked by without incident. But when Jessica trailed past at the rear, the coffin lid sprang open and a bloodied zombie lurched upright, clawing its way toward her. Jessica was terrified out of her wits. Her knees buckled, and she let out an ear-splitting shriek. If her hands hadn't been clamped tightly around Dio's arm, she would have collapsed on the spot, too frightened even to stand. Dio hurried to drag her away before her screaming could rupture his eardrums. Along the way, they encountered all manner of ghosts and monsters. The haunted house was full of cleverly designed traps, catching people off guard and sending cold chills down their spines. But Irene seemed immune to fear, delighting in the experience, her shouts coming more from excitement than terror. As for Dio, he was probably the scariest thing in there. He sometimes worried that, out of reflex, he might accidentally punch one of the actors who jumped out at him. Clearly, this wasn't an unfounded concern. Otherwise, the staff wouldn't have specifically warned him not to hit anyone inside. The most exasperating case was Jessica. Dio spent nearly the entire time dragging her along. No matter what they encountered, she responded with high-pitched screams, tears streaming down her cheeks before long. Her makeup surely ruined, though thankfully the dim light kept it hidden from view. In the end, chased by a snarling horde of zombies, Dio managed to yank Irene along with one hand and haul Jessica with the other as they finally escaped the haunted corridor, 15 minutes later, missing out on the prize. If it hadn't been for my sister, Dio, and I could have been out in 10 minutes. Once they were outside, Irene couldn't help but complain a little. Jessica, on the other hand, headed straight for the restroom. No one knew if she'd been scared out of her wits or just needed to fix her makeup, perhaps a bit of both. 5 minutes later, Jessica re-emerged, seemingly back to her usual, polished city professional self. Yet the pallor of her face and the uncertainty flickering in her eyes betrayed her lingering fear, as if she half expected a zombie to leap out from behind a corner at any moment. Even Dio hadn't anticipated that Jessica's nerves would be so fragile, so different from the image she projected. Still, there was no hint of mockery. After all, everyone has something they're afraid of. Some fear snakes, some fear mice, others cockroaches, and some are terrified of ghosts. There's nothing strange about it. With a few gentlemanly words of comfort from Dio, Jessica gradually regained her composure. Irene stopped mentioning the haunted house, and the three of them moved on to enjoy other attractions together. Wow! With a few playful whistles from nearby, Jessica and Irene, now changed into swimsuits, came over and sat next to Dio, who was lounging on the beach. Jessica had always been beautiful, but after Dio's culinary care, she now radiated both the allure of a sophisticated young woman and the freshness of youth. Naturally, she drew the attention of everyone around as she walked by. Irene, in her simple one-piece, was just as captivating in her own way. Her angelic, adorable face and petite frame inspired a protective instinct in others, making anyone want to look after her. Now, with these two sisters, one mature, one youthful, seated on either side of Dio, it was impossible not to stir up envy among the other men. But any jealousy quickly turned into amusement when Dio took off his sunglasses. In truth, while Jessica and Irene were off changing, Dio had already fended off countless bikini-clad women who tried to strike up a conversation with him. His flawless physique and chiseled abs had left more than a few women drooling, and when he removed his sunglasses, his charm seemed to shoot through the roof. To be frank, after Jessica and Irene sat down, it was clear from the angry glances shot their way just how many women wished they were in their place. Jessica, however, was clearly enjoying all the attention, and with a hint of playful provocation, she tossed her sunscreen to Dio. Lucky you. After an afternoon of fun, Dio wasn't the least bit tired, and now, he felt even more energized. After all, the two of them had already shared plenty of intimate moments. Applying sunscreen now was hardly a big deal. But just as Dio reached for the bottle, an unexpected rival appeared. I'll do it. Irene seized the sunscreen away, enthusiastically massaging it into Jessica's back before either of them could protest. All right then. Dio didn't feel much regret. He simply shifted his position to take in the beautiful scenery before him. Jessica couldn't say anything more. She just felt incredibly frustrated that she couldn't infuriate those bitches as she had hoped. Yet, in the midst of this peaceful scene, something jarringly out of place occurred. A thin, bespectacled student, timid and hesitant, was passing by the three of them. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and came to a halt. Jessica, lying prone, saw nothing of this, but Eileen was immediately shielded behind Dio, who sprang up to block her the moment the boy started moving. People nearby looked on in surprise, while not far off, a group burst into uproarious laughter. Dio sensed something was off, but he had no choice but to stop the boy's disgusting behavior first. He strode forward and kicked him to the ground. Get lost! The boy with glasses, once he opened his eyes, was met with DIO's furious glare and the disgusted stares of everyone around. Shame flooding his face, he hung his head and turned to run away. Throughout, DIO kept his eyes on him. How could someone so timid dare to pull such a vile stunt in front of everyone? It wasn't until the scrawny, bespectacled boy ran back to the laughing group, only to be shoved and jostled in their midst, that DIO's understanding deepened. What happened? What's going on? Nothing much. Someone was looking for trouble. I'll go check it out. You two stay right here and don't go anywhere. With that, DIO strode off toward the troublemakers. Meanwhile, Jessica and Eileen listened as the people nearby recounted what had just happened. Jessica's face darkened in fury. Thank goodness DIO had shielded her little sister in time. Otherwise, she might have been driven to murder. Hey, how do you feel now? And no, nothing. Useless loser. You can't even handle something this simple and still want to join us. Forget it, just bury him. Bury him. The thin boy with glasses trapped in the middle of the group took all the insults and blows without a hint of resistance, a punching bag for their amusement. If you don't want to die, then go back again. If you can't make them cry this time, don't bother coming back to school. The ringleader, a white student with a sullen expression, was just a teenager, yet his words and actions were shockingly vicious. Truth be told, incidents of bullying are far from rare in American schools. Asian students often bear the brunt of such abuse, serving as easy targets. In nearly every class, if anyone dares to stand up for them, they risk becoming outcast themselves, so over time, no one dares to defend the oppressed. If you want to break free from this identity, you either have to start over somewhere new, or take the initiative to join one of these small cliques. Once you're accepted, you can shed the label of a victim and, in turn, become someone who bullies others even more ruthlessly. Clearly, the scrawny student with glasses in front of him was in exactly this situation. Just to avoid being bullied again, he was willing to try even something so disgusting and humiliating. With his extraordinary hearing and perception, DIO had pieced together most of what had happened on his way over here. Frustrated by the student's resignation, he was also filled with fury at these jerks who preyed on the weak. After all, he'd been through something similar himself. But thanks to Will, he'd ended up as someone nobody in school dared to mess with. No matter how tough students acted, they were still just kids. Compared to someone like Will, who had been involved with gangs since early on, they didn't stand a chance. Usually, dragging the troublemakers off campus for a beating and a proper threat would settle things for good. So really, DIO had only escaped bullying at school because of Will's help. It was clear that most people weren't lucky enough to have a friend like him. Please, I'm begging you, give me a different task. I really can't do this one. The scrawny student with glasses was crying now, but his pleas only drew louder jeers. Just then, DIO strode forward and grabbed the white student who was clearly the ringleader. Ignoring the guy's struggles, he shoved his entire head down into the sand. DIO's forceful entrance stunned the other students, but once someone snapped out of it, they immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Let Jerry go. That's murder." "I've got one question," DIO said coldly. "Who told him to go do that just now? Was it this guy?" A muffled groan came from the sand. With his head pressed into the sand, the ringleader couldn't breathe at all, and he started to thrash wildly. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from DIO's iron grip. Death. In that instant, the lack of air filled him with the terror of dying. Is he really going to kill me? The thought flashed through his mind and instantly shattered his mental defenses. "Hey man, if you don't let him go right now, I'm calling the cops." A so-called Good Samaritan, sensing things had gotten out of hand, whipped out his phone and called out, "Get lost." DIO shot him a look, and the busybody recoiled in fear, stumbling back so quickly that his phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Intimidation might sound mysterious, but it's undeniably real. Sometimes, all it takes is a single glance from someone in power to make ordinary people feel an overwhelming pressure. DIO, as a stand user, had taken lives before, and now his furious glare alone was enough to strike fear into ordinary people. He cared little whether this person was trying to give a genuine warning. He found it utterly repugnant. Where were these righteous souls when those guys were pranking him moments ago? Not a single one spoke up then. But now that he was dishing out some payback, suddenly they jumped in, even threatening to call the police. What were they thinking? Was their mind just full of nonsense? Still, by his estimation, the time was about right. With a clear plan in mind, DIO yanked the kid out of the sand. A spray of sand burst from the boy's mouth and nose, but his life was never truly in danger. Coughing violently, the boy dangled helplessly in DIO's grip like a chick in a hawk's talons. DIO then turned his gaze back to the rest of the group. "No one wants to talk. Fine. I actually respect loyalty among friends. So in that case, you'll You'll all get buried in the sand soon. Without my say-so, none of you will be leaving. With that, Dio shoved the boy back into the sand, his brutality making everyone around flinch and gasp in horror. Yet, having already seen what happened to the first boy, none of them dared speak up now. When Dio pulled the kid out again, the boy was gasping for air, spitting sand as he cried out, "It was me. I told him to do it. Please, let me go. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied anyone. I shouldn't have been jealous." Hearing him confess so openly, the others all visibly relaxed. But then, to their shock and terror, even after the admission, the demon before them shoved Jerry's head into the sand once more. He already admitted it and apologized. At last, someone found the courage to speak up, their voice shaking with anger. "If an apology fixed everything, what would we need laws for?" Dio replied coolly. "We didn't break any laws. It was just a prank. Besides, we're all minors. What you're doing is a crime. Let Jerry go now, or you're finished." Minors, what a convenient shield. Dio sneered with utter contempt. Sometimes he wondered whether laws protecting minors truly shielded them, or simply enabled their misdeeds. When the price of wrongdoing is so low, what's left to fear? "Very well. I like that you call it prank. That's why I didn't hit any of you. See? I'm just playing a little prank myself." With that, Dio yanked Jerry out of the sand once again. The boy looked utterly miserable, but not a single scratch marred him. Just as Dio said, it was nothing more than a prank that made the kid eat a bit of sand. Nothing illegal about that. "What do you want from us exactly?" Seeing the leader of their little group being beaten so miserably, the rest of them were both anxious and furious. But above all, they wanted nothing more than to get away from this demon as quickly as possible. "I want every one of you on your knees apologizing. Shout 100 times, 'I was wrong. I'm a loser,' and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you're going to eat every last grain of sand on this beach." And you're no exception. Dio snapped at the skinny boy with glasses. "Go run laps. If I don't say stop, you keep running. Run until you drop." Dio shot a cold glare at the timid, bespectacled student. True, his predicament was pitiful, and he'd been forced into his earlier actions, but that didn't mean his mistakes could simply be erased. If Dio had hesitated for even a moment, and Irene had seen something scarring and been traumatized by it, he would never have forgiven himself. "I'm not shouting. I'm going home." "Me too. This has nothing to do with me. Run." There were 7 of them in total, excluding the cowardly, bespectacled student who didn't even dare to flee, and Jerry, who was still dangling in Dio's grip. The remaining 5 saw the situation, turned dire, and bolted without hesitation. They didn't believe Dio could catch every last one of them, and as for whoever ended up unlucky enough to be caught, well, that was fate's problem. Run away from Dio, Lord of the World? Utterly delusional. Even so, Dio didn't need to resort to the world to deal with a handful of delinquents. A surge of turquoise ripple energy shot forth. The heavy moisture in the air let Dio's turquoise ripple energy shine to its fullest. As the wave of energy lashed out, the 5 who'd barely managed a few steps felt a sudden pain in their knees and, one by one, toppled helplessly onto the sand. From the outside, it looked as though they'd tripped over themselves in their panicked scramble. What terrified them even more was that, try as they might, their legs simply wouldn't obey. They couldn't stand up at all. And just then, the demon himself dragged Jerry right over to where they lay. "No, please, don't come any closer. Mr. Dio, that's enough. Even though we've already sent the police away, if this keeps going, things will get out of hand." At that moment, 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hurried over, their voices low as they addressed Dio. Dio had been well aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were lurking nearby, but he was mildly surprised they only revealed themselves now. "Where's Agent Natasha?" "She's currently on another mission. We can't disclose any details." "Perfect. Your job, then, is to make sure these punks do exactly as I just ordered. If this gets any uglier, I won't be held responsible for the consequences." The 2 agents exchanged a deeply troubled glance, caught in a bind. They were only here to keep an eye on the target. By revealing themselves so rashly, they had already violated their mission, but at the same time, they couldn't just stand by and watch things spiral further out of control. "I won't make things hard for you. You can report back and await instructions. But from this moment on, if even one of these people manages to escape, I'll deal with them my own way. If someone ends up missing an arm or a leg, don't come crying to me. That's all I have to say." To be honest, it was hardly worth clashing with a bunch of teenagers and losing face over it. If they hadn't gone too far, Dio wouldn't have intervened like this. But now that the professionals had shown up, he was happy to hand the job over to them. No one knew exactly how they reported the situation, but after Dio walked away, not a single student dared to run. Under the persuasion of those men, each one knelt on the sand and shouted at the top of their lungs, "I was wrong. I'm a jerk." The scrawny student in glasses gritted his teeth and started running laps. But after just a few steps, his lack of stamina caught up with him, and he was soon gasping for air, making everyone around shake their heads in disbelief. "You're way too rough, Dio. But honestly, well done. If it were me, I would have kicked every single one of them senseless." As soon as Dio returned, Jessica made her feelings clear. In that moment, she was like a furious lioness. Anyone who dared to bully her little sister was dead meat in her eyes. "Thank you, Dio." Irene had been worried at first, but after seeing how Dio handled things, her concern turned to admiration. Her eyes were full of respect. As a man, you should always be ready to stand up and protect the women around you. If you just shrugged off what happened as some kind of prank and did nothing, that's when people would truly look down on you. She had to admit, being by Dio's side made them feel incredibly safe. Even when he was scolding troublemakers or teaching them a lesson, he somehow managed to be utterly charming. Sorry those jerks ruined the mood. Such a disgusting incident had definitely put a damper on things, but Dio's actions afterward more than made up for it. No woman likes a cowardly man who never stands up for himself. "It's fine. It's getting dark anyway. Let's get something to eat. After the fireworks show, we can head back." Dio nodded. Staying here under everyone's gaze was more than a little uncomfortable. "All right, let's go. We should get changed first. By the way, who were those two men in suits just now? Don't tell me you hired bodyguards. Or are you secretly the heir to some conglomerate, an illegitimate child, or something?" On the way, Jessica couldn't help but ask. Her curiosity piqued. "Ah, no way. You're overthinking it. They're just two busybodies. I don't even know them. By the way, I need to ask you for one more favor. Even though I taught those bastards a lesson today, knowing their kind, they'll probably take it out even worse on that student with glasses when they get back to school. Sure, he did something wrong, but it was only because he was pushed and bullied into it. Now that he's been punished, let's help him out a little." Jessica was a bit surprised, but she understood all too well the messy business that went on at school. Without someone to step in, a timid kid like that would be bullied mercilessly. She herself had always despised that kind of thing, but she knew all too well that this wasn't a problem that could be fixed by just one or two people. "I understand. Honestly, even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to round up a few people and give those jerks another lesson. If Irene really saw something earlier, I'm not letting them off the hook." Dio sighed inwardly. This was as much as he could do. The rest would have to be up to the boy with the glasses himself. If he kept being a pushover, no one could protect him forever. Back when Will helped him, Dio had never backed down, even when he got beaten black and blue at school. After class, he'd team up with Will to give as good as he got. Eventually, people learned to leave him alone. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. Sitting around waiting for someone to hand it to you is the dumbest thing you can do. He quickly put this whole business out of his mind, but what happened next was completely unexpected. After watching the dazzling fireworks, Irene reluctantly left with Dio and Jessica. This had been, without a doubt, the happiest day she'd had in years. If only her sister hadn't been there, it would have been perfect. Jessica had her own place here in New York. It wasn't as lavish as her place in Washington, but it was still more than most people could afford. "Irene, go on inside. I'll drive Dio back to the restaurant." "Do you really have to leave now? Can't you stay until tomorrow?" Irene asked, hugging Snowball pitifully as she stood by the car. Normally, Dio might have stayed. After all, it wouldn't have made much difference, and there was always the chance something interesting might happen. But, right now, all he could think about was his stand pet. He could only relax and experiment back at the restaurant, so he had to let the little girl down. The car engine rumbled to life again. Why the rush to get back? Jessica was just as puzzled. "I just feel like Irene's been looking at us a little strangely. Do you think she already knows about what happened the other day?" Dio deflected, changing the subject. This was the first time either of them had brought up that incident since it happened. "So what if you know? Is it a crime for two single people to be together before marriage? Or do you have other thoughts about Irene? Are you just trying to keep your perfect image untarnished?" As she finished, Jessica's tone turned dangerously sharp. Dio couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time as he explained. "How could that be? Irene's just a teenager. Even if I lost my mind, I'd never go after a minor. Are you trying to get me thrown in jail?" Jessica shot him a look, then suddenly jerked the steering wheel, turning onto a different road. "Hey, where are we going? Don't tell me you're planning to silence me for good." Dio still had the energy to joke around, but one glare from Jessica made him instantly raise his hands and surrender, falling silent. A little later, once there wasn't a soul or another car in sight, Jessica pulled over by a large tree. She turned off the lights and killed the engine, plunging everything into darkness. A scene straight out of a horror movie. Dio was about to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but Jessica cut him off before he could say a word. Meanwhile, in a residential neighborhood somewhere in New York, 3 or 4 figures crept toward a house, taking out the firecrackers they prepared in advance. With a quick flick, they lit them and tossed them into the house. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Throw another one. Someone's coming, run." The ones fleeing were the same students Dio had disciplined earlier that day. The whole mess had started because Jessica and Irene were simply too attractive, which made these boys want to pull a prank, disgust Dio and his friends, grab some attention, and maybe even scare timid Peter for a laugh. But Dio's overreaction had dealt them a bitter lesson, especially when he made them kneel on the beach in front of everyone, shouting, "I was wrong. I'm a loser." That humiliation was something they'd never forget. So they started thinking about revenge. But none of them had the guts to go after Dio, that demon, not just because of his frightening temper, but also those two who'd shown up later, claiming to be FBI agents. In their eyes, anyone who could call on the FBI to teach a lesson to a few teenagers was someone way out of their league, clearly a big shot. Even at their age, they already understood the wisdom of picking their battles. They were angry, yes, and wanted to vent, but dragging their families into real trouble wasn't worth it. So, after some heated discussion, they settled on a different target for their revenge, timid Peter. It was all his fault, after all. If he hadn't been so stupid, none of them would have been caught up in this mess. Not only did he ruin their fun, but he even came running back, practically broadcasting that they were the masterminds. Someone that dim-witted. Well, he deserved to be taught a lesson. What bothered them even more was that, although they had all suffered that humiliating punishment, Pete's only consequence was running laps. Why should he get off so lightly? Once they got to school, that guy would definitely brag about it to everyone. So, to warn Pete in advance, they waited until nightfall and crept over to his house. They tossed in some firecrackers they bought earlier, convinced that this would scare Pete enough to keep his mouth shut. But they hadn't expected what happened next. Though the firecrackers weren't very powerful, they happened to ignite a blanket in the room. By the time Pete's family realized and got out of bed to check, the fire had already started. Neighbors quickly noticed and called the police. Watching from the shadows nearby, the boys were frozen with shock. All they meant to do was pull a prank to scare Pete. They never imagined they'd set his house on fire. Yet the flames dancing in front of them made it painfully clear what they'd done. This was a crime. If the police found out they were responsible, it would mean being sent to juvenile detention. As panic and confusion set in, the boy who'd suffered most at Dio's hands glared at the others and barked. "No one says a word about what happened tonight. We were never here. We've been at home, asleep all night. We know nothing about this." "Got it. But if you want to go to jail, then go confess." Jerry seized the hesitant boy by the collar, his voice menacing and wild. Everyone fell silent, not so much afraid of Jerry as of the word jail. The idea chilled them to the bone. No one wanted to go to prison. That would ruin their lives. "So forgive us," they told themselves. "We only meant to play a prank. It was just an accident. Surely we deserve to be forgiven." "Yes, that's right, just an accident. Let's get out of here now." We all stick to the same story. There's no evidence left at the scene. As long as we never admit to anything, no one can prove it was us. Jerry's words gave them a shred of confidence. They quickly fled the scene, just as fire trucks, sirens blaring, sped past them on the street. Thanks to the firefighters' efforts, the blaze was quickly contained and didn't spread to neighboring homes. Pete's family of 3 was rescued with the help of neighbors, and thankfully, none of their lives were in danger. But both of Pete's parents suffered burns while shielding him, and they were rushed to the hospital in ambulances. Pete himself stood there in shock, staring blankly at the chaos around him, unable to believe what had happened. Jerry. When he was startled awake by the sound of firecrackers, he had already guessed who would be doing such a thing so late at night. He thought he could just grit his teeth and endure it, but what happened next was far beyond anything he could have imagined. Why? Why would you do this? He was utterly lost, overwhelmed by a boundless fury that twisted his soul. A strange force seemed to be straining to break free from its shackles. Meanwhile, back in the dining room, Dio kissed Jessica goodbye, then picked up the glass box and headed into his own room. After carefully inspecting the arrangements he'd made before leaving, Dio confirmed that no one had secretly slipped in while he was gone. Only then did he relax, close the door, and take out both the pet card and the arrow. Once more, he brought out the arrow. Without any external force guiding it, the arrow pointed straight toward the glass box, proving that Dio's idea was indeed viable. So he opened the glass box and gently took out a palm-sized, bewildered snail. It was a perfectly ordinary white snail, which, startled by its sudden change of environment, had immediately retreated into its shell. Dio picked up the white pet card, then hesitated for a moment. No matter how he looked at it, a snail hardly seemed like the ideal pet. Even if it awakened to stand ability, it was unlikely to be anything remarkable. But finding a pet with stand potential at the pet shop was exceedingly rare. The odds were slim. Even if he was willing to spend more time searching far and wide, it would probably only waste his time and energy. And even if he did find another, was there any guarantee it would be more satisfactory than this one? It was one of those questions that could never be answered without actually trying. So Dio stopped hesitating and used the pet card on the snail in his hand. God, please, let this work. I don't have another pet card to waste. Perhaps his prayer was answered, or maybe the snail was simply too weak as a pet. Whatever the reason, the white pet card, with only a 10% chance of success, transformed into a ring of light that wrapped around the snail, imprinting a mark upon its soul. It worked. Within Dio's soul, a new point of light appeared, one he could extinguish with a single thought, snuffing out his pet snail's life in an instant. The moment the pet card took effect, the snail in Dio's hand seemed to sense something as well. Cautiously, it extended its body out from its shell and nuzzled his palm with a hint of affection, as if it instinctively recognized him as its master. It was a wondrous sight. It seemed that the pet card had triggered some kind of transformation in the instant it made the snail his pet, at least in terms of intelligence. This was no ordinary snail anymore. No ordinary snail could have acted as it just had. Even though this snail was deemed by the arrow to possess potential, the extent of its potential and whether it could survive the ordeal were both complete unknowns. If it ended up dying, all previous investments would have been for nothing, yielding no return whatsoever. Yet with the arrow already drawn, there was no turning back now. He had come this far, and hesitation was no longer an option. So, steeling himself, he plunged the arrow in without another thought. Through the soul mark, Dio could clearly sense the life and death trial the little snail was enduring in his hand. The tiny point of light flickered feebly, threatening to shatter and disappear at any moment. A few more seconds passed, and the snail's feelers drooped completely. Dio's heart sank. He knew that if he left it to fend for itself any longer, it wouldn't survive this crisis. Weighing his options, he realized he had little left to try. Sometimes desperate times called for desperate measures. Not attempting anything now would leave him filled with regret. So, decisively, he removed Knum and swapped in a temporary Golden Experience card, summoning it at once. The moment Golden Experience appeared, it covered the snail with its right hand, channeling a steady stream of life energy into the tiny creature to keep it alive. A minute ticked by. The snail showed a faint glimmer of revival, just a hint of a last surge before the end. This made Dio, already pained by the toll, even more reluctant to withdraw Golden Experience. He could only continue burning through the card's remaining time, desperately trying to save the snail and help it pull through. Perhaps fortune favors the determined. As time passed, the deadly arrow finally burst into light, then instantly recoiled into the snail's wound, restoring it as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this, and certain that he'd brought the snail back from the brink, Dio hurriedly dismissed Golden Experience. To save this little creature, he'd spent a full 5 minutes of the card's precious usage, a truly enormous price. This also proved that the risks of using the arrow were far greater than he had ever imagined, and this was just on a snail. If used on a human, perhaps not even 1 in 100 would survive. Had he not forcibly prolonged its life with Golden Experience, this experiment would have ended in complete failure, a fact that snuffed out any other reckless ideas he might have entertained. After weighing the gains and losses of this ordeal, Dio's first-stand pet finally completed its ultimate transformation. Though its appearance remained largely unchanged, the soul mark told Dio exactly what new abilities it now possessed. Psychic Link is a somewhat auxiliary ability. Its function is to facilitate mental communication with others by using miniature, snail-shaped avatars, split off from the main body, as intermediaries. Simply by attaching one of these to any part of the body, a person can engage in mind-to-mind conversations. In other words, if Dio were to give the miniature snails he split off to Jessica and Irene, the two sisters would no longer need to speak aloud. They could communicate directly. On a mental level, as long as both parties remain on the same planet, they can ignore all geographical restrictions or communication blocks. Nothing stands in their way. This essentially amounts to a fantastical mode of communication, distinct from modern means like mobile phones and networks. Currently, the main body of the communication snail can be split into a maximum of 10 parts, meaning it can support group chats among 10 people. Including Dio, who is an exception, the number rises to 11. As the owner of the communication snail, Dio can participate in the conversation at any time and place, granting permissions as he sees fit, such as enabling one-on-one chats between certain individuals or imposing a mute package to block someone from speaking. Beyond this, as the snail's master, Dio can also sense the rough location of each split-off snail through unique connection with the main body, giving him a sort of GPS tracking ability. If that were all the ability did, it would seem rather lackluster, especially on Earth, where countless advanced communication tools exist and a single mobile phone can take you anywhere. The communication snail's real value might only show itself in places without satellite signals, or when venturing to other planets altogether. Its greatest current advantage is that it can't be eavesdropped on by others. However, in this world, people with psychic perception and communication abilities aren't rare. If you're unlucky enough to encounter such a person, secrecy is still out of reach. So, upon seeing this ability, DIO's first reaction was disappointment. After all the effort and sacrifices, receiving an ability that felt this underwhelming seemed like a poor trade. Wasn't this basically a magically modified version of the Den Den Mushi from that pirate world? But in the next instant, his thoughts changed. Perhaps due to the intervention of Gold Experience, midway through his awakening, his stand ability mutated as it manifested. The surge of life energy and the mental frenzy caused DIO's stand pet to awaken a second ability. Life Sacrifice. By sacrificing one of the split-off miniature snails, he can inject a burst of life energy directly into the user's main body in a single, explosive surge. This is undoubtedly a weakened version of Gold Experience as healing power. In moments of mortal danger, it's as if the user gains a second life. If it weren't for this mutated ability, the communication snail would probably only be incredibly useful in certain specific situations. But once it possesses this power, its value is magnified beyond measure. No matter the circumstances, staying alive is always the most important thing. Who wouldn't want to have on hand an unrestricted, portable means of life-saving treatment like this? It's truly an essential trump card for turning the tide. Even though there are only 10 uses, holding the Golden Experience trial card means he can recharge it again in the future. And if he ever draws the full version of Golden Experience, there would be absolutely nothing to worry about. The communication snail would undoubtedly become even more valuable. Dio suddenly felt that every bit of investment had been worth it, just for this one mutated ability. What does it mean to turn decay into magic? This is exactly it. The more Dio looked at it, the more he liked it. He almost wished he could cuddle it to sleep every night. But on second thought, he decided against it, worried he might accidentally roll over and crush it in his sleep. After all, despite all its marvelous abilities, the communication snail's body was still that of an ordinary creature. It had no offensive skills, nor could it defend itself. If it got hit, it would die, so he had to take great care of it. In that case, I'll call you Little Strong from now on. I hope your life will be as resilient as a cockroach's. Whatever you do, don't die on me, or I'll have suffered a huge loss. Dio murmured to his precious treasure, holding it carefully in his hands. Where were you last night? Where else could I be? I was at home, asleep. Can anyone vouch for you? My family can all vouch for me. We have reports that you've often bullied a student named Pete. Is that true? It was just some harmless pranks between friends. Is that a crime? We suspect you went to Pete's house last night and set it on fire. No, absolutely not. You're slandering me. You have no evidence. All right, step outside for now. We'll know soon enough whether you're being slandered or not. Early the next morning, a visibly shaken Pete arrived at school accompanied by the police. Acting on his accusations, they began investigating several students, including Jerry. However, the surveillance cameras near Pete's home that could have captured a clear view had long since stopped working due to age and disrepair, so no crucial evidence could be found. The students under investigation, including Jerry, all insisted it wasn't them, claiming they were home asleep at the time, and their parents backed up their alibis. With no other options, the police had to leave for the moment and prepared to pull footage from the surveillance cameras near the students' homes. They believed the truth would be revealed soon enough. However, once the police had left, Jerry and his gang, who had managed to bluff their way out for the moment, dragged Pete, their accuser, back into the restroom with menacing looks on their faces. Two of them stood guard at the door to keep others away, while the rest forced Pete into a corner, ready to teach him a harsh lesson. What do you want from me? Was burning down my house not enough for you? My parents are still lying in the hospital, you bastards. Despite his fear, Pete shouted in anger. Everyone has a breaking point, and when that line is crossed, even the meekest person can do the unthinkable. Pete was clearly teetering on the edge of a breakdown. He couldn't understand why, after all his attempts to comply, they still wouldn't leave him or his family alone, going so far as to ruin everything he had. Jerry had always been the school bully, utterly unable to tolerate a coward like Pete daring to stand up to him. Originally, he had only planned to scare Pete into dropping the accusations and staying quiet for a while, but Pete's resistance had now provoked his temper. With a swift punch, Jerry knocked Pete's glasses off his face, then stomped Pete's head to the floor, pinning him down. Towering over Pete, he sneered, so that fire last night didn't manage to burn. You yellow-skinned monkey. What a pity. But it doesn't matter. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. Unless you lick every one of our shoes clean right now, we're not letting you go. So it really was you. You'll get what you deserve. The police will find the evidence, and you'll all be arrested soon. Pete yelled frantically from under Jerry's boot, struggling so violently that even Jerry began to lose his grip. What are you staring at? Hold him down. At Jerry's command, the onlookers quickly joined in, pinning Pete to the ground with all their strength. So what if it was us? Did you really think those cops left to look for evidence? Don't you know my dad has already taken care of everything? The police were just putting on a show. Don't be stupid. Money and power can get you anything in this world. Got it, idiot? Jerry squatted down, brimming with arrogance, and slapped Pete's face over and over, clearly relishing the look of utter despair spreading across Pete's face. In truth, the reality was far more complex than he claimed. Although his father did hold some influence, it was nowhere near enough to cover the sky with one hand, nor could he control the entire police force. All his father did was frantically pull some strings overnight to erase every shred of evidence pointing to the children's crimes. For example, those surveillance tapes the police were just about to collect. By the time they arrived, they would find every camera had conveniently malfunctioned. Naturally, nothing at all would have been recorded. On top of that, these so-called family members coordinated their stories in advance, fabricating false testimonies. In the end, this whole affair would be quietly swept under the rug. After all, no lives were lost, just a bit of financial damage. When money paves the way and connections do the rest, none of this even counts as a real problem. Even so, Jerry did receive a token punishment, a slap on the wrist, really like being grounded for a while. Of course, he would never share these truths with Pete. Jerry much preferred weaving new lies, watching Pete sink into despair, and then savoring the outcome. It thrilled him, bringing a rush as intense as the pleasure he'd felt when he forced himself on that White Lotus girl from the neighboring class. All around, the others burst out in raucous laughter, while Pete began to tremble violently. To them, this was just the pathetic shaking of someone paralyzed by fear. But only Jerry, crouched in front of him, noticed the searing hatred burning in Pete's eyes, a cold, crimson fire, the gaze of someone who had lost all hope for this world. Jerry's lies had indeed shattered the last fragile thread of hope within Pete's heart. If no one would ever take his side, if the wicked could always walk free and unpunished, then perhaps it was up to him to take matters into his own hands. And in that instant, the dormant power within him finally awakened. You all deserve to die. With a roar of rage, countless razor-sharp bone spikes burst from his body, filling the entire bathroom in the blink of an eye. Jerry and the others had no chance to react before the barrage of bone tore them to shreds, leaving the floor awash in blood. Though the agony of bone tearing through flesh and bone was excruciating, it paled in comparison to the pain in Pete's heart. His utter indifference dulled even the worst physical torment. Oblivious to the carnage around him, his mind held only a single, consuming thought: to exterminate every last one of these tormentors, to obliterate this twisted world where justice meant nothing. The lethal bone spikes not only slaughtered everyone else in the bathroom, but punched straight through the walls, turning the place into a scene straight out of a horror film. The two lookouts waiting outside narrowly escaped the first wave, but the terror left them collapsed and helpless on the floor. Monster! Help! Somebody help us! Their desperate screams drew the attention of people nearby. Combined with the chaos erupting in the area, it wasn't long before a crowd began to gather. At that very moment, Pete emerged from inside, his body drenched in blood, his clothes torn and hanging in tatters. Without hesitation, he drove 2 bone spikes, one in each hand, straight through their mouths, silencing them forever. At last, the world was quiet once more. News of a mutant wreaking havoc at New York's Minford High School spread like wildfire. Colonel William Stryker, upon receiving this news, was overjoyed. He rushed to the scene with his men, barely able to contain his excitement on the way. He hoped the mutant would cause an even greater catastrophe, a true bloodbath. Only then could his mutant menace theory seize the spotlight once again. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not to be left behind. Their focus, however, was on minimizing the impact of the incident and containing the threat as much as possible. Cyclops and Storm, sent by Professor X to investigate the swamp case, immediately headed to the school after receiving a tip from the professor. Their goal: to bring the newly awakened mutant child back to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters before anyone else could get to him. As for the police and the ever-eager journalists, they had already surrounded the campus, waiting to see what would unfold. DIO, who was still at the restaurant working hard for his living, knew nothing of the chaos until his phone rang. Remember those kids we ran into yesterday? Jessica jumped straight into the conversation the moment the call connected, leaving Dio momentarily confused. What's going on? Don't tell me there's someone important. Even you can't handle them? There's trouble. Just now, my contacts told me the area around that school is swarming with sirens. The place is crawling with police and military. Rumor has it there's a mutant going on a killing spree. A mutant? Dio was taken aback. He hadn't expected something like this to happen, but he felt no urge to intervene. After all, this wasn't his responsibility. The U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were more than capable of dealing with a lone mutant. Surely, this incident would be handled without his involvement. If things are that bad, you'd better have your people pull out. It's too dangerous. Jessica let out a bitter laugh on the other end. That's exactly what I thought. But out of curiosity, I did some digging. And guess what? That mutant is actually a student at the school. According to some of the kids who escaped, his name is Pete. Normally, he's painfully shy and timid, always bullied by the school's thugs. Doesn't that sound a bit familiar to you? It does. As more information about that mutant student came out, I saw the photos and realized he's the same skinny, bespectacled guy we ran into on the beach yesterday. How is that possible? What are the odds? There's something even more shocking. His house was set on fire last night, and both his parents are now in the hospital. Dio fell silent for a moment. Forgetting there were still customers outside, he lit a cigarette, took a drag, and frowned as he spoke. Was it those students I disciplined yesterday, trying to get back at him? No one knows yet. The police are investigating, but it's very likely. Jessica didn't know much more than that. Even the news had started covering the story. Still, a sense of guilt and regret weighed on her, which was why she called Dio. If only I'd sent someone to warn them yesterday, maybe none of this would have happened. No, this isn't your fault. Dio cut her off firmly, then said seriously, even if what happened yesterday hadn't occurred, being trapped in that kind of hell, tragedies like this were bound to happen sooner or later. And it seems that guy only awakened suddenly because he was pushed too far. Otherwise, no one could have endured for so long without snapping. Jessica sighed at his words. You're right, but at least we had a chance to stop this from happening. Don't dwell on it. At this point, there's nothing more we can do. If it makes you feel better, maybe pay a visit to his parents after all this settles down. I suppose that's all we can do. Let's talk next time. Yeah, bye. After hanging up, Dio immediately searched online and found a live broadcast. He clicked in to watch. A few minutes later, he put his phone away, stubbed out his cigarette, and walked out. I'm very sorry, but I have to cancel today's appointment. Something urgent has come up that I need to handle myself. To make it up to you, next time I'll create a special package tailored just for you, and there will be no charge at all. Seeing the serious look on Dio's face, the customer outside understood something must have happened. Dio's way of expressing his apology, offering a package worth $100,000, was certainly sincere. Besides, the last thing he wanted was to get on Dio's bad side and end up blacklisted. With that in mind, he graciously accepted the situation. Apart from that, Dio personally called each of the other clients who had appointments later today to explain the situation. Thanks to his sincere apologies, most people agreed to reschedule. However, there was one person who, while loudly claiming money, was no issue, insisted on making things difficult for him. Dio simply hung up on this fellow and added him to his blacklist. Some people just don't know when to quit. Did they really take Dio for a pushover, someone they could boss around as they pleased? Will, whose odd behavior today was beyond comprehension, was also swiftly sent away by Dio. Worried that what might follow and get in the way, Dio even pulled a few bills from his wallet and told him to go have some fun on the house. Will was absolutely delighted, instantly forgetting whatever it was Dio was up to. The most regretful thing was that yesterday, in order to save Little Chong's life, Dio had swapped out the Godknum card for Yankee Golden Experience trial card. Now, with the card still on cooldown and unusable, Dio was unable to intervene as much as he'd like. He could only play things by ear. Although Dio didn't think he'd done anything wrong yesterday, he also couldn't bring himself to just pretend that today's tragedy had nothing to do with him. So, when Jessica called, he decided to head over to the scene. He didn't know what he could do, but he absolutely didn't want to see that students spiral into hatred and embark on a path of revenge against society, against all of humanity. Maybe the boy had suffered far too much injustice, but not everyone deserved to pay the price. If the student could stop himself in time, perhaps there was still hope. Dio wasn't a saint, but neither did he see things in extremes. Driving his battered old second-hand car, Dio quickly arrived at Month High School. The scene was in a state of bizarre tension. On the outermost perimeter were the ordinary police, almost easy to ignore, but impossible to overlook, along with journalists and throngs of onlookers. Among the crowd, some anxious family members of students had rushed over upon hearing the news. Inside, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the U.S. military stood on opposite sides. A closer look revealed that there were actually 3 factions at a standoff, though the third group consisted of just 2 people, so outnumbered they were almost invisible. Coulson, are you trying to protect these criminals now? Colonel William Stryker was both shocked and furious. The sudden appearance of Cyclops and Storm had dramatically shifted the balance. He immediately ordered his soldiers to aim their guns at the 2 mutant powerhouses, but was blocked by Coulson and his S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In Stryker's eyes, despite the ongoing friction and conflicts between their sides, they were all still human, internal matters, so to speak. In his mind, when facing an external threat, they should stand united and take down these terrorists first. That was why he was so enraged. Yet, even in the midst of this tense, sword-drawn standoff, Coulson had thoughts of his own. Criminals? Isn't Colonel Stryker being a bit too extreme? These 2 are simply here to help contain the out-of-control mutant inside. After loudly making his stance clear, he lowered his voice and spoke quietly into his earpiece. Has Colonel Stryker considered the consequences of starting a fight here? And I'm afraid these consequences might be more than you or your backers can handle. Coulson's voice unexpectedly crackled through Stryker's earpiece. The colonel immediately realized S.H.I.E.L.D. had hacked into their communications. Under normal circumstances, Stryker would have made a big deal out of this, but now was not the time to fall out with the other side. What's more, Coulson's warning and the look he gave made Stryker wary. He knew all too well that if those 2 mutants were pushed too far, hardly anyone here would make it out alive. Admittedly, this would expose just how dangerous mutants could be, but the price would be far too great. Clearly, when the dust settled, someone would have to take the blame for so many innocent civilian deaths, and, as the one making decisions, Stryker would be the perfect scapegoat. Even his backers wouldn't be able to protect him. They might even be dragged down as well. Such consequences forced him to weigh his options carefully. Was it really worth turning hostile right now? The answer, of course, was no. After all, the fact that mutants had slaughtered innocent students and teachers at the school was already set in stone. All he needed to do was arrest the perpetrators to smoothly advance his plans, turning the nation against mutants and pushing his bill forward. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he shifted slightly and responded in a low voice, tinged with threat. Fine, I'll give S.H.I.E.L.D. this courtesy, but in the end, the criminals must come with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself, and neither will anyone else. Coulson gave a light chuckle. This time, our only goal is to minimize the harm caused by this incident. Whether the criminals live or die in the end doesn't matter much to S.H.I.E.L.D. One promise, currying favor with both sides, and a quick resolution to the crisis at hand. There was no better deal than this. Hearing Coulson's words, Stryker finally felt at ease. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't stand in his way, he was confident he could send Xavier's too. Lapdogs back empty-handed. Otherwise, there was no reason for Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to exist at all. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. We'll settle this score another day. All units, prepare. Snipers in position. Assault team ready. Just as the army was about to move in, a small, thin figure suddenly burst out. With a light sweep of 2 bone knives, the school's glass door shattered. With a thunderous crash, and the 2 fully armed soldiers lying in ambush outside were instantly killed, decapitated before they even knew what hit them. The target is in sight. I repeat, the target is in sight. William Stryker, already impatient, immediately gave the order, open fire, take the target down. If the target had stayed inside, with so many hostages at risk, those outside wouldn't have dared act rashly. But who could have guessed this fool would charge out alone, practically begging for death? Although William Stryker would have preferred to take the target alive, with so many people present, not to mention the civilians and journalists watching nearby, he could only give a conservative order to shoot to kill. If his demand for a live capture led to the target's escape and heavy casualties, he'd be facing a military tribunal by tomorrow. In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, all aimed at the blood-soaked, diminutive monster at the entrance. But just then, the unexpected happened. Storm, determined to get the mutant child out safely, unleashed her powers, whipping up a gust of wind that knocked the soldier's aim. Askew. Bullets flew wildly, most hitting nothing but air, while those that happened to be on target were blocked by a thick-boned shield. The gunfire rattled and echoed, filling the air with chaos, but did nothing more than force the target back with sheer impact. No real harm done. These mutants are clearly working together. Coulson, what do you have to say for yourself now? William Stryker roared, his fury barely contained. Coulson, stunned that these 2 would so brazenly take action, realized he had no defense. He fell silent at once, signaling the other agents to retreat. If the situation spun out of control, their priority would be to protect the civilians. Everyone outside, start evacuating the crowd and call for backup. The rest of you, aim forward and fire at will. Take them down. But even as the orders were barked, storm summon gales made it impossible for anyone to keep their weapons steady, let alone fire accurately. Shots went wild, streaking harmlessly into the sky. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Seizing the moment, Cyclops dashed toward the mutant child. Things had escalated far beyond expectation, and he knew he bore some responsibility. Professor X had only instructed them to retrieve the mutant student if they could do so before anyone else. If the situation became too dangerous, they were to abandon the mission. After all, risking the safety and interests of all mutants for the sake of one new life would be the height of folly, something a wise man like Professor X would never allow. However, recalling how they had nearly been attacked by the military earlier, as well as William Stryker's every word dripping with contempt and slander toward mutants, Cyclops was seething with rage. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the other side had given the order to shoot to kill without a moment's hesitation. From the very beginning, mutual prejudice had already reached its peak. As a result, at Cyclops' insistence, Storm had no choice but to help him in their attempt to rescue the student. Fortunately, they both still retained some sense of reason. They knew they couldn't hurt anyone, so although they fought back, it was only to make sure the military couldn't launch an attack on them, giving Cyclops a window of opportunity. While running, Scott had already pinpointed the positions of the military snipers. He immediately unleashed several crimson energy blasts from his eyes, blasting their perches into ruins. Yet, he showed restraint. No one lost their life, though a few minor injuries were inevitable. When a besieged mutant student finally walked out of the school, DIO, standing in the crowd, instantly recognized him. One lens of his glasses was shattered, his clothes torn and stained with blood, but it was unmistakably the same person who had been bullied on the beach by those delinquent students the previous day. And, judging by the explosive change in such a short time, it was clear that the ability he had awakened was powerful, devastating, in fact. This reminded Dio of a certain character from a famous anime in his previous life. Yet, what truly caught Dio's attention was not the power, but the look in the young man's eyes. What kind of humiliation and trauma must he have suffered to transform a timid student who never fought back or talked back into someone whose gaze now burned with hatred and resentment, an extremity of emotion so intense it seemed he wanted to destroy everything before him. Just then, an unexpected twist unfolded on the field. If anyone present least wanted to see the mutant student gunned down, it was certainly Cyclops, Scott, and Storm, who were both mutants themselves. Even though the student had killed quite a few people and seemed irredeemable over the years they had followed Professor X and handled many similar cases. An uncontrolled eruption of violence right after awakening one's powers didn't necessarily mean the person was innately bloodthirsty or irredeemably dangerous. More often than not, it was about revenge. Years of enduring discrimination, humiliation, and abuse, the deeper the pain, the more extreme the personality became after awakening, sometimes even to the point of wanting to destroy everything. Truly, it was the environment that shaped them. Not to mention, they had already learned about this mutant student's background from Coulson. Just as they suspected, even before awakening his mutant powers, this student had suffered from relentless bullying at school. Only, yesterday, his home was destroyed in a devastating fire, and his parents were now lying in the hospital. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that he suddenly awakened his powers, and that he might do anything as a result. That's why Cyclops and Storm wanted to take him away. Only Professor X could help him rediscover his humanity, help him recognize his mistakes, and seek redemption. No matter how grave his wrongdoing, to simply gun him down like a monster without even asking questions was something they could never accept. With these thoughts in mind, Cyclops moved quickly toward the mutant student named Peter. Yet, his intentions couldn't reach Peter's heart. In Peter's eyes, everyone before him was here to catch him. He'd already killed so many people, there was no turning back. He didn't want to die, so the only way out was to fight his way free. If it had been the old him, he never could have done this. He wouldn't even have dared to imagine it, much less act on it. But now, everything was different. He possessed supernatural powers. Even though each use racked him with unbearable pain, if that agony could buy him the power to change his fate, he thought it was more than worth it. When he strung up those bastards in the air as if skewering candied hawthorn, he felt no disgust, only the wild, exhilarating rush of release. So what if you're rich and powerful? Where's your father? The one who can bribe the police. Let him come save you. If this world refuses to listen to reason, then he would use his own strength to make everyone obey. And if he couldn't, then he'd destroy it all. Right now, Peter's heart was boiling over with violence. The moment Cyclops drew near, a dozen razor-sharp bone spikes burst from his body, blooming like a haunting, beautiful flower of bone. Cyclops reacted instantly, activating the device on his visor, allowing his powers to flow freely. A beam of crimson laser light instantly melted the seemingly indestructible bone spikes, and with a swift leap to the side, he dodged the rest of the attack. Had Peter been a true enemy, Cyclops could have reduced him to ashes in that split second. But he was determined to bring Peter back alive and safe. All he could do was dodge. With the sheer destructive power of his ability, a single misstep could erase this troubled soul from the world forever. There was no other way. While everyone else sought ways to grow stronger, Scott Summers had spent his entire life, since awakening his power, searching for ways to restrain these eyes that could destroy anything. These special glasses didn't boost his attacks. They were made to control and contain. Without them, he'd be blind for life, and anyone he looked at would meet instant death. Hurry up, Scott. If this drags on any longer, I can't promise I won't hurt these people. Storm hovered in the sky, descending like a goddess, yet her power was laced with the threat of destruction. She struggled to control the crowd, holding back her attacks and trying not to harm anyone. It wasn't easy, especially with that obnoxious jerk below, bouncing around and spewing insults at mutants. Her patience was wearing thin. She was sorely tempted to strike him down with a bolt of lightning and be done with it. But she knew if she actually did that, it would push mutants even further into the role of humanity's enemy. So she could only grit her teeth and endure. Just hang in there a little longer, Scott shouted, then immediately turned his attention to Peter, who looked like a hedgehog bristling with bone spikes as he protected himself. He tried to keep his voice calm, not wanting to startle the boy. Hey, do you see? I'm a mutant, just like you. And so is the woman flying up there. We're here to help you. Come with us. Where we're going, there are lots of students just like you. There's no discrimination, no bullying. Everyone is like family. Family. Hearing that word, Peter seemed lost in thought. His fierce gaze softened, and the bone spikes on his body began to recede. But before he could react, there was a deafening blast, and Peter was sent flying. Well, what's all the commotion here? Is this some kind of Monster Shrek book signing? Sorry, folks, you'll have to wait for the next one. Everyone's eyes shot up to the sky, where a red suit of powered armor hovered, jets blazing. One hand was aimed right at them. It was obvious who had launched the attack. Tony Stark, DIO, having broken away from the crowd, glanced up and caught sight of the showboater, shaking his head in exasperation. This guy just couldn't resist getting involved, but somehow he always managed to make things worse. And today was no exception. Scott's heartfelt speech had just started to work, only to be ruined in the worst possible way. There were simply no words. Scott's frustration reached its limit. Without saying a word, he aimed at the metal menace in the sky and fired 2 beams of laser energy. Whoa, fireworks too? Tony dodged the blast with a flourish, still finding time to crack a joke and fire a few repulsor blasts in return, completely unaware that someone else was flying nearby, and she did not look amused. Storm's eyes rolled back, leaving only white, a terrifying sight. But what was even more frightening was the aura that now surrounded her. Annoying fly. Swish. A bolt of lightning struck Iron Man with blinding speed, faster than anyone could react, just as he was still chattering away, eager to make his presence known. By the time Tony realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Although Jarvis had done his best to warn him, nothing could match the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Iron Man, who had been noisily flying overhead just moments before, was now trailing smoke and crashing to the ground. Fortunately, he hadn't been flying too high. Had he fallen from a greater height, the consequences would have been far more dire. Go save him. At this point, Iron Man had yet to officially debut, and Tony hadn't uttered his now famous line. But within S.H.I.E.L.D., they already knew the identity of the armored figure, so Coulson immediately ordered his agents to rescue Tony. At the same time, his head throbbed with frustration. The situation was already chaotic enough, and now this guy had shown up to make things even worse. There was simply no way to ignore it. Storm, having landed her strike, paid no more attention to that side of the battlefield. To her, a flying robot was hardly worth a second thought. The lightning bolt she'd summoned had been more than enough. What mattered now was how to bring this to a close. After she made her move, it seemed the situation was spiraling further out of control, running counter to Professor X's intentions. But regrets were meaningless at this point. If they couldn't get their people out, it would be a total defeat. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally managed to extract the unconscious Tony from his suit and were preparing to rush him to the hospital. Storm, without delay, flew back into the school, determined to finish things quickly and get her people out. With her distraction gone, the soldiers outside swiftly regrouped and formed ranks, regaining their fighting spirit. Charge! Get in there and wipe out those damn mutants! Colonel William Stryker shouted, his voice cracking with fury. At the same time, Coulson was urgently checking in through the comms. Have all the survivors inside the school been rescued? Most have been evacuated, but we ran out of time to search every corner. Some survivors may still be hiding. Leave a squad to continue the search. Stay clear of the fighting. If things get out of hand, evacuate immediately. Yes, sir. When everyone thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was just standing by doing nothing, Coulson had already dispatched a covert team to slip in from the back of the school. As soon as the opportunity arose, they moved with lightning speed to evacuate any remaining teachers and students. Strictly speaking, this shouldn't have been their responsibility, but Colonel Stryker's obsession with mutants had blinded him to everything else. He had no interest in rescuing hostages. In fact, the more casualties inside, the better as far as he was concerned. In this situation, Coulson could only focus on rescuing people, which is why he seemed so quiet, when in reality, he had already done everything necessary. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led people away, DIO had already slipped quietly to the vicinity. At this moment, he was climbing up the side of the school's academic building, just like Spider-Man, his face concealed behind a faceless man mask he'd drawn from a card. Moving silently, DIO avoided everyone's line of sight, slipped in through a fifth-floor window, and quickly made his way downward. He didn't even know what he could accomplish by coming here, but he came anyway. Downstairs, gunfire and explosions thundered in chaotic uproar. Storm and Cyclops seemed to have lost their patience as well. A beam of Cyclops' optic blast nearly sliced the entire building in two, zipping dangerously close to DIO. First floor. So, you all think I won't dare to kill? Storm and Cyclops were holding back, dodging frantically, while the soldiers storming and fired every shot to kill, using grenades and even rocket launchers, making it clear they wouldn't stop until they'd wiped everyone out. Even a clay figurine has its limits. How could they endure this? Yet, there was someone even more brazen among them. Colonel William Stryker's voice blasted over a soldier's radio. You think you won't kill? No, of course you will. You mutants. Guilty of every imaginable crime. How many ordinary people have already died at your hands? Kill. Go ahead and kill. The more you slaughter, the happier I'll be. Show me. Do it. Don't fall for it. He's trying to provoke us. If we really go on a killing spree, everything Professor has worked for all these years will be ruined. Strangely enough, it was Cyclops who managed to keep his cool under pressure. Meanwhile, behind him, mutant student Peter had already slipped into unconsciousness. Moments earlier, Peter had lowered his guard after listening to Cyclops. That's when Iron Man's repulsor blast struck the unprotected part of Peter's neck. Now, Peter's throat looked as if it had been savaged by some wild animal. A chunk of flesh missing, blood pouring out, and only minutes of life left. Go, blast open the wall behind us. I'll get you all out, Storm said through gritted teeth, frustration thick in her voice. Got it. The laser beam cut through the wall as easily as slicing tofu. Nothing could stand in its way, and soon a gaping hole appeared. Without hesitation, Storm swept up Cyclops and the dying Peter, surging through the breach, her escape nearly complete. Colonel William Stryker sprang up again, barking orders at his soldiers to fire in that direction as he shouted, Go ahead and take that murderer away. I swear, I'll lead my men to raze your disgusting mutant school to the ground. At that moment, although Storm and Cyclops had been ignoring Stryker's threats, a voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Let the child go. Professor, this already puts us in a terrible position. Before it gets any worse, stop now. But that child, there's no saving him. Storm glanced down, then, in silence, began to descend slowly. The whirlwind gently lowered Pyotr's body to the ground. It wasn't that Professor X was heartless. Otherwise, he could have stopped Cyclops and Storm as soon as they made a move. Instead, he chose to remain silent. If there had still been hope, Professor X might have risked everything to fight for him. But the circumstances had changed. To provoke an entire nation for the sake of a dying comrade, and to potentially bring ruin upon the mutant community he led, would be deeply unfair to the others. So, to keep the situation from spiraling further out of control, he had to make this painful choice, minimizing the loss. And so, Storm and Cyclops left in silence, their faces expressionless, leaving Pyotr behind as an answer to everyone's demands. As for the rest, not all was yet lost. After them. Hurry, take him back. Colonel Stryker still didn't realize the mutant student he wanted to capture was already on his last breath. However, his soldiers had seen Storm, after hearing their commander's threats, reluctantly lay the prisoner down and escape alone. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived as well, seemingly hoping for an easy gain. Reporting, sir, he's been hit in a vital spot and lost too much blood. He could die at any moment. Even this was an understatement. In truth, the fact that he was still clinging to life was astonishing. It looked as though something had torn a chunk from his neck. Any ordinary person would have been cold and lifeless by now. By the time Colonel Stryker and Coulson arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. Should we call an ambulance? Noticing his superior's grim expression, a soldier tentatively asked. Stryker let out a cold snort. Just take him away. Since the main objective had already been accomplished, what remained was to squeeze every last bit of value from this mutant student. While he was not yet completely dead, extracting all his blood for future research was now of utmost importance. After all, even his corpse could serve as political leverage, allowing further profit from this incident and striking a blow against those mutants still lurking in the shadows. Truly, a move that killed many birds with one stone. Then there was the mutant school, where Professor X was hiding. This time, Storm and Cyclops had openly resisted law enforcement and attempted to take away a murderer, an act bound to touch a nerve among certain people. Even if they ultimately backed down and no one was hurt in the process, the initiative was now firmly in his hands. If he didn't exploit this situation to the fullest, it would be a waste of such an obvious opportunity handed right to him. In fact, in just a matter of seconds, Colonel Stryker had already devised how to use the power of public opinion to serve his own ends. For a military man to possess such a wealth of political cunning was almost a waste of his talents in the army. As for Colonel Stryker's attempt to take away the mutant student, Coulson made no move to intervene. He had already promised not to get involved, and although he had spoken up for Storm and Cyclops, their reckless actions left him feeling somewhat guilty, making it difficult for him to justify any interference. Of course, the most important reason remained self-interest. S.H.I.E.L.D. did have some research projects on mutant genes, but the investment was modest, more a matter of understanding than of obsession. Unlike Colonel Stryker, they were not consumed by hatred, nor did they wish for the extinction of every mutant. There was no need to fight for this. But if it had been the wreckage of a crashed alien craft, things would have been very different. Even if Colonel Stryker brought every ounce of influence he could muster, Coulson would not have given an inch. Such things belonged under S.H.I.E.L.D. control, no exceptions. And just at this critical juncture, something completely unexpected happened. A figure wearing a faceless mask suddenly dropped from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched the heavily armed soldiers nearby, then seized the opening to snatch away the mutant student's corpse. No one who tried to stop him could even slow him down for a second. Surrounded by their own men, the soldiers with weapons drawn had no chance to aim or fire. They could only watch helplessly as he broke through their ranks. Stop him. Open fire. Don't worry about friendly fire. Shoot. Colonel Stryker exploded with rage, snatching a submachine gun from a nearby soldier and firing in that direction. There was no way a man of his temperament would tolerate anyone swooping in to steal his hard-won prize. A moment like this, even the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. could only stand aside and watch. No one dared to interfere. Whoever that masked interloper was, Stryker was certain they were as good as dead. Absolutely. Deprived of the cover of surrounding soldiers, the masked figure instantly became the target of everyone's concentrated fire. In another heartbeat, he and the mutant student he had seized would have been riddled with bullets. But just then, after witnessing yet another dramatic turn, Coulson's expression suddenly shifted. He hesitated for a moment, then abruptly stepped forward with his team, blocking the American soldier's line of fire. Coulson, what the hell are you doing? Get your people out of the way now. If the prisoner escapes, it'll be all on your head. Everything was going wrong tonight, and Stryker was so furious he nearly put a bullet in Coulson himself. Only a shred of reason kept him from doing something so drastic. All he could do was seethe with impotent rage. Colonel Stryker, what sort of talk is that? S.H.I.E.L.D. is only here to assist with the pursuit. Assist with the pursuit? By standing in my way? Stryker was so incensed he could have laughed out loud. Sorry, my team just parked over there. It's all a misunderstanding, Coulson replied with a genial smile, pointing toward the nearby vehicles, though he made no move to leave. Fine, even if that's true, then clear out of the way right now. And don't blame me if stray bullets start flying. Stryker gritted his teeth as he spoke. All right, let's move, people. Don't let the suspect get away. With brisk efficiency, Coulson called out and led his agents away, not wasting a single moment. But when they looked again, the masked man was already nowhere to be seen. Excellent. Agent Coulson, I'll be filing a full report on everything that happened here today. S.H.I.E.L.D. had better come up with a satisfactory explanation, or I won't let this go. That's above my pay grade. I'm sure the director will handle it personally, Colonel Stryker. No need for you to worry. Colonel Stryker shot him a glare and bellowed. Why are you all just standing around? Seal off every entrance and exit nearby. Search every inch. I refuse to believe that masked coward could vanish, let alone with a corpse in tow. Yes, sir. With that, Colonel Stryker stormed off with his men, clearly prepared to go head-to-head with S.H.I.E.L.D. if it came to that. After all, the circumstances were on his side. As for Coulson, his smile gradually faded. He reached up and brushed his neck with his right hand, and, almost magically, a tiny snail no bigger than a fingernail appeared in his palm. He had no idea when this thing was placed on him. He hadn't sensed a thing. Did that mean the other party could have killed him without him ever noticing? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Colonel Stryker has already taken a team to give chase. All I can do is buy you a little time. Otherwise, I won't have any way to explain myself later. Coulson tried to communicate with him through the tiny snail, focusing his thoughts. Then, that voice echoed in his mind once again. That's enough. I'm DIO. Buy me some time. That was the first thing Coulson heard in his head. The rest didn't really matter. The important part was the first. DIO. Why would this guy get himself involved in something like this? And why was he doing it? Coulson couldn't figure out the reason, and the situation at the time didn't allow him any opportunity to ponder further. S.H.I.E.L.D. was actively trying to recruit this man, and had already reached a preliminary agreement to cooperate. Perhaps one day, even Tony Stark's life would hinge on him. No matter the standpoint, Coulson had to help, hence everything that had just happened. The deeper he dug, the more Coulson realized that DIO was shrouded in layers of mystery. Each time he managed to peel one layer away, something even more astonishing would be revealed beneath. Take this mind-to-mind communication, for example. Was it really done through that tiny snail? Just a moment ago, he'd almost believed Professor X had invaded his mind, trying to manipulate him. Leave one car for me. The rest of you go ahead and clear the way, then wait for my orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, DIO, moving like a ninja, quickly vanished from sight, scaling the side of a tall building and carrying Pete with him. Reaching the rooftop, he gently set Pete down. Pete's breathing was shallow, his heartbeat barely perceptible. He was hovering on the brink of death. But he was alive. Not wanting to waste any time, DIO had immediately used a miniature snail. One split off just for this purpose, to perform the life sacrifice technique, flooding Pete's body with a surge of life energy. But life energy wasn't a cure-all. It could only strengthen vitality, speed up healing, and aid in recovery. It was no remedy for fatal injuries like Pete's. Still, it was enough to keep Pete's weak flame of life from being snuffed out during this dangerous process. For wounds like these, any hospital in the world would have declared Pete beyond saving. But DIO and his golden experience were another matter entirely. And as luck would have it, he had already equipped golden experience the night before, saving him the trouble of making a last-minute switch. As for whether using a charge of golden experience here would be considered a waste, DIO didn't see it that way. He only wanted to have a clear conscience. After all, he did bear a sliver of responsibility for this tragedy, perhaps merely as a catalyst or a trigger that hastened its unfolding. Making do with what he had at hand, golden experience seamlessly melded the parts it had crafted onto Pete's neck. Then, placing his right hand over the site, DIO channeled life energy to begin the repair. During this process, the one being healed would endure tremendous pain. Even in his unconscious state, Pete's brow knitted tightly, and soon he began to show signs of waking. I know you can hear me, DIO said flatly. If you don't want to die, lie still. After your wounds are healed, your fate has nothing to do with me. Pete's eyes snapped open, empty and haunting. His memories came rushing back. The recent events, the truth of what he'd become. He understood. Now that he was a mutant, someone others despised. On top of that, he'd killed someone. There was no place left for him in this world. His last lingering hope was for his parents, still lying in hospital. He desperately wanted to see them one more time, but dreaded the possibility of even greater disappointment. He was terrified that the next time they looked at him, their eyes would no longer hold love, but instead rejection and coldness. This obsession, coupled with the newfound strength and vitality brought by his awakening powers, was what sustained him long enough for DIO to appear and take him away. Pete could tell that the masked figure standing over him bore him no ill will. Though the pain in his neck was nearly unbearable, he could feel that his life was no longer slipping away and his strength was slowly returning. Why, save me. Pete's lips trembled as he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible. To him, the whole world, everyone but his family, had always been filled with malice. Now, as a mutant, even that last bit of warmth seemed to be slipping from his grasp. His spirit had died. That was perhaps the best way to describe his state at this moment. There's no reason, DIO replied offhandedly. I just do what I want. Repairing injuries of this severity was far more difficult than he'd expected, requiring his full concentration. The ripple energy drained at an astonishing rate. This treatment took another 2 minutes of golden experience, time. Counting what he'd spent yesterday, he now had 23. Minutes left. It would be ideal if he could draw a complete stand before using it all up, but with his usual luck, that seemed unlikely. Once the healing was complete, Dio hoisted Pete up and swiftly climbed down the outside wall of the building. To prevent you from doing anything foolish, I haven't made much blood for you, so you're still suffering for blood loss. And I suggest you don't get any other ideas. The overwhelming weakness truly left Pete without the strength to act recklessly. He had considered escaping, but the warning he'd just received was a wake-up call. In that moment, he felt as if he were an ordinary man again, face to face with a tiger that could tear him to pieces at any second. So, for now, he smothered the restless urge stirring in his heart and let himself be led away in silence. The slaughter that marked his awakening as a mutant seemed to have wrought a profound change in Pete's character. If he'd been his old self, he'd be trembling with fear by now. But as he gazed down from such a great height, all he thought about was whether a fall from this distance would kill him, and if he did fall, how he might survive it. Most people in that situation would think, how do I avoid falling? But his mind went straight to, if I fall, how do I save myself? It was an absurd line of thought, but it was the genuine truth of his heart at that moment. It felt as if the timid, cowardly Pete had been killed by his own hand just moments ago. When Dio landed lightly with him from nearly 10 meters up, Agent Coulson was already waiting in the car. Incredible, seeing the mutant student, who everyone had just pronounced as being at death's door, now calmly breathing before him. Coulson was genuinely stunned. Save your awe for later. First, get him out of here. Are you sure he isn't going to suddenly turn into some kind of porcupine and skewer us with those sharp bone spikes of his? What I can guarantee is that if you don't drive us out of here right now, you're going to be in big trouble. Coulson glanced up and saw that soldiers had already begun searching in his direction. At that, he quickly pushed down his worries and decided to trust this guy, just this once. Get in the car. As he started the engine, he issued an order. Everyone, regroup with me at the next intersection. William Stryker's blockade was effective against ordinary people, but it couldn't stop S.H.I.E.L.D., who were already operating in this area. That was precisely why Dio had chosen to reveal himself to Coulson. Even if he managed to save Pete, he couldn't get him out on his own, but S.H.I.E.L.D. could. At the next intersection, Coulson's car smoothly joined up with the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and together they sped away toward the outskirts. Just then, Coulson's comm crackled to life again. Sir, military personnel are trying to stop us for a search. Should we comply? Tell them we're on an urgent mission and can't stop. If they still refuse to let us through, just break out. I'll take full responsibility for everything. Glancing back at the two ticking time bombs seated behind him, Coulson gritted his teeth and chose the most direct course of action. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't under the jurisdiction of the U.S. military. Even if they didn't cooperate with the military's operation, they could always come up with an explanation later. It would just take some arguing. But if Stryker's people discovered the two bombs in the back, that would be truly impossible to explain. If things escalated, they couldn't very well attack military personnel without cause. Weighing the pros and cons, Coulson gave this order. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. would never attack the military unless absolutely necessary, Stryker's men also couldn't afford to take responsibility for attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. They could only watch helplessly as S.H.I.E.L.D. forced their way out. By the time Colonel Stryker, alerted to the situation, rushed over, Coulson and his team were already long gone. Not even a trace left behind. Damn it, those bastards. I'll make them pay for this. Coulson's guilty demeanor was nearly proof enough that their actions had been deliberate. From Stryker's perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D. was helping the mysterious masked figure escape. In fact, he was convinced there was a strong possibility that the masked, elusive individual was one of SHLD's own, now hiding among the agents who just left. The thought that his hard-won victory, snatched from the likes of Cyclops and Storm, powerful mutants in their own right, had been stolen away in the blink of an eye by S.H.I.E.L.D. filled Stryker with a burning sense of humiliation and rage. This isn't over. Whatever they took, I'll make them cough it back up. Just wait and see. Colonel Stryker, his threats ringing out, wasn't ready to give up. He stayed until every area had been thoroughly searched, but when neither the mutant student's body nor the mysterious masked figure was found, he had no choice but to pull his men back, leaving with great reluctance. But, as he'd said, this was not the end. He'd already made up his mind. He would report everything as soon as he got back, pressuring S.H.I.E.L.D. through the powers backing him. Whether or not S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually taken the person, they would have to give an explanation for this mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coulson finally let out a sigh of relief as they left the containment zone. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario hadn't come to pass. The escape route they'd chosen was specifically designed to shake off William Stryker, that persistent troublemaker. If he'd gotten hold of them, escape would have been far more difficult. I think I deserve an explanation, Mr. DIO. Although they had managed to leave safely in the end, The consequences of this incident were only just beginning to unfold. Coulson knew he needed more information. Once he returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he would also have to give Director Nick Fury an explanation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was to take the blame for this, it wasn't out of the question, but only if they gained something in return. That, after all, was the most important thing. After a moment's thought, DIO removed the mask from his face and said, "As you saw, I saved him. That's all the explanation you need." Coulson's brow furrowed, while Pete was completely stunned. "It was you." The events of the previous day were still fresh in Pete's mind. Being forced to take off his pants and humiliated in front of so many people on the beach was a bitter memory, but he felt those bullies deserved their punishment. He hated the students who had bullied him, but he didn't resent the man who'd made him run laps until he nearly threw up. Compared to the humiliation those jerks suffered, forced to kneel and shout, "I was wrong. I'm gay," what he went through was nothing. To be honest, seeing those bullies, who always tormented him, finally get their comeuppance yesterday had been deeply satisfying. But what he never expected was that the man from yesterday wasn't just anyone. He wasn't even an ordinary person. And now, that same man had saved him. Pete's feelings were complicated. He didn't know how to face DIO. "If you want to know exactly what happened, you can ask the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents you planted around me. I'm sure they'll give you a reasonable explanation for why I was here." Coulson acted as though he hadn't heard a thing. Even if everyone knew the truth, he would never admit it. From the young mutant's startled outburst, he'd already confirmed that the two did, indeed, know each other. At the very least, they'd met before. As for the details, if DIO didn't want to talk, he could still get the story from those agents who were in the know. "Could you pull over for a moment? It's time for me to leave." "You're leaving? What about him?" Coulson suddenly felt at a loss. It wasn't that he insisted on keeping DIO around, but if DIO left, he wasn't sure his team could control. The pale, shaken young man in the back seat. The destructive power he'd shown in the earlier fight was still vivid in their minds. "He's your problem now. Whether you send him to prison to pay for his crimes or slice him up for research, it's none of my business. I saved him for my own personal reasons. Now I've done what I set out to do. So this is the mess you're leaving us to deal with?" Coulson could only smile wryly. Still, he pulled the car over to the curb, quietly readying the tranquilizer darts. They'd handled cases like this before. There was no reason to be afraid now. It was just going to be a bit more troublesome than usual. Just as DIO was about to get out of the car, without sparing Peter a single glance, Peter suddenly spoke up. "I've killed everyone who ever bullied me. I know I had no right to decide whether they lived or died, but I don't think I was wrong. The law will never stand by someone like me. The law and the police are just toys manipulated at will by the powerful and privileged." DIO abruptly turned back to look at him, and in Peter's eyes he saw a desperate madness, utter hopelessness with the world. There was a brief silence before DIO spoke. "You're right. There's never been true fairness in this world. But it's not as worthless as you think, either. There are people who can give you justice, but at the same time, you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. The choice is yours." This guy really did throw them a tough dilemma. The whole thing was hard enough to handle as it was. Now it's gotten even messy, eh? Well, whatever. Better let the director worry about it when we get back to base. That was what Coulson thought to himself. Choice. Do I even have a choice? Peter muttered in a lost voice, staring blankly ahead. Then he remembered his parents, still lying in the hospital. If they ever found out their beloved son had become a mutant, and a wanted murderer at that, they'd probably be devastated. "I'll cooperate with you," he said at last, "but I want to see my parents one last time." Coulson considered this for a moment, then spoke into his communicator, sent a team to bring the target's parents to headquarters. "If you run into the military, avoid conflict if possible. Move discreetly." Once the orders were given, he turned to the thin, frail-looking Peter and said seriously, "We've gotten along well enough so far, but just to be safe, I'll have to put you to sleep with a tranquilizer dart. Or, if you like, you could try to convince Mr. DIO to go with you instead." But Peter had already figured out why DIO had shown up at the school and why he'd saved him. He didn't want to cause any more trouble for anyone. Numbly, he nodded and said, "I won't resist." To be absolutely sure, Coulson loaded Peter with 2 tranquilizer darts. In less than a moment, Peter drifted into a deep sleep, ensuring that this ticking time bomb wouldn't go off before they reached headquarters. "Need a ride?" Coulson asked, his tone oozing false politeness. "No need," DIO replied, stepping out of the car. "But tell me, Agent Coulson, isn't there something you need to return to me?" "What do you mean?" Coulson feigned confusion at once. "For example, a certain tiny, adorable, pocket-sized snail. There really was one that landed on my neck just now, but I casually tossed it away. Was that your pet? I'm so sorry about that. Next time we meet, I'll bring you another one. Anyway, I have to hurry back and write my report. Goodbye." Having made up his mind, and knowing he owed S.H.I.E.L.D. a favor, DIO decided not to turn hostile over something so trivial. Meanwhile, Coulson, shameless as ever, chose to quietly pocket that miraculous snail, planning to take it back to headquarters for a thorough examination before officially handing it over. Watching Coulson drive off, face unflinching and breath steady despite his bold lie, DIO simply smiled and said nothing, making no effort to expose him. Tossed away? Not a chance. Through his connection with the real Little Strong, DIO had already sensed the truth. The snail was still on Coulson, only now isolated, likely stored away in some special container. In other words, this guy never intended to return it from the very beginning. Then again, that was just the S.H.I.E.L.D. way. They never let anything valuable slip by. A magical snail capable of telepathic communication was simply irresistible. If they could decipher how it worked, it might even spur another technological revolution. Who knows? Future communication devices could become small, round patches you stick on your body, allowing effortless, hands-free conversation with calls initiated by mere thought. What they didn't realize, however, was that as Little Strong's true master, DIO had absolute control over all the split communication snails. Their fate could be decided by him in an instant, which meant Coulson's efforts were doomed from the start. A few hours later, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After hearing Coulson's report, Nick Fury fell into deep thought. In the meantime, Coulson had already pieced together yesterday's events from the accounts of the two agents and Pete himself. He now understood why DIO had been present at the scene. The entire story behind the so-called mutant school massacre was laid bare before Nick Fury. At its core, this was a tragedy born of relentless school bullying. From the perspective of Pete, a boy long tormented, his actions were hardly surprising. His home had been burned down, his parents hospitalized, and at school, the bullying only intensified. Even his last sliver of hope was crushed. It was hard to imagine students could be so cruel these days. Nick Fury thought to himself, if he were in Pete's shoes, he wouldn't have spared those scumbags either. Yet the real trouble lay in Pete's sensitive identity as a mutant. The situation had already escalated to a dramatic level. Not only had the military been mobilized, but swarms of reporters gathered at the scene. The parents of the students confirmed dead were in a frenzy, protesting day and night, yet not one of them mentioned the violence their own children had once inflicted upon others. With certain people fanning the flames, there was a real fear that things would spiral into another confrontation between humans and mutants. Should that happen, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would struggle to withstand the pressure. After all, the fact remained. The mutant student had killed, and there was no denying it. To sum it up, emotionally, the situation was understandable and even elicited sympathy. Still, that could not erase the fact that Peter had committed murder. But did those students who died really deserve their fate? Legally, their actions were reprehensible, but hardly worthy of the death penalty. Yet on an emotional level, anyone who learned the truth of what had happened couldn't help but wish every last one of those bastards had perished. Now, this hot potato had landed squarely in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. An infuriating predicament, especially with that guy DIO mixed up in the affair. Agent Coulson, how do you think we should handle this? Just now, the Secretary General called to ask if I was aware of the situation. The military seems extremely displeased and wants us to give them some sort of answer. In my opinion, unless there's evidence that we took the person away, we don't owe anyone an explanation. And as far as they're concerned, what was taken was just a corpse with little value. As long as they believe the perpetrator of this incident is dead, I think the matter will blow over on its own. Of course, there'll be some bureaucratic squabbling, but that's where you'll need to step in personally, Director. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unique position gave them a wide margin for maneuver. Coulson's strategy wasn't exactly subtle. It was frankly an outright denial and a play for time, but it was highly effective as long as no one inside S.H.I.E.L.D. turned traitor. What about the target's parents? How do we handle them? Peter only saw them through a one-way mirror, so they don't know anything about him. Afterward, we'll simply send them away. Publicly we'll say we brought them in to assist with tracking the target and needed to ask some questions. Just a bit of theater, entirely plausible. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. How's Tony holding up? Fury asked, massaging his temples as he spoke. Just a few days ago, the guy donned his Iron Man suit and flown off to the Middle East to tangle with terrorists. Now, barely back, he'd thrown himself into this mess as well. If Storm and Cyclops had truly meant harm, Tony, with his slight build, even protected by the Iron Man armor, would have burned through 10 lives and still not made it out in one piece. And now it's not just S.H.I.E.L.D. who's after his Iron Man suit. Several times, the U.S. military has flat out demanded that Tony hand it over. At a time like this, if he doesn't keep a low profile and still insists on showing off everywhere, does he really think no one would dare lay a finger on him? But, as the old saying goes, a setback might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This time, although Tony himself ended up in the hospital, the disastrous fact that Storm wiped out his Iron Man suit in an instant with a casual bolt of lightning probably made certain people reconsider. They might now take a closer look and wonder if this flashy yet seemingly useless suit is really worth crossing the line to steal. Tony himself is probably fuming right now. Who wouldn't be? To pour your heart and soul into a masterpiece, only to find out it's good for nothing except bullying regular folks. What kind of superhero is that? Fortunately, he had a spare arc reactor, so his life isn't in danger. Still, it's inevitable he'll have to spend some time in the hospital, Coulson said, adopting an official, businesslike tone. Maybe that's for the best. It'll keep him out of trouble for a while, came the reply. By the way, what's your take on DIO's healing abilities? Bringing someone back from the brink of death, don't you think that sounds a bit exaggerated? Coulson shook his head gravely. There were a lot of witnesses at the time. It was almost certain the target wouldn't make it. But just a few minutes after being rescued, not only was his life saved, but even his fatal injuries vanished. There wasn't even a scar. It was as if those gruesome wounds we saw were nothing more than a magician's sleight of hand. And afterwards, we questioned Pete himself. He said that when DIO healed him, he simply placed a hand over the wound on his neck. He didn't use any kind of cooking method. In fact, Pete described the process as incredibly painful. Oh, and there's one more thing. Pete mentioned that when he was on the verge of blacking out, a warm current seemed to flow through his body, barely keeping him alive. He's not sure if that was a result of DIO's power or something he managed to summon up himself. We'll need to investigate further. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, then added, I also saw in your report that you mentioned, talking snail. It wasn't speaking aloud, but more like a connection of the mind, where you could call it spiritual exchange. Something along those lines. At the time, DIO used this tiny snail and placed it on me, communicating with me in this unusual way. No need for words, you just send out what you want to say. It's a very mysterious sensation. Our research team is running tests on it now. Director, you could try it yourself and experience what I mean. So, it's like a communication device. For example, a cell phone. Nick Fury tried to make sense of it. To be more accurate, it's like a living, breathing, intelligent device that senses your thoughts. Yeah, that's right, a cell phone. Coulson struggled to find the right words to define it, but ended up surrendering to the analogy. A treatment method that baffles even the most advanced modern medical science. Combat abilities that are just as formidable. Creatures that can turn invisible. And now, a special communication snail capable of telepathic conversation. Without a doubt, Nick Fury, who was already preparing to launch that plan, was completely intrigued. In his younger days, he'd encountered extraterrestrial life, and ever since then, he'd dreamed of assembling a special team of superheroes, people to tackle the impossible, to take on missions that ordinary humans couldn't even approach, like defending Earth, just in case alien invaders showed up one day. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was privy to more secrets than most could imagine. The world was far more complicated than it seemed on the surface. And as far as he was concerned, the conflict between mutants and regular humans was hardly worth mentioning. Ultimately, mutants were just humans with altered genes, an internal issue for Earth. If one day all of humanity faced a crisis, ordinary people and mutants alike would be left with only one choice: unite. That's why he had nothing but contempt for Colonel William Stryker and his ilk. Those short-sighted fools who kept spreading theories about the dangers of mutants. Cutting off your own strength. How stupid could you be? Where is Agent Natasha now? Having made up his mind, the famously steely director asked at once. Didn't you assign her to keep tabs on DIO and gather intelligence? Then where is she? Is this how she's supposed to be surveilling her target? So much has happened, and I haven't seen a single report from her. Now that it's all over, there's still no word. Was that $2 million of funding just for her to waste? Nick Fury's irritation was clear. Such major events had unfolded, and not only had Natasha failed to report in, she was still missing after the dust had settled. Coulson immediately fell silent and said no more. Go on, contact Agent Natasha and have her return to headquarters as soon as possible. Yes, Director. What should we do with the mutant student? Hold him in the internal detention facility for now. No matter what, he must face the consequences of his actions. Coulson nodded, turned, and left. As he walked away, he could hear Nick Fury behind him, muttering under his breath. Of course, atonement is not out of the question. Hearing this, the corners of Coulson's mouth lifted slightly. Peter's situation was truly unique. After learning the truth, that Jerry had fabricated those lies simply to provoke him, Peter's hope in the world had been reignited, if only faintly. It was just a glimmer, almost negligible, but it was enough to pull him back from the brink of self-destruction. Now that the director was willing to shoulder the blame and give Peter a chance, this was, without a doubt, the best possible outcome. Coulson, understanding the director's intentions, already knew what he needed to do next. But before that, he had to get in touch with Agent Natasha and bring her back. Inside the director's office, after Coulson had left, Nick Fury finally turned to his computer. He stared at a blinking dot paused over Miami and let out a low, sardonic grunt. How could he not know where Natasha was? He simply chose to act as if he didn't. The next day, Agent Natasha finally returned, clad in her signature black tactical suit. The moment Nick Fury saw her, he couldn't help but scoff. How is Miami? Finally willing to cut your vacation short and get back to work? Natasha said nothing. She stood straight, hands behind her back, eyes fixed forward, as if she hadn't heard a word. Both of them knew the truth perfectly well. One was taking the chance to unwind on the agency's dime, the other was turning a blind eye. Not that he could open both eyes anyway. It was a tacit agreement, a small reward for Natasha's years of hard work, something he chose not to pursue. But fate had other plans. In the past few days, a major incident had erupted, with DIO involved as well. That, inevitably, counted as a dereliction of duty on Natasha's part, even if her presence might not have changed much. Looks like you enjoyed your break. You're positively glowing. If Coulson sees you now, he'll probably start pestering me again. Nick Fury couldn't help but comment as he glanced at the infamous Black Widow. Natasha always seemed ageless, but after just a short time apart, it was as if she had shed another decade. Right now, if someone claimed she was barely out of her teens, people might just believe it. Truly astonishing. Such a dramatic transformation, of course, couldn't have come from a simple vacation. The real miracle was Dior's unique dietary therapy. Let's not forget, before Natasha left, she'd quietly siphoned away $2 million. Most of that money ended up in Dior's pocket, but the results were truly astonishing. Beyond the changes on the surface, the toxins and hidden injuries that had built up in Natasha's body had been almost completely eliminated. That was the real reason she seemed utterly reborn. Now that her funds were running low, Natasha finally felt it was time to come back. After all, if she handed in the rest of the money, she'd only be shortchanging herself. So in this affair, both Dior and Natasha came out winners. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. took a hit of $2 million, but if you think about it, even, that was hardly a loss. After all, Natasha was one of their own, and Dior was exactly the kind of talent S.H.I.E.L.D. was eager to recruit. All right, let's consider this matter settled. There will be no further internal investigation into your negligence, but you must finish your next assignment as soon as possible. Yes, Director. Natasha finally stopped playing possum. In fact, the past few days of vacation had left her a bit bored. Fending off the constant advances of overeager men had wasted more than enough of her time and soured her mood. Even if Coulson hadn't contacted her, she would have returned in a day or two anyway. After all, it was only when she was on a mission that she truly felt alive. Otherwise, she was nothing more than a walking corpse, devoid of any purpose. So when she heard Nick Fury had a mission for her, she agreed without hesitation, not even bothering to ask for the details. Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction. This was the Black Widow he knew, decisive and efficient, never one to let him down, no matter how difficult the task. Take a look at this file. No need to stand, have a seat. Natasha briskly accepted the file from Nick Fury and sat down to read. As she scanned the contents, her eyebrows arched higher and higher. Though she had been in Miami these past few days, her agents had kept her brief the entire time. Still, she hadn't expected that, with just a moment's inattention, Dior would stir up so much trouble. What was even more surprising were the new abilities he'd revealed during the incident, which had now become a top priority. Truly astonishing. After Natasha finished reading, Nick Fury wasted no time and issued his orders directly. Your next mission is to persuade him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. You can agree to any terms he asks for, as long as they're not outrageous. If anything's beyond your authority, report it to me. Hearing the nature of her assignment, Natasha frowned for the first time since entering the room. The other party doesn't seem to have any fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D., and none of our previous encounters have ended pleasantly. Coupled with his obsession with money, I doubt any terms we offer will be enough to persuade him. If this mission were easily accomplished, it wouldn't have landed on your desk. Agent Natasha, among all of S.H.I.E.L.D., you have the deepest connection and the best understanding of our target. I'm confident you'll find a way to get the job done. Besides, if the problem is merely financial, it's not entirely unsolvable. Though Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. has plenty of resources, every expenditure must be justified and accounted for. After all, they have to answer to nations around the globe. Paying a field agent several $1 million a month is out of the question. However, if they could secure support from a certain unlucky individual currently laid up in a hospital bed, perhaps money would cease to be an issue. As it happened, when advancing that plan, Nick Fury had already earmarked that person as his candidate. Wasn't he the type who enjoyed fighting evil and playing the hero? Didn't he crave attention and the spotlight? Well, Fury thought, let's see if he's ready to step up when it counts. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Not just try. The target's abilities are critical. You must succeed. Yes, Director. In addition to this mission, I want you to keep this file as well. He's my second choice. Once our team locates him, you'll be tasked with persuading him to join us too. Noticing the gravity in Director Nick Fury's expression, Natasha leafed through the file. The first image showed a seemingly honest and unassuming scientist, while the following pages listed a string of academic honors and scientific breakthroughs, clearly a standout genius. Bruce Banner. Natasha was puzzled. Why would a mild-mannered scientist require her personal attention? As she turned to the next page, however, she froze. There was a photograph of a giant man with green skin, his powerful muscles almost radiating raw strength. Even through the image, the sheer force contained in that body was palpable. Hulk! These two are the same person? That's right. Dr. Bruce Banner was an outstanding physicist, but after a lab accident exposed him to massive amounts of gamma radiation, he transformed into this monstrous form. According to General Ross's reports, he's been hunting for Banner for some time. They refer to this green giant as the Hulk. So, am I supposed to persuade Dr. Banner or the Hulk? For the first time, Natasha realized just how daunting this mission truly was. Or perhaps it's both. Dr. Banner only transforms into the Hulk when he feels anger. So for the sake of everyone's safety, it's best not to provoke him. Nick Fury spread his hands, his eyes full of trust. Several days passed, yet the public debate around the mutant massacre showed no signs of cooling down. Instead, arguments raged on day after day. On television, across the internet, everywhere people gathered to discuss. In the beginning, the military faction, led by the powerful forces backing Colonel William Stryker, held complete sway over public opinion. They repeatedly and openly listed the dangers and potential threats mutants pose to modern society, using this incident as a prime example. With a show of barely contained grief, they called on every parent to join their cause, pushing the idea that mutants suffered from a genetic disease, one that ought to be cured. But soon after, an explosive article appeared, shedding light on the discrimination faced by mutants. It cited a wealth of evidence showing that, in the so-called mutant massacre, every victim had been a bully in life, people who targeted and tormented others for the color of their skin. Authorities, fully aware of this, chose to turn a blind eye. One victim of such violence even came forward to share their own experience, admitting they lived each day in a waking nightmare. There was a time they dragged me into the restroom. I was too afraid to fight back. Oh my God, how could they do such a thing? Isn't the law supposed to protect you? Where were the people responsible? The reporter asked. That day, I tried to speak out against their cruelty. But the man, he just told me, they'll settle down eventually. I stood right there in front of him. Emotion rising, the person continued. When I got home, I took a gun from my father's drawer and put it in my mouth, because at that moment, there was no one willing to help me. Will bullying ever end? Or is there simply no solution? I'm so sorry. I don't know how to answer you. I'm sorry. The reporter fell silent. There's no need to apologize. You weren't the one who hurt me. The reason I'm speaking up now is to tell everyone. Those bastards don't deserve our sympathy. If I had the power, I'd shove a gun into each of their mouths and blow their heads off. Pete did what the rest of us never dared to do, and I admire him for it. Even if he's a mutant now, I'm not afraid of mutants, because the real monsters are the people around me, far more frightening than any mutant could ever be. With the publication of this well-reasoned article, the issue of racial violence was thrust into the spotlight almost overnight. More and more persecuted individuals came forward to be interviewed by reporters, and every detail of what the victims had done while alive was carefully brought to light. Gradually, an image began to emerge of the young person who had suddenly awakened as a mutant. Countless people started to sympathize with Peter and others who had suffered so deeply from racial violence and bullying. Many shifted their anger toward the victims' families, even going so far as to claim their children were not worthy of being called human. This time, no matter how hard these people tried to play the victim in front of the public, no one was buying it. After all, nobody wanted their own child to endure such a hellish life, and even less did they want their children to become the ones inflicting harm. Down with racial violence. Every official who turned a blind eye should be fired. It's unthinkable that such darkness still exists in our era. Shouldn't the president speak out? Stop blaming everything on mutants. After what happened, even an ordinary person would want to take those bastards down with them. That's right. Mutants are nowhere near as frightening as we imagined. It's the devils in human skin who truly terrify me. Let's be honest. It's the mutants who are discriminated against and ostracized because we fear the power we can't possess. To put it plainly, it's jealousy. I dislike mutants, but I despise bullies even more. Let them all rot. Public opinion exploded in an instant. The debate shifted away from one-sided discussions of the dangers mutants pose to society and turned instead to racial violence and whether mutants and ordinary people could truly coexist in harmony. A flood of celebrities and public figures jumped in to make their voices heard, each with their own take. The uproar grew, so intense that even the president was forced to issue a public statement, promising zero tolerance for racial bullying and announcing that a thorough investigation would soon be launched to give the public an explanation. Yet, when it came to the sensitive topic of mutants themselves, he remained conspicuously silent. Once the president had spoken, those who couldn't withstand the pressure were the first to fall. The fool who had once declared they'll settle down eventually was the first to announce his resignation, quickly followed by others who had routinely ignored bullying incidents. Perhaps they had only been trying to protect themselves, unable to stand up for the oppressed for all sorts of reasons. But negligence is still negligence. The tide of public opinion had completely turned, and William Stryker, the mastermind behind it all, was so furious that he smashed everything within reach. He cared nothing for so-called campus racial violence. What he wanted was for the public to believe that a mutant might kill you at any moment. SHIELD's sudden intervention had caught him completely off guard. He couldn't fathom why S.H.I.E.L.D. would get involved in something like this, but after conducting a thorough investigation, the forces backing him made it clear the mysterious party interfering was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. In stark contrast to William Stryker's anger, Professor X, far away at Xavier's school, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected events to take such a turn either, and the parts of news that spoke less harshly about mutants filled him with delight. It felt as though his years of persistence had finally paid off. S.H.I.E.L.D. truly did right by Peter. Whatever that bald, hard-boiled schemer was really after, when DIO read those news reports, he felt an unexplainable sense of ease settle over him. It was the weekend, and he'd arranged to go car and house hunting with Jessica. So, once again, Will was ruthlessly ditched. "Hey, looks like you've really taken to your new companion," Jessica said, glancing at the little snail perched obediently on DIO's shoulder. All at once, this pet didn't seem so bad. At least for now, it looked adorably silly, nowhere near as gross as she'd imagined. Of course, I even gave him a Chinese name, Xiao Chong. What do you think? Xiao Chong? Not a bad name at all, Jessica repeated clumsily, then offered a half-hearted compliment. Hearing itself called, Xiao Chong waggled its two antennae, sizing up this strange creature who was so similar to its master, yet somehow different. For convenience, DIO hitched another ride with Jessica. The two of them headed straight for the dealership. The goal, a brand new car. He wasn't buying a used car, not because he was getting carried away, but for practical reasons. Used cars often came with a host of little problems, though cheaper, they usually had. High mileage, serious depreciation, and with American repair costs being what they were, a simple checkup could run $200 or $300. Buying used wasn't always worth it. And, to be honest, DIO really did want to treat himself to a nice new set of wheels. On the way, Jessica asked, "What kind of car do you want? How about a Mercedes? Feels like it suits your style." "Better not. I just saw a news story. Someone spent $66,000 on a brand new Mercedes, and it started leaking oil before they even drove it off the lot. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence." True, Mercedes' reputation has been slipping these past few years. Safety comes first. Maybe we should check out Audi, BMW, Ford. DIO nodded, but in his heart he knew safety wasn't really what mattered to him. What counted most was how cool and eye-catching the car looked. For most men, cars are like women. You're only interested in their substance if they're beautiful to begin with. After a while, the two of them arrived first at a dealership that specialized in BMWs. Hundreds of cars were lined up outside in a truly impressive display, and quite a few people were already weaving through the rows, searching for their dream car. In America, buying a car is often a same-day affair. You complete the deal and drive off with your new vehicle the very day. Custom orders are rare. As DIO and Jessica parked and walked over, a few busy salespeople quickly noticed them. One sharp-eyed salesperson broke away from the group and hurried over. After all, anyone arriving in a Ferrari was bound to be a prime customer in their eyes, especially when the man was tall and handsome, the woman young and striking. Clearly, these two were no ordinary clients. "Hello, may I help you with anything today? We're here to look at cars. Are you choosing for yourself, sir, or is it for the lady?" Before DIO could answer, Jessica cut in from the side. "We'll both be looking. There's no rule saying only one person can buy, is there?" The salesperson's smile grew even brighter. "Of course not. Our cars and our service are both top-notch. You're sure to find something you love. Please follow me." "You're buying a car too?" DIO asked, curious. "What, does that bother you?" Jessica shot him a sideways glance, her expression a little odd. DIO was speechless. There was no right answer to that question. so he simply kept quiet. Seeing he didn't reply, Jessica didn't get upset. Instead, she smiled and said, Irene's birthday is coming up. I wanted to give her a meaningful gift. Since I was already coming to look at cars with you today, I thought I'd have a look for her as well. A true heiress, dear thought. For a little girl's birthday, she was planning to give her a BMW. Then again, considering the size of Jessica's family villa and the kind of cars they usually drove, he found it easy to accept. He made a mental note of Irene's upcoming birthday. Whether or not she invited him, he'd make sure to prepare a gift in advance. Jessica probably brought it up on purpose to give him a heads up. He appreciated the emotional intelligence behind that. With the salesperson's enthusiastic guidance, Dior and Jessica checked out a variety of models, but none truly satisfied them. That changed when Jessica spotted a pink BMW Mini. Its compact, adorable appearance and unmistakable girlish charm made it a perfect birthday gift for Irene. The price was reasonable too, not so expensive that you'd feel bad if it got banged up, making it ideal for a young driver to practice with. What do you think? Jessica asked. It's great. I think Irene will love it, Dior replied. Then this is the one. Jessica made her decision without hesitation, settling on the car right then and there. The total was just over $50,000, less than what she'd spend on a single meal at Dior's place. She paid with her card and arranged for the car to be delivered to their door. After she finished handling the paperwork and came out, she found a stunningly attractive woman standing next to Dio. The two seemed to be having a rather heated conversation. At that moment, Dio also noticed her emergence. He leaned into the woman beside him and muttered, "Don't do anything reckless," before walking over. The woman he'd just warned, however, acted as though she hadn't heard a thing, trailing after him with a bright, charming smile. And who might this be? Jessica asked with a puzzled look. Before Dio could think of an answer, the woman reached out her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Dio's college classmate. Just call me Nancy. I never expected to run into him here. Am I interrupting anything? College classmate? Dio felt a wave of annoyance inside, but managed to keep a polite smile and nodded. Jessica, surprised but still friendly, shook Nancy's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Dio's friend. You can call me Jessica. Hearing Jessica introduce herself merely as Dio's friend, not his girlfriend, Nancy gave a little smile and said, Dio's always like that. He loves to keep people guessing. We once had some wild, unforgettable times back in college. As Natasha Romanoff, Nancy deliberately dropped such suggestive remarks. Dio gave a couple of pointed coughs to warn her to stop with the nonsense. Jessica, after a slight furrow of her brow, broke into a warm smile. Thanks for the heads up, but we're just friends. Natasha Romanoff, Nancy, seemed about to say more when she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura locking onto her. She knew someone was angry now, and this was the final warning. I've got something to take care of, so I should get going. Let's catch up another time, Natasha said breezily, her last words directed at Jessica. Then she suddenly glanced over at Dio. Oh, and don't forget our little agreement. Tonight is bound to be unforgettable. With that cryptic remark, Nancy made a stylish exit, tossing Dio a meaningful look as she left. She did it on purpose. Dio felt a headache coming on. The more Natasha got a feel for his limits, the more brazen she became. He remembered how, back in the day, he'd been able to frighten her into a cold sweat more than once. But now, a mere warning could only make her rein it in a little. Perhaps it was time to find a way to teach her a lesson. Didn't find anything you liked? How about we look somewhere else? There's Portia over there, and Ford just behind. I'm sure we'll find something you love. After Nancy left, Jessica smiled as if nothing had happened and asked the question. Seeing that she didn't seem to care about Nancy's misleading insinuations, Dio was a little surprised. He hadn't planned on explaining anything. After all, the two of them weren't actually in a real relationship. But after thinking for a moment, he still said, She's just got a habit of talking nonsense. I promised her I'd do my best to help someone, so tonight, I plan to check in on the situation. I know. You know. Dio was even more astonished. The plan to visit Tony Stark with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that evening was something Natasha had just discussed with him. He'd only reluctantly agreed to tag along as a favor for what had happened before. Whether he could actually help or how he would go about it was still up in the air. So how could she possibly know about it? Then he realized he'd been overthinking it. The two of them weren't even talking about the same thing. My intuition tells me that woman was being deliberate. If there had really been anything between you two, neither of you would have acted the way you just did. Of course, it's also possible I'm wrong. After all, both of you have Oscars on your shelves, and your acting is flawless. Jessica couldn't help but laugh at her own joke as she spoke. Sometimes a woman's intuition really could be uncanny. Dio hadn't expected Jessica's reasoning to be so simple. He'd assumed she just didn't care. Come on, let's get moving. Since you have plans tonight, let's make the most of our time. Dio had no objections, so the two of them headed straight for the Porsche dealership. The moment he got out of the car, His eyes were immediately drawn to the silver-gray beauty displayed on the platform. Hey, want to take a look? This is a hybrid model, 4.6-liter V8 engine paired with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery, powering 3 electric motors for a total output of 887 horsepower. It goes from 0 to 60 in just 2.2 seconds. This Porsche 918, only 918 units were made worldwide. Just 250 were sold in the United States, and this is the last one available at our dealership. The price is $929,999. DIO and Jessica stood among the crowd, listening to the gasps of amazement and the sales rep's enthusiastic pitch from the stage. There was no denying it. Regardless of the marketing hype, the Porsche 918 was truly a showstopper. Its sleek lines gave the impression of a silver cheetah crouched and ready to pounce. However, the sky-high price tag, nearly $1 million, gave most people pause. After all, a fully loaded Platinum Edition Cayenne only cost a little over 70 grand. With $1 million to spend on a car, why not go for a customized supercar instead of choosing the fastest model among mass-produced ones? Most people shook their heads and moved on to look at other models, but DIO, on the other hand, was genuinely intrigued and walked right up. You're thinking of buying this car? I believe in things like a sense of connection at first sight, so if the price is reasonable. DIO truly had his eye on this car, so he took the initiative to approach the salesperson on the stage, whose expression was tinged with disappointment, and made his interest clear. Please, both of you, come inside. I'll pour some coffee and we can talk things over. After a detailed discussion, DIO had pretty much made up his mind. It was going to be this car. But he did have a few specific requests. I'd like to finance it over 60 months. Is that possible? Of course. With your credit score, you won't need to put down a single cent as a down payment. We can set up the installment plan right away. After checking DIO's credit, the salesperson agreed readily. Jessica, on the other hand, was rather surprised. She knew that DIO had made at least a few $1 million. Even spending $1 million on a car wouldn't be a problem for him. So why bother with an installment plan and pay interest? It didn't make sense financially. She leaned in close and whispered, "If you forgot your card, you can use mine first." But she had no idea what sort of wild ideas were running through DIO's mind. Besides, the interest was barely anything to him. It was always better to keep some cash on hand. If something unexpected happened, he'd have the capital to take a risk. So he offered no further explanation and politely declined her offer. Also, about the car insurance, I'd like to add a separate policy. When DIO finally drove off in that silver-gray Porsche 918, the insurance agent and the salesperson who had come to provide service were left utterly bewildered. They'd seen clients insure against major disasters before, but this was the first time they'd ever encountered someone so meticulous that he insisted on including even the most outlandish clauses in the contract, like coverage for alien invasions. The insurance agent even had to get special approval from a supervisor before adding that bizarre clause for an extra fee. After buying the car, DIO, now considered a little eccentric, leased a villa of just over 400 square meters not far from Chinatown, with Jessica accompanying him. In fact, the villa wasn't that expensive to buy. Given DIO's current wealth, he could have easily purchased it outright. But the thought that in 12 years this place might well become a wasteland instantly killed his desire to buy. Renting made much more sense. He signed a 2-year lease on the spot and paid the full amount up front, which immediately silenced the landlord, who had only wanted to sell, not rent. With the signatures done, the payment made, and the keys in hand at last, he no longer had to squeeze into that tiny room at the restaurant. Now he could finally enjoy a proper shower. DIO was quite pleased with his current life. There was nothing at the restaurant that required another trip, so the two of them headed straight to the supermarket. They picked up some groceries, sauces, daily necessities, and cleaning supplies. Instead of hiring a cleaning service, they rolled up their sleeves and gave the place a simple dusting themselves. Once everything was sorted out, DIO brought out the ingredients, ready to treat Jessica to a hearty meal to thank her for helping out all day. Just then, Jessica leaned against the kitchen doorframe, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Is dinner all you're planning to give me as thanks?" Without a word, DIO dropped the knife he was holding. Good times always seemed to slip away in a blink. Right on cue, DIO's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, hung up immediately, then went to take a shower, getting ready to make dinner. "Aren't you supposed to have something to take care of tonight?" "No rush. There's no sense working on an empty stomach." "Let them wait," DIO replied without turning around. "Go freshen up. Dinner will be ready soon." Seeing that DIO himself wasn't bothered, Jessica didn't give it another thought either. In her eyes, anyone truly capable always had the right to make others wait. And so, another hour passed. After dinner, Jessica finally hopped into her sports car and drove away, with DIO watching her as she disappeared into the distance. "If you're done, you should go too." Or do you want me to call a couple more women for you? I reckon you and that guy would get along just fine. When one's mind is preoccupied with women, everything else seems to fade into the background. Natasha, dressed in a black, strappy evening gown, stepped out of a nearby black sedan. She glanced at her watch, her words laced with both mockery and amusement. But DIO, surprisingly, turned around, lifted her chin with a hint of dominance in his gaze, and said, "Maybe I should ask my dear classmate Miss Nancy for help. I hear we have a wild history worth reminiscing about. Maybe we should go in and relive those memories tonight. After all, it's a night to remember, wouldn't you agree?" Natasha frowned, at first moving to bat his hand away. Yet, something seemed to cross her mind. Suddenly, she stepped closer to DIO. Ever heard of the black widow spider? The female tends to eat the male after mating. Every man who's ever said something like that to me has vanished from this world. Would you care to try your luck? DIO narrowed his eyes instinctively. You think I wouldn't dare? Natasha met his gaze, unwavering, then let out a soft laugh and seized his hand. That was her answer. After about 10 seconds, DIO abruptly pulled his hand back, breaking free from her grip. Sorry, but I think ordinary women are more suitable for me. At least they won't slit my throat while I'm asleep. It wasn't fear that held him back. He simply didn't want to invite that kind of monumental trouble. Anyone with half a brain could imagine the sheer mess that would come with getting involved with SHLD's infamous Black Widow. That was a web he might never escape, and the price would be far too steep. Besides, every time he remembered her real age, his interest vanished in an instant. Since intimidation hadn't worked, he had no choice but to try a different way to assert himself. Once this business is done, I'll help you look for it. But for now, we need to get going. He glanced at the time again. 1 second, Natasha was all allure and charm. The next, her expression turned cold and ruthless, as if she'd switched masks in an instant. He couldn't tell which was the real her, or if, perhaps, they both were. Outside, night had fully fallen. 10880 Malibu Point. This was the address Natasha led DIO to, the Ocean View villa that served as the home of Tony Stark, the current owner of Stark Industries. Ever since the last time Tony Stark had donned his newly forged Iron Man suit to fight evil and uphold justice, only to be nearly struck down by a lightning bolt from Storm, he had returned. Here against all advice, after just 3 days in the hospital. The Tony Stark who used to be surrounded by beautiful women, spending most of his time indulging in pleasure, was gone. The once philandering Tony Stark had now devoted all his energy to his new lover. He worked day and night, building a new arc reactor and developing the next generation of Iron Man suits. The humiliation of his recent defeat had opened his eyes to the weaknesses in his armor. But Tony already had some ideas for how to address them. He was experimenting with new materials, trying to incorporate suitable insulation without sacrificing defense, determined to make his suit a true lightning rod. Progress, however, wasn't coming as easily as he'd hoped. Tony, the doctor you scheduled is at the door. I think it's time you put down your new toy and got cleaned up. Wait, new toy? It saved my life. It got me out from under the noses of terrorists who probably don't bathe more than once a year. Oh God, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. How did those germs and viruses not kill them? Pepper, if you'd seen that place, I swear you'd have gone mad. I promise. Tony set down his tools, launching into an animated tirade about just how filthy those terrorists were, his expressive tone making it almost comical. Yes, they were so dirty that even now, he occasionally woke from nightmares. He'd started washing his hands one more time every day since then. Perhaps the focus of a genius is always different from that of everyone else. Fortunately, as a secretary, Pepper Potts had long grown accustomed to his eccentricities and childish whims. All right, but your guest is already on their way up, so stop fiddling with your so-called lifesaver and go get yourself cleaned up. Tony arched an eyebrow, about to argue back. But before he could speak, Pepper folded her arms across her chest and, with a stern expression, barked out, "Now!" With a helpless shrug, Tony, never afraid, Stark obediently turned and strode into the bathroom. Seeing this, Pepper could only shake her head in exasperation before turning to greet their guests. This was exactly the place. As DIO caught sight of the strikingly familiar seaside villa from afar, he knew his suspicions had been correct all along. The so-called patient was none other than the genius among geniuses, Tony Stark. He built his first circuit board at age 4, constructed a V8 engine at 6, hacked into the Pentagon while still in high school, and graduated from MIT at 17. Is that exaggerated? Wildly so, almost to the point of absurdity. Yet these were the legendary feats of Tony Stark, as if no one on Earth could surpass him in the realm of invention and creation. But Tony had his pride, and DIO had his own. If DIO were still the mediocre man he once was, perhaps all he could do now would be to look on with envy and awe. Desperate for approval, Fortunately, that was no longer the case. He no longer needed to look up to anyone, even if Tony's wealth outstripped his by 100-fold. Please have a seat. Tony will be right with you. Though the appointment was already overdue, Pepper greeted them with a warm smile, concealing any trace of annoyance or concern over Tony's tardiness. Still, wasn't this doctor a bit too young? And he hadn't brought any equipment. Just showed up empty-handed? Pepper studied the odd pair with a touch of curiosity, her gaze lingering on DIO a moment longer, drawn by her appreciation for beautiful things. DIO met her eyes with a polite smile in return, which lifted Pepper's mood even more. Though she was long past the age of swooning over handsome men, and her heart already belonged to someone else, there was no harm in simply enjoying the view. Just then, a soft cough sounded from behind her. Tony, freshly showered and dressed in a pale blue robe, walked over with a glass of red wine of indeterminate vintage in hand. Tony, this is Dr. DIO, and this is Dr. DIO's assistant, Lucy, Pepper quickly introduced. Unlike the original storyline, due to DIO's unexpected interference, Natasha, who was supposed to be employed at Stark Industries as a secretary, and secretly stationed by Tony's side, has now, for reasons unknown and another mission entirely, inexplicably become DIO's assistant. Taking note of all these changes, DIO found the developing situation increasingly fascinating. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder when exactly these roles of doctor and assistant had been arranged. He had never made any such appointment himself. Most likely, S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened, replacing the private doctor who was actually supposed to arrive today, and swapped the information behind the scenes, pulling off a classic instance of bait-and-switch. And such tactics were, indeed, quintessentially S.H.I.E.L.D. Putting his thoughts aside, DIO exchanged a polite smile and a nod with Natasha, who was currently going by the alias Lucy. Meanwhile, Tony, lounging on the sofa with a wine glass dangling from his hand, had his eyes light up, immediately ignoring any mention of Dr. DIO and focusing all his attention on Lucy. Though his current lover was technically the new generation of Iron Man suits he had yet to finish, it didn't mean his playboy nature had vanished. Presented with a beauty of this caliber, who also happened to match his personal taste perfectly, how could he possibly resist making a move? Hey, Lucy, it's a pleasure to meet you. For your sake, I'll overlook the fact that you missed your appointment. Maybe we could share a drink together, Tony. Pepper instantly put on a stern face. Over the years, Tony had pulled more than his fair share of outrageous stunts, and she had even been the one to quietly see off many of the women who'd spent the night with him. But that didn't mean she was truly indifferent. Especially after Tony's recent brush with death, Pepper felt their relationship had grown that much closer. Tony no longer spent every waking moment chasing after the next thrill, and lately he hadn't so much as flirted with another woman. It was a remarkable change from the man he'd once been, and she didn't want him slipping back into his old playboy habits. After all, she wasn't getting any younger herself. Deep down, Tony actually did respect Pepper a great deal. So, the moment she spoke up, he immediately threw up his hands in surrender and regretfully tore his gaze away. It seemed there would be no opportunity for flirtation today. As for DIO, who had been completely ignored by Tony from beginning to end, he neither felt annoyed nor angry. Instead, he simply watched the scene unfold as if he were a bystander at a play. So DIO, doctor, right? Which university did you graduate from? Oh, sorry, but you look so young, I'd almost believe you were a freshly minted intern. Who recommended you, anyway? It was as if Tony had only just noticed DIO's existence, and right away, he put his trademark sharp tongue on full display, making it abundantly clear just how little he trusted this doctor. DIO glanced at Natasha, signaling with his eyes for her to smooth over the lie she'd just told. As for himself, he leaned back on the sofa to rest. After a long day, and singing for so long, his energy was completely spent. But Natasha suddenly broke from the script. Instead, she confessed, Dr. DIO isn't your traditional doctor. What he's skilled at is Qigong therapy. Wang Defa. Tony and Pepper were instantly dumbfounded. Qigong therapy? Did they really think they could pull one over on them with such nonsense? In truth, it wasn't just Tony and Pepper who were caught off guard. DIO himself hadn't expected Natasha to introduce him that way. Still, calling it Qigong therapy could just barely make sense. After all, his stand came from the very principles of ripple breathing, and without the support of ripple energy, the stand would cease to exist. Maybe, by sheer coincidence, she'd hit close to the truth. Pepper, please show our guests out. Oh, and don't forget to give them their performance fee. Their scam may be out of date, but at least they gave me a laugh. Who knows, maybe tonight I'll dream of myself as a Qigong master. As Tony spoke, he stood up and struck a kung fu pose he'd learned from television. It looked nothing like the real thing, but the mockery in his gesture couldn't have been clearer. There had been so-called Eastern Qigong masters performing in America before, But in the end, all their tricks were exposed. Qigong became nothing more than a movie gimmick. So Tony found it utterly laughable to see someone show up today, claiming to heal with Qigong. Since you haven't done anything outrageous, I won't call the police this time. Now off you go. Pepper shook her head as she prepared to show them out. No wonder they hadn't brought any diagnostic equipment. Turns out they were just a pair of con artists. What a waste of their looks and poise. With their talents, they could have done so many things. They'd probably even have fans if they became celebrities. What was even stranger was that Natasha, who had insisted on coming, didn't bother to explain, and instead simply gestured to Dio to leave. What exactly was she up to? At that very moment, a rocket screamed through the air. Without a word, Dio, just about to leave, suddenly felt his heart tighten. A powerful sense of danger surged within him. Instantly, he wrapped himself in ripple energy and pulled Pepper aside with him. Get down! He didn't even need to shout. Natasha, sensing the same danger, had already leaped at Stark, kicking him out of harm's way as she tucked herself in mid-air, aiming to land as far away as possible. With a thunderous blast, the rocket, with its orange tail flickering, slammed into the room, erupting in a fierce inferno. Glass shattered, and the world exploded into chaos. Dio, who had been hiding below, suddenly lifted the sofa above their heads and pulled the dusty, disheveled Pepper out from underneath. Tony! There was no time for thanks. Pepper, who had not yet been hardened by so many storms, was stunned by the scene before her. As soon as she got up, she began shouting Tony's name, frantically searching for any sign of him. Then she saw the wounded Lucy dragging a dazed and battered Tony out from the wreckage. Thankfully, her well-placed kick had saved Tony's life. Though he'd sustained some injuries, at least they wouldn't have to piece his corpse together. Oh, thank heavens, Tony. Are you all right? Pepper rushed over and caught the still dizzy Tony as Lucy handed him over. I'm fine, Pepper. What about you? Are you hurt? Tony shook his head a few times, gradually regaining his senses, and the terrifying scene from moments before flashed back in his mind. Someone had tried to kill him, and they'd used missiles manufactured by Stark Industries. The weapons he'd personally developed. No one understood them better than he did. But who could it be? Jarvis? The intelligent butler's voice responded immediately. Sir, a large group of armed men are storming the villa. Please evacuate to a safe location as soon as possible. Tony's expression darkened instantly. This was a relentless pursuit. No room for survival. The missile earlier was just an appetizer. If it had killed him, all the better. If not, there were gunmen waiting. And was that all? Perhaps, even if they survived this, there'd be an even nastier surprise waiting for them. Hey, don't you know Kung Fu or something? Can you stop bullets? Just saying. How about you go take care of those guys? Tony, is this really the time for jokes? Did you forget who just saved us? Even in the face of danger, Tony couldn't resist a bit of snark. Even though Dio and Lucy had just saved him and Pepper, he could never bring himself to thank them. If he was going to be sarcastic, he'd go all the way. This was his way, the way of Tony Stark. But in truth, it was all talk. He didn't really expect Dio to go out there and risk his life just to prove a point. Yet, what happened next was completely unexpected. You take them to safety. Dio rolled his shoulders and turned to Natasha. No matter who their enemies were after, that missile had already crossed the line. If the attackers didn't care whether someone like him lived or died, then he was more than ready to return the favor. Oh shit, you're really going? Hey man, I was just joking, you know. Pepper's always watching you. Pepper immediately shot him a death glare, blushing with embarrassment and annoyance. Tony immediately stopped talking about it and shouted, Let's go to my workshop. As long as I have my Iron Man suit, no matter how many of them there are, they're just walking to their deaths. Tony always had a mysterious confidence in his Iron Man suit, and it had to be admitted, when it came to dealing with ordinary people, he was definitely not bragging. At that moment, Natasha's expression shifted as she said, It's too late. We have to move. Jarvis's voice suddenly chimed in. Sir, the targets will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. Damn it, 5 seconds? With this crucial information, Dio strode straight toward the door, the cold gaze of the world already fixed on the entrance. Tony, noticing Dio's movement, was about to say something more, but Natasha stopped him at once. Don't distract him. Otherwise, I can't guarantee he won't come back and twist your head off after he finishes killing everyone outside. Among everyone present, only she truly understood just how terrifying that man was. Those supposed mercenaries outside were no match for him. Her job now was to keep an eye on Tony and make sure he didn't get in the way. Tony was 100% skeptical, but at that moment gunfire erupted. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Still within Tony and the other's line of sight, Dio was struck. Pepper couldn't bear to watch any longer and closed her eyes. Then a voice rang out. Here's the bullet-blocking chi technique you wanted. Enjoying the show so far? Startled, Pepper opened her eyes to see a heap of spent bullets at DIO's feet, while he himself stood completely unharmed. Not even a scratch on his clothes. Was this really that legendary chi technique? Tony and Pepper stared in utter shock. Those were real bullets, no tricks. This was no stage performance meant to fool him. Then DIO dashed out of their sight, and the air was instantly filled with fierce gunfire and chilling, blood-curdling screams. While the mercenaries, eyes wide with disbelief, unloaded their weapons at DIO, the world had already locked onto them. Back when he first arrived in this world with barely any ripple energy, DIO would never have dared such a reckless move. But now, with his ripple energy, soaring past 160,000, he finally had the confidence to unleash his power. The long period without killing had left him restless and itching for action. Bang! Bang! This time it wasn't gunfire. It was the sound of the world, ghost-like and swift, plunging into the crowd, one hand clutching a head and smashing it violently against the wall. Like a ripe watermelon, red and white splattered everywhere in an instant. The sudden turn of events threw the group into a brief chaos, yet it failed to make them retreat. Instead, it provoked the savagery in their hearts. They roared in fury and kept firing, desperate to turn this unkillable bastard before them into a sieve. At the same time, one of them unclipped a grenade from his belt, intending to blow the monster to pieces. But in the blink of an eye, a flurry of invisible fists engulfed them completely. A relentless barrage of blows thundered down. Each punch from the world crashed straight through their bodies, unstoppable and brutal. Bulletproof vest? Useless. Helmet? Crushed. In the span of a single second, as the storm of fists faded, the 8 men who had just been yelling and firing their guns exploded into a bloody rain, torn apart with chilling violence. When DIO strode forward, the world had already finished the fight. It now struck a pose, its twisted form both grotesque and, in some strange way, strikingly beautiful. Yet this was clearly not the end. More enemies were on their way, rushing up from below. Rushing to their doom. Boss, we've lost contact with Tom's team. Looks like they've been wiped out. A man with a hideous scar running down one side of his face replied, "That guy isn't so easy to kill. A single rocket? That was just a calling card. With that iron suit of his, ordinary weapons are useless now. So what do? We go in, find his position, and report back to me. This time, I'll take care of him myself." "Yes, boss. Everyone move out." The remaining 30 men stormed into the villa. Their mission had shifted from killing the target to simply finding where he was hiding. Since they were no longer on a suicide run, no one wanted to risk incurring the boss's wrath. "Tony, last time I failed, but this time I'll pay you back 100-fold for all the pain you gave me, with the very suit of iron you built with your own hands." Outside the villa stood a massive white suit of armor. The first rocket had been fired from its shoulder. Standing guard outside, the man known as Boss was none other than the scar-faced leader of the terrorist group that once conspired with Obadiah to kidnap Tony. After Tony blew up the weapons and explosives he bought from Stark Industries and managed to escape back to America, this man had barely survived. He scavenged the so-called scrap metal and painstakingly rebuilt the prototype Iron Man suit. Then he contacted Obadiah, intent on exacting his revenge against Tony. At this moment, the plot took another unexpected turn. Tony was nearly struck dead by a bolt of lightning from Storm, but fortunately, he managed to survive by quickly switching to a backup arc reactor. The damaged arc reactor that was replaced, the one that had caught Obadiah's eye for some time, was promptly taken by him and handed over to his team of scientists for repair in hopes of mastering this technology. Now, with the prototype of the original Iron Man suit in his possession and the arc reactor firmly in hand, Obadiah had gathered all the ingredients needed to become the next Iron Man. He magnanimously agreed to the scar-faced man's plan for revenge, bringing him and his men all the way to New York and handing over the newly repaired Iron Man suit. With a scapegoat ready to kill Tony for him, and both pieces of technology in his grasp, Obadiah saw no reason not to go along with the plan. If Tony died, not only would the Iron Man suit belong to Obadiah alone, but Stark Industries would become his as well. What neither Obadiah nor the Scarface Man realized was that there were beings in this world far more terrifying than any so-called Iron Man suit. As DIO marched out alone to face their enemies, Tony and his group, who had been hiding among the ruins, finally dared to step outside. "Sir, all enemies outside have lost their vital signs. The threat alert has been temporarily lifted," Jarvis announced at just the right moment. "I can see that. Shut up." Tony's face was ashen as he looked at the severed limbs and shattered bodies strewn about. It was hard to imagine that this hellish scene had been created by that Qigong master he'd just dismissed as a fraud. Natasha, on the other hand, looked at the blood-soaked carnage and felt absolutely nothing. In fact, she found herself craving a sandwich, preferably with a little extra ketchup. Pepper, however, couldn't hold back. She turned away and began to vomit. The better her initial impression of Dio had been, the harder the shock hit her now. She was reminded, more than ever, that you truly can't judge a book by its cover. It seems those poor fools really did manage to anger him. Come on, let's get the Iron Man suit before anything else goes wrong, Natasha said, taking the lead and stepping decisively across the field of gore. Hey! Tony immediately stopped her, asking seriously, who exactly are you people? The doctor who was supposed to come today wasn't you, was it? Let's do this properly, Natasha. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. S.H.I.E.L.D. again? Tony's expression shifted, though inside he felt relieved. Dealing with a familiar organization was far safer than trailing after a bunch of strangers. Besides, it wasn't his first time crossing paths with S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, then the guy outside, is he one of your agents too? Can he really use Qigong? With the immediate danger averted, Tony, ever the curious soul, transformed into a child brimming with questions. Natasha, however, simply smiled at his question, her words layered with meaning. No, at least not yet. And while he's not a real doctor, he can heal wounds that modern medicine has no answer for. Yes, using Qigong. Tony found it hard to believe, but after seeing someone stop bullets with their body and witnessing what had just happened before his eyes, his nerves were constantly being put to the test. Suddenly, he started to wonder if the world was far less simple than he had imagined. If Qigong truly existed, then what about magic, witches, or even the gods from myth? Could they be real too? And so, an unremarkable seed quietly began to sprout in Tony's heart. He's here. Open fire. First floor. The ceiling. Help me. The moment Dio descended the stairs, the comms of Scarface's men filled with chaos and desperate cries. Having mastered an array of ripple techniques, Dio moved with a ghostly agility that rivaled the ninjas of comic books, running along walls, dangling one-handed from the ceiling. These feats were mere child's play for him, and with the world, a merciless killer capable of vanishing without a trace. It wasn't long before Scarface's crew began to break down. Hammond Overdrive, Golden Tempest. Brilliant golden ripples suddenly burst through the darkness, and the three terrorists, huddled together, nervously scanning their surroundings, were struck down in an instant, their hearts destroyed. Yet not a single drop of blood stained DIO's hands. At that moment, the last survivor, who had been hiding nearby, forced down his terror and, in a final act of defiance, prepared to throw his high-explosive grenade. If he was going to die, he'd drag this devil to hell with him. That was the only thought left in his mind. But he never realized his ragged breathing had already given away his position. Now the Grim Reaper stood right behind him, watching. Boom! The grenade did go off, but he was the only one killed by the blast. Or rather, before the explosion, his head had already been blown apart. Only his corpse was left to be shredded by the detonation. With that, every last one of Scarface's men was wiped out. Standing outside, listening to the screams and explosions over the comms, Scarface himself remained unmoved. But once the channel fell, silent, he finally hurled his communicator away in fury. Then, clad in his iron armor, ground it beneath his heel with a furious stomp. Just as the Scarface man fired the rocket from his shoulder, ready to blast Tony out of hiding, a striking suit of red and gold Iron Man armor came crashing through the glass. With a single, powerful punch, it sent him sprawling to the ground. The rocket, knocked off course by his fall, shot into the sky and exploded in a burst of light like a firework. So are you the one who blew up my house? Wait a minute. You look familiar. How did you get that suit of armor? Tony hovered in the air, his usual swagger apparent. But when he caught a clear look at the scene, he froze in astonishment. Wasn't that battered suit of cheap tin the prototype armor he'd built in the cave, his very first Iron Man suit? He distinctly remembered that suit had been scrapped and dismantled. And that chest piece, wasn't that his own arc reactor? Impossible. While Tony was still reeling from the shock, the burly figure on the ground suddenly sprang upright, jets roaring as he shot into the sky. He grabbed Tony's leg before he could react, then slammed him down to the ground with a thunderous crash. The helmet snapped open, and the scar-faced man glared down at Tony, who was now huddled inside his armor. Exposing his grotesque, half-scarred face, he demanded, "Remember me, Tony? I'm here for revenge." "Oh, sorry, you're a bit too scary for my taste. Could you step back a bit? I don't recall meeting you, though I imagine that face of yours could haunt a few children's nightmares." Even after taking a hit, Tony couldn't resist cracking a joke, though his words only fueled his enemy's rage. "All thanks to you, Tony. Now I'm going to tear you apart with the very armor you created." With that, The scar-faced man snapped his mask shut, and his blood-red electronic eyes glared menacingly at Tony. 2 rockets popped into position on his shoulders. Did I really build something that ugly? Oh God, talk about skeletons in the closet. I'd rather not relive those memories, thanks. Tony raised both hands as he spoke, unleashing 2 powerful repulsor blasts that sent his opponent flying. 1 rocket spiraled off toward the cliff, while the other punched a neat hole straight through the ceiling of Tony's oceanfront villa. Staring at the chaos, Tony couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness I bought insurance. Just then, Pepper, who had come running out with DIO and Natasha, shouted furiously, "Finish him off, or you'll be sleeping on the street tonight." Tony almost retorted that even if the house was reduced to rubble, he'd never have to sleep outside. Not with so many 5-star hotels eager to welcome him. Not to mention the mysterious room service perks. But, seeing how angry Pepper was, he wisely kept his mouth shut and fired up his thrusters to pursue his enemy. Whoever had given this guy the suit and the arc reactor, it wouldn't matter. He wasn't getting out alive today. And so, the 2 Iron Men took their fight to the skies, vanishing into the clouds above. Aiming. Don't look at me. I can't fly. Let Tony handle it himself. Under the intense gaze of the 2 women, DIO felt overwhelmed and quickly distanced himself from the situation. Speaking of which, among all these stands, is there one that can actually take people flying? Not being able to fly always makes you feel 1 step behind, and if they ever run into a flying enemy, is he supposed to climb to the top of a building like King Kong and leap off to fight Midair? Suddenly, the whole idea of fighting on the ground just seemed so low class. DIO absolutely not envious. Brando was ready to clock out and call it a day. First, he'd been blown up for no reason by a rocket. Then out of nowhere, a bunch of random people showed up looking for trouble. And now, Tony and that ugly thing had taken off together, destination unknown. He had no intention of sticking around. Who knows what bigger headaches might show up if he waited any longer. For example, Obadiah, who should have been controlling that iron monster that just flew off to pummel Tony, hadn't made an appearance yet. And who was that scar-faced guy who clearly had it out for Tony? The original plot of Iron Man 1 was already a total mess. Fortunately, DIO had mentally prepared himself for chaos. Let it all fall apart. The more tangled, the better. Who knows, maybe by the end, this will turn into a parallel universe where villains like Thanos just hang up their armor and retire to grow sweet potatoes or something. You have to admit, DIO's coping mechanism was pretty strong. But honestly, what choice did he have? Unless he hid far, far away, as long as he was involved, things were bound to change. At this moment, Natasha had finished reporting the situation to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Though, truth be told, there was hardly any need for her report. After all, the 2 Iron Men had taken their fight from the sky to the city center. News was spreading fast with so many witnesses. Get in the car. We'll take you somewhere safe for now. Someone else will be there to help Tony, Natasha said to Pepper, who was visibly shaken and anxious. Pepper understood that they meant well, and honestly, there was nothing more they could do to help right now. Rather than getting in the way, it made more sense to go somewhere safe and wait. For Tony. So, with both emotional intelligence and smarts on full display, she didn't kick up a fuss like some melodramatic TV heroine. Instead, she simply nodded and accepted Natasha's plan. Honestly, I just want to go home and get a good night's sleep. Can you please drop me off first? DIO said, exasperated. He even considered sneaking inside to steal one of Tony's sports cars for the ride. After all, Tony was filthy rich. He probably wouldn't even notice, right? Probably. Then, a voice even more infuriating than Tony's chimed in, answering on Natasha's behalf. Of course. I only need Miss Pepper. The 2 of you can go home now. At some point, Obadiah had already brought his men and set up an ambush all around, or perhaps he had never believed from the start that Scarface could succeed in his revenge. To play it safe, he decided to take matters into his own hands, choosing this very moment, when he believed the greatest threat had been lured away, to make his move. With Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, out of the picture, Obadiah could easily seize all of Tony's experimental achievements without breaking a sweat. As an added bonus, he could take Pepper as a hostage, forcing Tony to surrender without a fight. It was the classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Completely satisfied with his plan, Obadiah gave a direct order to the dozen or so bodyguards he'd brought. He only wanted Pepper. He didn't care who the other 2 were, because in his mind, they were as good as dead. A squad of black-clad bodyguards, guns drawn, closed in on DIO's group, forming a semicircle as they advanced step by step. Natasha and Pepper, quick to read the situation, raised their hands in surrender, while DIO could only look on, exasperated. And as Natasha surrendered, she shot him a glance that all but said, "It's all up to you now." The pressure was almost unbearable. Dio himself wasn't worried, but unfortunately, he had two burdens by his side. "Get behind me, unless you want to get sprayed with blood," he said. Now it was time for the great Dio to put on a show. With that, he nonchalantly lit a cigarette. From the very moment the world had appeared, these people's fate had already been sealed. "Do it!" Obadiah and Dio shouted almost at the same time, one aloud, the other only in his heart. A hail of bullets erupted, spitting fire toward them. Natasha and Pepper did exactly as they were told, ducking behind Dio and making themselves as small as possible. After all, their human shield wasn't that big, but it was enough. If not for having witnessed Dio block bullets with his bare body earlier, Pepper would never have risked this. She would have tried to make a deal to beg Obadiah to spare the others. But Dio's earlier performance had given her immense confidence, so she did as told and hid behind him. And Dio didn't let them down. Bullets clanged harmlessly against his body, not leaving so much as a scratch, not even pushing him back a single step. He stood there, calmly smoking a cigarette, occasionally swatting away a bullet aimed at his face, casually, as if he were brushing away an annoying fly, and with just a touch of irritation, worrying the cigarette in his mouth might get ruined. The sight of Dio's body shrugging off bullets without a mark left everyone stunned, none more so than Obadiah. He never expected this young man, who looked like some minor celebrity, to possess such power. Was he wearing one of Tony's latest Iron Man suits? The kind that could turn invisible? It had to be. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain the scene unfolding before his eyes. His heart surged with both shock and fury, mixed with an irrepressible excitement. After all, Tony's latest inventions would soon be his. Yet that thought had barely flickered through his mind before it was utterly crushed by an even more terrifying reality. The dozen or so bodyguards had only managed to pull their triggers once before catastrophe struck. It was as if they'd been blasted by a barrage of cannon shells at point-blank range. One after another, gaping wounds tore through their bodies. The world swung its fists, calm and ruthlessly efficient, again and again, punching through enemies with chilling precision. Some had their skulls smashed outright, others took a fist straight through the chest, their hearts obliterated. One particularly unfortunate soul was struck clean in half at the waist, only for the world to bring down its foot and snap his neck, ending his agony. This time, the world's actions were nowhere near as frenzied as before, but all the more cold-blooded. It was as if it wanted to remind Dio, these enemies were, pathetically, far too weak. The massacre ended in the blink of an eye. Dio, cigarette dangling from his lips and a half-bemused, half-exasperated look on his face, simply dismissed the world. Clearly, he'd have to find some real opponents for the world next time, or else risk being scorned by his own stand for bullying mere mortals all day long. Meanwhile, Obadiah stood frozen, nearly stupefied with terror at the carnage all around him. He had no idea what his opponent had done, nor how his men had been slaughtered so swiftly, but the reality was undeniable. The brutal scene sent a chill through his entire body, for he knew all too well he was next. With the threat eliminated, Dio strode directly toward Obadiah, who looked petrified, frantically searching for some means of escape. Behind him, Natasha and Pepper had only heard a sudden burst of gunfire, then a chorus of anguished screams. Then, nothing. The air fell eerily silent. Once Dio moved on, no longer shielding them, they finally took in the grim scene. Pepper bent over and vomited again. Even though she'd already emptied her stomach earlier, this time she could only retch dryly, racked with discomfort. Yet her resilient nature helped her gradually adapt. It seemed that the next time she faced such horror, she might not be so overwhelmed. Natasha, on the other hand, someone who'd climbed her way out of piles of corpses, felt no discomfort at all. Her thoughts were entirely occupied with intelligence about Dio. Clearly, all of this had been wrought by that invisible monster under Dio's command. In just a matter of seconds, more than a dozen gunmen were wiped out without exception, each dying in a grisly, horrifying way. This was undeniable proof of its incredible power. Natasha couldn't help but wonder, if Dio were an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D., what kind of scene would they be facing right now? Would her own limbs be among those strewn in the pile of corpses? No matter how tight the security, how could anyone defend against an attack from an invisible foe? After all, the murderer who had just slaughtered these men couldn't even be detected by thermal imaging. She remembered last time, after Dio used it to threaten the director went into a fury and demanded all surveillance footage, even from devices designed to detect cloaking tech, but not a trace was found. It was as if nothing and no one had ever been there at all. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario hadn't come to pass. Still, the burden of her mission made Natasha's head throb with worry. Just then, gunfire shattered the calm of the night once more. It turned out to be Obadiah, unable to bear the grip of death tightening around him. Overwhelmed by terror, he snapped, yanking out his pistol and emptying the magazine in a wild, desperate burst. But nothing he did could halt the slow, inevitable approach of his adversary. The bullet struck, only to bend and clatter harmlessly to the ground. Fumbling to reload his weapon, Obadiah looked up to see Dio already standing before him. With calculated politeness, Dio reached out, gentlemanly as ever, and took the gun from his hands. Then, with both hands, he snapped it clean in two right before Obadiah's eyes. Without missing a beat, he leaned in and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly into Obadiah's face. Rage flared up within Obadiah, a rage he hadn't felt in years. Nobody had dared humiliate him like this for a long, long time. For a brief moment, fury burned hotter than his fear. But in the next instant, he was hoisted off the ground, face flushed red as he thrashed helplessly. Dio had him by the throat, lifting him high with one hand. With the other, he pressed a burning cigarette hard against Obadiah's face. The searing pain made Obadiah's eyes bulge, but deprived of breath, even the right to scream was stolen from him. Thinking of the disaster he'd been dragged into tonight, Dio could feel his anger boiling over. If it weren't for this old man, scheming in the shadows, he wouldn't have been caught in a rocket attack for no reason, let alone forced into such dramatic heroics. Of all the days to choose, why pick the very night Dio happened to be here, if not to make his life difficult? Let him go for now, someone said. This man still has his uses. Besides, someone needs to take responsibility for everything that happened tonight. Pepper didn't want anything to happen to Obadiah just yet. No matter what, his relationship with Tony was complicated, so she preferred to let Tony decide how to deal with him. However, when it came to Dior, who had saved her multiple times, she simply couldn't bring herself to make such a request. Natasha, on the other hand, had no such concerns, and her reasoning was perfectly sound. She knew that Dior was someone with principles, not an extremist who refused to listen to others. In fact, as long as he didn't cross him, he seemed remarkably easy to get along with. Otherwise, given his abilities, there was no reason for him to honestly run a restaurant for a living. After all, the criminal code was filled with ways to make fast money, yet he still chose an ordinary life. Sometimes he even worried about the IRS showing up at his door or fretted over trivial matters. It was hard to believe, but it was true. In fact, compared to agents like them who had seen and done their fair share of dirty work, he actually seemed more like a real, living human being. After listening to Natasha's reasoning, Dior tossed Obadiah, whose face was flushed red, to the ground with a look of disdain. There was no need for him to do anything more. This scheming old man would come to no good end anyway. Sending him to prison might be even crueler than simply killing him. Seeing this, Natasha let out a sigh of relief. After all, Obadiah was a prominent figure, and alive, he was worth more than dead. Besides, as she'd said, tonight's events had caused such a stir. There had to be some explanation for the public. So she quickly stepped forward, ready to secure him. But some people just never learn. As Obadiah lay on the ground coughing violently, he secretly fished a remote-like device out of his pocket, and emboldened by whatever it was, lunged suddenly at Dior's back. "Watch out!" Natasha's alarmed cry and the click of her pistol happened almost simultaneously. But she was just a fraction too slow. Dior's reflexes were even faster. My hand! An arm hit the floor with a dull thud, the device still in its grasp, emitting a maddening, high-pitched frequency. Obadiah shrieked in agony and tried to make a run for it, but Natasha, who wasn't about to make the same mistake twice, acted without hesitation. She squeezed the trigger. A surge of electricity knocked Obadiah to the floor, paralyzing him instantly. This time, he didn't get back up. In fact, Dio had noticed something was off the moment the man stood up. When the man lunged at him, Dio was already paying close attention to the strange device in his hand. Determined to teach him a harsh lesson, Dio shaped his hand like a blade, infused it with ripple energy, and with a swift motion, chopped off the entire arm that had reached toward him. At that moment, Natasha approached with her gun drawn. She first checked to make sure Obadiah wasn't in any immediate danger, then quickly found a way to staunch the bleeding. Afterward, she walked over to the severed arm, picked up the odd little device, which now lay silent and looked much like a remote control, and examined it thoughtfully before explaining. This is a kind of sonic weapon that Stark Industries once developed. If it's used close to someone's ear, it can instantly paralyze the target. Very stealthy and effective. However, for various reasons, the government has banned both its use and further development. Natasha explained, and then found earplugs in Obadiah's ear. This old fox was nothing if not cautious. If it hadn't been Dio standing here, but someone else, Obadiah might have succeeded with his plan. A weapon like this really should be forbidden. If it ever became widespread, the crime rate would no doubt skyrocket. Compared to a handgun or anything similar, this was far more insidious. Just a press of the button next to someone's ear, and the victim would lose all ability to resist. What should we do now? Pepper asked, her voice trembling. So much had happened in such a short time, and the repeated shocks had left her at a complete loss. If she weren't still so worried about Tony's safety, she would have wanted nothing more than to find a safe place to take a hot shower and get some sleep. Maybe then she'd wake up and realize this was all just a bad dream. I've already called for backup from headquarters. They'll be here soon to escort us somewhere safe. As soon as we have any news about Tony, we'll let you know immediately, Natasha replied, her composure unwavering throughout. Natasha's calmness had a soothing effect on Pepper. In truth, this was already the best outcome they could hope for. Soon enough, just 5 or 6 minutes later, several black sedans pulled up in front of them in succession. The first to step out was DIO's old acquaintance, Agent Coulson. Things had clearly escalated this time, and so Nick Fury had no choice but to send Coulson to handle the aftermath. "We meet again, Mr. DIO," Coulson greeted cordially. "Yes, we meet again." "What a coincidence," DIO replied, suddenly flashing a sly grin. "Are you here this time to compensate me for my pet, Agent Coulson?" The mention of this topic made Coulson's face twitch a little. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "This visit was a bit rushed. Next time, I promise. Next time." Now, he couldn't even pay compensation if he wanted to. After he handed over that miraculous miniature snail for the scientist to study, it took less than half an hour before someone came to tell him the experiment had failed. The little snail had inexplicably died and, in the blink of an eye, decomposed and vanished. In other words, the item he'd shamelessly insisted on keeping not only yielded nothing for SHLD's research, but also left him with a weakness in the hands of the other side. The phrase, "trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice," described his situation perfectly. "No wonder he let me go so easily at the time," Coulson mused with a bitter smile. He probably already knew the snail wouldn't survive long even if I took it back. It was not a pleasant feeling. DIO, however, wasn't angry at Coulson's evasive excuse. He just grinned and added, $1 million. Don't keep me waiting too long, or I'll have to go straight to your bald-headed director for it. $1 million. That was truly daylight robbery. Was that little thing really worth $1 million? To some people, of course it was, but only if it was alive or if some breakthrough had been made in research. If there were really such a snail capable of telepathic communication sitting right in front of him, Coulson was certain the director would gladly hand over $1 million to buy it. If money could solve a problem, then it wasn't really a problem. But when it came to compensation, things were different. Given how stingy their director was, there was no guarantee he'd agree. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't gained a single benefit from the whole affair. Instead, that bald-headed egg nickname made Coulson and the other agents wear strange expressions. Probably only this guy would dare come up with such a name for their director. And, to be honest, it was eerily accurate. Just thinking about the director's look, several young agents couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, catching themselves under the gaze of others, they quickly covered their mouths and tried to straighten up, scrambling to save face. Who knew if someone would snitch? If that happened, those who laughed out loud were doomed. After all, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew their director was petty and vengeful. "I am Iron Man." Watching Tony, still brimming with swagger on the news as he declared this famous line, DIO smiled and put his phone away. It had been 2 days since the two Iron Armors caused chaos in New York. Tony himself relished the public's chosen title of Iron Man, even though his suit was actually made from titanium alloy. After successfully taking down Scarface and learning from Pepper that Obadiah was the mastermind behind everything, Tony personally sent his one-armed uncle to prison and brought this farce to a satisfying close. If Obadiah's schemes had only been aimed at Tony himself, perhaps Tony would have let old times sway him. He might have simply ousted Obadiah from the company, allowing the man to live out his remaining years with a shred of dignity. But Obadiah's greatest mistake, one Tony could never forgive, was setting his sights on Pepper. Had Pepper not come through unscathed, Tony would have personally taken this old bastard out, no questions asked. And so, Iron Man was officially born, heralding the dawn of a new era. "Welcome to, oh, it's you?" DIO was visibly surprised to see who had arrived at his restaurant. Will, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly exclaimed, "Tony Stark? That arms dealer, Playboy Tony Stark?" Although he'd met many celebrities and wealthy elites while working with DIO, even some famous Hollywood actresses, seeing Tony Stark's smug, punchable face in real life left Will momentarily incredulous. At the same time, he felt a surge of pride for his buddy. So what if it's Tony Stark? Oof. Did you just arrive from Africa or something? If you've ever been online, you'd know I've already shut down my company's weapons division. So please, Don't go calling a peace-loving philanthropist an arms dealer. Tony strolled in with his trademark ease, Pepper at his side, and took a seat. The place had only a single table, which was a surprise in itself. Fuck, are you looking for a fight? Tony's sharp tongue instantly set Will off, and if Dio hadn't reacted quickly to restrain him, things might have escalated. A true philanthropist who loves peace wouldn't make jokes about someone's skin color, Dio said calmly, stepping forward as he hobbled back. I think you owe my friend an apology, or you might find it hard to leave here with your dignity intact. Dio's approach put real pressure on Tony. That brutal scene from the other day was still fresh in his memory, and without his mark armor, Tony felt distinctly vulnerable in front of this human beast. But he wasn't here to start a fight. He dialed himself back, spreading his hands in a gesture of concession. You're right. I shouldn't have made fun of someone's skin color. But your friend's manners leave a lot to be desired. I don't see arms dealer as a compliment. Maybe once I did, but things are different now. For Tony, who had already begun to awaken to his conscience and wanted to turn over a new leaf, Will's words were like salt in an open wound. It was no wonder his attitude was prickly. If it weren't for Dio's presence, Tony might have put on the mark armor just to give Will a lesson he'd never forget. Dio understood what Tony meant, and he also knew that Will hadn't really intended to say anything out of line. It was just that Tony always left such a strong impression, so things had turned out this way. He patted Will on the shoulder, then looked back at Tony. All right, I believe neither of you meant any harm. Let's just call it even and move on. At this point, Will also realized he'd been the first to say something wrong, but there was no way he would actually apologize. Besides, Tony had fired back just as quickly. Dio's words gave both sides an easy out. Resentment was one thing, but there was no real reason to keep the conflict going. In fact, Dio stepping in on his behalf and standing up to Tony Stark made Will feel a bit guilty. Business was business, and harmony was key if you wanted to make money. Even if he had a bone to pick with Tony Stark, he shouldn't have said anything to his face. That was just asking for trouble. Seeing both men silently accept his proposal, Dio declared the matter settled. But just to head off any more trouble from Tony's mouth later, Dio decided to give Will the rest of the day off. There were some things Will really didn't need to know, and Dio didn't want to drag him into this mess. Things were only going to get more dangerous, and the more Will knew, the less control he'd have over his own fate. Will didn't know what Dio was really thinking. He just assumed Dio was worried he and Tony Stark would butt heads again and cause more trouble. He gladly accepted the time off. He had no desire to be bossed around by Tony any longer anyway. So, only 3 people remained in the restaurant. If you have something to say, make it quick. I've got another reservation coming soon, Dio said, glancing at the time as he sat down. No, today, aside from Pepper and me, there won't be any other guests. What do you mean? Dio frowned. It's nothing. I just cut in line a little. Once I heard you only serve guests with reservations, I made a few calls to those who were supposed to dine here today. They were all happy to give up their spots for me. As he said this, Tony tried to look reserved, but the satisfaction on his face was impossible to miss. So you're really just here for a meal? That's all. Dio suddenly smiled. Well, your place isn't exactly up to code, your service is lousy, and I haven't even been offered a glass of water all this time, but yes, that's all. If Dio didn't already know what kind of person Tony was, just hearing him talk would be enough to make him want to throw Tony out by the collar. His talent for sarcasm was truly off the charts. But for the sake of money, Dio decided to hold back for now. If things got out of hand, well, he'd just sneak into Tony's mansion at night and smash every single one of those mark suits he'd built. As the saying goes, if you want to hit someone, strike their face. If you want to insult them, expose their shortcomings. Aside from Pepper, Tony's other sore spot was probably the very proof of his identity as Iron Man, the mark armor. If all of it were truly destroyed, Tony would probably be heartbroken. At this point, Pepper couldn't stand by any longer. After all, Dio had saved them, not just once but multiple times. Even though she knew Tony's sharp tongue was harmless at heart, she couldn't let him run wild any further. This time, Tony and I came here because I wanted to thank you in person. Thank you for saving both me and Tony. Oh wow, I'm so moved. He saved you. I was rescued by that lovely agent. So it's you who should thank him, not we. I'm just here for the food, that's all. Tony Stark, ever the proud Sundara, insisted on having the last word. Tony, Pepper's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Okay, fine, I admit it, thank you. Happy now? Can we order food? I'm starving to death here. I'll have a cheeseburger. No, make that too. And, thanks again. It was clear Tony was terribly awkward when it came to thanking or apologizing to others. The only way he could make it feel natural was to mask it with bravado. Dio, who had originally planned to sneak over to Tony's place that evening to smash things and cause a little chaos, now felt both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but think, why am I even arguing with a kid like this? Even though Tony was quite a bit older than him. Even if you said thank you twice, I regret to inform you that a cheeseburger won't save your life, DIO said, pointing to Tony's chest. Tony replied nonchalantly, of course not, but it'll save my stomach. Honestly, it doesn't have to be a cheeseburger. Just feed me something, anything. I need to fill up first. DIO didn't answer right away. Instead, he studied Tony's complexion, silently checking in with Pearl Jam in his mind for further confirmation. Take off your shirt. Hey, look, I'll admit you're a handsome guy. Second only to me, maybe, but I'm not into men. Don't think saving Pepper gives you the right to boss me around. If you'd bother to look into my line of work before coming here, you'd know to listen to me now. I need to see that. DIO's expression turned serious as he pointed to the glowing light in Tony's chest. Tony fell silent at once, while for some reason, Pepper suddenly began to feel a surge of confidence in DIO. The real reason she insisted on coming here wasn't just to say thank you. She wanted to see whether this so-called Qigong treatment agent Natasha had mentioned was actually effective. Before coming, she had also asked around among many people who had dined at DIO's place, and had heard about all sorts of miraculous things. If Tony hadn't been so stubborn and infuriating, they would have come yesterday. I'm fine. I don't need any treatment. Tony, you know how worried I am about you. You should be living like a normal person, not surviving like some machine, depending on that to keep you alive. As Pepper spoke, her hand came to rest gently on the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Tony sighed, lifting his shirt, but couldn't help muttering, doing this in front of another man. Honestly, I'd rather be dead. DIO ignored his grumbling and focused intently on examining Tony's chest. In his memory, the terrifying purple web hadn't started to spread yet. That was a sign the poisoning wasn't too advanced. When that day did come, Tony would have precious little time left, which was why, in the future, he'd let himself spiral out of control. When faced with the end of life, people are capable of the wildest things. But such dramatic highs and lows, are they not, in their own way, a form of transformation? An ingenious invention, DIO remarked, gesturing for Tony to lower his shirt, but it's slowly consuming your life. Wow, what an astounding revelation, Tony replied with exaggerated sarcasm, clearly unfazed. The greater the genius, the greater the pride. Until they're confronted with irrefutable proof, they won't believe a word you say. Fortunately, DIO didn't expect to convince him with words alone. Facts always speak louder than arguments. So DIO turned and headed into the kitchen, busily preparing something. Compared to Tony's indifference, Pepper's worry only deepened. From her impression, the man who'd just left didn't seem like the type to make reckless claims. Tony, tell me honestly, does that thing you built really have no harmful side effects at all? Of course. Do you think I'd risk my own life as a joke? Tony sounded utterly confident, but what he truly thought was anyone's guess. A few minutes later, DIO emerged carrying a large glass brimming with a thick, green drink. It looked positively revolting, utterly unappetizing. What is this? Did you just juice some weed from outside? Tony quipped, not bothering to hide his disgust. This is the house's signature vegetable juice. It will prolong your life and help purge the toxins from your body. I think we might need to pick another restaurant. What do you think, Pepper? Maybe it's not as bad as we imagined. Can I give it a try? Pepper hesitated, her words partly an attempt to help DIO out. But DIO refused her without the slightest gratitude. This stuff won't do you any good. You're not poisoned. It'd just be a waste. Poison? After making absolutely sure DIO wasn't joking, Pepper's face turned a shade paler, and she exchanged a serious look with Tony. I'll admit, you're probably brilliant in some areas, but when it comes to medicine, you're a complete fraud. If I were really poisoned, would I be sitting here chatting with you? Like nothing's wrong. Tony felt a pounding headache, beginning to suspect that DIO had simply invented this excuse as payback, just to force him to drink that bizarre concoction. DIO didn't bother to explain. Drink it and you'll see. If you don't want to believe me, then go. But next time, it won't be $100,000 a glass. One glass of this wild grass juice for $100 grand? Tony nearly laughed out loud in disbelief. Sure, he had money and wasn't shy about spending it, but that didn't mean he'd let himself be taken for a fool. When you finally realize what it's worth, I'll charge you $1 million a glass. Let's go. This guy has totally lost it. He could see in DIO's eyes the look of someone driven mad by poverty. This time, Tony was truly ready to leave. He didn't even bother asking Pepper's opinion. He just grabbed his jacket and walked straight out. DIO didn't try to stop him. He simply felt a bit of regret that Tony couldn't recognize something valuable when he saw it. That specially prepared vegetable juice could have cleared out the excess palladium Tony had been accumulating in his system for some time. It also would have served as a warning. Tony really shouldn't be using the Mark armor so often and putting more strain on his body. It would have given Tony a head start on searching for a new element to replace the old one, sparing him from a future of suffering and disgrace. So, in truth, 100,000 a glass was a bargain. Sorry, Tony's just a stubborn guy. Would you mind telling me why you said that earlier? Is Tony really poisoned? Pepper, who had deliberately lingered behind, first apologized for Tony, then asked the question that truly worried her. Maybe I was mistaken. What a pity, DIO replied, taking a sip of the vegetable juice himself. It was hard to tell whether he was lamenting a lost sale or regretting that someone failed to recognize such a rare treasure. Before leaving, Pepper Potts left behind a check for $100,000. According to DIO, that strange concoction was worth exactly that much. Although Pepper didn't entirely believe him, she didn't completely doubt him either. So she decided to offer both parties a way to gracefully back down. Otherwise, knowing Tony's temperament, even if he ever realized his own ignorance, he'd probably never swallow his pride enough to come back. DIO genuinely appreciated Pepper's tactful approach, even though the $100,000 couldn't truly make up for everything he'd lost that day. Looks like this fat sheep isn't so easy to fleece, huh? No sooner had Tony and Pepper left than Natasha strode in, dressed as a striking, urban femme fatale. DIO raised his glass of thick green vegetable juice to her in a mock toast. Thanks to you all. Next time, don't send these troublesome types my way. I don't have endless patience for every client, you know. At least you didn't come away empty-handed, Natasha said, her eyes flicking to the check on the table. A mere consolation prize, DIO replied indifferently. If Tony hadn't shown up and he'd just had a normal day of business, he probably would have made even more. What are you planning to do now? Go home and sleep. Together? Natasha teased. DIO just shot her a sidelong glance, saying nothing. All right, that was a terrible joke. Since you're free this afternoon, how about buying me lunch? Something in the several $100 range, Natasha said, casually flipping her hair. What's the catch this time? DIO remained unmoved. Ever since he'd been dragged into that mess the other day, something had felt off. Why had Natasha insisted on bringing him to Tony's mansion on that exact day? She'd even been in such a hurry that she appeared openly in front of an outsider, posing as a classmate, a flimsy cover at best. Shield must have known he just wanted to live his own life. Forcing him into this situation could only breed resentment, and yet that's exactly what they'd done. What was even stranger was that, despite the agreed-upon schedule having already passed, Natasha still insisted on bringing him along instead of simply rescheduling. Then, as Tony's assistant, she had brazenly outed herself. Who in their right mind would believe in some sort of chi healing anyway? After being pegged as a fraud and the whole thing ending on a sour note, there were no further explanations. She just seemed ready to walk away, as if her goal had already been met. And when the dizzying series of events finally came to a close, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived with impressive speed to clean up the aftermath. At the time, he'd overlooked that detail, chalking it up to coincidence. They must have just happened to be nearby, dispatching support as quickly as possible. But thinking it over carefully, Coulson and the others seemed almost too calm, as if everything was unfolding exactly according to their plan. Yet, if he hadn't been there at the time, Tony and the rest wouldn't have survived even 10 times over. How could they remain so composed in the face of such danger, surrounded by so many corpses? Was this truly the standard for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Were their nerves really that steely? But what if you look at it from a different angle? Suppose all of this had actually been under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance and control from the very beginning. Obadiah's schemes, the scar-faced man's movements, all laid out in the open. Coulson and his team had been lurking near the villa, ready to act at a moment's notice, and Natasha's uncanny instinct to dodge the rocket was, in reality, a heads-up whispered through her earpiece moments before. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. But at the end of the day, all these were just his own conjectures after the fact. He had no evidence whatsoever, yet the thought gnawed at him relentlessly. It was just a simple dinner, Natasha said, her face the picture of innocence. That's exactly what the last guy said before storming off in a huff. And look how much trouble he turned out to be. All right, I'll admit it. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. And I figure we might as well share a meal. Hearing her say that, DIO thought for a moment before agreeing. Meanwhile, Tony, having polished off 2 cheeseburgers and a large Coke, headed straight home. 2 days had been more than enough to repair the villa's damaged areas. Such was the power of money. Pepper, on the other hand, had gone directly to the office. With Obadiah out of the picture, most of the company's affairs now rested on her shoulders, leaving her completely swamped these last 2 days. Jarvis. Welcome home, sir. No sooner had he stepped through the door than Jarvis's voice greeted him, and Tony immediately noticed he wasn't alone. I'm Iron Man. Did you really think you were the only superhero? Mr. Stark, there are plenty of others like you. You just haven't met them yet. And you are. Tony eyed the man before him. A bald head, an eye patch, a stern demeanor, and his guard went up. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having already crossed paths with S.H.I.E.L.D. a few times, Tony was momentarily taken aback. But before he could say a word, Nick Fury continued, "I'd like to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative." The Avengers? A league formed by superheroes, tasked with protecting Earth and standing against dark and evil forces. Nick Fury recited his line with all the solemnity of someone who took comic books a little too seriously. Wow, that sounds just like something out of a comic book. So, tell me, what's the name of this comic? Maybe I'll pick up a copy for my daughter, when I have one. Tony shot him a mocking glance, then proceeded to pour himself a glass of water, ignoring Fury altogether. Nick Fury knew well enough that he couldn't persuade a genius like Tony with just a few words, but he had his own trump card up his sleeve. "Tony, truth is, we've been keeping an eye on you for a long time, since well before you became the so-called Iron Man. And, in fact, our people have saved you more than once. Do you know why?" Tony took a sip of water, his tone insufferably smug. "Maybe because I'm so good-looking? Geniuses tend to attract attention, To be honest, I got used to the spotlight when I was just a kid." "You really are a genius. Just like your father." The air suddenly grew heavy, as if time itself had paused. Tony set down his glass, and, for the first time, looked at Nick Fury with genuine seriousness. "You knew my father? Your father, Howard Stark, was a bona fide scientific genius, and he was the one who personally founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing that name again, and once more learning a secret attached to it, sent Tony's mind reeling. "That's the real reason we've always kept an eye on you. Your father didn't want us interfering in your life, but times have changed. The world is shifting, and more unknown dangers are drawing near. That's why we need you to join us." Three Rivers Reflections. Good news, this book has made it to the Three Rivers list. Here, I, Old Faceless, want to thank editor Wakaba for her unwavering trust, for all the recommendations she's given me, and for personally arranging my spot on Three Rivers. I also want to thank every single reader. Without your clicks, your votes, your bookmarks, this book wouldn't have achieved what it has today. The Three Rivers list would have remained just a daydream. As a token of my gratitude, all I can do is pour my heart into every word and every plot, striving to write even better stories to give back to each and every one of you. But as for making everyone happy, well, that's something I simply can't do. In fact, I doubt anyone ever could. I check the comments section almost every day. There are words of encouragement, messages of support, and readers clamoring for more. Those always make me smile. Then, there are constructive suggestions, which I take seriously, reflecting on them and doing my best to address any confusion with a spirit of openness and improvement. And as for those who only come to complain without even reading, I send them a heartfelt love package, hoping to keep our community clean and pleasant. Even so, I know I can't please everyone. What some people love, others are bound to dislike. That's a truth none of us can change. I've seen countless similar posts in the comment section before. For example, it would say, "I think it's better to write it this way." Then B, C, and D would show up, insisting, "No, you can't. Write it like that. It should be done this way instead." Soon after, E, F, and G would come in to support A, arguing that A's way is actually right and the other approach is terrible. In the end, I was left totally bewildered. What is the correct way to write anyway? Is there really such a thing as right or wrong in writing? Back then, I was so thrown off that I felt truly lost. I'd sit in front of my computer for 2 whole hours at night, just staring at the screen, not knowing how to continue. Every word I typed, I worried someone would jump out and say, "That's wrong." I found myself trapped in a vicious cycle. The harder I tried to write well, the more anxious and uncertain I became. Fortunately, a few friends noticed my state of mind and kept encouraging me. Thanks to their support, I finally regained my confidence and decided to stick to my own vision, even if not everyone agreed with it. After all, if I tried to please everyone, the story would end up as a shapeless mess and I'd offend all my readers. Some people complain that Dio in this book isn't evil enough, that he's just a name and it's disgusting, and they demand I change the protagonist's name. But here's what I want to say. From the very beginning, I never intended to write the Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The character just happens to share the same name, nothing more. I'm telling the story of an ordinary person's gradual growth. Can a writer even choose their own protagonist name these days? And to be honest, with the current strict internet regulations, if I wrote the way some people imagine, the book would be taken down before it even launched, and I'd be the only fool left holding the bag. I don't know how many of you will understand where I'm coming from, but these are my true feelings. If you don't love it, please don't hurt it. Thank you. In the seaside villa, Tony flipped through the documents Nick Fury had brought him. These materials had been carefully selected, enough to give Tony an idea of what S.H.I.E.L.D. was, but not enough to breach any confidentiality agreements. That's all there is. Tony set the papers down, unable to find the answers he was looking for. What you're allowed to see is everything that doesn't fall under the confidentiality agreement. If you want to know more, especially more about your father, you'll only have access after you join S.H.I.E.L.D. and reach a higher clearance level. Nick Fury's voice was smooth, almost persuasive. So you're saying if I want what I'm after, I have to sign up for this so-called Avengers initiative? In theory, yes. Well then, I'm sorry, but I refuse. Nick Fury's smile vanished in an instant. He frowned and asked, refuse? What? Honestly, I don't really care what that person once wanted to do or what he actually did. I've already surpassed him, so I have no interest in retracing his old footsteps. And as for that whole superhero team-up, to fight a boss. Oh, come on, don't make me laugh. I have much more important things to deal with. Jarvis, show our guest out. And if you let random people in here again, I'll take you apart, piece by piece. This way out, sir. Not wanting to be shut down, Jarvis wasted no time ushering the guest out. Nick Fury gave Tony a long, searching look, then relaxed a little. We'll meet again. With that, he left. Those files, who knows if he forgot them on purpose or by accident. But in any case, he didn't take them with him. When Tony was finally alone, he sat on the couch, staring blankly ahead. No one could tell what he was thinking. The name Howard Stark stirred up far too many tangled feelings in him. Deep down, he'd always believed his father and never really loved him. That's why he wavered endlessly between searching for answers and pushing them away. In a private booth at a Japanese restaurant, DIO and Natasha sat facing each other, savoring plates of fresh sashimi. It was nice to change things up now and then. After all, good food knows no borders. DIO wasn't the type to judge an entire people just because of a few individuals. He found it ridiculous how some people spent their days boycotting this or that. Most of them, he thought, were just full of hot air. The loudest protesters were usually the ones driving Japanese cars, using the latest smartphones, and not a single domestic product in their homes. Yet they were warriors behind a keyboard. It was laughable. True boycotting was about self-improvement. Strengthening oneself was the real answer, but too many people failed to see that. The salmon here really is fresh. Paired with authentic wasabi, a unique flavor lingered on the palate. Though, naturally, such quality came at a steep price. I thought you'd take me out for Chinese food, Natasha said with a soft chuckle. Real Chinese cuisine might not suit your taste. And what passes for Chinese food after being westernized is, in my opinion, a total waste of good ingredients. So, Japanese it is, same style all over the world. The only difference is whether the ingredients are fresh. I suppose that makes sense. Still, I think your cooking is better. Nice try, but business is business, and treating you to a meal is another matter. Still, since you've been a loyal customer so many times, I'll give you a 5% discount next time, DIO replied, making it clear he kept work and personal matters separate. A single dish costs $10,000. There's no such thing as a free meal. Even if it hardly cost him anything to make, it was a matter of principle. The rules had to be respected. Natasha shot him a look, her eyes brimming with 1,000 different charms. Yet, unfortunately for her, she was facing the likes of old man Li Qing, who would rather gouge out his eyes than steal another glance, leaving her with no chance to put any of her wiles to use. At this moment, Natasha was truly at the peak of her beauty, flawless from every angle. Still, when even that failed to move the man before her, she couldn't help but start doubting her own allure. What do you think of S.H.I.E.L.D.? She asked. Since her usual tricks weren't working, Natasha decided she had no choice but to take a more sincere approach. At the very least, she couldn't let this drag on any longer. Now that they'd gotten to the point, DIO's expression grew a bit more serious. But what kind of ridiculous question was that? I don't have any opinion. Natasha was momentarily at a loss for words, then decided to get straight to the point. The director holds you in very high regard. He hopes you'll join us and use your abilities for a greater cause. A greater cause? Are you saying running a restaurant and doing honest business doesn't count? Does only fighting evil, burning yourself out for the world, qualify as a noble path? Please, that kind of talk might fool kids who haven't figured out their values yet, but I'm not that self-sacrificing, nor do I want that kind of burden. I'm happy with the life I have now, so don't waste your time on me. I'm not joining S.H.I.E.L.D. DIO let out a short, dismissive laugh and refused her outright. No, it's not about joining S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a whole new organization. A new organization? DIO's interest was piqued, but he kept his composure and asked casually, what kind of organization? Avengers. The director calls it the Avengers Initiative. As she spoke, Natasha explained the original intent behind the formation of the Avengers and how it would operate. As someone already chosen to be an Avenger and a recruiter, she'd known all of this for some time. The Avengers. The moment he heard that, DIO knew his guess had been right. Sure enough, with Iron Man's official debut, Nick Fury was rolling out this new superhero alliance. He had to admit, the idea was tempting. After all, everyone harbors a hero's dream at some point. To join the Avengers and make a name for himself. It certainly had its appeal. But then he thought about all the restrictions the Avengers faced, the countless times they'd risked their lives, only to be met with public fear and distrust, and the Sokovia Accords that had sparked a civil war. With that, the little spark in his heart was snuffed out. Superheroes? Let someone else carry that torch. He just didn't have it in him. Instantly losing interest, DIO joked. Avengers? Why call it that? Why not the Protectors or the Guardians? Why do you have to be Avengers? How should I know? Natasha was at a loss for words. You should probably ask the director about that. He's the one who came up with the name. But asking would likely be pointless. Would Nick Fury ever admit that the name was offhandedly suggested by some ex-pilot who later became a member of an alien race? A superwoman of power. Just kidding. When he was much younger? Sorry, I'm really not interested in being some kind of superhero. Maybe you should try someone else. DIO set down his chopsticks and turned them down once again. He refused. Yes, without a moment's hesitation. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the director's office, Nick Fury was listening to Agent Natasha's report. And the news was far from good. It seems building a superhero team is a lot harder than I imagined. Nick Fury sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. What's more, even Tony, who usually loves the spotlight, had rejected his proposal. Fury hadn't seen that coming. Was he going to have to put this plan on hold? No, that wasn't an option. The formation of the Avengers had to move forward, even if only to lay a solid foundation. Waiting until the day they truly needed Avengers to start recruiting would be far too late. For some reason, ever since the emergence of stand users and Iron Man, his sense of impending crisis had only grown. It felt like Earth was no longer safe. The longer he held this position, the more secrets he uncovered, and the more cautious he became. It was enough to give anyone a headache. It's obvious. He just wants to live his own life. He has no intention of fighting for the greater good. If you ask me, we should let him go. As Fury pondered the situation, Natasha added her own thoughts. She was ready to drop this assignment. She couldn't outfight him, and her usual weapon of charm had failed as well. He always seemed to be on guard. Give up? No, it's too soon to give up. His abilities are far too valuable. With him around, it's like the Avengers have an extra lifeline. No one can guarantee they'll make it out of every mission alive. If he doesn't believe in defending Earth out of duty, then we need a more pragmatic approach. Doesn't he like working with others? Natasha's eyes lit up in understanding. You mean, hire him? Nick Fury nodded. If money's what he wants, then let's pay him. After all, what's money compared to human lives? Besides, it wasn't coming out of Nick Fury's own pocket. He could always file for reimbursement later. At worst, a few cutting-edge research devices might go mysteriously out of order. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Natasha poured a cold bucket of reality over the conversation, her voice steady. In her memory, though DIO was greedy, he had his own set of rules. He would never do something he didn't want to do, no matter the price. Tony was the perfect example. Even with all his wealth, Tony couldn't buy DIO's cooperation if DIO wasn't interested. Believe it or not, DIO would shrug, take it or leave it. If it were anyone else, they'd be falling over themselves to please Tony by now. If it were an easy task, it wouldn't have been handed to you, Fury replied. But I think your train of thought is on the right track. He's always saying that any case is too tough to handle should be sent his way, right? The problem is, time isn't always on our side. If he wants to keep working with us, having him join our team in advance will be the best of both worlds. Make any adjustments you see fit. Just get him on board, and everything else will fall into place. The ever-cunning Nick Fury was already calculating his next move. Yet Natasha still felt uneasy. But what about after? Once or twice might work, but he's not going to stay fooled forever. I think he was starting to get suspicious last time. Agent Romanoff, you're worrying too much. That's not like you. Natasha fell silent immediately. Since the decision had already been made, her opinions no longer mattered. There was no point in arguing. Someone would deal with the consequences eventually. One more thing. Keep your eyes open. Our people are tracking down Dr. Banner. We've got some leads. Once we confirm his location, you'll be notified. Natasha nodded, already having committed everything about the Hulk to memory over the past few days. Neither of these assignments would be easy. The first might be stubborn, but, for now, harmless. The second, however, was a ticking time bomb. One wrong move could set off. Both were serious challenges. But if she succeeded, the Avengers' founding lineup would finally come together. That risk was worth taking. Oh, and Barton should be back soon. He might be able to lend you a hand when the time comes. As Natasha turned to leave, Nick Fury's words stopped her in her tracks. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now Secretary General of the World Security Council, was listening to his subordinates' regular reports. DIO Brando. That name sounds familiar somehow. He's a survivor of the Deep Force Project. At the time, we were in the process of brainwashing a Level 5 agent. Due to our own carelessness, the target managed to shoot the guards and escape. Although we immediately launched a manhunt, a couple happened to witness the chase. To be safe, we apprehended them on the spot, took them to their own home, staged the scene, and made it look like a gas leak accident. That boy, DIO Brando, is their son. But what's strange is before we left, we confirmed multiple times that all targets were dead. Yet, later at the hospital, DIO Brando somehow came back to life. At the time, it was even reported as a miracle and caused a stir in the news. We did consider erasing the target again, but for various reasons, after monitoring him for quite a while, we decided to terminate the operation. After listening to his subordinate's report, Alexander Pierce finally recalled the incident. He remembered how furious he'd been then, failing to eliminate a level 5 agent they'd observed for so long, and letting the situation spiral out of control. It was sheer incompetence. But since his people had eventually covered up the incident flawlessly, keeping the plan from being exposed, he forced himself to swallow his anger and refrain from having them disposed of on the spot. As for the survivor, DIO Brando, he'd received a report back then as well. A miraculous recovery, yet no suspicious clues, and apparently an innocent bystander with no knowledge of their operation. That's right, a lucky survivor. Not only did he escape a certain death by sheer luck, but due to the special circumstances at the time, they'd abandoned further plans to eliminate him. What they never expected was that this supposed lucky boy, aside from being unusually handsome, was far from ordinary. Not only did he master a mysterious technique called ripple breathing, but he also possessed an invisible guardian known as a stand, and even had the power to heal wounds and revive the dying. This is what the report labeled as an ordinary person, with no abnormalities whatsoever. All this intel he found in SHLD's classified files. Though the information on DIO was highly restricted, for Alexander, it was as good as unlocked. If it weren't for Nick Fury's recent suspicious activity catching his attention, Alexander Pierce, as Hydra's top commander hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D., wouldn't have bothered to dig deeper with his own authority, and never would have known that the last survivor of the Deep Forest Project was such an extraordinary individual. Now, he faced a choice: either find a way to bring that man into his own fold, or find a way to eliminate him for good. There is no such thing as a foolproof plan in this world. The consequences of the oversight during the last Deep Forest plan have already begun to surface. If one day that lucky fellow discovers the suspicious circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths, and even traces it back to them, it would mean that they have unwittingly gained an unpredictable enemy, one who cannot be judged by ordinary logic. Acting without scruples, eliminating threats at their root, preparing for trouble before it starts, and strangling the enemy in its cradle. These have always been the principles by which Hydra conducts its business. Still, perhaps the first option could be tried. Reveal to you the truth you want to see. But is the truth really the truth? Find a way to approach the target. I want first-hand intelligence. According to the file Nick Fury set up, the subject has a deep obsession with money. Start from there. I'm far more generous than that one-eyed bastard. Oh, and when you make contact, avoid Fury's people as much as possible. That Black Widow is not someone to be trifled with. Yes, sir. Also, handle this file, then find a way to leak it out. Wait, are you planning to use Kingpin to take out the target? Then why bother contacting the target at all? The subordinate paused for a moment as he took the dossier. It contained details of every move DIO Brando had made, including the incident where Kingpin's drug den in Washington was burned to the ground. Comparing the cases, it wasn't hard to guess the perpetrator was the same person. Still, he couldn't quite figure out whether his superior wanted to recruit or eliminate this person. Just do as you're told. I want to see with my own eyes just how much this lucky one is worth. If even a mob boss can take him down, why would I need such a useless pawn? Besides, someone seems to have really started thinking of himself as a king. Arrogant people like that rarely end well. Standing across from Alexander, the subordinate couldn't help shivering, as if the person seated before him was not a man but a coiled, venomous serpent. Anyone targeted by this snake was bound to meet a dire end. He couldn't help but mourn for that lucky one. Perhaps dying with his parents in that accident would have been the kindest fate. That night, a piece of information about a certain individual quietly began circulating through the underworld. Although it had been some time since Kingpin posted his bounty for the arsonist, and the hapless man who failed to bring in the culprit, along with his entire family, had been packed into a shipping container and sent to the bottom of the sea, the bounty remained unclaimed, and the killer was still at large. Inside a hotel room, a massive figure loomed over an Asian man kneeling on the floor, whose shifty eyes and fawning grin betrayed his desperation. Where did you get this information? Stolen. It was stolen, the trembling Asian man replied. He had thought that trading this information might earn him a new life, or At the very least, a hefty reward, but now he realized just how reckless he'd been. He feared he might end up losing his life over it. Boss, this guy's a habitual thief. Word is he crossed someone dangerous in Korea, so he fled the country overnight and smuggled himself in. No wonder his English was so awkward, and judging by how terrified he looked, he seemed like he was going through withdrawal. A Korean? Go let him relax a bit. Bring him back once he can talk. A little over 10 minutes later, someone brought him back in. Now he was full of energy, almost jittery. Clearly, the relaxation had worked wonders. Tell us everything you know. Don't worry, as long as we find the person, you'll get every bit of your reward. And besides that, this. As Kingpin spoke, he took a drag on his cigar and flicked his fingers. A 1-kilogram bag of product was tossed right in front of the man. The moment he saw it, he scrambled to stuff it into his clothes as if terrified someone might snatch it away. But the only response from those around him was mocking laughter. Who would fight a dog for scraps? There was a middle-aged man who accidentally bumped into me earlier today, so I followed him all the way home. Though his English was broken, everyone more or less understood the gist. Still, it was unclear whether the man had truly been bumped into or if he'd orchestrated the encounter himself. All in all, the story seemed suspicious. What's more, Kingpin had received similar intel from other sources, as if someone was deliberately spreading these rumors. Take him and go check out that man's house. Yes, boss. Once the man was led away, only Kingpin remained in the room, muttering to himself. Trying to kill with a borrowed knife? I'm curious. Who's bold enough to use me as their weapon? Then again, this information might not be fake. If someone's trying to use me, they must be confident, certain that even if I see through it, I'll still take the bait. So this person, at some point, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. With one swift motion, he stabbed it down, pinning a photograph to the table. On the photo was the name, DIO Brando, along with an address. In Kingpin's eyes, the Punisher and Daredevil, the two gutless rats, had already gone into hiding and were no longer a threat. True, the last operation had cost him quite a few men, but he nearly managed to trap both of them for good. Until they recovered from their wounds, he doubted they'd dare show their faces. However, not a single one of those doomed-to-die chickens was actually killed, which greatly reduced the intended shock and awe. Some of the little monkeys were now getting restless, itching to jump out and make trouble. At this point, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to sweep away some of these annoying voices. Someone wanted to use his hand to do their dirty work. But who's to say he didn't want to do the same, using others to achieve his own ends? It was just a matter of going with the flow. Yet what Kingpin didn't realize was that the intelligence he'd received had been meticulously edited and heavily redacted. A vast amount of information about the target's abilities was deliberately concealed, leaving only a vague line. Possesses immense strength, which meant, inevitably, that this was a game destined to be paid for with countless lives. As luck would have it, every party involved, including the mastermind lurking in the shadows, was brimming with confidence, convinced of their victory. But in the end, there could be only one winner. Meanwhile, DIO, oblivious to the fact that he had already caught someone's eye, was still fretting over his in-game spending. Fortunately, there were still plenty of good people in the world. Perhaps, before long, someone would show up at his door with exactly what he needed. During the day, DIO's Fantasia restaurant was open for business as usual. Today's main guests were a few second-tier actresses from Hollywood. As more and more wealthy celebrities began frequenting this unremarkable little eatery, rumors about its miraculous dishes started to spread to other cities. Every customer who came to try his cuisine left the restaurant as if reborn, especially those women obsessed with beauty and troubled by the passage of time. They were practically driven wild with excitement. DIO's magical dishes were nothing short of a new lease on life for these Hollywood starlets. And when one aging actress, whose beauty had faded, miraculously reclaimed her youthful radiance and was cast as the leading lady in a major A-list film, DIO's Fantasia restaurant shot to fame in Hollywood. Every guest who experienced it was left utterly astonished. Now, just the reservations from Hollywood alone were booked a month in advance, and every day the restaurant was flooded with calls for more information. The constant ringing both annoyed and delighted DIO, so he simply handed the phone duties over to Will, whose eyes sparkled at the chance. Since Will loved chatting with these actresses so much, why not let him enjoy himself? Who knows, maybe he'd even have a romantic encounter. After all, in the entertainment world, actresses rarely cared about such things. What they feared most was paying a price and not getting the results they wanted. With business booming, DIO himself had grown a bit arrogant. He could barely be bothered to explain anything to those skeptical customers who kept asking questions. If they didn't believe him, they could just leave. There was a long line of people waiting anyway. It was that simple. Then, something even more interesting happened. The more aloof and indifferent Dio acted, the more those first-time customers believed in his skills. Even if some were dissatisfied with his attitude, no one was willing to walk away. After experiencing his cooking, it was as if they were transformed. They showered him with unreserved praise, sometimes going so far as to exalt him to the skies, all in hopes of securing another reservation, preferably by jumping the queue, if possible. But jumping the queue was out of the question. Dio would never be foolish enough to do something so offensive. However, he did provide a solution for those true VIPs. In fact, it was Tony who had reminded him. While Dio himself couldn't let people cut in line, anyone with enough means could always borrow a spot from someone who already had a reservation. With this helpful hint, the impatient guests quickly figured out what to do, and soon enough, deals were being struck left and right. Some particularly sharp individuals even used the coveted reservation at DIO's restaurant as a way to network with real big shots, exchanging it for other benefits. Among these, selling the reservation outright was, without a doubt, the stupidest move. A single dining spot for the day could fetch upwards of $10,000, and still, no one was willing to give theirs up. DIO's restaurant became the hottest ticket in town, so much so that it even attracted attention from TV reporters. Knowing full well that too much publicity could backfire, Dio flatly refused all interview requests from journalists. He also warned the ever-showy, well, to keep a low profile. As long as he kept his mouth shut, his salary would be doubled starting next month. Otherwise, it would be cut in half. Faced with this threat, Will, despite desperately wanting to have an in-depth chat with that stunning blonde reporter, ultimately gave in to DIO's financial might. As a result, the reporters returned empty-handed, forced to cobble together their stories from wild speculation and hearsay. This only added another layer of mystery to the seemingly inconspicuous restaurant, making people even more curious about what magical qualities the food could possibly have to justify such sky-high prices. Left with no other choice, Dio had to refuse all tourist visits, serving only those guests who had made reservations and showed up at their scheduled time. The first guests he hosted today were a pair of twin sisters, child stars who had become a well-known pretty face duo in Hollywood, frequently appearing in TV shows and movies. But as they grew older, the roles available to them became fewer and fewer. After all, twin sisters have a certain charm, but twin middle-aged ladies are another story entirely. It had taken them considerable effort, through the right connections, to secure today's reservation. The price? Accompanying a wealthy businessman and his son on a 3-day vacation. Dio didn't care where their spots came from. He only cared whether they brought enough money. After all, these Hollywood actresses weren't nearly as rich as he had imagined. Hello, would you like to customize the treatment effect? Dio asked smoothly, wearing a gentleman's smile, though anyone perceptive enough could see he was sizing up his prey. The two women had already done their homework before coming, learning all the house rules and the price of a meal. So, without hesitation, they replied, "We'd like to customize the treatment. Please tell me which areas you wish to treat. You can choose up to 3 at a time, and each course is $100,000. Dio's smile grew even broader. "My face, my hair, and slimming, please." "Same for me," said the other. "That will be $600,000 in total. Will you be paying by card or check?" Dio inquired politely. Though Dio preferred cash, it was clear that nobody was about to carry several $100,000 in bills just for a meal. "Why do we have to pay up front?" one of them asked. "Yes, that's our policy. If the results don't meet your expectations, you'll receive a full refund," Dio explained. Switching to payment before the meal was hardly his first choice, but he'd learned his lesson. Last time, an actress who looked wealthy enough couldn't pay after she'd finished eating. She tried to settle the bill with an alternative form of payment, but Dio had refused her outright. "Damn it, for $300,000, you could sleep with countless beautiful women. What makes you think you're made of gold? If that kind of bad precedent spread, what would stop other women from eating and walking out on the bill?" And frankly, Dio preferred money over women with those kinds of ideas. With enough money, he could have any woman he wanted. So, in the end, Dio had grabbed the actress's phone, called her agent, and threatened to call the police. Only then, with great reluctance, did she pay the bill, and Dio immediately blacklisted her. Although Dio hadn't directly said he was worried they might not be able to pay, Anna and Annie, the two sisters who had been surviving in show business for years, could easily guess what he was getting at. The truth was, they really couldn't come up with $600,000. "Could you give us a discount? We only have $400,000 right now. That's all the savings we have. Could we pay the rest later?" Anna asked, a little embarrassed. If it hadn't been for a lucky side gig a few days ago, they wouldn't even have scraped together this much. People always think stars are rolling in cash, but outsiders only see their glamour side. In reality, every actress burns through money at an incredible rate. Designer clothes, pants, shoes, and bags must all keep up with the latest trends, and they can hardly ever wear the same thing in public twice. Add to that regular trips to the salon, expensive skincare, and luxury cosmetics. In Hollywood, female stars have always held a lower status and received less favorable treatment than their male counterparts. On top of that, many have a tendency to spend extravagantly, so for most actresses below the A-list, it's hard to hold on to much money. That's why, in elite American social circles, many actresses quietly look for side gigs to maintain their glamorous lifestyles. So, while it's said that women's money is easy to earn, a female star's money is not. Unless there's a generous benefactor willing to foot the bill. DIO shook his head helplessly and said, "This restaurant doesn't offer that kind of service. If you have 400,000, I can let each of you have just 2 dishes, and you can choose 2 types of treatments." Anna and Annie exchanged a glance, then softly bit their red lips and whispered temptingly, "We both have a 7-day vacation coming up. Maybe you could find us a place to get away. The 3 of us could have a lot of fun together." Hollywood twin sisters, a 7-day break, the promise of good time. All those elements combined would make anyone's heart race. Will, who was eavesdropping nearby, was practically stunned. He wished he could accept their offer himself. After all, these were Anna and Annie, famous for playing hit roles like secretaries and flight attendants. But DIO's mind was still on that extra $200,000, so he simply said, "I'm sorry, but I think I'll be calling the next customer." Rejected. Anna and Annie looked a bit disappointed, but then they remembered their upcoming audition in a week. They couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. "All right, skip the slimming treatment. You really are a hard-hearted man. But he is so handsome." Grumbling under their breath, Anna and Annie swiped their cards and paid the $400,000, but their eyes still lingered hungrily on someone's good looks. Who could say who was really winning or losing here, when the idea of 3 people vacationing together was so tempting? Earning a clean $400,000 from a single deal put DIO in a fantastic mood. Clearly, requiring payment in advance was the smart move. Sure, it might annoy some genuine tycoons, but so what? He held all the cards. There were plenty of people dying for a chance to dine here. Just over an hour later, the Anna sisters emerged from the restaurant, refreshed and radiant from head to toe. It was as if they'd been transported back to their invincible youth. Dark circles, acne scars, wrinkles, and every trace of damage left by makeup had vanished. Their golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. Though they were only 28, now anyone would have guessed they were barely 18, and that was without a hint of makeup. As for whether they could slim down within the week, well, that was their next challenge to tackle. Why didn't you just say yes? We're talking about the Anna sisters here. Do you have any idea how many people fantasize about getting together with the 2 of them? If you can't handle it alone, I could help out, no questions asked. As soon as the sisters left, Will jumped out and loudly protested. "I think it's you who's been fantasizing, isn't it? It's not too late. Go after them." DIO shot him an exasperated look. "I really don't get what you make all that money for. You don't know how to enjoy life at all. You've already moved out, but you're still renting, and you bought a car with a 60-month payment plan. How did I never realize you were such a penny pincher?" Will, putting his natural rhythm to good use, launched into his tirade. If someone recorded it and posted it online, it'd probably go viral. That's called being financially savvy. Not that you'd understand. You know, over 90% of black folks who strike it rich overnight end up back where they started. That's what happens when you blow your money and don't know how to manage it. DIO thought to himself, "I bust my ass just to scrape together some cash, and it's still not enough for all my in-game purchases. Guess we Africans are just dealt a tough hand. All right, enough talk. Clean up quick. The next customer will be here in half an hour." Lighting a cigarette, DIO tried to calm his nerves. For some reason, ever since he woke up that morning, something felt off, a vague sense of unease he couldn't quite pinpoint. Just then, a man in a suit, carrying a briefcase and wearing sunglasses, pushed open the door. "Sorry, we only serve customers with reservations. No tours or interviews, as the sign on the door says," DIO said, sizing him up. He was certain this guy wasn't one of today's diners. All the reservations were from women, and no one had called to reschedule. "I apologize, I didn't see the sign. I just followed the smell of food and thought I'd come in for a bite. If it's not too much trouble, could I have a glass of water? I don't know where there's a grocery store around here." It was only then that DIO noticed the white cane in the man's hand. No wonder he hadn't seen the sign and had used words like smelled. "Just water? I've got coffee, tea, and some sodas if you'd like." "Thank you. Plain water is fine. Just a moment." DIO might be a little selfish and not exactly the self-sacrificing type, but he wasn't about to be stingy with a glass of water. "Here you go. I can't serve you a meal here, but there are several Chinese restaurants next door, good food, reasonable prices. At least for the locals." The man accepted the water, thanked him again, and explained, "I don't come to Chinatown much, actually. I'm here to meet with a client. A client? DIO's interest was piqued as he asked. Clearly, your client isn't exactly a gentleman. He sent you out without even offering a glass of water. Forgive my curiosity, but may I ask what your profession is? Lawyer. A lawyer? Oh, I apologize. That's just surprising. I mean, it's all right. Many people doubt that a blind person can be a good lawyer, but I actually do quite well. I've helped several clients win their cases. If you ever need legal assistance, feel free to give me a call. As he spoke, he reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a business card, and handed it to DIO along with the empty glass. DIO accepted them, arching an eyebrow as he gave the man a long, searching look before finally smiling and saying, I will, should I ever need such services, Matt Murdock, attorney. After finishing his water, the man simply turned and left, as if his visit had truly been nothing more than a coincidence. But as DIO glanced down, he flipped the business card over. You're being watched. Someone wants you dead. Leave as soon as possible. Some might have dismissed it as a prank, but not DIO. The combination of a blind lawyer and the name Matt Murdock said enough. So someone's out to get me. No wonder I couldn't shake this sense of unease all day. He's urging me to leave quickly, which means this place is no longer safe. Whoever it is could make their move at any moment. That raised the question, who wanted to cause him trouble, and why would Matt Murdock risk warning him? Thinking back over the past few months, DIO was certain he'd never crossed paths with his so-called daredevil. However, he and the Punisher had stirred up quite a bit of trouble in Hell's Kitchen, which had ended up involving Will. That was the only real connection between them, and even that was tenuous. What was even stranger was that Matt Murdock had gotten wind of someone targeting him, but S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't breathed a word. Was it because he turned down the Avengers the last time, and now? They were deliberately feigning ignorance? To be fair, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no obligation to warn him. They were partners, yes, but not truly allies. There was always an undercurrent of mutual suspicion. DIO didn't follow the advice on Matt Murdock's card and make a hasty exit. Running blindly before figuring out who was after him wouldn't solve anything, and besides, he didn't believe he needed to run. If his enemies already knew where to find him and still hadn't made their move, it was either because they lacked the manpower or they wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. DIO personally leaned toward the second possibility, or perhaps a combination of both. In broad daylight, in a bustling Chinatown filled with people coming and going, it would be extremely difficult and highly conspicuous for anyone to make a move against him. Besides, his restaurant's patrons were all influential figures, and his opponents likely wouldn't want to risk acting rashly. In other words, the best time to strike would be at night, when he left the restaurant and was on his way home. A little after 8 p.m., with the day's business concluded, DIO lit a cigarette and gazed out at the quiet darkness beyond. He could have contacted Natasha to ask for information, but as he'd said before, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't obligated to warn him about anything, unless he agreed to join the Avengers. That aligned with his plans, but he didn't want to owe anyone favors over such a minor matter. So he chose to stay behind alone. As for Will, Pepper had taken him to Stark Industries. Supposedly, there was an internal social event happening there tonight. DIO had saved Pepper more than once, so asking her for this small favor was no trouble at all. Will, on the other hand, was positively thrilled about the upcoming gathering. Although he couldn't stand Tony Stark himself, he had no complaints about beautiful women, and the women who worked at Stark Industries were all outstanding professionals, not a single unattractive face among them. In that respect, Will and Tony were remarkably alike in their tastes. As for the people lurking nearby, DIO wasn't worried that they would target Will. After all, Tony had already publicly declared himself Iron Man. If their goal was DIO, they would never risk provoking Stark Industries. Tony, once a notorious arms dealer and now Iron Man, was notoriously difficult to deal with. He didn't even bow to Congress. With no more concerns to hold him back, DIO felt it was time to flush out these little rats once and for all. He stepped out of the restaurant, and immediately 2 unfamiliar faces approached him. Though they tried to act like casual passersby, the newspapers they clutched and the sudden tension in the air gave away their true intentions. Reading the newspaper this late at night? How diligent and studious of you. DIO chuckled softly, then, as if playing a prank, flicked the cigarette but in his hand toward one of them. Then, something astonishing happened. The soft cigarette but vanished from sight the instant it left his fingers. A split second later, there was a dull thud as one of the men, striding quickly toward him, collapsed to the ground. Blood welled from a fresh hole in his forehead. As his lifeless body hit the pavement, the handgun he'd hidden behind his newspaper clattered several yards away. Startled, the accomplice realized he'd been exposed. He immediately tore off his disguise and raised his pistol at DIO. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, he found that his target had vanished. Where did he go? Was this place haunted? The bizarre death of his partner flashed through his mind, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, with a muffled thud, The man, shocked by the voice and just beginning to turn around, felt his strength draining rapidly. The last thing he saw before death, claimed him, was a blood-soaked arm thrusting straight through his body from behind. With that, the doomed duo met their end. Dio withdrew his arm and gave a casual flick. Blood splattered to the ground. A shimmering ripple of energy covered his skin. Unless something could surpass his defense, nothing could penetrate it. Even as he dispatched the two expendables like a wraith, gunfire continued to split the night. Snipers. And not just one, too. Dio leapt forward, his body shrinking swiftly, dodging both deadly shots with flawless precision. The power of Knum was at work, allowing him to alter his form at will within its limits. They even prepared snipers? Now, that's interesting. Concealed in a blind spot, Dio had already pinpointed the snipers' positions from the gunshots. He was ready to deal with these sewer rats first. But just then, the sound of countless footsteps rushed in from all directions. By a rough estimate, dozens of armed men were closing in, forming a tightening net. The mastermind behind this operation had thought the initial ambushes would be enough to finish the target. Now, it seemed sending so many reinforcements was a wise move. Otherwise, Dio might have slipped away. What a pity. They had no idea that Dio, the man they hunted, never intended to run. Quite the opposite. Tonight, not a single one of these scurrying rats would leave alive. Taking advantage of the darkness and the maze of surrounding buildings, Dio vanished as if swallowed by the night itself. Where is he? I swear I saw someone run past. You sure you didn't imagine it? No way, I really... Like a shadow, Dio dropped from the wall above, silent as a lizard. He landed behind the last man in line, who never finished his sentence. Dio's hand, wreathed in ripple energy, sliced through him, splitting him clean in two. The coppery scent of blood filled the air. The four men up front sensed something wrong, but as they turned, Dio was already upon them. One stride over the corpse, blade flashing, and again, not a sound escaped. When Dio once again clung to the wall and vanished into the darkness, only then did the bodies of the four men collapse helplessly to the ground. Their heads rolled away with a dull thud, and if one looked closely, traces of terror could still be seen frozen on their faces. They had thought this operation would be nothing more than dealing with the owner of a small restaurant, something that should have been effortless. Yet, their repeated failures only made the night seem all the more hauntingly beautiful. In this deadly game, just who was the hunter and who was the prey? It seemed that answer had been completely turned on its head. Once Dio confirmed that those tailing him were nothing more than a bunch of gang members, he decided to deal with them himself. There was no need to call on the world for such petty vermin. Something's wrong. The smell of blood is getting stronger. Ahead, up ahead, another 5 corpses were discovered, making their faces turn ashen. To kill 5 of their companions in an instant, without so much as a single gunshot ringing out. Clearly, their target was no ordinary person with a bit of strength. What's more, with so many of them blocking all the surrounding exits, how had the target managed to avoid their search? Could he actually fly? Contact the others immediately. Find out if anyone else has been attacked. A few minutes later, we can't get through to anyone else, one of them stammered, his teeth chattering with fear. This news sent a wave of panic through the remaining men, their hearts sinking into despair. In just a matter of minutes, over 30 of their number had been wiped out. Those who died hadn't even had a chance to fire their guns before the darkness swallowed them whole. It was as if a monstrous beast lurked in the shadows, ready to devour anyone the moment they let down their guard. No time even to warn the others. In this atmosphere of overwhelming terror, someone suggested, we should run for it while we still can. The target was prepared for us all along. We've been tricked. The leader looked around at the fear-stricken faces of his men. At first, he sneered in disdain, but then his expression grew grave as he gritted his teeth and said, let's go. We'll get out of here first. The target is definitely not normal. Just then, footsteps echoed out from the darkness. Tap, tap, tap. Who's there? The 6 remaining men immediately raised their guns, aiming at the sound. Don't shoot. It's me. A man stumbled into view, panic etched across his face. It's George. Put your guns down. Seeing who it was, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though they had come here to cause trouble for their target, they had to admit that their confidence was completely gone. Still, seeing a familiar face in this moment brought genuine comfort. Wait a minute. We tried calling you just now. Why didn't you pick up? The newcomer halted, panting heavily, and said, maybe we lost him. Just now, a few of us were ambushed by the target. Old Cat and the others are all dead. Only I managed to escape. Hearing this, everyone tensed up again, gripping their guns tightly as they scanned their surroundings, terrified that their blundering teammate had led that murderous fiend right to them. If you found the target, why didn't you open fire? With the brutality he's shown, do you really think he'd just let you walk away? I don't know. I was too scared. In the blink of an eye, Old Cat and the others had their heads chopped off. George's face was twisted in terror, his body shaking violently like a leaf in a storm. You've doomed us all. The target must have let you go on purpose to find us. Damn it. The leader fought the urge to shoot George on the spot, but given they hadn't escaped danger yet, decided to keep him alive for now. Where's your gun? I dropped it. Why didn't you throw your head away while you were at it? For crying out loud. Take this. Stick with us. Try to run again, and I'll put you down myself. A submachine gun was tossed into George's hands. He took it, trembling, nodding frantically, terrified they'd abandon him. This way. The leader chose the direction opposite to where George had come from, moving forward with caution, eyes sharp for any threat. None of them noticed that George, at the rear of the group, was staring after them with a cold, emotionless gaze, and a twisted smile curled at his lips. How do you use this thing? Are you that scared you've forgotten how to shoot? Oh, is it like this? Huh? Suddenly, the air exploded with gunfire. Blossoms of blood bloomed across their bodies. The 6 men at the front never understood, even in their final moments, why George turned on them so suddenly. Only when the trigger clicked empty did George toss the gun aside, dissatisfied. He never trained with firearms, but at this range, a single burst was more than enough to rip the 6 of them to shreds. HM? Still alive. As George stepped forward to check the bodies, he realized one man was still clinging to life, eyes wide and fixed on him, mouth working silently, as if demanding to know why. George stood silent for a moment, then murmured softly, "Maybe this way. It'll be easier for you." As he spoke, his features twisted like melting wax, shifting in an instant into someone else entirely. That someone was none other than DIO, the very man who'd been cleaning house all along. With his near-limitless mastery of ripple techniques, combined with the shape-shifting power of Knum, he was, without a doubt, the deadliest assassin of them all. After altering his appearance, height, build, voice, and even his scent, the George he impersonated was almost impossible to detect as a fraud unless someone questioned him directly. Indeed, that was the case. The remaining 6 never once suspected that the George who had so narrowly escaped death was actually an imposter. So that's how it is. Upon seeing DIO revert to his true appearance, the man who still clung to his last breath suddenly understood. Clarity dawned in his heart, and then the light faded completely from his eyes. With death at his doorstep, he finally realized how the target had been able to silently eliminate every last one of them. But it was too late. He and his companions were already the final survivors. Even those 2 scurrying rats who had kept their distance and taken potshots from afar had both had their necks personally snapped by DIO. But guns really aren't for me, DIO muttered. Too much noise and not nearly enough power. If that last guy hadn't insisted on forcing a gun into his hands, DIO would never have chosen such a method to deal with them. Maybe I should find a way to get some vibranium from Wakanda and forge myself a proper weapon. DIO felt a machete would suit him just fine. Sometimes brute force trumps all other skills. With his strength and the combined amplification of vibranium and ripple energy, maybe he could even take on the Hulk, something to try when the opportunity arose. As his thoughts wandered, his face twisted and morphed in eerie motions. By the time he left, he had become a total stranger, unrecognizable to anyone. Now it was time to find a lawyer and discuss some business. Shortly after DIO's departure, 2 separate groups arrived at the scene. The bodies were swiftly discovered and cleared away. Soon, aside from a faint metallic scent of blood in the air, it was as if nothing had ever happened. News of the situation was quickly relayed to both Kingpin and Alexander Pierce. The former crushed his wine glass in his hand, a flicker of terrifying madness glinting in his eyes. The latter, meanwhile, could not suppress a cold, satisfied laugh, clearly pleased with the outcome, and relishing the spectacle of villains tearing each other apart. If you don't root out the weeds, they'll sprout again with the coming spring. Taking down these small fry so easily didn't leave DIO with any sense of pride, but he did manage to force out the mastermind behind the curtain. Kingpin, the legendary emperor of the underworld, who had once been something of an idol to Will back in his gang days. So much time had passed that DIO had nearly forgotten about the old grudges between himself and this underworld king. What puzzled him most was how the other party had managed to uncover his identity. Even the all-powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. had only managed to suspect him by reconstructing the scenes and comparing them with his previous actions. And even then, it was mere suspicion, not solid proof. But this time, Kingpin had targeted him directly and sent people after him, making it hard not to suspect there was something fishy going on. After all, Natasha had once used this matter to test him. But why would S.H.I.E.L.D. do such a thing? This was something he simply couldn't figure out. If S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't leaked his information, then how did Kingpin manage to find him? And if S.H.I.E.L.D. had done all this on purpose, Why hadn't they warned about how dangerous he was? Did those brainless fools really think a bunch of small-time crooks could take his life? There was something strange about this whole affair. So many things just didn't add up. So, in the end, DIO decided to steer clear of S.H.I.E.L.D. for now and go meet that lawyer who had risked himself to show goodwill. When it came to the infamous Hell's Kitchen, this was DIO's first visit. In just a dozen or so minutes, he'd witnessed 3 muggings and 1 gang shootout. The chaos was almost beyond belief. No wonder even the police wouldn't dare set foot here after dark. But for DIO, these incidents were nothing more than appetizers. He followed these thugs into a pitch-black alley, broke their arms and legs, and left them there to die. He felt not a shred of sympathy for this kind of scum. By sensing through Little Strong and his split avatars, he was drawing closer and closer to that mentally unstable lawyer. Just then, a disheveled woman came running up ahead, shouting desperately for help. When she spotted DIO, it was as if she'd seen her last hope. She ran even faster, her shoes flying off, while 4 or 5 fierce-looking men chased after her. "Help me, please. Save me." Seeing this, DIO chuckled and stood his ground. When the woman realized DIO wasn't coming to her aid, she grit her teeth and dashed over anyway, finally ducking behind him just before her pursuers caught up. "Mister, I'm begging you, please help me. They want to sell me into prostitution," she pleaded, voice trembling with tears, clinging tightly to DIO, her considerable assets pressed against him. The scene was all too familiar. Vicious thugs forcing an innocent girl into prostitution, a beautiful young woman escaping by the skin of her teeth, and a would-be superhero stumbling into the drama and forced to step up. TSK, wasn't this the plot of every third-rate TV drama? "Hey kid, don't play the hero here. Move aside." Oh, the villains closed in step by step, and the fake superhero wisely made his exit. If it had been some other hot-blooded youth, perhaps after being provoked like that, he would have burst into anger and rushed forward. However, DIO chose to stand aside, watching. With cold detachment, he simply acknowledged with a sound, then stepped aside a few paces, leaving the thugs and the seemingly helpless woman staring at each other in confusion. If there were a voiceover at this point, it would probably capture their collective thoughts. Why isn't this kid playing by the rules? Didn't he read the script? Seeing that none of them made a move for quite some time, it was actually DIO who kindly reminded them. "What are you waiting for? Go on, get started." "All right, get him." 4 or 5 brutish men were just about to rush forward when, unexpectedly, a scene unfolded that left everyone stunned. The disheveled woman, who just moments before seemed so vulnerable and alluring, suddenly transformed into a fierce tigress, swinging her hand and slapping one of the men across the head. "Get started? You idiots! Stop dawdling and do it!" The men who'd just been struck looked aggrieved, but didn't dare utter a word. Their eyes now burned with hostility as they turned toward DIO, clenching their fists and cracking their knuckles as they moved in. "Damn it! With all the ferocity I just put on, you simply sidestepped me? Think you can get away with it just because you're good-looking? Coward!" The helpless woman had completely changed demeanor, now glaring at DIO as if she wanted to tear him apart. Yet even she couldn't tell if this man had seen right through their act or was just naturally timid. Still, since they'd set their sights on him, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. "Listen, kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your cash and come with us to entertain a few clients. Do that, and maybe we'll let you. Keep your pretty face. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what'll happen next." The lead thug wasted no time, pulling out a pistol and pressing DIO to comply. Their boss had connections with plenty of wealthy women, ladies who especially fancied strong and handsome young men like this one. If they played their cards right, this job could bring in a fortune. But as soon as DIO heard these words, the smile vanished from his face. He'd been treating this as a bit of theater. After all, it wasn't hard to see through such a ruse. The idea that a single frail woman could escape from 5 burly thugs was already absurd. How could a group of grown men fail to catch up with a woman who'd even lost a shoe while running? And besides, where exactly were they? Anyone who could survive in Hell's Kitchen wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Even more suspicious, the woman had been screaming for help all the way here, seemingly unafraid of attracting other predators. And when she finally encountered a savior, she still had the nerve to tease him. Was she under some kind of strange spell? Everything about this setup was off in the most unsettling ways. If DIO fell for a trick this obvious, he might as well hang himself and be done with it, sparing the title of stand user from disgrace. But now, with just a single sentence, they had truly angered him. If all they wanted was to set a trap for a mugging, then at most, a broken hand or leg would have sufficed. But now, DIO looked at them, as if he were surveying a group of corpses. "Fuck, are you deaf? Looks like you really need to be taught a lesson." The man at the front was clearly irritated by the little lamb's indifferent gaze. In his mind, the other should be trembling in fear and begging for mercy by now. Deciding to make an example of him, he raised his gun and swung the butt straight at DIO's head. One blow like that would surely crack his skull open without leaving a mark on that handsome, valuable face. He might look rough, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Even the woman who had been giving orders chose to stand aside and watch coldly, as if DIO's earlier, decisive abandonment of her had wounded her pride. Huh, that outfit looks familiar. That gun, isn't that mine? This guy is strange. Why doesn't he have a head? Wait, this person is me. The head dangling from DIO's hand, upon realizing it was already dead, sank instantly into endless darkness. Demon. In the blink of an eye, the tough guy who moments ago had swaggered up to teach Dio a lesson was now headless, and the rest of the group stared in stunned horror, utterly paralyzed by the terrifying sight before them. They weren't strangers to killing, but they had never witnessed anything so bizarre and horrifying. As the headless body toppled to the ground, blown over by a gentle breeze, the others seemed to finally snap back to reality. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, their holstered guns suddenly useless to make them feel safe. Dio couldn't be bothered to give chase. Instead, he reached out, and a brick from Morio Town appeared in his hand, as if by magic. He casually hurled it in one direction, and another man dropped to the ground without a sound. A few minutes later, Dio stood in front of an apartment door, knocking softly. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Matt Murdock, attorney. We met earlier today. Do you remember? There was a brief pause from inside before the person replied. I remember your voice, but I don't recall giving you my home address on that business card. That's right, so I had to use a little trick to find you. May I come in and sit for a while? Or do you feel safer talking like this? Dio had already picked up on movement in the other rooms. Someone would likely come out to see what was going on soon, and there was no way the person inside hadn't heard it too. There was another, slightly longer silence from within, but in the end, the door opened. Come in. I hope you're not bringing trouble to my doorstep. Of course not. Although I did run into a bit of trouble on the way here, trust me, those little rats have already returned to God's embrace. Dio gave a knowing smile, then stepped inside. If he really had brought trouble with him, the one greeting him now wouldn't be attorney Matt Murdock, but rather Daredevil, the very name that sends chills through Hell's Kitchen. Though his vision is gone, his other senses have been heightened to superhuman levels, and that's precisely how he manages to take on the criminal underworld of Hell's Kitchen all by himself. Would you like something to drink? A gentleman really shouldn't be making house calls at a time like this. Dio, still surveying the home, suddenly smiled. A glass of water, thanks. Besides, I'm no gentleman, which is why, when trouble came knocking, my first thought was to seek a lawyer's help. As luck would have it, I met a rather capable one earlier today, so here I am. As he spoke, he placed the business card Matt Murdock had given him earlier on the table, making sure the written side faced up. Even though Matt couldn't see, Dio did it anyway. Just then, Matt Murdock returned with a glass of water, set it down, and with practiced ease, picked up the card. I expected you'd call me right away, but clearly you're bolder than I imagined, and resourceful too. Still, all I can do is give you this much of a warning. Here's your water. Drink it, then go. And be careful. Hell's Kitchen isn't safe after dark. I have to admit, I'm curious. How did you know someone was after me? And why risk warning me this way? That's hardly what I'd expect from an ordinary lawyer. Dio found himself a seat, feeling genuinely parched after the walk. As a lawyer, I interact with people from all walks of life. We have our own channels for information. As for why I warned you, well, let's say I'm hoping for a favor in return. Maybe it'll make you more inclined to do business with me. Would you believe that? To attract so many wealthy and famous clients to your restaurant, you must be quite well off yourself. Who knows, maybe this little business card could bring me some unexpected benefits. No harm in trying, right? If he hadn't already guessed Matt's true identity, Dio might actually have believed him just now. A very convincing explanation. Now that I'm here, just as you wanted, what kind of services can you offer me? Dio smiled, choosing not to expose Matt's secret identity, but instead followed his lead and continued the conversation. Property disputes, brawls, divorces, matters like these are my specialty. If you ever need help in these areas, I can provide you with a defense. I'm in something besides that. Sorry, I don't understand. Perhaps you could do me a small favor. What kind of favor? I need you to find someone. Who? Kingpin. The moment that name was spoken, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Matt Murdock turned toward him with a newfound seriousness, his attention razor-sharp. It seems you already know who's after you. But do you understand what the name Kingpin really means? Even if you find out where he is, it won't do you any good. Maybe in your eyes, Kingpin is some untouchable underworld emperor. But to me, he's just a gang boss with a few more henchmen. If I want to kill him, no one's going to stop me. Dio suddenly leaned forward, a surge of intimidating force flooding the room and then vanishing in an instant. Matt's senses, always keen, nearly prompted him to draw his concealed weapon. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed a primeval beast was sitting right across from him. That suffocating aura of murderous intent. Undeniable. He hadn't misjudged after all. In other words, if anyone was going to break this deadlock, it might not be someone else but the man sitting before him right now. For Kingpin, who hadn't faced a true challenge in ages, this time he might finally have met his match. As the thought struck him, Matt found a spark of faith in this stranger. Maybe, just maybe, he could pull it off. I'll need some time. Kingpin has hideouts all over the world. Once I find out where he is, I'll let you know. This wasn't something an ordinary lawyer could do, but clearly, Matt was anything but ordinary. You'd better hurry. Otherwise, more people will die every day, and that's bad for my restaurant business. Oh, and how are you planning to settle my fee? DIO asked, setting down his glass and preparing to leave. We'll talk about payment if you actually go through with it. I just hope I won't be collecting it at your funeral. Though DIO left Matt's home just like that, the night was destined to be painted in blood. Word had it Kingpin's influence stretched across all of America. Almost 40% of all crime could be traced back to him. In other words, for every 2 criminals killed, odds were one of them belonged to Kingpin's empire, since the true source of this evil remained hidden for. Now, he'd settle for collecting some interest from Kingpin's minions first. After all, killing these wretched criminals, even by mistake, was no great loss. With every kill, the cold and merciless side of DIO's heart grew stronger, inching ever closer to becoming one with the world. For now, it was impossible to say whether this change was for better or worse. And so, the infamous Hell's Kitchen truly became a living hell for these villains. In the darkness, the labyrinthine layout of the place offered DIO perfect cover for his operations. With his masterful ripple techniques, he was nearly unstoppable. No place could bar his entry or escape. Enhanced by the power of Knum, he had become the ultimate assassin, slipping in and out like a phantom, impossible to track. They say the greatest killers leave no trace, settling affairs before vanishing without a sound. Compared to brutes like the Punisher, DIO's methods were nothing short of artistry. His crowning achievement that night was eliminating an entire gang, over 40 people, without anyone even realizing it had happened. When he entered, the night was eerily silent. When he left, the air inside was so deathly still, it sent chills down the spine. No one could tell exactly when it started, but for the first time ever, the once notoriously lively Hell's Kitchen became deserted after dark. To be more precise, not a single living soul could be found on the streets. Yet in every shadowed corner, corpses lay quietly, waiting to be discovered. Damn it, what the hell happened here? Dead bodies. There are so many dead bodies. So many people are dead. How did nobody notice? Even if they were slaughtering pigs, you'd at least hear some screams before the end. Enough. Check the area quick. I've got a feeling tonight's death toll won't stop here. I need to report to the boss immediately. The mastermind who had turned Hell's Kitchen upside down in a single night now hung, suspended right above the heads of these men. His tools for this high-wire act were nothing more than a few electric cables stretched across the street overhead. What was remarkable was that he wasn't hooked on by his feet. Instead, he stood balanced atop the wires, hanging completely upside down like a bat, his head pointed toward the ground. The unique nature of ripple energy allowed him to perform countless impossible feats, like this, or even running across water without ever sinking. The men below, oblivious to the death hovering above them, continued to cry out as they stumbled across the bodies. As one man wandered directly beneath DIO, his body began to elongate rapidly, a feat made possible through Knum's power to alter his form. But even that wasn't enough to reach his target below. So he unleashed another ripple technique, the telescoping punch. His arm bones separated, extending his reach, and in a swift, silent motion, his hands clamped around the man's head and gave it a gentle twist. With a sickening snap, the man's head spun a full 180 degrees. DIO hoisted the unfortunate soul into the air and slung him over the wire, just like hanging out the laundry. The entire process was utterly terrifying, like something straight out of a horror film. If anyone had witnessed this scene, the faint of heart might well have been scared to death on the spot. As the first light of dawn approached, DIO finally concluded his night of hunting. He lingered a moment, toying with the corpses, before vanishing in a flash, as if gliding over rooftops and scaling walls. When morning arrived, and the residents cautiously opened their tightly locked doors to start a new day, the sight of bodies strewn everywhere instantly exposed the horrors of the previous night. Although the police were usually reluctant to respond to calls from Hell's Kitchen, this time the incident was so severe that they were forced to dispatch a large force to contain the situation. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it had happened at night, their patrol cars might have been ambushed by snipers lurking in the shadows. There had been more than one occasion when police vehicles were shot at during night patrols in Hell's Kitchen, and over time, no one was willing to risk entering this dangerous territory after dark. What is this? My God, how many people died here? The moment the officers arrived, they discovered clues left by the killer. Bold, almost taunting, yet chilling enough to make them shudder involuntarily. They soon realized that the arrangement of the corpses wasn't random. In fact, they formed the shape of English letters. And when they saw the aerial drone footage, a bone-deep chill shot up their spines. I will find you. Beneath these words was a huge, blood-red die. Combined with the horrific scene before them, the message was unmistakable. I will find you. Prepare to die. But who exactly was this you? Had the killer slaughtered so many people just to leave behind this death sentence? It was simply too horrifying to contemplate. And yet, that wasn't all. Reporting in, dozens of bodies found in the abandoned warehouse to the south. Reporting in, dozens more found in the eastern tower. Reporting. The officers remaining at the scene exchanged grim, uneasy glances. They all knew that with this many dead, Hell's Kitchen was about to face a reckoning. Hundreds killed in a single night, apparently by the same hand. Even in a place as deadly as Hell's Kitchen, this was headline news. Impossible to conceal. With so many residents stepping outside to see the bodies arranged before them, there was no way to silence them all. If they ever learned that these hundreds were killed by a single person over the course of one night, who knows how many might be driven to madness by fear. When Kim Bing awoke in the morning and saw the urgent photo delivered by his men, a shot captured by drone, the man who was hailed as the kingpin of the underworld finally began to take things seriously. From the very start, when he'd ordered the hit, he'd known someone was trying to use his hand to eliminate their target. Still, he hadn't paid them much mind. But after just a single night, he found that events were beginning to slip beyond his control. Go and reinvestigate every detail about the target. I want to know who's really backing him. Also, what's the progress chasing down the source of the leaked intel? All our people sent out have disappeared. Disappeared? Huh. Now, this was getting interesting. If that's how it's going to be, then let's see who survives in the end. With that, he clenched the photo tightly in his fist. Eliminate your enemies. Grow stronger yourself. Most American gangs preferred to deal in cash. It was safer that way, and less likely to catch the attention of the IRS. Of all denominations, the $20 bill was the crowd favorite for small deals, big transactions being the exception. After taking out so many little rats in one night, it was no surprise that DIO's haul was impressive. He stuffed roll after roll of bills into burlap sacks and brought them along as he left. As for the jewelry and trinkets that were difficult to offload, he simply ignored them. Naturally, he hadn't searched all that thoroughly. He took what was easy and moved on. This was just the beginning, after all. When the jewelry store opened, DIO took on yet another identity and exchanged the stolen cash for gold bars. At the counter, the staff was clearly caught off guard by his chosen method of payment. Add to that the menacing new face he'd assumed, one that radiated trouble, and they almost called the police on the spot. Left with no other choice, DIO had to act the part. He put on his fiercest look and threatened them into completing the deal as quickly as possible. To avoid further complications, he even threw the remaining tens of thousands of dollars at them as a tip before vanishing with the gold bars. Those who had wanted to call the cops realized, to their shock, that this man wasn't there to rob them. He was genuinely buying gold bars. Not only did he pay the full price, he dutifully covered the sales tax and even handed over the rest as gratuity. Their worldview was nearly upended. The goods were sold, the cash received, and there might even be bonuses coming down the line. Naturally, they had no desire to stir up any more trouble. If they did call the police and the money was traced back and confiscated as stolen, their losses would be immense. So, after exchanging glances, these men quickly fell into silent agreement and chose to get back to work, wiping the memory of what just happened from their minds. As for how this stack of cash would be deposited into the bank, the manager naturally had his own channels. After all, a gold shop operating in the bustling heart of New York City could never lack connections or backing. This small sum was hardly worth mentioning. He could launder it without breaking a sweat. Having disposed of the dirty money in his possession, DIO didn't return straight to the restaurant. Instead, he hid in an alleyway to absorb the 200 gold bars he held, then transformed his identity once more and visited the bank to withdraw the funds he had previously deposited in his anonymous Swiss bank account. After that, he went to a larger gold shop and exchanged all his money for gold bars, then vanished from sight once again. When DIO managed to avoid the security cameras, absorbed the gold he'd exchanged for over $4 million, and changed his appearance. Yet again, his game account quietly boasted 1,000 gold bars. In other words, he could now perform a full 110 pulls. Watching the precious fortune he had painstakingly amassed dwindle by more than half left him feeling as if he'd been thrown back to square one overnight. If he didn't get any good results this time, he was sure he'd fall apart. Now that he had the gold, all that remained was the gotcha. In the past, he would have returned to the restaurant to spend his gold, but now he was being watched. Both the restaurant and the villa he rented had become unsafe. After his disappearance last night, someone was surely staking out those places, just waiting for him to show himself. To play it safe, he decided to finish all 110 pulls before reappearing. By then, his strength would have grown even further, something he was eagerly anticipating. So he found a nearby restaurant with private dining rooms, spent the last of his cash on a lavish spread, and after instructing the staff not to disturb him unless summoned, began his thrilling and nerve-wracking gotcha marathon. Following his usual ritual, DIO stuck 3 lit cigarettes into the braised carp at the center of the table, then rose and pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect. With a solemn face, he rinsed his mouth with a sip of shark fin soup, then cleansed his hand with ice-cold mineral water from 1982. Finally, he closed his eyes and chanted a spell he had just learned online. According to legend, Liverpool had used this very mysterious Eastern incantation to miraculously score 4 goals in a row and stage a dramatic comeback against Barcelona, seizing a place in the Champions League final. If Liverpool could mount such an epic comeback, scoring 4 straight goals after being down 0-3, why couldn't DIO stage his own reversal after 40 failed attempts? He finished the incantation, steadied his heart, calmed his mind, and began the draw. The first 10 pull, as usual, sank to the bottom of the sea. DIO's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected nothing less. The second time, the third time, all the way up at the 10th draw, aside from ripple pearls and miscellaneous items, he finally got a ripple combat technique. Life magnetic ripple dash. At this point, DIO still remained unruffled. He comforted himself with the thought, at least I got a skill book. After all, in his plan, the first 10 or even 20 draws were just meant to prime the pump. He simply refused to believe that, with 110 pulls, not even an African chief could fail to dig up a diamond. And so, while consoling himself, he went on to burn through 60 more pulls. Aside from another ripple dash skill book and a shard of the arrow, all he got was a mountain of ripple pearls and a pile of useless junk. At this point, DIO was teetering on the edge of mental collapse. Counting the previous 40 10 pulls, he had now struck out a full 100 times. Over $5 million had vanished into thin air. This kind of terrifying pay-to-win game could drive a person to ruin. When he, in a fit of rage, shouted out another incantation, he could only wonder if his persistence had finally moved the gods and demons of the heavens, or if some mysterious force had intervened, because at last, after the 61st 10 pull, a dazzling rainbow light burst forth. This color, and that mark on the forehead. This is Moody Blues. As the radiant colors faded, the figure that appeared before DIO was none other than Moody Blues, the stand of Leon Abacchio from Bucciarati's team in Part 5 of JoJo. Stand, Moody Blues. Description: it's not just living beings that possess memory. Sometimes the truth is right at your side. Type: tracking/reconnaissance. Ability: replay. Drawing on the memory of a location, Moody Blues can rewind to a designated moment in time and transform into the person who was present there, replaying their actions from that moment. Attributes: destructive power, C. Speed, C. Range, A. Stamina, A. Precision, C. Development potential, C. Assessment: wherever Moody Blues is, the truth will be revealed. Even Sherlock Holmes would be in awe of you. It finally dropped. The wild swings between hope and despair had left DIO physically and emotionally exhausted, but nothing could dampen his joy at finally scoring a prize. Though this was yet another support-type stand, the tracking and investigative prowess of Moody Blues could provide him with invaluable assistance. If he wished, he could uncover anything that had ever happened in any corner of the world. No one would ever be able to deceive him again. In an instant, all the gloom and frustration for the previous 60 failed attempts vanished without a trace. With Melancholy Blues, he would finally be able to uncover the truth behind the accident that nearly claimed the lives of his entire family. Was it truly just a freak mishap, or was someone lurking behind the scenes, pulling the strings? The answers were now within his grasp, waiting to be revealed at any moment. What's more, this stand would give him a powerful advantage in tracking down that damned bastard Kingpin. As long as he could learn where Kingpin had recently appeared, the abilities of Melancholy Blues would allow him to pinpoint the target's whereabouts in no time at all. No matter where Kingpin tried to run, be it to the ends of the earth, there would be no escaping DIO's pursuit. Beyond these features, DIO believed Melancholy Blues had untapped potential. In the world of JoJo, Abachio had famously used this stand's replay ability to pilot an airplane. Replay was nothing short of a game-breaking power. For example, if Dio walked into Tony's workshop right now, every last secret about the Mark armor will be laid bare to him. Though to be honest, he probably still wouldn't understand a thing even after seeing it. In other words, with melancholy blues in his arsenal, as long as he could pinpoint the right moment in time, no secret would ever stay hidden from him. Dio was in such a good mood that he almost burst into song and dance, maybe a little rap and basketball thrown in for good measure. As it turned out, those spells everyone joked about were really just a trend destined to go out of style. He figured he might as well keep up with the times. Besides, it's not like he was worried about any cease and desist letters from lawyers. Maybe his streak of bad luck had finally hit rock bottom and bounced back, because the next few draws turned out to be a gold mine. On his 66th 10 pull, he scored a top-tier golden pet card. On the 79th 10 pull, he landed a one-time experience card for the squad of Ultimate Evil. 80th 10 pull a Hyper Combat Technique Book Manifestation, and a charge experience card. And then came his 100th and final 10 pull. The rainbow light flashed once again. He actually got another big prize on his very last try. Dio was absolutely over the moon. Even though he only had 3 stand slots right now, the value of a stand couldn't be overstated. You could never have too many. Each new stand meant new possibilities, greater flexibility in battle, and more ways to get things done. As the rainbow light faded, the second stand he'd been longing for finally appeared. Stand, the Hangman. Description, a stand named after a card from the tarot deck. Type, long-range manipulation. Ability, phantasmal shadow. It can move within objects with mirror-like surfaces, glass, pawns, even a human eye. Attacks against a mirrored target's reflection also inflict real-world damage. It can travel in straight lines between mirrors at the speed of light. Stats. Destructive power, C. Speed, A. Range, A. Stamina, B. Precision, D. Development potential, D. Assessment. If you can see it, you're already dead. Ooh. After reading the evaluation of the Hangman's abilities, Dio let out a deep breath, sinking back into his chair and lighting up a well-deserved cigarette. With his innate skill to ignore any terrain when using ripple techniques, combined with Moody Blue's tracking power, Knum's perfect shape-shifting, and the Hangman's nearly unstoppable killing method, this combination was practically pushing him down the path of the god of assassins. Even in dire situations, he still had the world's time stop and golden experiences healing to preserve his life. At this point, he felt invincible. Unfortunately, he could only summon up to 3 stands at the same time, and the illusion of being truly unbeatable quickly faded. Moreover, if he were to face a high-defense warrior or someone with infinite regeneration, he'd be in a tough spot. Staying alive wouldn't be an issue, but assassinating such a foe seemed out of the question. With that, Dio began to take inventory of his haul from this time. In addition to acquiring 2 permanent stands, he had a fragment of the arrow, a top-tier golden pet card, a charge experience card, 3 ripple combat manuals, namely Hermit Ripple Overdrive, Life Magnetism Ripple Overdrive, and Manifestation, a one-use experience card for the squad of Ultimate Evil, and a heap of ripple pearls and miscellaneous items. The golden pet card, in fact, wasn't much different from the white one Dio had obtained last time, except for its higher level. Almost any creature that could be considered a pet could be captured, with the success rate decreasing as the difficulty increased. For common creatures like snails, cats, or dogs, the capture rate was 99%. As for the charge experience card, as the name suggests, it was used to recharge other experience cards, a very handy item. For example, using it on a well-worn golden experience card would grant an extra 30 minutes of usage on top of the original time. It's worth noting that if used on a one-time experience card, it would only extend the stand's existence by 30 minutes and could not be reclaimed again. Therefore, there was no rush to use this card. As long as the experience card itself didn't vanish, it could be used at any time, providing plenty of flexibility. There wasn't much to say about the first 2 Ripple combat manuals. Hermit Ripple Overdrive, Ripple that can travel along walls. Life Magnetism Ripple Overdrive, enhances the power of life magnetism through Ripple Overdrive. But Manifestation was rather interesting. Manifestation uses life magnetism Ripple Overdrive to cover a stand, allowing it to become visible for a while and boosting its destructive power. A stand can be understood as the manifestation of one's spiritual energy. This was mentioned by Kakyoin in episode 16 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. He added, it should be able to shrink and then demonstrated by reducing his stand size and sending it into the old man's body. Dio is well aware of this fact, which is why ordinary people are unable to see stands at all, let alone harm something that can shift between the real and the ethereal. This is undeniably a huge advantage. However, the act of making a stand visible is much like temporarily trading the power of invisibility. For a destructive boost, a kind of power-up, it might prove useful in situations demanding brute force or when stealth is no longer effective. It's unclear just how much the Ripple Overdrive can enhance destructive power, but from now on, being able to freely conceal or reveal a stand is quite a handy skill. At the very least, it's a far better deal than that lie detector ripple technique. So life magnetism has this kind of effect as well. I really learned something new today. After practicing with the 3 ripple techniques, DIO acquired a wealth of knowledge about channeling ripple energy. Had he not drawn the manifestation card, he might never have realized that adjusting the stand's life magnetism in just the right ratio could achieve such a result. As he examined the Evil Battalion trial card, he began tossing jelly beans into his mouth. Finishing off all those ripple pearls was quite a test of endurance, and the worst part was they didn't even satisfy his hunger. Stand, Evil Battalion, single-use trial card. Description: a terrifying army of war, complete with marines, tanks, even helicopters. Type: multiple. Ability: concentrated fire. Attacks are organized, efficient, and exponentially more lethal when focused on one target. Attributes: destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, C. Endurance, B. Precision, C. Growth potential, C. Evaluation: never attempt to face such a war machine head-on, or you'll be torn to shreds in an instant. Although it's only a single-use trial card, DIO was thoroughly satisfied. The drawbacks of a single-use card are obvious. Once activated, it cannot be recovered or used again, which limits flexibility. On the other hand, its advantages are just as clear. When used, it doesn't occupy any card slots. As long as DIO can inject all the required ripple energy at once, he can instantly activate it and summon this fearsome army of evil. What's more, if the Evil Battalion is attacked, DIO himself suffers no backlash. The moment the Evil Battalion appears, it is a complete entity, independent from DIO, and doesn't require him to provide ripple energy any further. Actually, when you think about it, this is perfectly reasonable. Otherwise, when the single-use stand experience card's time runs out and the stand vanishes, would DIO himself disappear as well? Of course not. So, the 2 types of stand experience cards each have their own strengths and weaknesses. The key difference lies in which stand's abilities and type are better suited for which category. For example, if you happen to draw a single-use experience card for gold experience, its value would be greatly diminished. DIO would never use it unless he truly had no other choice. On the other hand, Bad Company is a different story. When you need its power, it's usually in a desperate situation where overwhelming firepower is essential, and even 30 minutes might not be enough. Given that DIO's own card slots are in critically short supply at the moment, a single-use experience card for Bad Company could serve as his hidden ace, offering him astonishing destructive capability when it's most needed. After finally finishing his inventory of this haul, DIO brushed away the gloom that had hung over him through 100 fruitless 10 pulls. The price had been steep, but the payoff was well worth it. Glancing at the time, he realized that letting these dishes go to waste would be a shame, and after everything he'd been through, he was undeniably starving. So, even though the food here wasn't exactly a culinary delight, he still ate more than usual. He even mixed ripple pearls into his rice and ate them with the side dishes, a novel way of dining that seemed to open up an entirely new world for him. When DIO left the restaurant, having polished off all the ripple pearls, he checked his game panel again and found that his ripple energy had climbed to over 300,000, with a little left over. He was certain that if he used the world to stop time now, it would be far more than a measly second. No more of that. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a worthy opponent to force him to play his final card. With his growing strength, his confidence soared ever higher. At this rate, he almost felt the urge to go head-to-head with Thanos himself. Stay humble, he reminded himself. Getting too cocky is the quickest way to stumble into disaster. As DIO effortlessly avoided the surveillance cameras near the restaurant and changed back to his original appearance to head toward his own eatery, the people who'd been lurking nearby, thinking he wouldn't show up again, suddenly straightened up, their faces turning serious. Word of last night's events in Hell's Kitchen had already spread far and wide. No one really believed he'd pulled it off alone, but the fact that someone could silently take out so many people in Hell's Kitchen and walk away unscathed spoke volumes about the power behind him. For all they knew, this sudden reappearance was just bait, luring them into making a move so he could turn the tables and wipe them out. To be fair, they were overthinking it. The reason DIO showed up again was simply to keep running his business. He couldn't just stop making money and spending resources because a few pesky rats were spying on him from the shadows. Could he? This latest string of 110 pulls, a total of 1,000 draws, had been a hard lesson for him. For a cursed soul, trying to sneak in some luck, relying on superstition alone just wasn't enough. If you didn't spend enough money, you might collapse from exhaustion before your so-called mystical methods could even begin to work. So, making money was simply non-negotiable. With so many fat sheep lining up, just waiting for him to shear them, how could he possibly let down these kind-hearted souls and their generosity? Not long after, Will came strolling in, face beaming with the joy of spring and a sly, knowing grin plastered across his lips. Judging by that look, it seems last night's mixer brought you some good fortune. DIO, lounging in his boss's chair, puffed on his cigarette while eyeing the fellow up and down. Yesterday, your boss here worked himself to the bone, while you, on the other hand, took it easy and went off womanizing without a care in the world. Ah, ignorance truly is bliss. It was all right, not bad at all. Oh, look at you, boasting already. Did those office ladies actually take a liking to you? From the way Will looked, DIO found it 100 times harder to believe. Of course, you're just jealous. If you come along with me last night, you'd have seen firsthand just how popular Lord Will is. Those women could hardly keep themselves off me. I couldn't get rid of them if I tried. Without the slightest hint of shame, Will reached over, snatched the Lucky Strike pack from DIO's desk, lit one up, and pocketed the rest for himself. Puffing away, Will even put on a look of mock sorrow, as if mourning the countless airs he'd lost inside a rubber sheath the previous night. As if I believed that. Couldn't get rid of them, huh? What? You think you're a stack of cash, everyone's favorite? DIO shot him a dismissive glance, all but saying, do you think you're me? Come on, spill it. What really happened? Otherwise, I'm heading to tonight's mixer on my own. There's another mixer? Will was caught off guard. That inside scoop. Believe it or not, your choice. I believe. Please, you have to take me along tonight. Will was so excited he nearly bowed on the spot. Well then, let's hear it. Let us mere mortals listen to how the legendary Lord Will worked his magic to rescue all those man-eating spirits last night. Then Will, coy and fidgety, began. Honestly, it's nothing much. During the mixer, someone asked which department I was from. They'd never seen me before. You know how it is, no one told me anything when I went, so I just made something up. After hearing Will's sheepish explanation, DIO was dumbfounded. He almost dropped his cigarette in shock. Was this really how it went down? As it turned out, Will had ridden over with Pepper the night before, and someone happened to see him getting out of the car. Somehow, word spread like wildfire. So when this mysterious new face appeared at the mixer, those cunning man-eating spirits began quietly investigating his true identity. As it turned out, Will was just as unpredictable as ever. Following his personal creed that bragging doesn't get taxed, he went all out and claimed to be Tony's cousin, soon to be vice president. Whenever there was a chance to get the better of Tony, he'd never let it slip by. It was such an outrageous claim, but when people recalled how Pepper had personally come to pick him up earlier, they actually bought his story. And so, the whole mixer turned into Will's one-man show. Almost every girl flocked around him, while the poor single guys, though grinding their teeth in envy, swallowed their frustration. After all, he might be their future boss. One by one, they put on their best sycophant faces and joined in, hoping to score some points. A perfectly good mixer ended up in chaos. Fortunately, Will still had some boundaries left. He stubbornly resisted the temptation, refusing the endless hints from the man-eaters and didn't follow them to the hotel. Instead, fighting back tears, he paid for his own company afterward. It wasn't exactly a sudden attack of conscience. The truth was, once things spiraled out of control, even he started to feel guilty. After all, his identity as Tony's cousin and vice president was nothing but a beautiful bubble, ready to burst at the slightest touch. If the truth came out, those tricked man-eaters might even call the cops on him. Given America's laws and the fact that he already had a record and was a black man to boot, it didn't take a genius to figure out which way the judge would lean. No way was he risking jail time just for a few women. So, despite all his bluster, the most he got was a little harmless flirting, and even that was initiated by the women. You're honestly one of a kind. After hearing the story, DIO was at a loss for words. On one hand, you could say Will was reckless, bold enough to impersonate Tony Stark's cousin and claim he was going to be vice president. Or were those people thinking to believe him? Did they have mush for brains? Since when did Tony have a black cousin? But on the other hand, when push came to shove, Will chickened out. He'd rather pay for a streetwalker than accept the overtures from those man-eaters. And the moment he heard there might be another mixer, he got excited all over again, like a lovesick gorilla. Was he really planning to keep up this Tony's cousin act? Just as DIO was about to say something, his phone, left on the restaurant table, started ringing. Hello, who's this? It's me, Natasha. DIO fell silent for a moment, then managed a smile and replied as usual, calling all of a sudden. What's up? On the other end, Natasha sounded especially weary. Be careful. Someone's got their eyes on you. S.H.I.E.L.D. has had an internal data breach, and our people are investigating. Natasha's belated warning caught DIO off guard for a moment. Then, a deep frown creased his brow as he realized that things might not be as simple as he had imagined. I appreciate your warning, but it's a bit too late. I already took care of a batch of little rats last night. And from the way you're talking, it sounds like you didn't even know about this. Some things couldn't be revealed to Will, so DIO stepped into another room to take the call in private. On the other end, Natasha was momentarily stunned by DIO's response too, as if the situation was even more serious than they had realized. Her expression turned grave as she continued. It seems someone is deliberately targeting you. The day before yesterday, I was pulled away by an emergency order. Only after I returned did I confirm some of the intel. Kingpin is already mobilizing his people, and you're their target. Piecing together these facts, Natasha had already begun to suspect that there was another hidden force at work within S.H.I.E.L.D. But how could that be possible? If there really was something wrong within S.H.I.E.L.D., how could Director Nick Fury and Secretary Alexander Pierce not have noticed at all? Even the emergency order she'd received was suspicious. She'd been told there was a sighting of Dr. Banner, but when she arrived, there was nothing. Later, after returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to check on the mission, everything appeared perfectly normal. It all seemed like a coincidence, but could it really be that simple? What was even stranger was that while she was away on another mission, headquarters hadn't even assigned another team to handle her original task. As a result, something huge happened last night, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was left completely in the dark, as if they were blind. If DIO hadn't told her that Kingpin had already made his move yesterday, she would still be clueless about it now. Natasha wasn't obliged to explain any of this to him, but because she found the whole situation so odd and didn't want him to misunderstand, she briefly explained what she could. After listening to her, DIO suddenly realized what he'd overlooked. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already riddled with Hydra's influence. In other words, actions that would seem highly irregular for S.H.I.E.L.D. made perfect sense if Hydra was involved. That included the leak of his intel, Natasha's reassignment, and the removal of other true S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But why? He had made it clear, time and again, that he wanted nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., and he certainly had no intention of getting himself mired in their affairs. Why, then, was he still being targeted? As far as he knew, he and Hydra had never even crossed paths. Yet the situation was happening right before his eyes. Or perhaps, at some point he hadn't noticed, there had been an encounter or a conflict between them. One that had led to all of this? There was far too little information for DIO to draw any conclusions, but his instincts kept telling him that there was definitely something going on beneath the surface. Until now, DIO had always tried to avoid getting too entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D., which seemed ready to collapse at any moment. But now that the hidden force within S.H.I.E.L.D. had set its sights on him, he had no choice but to strike back. Come over as soon as you can. There are some things I can't discuss over the phone. All right, I'm already on my way, driving to your place. Be careful on your way here. There are eyes everywhere in the area around me, and I can't be sure if they're desperate enough to make a move. Last night, those people even had snipers ready. Usually, no one would dare to commit murder in broad daylight in a crowded area. However, after his rampage last night, there was no telling what that underworld kingpin might do next. It was better to be prepared for anything, just in case. I'm sorry, miss, but we only serve guests with reservations here. After exchanging a glance with a newly disguised Natasha, DIO politely asked her to leave. Once outside, Natasha was about to turn back, but as she pretended to touch up her makeup, she saw what DIO had slipped her. Instantly, she changed her mind and left alone. When she arrived at a nearby safe house, she took out the 2 items DIO had given her. One was a slip of paper, instructing her not to trust anyone and to only take out the second item when she was completely alone. The second item was a snail, no bigger than a knuckle. If Coulson were there, he would have recognized it instantly, but Natasha had no idea what it was for. Still, she followed DIO's instructions and placed it in her palm. The moment the connection was established, DIO sent his message through Little Chong. It's me. Don't be alarmed. We're communicating telepathically through the snail in your hand. If you have anything to say, just think about it and silently recite it in your mind, and it will reach me. DIO's voice suddenly echoed inside her mind, startling Natasha. But her formidable mental discipline allowed her to listen carefully too. The strange words had appeared out of nowhere in her head. With a look of amazement, she attempted her first telepathic communication. This is Natasha. I'm alone in a safe place now. What's going on? You have telepathy too? It's not telepathy. It's a remarkable creature. The one in your hand is a part split off. Through this, we can build a bridge for mind-to-mind communication. If you put down the snail, the bridge breaks and the conversation ends. After listening to him, Natasha began to examine the tiny snail in her hand with keen interest. aside from a few golden stripes running across its white shell. She couldn't detect anything remarkable about it. But she knew DIO wouldn't deceive her over something like this. I understand, but I want to know, once this bridge of communication is established, will you be able to sense all of my thoughts? That's important. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was privy to countless secrets. If she couldn't guarantee the safeguard, she'd immediately call off the exchange. That's not something you need to worry about. This is communication, not invasion. I have no habit of sharing people's lives against their will, so you might think of it as a rather unconventional online chatroom. DIO was telling the truth. If there was something the other party didn't want him to know, even with little strong, he couldn't forcefully pry it out. What the snail established was a communication bridge, not a tool for theft. What was I just thinking about? Probably about what to have for dinner? Hey, do you think I'm trying to trick you? At this point, Natasha was inclined to believe him, at least for now. Moments ago, she deliberately thought about a duet song she might sing with a partner, but she hadn't sent that thought just to test him. If DIO had picked up on it, he could never have remained so calm. Besides, it was already a bit late to worry about this. If DIO truly had the ability to probe her mind and memories, her secrets would have been exposed the moment she'd picked up the snail. Let's get to the point. You suspect there's a problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha's tone grew serious. She already had some suspicions about DIO's cautious approach. The fact that you put it that way means you've already reached your own conclusion. Natasha frowned. What exactly do you know? I'm not certain yet. Tonight, I'll be heading somewhere to search for the truth. My instincts tell me that's where the problem likely lies. What do you need me to do? Help me find Kingpin. I want to take care of him myself. He'd already sent Matt Murdock to track down Kingpin, but Daredevil was just one man. Even with his own methods, there was no telling how long it would take before he got a response. That's why DIO was making backup plans. With Natasha's skills and SHIELD's resources, finding a crime lord shouldn't be difficult. But to avoid alerting their target, Natasha would have to investigate discreetly, which might delay things a bit. This way, no matter which side uncovered the intel first, DIO could act immediately to eliminate this threat. It's not hard to find Kingpin, but if Kingpin ends up dead, that'll stir up a lot of trouble. For someone like the American Kingpin, there's no way Natasha wouldn't know about him. Many have tried to get rid of this malignant tumor, but Fisk's brilliance lies in how he's gradually laundered his reputation, transforming himself into a powerful figure respected in both business and politics. So, whenever any official force tries to move against him, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. Politicians who've profited handsomely from his dealings will immediately step in to shield him. Yet behind closed doors, he remains the underworld emperor who strikes fear into everyone's heart. Anyone daring enough to challenge him has ended up at the bottom of the sea. Over time, this ruthless efficiency has left no rival willing to test his authority. Natasha is certain DIO has the capability to kill Fisk, but the fallout from Fisk's death would be earth-shattering. His vast criminal empire, smuggling, drugs, and more, would instantly collapse, drawing a horde of ravenous hounds eager to snatch the spoils. The criminal factions that Fisk had unified would quickly splinter and turn on each other. The resulting chaos could sweep across the entire country, at least for a while, until everything Fisk left behind is carved up, or a new king emerges to impose order once more. Inevitably, if DIO really does take down Fisk, both sides of the law will be coming after him. But DIO clearly doesn't care about any of that. All I need from you is to help me find him. I'll handle the consequences myself. To him, chaos is only temporary. Let enough people die, and the rest will know to keep their heads down. Besides, he never minds lending a hand to help the American police cut down on crime directly. There's always more to take, and he certainly won't neglect his side business. After all that dirty money is soaked in blood. He'll gladly help himself to it. No need for politeness. Looks like you've already made up your mind. In fact, I asked others to start looking for Fisk's whereabouts yesterday. You're my second layer of insurance. Never thought I'd see the day I'd be someone's backup plan, Natasha quipped with a grin. This snail stays with you for now. If anything comes up, contact me at once. And don't let Carlson see it. That bastard hacked my snail last time, and still owes me $1 million. Once this business is done, I'll hunt him down and collect in person. With that, Natasha set her plan in motion. No matter whether her suspicions were right or wrong, she needed to see for herself. As for DIO, he acted as if nothing at all was amiss, gleefully fleecing the corrupt while keeping a watchful eye on the shadows. The more fearless he appeared, the more those watching him from the dark hesitated to make a move. After last night's devastating losses, they were now all wary and cautious. No one wanted to risk their neck when their own life was on the line. After all, no amount of wealth and luxury is worth dying for. Another reason was that new orders had come down from above. All they needed to do was keep an eye on the target, as someone else would handle the rest of the job. So, even though there was an undercurrent of tension, everything on the surface seemed remarkably calm and peaceful. That evening, Pepper showed up outside the restaurant again, accompanied by her bodyguards. DIO had saved her several times before, so when he only asked her to arrange a few social gatherings and help ensure Will's safety, such trivial requests, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, she genuinely wanted to help Tony establish a good relationship with DIO. Lately, Tony had completely shut himself away in his workshop, ignoring all company matters and leaving everything for her to handle. Every time they met, Pepper noticed how worn Tony looked, but he always brushed her concerns aside, blaming his troubles on difficulties developing the new Mark armor. As a woman, her intuition told her that the problem wasn't so simple. She recalled the time she and Tony had come here together, and the things DIO had said to Tony then. Tony, now stubbornly stuck in his own head, would refuse to listen to anyone's advice. But if the situation ever grew truly dire and he ran out of options, DIO would be the only hope left. So from every angle, Pepper believed that forming a good relationship with someone as genuinely capable as DIO was the only sensible choice. When Will, bubbling with excitement, got into the car, Pepper lingered outside and tentatively asked, "It seems like you're in quite a bit of trouble. Need any help? Stark Industries has extensive connections. Maybe we could be of some assistance." Faced with Pepper's genuine concern, DIO replied in a good-natured tone, "Having you as his personal assistant might be the smartest decision Tony ever made. But don't worry, I've got things under control for now. I just need you to keep an eye on Will for me. I'd rather he not get caught up in this. It might take a few more days, but once I find the biggest rat in this mess, I won't trouble you, the busiest woman in town, any longer." DIO truly admired Pepper. Not only was she the only person who could keep Tony in check, but her emotional intelligence and her way of handling people were among her greatest strengths. Unlike those so-called decorative women who would just panic and scream at critical moments, Pepper was level-headed, capable of making tough choices, and only grew stronger and calmer with every challenge. She was the perfect partner. Tony's greatest fortune in life was having her by his side. Of course, Pepper knew there was danger in getting involved. For all she knew, the trouble DIO was in could drive his enemies to desperate, even vicious attacks. Yet she still chose to help rather than shy away, and even offered to do more for DIO. It was impossible not to respect someone like her. "Since you put it that way, Tony and I won't get in your way. Once you've sorted out your troubles, maybe we can have dinner together, as a thank you to you and Agent Natasha, and to apologize for Tony's rudeness last time. That's just how he is. Honestly, he doesn't mean to single anyone out. And as I've said before, Tony's greatest blessing in this life is having you by his side. Maybe God was looking the other way when that happened. All right, for your sake, once I've wrapped up this business, I'll come." DIO gave a wry sigh. With his clear answer, Pepper smiled. "No, maybe this is also the greatest blessing of my life." DIO paused, then nodded in agreement. After they had left without a hitch, DIO was suddenly struck by a wave of loneliness. Ever since he'd come to this world, though he'd found new goals and a new way of living, deep down, he knew he'd never truly belonged. He was still an outsider who'd wandered in by mistake, and it was only when he was joking around with Will that he felt truly grounded in reality. "When did I get so sentimental? Better focus on what's in front of me. Keeping busy is always the best way to forget your troubles." Noticing several watchful gazes lingering on him, he quietly shut the restaurant's front door, then started up the old used car he hadn't gotten around to selling. Tonight, his hunt would begin again. As he drove, DIO could see in the rearview mirror that several cars were tailing him closely, making no effort to conceal their pursuit. They were following him openly, as if daring him to notice. What was odd was that, despite passing several ideal spots for an ambush, nothing had happened. It was as if all they were supposed to do was follow him and confirm his location. But DIO had other things to take care of tonight. Since these guys weren't planning to make a move, he decided he'd strike first. It was a perfect chance to try out the powers of his new stand. Because tomorrow was the weekend, he didn't hesitate to set aside Pearl Jam and instead summoned the deadly Hangman. The Hangman, wrapped in white bandages that covered his face and body, appeared instantly before DIO's eyes. A razor-sharp dagger flashed from the bandages beneath his right hand. His gaze was as lifeless and lethal as a predator's. "Go. Take care of all those little rats tailing us." The Hanged Man, in his vision, nodded, then vanished in an instant. Able to travel at the speed of light through reflections, the Hanged Man was nearly unstoppable in the labyrinth of a modern city. With just a few swift movements, the ruthless and bloodthirsty Hanged Man appeared in the rearview mirror of a car behind them. Then, in a flash, a sharp dagger thrust forward. The driver's reflection in the mirror was pierced straight through the skull. In the next instant, A bizarre scene unfolded. Reality mirrored the image, and the driver who had been driving suddenly died on the spot, a fatal wound entering through his left eye and blasting a bloody hole out the back of his head. This was another of Hangman's terrifying abilities. Attacking a target's reflection in a mirror would simultaneously inflict real, physical harm. It was an eerie and unparalleled method of assassination. The driver's sudden death not only terrified the other passengers, but also sent the now driverless car careening off the road, crashing straight into a roadside tree. The sound of shattering glass erupted as countless shards scattered in all directions. As the hangman once again appeared in the mirror, gazing back at him, DIO knew that everyone in those cars that had been tailing him was now dead. It had taken barely more than a dozen seconds. None of them had any idea who had killed them, even at the very moment of death. With such a convenient and lethal stand at his disposal, especially one that shared his penchant for killing, things would be much simpler from now on. DIO was thoroughly pleased with this initial test of the hangman's abilities. Now it was time to focus on more important matters. After circling back, DIO finally returned to the home he had always been reluctant to set foot in. He abandoned the car upstairs, knowing it wouldn't be long before uninvited guests came looking. But the time it bought would be more than enough for what he had to do. No longer needing to hide his identity, he replaced Knum with Moody Blues. He needed Moody Blues' powers to reconstruct the truth of the day the accident occurred. DIO commanded Moody Blues to transform into his own likeness, then rewound time to the day of the incident. To avoid missing any clue, he even set the clock back a little further. Begin playback. After a while, watching Moody Blues, now a perfect copy of himself, busily moving about, DIO felt a strange sense of dislocation. He immediately fast-forwarded through this pointless stretch of time, watching his afterimage flicker by, until at around 10 o'clock that night, he saw himself lying in bed, texting a woman, before suddenly drifting off to sleep. Pause. Back up 3 minutes. His likeness on the bed woke up again and started fiddling with the phone. This time, DIO watched intently. Though Moody Blues' replay ability couldn't reproduce the surrounding environment, it could flawlessly recreate every sound the subject had heard, no matter how much time had passed. Only a dozen or so seconds had passed when a sudden sound caught his attention. Wait, was that the sound of a key turning? Someone just unlocked the door. DIO rewound time once again, double-checking the moment to be sure. There was no mistake, although the person outside the door had been. Careful, using a key to open it quietly. If you listen closely, you could still hear it. And in the replay, nothing could escape notice. Unfortunately, at the time, he hadn't picked up on that faint noise. Even if he had, he probably would have assumed it was just his parents coming home. The replay continued. Before long, the DIO lying on the bed let his phone slip from his powerless hand, drifting into a deep sleep. As the minutes ticked by, a cherry-red flush crept over his face and lips, one of the telltale signs of gas poisoning. Soon after, his breathing became suppressed, and just like that, the DIO lying in bed was pronounced dead. Witnessing this, the DIO standing by the bed looked utterly grim. No one could watch the moment of their own death and feel anything but terrible. Throughout the entire ordeal, the version of himself on the bed didn't show the slightest sign of waking up. Something about this was very wrong. With that thought, he brought Moody Blues to the door. This time, he would recreate the exact moment when someone had opened it that day. Moody Blues could not only transform into known individuals to replay past events, but could also use precise locations and timestamps to mimic the person present at that very moment. He had already made a note of the exact time the door had been unlocked with a key. The further back in time the replay had to go, the longer. Moody Blues needed to prepare, but since this incident happened only a few months ago and he had the precise time, it wouldn't be long. After a few minutes, Moody Blues began to shift and morph rapidly. A stranger, someone DIO had never seen before, took form. This person stood around 1.75 meters tall, dressed in a black suit, and was now carefully and quietly unlocking the door with a key. DIO chose not to pause the scene, watching intently as it unfolded. The stranger, after unlocking the door, didn't enter the room. Instead, he pulled something from inside his jacket and rolled it across the floor. Then, he softly closed the door again. About 3 minutes passed. The stranger listened for any movement inside, nodded slightly towards someone beside him, then put on a gas mask, reopened the door, and, straining with the effort, dragged something heavy inside. Even though DIO could only observe the man's actions, he was fairly certain. Whatever the man had dragged in with such difficulty must have been one of his parents. Send someone in to take a look. We can't afford any more mistakes this time. Don't worry, this is the latest knockout spray developed by the Bureau. Even an elephant wouldn't be able to withstand a whole can of this stuff, A second voice suddenly chimed in. Just in case, let's hurry up. No idea how we'll explain this when we get back. As the replay reached this point, Dio found himself unconsciously clenching his fists. Just as he suspected, there was something wrong. What happened that day wasn't a simple accident, but a premeditated murder. He still didn't know why these people did it, or what organization this so-called bureau belonged to. For now, he could only suppress the urge to kill and force himself to stay calm, watching the rest unfold. Perhaps someone had already made sure Dio was completely unconscious and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, because the strangers started dragging whatever he was carrying into the room and heaved it onto the bed. Once that was done, he began searching the house, eventually coming to a stop in the kitchen. That was exactly where the gas pipe was. If we let the gas out, it'll destroy the drugs in their systems. I'm getting started now, he said, and immediately set to work. Guess they're lucky. At least they'll die peacefully in their sleep instead of suffering any further. You call that lucky? No choice. Running into us is just their bad luck. If anyone's to blame, it's Simon. If he'd just accepted the organization's invitation, none of this would have happened. If you ask me, it's the idiots who were supposed to be on guard who messed up. How could they let someone escape under those circumstances? Now we're the ones who have to clean up their mess. All right, enough talking. As soon as the ones inside stop breathing, we get out of here. The replay continued until the person had carefully staged the scene, cleaned up any excess evidence, and finally left. Only then did Dio end this infuriating replay. Sometimes, the truth is the hardest thing to accept. From what he'd heard, Dio could piece together the truth behind the deaths of his family. It was all because they happened to stumble across something they shouldn't have. That one accidental encounter led to their murder, and even he, who knew nothing at all, hadn't been spared, as if the killers were determined to wipe out the entire family. Dio used his newly learned ripple technique, manifestation, to cover Moody Blues with life-magnetic ripple energy in precise proportions. Then he took out his new, unregistered phone and snapped a photo of Moody Blues, now transformed into the man in the suit. With this photo, Dio was certain that, with Natasha's abilities, she would quickly uncover the truth. The final results would prove whether his suspicions were correct. As for the odd thing on his forehead, he chose to simply ignore it. After Dio finished all this, the surroundings suddenly grew even more silent. Yet he showed not a hint of fear, and simply strode out as if he were completely unguarded. Suddenly, a dagger as silent as death itself flashed toward his back, striking like a venomous snake at his heart. Impossible! The seemingly razor-sharp blade struck Dio squarely in the back, but the expected instant kill never happened. Instead, it was stopped, cold by an invisible, almost imperceptible layer of energy. It didn't just save his life. The assassin couldn't even scratch his clothes. Having failed in a single strike, the would-be killer instantly tried to retreat. The information and intelligence on this target were wildly inaccurate. Meanwhile, Dio, who even had the leisure to light himself a cigarette, spoke up, an invisibility ability, and clearly trained in silent assassination. Tell me, are you a mutant or a ninja? In truth, Dio had sensed the threat the moment the attack began. But in that split second, certain the assassin could never breach his defenses, he chose to ignore it. No wonder those small-time thugs had only been tailing him. Someone else was assigned to do the dirty work. It seemed Kingpin wasn't. Foolish after all. Once he suspected Dio was more than ordinary, he immediately sent in someone with supernatural abilities. The assassin, her identity exposed by Dio's words, tried to vanish again into the night, relying on her powers to escape. But a surge of danger forced her to cry out, "Now, do it!" Sensing something, Dio suddenly looked up. A car was plummeting from above, about to crush him into a bloody pulp. He glanced at it, then dismissed the threat, calmly continuing to smoke his cigarette, unmoved. In that fleeting moment, the bone-deep sense of danger finally faded. The failed assassin melted into the shadows, her eyes cold and vengeful as she waited to watch the next act unfold. Even if the intel had been wrong, even if Dio possessed some kind of powerful defense that could block her blade, there was no way anyone could survive being flattened by a car weighing a couple tons. Yet in the next instant, hidden in the darkness, she was left utterly speechless. A flurry of heavy impacts erupted, shaking the air. No one could say how he did it, but just as the car was about to crush its target, it twisted, shattered, and exploded into countless fragments. Parts and pieces flew in every direction. From Dio's perspective, this was nothing more than the result of the world unleashing a barrage of fists in a single instant. Hardly worth mentioning. One in the sky, one on the ground. Is that all? If there are only two of you, then I'm afraid you'll have to go on ahead. I'll be finding Kingpin soon, and sending him down to keep you company. Retreat. Floating in the sky was a pale-faced white man. After witnessing his target's uncanny abilities with his own eyes, any will to fight had completely drained from him. Though he was a mutant and could induce a state of weightlessness in anything he touched, even his powers were limited to objects weighing no more than 10 tons. Watching his opponent effortlessly crush a 2-ton car without so much as a movement, he realized his abilities would be utterly useless here. In fact, the assassination plan had already failed. Retreating and coming up with another strategy was the only sensible choice now. So, after notifying his companions, he didn't say another word. He turned and prepared to fly away into the distance. But he was gravely mistaken to think that soaring above the ground made him untouchable. The hangman had a range of and because of its unique nature, its true reach likely extended well beyond 50 meters. At that moment, the man hovering more than 30 meters above DIO's head had no idea that the specter of death was already fixated on him. Through DIO's right eye, the image was clear. The hangman poised on top of the airborne man's head, a gleaming dagger in its hand, practically trembling with anticipation. In the next instant, with a swift motion, the man flying overhead had his throat slashed wide open. A torrent of blood erupted from the wound, cascading down like a horrifying crimson rainstorm. The corpse, its neck almost completely severed, plummeted to the ground, trailing showers of blood. Witnessing this, the other assassin, the one who could turn invisible, felt a chill grip her heart. From start to finish, she never understood what the target had actually done. In her view, after revealing himself, the man had merely lit a cigarette and stood unmoving. Neither her own sneak attack, nor the car, falling from the sky, had elicited the slightest reaction from him. Then, as her companion Kyle tried to flee, some unknown force sliced through his neck. Standing there, DIO seemed both mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no room in her heart for even a flicker of resistance. Hidden in the shadows, she dared not so much as shift her footing. The shock and terror from Kyle's death had left her deeply shaken. Yet she hadn't given up on survival. DIO's earlier guess about her was both right and wrong. She had been an orphan, trained as a ninja from childhood, and had later awakened her mutant power, the ability to manipulate the light around her. This allowed her to become truly invisible, even rendering others unseen alongside her. Once she had mastered her mutant abilities, the first thing she did was kill her own master. Fleeing pursuit, she eventually escaped to America. By a twist of fate, she and several other mutant criminals had joined Kingpin's organization. Among them were Swamp, who had once been killed by Dio, and Kyle, whose head had nearly been severed just moments ago. That infamous robbery had been the work of the three of them acting together. This time, she and Kyle thought they were simply here to deal with a mutant who had awakened some powers. But the target's strength turned out to be far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Even with Kyle's life as the price, she couldn't uncover the slightest hint of what abilities their opponent possessed. At this point, even if she tried to escape, it would surely be a death sentence. Besides, her relationship with Kyle wasn't so deep that she'd be willing to give her life for revenge. But just when she thought she was safely hidden and beyond the target's reach, she had no idea that Dio already knew exactly where she was hiding. Her every movement and expression lay bare before him. An invisibility ability was laughable in the face of Moody Blues, his replay. All Dio had to do was have Moody Blues stand behind him and gently rewind time by a few minutes, and all secrets would be revealed. After finishing his cigarette, Dio strode forward step by step. As he passed a certain spot, he muttered to himself, "Do it." The female assassin hiding there was startled, a prickling sense of danger racing through her body. Before she could even react, a tremendous force coiled around her, binding her completely. It was Moody Blues who had just ended the replay state. While replay left him defenseless and unable to resist, outside of that, Moody Blues was by no means weak. Even though his destructive power was only rated at C, that didn't mean his strength could be easily overcome. With arms of immense power, he locked the petite, 5-foot-tall assassin tightly against his chest, his grip tightening and loosening in a slow, methodical rhythm. Unable to maintain her invisibility any longer, the assassin's eyes widened in terror as she looked at Dio's back, as if trying to speak. But when she opened her mouth, a torrent of blood gushed out, flecked with bits of shattered organs. At last, as a chilling, crunching sound echoed in the air, her eyes went completely dull. Staring in unwillingness, she died with her eyes wide open, forever frozen in that moment. Even in death, she never knew exactly what had killed her. All she could sense was that it was some kind of humanoid being, and, oddly enough, it seemed to possess invisibility just like her. As Dio recalled his stand and walked away, he was somewhat surprised by how brutal the supposedly elegant, moody blues could be when killing. Where had it learned this embrace and crush technique? What a peculiar skill. Not long after Dio left, several black sedans arrived, beating the police to the scene. The cars quickly took away the bodies of the two men and meticulously cleaned up every trace of blood. At the same time, Kingpin was busy wiping his ever-present cane with a towel. When he heard that Sakura and Angel had failed and died, he flung his hand in anger. The man standing before him had his head smashed open in an instant, and the cane, which had just been spotless, was once again drenched in fresh blood. Kingpin drew his cane back and began to wipe it down carefully, every movement precise and deliberate. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room pretended not to notice, bowing their heads in silence. Two men hurried in from outside, swiftly carrying away the corpse and scrubbing the blood from the floor. In moments, it was as if nothing had ever happened. I suppose I'll have to handle this myself. Those fools only ever make things worse. Just as the room hung heavy with silence, a defiant voice broke through. The speaker was a bald man with a silver chain around his neck, Kingpin's top assassin, Bullseye. More importantly, he was someone who had never let Kingpin down. Whenever he was sent out, no one ever escaped alive. But this time, Kingpin shook his head and turned down the offer. No, this time, we wait for our guest to come to us. Tomorrow, I'll be attending an event. I want you all to be ready in advance. After several failed attempts, Kingpin had realized this opponent was anything but ordinary. Yet, the true extent of their strength and the powers backing them remained a mystery. Every operative he'd sent so far had perished without a trace. So, this time, he would lay the bait himself to see, once and for all, if the enemy truly was as formidable as legend suggested. Later that night, Black Widow, clad in black tactical gear, arrived at the appointed meeting spot. She saw Dio emerge from the shadows and toss a cell phone toward her. "What's this?" Natasha asked, puzzled. But the moment her eyes landed on the photo displayed on the screen, her expression changed dramatically. "Your reaction just confirmed part of my suspicions. So tell me, who is this man? How do you even have a photo of him if you don't know him? And what's going on with this strange thing on his head?" Natasha frowned, noticing the odd detail in the photo. "Don't worry about the details for now. Just tell me who he is, and I'll give you the answers you want." At that moment, danger seemed to radiate from Dio with every movement. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she replied, "If I'm not mistaken, that's Jason, a level 5 agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. He's been around a long time and personally trained quite a few rookies. Are you saying there's something wrong with him?" Although she couldn't possibly recognize every single person in S.H.I.E.L.D., there were some she had met more than once. Among them was Jason, who was very well-liked within the organization. They had even worked together on a mission before. There was no way she could be mistaken. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Jason. Upon hearing these two names, Dio was almost certain that this Jason was actually working for Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never use such methods against ordinary people. In fact, even when dealing with common criminals, their agents were required to use non-lethal weapons. Given this extreme approach, combined with the recent upheavals, he was sure that Hydra had targeted him, planning to eliminate him as a potential threat ahead of time. Yet, he couldn't figure out why no one had made a move during his stay at the hospital. Perhaps they thought he was no longer a danger back then. Sometimes, fate truly has a way of toying with people. He had always tried to avoid getting entangled in the mess between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, but trouble just had a way of finding him, no matter how hard he tried to stay out of it. Now, even if he didn't have this cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. What's more, the miraculous way he had come back to life was itself a twist of fate. Even if it was just for his own sake, he would make sure those responsible paid a terrible price. Not for anyone else, just for himself. What does Hail Hydra mean? What? Where did you hear that phrase? The words Hail Hydra left Natasha visibly shocked, and at the same time, she grew quietly wary. Dio almost found it amusing, but he kept his face expressionless and pointed at the phone in her hand. "The person in this photo said it himself. I don't actually know what it means. And you've probably seen my file. I want to make it clear that incident wasn't just a gas leak. It was murder, and this man was one of the killers. So, I think I deserve an explanation." "Impossible," Natasha gasped, though it wasn't clear which part she found unbelievable. "There's nothing impossible about it. The clues and evidence are right in your hands. Just follow this trail, and the truth will reveal itself. But I'd advise you to keep a low profile. This group has clearly been rooted inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. If they catch on, the next person to end up dead could very well be you. So, you that sure I'm not working with them?" Natasha, her thoughts still in disarray from the whole Hail Hydra episode, couldn't quite explain why she suddenly asked that question. In truth, she genuinely didn't understand why. After realizing the murderer was somehow connected to S.H.I.E.L.D., DIO would still choose to trust her. But that was an answer DIO simply couldn't give. After all, could he really tell her, hey, one day you'll personally take down Hydra's leader. I know you're not one of them. So instead, DIO replied, I'm not certain, but I trust my own judgment. Even if my judgment turns out to be wrong, it doesn't really matter all that much. A few more people might die, that's all. Do you get what I mean? Natasha gave him a deep, searching look, then put her phone away. I'll get to the bottom of this, but in the meantime, I need you to keep your head. That depends, so long as no one comes looking for trouble with me. My patience isn't exactly limitless. Or, to put it another way, I wouldn't mind helping you drag out every last one of them my way. No, I think I can handle it. It had better be that way. But if you can't, use what I gave you to contact me. With those parting words, DIO melted back into the darkness, leaving Natasha alone, frowning in silent contemplation. And so, the night passed in a rare and uneasy calm. The next day was a weekend. DIO didn't show up at the restaurant. Instead, he stood atop a skyscraper in downtown New York, gazing out over the bustling city below. Intel had come in from both Matt Murdock and Natasha. Kingpin would be appearing near the Empire State Building at 1 p.m. today, attending a senator's speech in the guise of a successful businessman. DIO had thought that tracking down the slippery Kingpin would take a long time. He hadn't expected Kingpin to reveal himself so willingly. A honey trap for the hunter? Someone's a little too confident. Though he found it puzzling, DIO decided to play along. After all, if someone's gone to all the trouble of setting the stage for you, the least you can do is make a proper entrance. Not showing up would be rather disappointing. At 1 o'clock sharp, Kingpin, surrounded by bodyguards, strode up onto the makeshift platform. He shook hands amiably with the balding state senator, then took his seat to the side, waiting for the show to begin. Security personnel and a small army of assassins were stationed everywhere. Even a stray cat would have been spotted the moment it set paw near the place. And yet, DIO was calmly flipping through a visitor's guide in the lobby of the Empire State Building next door. Perhaps Kingpin's security measures were absolutely airtight. He had secured every position that could possibly pose a threat, monitored the safety of every spot at every moment, and even placed numerous undercover agents among the crowd to prevent any hint of danger. But his greatest mistake was choosing a venue in the heart of New York City, where glass walls were everywhere. DIO was only about 50 meters away from him, which meant that the hanged man could easily eliminate him. No matter how formidable the protection, it was all in vain. Right now, the ruthless and bloodthirsty hanged man was hiding within a pane of glass behind Kingpin. A razor-sharp dagger was aimed directly at his head. At this point, I'd like to thank a few distinguished individuals for their contributions to the development of New York. My God, what happened? Just as the senator tried to shift the topic toward the successful figures seated to his left, who were there to lend their support, a piercing scream suddenly cut through the air. Everyone turned to look, only to find that the person who had been sitting there moments ago now had their head rolling on the floor. The headless corpse was still spurting blood, sending the entire room into chaos as panic and shrieks erupted everywhere. Those on the fringes, unable to see what had really happened, at first thought it was some elaborate prank for the event. But when the guests on stage bolted in terror and the senator himself dropped the microphone and scrambled for cover behind his bodyguards before hastily fleeing, they finally realized the gravity of the situation and began to flee en masse. Such a calamity, even if it had nothing to do with them, would surely bring endless trouble in the aftermath. A perfectly good speech was brought to an abrupt end by a sudden death. At that moment, several people who had been lurking in the crowd rushed onto the stage. While some inspected Kingpin's corpse, others drew their guns and kept a wary eye on their surroundings, seeing weapons drawn only through the crowd into greater panic. But no one could escape. The entire area had already been sealed off by an inescapable net of security. What on earth just happened? With so many eyes watching, snipers in position, and every precaution in place, their boss had still been decapitated right before them. No one had even caught a glimpse of the killer. Who would believe such a tale? With no other option, the authorities decided it was better to make a mistake than let anyone slip away. No one, not even the senator, was allowed to leave. After all, those on stage were the most suspicious. If it had been a shooting, things would have been simpler. They could have traced the trajectory to pinpoint the assailant's location. But for a victim to be beheaded, the killer had to be close. Yet even the fastest blade shouldn't have been able to escape everyone's notice. The whole affair was utterly unfathomable. The police arrived swiftly. In the very heart of New York City, a brutal murder had unfolded in full view of the public. The implications were vast, and the consequences unthinkably severe. One wrong step, and everyone could be drawn in. There was no room for negligence. Yet after surveying the scene and hearing the accounts, The officers exchanged perplexed glances. The more they listened, the more surreal the story became. Suddenly, a seasoned officer's attention landed on the camera that had been recording throughout the event. He quickly pressed. Has this camera been running the whole time? Did it capture what happened? At that, hope surged among the others. Frightened as they were, they'd nearly forgotten about this crucial piece of evidence. With footage, the truth could soon come to light. It's been recording all along, but I can't be sure if it caught the killer, the cameraman replied, caught between uncertainty and anxiety. Enough talk. Pull up the footage from the moment it happened, now, barked an officer. The cameraman swallowed nervously and hurried to work. Moments later, the scene from the time of the incident came up on the screen. Fortunately, the camera had turned to capture a few guests just as the congressman mentioned them. And then, something uncanny unfolded. On the screen, Kingpin was smiling, poised to applaud. The next instant, his face froze in a lifeless stare, body rigid in his seat. A thin crimson line traced its way across his neck, and suddenly his head toppled to the floor. From beginning to end, not a soul had approached him. Though only about 50 meters away, DIO, disguised as a tourist in the Empire State Building, became nothing more than a bystander. No matter how brazen Kingpin's men were, not even they would dare seal off the Empire State Building and detain its thousands of visitors. Even if they tried, the arriving police would never allow it. It was simply unthinkable. So, even if someone wanted to pin the blame on this place, it simply couldn't be done. Blending in with the crowd, DIO slipped from the scene. In his right eye, an image flickered. A small figure, face swathed in bandages, eyes glinting with murderous intent, wiping a blood-stained dagger. Was it really this easy? He mused. Once safely away, DIO replayed the events in his mind. Something about the whole operation nagged at him. According to all the rumors, Kingpin was never so reckless. After several failed attempts, for him to gamble his own life as bait, unless he was absolutely sure of his safety, made no sense. Why risk it? Had he underestimated DIO? Or was it hubris? DIO had never believed Kingpin could escape the hangman's assassination, but it all seemed to go a little too smoothly. Yet Kingpin was undeniably dead. Of that there was no doubt. He thought it over and over, but still couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. In the end, he decided to stop worrying about it altogether. After all, when faced with overwhelming power, all schemes and plots were meaningless. But just as he returned to the villa he'd rented, ready to finally get some rest, a powerful sense of danger washed over him. Instantly, he summoned the world. A thunderous explosion erupted. Several bombs hidden inside the house detonated at the same time, and searing flames surged toward him in a violent wave. The world. It was as if the entire world had been paused in an instant. Only DIO and the world were still able to move freely. In this frozen moment, the villa was already warping and collapsing under the force of the explosion. Fierce flames licked at every corner. Clearly, this was a trap set just for him. But this was no time to think about that. With time stopped, the world grabbed DIO and hurled him powerfully out of the house, then vanished without a trace. As soon as the world disappeared, Zawarudo was released. Time resumed its normal flow, and the entire villa was engulfed in flames, reduced to rubble in a heartbeat. The firelight shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, DIO, who had been thrown clear by the world, was caught up again by the shockwave of the explosion and flung even farther away. Fortunately, throughout the ordeal, he hadn't hesitated to use his ripple energy, shielding himself completely and escaping unharmed. Just that brief moment of stopping time, barely more than 1 second, had consumed a staggering 120,000 ripple energy. By rough calculation, it seemed that every 10,000 units of ripple could freeze time for 0.1 seconds. In the game, the minimum time stop duration was set at 1 second. No wonder that the first time he used this ability, it nearly drained his mental strength dry. In other words, with the little over 300,000 ripple energy DIO had now, he could only stop time for 3 seconds. But when broken down, every single second was precious beyond measure. Upgrading from 1 second man to 3 second man wasn't exactly satisfying, but it did show DIO the path ahead. In just a few months, he'd come this far. When he amassed several million ripple energy, what heights might he reach then? All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and then he was sent flying sideways by the impact. On the rooftop of a building more than a kilometer away, a figure in strange attire, Bullseye, had just squeezed the trigger. The Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, paired with an M8 armor-piercing incendiary round, could penetrate 8 millimeters of steel at this distance. Against an unprotected human target, it was nothing short of demonic. He didn't know how the target had managed to escape the blast of several TNT charges just now, but now, with a shot hitting dead on, there was no way anyone could survive. Retrieve the body. Prepare to withdraw. With confidence, Sharpsight issued commands over the comms channel, then began disassembling his rifle with swift, precise movements. But just then, a reply crackled through the channel, catching him completely by surprise. The target's gone. Repeat, the target has disappeared. Impossible. Sharpsight was stunned. He was absolutely certain of his last shot. Could someone else have snatched the body away before him? Spread out and search the area. Engage and eliminate any enemies on sight, he ordered, not pausing for a moment as he quickened his hands. For Sniper, the sound of a gunshot had already given away his position. Whether the target was dead or not, or if their allies were lurking nearby, he couldn't afford to stay put. He had to move. As long as he and his rifle were intact, the target would never escape. But fate had other plans. Just as he finished packing up and was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Think you can pull a sneak attack and just walk away? Without hesitation, Sharpsight drew both pistols and spun around firing. His powerful talent and experience made the pistols roar like automatic rifles, a relentless storm of bullets flying toward the intruder. Even when swapping magazines, his movements flowed with an artistry that made the briefest pauses almost invisible. In the world of marksmanship, there were few who could rival him. None, as far as he was concerned. He was the best, the apex. But this time, his opponent defied all logic. The dense hail of bullets slammed into DIO as he closed in, but they didn't even scratch him. Not for a second did they slow his measured, unhurried steps. The target he'd thought was dead now walked calmly through the storm of bullets that should have spelled his doom, enduring Sharpsight's proudest marksmanship as if it were nothing. Confronted with such a hopeless adversary, Sharpsight didn't give up. Instead, he grew even more frenzied. He quickly tossed aside his empty pistols, grabbed a smoke grenade, and hurled it at his own feet to buy himself some time. He wasn't trying to run. He was hoping to use the cover to reassemble his sniper rifle from the case. It was his most powerful weapon at hand. If only he'd known his target had such incredible defenses, he'd have brought the 20mm Anzio, nicknamed the Tank Killer, instead of the Barrett M82A1. He refused to believe the target could be tougher than a tank. But DIO wasn't about to give him that chance. With cold, ruthless precision, the world surged through the smoke. In a flash, he found Sharpsight's location, smashed the half-assembled rifle from his hands with a devastating punch, then followed it with another blow that sent him flying. Sensing imminent danger, the target quickly raised both arms to shield his chest at the critical moment. As a result, his arms were instantly shattered, but he managed to cling to life, for now. Now for some words upon the book's official launch. Thank you for picking up this humble work. It's that time again, when authors everywhere pour out their woes. I am your number one contestant, Old Woo Meon. Let the lamenting begin. Ah, how truly pitiful I am. Lamentation complete. Now serious face. All right, jokes aside. As everyone knows, no matter how a book performs in other respects, in the end it all comes down to subscriptions. Without your support as readers, the author earns nothing and might just starve. It's that simple. As Old Guo once said, without noble patrons, artists cannot thrive. Writing is no different. Without you wonderful readers who are willing to pay for official subscriptions, small-time authors like me would be doomed. After all, nobody can survive on love alone. Everyone needs to make a living. So please, I sincerely ask each and every one of you to subscribe and show your support. And to those who, for all sorts of personal reasons, have to read on other sites, maybe you follow too many books or your monthly budget just can't stretch to subscribe to every single one, or perhaps you're a student with limited pocket money. I understand, and I ask for your understanding as well. But for grassroots writers like me, the subscription numbers in the first 24 hours after the book goes live are absolutely critical. On launch day, there will be 10 chapters released at once. Even if you're a brand new reader, it only takes 100 Chidian coins to subscribe to all of them. That's just about 1 yuan. If fate has drawn us together through our shared love of stories, then I ask you this. 1 yuan really isn't much. If even that feels like too much, then just subscribing to the first chapter would still mean the world to me. Some of you might think, Old Woo Meon, aren't you being a bit too humble? But I can't help it. That's just how things are. Every reader is a lifeline for me. Sure, I'd love to be like those top-tier authors, standing tall and refusing all silver and gold alliances, but I'm simply not there yet. All I can do is keep my head down and work hard, just like any ordinary person. So, since I'm an ordinary person, let's talk practical matters. Right now, this book has over 27,000 favorites. Normally, the ratio of favorites to subscriptions is about 10 to 1. To play it safe, I'll use 15:1. That means, starting from an average of 1,800 subscriptions, I'll add 1 extra chapter for every additional 100 subscriptions. If the average subscriptions reach 3,000, that's considered excellent. The daily minimum update will go from 2 chapters to 3. If it reaches 4,000, there will be at least 4 chapters a day. It may sound far-fetched, but hope springs eternal. You never know. Maybe miracles do happen. As for rewards, for every leader, a reward worth 10,000 coins, I'll add 1 extra chapter. Right now, I owe 5 chapters, and I'll start paying off this debt from the second day after the book goes on sale. In addition, this month is about to end, so I'll try to compete for more monthly votes next month. For now, I'm asking everyone for a minimum guarantee of monthly votes. At the start of a new month, there will be a plan for bonus chapters based on monthly votes, and I'll announce it to everyone then. Finally, the time for a real showdown is almost here. The subscription numbers within the first 24 hours after the book goes on sale are extremely important. I hope everyone will support me as much as possible. Even if you're thinking of stockpiling chapters to binge later, please consider subscribing in full on the release day. Otherwise, I'm afraid the book might just die on the vine, and I'll have nowhere to cry about it. What's more, there's been a strict crackdown lately, and Chidian's backend is blocking chapters like crazy. Even leave of absence posts are being sealed. It's honestly alarming. So I'm thinking about setting up a reader group, so I can keep everyone updated if anything happens. The official launch is at 12 noon. Just to clarify, the VIP release won't go live at midnight, but at noon on the 24th. There might be a few minutes delay. Dear readers, I released 2 chapters today, not just 1. I posted both together this morning, so I'm not slacking off. My editor even reminded me today about tomorrow's launch. After the book goes live tomorrow, I promise there will be a 10-chapter explosion. If not, I'll wear a dress as punishment. Also, my thanks to Guokowian, Eoman, Duji Monster, Desires Orange, Zuyoxian for the 500 tip, Bookfriend 20190, 414 for the 300 tip, Bookfriend 201811024, Sanren Wendao, European Rookie, Bing Palungmo, and Yangwang Shinke for your generous support. The only reason Bullseye is still alive is that DIO doesn't want him dead just yet. Otherwise, even with his legs added in, the world could punch right through him. At this moment, Bullseye's arms hung at unnatural angles, completely useless. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and beneath his nose. Even if that punch didn't take his life, it had left his blood surging chaotically and his organs displaced. The only thing keeping him standing was a wild, desperate will. That guy who died earlier wasn't Kingpin, was it? Dio walked forward step by step. After surviving that deadly chain of ambushes, a sudden clarity dawned on him. In the whole scheme targeting him, Kingpin's death was just one part of the plan. Without that, he wouldn't have let his guard down so much, nor would he have given them such an opportunity. But thinking about it, would the so-called king of the underworld really be willing to trade his own life for that of a nameless pawn? Of course not. So, it was clear that the Kingpin Dio killed today was most likely just a body double. With Kingpin's cunning and craftiness, it wouldn't have been hard to find and train a few doubles who looked like him over the years. Especially with today's advanced technology and what could only be called black magic in the world of makeup, changing one's appearance is easier than ever. So it's no wonder they could fool everyone. However, this man standing before him was the Kingpin's top assassin. He definitely knew the full details of the plan. In other words, with him in his grasp, Dio could find out where the real Kingpin was hiding. Confronted by Dio's sudden question, Bullseye showed not the slightest reaction. Like a wounded lone wolf, his eyes glinted coldly as he fought with the desperation of a trapped beast, searching for even the faintest chance of survival in the face of certain doom. His subtle backward steps did not escape Dio's notice. "Take me to the real Kingpin," Dio warned, his voice icy. "My patience is limited. Move again, Di." Yet Dio's threat didn't stop Bullseye's maneuvers. On the contrary, it made him instantly quicken his retreat, as if he intended to leap off the rooftop. Dio's eyes hardened as he prepared to strike, but even without his arms, Bullseye was far from defenseless. Suddenly, Bullseye opened his mouth and spat. A bloody tooth shot straight toward Dio's face. Dio instinctively raised his hand to deflect it, and Bullseye seized the moment to hurl himself into the void. Suicide? No. A barely noticeable steel wire had been tied to a pillar on the rooftop at some point, the other end steadily unwinding from Bullseye's belt as he fell. Though the wire was too short to bring him safely to the ground, it still offered him a sliver of hope. In that fleeting instant as Bullseye leapt, Dio caught a mocking glint in his eyes, a look that seemed to anticipate a successful escape. At that moment, Dio could have chosen to sever the special wire. Even if it was sturdy, it would be nothing before the power of Ripple. But he suspected that doing so might be walking right into Bullseye's trap. If someone like this would never betray Kingpin, then he had no further use for him. So, As Bullseye plunged downward, Dio strode forward, gazing at him with a look of regret, the kind reserved for the already dead. In the vision of his right eye, Dio saw the hanged man clinging to Bullseye's back, plummeting swiftly with him. Noticing the strange look in Dio's eyes, Bullseye felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if something unseen had locked onto him, as if death itself was now riding on his back. Before he could react, a splash of tragic crimson burst into the air. Bullseye wanted desperately to clutch his bleeding throat, but, tragically, both his arms had been broken in the earlier fight. All he could do was stare helplessly, eyes wide, as darkness crept in to swallow him whole. So, death really does exist. A metallic twang echoed through the air. When the steel wire finally ran out, his corpse hung suspended in midair, his blood dripping steadily to the ground. Perhaps he really did have a backup plan that could have helped him escape, but his opponent gave him no such chance. Instead, his enemy simply summoned the Reaper and took his life without hesitation. And so, the #1 assassin under Kingpin met a brutal end. His corpse was left hanging in midair from a certain building. It wouldn't be long before news of this reached the real Kingpin's ears. Retrieving the hanged man, who had been crouched high above the city like an assassin from Creed, Dio decided to take the law-abiding route this time and descended using the elevator, even though earlier he'd scaled the building from the outside. To be honest, Kingpin's craftiness had exceeded Dio's expectations. If the explosion at his home hadn't jolted him awake, he would have truly believed he had already killed Kingpin. Although Bullseye hadn't uttered a single word afterward, his behavior only strengthened Dio's suspicions. There was a 90% chance the Kingpin who died was merely a decoy, or perhaps just one of several. Now, a new problem presented itself. Bullseye, who could have led the way, was dead. Where should he go to find the real Kingpin? If you strike at a snake and fail to kill it, or leave weeds without pulling out the roots, endless trouble is sure to follow. If that bastard dared to blow up his house today, who's to say he wouldn't bomb Dio's restaurant tomorrow? There's no such thing as guarding against a thief every day. This time, Dio made up his mind. He was going to take out that bastard Kingpin once and for all to eliminate the threat at its source. So he immediately contacted Natasha using the communication snail. Congratulations, you finally dealt with a major headache. But trust me, even bigger troubles are coming, Natasha said, congratulating him after establishing their psychic link and hearing of Kingpin's supposed death. Compared to the problems of a mob boss, it was clear that the internal issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. were even more thorny and vexing. You're congratulating me a bit too soon. I suspect the real Kingpin isn't dead at all. The one who died in public was just a stand-in. Not in the mood for small talk, Dio recounted his recent experiences and suspicions to Natasha, then asked her to help track down the real Kingpin as quickly as possible. You make a good point. If that's the case, Kingpin may have faked his death just to throw you off. Now he's in the shadows and you're exposed. I'll do my best to find his whereabouts, but in the meantime, you should stay out of sight. I know you're not afraid of him, but too many innocent people could get caught in the crossfire. After ending the conversation, Dio left without another word. He wasn't relying solely on Natasha's intelligence. This time, he intended to use Moody Blues to help him find Kingpin. That was his real trump card. But before that, he decided to call Matt the lawyer and see if his channels could offer any useful leads. To his surprise, after a brief silence, Matt actually gave him an unexpected piece of good news. I have a friend who wants to meet you. In fact, he's been tracking Kingpin for some time now. Maybe he's got the information you're looking for. Those were Matt Murdock's words before hanging up the phone. Dio felt as though Matt was holding something back, keeping part of the truth to himself, but that didn't stop him from making the trip. If Matt's friend really did have crucial intel, it would save him a great deal of time. Otherwise, he'd have to rely on the ability of Melancholy Blues and painstakingly replay events piece by piece. When he arrived at the agreed location, someone was already waiting for him. An abandoned factory, a battered old sofa, and scattered bodies heaped at the man's feet. In his right hand, a pistol hung loosely, while his left toyed with 5 or 6 bullets. His black t-shirt bore a massive skull emblazoned across the chest, and his chiseled, rugged face was half shrouded in shadow, like a vengeful spirit clawed up from the depths of hell, pondering how many souls to claim for supper and whether to roast or steam them. Faced with this scene, Dio acted as if he hadn't noticed a thing. He walked over, remarking, "I hear you know where Kingpin is. Name your price." For the first time since Dio entered, the man lifted his head. What kind of eyes were those? They brimmed with deathly emptiness and a chilling, unshakable bloodlust. But such a look couldn't faze Dio. The two of them locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze, the atmosphere tightening in an instant. It might have been seconds, or perhaps minutes, before the man finally spoke. "Matt says you killed Kingpin and Bullseye. Only stand-ins. And I don't know any Bullseye, but but I think I have a rough idea who you mean. If the cops are quick, they've probably already hauled down the corpse hanging outside the building. After hearing DIO's explanation, the man fell silent again, lost in thought. Then he said, "You're strong." What was that? A compliment or a statement of fact? So, do you actually know where Kingpin really is or not? Follow me. He said nothing more, simply picked up a black duffel bag from behind the sofa and headed out. By now, Dio had already guessed his identity, but saw no need to ask. The two of them climbed into a pickup truck and drove toward the outskirts of the city. Neither spoke a word along the way, the silence between them thick and unsettling. When a sprawling manor finally appeared on the horizon, the truck came to an abrupt halt. Up ahead is one of Kingpin's hideouts. I don't know if he's inside, and I can't be sure if the Kingpin living here is the real one. If you're willing to take the risk, get out now. Driving closer will expose us. The man finally spoke, but his tone was stiff and awkward, as if he wasn't used to talking to strangers. That's enough. What do you want in return? Dio had never believed in free lunches. Even if one existed, it always came with a price. Though he had a good guess about the man's identity, he had no intention of owing anyone a favor, not even a small one. Kingpin's head. Now that's what I call valuable information, Dio chuckled softly. Then he opened the door and stepped out. This aligned perfectly with his own objective. He might as well do it while he was here. Gazing into the distance at the manor, Dio quickly melted into the forest. After Dio left, the tough man in the driver's seat suddenly turned off the engine. Hoisting his black travel bag over his shoulder, he strode off in another direction. Given how cautious Kingpin was, acquiring this much intel was no small feat. It didn't matter whether Kingpin was actually here or if the one living here was his true self. Dio was prepared to slaughter everyone in this place. If the real Kingpin had truly been here, this clue would become the key for Moody Blues to break the case wide open. The manor was vast and imposing, its security airtight. Guards patrolled everywhere, and hidden sentries waited in the shadows. Even a military assault would struggle to take it without heavy artillery. But for someone about to become the so-called god of assassins, these defenses were nothing more than a trivial display. Look at that sparkling fountain. How beautiful it was. And those windows made entirely of bulletproof glass, the polished marble floors gleaming beneath the lights. Not to mention the countless eyes, watching from every corner. As the hanged man suddenly vanished from Dio's right eye, the entire manor was enveloped within a domain of death. The first to fall were the hidden sentries perched at high vantage points. One by one, their throats were slashed in utter silence. They tried to raise the alarm, but no sound came. Blood gushed uncontrollably, and soon they collapsed, never to rise again. Once the outer sentries were cleared, the hanged man set its sights on the patrol squads. Silently killing every guard without drawing attention was nearly impossible. But as a legendary king of assassins once said, "When I leave no witnesses behind, that is the perfect assassination." On this point, Dio wholeheartedly agreed. Any assassin unwilling to go berserk was no true berserker. So when the hanged man used his bizarre powers to instantly kill a patrolman, the entire manor was immediately alerted to the presence of an intruder and began to mobilize rapidly. Since they had already been discovered, Dio no longer restrained the hanged man's bloodthirsty impulses, letting him indulge his instincts to the fullest. Between surfaces that resembled mirrors, the hanged man could truly move at the speed of light. Coupled with his ability to attack the reflections within the glass and inflict real, physical harm, his killing speed reached an unprecedented peak. In Dio's eyes, it was as if, in the blink of an eye, every living creature within his field of vision collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats and convulsing. Even the vicious guard dogs were not spared. Their heads were sliced clean off, a display of utter brutality. Death struck inexplicably. Attacks came without warning, and an invisible terror crept among the survivors. All of these combined to chill the hearts of the remaining few. Faced with such an unknown enemy, they began firing their weapons wildly, as if this blind outburst could somehow restore their courage and resolve. But it was all in vain. With every passing moment, more around them fell to inexplicable deaths, some with their throats slashed, others stabbed straight through the heart, and a few with holes punched clean through their skulls. At last, finally, someone could no longer withstand the suffocating despair. Several let out a desperate cry, threw down their guns, and turned to flee, scrambling to escape this hellish nightmare. But they had barely taken a few steps before vivid blossoms of blood burst from their vital spots. Whether they stayed or tried to run, none could escape death's knock at their door. This left them in utter despair. At that moment, the hanged man was reflected in the eye of one terrified survivor, and as his gaze darted about, the hanged man ruthlessly slaughtered everyone who entered his line of sight. Step, step, Step. Dio walked deeper into the manor, treading a path paved with blood. The sounds of resistance, once fierce, had now faded to scattered echoes. Soon, everything would be silent once more. At a vantage point above, Frank watched everything unfold through the scope of his sniper rifle. Silently, he rose, swiftly packed away the weapon into a black travel bag, and without a word, began making his way down. Looks like I'm not needed here after all. That man was far more powerful than Frank had ever imagined, and his eerie method of killing defied all logic. Even as every living thing within sight was wiped out, Frank failed to discern any pattern. If Kingpin really was here tonight, then he was as good as dead. Having already passed a silent sentence of death on Kingpin in his mind, Frank soon vanished without a trace. Is anyone home? There's a package from Mr. Fisk. Please come down to sign for it. Dio, stepping into the lavish building, played the role with a hint of mockery. He wasn't worried about any traps or ambushes waiting for him inside. After all, the hangman would never allow such a thing to happen. Once everyone outside had been slaughtered, he had already slipped into the house, beginning his hunt for prey. Looks like I'll have to deliver this package myself, Dio muttered to himself, casting a glance in a certain direction before making his way upstairs at an unhurried, steady pace. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the manor, smoke hung thick in the air. Kingpin was savoring the rich aroma of a Cuban cigar, his eyes never leaving the surveillance screens. Dio's last glance at the camera seemed to peer straight through the lens and stab right into his chest. Are those men outside all that's left of our armed force? Yes, that's all we have left. Everyone else is dead. Kingpin's subordinate replied in a trembling voice, just recalling the carnage that had taken place. The bizarre and unfathomable way the enemy killed made him want to crawl back into the womb, wishing he'd never been born. It was utterly terrifying. Even when facing enemies 10 or 100 times their number, these men might have felt hopeless and overwhelmed, but not to the point of losing all morale and breaking out in a cold sweat. At the very least, when faced with overwhelming odds, they could still fight back, still vent their fear. But now, what do they possibly do? Was there any option left but to hide and wait for death? The enemy now approaching step by step. No, not a person, but a devil, a living harbinger of death, was coming for them. That fiend would soon be upon them. Are you scared? Kingpin asked, exhaling a plume of cigar smoke as he glanced over at the man. And no, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone dies eventually. It's just a matter of when, isn't it? Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, boss, I shouldn't. Bang! A sudden gunshot cut him off. The man collapsed backward, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Blood welled from a hole in his forehead, though the light had already faded. From his gaze, his eyes remained open, as if still trying to comprehend his fate. Perhaps, in a way, it was better this way. He no longer had to face the coming devil. Kingpin gently set down the gun, rose, and walked over to the corpse. In silence, he crouched and placed his half-smoked cigar between the dead man's lips. Do you understand now? No one knows when death will suddenly come for them. It could be an accident, a mishap, or a stray bullet, just like what's happened now. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. When a person is killed, they die. It's a shame you've only realized this truth too late. With those words, he walked out, his face utterly cold. Casting a glance at the dispirited crowd, he raised his voice. Raise your weapons. I promise you here and now, anyone who dies in battle will receive a compensation of $1 million. And if anyone manages to kill the enemy outside, I guarantee a reward of $100 million. My word is my bond. As the saying goes, heavy rewards bring forth brave men. These people risk their lives every day, living on the edge for what? Isn't it all for the money? Even setting aside the $100 million, just the $1 million for dying in battle is a deal worth staking everything on. His promise instantly ignited a spark of courage and resolve in the remaining 20-odd men. After all, if death is inevitable, why not take a chance? Whether or not he'd actually fulfill his promises later was no longer their concern. So, more than 20 guns swung in unison toward the stairwell. At that moment, no matter what appeared, they were ready to unleash a hail of bullets, tearing anything to shreds. This thought alone gave them a flicker of confidence. But what they didn't know was that, right then, a terrifying assassin, his body wrapped in bandages, was lurking above, concealed amid the shattered glass chandelier, his gaze cold and predatory as he studied his prey. The footsteps were drawing closer and closer. The tension in the air became unbearable, the silence so thick it pressed in on them. A few of them were so nervous that the sound of swallowing cut through the stillness, while beads of sweat formed instantly, trickling relentlessly down their cheeks. Suddenly, something round and heavy was tossed their way. Grenade! Take cover! The man at the front caught sight of it and roared, diving for the nearest cover. The others, thrown into chaos, scrambled desperately to get away. But after a few seconds, something awkward happened. The grenade just sat there quietly on the floor, showing no sign of going off. One of the braver men peeked out and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was a grenade, but it was perfectly intact, the pin still in place and untouched. In other words, either the enemy was so clueless they didn't even know how to use a grenade, or they were being toyed with mocked like idiots. Damn it! Someone cursed furiously and moved to pick up the grenade and throw it back. But just as he bent down to grab it, his head, following the motion, simply tumbled from his shoulders and rolled away. This was a scene straight out of a horror movie, enough to terrify those who had narrowly escaped death, making them let out a huge sigh of relief. The tension that had been stretched to its breaking point finally snapped. Bastard, stop! My leg. A few people, driven mad, flicked off their gun safeties and began firing wildly at any spot they felt might hold danger. The imagined enemies escaped unscathed, but their own comrades were riddled with stray bullets. Several unlucky souls were struck in vital spots, collapsing to the ground in silence, their end both humiliating and abrupt. Seeing no way to stop their deranged teammates, a few clenched their teeth and slowly turned their guns on the berserk shooters, then pulled the triggers in fury. The enemy had only appeared for a fleeting moment, and in truth had only killed one person, yet their own ranks suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of them were dead or injured. Those who survived the chaos wore faces twisted in rage. With the enemy's skill, they could have easily slaughtered everyone, but instead, they chose not to. With a single unexploded grenade, they had everyone running in circles, driving some to the brink of mental collapse. The pressure they endured was unimaginable. Come out. Kill me if you dare, bastard. A thin red line suddenly traced its way down from the top of his head, and then his body split cleanly in two. The scene was gruesome, as if it were a dire warning. The others who had wanted to shout and provoke the enemy couldn't stand the mounting terror any longer. They charged down the stairs, only to vanish without a sound, as if something monstrous was waiting to devour them below. In the blink of an eye, out of more than 20 people, only 3 were left alive. Those who had been wounded by stray bullets, but were lucky enough to avoid fatal injuries had, at some unknown moment, had their throats slit, blood pooling everywhere. Open the door. Let us in. I don't want the money anymore. Just open up. Their frantic cries echoed through the speakers into the safe room. With every possible escape route cut off, and death lurking just out of sight, the last 3 survivors turned their desperate eyes to Kingpin, hiding inside the safe room. This was the only hope they had left. If only they could get into that sealed room, the enemy would be unable to reach them. Then, they just have to wait for rescue. Ever since the invasion began, reinforcements have been making their way here. Soon, just 10 more minutes. No, maybe only 5, and they'd be saved. Yet, faced with their desperate, almost deranged pleas, Kingpin, separated from them by nothing but a pane of glass, were only a mocking smile. He didn't even glance their way, as if they had already lost all value to him. Indeed, they truly meant nothing to him anymore. The last shred of their usefulness might be to buy him a few more seconds. After all, even a handful of pigs would take a few seconds to deal with. When they saw that Kingpin cared nothing for their lives and ignored their pleas, the men erupted in a final frenzy. Several guns swung up, aiming straight at Kingpin's head through the glass. If we die together. That's right, together. Unless you let us in. At that moment, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare for all to see. But Kingpin remained unmoved, even taking the time to pour himself a glass of expensive red wine. Outside, the 3 men, driven mad, opened fire. But of course, if a few lousy guns could break into this place, there would have been no reason for him to spend a fortune building it. This safe room was fortified to withstand simultaneous rocket attacks. Entering without his permission? Impossible. That was why he hadn't fled at the first sign of trouble, but instead stayed to wait for reinforcements. DIO wanted to end him in one swift strike, but Kingpin was just as eager to seize this chance to turn the tables and hunt DIO down. Even though his adversary had demonstrated bizarre and deadly abilities, Kingpin was confident. He would wager that DIO could not breach this safe haven. After they had exhausted every bullet to no effect, the 3 men outside slumped in defeat and tossed aside their useless fire sticks. Now, they had no value left, neither to Kingpin nor to DIO. In a flash, the blade of the hanged man sliced across their throats. And so, within the entire estate, not a single soul remained alive, except for Kingpin, hiding in the safe room. Footsteps echoed closer, and DIO, fashionably late, arrived at the door of the safe room. He knocked. "Mr. Kingpin, you have a package. Would you mind coming out to sign for it?" "Sorry, now's not a good time." Could you please just leave it outside? Kingpin approached as well. Now, only a sheet of reinforced glass separated the two men, barely half a meter apart. All right, let me put it another way. Can I borrow your head for a moment? I promised someone, and though this is by far the strangest gift I've ever delivered, I keep my word. Dio smiled as he spoke. He knew the man inside was just stalling for time, but he didn't care. To him, snuffing out the life behind that glass would be as effortless as crushing an ant. 100 million? Or 200 million? Name your price. Let's call off all our past grudges. Wipe the slate clean. If you're willing to work for me, there's even more in it for you. I've looked at your little restaurant. Sure, it's popular, but the money you make is nothing compared to what you could earn with your talent. No, actually, with your ability, you deserve so much more. If we teamed up, the whole world would be at our feet. Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful speech. Honestly, you almost had me convinced, just a hair's breadth away. Maybe if you try a bit harder, you'll think of something that might really move me. Dio applauded with a blank expression. He had to admit, this guy was something else. Even now, he was still angling to win him over, trying to recruit him as a subordinate. Was it insanity? Or had Wilson Fisk truly been the kingpin for so long that he believed he was untouchable? Fisk could hear the sarcasm in Dio's tone and slowly let the smile fade from his face. Want to know how I found you? There's a power out there that wants to use me to get rid of you. But looking at things now, maybe I'm the real target, or maybe they just don't care who wins this little hunting game between us. But you still chose to come after me. If you were an ordinary man, you might have vanished without a trace by now. So this path, you chose it. When it's over, don't blame the world for your fate. Seems our talk is over. Go on, try to kill me. But you might not have much time left. Fisk didn't bother with the pointless debate over who started this. In this world, the strong always rule. Whoever holds the advantage gets to decide the terms. If he'd known from the start that Dio was an enemy he couldn't handle, he'd never have made a move. What did a minor loss matter to him, after all? But instead of letting the hanged man hidden in the wine take care of Fisk, Dio slowly reached out and pressed his palms lightly against the reinforced glass. The more pride you have in something, the sweeter it is to watch it break. A crimson ripple raced forth. The ripples coiling around Dio's hands instantly turned a deep, blood red. 100 degrees, 500, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the searing heat radiating from his hands created a temperature difference of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, and he wasn't stopping. When it hit 2,000 degrees, the wall of blast-proof glass before him finally began to yield, softening rapidly. Clearly, he'd pushed it past its limits. The ripple energy was draining fast, but the effect was enough to fill anyone with despair. This so-called safe house was no longer a barrier on his path. After withdrawing his hands, Dio suddenly felt that he could probably pass himself off as a doomsday virus warrior in the future. Aside from being unable to self-destruct, there was almost no way anyone would see through his disguise. In the midst of despair, Kingpin picked up a handgun and started firing at him. But an even more hopeless sight unfolded. The bullets bounced harmlessly off Dio's body, serving no purpose at all. I think perhaps we could have another talk, Dio suggested. There's no need for that anymore, came the cold reply. Just like that, with effortless steps, Dio walked in and completely destroyed everything Kingpin relied on. Gritting his teeth, Kingpin quickly punched in a code to unlock the panic room door, desperate to escape. Yet he had barely taken a few steps when he staggered and collapsed to the ground. Looking closer, it turned out that his body had kept moving forward out of inertia, while his head was already in Dio's grasp, blood slowly dripping down. So that's my body, he murmured. Witnessing this, Kingpin finally lost all consciousness. Dio, however, frowned. Based on what he knew, Kingpin shouldn't have been this weak. And that last reaction didn't quite fit his character. Would the real Kingpin try to flee in such a desperate situation instead of fighting back? Could this be another imposter? Dio casually tossed the severed head aside, unable to be sure if the one he'd just killed was truly the real Kingpin. In fact, it wasn't until that man chose to run instead of charging in for a final fight that Dio noticed anything out of the ordinary. Was he just overthinking it? There's a saying, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. The lessons of his first mistake were still fresh in his mind. Even the guy who brought him here had admitted he wasn't sure if the real Kingpin was inside, which meant there was a good chance the real one was somewhere else, silently watching everything unfold through some unknown means. What a mess within a mess, Dio muttered under his breath. Then, clenching his fists, he smashed up the entire panic room, hoping to uncover any hidden secrets. But this time, he really was overthinking it. This was just a sealed panic room with no other way out. Forget it. I'd better leave for now. Just as he was about to pick up Kingpin's head and make his exit, a broken cane suddenly caught his attention. He picked up the half of the cane he'd smashed in his earlier rampage and examined it closely. then let out a sigh. Just as I thought. In his memory, Kingpin's cane was actually a high-tech weapon that he never parted with, deadly and unpredictable. There was no way the cane left here was just an ordinary stick that happened to look the same. Combining the fact that Kingpin should possess top-tier combat skills on par with the Punisher, yet chose to flee without even putting up a fight, abandoning his cane in the process. This behavior was truly out of character. When too many coincidences pile up, they cease to be mere coincidences. In other words, the real Kingpin is still alive. No wonder he's called the Emperor of the Underworld. His caution, cunning, and elusiveness are truly remarkable. But this time, unfortunately for him, he's run into a hot-blooded upstart who's determined to take him down at any cost. Melancholy Blues start rewind. DIO couldn't believe there could be so many stand-ins with such an uncanny resemblance, who, even in death, never betrayed the real Kingpin. No matter how much this dead man looked. Like Kingpin, at the end of the day, he was still a fake. He had to obey the real Kingpin's orders. Otherwise, wouldn't there be chaos if several Kingpins showed up at once? That meant, as long as he could trace the fake Kingpin's experiences, he'd eventually be able to pinpoint the real Kingpin's whereabouts. And perhaps the real Kingpin had even been to this place himself. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As for how many hideouts this fat rabbit, Kingpin, had dug across the world, nobody knew but himself. Taking on the form of the fake Kingpin, Melancholy Blues began to rewind at an accelerated pace. Just then, the sound of a fleet of cars approaching could be heard from outside. Eliminate every enemy who enters the firing range. Upon receiving the order, the hanged man instantly vanished. DIO didn't have time to waste on that mob of underlings. Soon, agonized screams and gunshots erupted in rapid succession, but not a single soul managed to break through and interrupt him. Meanwhile, Melancholy Blues rewind finally bore fruit. How long do I have to stay here this time? 1 week. Don't worry, I'm looking after your wife and daughter. They're both well-behaved, and the information you've provided has been invaluable. They've never once suspected my identity, so you need to do your part and play your current role well. Remember, don't let me down. Understand. If one day I really die in your place, will you keep your promise? Oh, what a heartbreaking question. I thought that, given the relationship between us, we could already trust each other completely. After all, in many situations, you or me, if you were to cause trouble using my identity, it would give me quite a headache. There was someone who did just that in the past. He tried to use everything I'd given him to replace me. In the end, I personally took back everything I granted him, then chopped him and everyone around him into pieces and turned them into bait. It took me a long time to catch enough fish with that bait, and all those fish I gave to my rivals. They seemed to enjoy their meal quite a bit. There was a brief silence. Understand. Everything will proceed according to your instructions. Excellent. We've reached another consensus. My wife is calling me over. After I take care of her, I still need to make time to help my daughter with her homework. Let's end our conversation here for now. I hope that a week from now, you'll still be able to sit at the breakfast table, enjoying a meal with your wife and child. The call ended. DIO paused the Melancholy Blues playback and sank into deep thought. Clearly, his earlier suspicions were correct. The Kingpin he had just killed was still a fake. Moreover, judging from the conversation, to Kingpin, a fake is always just a fake. Even after granting them his own identity, he left plenty of contingencies to ensure these people wouldn't betray him or try to use his name for anything off-script. That way, during this period, he could assume any one of their identities, blend seamlessly into their lives, and simply direct the fake stand-ins from afar to handle everything for him, avoiding any danger. In a certain sense, this really was a genius move. Meanwhile, in an ordinary apartment in Queens, New York, Kingpin, dressed in casual home clothes, closed his laptop. All the hidden cameras he'd left in the Manor safe house had just been destroyed by the furious DIO. The good news was that number 3 hadn't given away anything until the very end, so Kingpin himself was still safe for now. However, every method DIO had shown in the surveillance footage struck him as troublesome. Facing such an opponent, Kingpin was running out of cards to play. Even his last stand-in had been killed, meaning he'd lost the ability to manipulate things from the shadows. If he wanted to deal with his target now, he'd have to step into the light himself. Outmatched in strength, unable to find his adversary's weakness, and without the leverage to negotiate. This was a dilemma he hadn't faced in a long time. Strangely enough, Kingpin found himself growing excited. "My dear, are you ready yet? Dinner's on the table, and I made your favorite dishes. Come on over." A gentle woman's voice called from outside the door. It was his wife in this current life. Just a moment ago, Kingpin's eyes had flashed with menace, but as he opened the door and stepped out, he transformed completely, breaking into a goofy, cheerful grin. "Wonderful. Let me think. What special day is it today? Our wedding anniversary, right?" I can't believe you actually remembered. Hurry up and sit down for dinner. Once they were seated, Kingpin shot his daughter a sly wink. His 8-year-old daughter caught on immediately and dashed off to her room. Lisa, dinner's ready. What are you up to now? The woman, arms full of cutlery, called out loudly, then shot her husband a look, half exasperated, half accusing, as if blaming him for not keeping their daughter in check, or perhaps for something else entirely. Just then, Lisa came skipping out of her room, clutching a huge bouquet of roses. Who knows where she'd hidden them before? Somehow, nobody had noticed. Mommy, this is a present from Daddy. Surprised? The woman froze in place, utterly delighted as she took the roses from her daughter's hands. Then she started scolding her husband for spending money so carelessly, going on about how tough the economy was these days. Kingpin simply smiled fondly, stroking his daughter's hair, silently listening to his wife chatter away with joy, a perfect picture of a happy, loving family. So many people have shown up again. Why hasn't he come out yet? Dressed in an odd getup, lawyer Matt Murdock stood beside his friend Frank, both gazing at the manor now ablaze with fire and echoing with gunshots. No idea. Frank, barely able to restrain his bloodlust, flexed his fingers restlessly, clearly itching to dive in and unleash carnage. Should we go help? Based on what you said, that guy has some kind of bizarre killing ability. If we jump in, could we get caught in the crossfire? No idea. So, we're just going to stand around and wait? Matt Murdock sounded exasperated. But this time, Frank didn't reply. Instead, he quickly checked his weapons, then charged forward without another word. He'd finally reached his limit. Every last one of Kingpin's men deserved to die. Hey! Unable to stop Frank, Matt hurried to catch up. This was his first time donning his suit before dark, heading out to fight for justice. The sudden arrival of the Punisher and Daredevil threw Kingpin's men, already gripped by panic, into complete chaos. In an instant, the once formidable mob became a disorderly rabble. Every intruder who forced their way inside met a swift and fatal end, cut down without mercy. None of them could even tell where the blades came from, and by the time they thought to retreat, it was already too late. Their escape route was blocked, and there stood the Punisher and Daredevil, having planted a sign that read, "No passage this way." How had a carefully planned ambush turned so abruptly into a desperate trap, with no way forward and no way back? The heavy casualties forced the man in charge to make a choice: push forward with a headlong assault or try to turn back. But if they hesitated any longer, the police would surely arrive. "Move! Take out those two bastards behind us," he barked. Faced with an unknown terror ahead, they chose to confront the two tangible enemies behind them first. At once, the pressure on the Punisher and Daredevil mounted sharply. With little cover, they were now exposed to the full danger of gunfire. After all, no matter how skilled they were, a single well-aimed shot could be fatal. Just then, DIO, certain he had finally caught Kingpin's exposed weakness, made his move. He burst into the crowd with a speed that seemed almost supernatural, striking with fists and feet. Every blow claimed a life, each movement swift and lethal. Kingpin's men fell like paper cutouts, torn apart wherever DIO struck, leaving gaping holes in their ranks. Beside him, the hanged man joined the carnage. The scene transformed into a vision of hell on earth. Bodies hurled through the air, blood splattering in every direction, a tableau of utter gore. The Punisher and Daredevil didn't hesitate or stand by idly. They sprang from behind cover and set upon the panicked survivors, taking ruthless advantage of the chaos. It wasn't long before every one of the 100 or so reinforcements Kingpin had sent was wiped out. For DIO, this was the first time witnessing the Punisher's elite, almost superhuman combat prowess, the skill of a level 10 agent, and Daredevil's uncanny senses. Here was a blind man, yet he moved through a hailstorm of bullets with the agility and precision of a hunting leopard. "We failed, didn't we?" Frank asked after the fight, noticing DIO's empty hands and assuming that Kingpin himself had never been there. Perhaps this whole thing had been a trap. "There's a fake Kingpin's head upstairs," DIO replied, "but I figured you wouldn't care to see it, so I didn't bother bringing it down." Forget it then. Since they hadn't managed to take down the real Kingpin, Frank was ready to leave. Unlike Matt, who still needed to hide his true identity behind the mask of a lawyer, Frank simply didn't care. Ever since his wife and children were murdered, his life had narrowed to a single purpose: to hunt down and kill every criminal on Earth until the day he died. Matt felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly composed himself. If killing Kingpin were that easy, he would have died countless times over the years. Yet, in reality, he was thriving, living better than anyone else. He'd even become a celebrated businessman and philanthropist in the eyes of the public, a cruel irony. Seeing Matt remain silent, DIO lost interest in exposing his secrets. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. Didn't Matt feel even a bit embarrassed wearing that outfit? Although the kingpin upstairs was a fake, I've tracked down the real one. If you're not in a rush to get home for dinner, I can take you both to witness quite a show. DIO's words caught Matt completely off guard. Even Frank couldn't help but pause in his tracks. Kingpin's tactic of vanishing like a shed skin was clever, but in the end, he was still just a man. In this world, there were too many forces beyond his understanding, too many powers that could drag him out of hiding. Right beside DIO, the fake kingpin conjured by Moody Blues was already impatient to head home. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? There's a package from Mr. Sheriff. Please sign for it. Hearing the knocks at the door, a woman emerged from one of the rooms. As she walked over to open up, she glanced at her companion and asked in puzzlement, "What did you order this time? Is it another surprise gift? Honestly, I never know what to do with you." Remembering that beautiful bouquet of vibrant roses from before, her walk took on an unconscious sway, her face a blend of teasing and allure. She was already planning to give him a special reward that night. Meanwhile, Mr. Sheriff, who was carefully helping his daughter with her homework, was suddenly gripped by a chilling sense of danger. A package? He hadn't bought anything that would be delivered to their door. And that voice outside. There was no time to stop that foolish woman from opening the door, and it wouldn't matter anyway. If someone found their way here, it meant his cover was completely blown. Whether the door was opened or not, nothing would change. In the next instant, under his daughter's startled and confused gaze, he smashed through the wall behind him with a single punch, grabbed the cane hidden inside, and dashed for the window, leaping straight into the street below. Fortunately, their apartment wasn't on a high floor, just the third level. For someone with his physical conditioning and years of grueling training, that drop was nothing. The placement and size of that window had been custom designed for him, specifically to allow a quick escape in exactly this kind of emergency. The moment the woman opened the door, she heard shattering glass and her daughter's scream. She spun around and ran back toward the room, only to realize her husband had already disappeared. He was out on the street below. DIO, who had just pushed the door open and entered, also heard the commotion from moments ago, but he didn't seem worried at all. After all, running outside wasn't necessarily any safer. Two old friends were waiting for him down below, eager for a reunion and, incidentally, to settle some old scores. Sure enough, when he stepped into the room and curiously peered down through the broken window, he saw the Punisher and Daredevil locked in fierce combat with Kingpin, who had tried to make a quick escape. The three of them were entangled in a chaotic brawl, trading blows without restraint. Why aren't they using guns? DIO couldn't make sense of it. He could understand Daredevil's aversion to firearms, but why was Frank also abstaining? Given his shooting skills, Frank could have ended Kingpin the moment he dove out the window, one shot, and it would all be over. But instead, he insisted on going toe-to-toe, his face set in a look that practically shouted he intended to beat Kingpin to death with his bare hands. Maybe he's just not thinking straight? DIO speculated, not without a hint of malice, then settled himself at the window, like he was watching a show. Fortunately, by now, the woman had already fled with her daughter. From the look of things, she either hadn't noticed anything unusual about her husband yet, or perhaps she had sensed something was wrong, but simply couldn't believe it. As dusk deepened on the street below, the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled, though plenty of people were still hurrying about. Then, with a sharp crash of shattering glass, many onlookers witnessed a massive man tumble out onto the street. Before anyone could rush over to see if he needed help, two strange figures darted after him, and without a word, the three launched into an all-out melee. The Punisher brandished his Gerber combat knife, his flurry of techniques and moves dazzling to behold, each strike aimed for Kingpin's vital points, relentless and venomous like a serpent tearing into its prey. But Kingpin was no novice in hand-to-hand combat. His skills were every bit a match for Frank's. Armed with his custom cane, always at his side, his defense was airtight, and every so often it would unleash an electric shock, a burst of smoke, or even a laser. If this had been a one-on-one fight, the outcome might have ended in a draw, or perhaps even with Kingpin's victory. Because without firearms, in a close-quarters brawl, Kingpin's raw strength and stamina outclassed Frank's, and he arguably outsmarted him as well. Yet Frank wasn't fighting alone. He had chosen to forego his guns, perhaps because Matt Murdock, the lawyer now transformed into Daredevil, was fighting alongside him. Despite Daredevil's somewhat embarrassing costume, his senses had been heightened, and his speed surpassed that of any ordinary man, putting immense pressure on Kingpin. Frank's willingness to risk injury for a chance to wound Kingpin only added fuel to the fire, repeatedly pushing Kingpin to the brink of fury. On top of everything, a true monster was observing the fight from above, and now he found himself in a real predicament. It wasn't a hopeless situation, though. When he'd smashed through the wall earlier, he had automatically triggered a contingency plan he'd set up in advance. Reinforcements would arrive soon. 2 minutes? 3 at most? Although he hadn't stationed anyone nearby, wanting to keep his hideout perfectly hidden and prevent anyone from tracing him, it simply wasn't in his nature to leave himself unprepared for a scenario like this. The good news was that the people who had come to cause him trouble all believed he had nowhere left to run. Their foolishness was giving him precious time to stall. If that monster up above decided to make a move, however, he knew he had no chance of escaping an attack he couldn't anticipate. At that very moment, his wife and daughter burst out onto the scene. To his surprise and delight, his wife was gripping the only hunting rifle in the house, the one they kept for scaring off unwelcome guests. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and then, feigning panic, he managed to shout, "Get Lisa out of here. It's too dangerous. And I love you both." Just to say those words, he let himself get distracted. Frank and Matt landed a series of blows on him, leaving him with more fresh wounds and adding a tragic heroism to his performance. Fortunately, he was tough enough to withstand these minor injuries. They were still within his limits. The woman holding the rifle let go of her daughter, her whole body trembling. She couldn't make sense of much right now, and her husband suddenly seemed like a stranger. But his heartfelt declaration steadied her hand on the gun. When emotion takes over, reason has no say. At this moment, all she could think about was saving her husband, and how the three of them could start a new life somewhere else. "Stay away from my husband, or I'll shoot." She gritted her teeth, swung the gun's muzzle skyward, and fired. The thunderous blast instantly scattered the onlookers. They may have been curious, but their own lives matter more. A fistfight and a shootout were two completely different beasts. The gunshot cleared the crowd and made Frank and Matt, who had the upper hand, hesitate. They couldn't be sure whether the woman would really shoot at them. This wasn't a risk to take lightly. If she pulled the trigger, who knew how unlucky they might be? "I'll handle the woman." "Got it." Matt and Frank divided up the tasks without missing a beat. Frank stayed behind to keep fighting Kingpin, while Matt, relying on his heightened senses, prepared to disarm the woman and neutralize the threat. But at that very moment, the piercing sound of police sirens erupted, and an unknown number of squad cars appeared one after another. Upon witnessing this, the person who should have been most afraid, Kingpin, instead revealed a cryptic smile. Taking advantage of Daredevil's brief absence, he used his cane to unleash a cloud of toxic gas, forcing the Punisher to retreat. Then, tossing aside his weapon, he strode directly toward the police officers who had surrounded him, their guns trained on his chest. "I surrender. Please ensure my personal safety." The head of America's largest criminal syndicate turning himself into the police and even seeking their protection. Such a scenario was so absurd it could pass for an April Fool's joke. No one would have believed it. Yet it was happening right now. It turned out that Kingpin's final contingency was to leverage the networks and influence he had cultivated over the years to force official intervention. Even the boldest criminals dared not confront the full might of the state head-on. If you can't fight it, then use it to your advantage. Given his current predicament, nowhere was safer than a police station or prison. With his resources, even behind bars, he could easily maintain control over his sprawling empire. Whether he wanted to walk free or remain inside depended solely on his own wishes. He had chosen this particular apartment as a safe house for his third body double after careful consideration, precisely because it was the closest to the NYPD headquarters. Yet, when making these arrangements, it had never occurred to him that one day he would face an enemy as unpredictable as DIO. He couldn't be sure if his backup plan would succeed, but with no other options, he had no choice but to gamble everything. No one expected the police to mobilize so swiftly, nor for the city's most notorious criminal to turn himself involuntarily. As Frank saw the mocking curve of Kingpin's lips, he found the outcome unbearable. Perhaps in Matt's eyes, seeing Kingpin captured and brought to justice might be acceptable. But Frank, who had witnessed firsthand the injustices woven into society's very fabric, knew full well that prison could never contain this monster, and the law would always bow to power and wealth. After all it took to catch him, how could he just let him walk away? For the first time, Frank regretted not simply shooting the bastard then and there, instead of choosing such a foolish way to settle their score. But it wasn't over yet. He still had his own way to set things right. Without hesitation, he lunged for the black duffel bag he'd tossed aside, pulled out the M16 at lightning speed, spun around with practiced fluidity, flicked off the safety, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. In America, being a police officer is a dangerous job. Any disturbance, no matter how small, sets their nerves instantly on edge. Frank moved quickly, but his actions didn't escape notice. His dangerous move instantly put the police on high alert. "Open fire." Kingpin, who had been walking toward the police with his hands raised high, suddenly grunted in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and didn't pause. Instead, he dropped and rolled behind a car in a flash. Immediately, 2 officers crouched over to guard him. Damn it! In the chaos, Frank aimed for the heart, the spot he was most confident in. But a hail of bullets forced him off target, and his shot only struck Kingpin's back. He couldn't tell what kind of injury he'd caused, but he knew that bastard wasn't dead. And now, there was no chance for a second shot. Are you out of your mind? Matt came running over just then. He knew Frank could go to extremes, but to fire a gun at someone in front of the police, this was sheer madness. You don't get it. These cops are all in on it with him. If we don't take him out now, we'll never have another shot. As he spoke, Frank tried to force his way out again. But the moment he so much as stuck his head out, a barrage of bullets drove him right back. Stop being reckless. Just because we missed our chance now doesn't mean we won't get another. Come on, we need to get out of here or we'll really be trapped. Matt grabbed Frank and dragged him toward the alley. For a moment, Frank seemed to remember something. He shook off Matt's hand, but instead of stubbornly charging ahead, he fell silent and followed behind, almost as if he'd become a different person. That was because Frank suddenly thought of the person who had brought them to Kingpin this time. Would that person really just let Kingpin walk away? Given that man's strange abilities, the outcome had probably already been decided the moment he found Kingpin. The only reason he hadn't acted directly was likely because the 2 of them had rushed in so eagerly. Matt, if someone gives me a gift, help me accept it. What? Is it your birthday or something? Should I order you a cake? Matt shot back without even looking over his shoulder. Frank clenched his fist so hard he almost punched Matt. Fortunately, he managed to hold back. Go, go, go. Don't let the suspects escape. Is the ambulance here yet? What are you waiting for? Just load him into a squad car and get him to the hospital. Sir, a woman with a child says she's related to the suspect who was shot. She wants to come along. For God's sake, dim you'll kick you in the head. Or is your brain packed with corn? Get them out of here. Don't waste any more time. Sir, what now? A call just came in. It's from him. Give me the phone and get everyone loaded up. The middle-aged officer took the phone and stepped aside, nodding respectfully as he listened. Understand. I'll make sure the prisoner's safety is guaranteed. He's in the car right now, and we're heading straight to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll assign plenty of men for 24-hour surveillance. Not even a fly will get through. With that, he walked over to the car, where Kingpin was seated, phone still in hand. He ordered the 2 officers inside to transfer to another vehicle, then took the driver's seat himself, passing the still-connected phone to Kingpin. Though blood was still seeping from his back, Kingpin managed a faint, wry chuckle. He took the phone and began to make his deal. After all, he had used the police to safeguard himself, forcing his enemies to hesitate and give up the chase. For that, he knew a price must be paid. That was the rule of this game. Anyone who broke the rules was swiftly swept off the board, no exceptions. As he took the call, the car's engine roared to life. A long line of police vehicles sped away, sirens blaring. By all accounts, Kingpin should have been safe now, but a sudden sense of unease crept over him. Could it be? Was that man planning this all along? The thought had barely surfaced when a jolt of terror shot through him. Reflected in the rearview mirror, he saw a grotesque figure covered head to toe in bandages, gripping a razor-sharp dagger, sitting right beside him. A chill ran down Kingpin's spine. He whipped his head around, but the seat was empty. He looked back at the mirror. The bandaged specter was still there, the dagger's tip now nearly pressed against Kingpin's throat. Yet in reality, there was nothing beside him. An illusion, he muttered. Kingpin swung a fist at the empty air, but struck nothing. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp pain lanced across his neck. He felt the slow trickle of warm liquid. Glancing again at the rearview mirror, he saw, with nightmarish clarity, the bandaged man's blade slicing into his skin, cruelty gleaming in his eyes. The burning pain at his throat made it unmistakably clear. This was no illusion. It was real. A ruthless glint flashed in Kingpin's eyes. He flung open the car door and dove out at full speed. The police car was still moving. The sudden escape left the captain in shock and confusion. He knew some of the story, but couldn't fathom why Kingpin would bolt like that. Unlike with other prisoners, he hadn't locked the door or cuffed Kingpin to the seat, nor had he stationed an officer to guard him. And so, Kingpin managed to leap out with startling ease. The captain, acting on instinct, slammed on the brakes. The cars behind failed to stop in time, resulting in a chaotic chain of rear-end collisions. Meanwhile, Kingpin, having thrown himself from the speeding vehicle, tumbled violently along the ground before finally coming to a halt, sprawled face down and unable to rise. The police, who had slammed on their brakes, quickly drew their guns and surrounded the scene, trying to escape after being arrested. Now, that was a truly dangerous move. But as they closed in, they were shocked to their core to discover that the man lying on the ground, Kingpin, was now nothing more than a corpse. His head had vanished into thin air. What on earth just happened? The police chief, who had been riding in the same car as Kingpin, looked utterly grim. This was a disaster. Not only had their prize slipped through their fingers, but he would surely be held responsible for what had happened. And Kingpin's death would mean a seismic shift in the balance of power. The interests entangled with Kingpin ran vast and deep. The chaos to follow would be impossible to measure, and who knew how many would die as a result? Who could possibly have the audacity to do this? Meanwhile, DIO, carrying a gift box in his hand, was strolling down the streets of Hell's Kitchen, looking rather pleased with himself. Before long, he walked into an apartment building. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me. As soon as Matt opened the door, the strong scent of blood hit him. He stiffened for a moment, then masked his surprise and calmly walked back inside. What are you doing here again? I brought a gift. A gift? The intelligence your friend provided was extremely useful. This is the payment I promised him. Could I trouble you to pass it along? DIO placed the gift box on the table. At that moment, Matt couldn't help but recall that odd comment Frank had made to him while escaping earlier. Something about a gift. Could this be it? All right, I'll make sure he receives it personally. Is there anything else? Oh yes, just one more thing. Attorney Matt, you've helped me out quite a bit, and I haven't paid you yet. I'm sorry we didn't cross paths at the funeral. If Matt still didn't catch on now, he'd truly be a fool. Sure enough, no matter how cunning Kingpin was, he still couldn't escape the justice dealt by the man before him. A man whose methods were as unpredictable as gods or ghosts. $1. I might not have heard you right just now. Did you say $1? That's right, $1. You heard me. Or do you intend to renege on payment? For some reason, DIO suddenly laughed. He patted himself down theatrically, then said with exaggerated regret, I'm terribly sorry. I don't have $1 on me. Could I owe it to you and settle up next time? If it's you, Mr. DIO, of course. You have my number. If you ever need legal help, you can always find me at my office, or just give me a call. But if people keep showing up at my door like this, I might have to consider moving. By day, Matt is a lawyer, but by night he dons his shameful tights and becomes Daredevil, prowling the streets to uphold justice and punish evil. If DIO were to come knocking at his door for no reason, it would undoubtedly cause him a great deal of distress. Fortunately, after Kingpin was dealt with, DIO lost interest in these visits, though he never gave a definite farewell. Instead, he said, I'll do my best. And if Counselor Matt happens to pick up any information, say if someone's planning to cause me trouble, you could give me a heads up. The reward will be worth your while. Of course, if your two friends are willing to step in early and help me take care of the problem, that would be even better. I have a feeling there'll be plenty of annoying pests buzzing around these days. With a pointed reminder, DIO turned and left. Matt wasn't naive. It only took a moment of thought. After Kingpin's death, who would be targeted next? Besides DIO, who had just left, it would be him and Frank, the ones who'd openly fought Kingpin in the streets. And compared to the one person even Kingpin couldn't handle, the one who'd almost taken down everyone including himself, Matt and Frank, who couldn't manage to stop DIO even as a duo, were clearly easier targets. Matt opened the gift box, then quietly closed it again. A few minutes later, a figure dressed in red, clutching something in his hand, appeared in the night, only to vanish just as quickly. By this time, DIO had already left Hell's Kitchen, ready to find a hotel and finally get a decent night's rest. He hadn't slept well for days. He had to admit, Kingpin, for all his mortal limitations, was a truly troublesome opponent. No wonder that, in the original story, even after facing Spider-Man, Punisher, Daredevil, and so many others, Kingpin always managed to survive, sometimes even turning the tables at the last moment. But in the end, Kingpin couldn't escape the judgment of a stand user. The reason Kingpin got to see the Hangman's true form was simply because DIO allowed it. As for Kingpin's final leap from the car, that too had been well within DIO's expectations. At the time, he'd been tailing them in a car he'd borrowed from the side of the road. The very instant Kingpin jumped, the Hangman struck, and DIO simply drove by, scooping up the ball that rolled his way, then sped off into the night. The entire process was seamless. In front of a stand user, no enemy can walk away unscathed. As for whether the Kingpin he finally found was the real one, DIO didn't expect any more surprises. Judging by the man's physical prowess and skill, there could be no doubt it was the real deal. Everything else, his appearance, build, even his voice, could be faked, but that level of strength and ability could never be achieved overnight. A fake Kingpin could never possess such power. At the time, he hadn't gone straight for the kill. Part of the reason was that he wanted to see how Kingpin would fare when besieged by both the Punisher and Daredevil. The outcome was more than satisfying. This warm-up match ended with Kingpin's elimination. On Monday, Will, who was still reluctant to return to reality after his break, came back to work. DIO, having dealt with a major headache, seemed to be in good spirits as well. So he didn't press Will about the smile lingering on his face, choosing instead to let him keep his secret and save some face. Whoa, since when did you start smoking cigars? Man, capitalism really has corrupted you. You've changed. You've forgotten how he used to be. Here, take one. Get lost. Dio handed over the remaining cigars, shooing away Will, whose eyes were gleaming with excitement, even as he pretended to be heartbroken. He'd found these cigars yesterday at that manor. Never having tried cigars before, he'd grabbed a few boxes out of curiosity. The final verdict? He was just a simple guy at heart. Regular cigarettes suited him far better than cigars ever could. Hey, this is the good stuff, isn't it? One of these must cost a fortune. With practiced ease, Will lit one up and immediately perked up, putting on airs as if he were a connoisseur. Dio curled his lip in disdain. Of course it was top shelf. Just one of these would set you back tens of thousands of dollars. Would Kingpin ever get himself anything less than the best? Glancing at Will, who was clearly lost in the moment, Dio pulled another box from the cabinet. A gift from a generous soul. That's all there is. Don't come asking me for more when they're gone. Brother, you're too good to me. Next time you run into this generous soul, can you introduce me? Will sidled up with an ingratiating grin. Get out of here. He'd be happy to introduce Will, but the real question was, would Will actually dare to go? After a few reluctant puffs, Will stubbed out the half-smoked cigar and carefully put away the rest. Stuff this good was meant for showing off. Why waste it otherwise? Once he'd secured his treasure, he dutifully started cleaning up, even spritzing extra air freshener around the place. Dio couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head at Will's ridiculous antics, choosing to let him be. Soon enough, another workday had slipped by. Dio had not only managed to shear quite a few sheep, extracting good value from his customers, but also used up all the slightly less than fresh ingredients left in the fridge from last week. He couldn't be blamed, though. He'd been so busy monster hunting that he'd completely forgotten to restock for the new week. That was when Pepper hurried in once again. Dio could see in her face she'd been under a lot of pressure lately. Maybe it was work, maybe it was because of Tony, or maybe it was both. This made her look utterly worn out. No matter how much makeup she applied, it couldn't conceal the exhaustion on her face. Her dark circles, the occasional pimples, and deepening wrinkles were all too obvious. The trouble's been dealt with for now. As for Will, just let him fend for himself. Dio joked when he saw her in such a poor state, trying to lighten the atmosphere. It's been handled already. Pepper was a bit surprised, but then she joined in the banter with a smile. Good to hear. These days, people come to me every day asking about Cousin Tony. If we'll keep stirring things up, I won't be able to keep a lid on it much longer. Hearing this, Dio instantly looked a bit embarrassed. That guy, Will, didn't know when to stop boasting. He just kept going, making things worse. If Tony ever caught wind of this, given how petty he could be, who knew what kind of prank he'd pull on Will? Dio could already picture it. Just as Will was bragging to a crowd, Tony would stride in, all swagger, and throw an arm around his cousin. The awkwardness of the scene was enough to make anyone's skin crawl just thinking about it. Sorry for causing you trouble, Dio said. As long as you remember that dinner you owe me, it's really no trouble at all. Honestly, compared to all the help you've given Tony and me, this is nothing. Pepper replied with her usual grace. Dio had to admit, she was impossible to dislike. Even knowing that everything she did was for Tony, it was hard to be mad at her. In fact, you couldn't help but feel a little admiration. Don't worry, Dio said. I haven't forgotten what I promised. Just pick the time and place and let me know. This time, I'll try to be more tactful. No temper, I swear. Pepper managed a wry smile. With Tony's personality, there really weren't many people who could handle him. Sharp-tongued, arrogant, utterly self-assured. He was a walking encyclopedia of genius syndrome. But if you really got to know him, you'd see that Tony was just a quirky kid who never quite grew up. He meant no real harm to anyone, but somehow, his words and actions always managed to offend. There were countless scholars and scientists who'd been ignored or stood up by him, but genius came with privileges. The more successful Tony became, the less anyone dared show their annoyance. Instead, they only tried harder to get close to him. If she didn't love Tony so much, Pepper would have left long ago. Who could ever guess how she truly felt every morning, personally seeing those women out of the villa? Thank you. If Tony hadn't become so irritable and anxious lately, so out of character, I wouldn't have come to trouble you again. I think, rather than worrying about Tony, who's not in immediate danger, you should start paying attention to your own health. How have you been sleeping lately? It's not too bad, just that the daily workload is enough to make anyone despair. Ever since Obadiah was personally sent to prison by Tony, he stopped managing anything at all. So now, I'm the one running Stark Industries. Honestly, I should ask Tony for a raise. Pepper managed a strained smile as she spoke. Dio nodded in understanding. With Pepper's meticulous nature, Tony, entrusting the company to her meant she would devote herself fully to managing Stark Industries. And after what happened with Obadiah, it also meant Pepper couldn't easily delegate her responsibilities, which only added more work and pressure on her shoulders. DIO didn't want to comment on this, nor did he feel qualified or in any position to say anything. He simply smiled and asked, "Do you believe I can cure Tony?" Pepper was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Of course." With her emotional intelligence, even if she had doubts, she would never voice them directly. But DIO wasn't playing by the usual script. Instead, he questioned himself, saying, "I'm not even sure I can cure Tony for certain. So why do you believe in me?" Pepper was caught off guard, unsure how to continue the conversation. "That's why I think it's necessary to prove my abilities, a paid demonstration, you could say." Pepper, having recovered a little, hesitated. "You mean, I'd like you to experience it firsthand, Miss Potts. That way, you'll truly trust me, and you'll have more confidence persuading Tony to accept my treatment. After all, without personal experience, it's hard to have a real say." Pepper had been about to refuse, but when she heard his reasoning, she fell silent. Then she nodded, agreeing with DIO's point. When faced with the unknown, everyone instinctively feels fear and resistance. Compared to venturing into some mysterious cave no one's ever entered, most people would rather stay close to what's familiar, what brings them a sense of safety. It's like the story of the crab. This fierce-looking creature was never considered food until someone was brave enough to take the first bite. Pepper wasn't exactly the first to try something new, but she still felt a mix of nerves and anticipation. Since all the ingredients in the restaurant had been used up, the bodyguards she brought along were temporarily turned into grocery runners, armed with DIO's shopping list, and sent out to replenish supplies. It was quite a while before they returned, looking exasperated, with the car packed full of ingredients. "Do we really need this much food for one meal? My appetite's been poor lately. I can't possibly eat that much," Pepper said in astonishment as she took in the bounty her bodyguards had brought back. Then she noticed DIO looking at her with an expression that clearly said, "How could you possibly think all of this is for you?" As if she were being foolish. He said, "Relax, it's not all for you. The rest will be kept as reserves." He might as well have spelled it out. These were the supplies he'd need for his restaurant in the coming week. Luckily, Pepper was no fool. As he directed the bodyguards to carefully sort and store all the groceries in the fridge, leaving out only a handful of ingredients, she understood everything at once. He was treating her like some kind of easy mark, and blatantly so. Even though the groceries themselves didn't cost much, the feeling of being taken advantage of was deeply unpleasant. Pepper suddenly realized that DIO was, in some ways, reminiscent of Tony. Both of them had a knack for getting under your skin, leaving you fuming and speechless, unable even to get angry out loud. "Wait just a moment, it'll be ready soon. Since it's you, I won't charge any overtime this time," DIO called out. See, there it is again. Pepper was both amused and exasperated. After all, he had been the one to invite her, and she'd even brought all the ingredients herself. Yet he still had the nerve to bring up overtime? She felt an overwhelming urge to hit something, but DIO had already slipped into the kitchen, denying her the chance. Even her two bodyguards seemed to sense the brewing danger and quietly positioned themselves far away from her. About 45 minutes later, DIO emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of twice-cooked pork with garlic shoots, a dish of spicy chicken, a bowl of rice, and a tall glass of water, which he arranged neatly in front of Pepper. Though the aroma was undeniably tempting, the glistening slices of pork belly and the heap of fiery red chilies made Pepper frown. This late in the day, she had no desire for such oily food, and she couldn't handle spicy dishes in the first place. Had this been any other restaurant, she would have insisted the chef prepare something else. This was simply not to her taste. But facing DIO, she found herself at a loss for words. "Before you eat, it's best to let her bodyguards have a stroll outside. Most of my guests prefer not to have outsiders present when they dine here," DIO suggested. Helpfully, he hadn't missed the frown on Pepper's face, but he was confident that she'd change her mind soon, or perhaps wouldn't be able to stop herself at all. Instead of leaving, the two bodyguards stepped forward, their gazes wary and unfriendly. DIO didn't seem to mind, but Pepper was startled. The memory of that bloody incident still haunted her dreams from time to time. "I'm sorry, they're just instinctively trying to protect me. Please don't take it the wrong way," she apologized. "Of course, I'm not the petty type, anyway. Besides, I've already warned you," DIO replied. Pepper thought for a moment, then said to her bodyguards, "You two head back to the car first. Come pick me up when it's over. But, go on, I'm the employer here. If anything happens, it's my responsibility, not yours." Still looking reluctant, the two bodyguards eventually left. Before they went, they shot DIO a glare, but to him, they were as insignificant as dust in the air, so small they might as well not exist at all. "Shall we begin now?" he asked. "Of course." but it's best to follow my instructions closely. No matter how strange things get during this meal, try to stay calm and act on instinct. Don't worry. I'll be right here the entire time to ensure your absolute safety. Pepper, who had just managed to regain her composure, felt a wave of tension wash over her again after hearing his words. I understand, she replied. Good. Do you see that glass of water? Don't worry if you drink it all. Go ahead, give it a try. No food first, just water? What kind of dining ritual is this? Pepper couldn't make sense of it, but that didn't stop her from picking up the glass and taking a sip. In her mind, if Dio really meant her harm, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Besides, after several encounters, she'd begun to get a sense of his character. In moments like this, it was best not to ask questions. Just do as he says. This water. Over the years, Pepper had enjoyed almost every delicacy the world had to offer. For Tony, the rarest ingredients were nothing special. He actually preferred junk food, like burgers. So-called priceless spring water was nothing new to Pepper, but compared to this, none of them even came close. The sweetness and purity were beyond belief. Who could have imagined that an ordinary glass of water could taste so exquisite, so utterly irresistible? Gone already? In the blink of an eye, Pepper, who'd only intended to take a small sip, realized the tall glass in her hand was empty. She was still tilting it, trying to coax out every last drop. She simply couldn't bear to leave any behind. Stunned, Pepper set down the glass and looked at Dio, only to find that he wasn't mocking her. In fact, he wore a perfectly nonchalant expression, as though he'd seen it all before. No need to look at me like that. Almost everyone reacts the same way. And trust me, I'm a professional. No matter what happens today, I'll keep it to myself. I won't use it for publicity or tell anyone. What on earth is going to happen? Pepper was dying to ask, but she held her tongue. Is there any more of that water? Can I start eating now? At the mere mention of the water she had just drunk, Pepper, uncharacteristically, licked her lips. If even a glass of plain water could taste so wonderful, what marvelous flavors might the cuisine here hold? She found herself growing impatient to try it, and as for worries about greasiness or spiciness, those were now the least of her concerns. For now, you can only have one glass of that water. As for food, I don't think you're quite in the mood for that just yet, Dio said, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Startled, Pepper touched her face and realized that, without even noticing, she was already in tears streaming down uncontrollably. No matter how strange things become during the meal, keep calm. Act on your instincts. Pepper's mental fortitude was strong. She didn't scream or panic. Instead, she recalled Dio's earlier advice. But what about these unstoppable tears? Did that count as something strange? Staying calm was easy enough, but to follow her instincts, what did that even mean right now? Was her instinct simply to cry and do nothing else? There's no need to be afraid. The water you drank is healing your eyes. It will be over soon, Dio reassured her. With those words, the last of Pepper's worries faded. She just sat there quietly, letting the tears flow, until her blouse was soaked through. A minute later, the relentless stream of tears ceased as suddenly as it had begun. Pepper blinked in surprise, then took the fresh towel and mirror Dio handed her. After wiping away the remnants of tears, she raised the mirror for a look and stared in disbelief. Her eyes, once dry and weary, now shone with clarity and moisture, so pure she could hardly believe they were her own. Even the deep dark circles from countless sleepless nights had vanished without a trace. Her whole face radiated vitality and vigor. Was it just her imagination, or had her vision actually improved? Everything seemed crisper and clearer than before. But how could that be possible? All from a single glass of water? Chi energy? No, this was already the realm of magic. Incredible. How was this even possible? It wasn't just the water, was it? It must be magic, right? Even someone as composed and mature as Pepper couldn't help but grow excited, her composure slipping away. Just as Dio had said, some things you simply have to experience for yourself, or you'll never truly understand. Pepper felt as if she might go mad. Either this was an illusion, or she was dreaming. You can eat now. You don't have to finish everything, but I imagine you must be absolutely starving. So help yourself. Dio allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. After all, not a single guest had ever left his table with food still on their plate. There were times he worried he might actually overfeed someone, so he'd set a limit. No matter how much extra they paid, no one was allowed more than 3 bowls of rice. And these were just regular rice bowls. The moment he mentioned food, Pepper's stomach began to rumble, the emptiness burning inside her like a fire. She suddenly realized just how ravenous she was. With no more pretense of being ladylike, she dug in, devouring the meal as though caught in a whirlwind. She wasn't used to chopsticks, so she switched to a fork. Thankfully, Dio had anticipated this and provided one. Otherwise, she might have resorted to grabbing the food with her hands in her urgency. "It's so spicy," she gasped. But she simply couldn't stop eating. Pepper, who had never been good with spicy food, soon had tears streaming down her face. Still, it was as if she were enchanted. Her hands moved on their own, relentlessly lifting fiery chicken and bright red chili peppers to her mouth. Even the fatty slices of meat, which looked so greasy, melted on her tongue, delicious and impossible to resist. She'd never imagined pork belly could taste this heavenly. "Another bowl of rice, please." Rice wasn't something Pepper ate often, but this fragrant, sweet, perfectly sticky rice, each glossy grain distinct, was simply irresistible. She couldn't get enough. Dio gave her a strange look, but refilled her bowl all the same. He couldn't help but remember how she claimed she didn't have much of an appetite, wouldn't be able to eat much. Now, she was eating as though she hadn't seen food in days. When she finally let out a satisfied burp, Dio promptly handed her a cup of warm water. Just plain water, nothing special. Pepper, who had been anticipating something more, looked a little disappointed. With just these 2 dishes, she managed to eat 3 full bowls of rice. She polished off not just the chilies, but even mixed the last drops of sauce in with her rice. She stopped just short of licking the plate clean. Fortunately, as Pepper slowly regained her composure, her last shreds of dignity kept her from doing anything quite so embarrassing. But when she saw the evidence of her feast, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't bring herself to look up at anyone. Dio didn't mock her, though. He remembered his own first time eating seasoned dishes. He'd been just the same, feeling as if he could eat endlessly. Only after many meals did he return to normal, though the happiness he felt never faded. Watching his guests finish every bite of his cooking like this brought him a quiet sense of fulfillment. It was as if all the violent energy he'd built up from so many bloody days faded away, allowing him to hold on to his true self and never cross the line. "The treatment will begin soon. Get ready. Like I said before, I'm right here. There's nothing to worry about." Before Dio had even finished speaking, Pepper felt it. An itch. Her face began to itch intensely, unbearably so. Instinctively, she reached out to scratch herself, and then, to her shock, large flakes of dead skin began to peel away. The terrifying sight startled her, but when she noticed that Dio remained completely unfazed, she gradually calmed down, realizing that this must be a normal part of the process. It wasn't just her face, her scalp was shedding as well. Each time she scratched, clumps of hair would come away in her hand. From a distance, the scene was utterly disturbing, far scarier than anything out of a horror movie. At that moment, Pepper finally understood why Dio had insisted that her bodyguards leave the room. If anyone else were to witness this, they would be left utterly bewildered with fear. Besides, who would ever want others to see them in such a disheveled and unsightly state, especially a woman? As more and more dead skin sloughed off, the skin on Pepper's face became smoother and finer. Even her scalp, now bare from shedding, began to sprout new hair in a way that defied belief. Unlike her previous dry and split ends, the fresh hair was silky and full of luster. Just as Pepper thought the treatment was coming to an end, she suddenly felt a strange stirring inside her mouth. One of her teeth began to vibrate with a peculiar rhythm, as if it had suddenly come alive and was trying to escape. She instinctively wanted to cover her mouth, but then remembered Dio's earlier instructions. So she simply opened her mouth wide, and with a sharp pop, the tooth shot out, embedding itself firmly in the wall. Right after that, the gap in her gums began to writhe rapidly, and a brand new tooth quickly grew in, taking the place of the old one. At last, the treatment was finally complete. Pepper couldn't wait to snatch up a mirror, and for a long moment, she was frozen in place, speechless with astonishment. The woman in the mirror was so beautiful, so radiant, she could hardly believe it was herself. She raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. It felt incredibly soft and springy. Then she ran her fingers through her newly grown hair, which was so smooth and sleek that it slipped playfully right through her fingers. At that moment, Dio had already picked up the tooth that had fallen out. Pepper took it from him and, sure enough, saw that the root was blackened. It had been a bad tooth. But when she opened her mouth to check in the mirror, she found that not a single tooth was missing. If she looked carefully, she could even spot one that gleamed whiter than the rest. After deducting the cleaning fee, the service fee, and the overtime charge, that comes to a very reasonable $300,000. Will you be paying by card or check? Just as Pepper was lost in shock, still questioning whether this was truly magic or simply a dream, Dio strolled over with a card reader in hand, cutting through her reverie. For the sake of these top-quality ingredients, Dio decided to waive all those miscellaneous charges. He sighed, lamenting that he truly was a disgrace among profiteers, charging so little for his services. What a pity. Thanks to his generosity, Pepper, who had finally sobered up, reluctantly set down the mirror. Without hesitation, she grabbed the POS machine and swiftly paid $300,000. Her decisiveness would leave those Hollywood starlets in awe. This is absolutely incredible. If news of this got out, believe me, women all over the world would go wild for you. Another $300,000 in the bank seemed to put Dio in a good mood. Hearing Pepper's awestruck comment, he replied with a touch of modesty, "That's an exaggeration. In fact, just getting a reservation here now means waiting a month or more, and every day, countless people call to inquire. So, having more people know about it doesn't really make a difference for me. My energy is limited, and I can only serve a set number of guests each day." Pepper gradually regained her composure, the feverish excitement fading. The image of the commanding woman who ran Stark Industries returned to her. "So what you're saying is, it's not just about the ingredients. It's that mass production isn't possible, and there are certain limitations, right?" Pepper hit the nail on the head, earning an approving glance from Dio. "That's more or less it. During treatment, I have to be present, not only to prevent accidents, but also because the moment these dishes leave my side, they revert to ordinary food and lose their magical effects. Yet, it's funny how some people still try to sneak them away, hoping to uncover their secrets. But since those folks paid their bills in full, I let it slide." Pepper seemed to catch the deeper meaning in Dio's words, and she replied directly, "I have no ulterior motives. I just think it's a bit of a shame." Dio was all too aware of how these constraints had cost him the chance to become the world's richest man. Just imagine, if Pearl Jam had no restrictions, even selling it as a health supplement or beauty product worldwide would be a gold mine, earning him far more than this little restaurant ever could. But reality was cruel. Each Pearl Jam required ripple energy to create, and Dio's ripple wasn't limitless. Plus, the range issue was a hard limit. Thinking of building an international empire was pure fantasy. Still, Dio was perfectly content with how much he was making now. If he hadn't drawn Pearl Jam right from the start, he'd probably still be struggling to figure out how to make a living. "It's past working hours now. Any more questions? If you don't head home soon, your baby is going to throw a fit again," he teased. Pepper glanced at the time and realized it was indeed getting late. Still, there were a few more things she wanted to clarify. "I'd like to know, are there any side effects from that treatment earlier? And what conditions can it actually treat?" "Side effects? Of course there are. Didn't you just experience one yourself?" Dio replied with utmost seriousness. Pepper's heart skipped a beat at the mention of side effects, but after hearing his follow-up, she couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh, feeling both relieved and amused. It really was quite the severe side effect. "For a moment there, I thought I'd die of fright." Dio chuckled and continued, "To be honest, I don't really know what I can or can't cure. You have to try and see. That's exactly why I said I can't promise to cure Tony. If he's willing to cooperate, I can give a shot, but no one can predict the outcome. Still, it's unlikely to be any worse than just letting things drag on the way they are." Pepper nodded gravely, showing she understood. It was just like in a hospital, no matter how minor or major the operation, even with a 99% success rate. Not a single doctor would dare guarantee a cure to the patient's family. Leaving yourself a little room when you speak can spare you a lot of trouble and pressure. What's more, she could hear from Dio's words just how serious Tony's condition was, and that Dio didn't seem all that optimistic about his current state. A cloud of worry settled over her again. "I understand. When I get home, I'll do my best to convince Tony to accept your treatment. No matter how much it costs, we can cover it." Pepper was deeply concerned that Tony might throw another tantrum at the critical moment. With his temperament, most people would find it impossible to put up with him. If he ended up offending Dio again, what would they do? So she tried to appeal to Dio's interests, deliberately bringing up the cost of treatment, hoping he'd be more tolerant of Tony for the sake of an unlimited medical budget, and wouldn't take offense, or at least wouldn't let things end on a sour note like last time. As for Dio, while he liked money and needed it, he always held firm to his own principles. In his previous life, he'd had no choice but to earn money on his knees. But now, things were different. He could make money standing tall, and it was the wealthy and famous lining up, practically begging him to take their money. He couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. So even for someone like Tony, the roles needed to be clear. Dio wasn't there to grovel, offering treatment at their doorstep. It was because they had no other options that they had to come and seek him out. Who holds the upper hand here? That makes all the difference. This is just like the story of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. If Zhuge Liang hadn't maintained his air of dignity and waited for someone to personally invite him 3 times before, he reluctantly agreed to emerge from seclusion, but instead had taken the initiative to recommend himself, the respect and treatment he later received would have been greatly diminished. The easier something is to obtain, the less people value it. The harder it is to get, the more people desire it. As for the medical bills and all, it's too early to talk about that now. Some things can't be forced. Maybe Tony will sort it out himself, Dio responded calmly. With or without Tony, he could make money all the same. The only difference was how much. There was no need to go out of his way to curry favor. If it weren't for Pepper's sake, he wouldn't have bothered agreeing to have dinner with Tony in the first place. Let's not talk about this for now. Once I've booked the restaurant, I'll let you know. At least give us a chance to express our gratitude. Pepper was a deft communicator, smoothly changing the subject and then bidding a decisive farewell. Dio glanced at the mess on the floor. After a moment's thought, he decided to leave it for Will to clean up tomorrow. After all, a boss who doesn't exploit his employees isn't a good brother. He locked up the shop and drove to the hotel he had reserved. It was a shame about the villa destroyed by Kingpin's men, and he still hadn't figured out how to deal with that issue. Another large-scale shootout? Who's really protecting America these days? Famed entrepreneur and philanthropist Wilson Grant Fisk died, and his criminal background has come alight. Police have launched an investigation. An Asian pop idol is suspected of having fans manipulate the iTunes charts by taking advantage of time differences. iTunes has now blacklisted him. Rumor has it his management denies the allegations and plans to send a legal notice soon. The next day, Dio scrolled through the news on his phone, noting that with Kingpin gone, countless factions were beginning to stir. There have been no fewer than 10 shootouts reported already. Now, as soon as night fell, the streets in quieter neighborhoods were completely deserted. Police in cities across America were working overtime to restore order. While there had been some positive results, it was only a temporary fix. Rumor had it that a wave of police officers had tried to resign en masse, but the move was quickly suppressed. For Dio, though, Kingpin's death simply marked the end of the warm-up round. The real culprit, the one who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, would probably reveal themselves soon. He wondered if Natasha had made any progress with her investigation. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Mother Freaking Man was engaged in a confidential discussion with Natasha and Coulson. On the very same day she received the information from Dio, Natasha secretly sought out Nick Fury to report her suspicions that there was another hidden force within S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as that shocking phrase, "Hail Hydra." Although Dio had warned her not to trust anyone lightly, for Natasha, Director Nick Fury was someone she could rely on. Still, just to be safe, she set up a contingency plan before meeting him. If anything happened to her, this backup would be triggered, exposing the possibility that Hydra was hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. to everyone. While this might startle the enemy, it would also serve as a warning to innocent agents, her final line of protection. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not come to pass. As the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no way Nick Fury could have failed to notice something was amiss, though he had never expected to hear the chilling slogan, "Hail Hydra," from Natasha herself. This meant he had underestimated the situation. If the force lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. truly was a resurrected Hydra, then the scale of the crisis was beyond words. It also meant that any ally around them could be a brainwashed enemy, impossible to distinguish from friend. In other words, they might have to fight this battle alone, with precious few people left to trust. Nick Fury immediately took the matter seriously. He didn't dismiss Natasha's intelligence just because it came from an outsider like Dio. After all, it was nearly impossible for an outsider to know the phrase "Hail Hydra" in the first place. It's important to note that Hail is the German word for long live, and Hydra refers to the mythical serpent from Greek legend. Anyone able to combine these two terms wouldn't be doing so by accident. This meant that Dio was either a Hydra member himself, or he had overheard the phrase from someone who was. After hearing Natasha's account, Nick Fury leaned toward the second possibility. If Dio were truly Hydra, there'd be no reason for him to expose himself. In other words, the agent Jason, suspected of killing Dio's parents in the photograph, was likely Hydra and might even be the key to uncovering other spies. He immediately tasked the trustworthy Natasha and Coulson to begin separate investigations. At the same time, he started reviewing all those coincidences and oddities he had previously overlooked, hoping to find support for his suspicions. Today, the three of them had arranged a secret meeting here because Natasha and Coulson's investigations had produced preliminary results, and it was up to him to decide their next move. Before the conversation began, Nick Fury used his authority as director to shut down every device in his office that could potentially leak the contents of their discussion. Then, Natasha and Coulson, both seasoned agents, conducted a thorough sweep themselves. Only after confirming there were no listening devices did they nod to Fury and take their seats again. "You can speak now. What have you found?" Natasha and Coulson exchanged a glance. Coulson gestured for Natasha to go first, so she began without delay. Since Dio was certain that Agent Jason the photo was the one who murdered his family, I dug deeper along that line. I reinvestigated the incident and discovered there were serious issues. During my investigation, I found that all surveillance footage from around DIO's home at the time of the event had gone missing. I suspect the killer later wiped the evidence by hacking into the system. After I failed to retrieve the original footage, I compared surveillance from the days before and after. That's when I noticed a car parked in the area that hadn't moved. I tracked down this car, checked its dash cam, and finally confirmed that Agent Jason was indeed present at the scene during the incident, and he wasn't alone. Here's the copied footage. After verifying the identities of the people involved, we confirmed that all of them are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Specifically, they are Level 4 agents. According to their official reports, all of these agents were supposed to be overseas on assignment that day. Yet, inexplicably, they appeared near DIO's home. And afterward, there was no mention of this in any mission report. As Natasha laid out more and more evidence, Nick Fury's expression grew darker and more severe. Some of these agents were people he had personally promoted. Yet now, all the evidence pointed to the possibility that they were Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., a bitter irony. Go on. I want to see just how deep this rot runs in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha quickly wrapped up her report, and then Coulson began to present his findings. I tracked all of DIO's movements after he left the hospital. During my investigation, I found, through surveillance, that he was being followed as soon as he left. And for at least the next week, every single day, someone was stationed outside DIO's restaurant, watching him. These are some of the clearest images I captured. After running comparisons, it's confirmed. Every one of them is an agent from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Their files, ranks, and names are all here. Son of a... Nick Fury slammed his fist down on the table, roaring out his heroic codename in a fit of rage, a clear reflection of just how foul his mood was at that moment. When so many coincidences stack up together, they stop being coincidences and become an unmistakable conspiracy. Fury immediately issued his orders. You two are to drop everything else you're working on right now. Focus all your attention on these exposed targets. Investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to know exactly how many spies have infiltrated us. Also, since we have no way of knowing which agents can be trusted at this point, I can't give you any backup for now. You're not to share this mission with anyone, under any circumstances. And above all, stay safe. If you find yourselves in danger, your top priority is your own safety. I don't want to lose another trustworthy agent. Natasha and Coulson's faces instantly grew serious as they accepted this daunting task. The thought that some of their former comrades might have been turned into enemy spies left them deeply unsettled. Just then, something occurred to Natasha, and she asked, "What about DIO? Should we share what we've uncovered so far with him? I have a feeling he might have a way to track these people down. He even told me that if we need his help, we can reach out to him. After all, his parents were killed by these people, and the scene was made to look like an accident. That means he's naturally on our side in this fight. Maybe this is the perfect chance to bring him into the plan." Nick Fury began to ponder. He had to admit, Natasha's suggestion was incredibly tempting. If it worked, it would solve several problems at once. Not only easing the manpower shortage, but also drawing a powerful ally into his camp. But DIO's abilities were dangerous, too dangerous, in fact. Fury had always harbored a certain wariness toward him. If that kind of power ever went out of control, Fury doubted even he could find a way to restrain or stop it. That was one of the reasons he'd been so determined to create the Avengers initiative. People with power often refuse to be tamed, and if one ever went rogue, others would be needed to stop them. Maintaining balance was paramount. You'll have to use your own judgment about that. For now, though, let's try to handle this ourselves, Fury said after a moment's thought. Natasha nodded, silently deciding not to mention the business with the snail. The covert meeting wrapped up quickly, and as Natasha and Coulson left the room, they ran straight into Alexander Pierce. It seems Nick Fury is exploiting his employees again. What important task has he handed you this time? Alexander Pierce chuckled, making casual remarks about Nick Fury as if it were nothing. In all of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was probably the only former director bold enough to tease Director Fury like that. You know, we're all bound by confidentiality agreements. Every mission is strictly need to know. If you're really curious, you'll have to take it up with Director Fury himself. Coulson replied with an easy smile. Personally, he found it impossible to believe Alexander Pierce could be working for the other side. After all, the idea that a former S.H.I.E.L.D. director was a Hydra agent sounded utterly absurd. But this mission was too important. He wouldn't breathe a word to anyone. If Director Fury believed Pierce could be trusted, he'd share it himself. There was no need for Coulson to overstep. Rather than taking offense, Alexander Pierce actually looked pleased. He patted Coulson approvingly on the shoulder. "Good. You haven't let me down. That's exactly how an agent should be. If you'd actually told me, I'd start to question Nick Fury's judgment. The mission's important. You'd better get going. I have something to discuss with Fury anyway." Coulson and Natasha found nothing amiss. After exchanging a quick glance, they each headed off in their own direction. Once they'd left, Alexander Pierce's expression darkened. His instincts told him that Nick Fury had assigned an extremely critical operation. Why else entrust it to Natasha and Coulson, his most trusted senior agents? He specifically hurried over after learning that Fury was meeting them in secret, and the fact that Nick Fury had used his director-level clearance to shut down all surveillance in the room. Well, that was impossible to ignore. Had Fury discovered something? Pierce instinctively frowned. He pulled out his phone, tapped out a few commands, then straightened his jacket, fixing a polite smile back onto his face as he made his way toward Nick Fury's office. Fury was visibly surprised to see Alexander arrive. "Sorry, forgot to knock." The words sounded like an apology, but Alexander made himself perfectly at home, pouring a glass of water and settling comfortably onto the sofa. Nick Fury frowned for a moment, then smiled. "It's easy to forget. After all, this used to be your office." He walked over to the water dispenser, pressed a different button, and the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Acting completely at ease, he strolled over and took a seat on the sofa across from Alexander. Alexander paused for a moment when he saw this. Then a subtle, inscrutable smile appeared on his face as he said, "That feature definitely wasn't around during my tenure. Seems like the agents these days really know how to win people over." Nick Fury lifted his glass with a pointed gesture and remarked, "Times have changed. The old ways just don't cut it anymore. If you refuse to adapt, you'll only end up obsolete." Alexander immediately set down his glass and sighed. "Looks like I made the right choice. Nick, you're much better suited to this era than I ever was. Under your leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. will surely achieve the ideals it was founded upon. I just hope I live to see that day." Nick Fury replied with a wry laugh, then turned serious as he asked, "You dropped by without any warning. Is something going on? Do you remember your proposal to the World Security Council about that project, the Avengers initiative?" "That's right. The World Security Council thinks your idea is far too radical. Assembling a team of superheroes to safeguard world peace just sounds ridiculous to them. So they've rejected your proposal, unless you can provide concrete evidence that Earth's existing military and defense systems can't handle the kinds of threats you're imagining, like, say, an alien invasion. Only then might you have a shot at convincing those stubborn old men on the council." In truth, it wasn't just the World Security Council. Even Alexander himself didn't have much faith in this so-called Avengers initiative. It was laughable, wasn't it? The future will show who was right. Sooner or later, those old fools will regret it. Damn it all. Nick Fury retorted, a trace of frustration in his voice. But the reality was, he simply didn't have any evidence to push the plan through, and by the time he did, it would already be too late. On Friday night, DIO drove out to a villa. It was Irene's birthday, and he entered with the gift he'd carefully picked out long ago. The place was already buzzing with excitement. For the first time, Irene, the universally adored angel of their class, a rich and popular girl, had invited everyone to her birthday party. It might also be the last time, since in January, they'd all be moving on to high school and beginning a whole new chapter of their lives. Although Irene didn't have any especially close friends in class, her kind and approachable nature meant that nobody disliked or ostracized her. Of course, her genuine all-American looks and privileged family background probably played a part in that as well. On top of that, quite a few of the precocious boys in the class secretly harbored crushes on this little angel, so when Eileen casually mentioned her party, more than 20 classmates showed up, each one armed with a beautifully wrapped gift, determined not to be outdone by anyone else. When DIO walked in, he was greeted by the sight of this lively group of children laughing and chatting together, helping themselves freely to food and drinks set out in a buffet style. It was clear that Jessica had put a lot of thought into hosting her little sister's first birthday party, an impressive spread of delicious treats and drinks, though not a single bottle of anything alcoholic could be found. "Hey DIO, when did you get here? Sorry, I didn't expect Eileen to be so popular with her classmates. She told me she just casually mentioned it at school, but I never imagined so many would show up. I was really caught off guard," Jessica called out, spotting DIO standing there looking a bit lost. She quickly set down her drink and hurried over to greet him. "It's fine. I just arrived as well," DIO replied with a smile. "But honestly, I was a little shocked when I walked in. Almost thought I'd come to the wrong place." Over on the other side, Eileen, clearly overwhelmed by the group of girls crowding around her, immediately perked up at the sound of DIO's name. Her eyes sparkled, and she slipped away from the others, dashing over with a bright smile. "DIO, you're finally here. Is that my present?" she asked, her eyes shining with anticipation. Dressed in a pure white dress, Eileen looked every inch the little princess. DIO couldn't resist ruffling her hair, and before she could puff up her cheeks in protest, he handed over the carefully wrapped gift he'd brought. To our beautiful little princess, happy birthday. As expected, the moment Eileen received her gift, any hint of annoyance vanished. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly began to unwrap the box in front of everyone. There is no doubt that today's party revolved around Eileen, the angel face star of the show. Every move she made drew gazes from all around, admiring, envious, or even a little jealous from the girls, and affectionate, adoring glances from the boys, most of whom were still too shy to confess their feelings. Some of this was due to Jessica's watchful presence, but most simply found themselves retreating in the face of Eileen's innocent, radiant eyes. But now, as they watched their beloved little angel run so happily toward another boy and share such a tender moment, a chorus of hearts broke silently throughout the room. Even though this newcomer might turn out to be Irene's brother, or perhaps her sister's boyfriend, they couldn't help but compare themselves to him. In the end, all of them hung their heads in defeat and frustration, left with nothing to do but glumly gulp down their drinks. Even at the height of their own adolescent vanity, they couldn't bring themselves to vote for anyone but him. It wasn't just that. He was handsome from every angle. Even his proportions were flawless. More than that, he radiated a quiet confidence, an undeniable presence that left them not even a trace of jealousy. If he had simply been a bit stronger than them, maybe they could have found something to resist, but when someone exists on a whole different level, what's the point in competing? It would only be asking for trouble. The boys, each feeling a little ashamed in the face of such overwhelming charisma, were nothing compared to the girls, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. One by one, they transformed into hopeless romantics, practically swooning on the spot. Had you listened in on their whispered conversations, you would have heard a cascade of daydreams. He's so handsome. Is he a model? He looks like a Hollywood star. I wish I could be his girlfriend. At their age, their imaginations ran wild. This only made them more envious of Irene. They all longed for this dazzling young man to pat their heads affectionately. Some even began to look at Jessica with open hostility, thinking her maturity and allure made her an even greater threat than Irene herself. Clearly, there was something unusual between the two of them. There's no denying it. Female intuition can be frighteningly sharp. All this envy and longing reached a fever pitch when Irene carefully opened the gift box and drew out the ruby necklace nestled inside. It's beautiful. Irene's eyes widened as she clutched her chest in astonishment. She had half expected Dior to give her a doll or something meant for a child, and she'd been mentally preparing to prove she was no longer a little girl. But when she unwrapped the box and found such a precious gift inside, she was utterly taken aback. This ruby was nothing like the ordinary ones. Bathed in light, it shimmered with a captivating brilliance, and even someone with no knowledge of gemstones could see at a glance that it was anything but cheap. Dior, this is too valuable. Isn't it a bit much for Irene? Jessica, who had nearly been mesmerized herself, snapped back to reality and spoke up hesitantly. She didn't know the exact price, but she was certain the necklace must have cost a fortune. Giving such a lavish present as a birthday gift to Irene didn't seem appropriate. Irene, always such a well-behaved girl, truly loved the gift Dior had chosen for her. But hearing her sister's words, she too began to feel uneasy. Reluctantly, she prepared to put the necklace back and return it to Dior. There's really no such thing as taking back a gift you've already given. Since Irene likes it, just let her have it. Besides, you're all mistaken. The ruby is synthetic, not worth much at all. I'm not that generous, DIO explained with a smile, making it clear he wasn't putting on any airs or pretending to be magnanimous. His candor brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone present. It was bad enough that he was so handsome, if he were also wealthy. Enough to casually give away gifts worth several million, or even tens of millions of dollars. It would have been simply overwhelming. Jessica still had her doubts about DIO's claim, but seeing Irene so overjoyed, she decided not to insist any further. She let little Irene happily wear the necklace, her face bright with delight. In truth, Irene didn't care whether the ruby was real or synthetic, natural or man-made. She simply loved the gift itself. Of course, who gave the gift mattered just as much. At that moment, DIO smiled and said, even though this ruby is synthetic, it has a little feature that ordinary natural rubies don't possess. Really? What is it? Irene's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a child who'd just gotten her favorite toy. She could barely contain herself, nearly reaching out to tug at his sleeve. Don't rush, DIO chuckled. You'll need to turn off all the lights in the room to see it. Hearing this, Irene immediately cast a pleading look at her sister. Jessica gave an exasperated sigh, but finally relented and went to turn off the lights. Irene's classmates, their curiosity piqued, crowded closer. As they waited, They couldn't help but steal glances at the ruby necklace around Irene's neck. Even though its giver had plainly said it was synthetic and not worth much, many of them were filled with envy. It looked even more beautiful than natural rubies. They didn't have to wait long. Jessica soon switched off all the lights, and the hall was plunged into dimness. Dio then guided Irene to stand by a window where the moonlight could fall directly on the ruby necklace at her throat. Suddenly, un breathtaking spectacle unfolded. In the darkness, the ruby bathed in moonlight seemed to awaken like some marvel from a science fiction film. Countless crimson rays burst forth, filling the entire hall with a warm, red glow and casting Irene in a light that made her look like a regal goddess. Oh my goodness! It's absolutely stunning. Mom, I think I'm in love. Is that really a ruby? I want one too. This is unbelievable, wow. No one could tell whether they were mesmerized by the ruby itself or by Irene, who was illuminated by its glow. Everyone was utterly transfixed, some even reaching out unconsciously, as if to grasp the gentle red radiance with their hands. It was dreamlike, breathtaking, unbelievable. Too many words crowded in their chests, unable to be spoken, unable to calm their pounding hearts. Only Irene, looking a bit dazed and uncertain, seemed at a loss. Surrounded by so many people staring at her with such fervent eyes, she felt a little afraid. At that moment, the lights came back on in the hall, pulling everyone instantly out of that enchanting reverie. Now, when they looked at the ruby again, it was still dazzling, but it no longer carried that indescribable, astonishing aura from before. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Which master crafted this? No. Is it even possible for a human to create something like this? How does it work? Where can I buy a ruby like that? As the lights returned, the students, snapping back to reality, could no longer hold in their excitement and burst out with exclamations. Some even mustered the courage to rush over to DIO, eager to know where they could buy such a ruby. That dazzling, magical moment had been deeply imprinted on their hearts, something they would likely never forget for the rest of their lives. And Irene, the protagonist and the one who had just transformed into a regal goddess, approached with her cheeks flushed, her excitement barely contained as she asked, "Does it have a name?" Dio thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Aija, its full name, is the Aija Ruby. Although it's only a man-made imitation, that's truly its name. Aija Ruby. After Dio spoke the name, no one could say how many people in the crowd echoed it silently in their hearts along with Irene. Thank you, Dio. This is the best gift I've ever received. I'll treasure it always. I trust you. Go on, your classmates are waiting for you. As the star of tonight, you should make sure everyone feels included. Irene nodded reluctantly, but obediently returned to her classmates. Surrounded by endless compliments, she couldn't help but reach up now and then to gently touch the ruby necklace at her throat. Tell me the truth. Where did you really get that ruby? Why have I never heard of it before? After Irene left, Jessica approached, balancing 2 glasses of red wine. The memory of that magical moment lingered in her mind, impossible to forget. She felt a little pang of envy. After all this time, he'd never given her anything like that. She couldn't deny her jealousy, but she couldn't just take her sister's gift either, so she'd have to find another way. To this, Dio offered only 2 words as his reply. It's a secret. Jessica immediately rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's not like I asked you to give it to me. Can't I just buy one myself if I want? Dio took a sip of his red wine, forcing a wry smile. If only it were that simple. In truth, the birthday gift he'd just given to Irene was actually one of the miscellaneous items he'd gotten during his last spree. Hundreds of pulls in a row, burning through cash in the process. Its full name was the artificial Aija Redstone replica. Originally, it was designed as a key to unlock one of the side quests for the Moonlit Three Brothers event. But in this world, it was just a useless trinket. In the original story, the perfect Aija Redstone was a rare and beautiful gemstone, a miracle of nature. Its crystalline structure could reflect light hundreds of millions of times over. When amplified, that light could be focused into a single radiant beam, a phenomenon of nature's own mysterious power. It was also the key item that awakened the Pillar Men's potential, allowing them to become the ultimate life forms, no longer fearing the sun, a true priceless treasure. But this artificial replica lacked all those magical properties. The only thing it could do was the little light show he'd just performed. Even then, the light it reflected was nothing compared to the real gem. It couldn't focus the rays, only scatter them, making it useful as a light source at best, enough to illuminate a hall, but that was its limit. Aside from this modest ability, it was nearly worthless. You couldn't sell it for much, either. So when Dio was sorting through his junk, he decided to keep it and give it to Irene as her birthday present. After all, Aren't women supposed to like these sparkling, glittering things? He had underestimated the impact it would make. Look at that. Even Jessica, who was never short on money or jewelry, couldn't help but press him about it. Left with no choice, Dio leaned in close, lowering his voice in a mysterious whisper. You really think something like this is so easy to make? I only got this one by chance. If you really want one, give me some time. If I come across another, I'll be sure to give it to you. Jessica nodded in satisfaction. This matched her own suspicions. If it were something ordinary, how could she have never heard of it before? And how could it have created such a mesmerizing, dazzling effect just now? In her heart, she was now certain that the ruby was incredibly precious. Just the exquisite craftsmanship alone was far beyond what any ordinary person could hope to achieve. Thanks to DIO's arrival, Irene had the most perfect birthday of her life. Her parents had already prepared expensive gifts for her in advance. But in her memory, the times when her whole family had gathered to celebrate her birthday were few and far between, all from when she was very young, so much so that the memories had grown faint. This time, although her busy parents still couldn't be there to celebrate with her, she was deeply moved by having so many classmates, her sister, and Dio all singing the birthday song for her. Sharing the birthday cake together filled her heart with joy, even though the celebration eventually turned into a wild cream fight, leaving the place a complete mess. After the birthday party ended, parents from each family came to pick up their children and take them home. Even inside the house, you could still hear the kids chattering away, excitedly recounting everything that had just happened. It was clear they were still brimming with excitement, eager to share all the details with their families. The parents played along enthusiastically, exclaiming in all the right places, satisfying their children's need to share, though none of them took it all that seriously. It was an incredibly successful birthday party. That night, a jealous Jessica insisted Dio stay over at the villa. But at the last moment, Erin slipped into her sister's room, refusing to leave no matter how much Jessica tried to persuade her. She insisted on sleeping together, going so far as to abandon her beloved little Snowball, who was left sulking in its tiny bed, casting a mournful gaze at the empty room. Jessica could only give Dio an apologetic look. She failed to notice the triumphant little smile and the proud tilt of Erin's nose as Erin hugged her tightly. I won't let you get your way again. But in the middle of the night, when she finally drifted off to sleep, a shadowy figure quietly slipped out of bed and tiptoed away. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Erin's little schemes were no match for her sister, the true old fox in the house. A long while later, a slightly weary figure crept silently back into the room. Seeing that Erin showed no sign of waking, she let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a deep sleep. The next morning, the very first thing Erin did when she opened her eyes was to check whether her sister was still in the room. When she saw her sister, sleeping soundly, snoring softly like a pig, Erin wrinkled her nose and smiled with satisfaction, feeling very pleased with her cleverness the night before. After breakfast, Dio drove back to the restaurant, leaving behind Jessica, still yawning, and Erin, who was clearly reluctant to see him go. As for finding a new place to live and dealing with the aftermath of the villa he had rented, the one that had been blown sky high, although Natasha had used her position to help him resolve matters with the police, there were still plenty of complications. Now, the insurance company was actually trying to pin the blame on him as the tenant and refused to pay out any compensation. This infuriated the owner of the villa and dragged Dio into the mess as well, even though, in truth, he was somewhat involved. Fortunately, when Jessica heard about it, she took the initiative to offer her help. Since Dio hated dealing with such hassles, he gladly entrusted everything to her. In her own words, she promised to have it all sorted out in less than 3 days. Coincidentally, just after he'd finished attending little Irene's birthday party, Pepper sent him a message saying she'd reserve a restaurant for dinner on Saturday night, and included the address below. Truth be told, Dio was quite curious about what Tony had been tinkering with at home all this time. Knowing Tony's genius, there was no way he hadn't realized he was suffering from palladium poisoning, especially since Dio had already warned him once. If he can't figure out a way to save himself, is he really going to treat vegetable juice like some kind of miracle cure? Dio thought wickedly. Ordinary vegetable juice would have little effect, and there was no way it could compare to his specially made concoction. The thought of Tony gloomily lifting a giant glass of juice every day, just the mental image alone, was absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the seaside villa, Tony, who had been holed up at his workshop for days without seeing sunlight, was startled when Pepper suddenly burst in. What? Dinner with that guy? Oh, I must be hearing things. Would you mind repeating that? When Pepper informed him that she'd already booked a restaurant for dinner with Dio this Saturday, and that the reservation was made in Tony's name, he almost jumped out of his seat. It doesn't matter how many times you ask. Saturday night at 8:30. If you don't show up, I'll resign on the spot. I'm not joking this time, Tony. Pepper's stern expression was enough to intimidate even Tony, so he had no choice but to soften his tone, raising his hands in surrender. All right, you're the boss. I just hope it's not one of those crazy people's so-called wellness restaurants. Now officially appointed as CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper ignored his odd remark and simply informed him, it's your favorite place. She then dropped her hard tone and spoke gently. Tony, we really need to have a serious talk this time. You can't hide this from me. Your health is getting worse every day, isn't it? If you don't trust DIO, we could go to the hospital. With today's medical technology, surely there's... Sorry, Pepper, I have to get back to work. When you leave, could you please ask Jarvis to close the door? Tony abruptly cut her off and turned away, immediately throwing himself back into his clanging and tinkering. Seeing his reaction, Pepper could only sigh helplessly and leave. Of course, she didn't forget to ask Jarvis to close the door behind her and to remind Tony to eat on time. After Pepper left, Tony tossed aside the small hammer in his hand, fell silent for a moment, then picked up the cup he had hidden when Pepper walked in and downed the vivid green liquid in a single gulp. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, shall I prepare the usual lunch for you today? Let me think. Actually, I want to change things up today. How about adding some extra tomato juice? After all that celery juice yesterday, I still feel sick just thinking about it. That was a nightmare. Honestly, how can anyone make that stuff taste good? Tony set the cup back down, grumbling non-stop, before lapsing once more into silence. After several seconds, he plunged back into his endless work, as if only through this constant busyness could he temporarily forget everything. Forget the fear. And his efforts during this period were certainly paying off. The development of the Mark armor was progressing more and more smoothly, and he had even made portable improvements to address the cumbersome process of putting it on, greatly enhancing its flexibility. In this field, he was nothing short of genius. On Saturday night, DIO arrived right on time at the address Pepper had sent him. It was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, famous throughout New York. DIO had long wanted to try it in the past, but his wallet had always held him back. But now, to him, it was just another good restaurant. Nothing more, nothing less. Only after stepping inside did he realize how empty it was. All the tables had been cleared away, leaving just one in the very center. Tony and Pepper were already there. Not bad. You're only 3 minutes away from being late this time. But we've already started without you. I hope you don't mind. As DIO approached, Tony immediately put down the pizza in his hand and couldn't resist a quip. Yes, pizza. The table was covered with fast food, pizza, fries, burgers. The Golden Arches logo was impossible to miss. What do you think? I rented the whole place out, had them remove all the useless tables, and set up like this. I figured you'd prefer this sort of dining experience. That's enough, Tony. Pepper was clearly annoyed. Tony had agreed to come, but she hadn't expected him to pull a stunt like this. By the time she found out, it was already too late. DIO, however, wasn't upset. After taking his seat and glancing around, he said, honestly, I'm fine with it. For Pepper's sake, I won't charge you a copyright fee. But if you wanted to treat me to this kind of food, why not just have it at the actual Golden Arches? Wouldn't that have been more convenient? Upon hearing this, Tony poured himself a glass of red wine. Fast food paired with red wine. Yes, that's just how willful Tony can be. He poured a little more into DIO's glass and said, not a bad suggestion. We could try that next time. But honestly, the desserts here are really something. I love their organic ice cream. And the atmosphere is just better. Wouldn't you agree? Here, have a taste. This is a rare vintage from my own cellar. I wouldn't just let anyone have it. DIO glanced at the bottle in Tony's hand with a half smile, then nodded in agreement. It's certainly a rare find. I'd guess it doesn't sell for more than $25 at the supermarket. Let's see, 2009? The grapes weren't great that year, if I remember right. I'd recommend another bottle. Only $5 more, but a clear step up in quality. Thank you. You seem to know your wine. I'm starting to appreciate you. My pleasure. I'm starting to appreciate you too. After all, you're the first person I've met who stores this kind of wine in a cellar, brings it to a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and calls it fast food. Maybe the organic ice cream here really is that irresistible. I'll have to give it a try later. Hey, boys, are you done yet? Just as Tony and DIO were trading barbs, neither willing to give an inch, Pepper finally couldn't take it anymore and cut off their childish contest right then and there. Tony and DIO, now christened boys by Pepper, exchanged a glance and, surprisingly in sync, both pretended not to hear her. DIO then glanced at the food on the table, grabbed a burger, and took a hearty bite. He had actually come for dinner, hoping to sample the restaurant's signature dishes, but here he was, reduced to filling up on burgers. It had been ages since he'd tasted such cheap fast food, but as he took a bite, he found it was the same familiar recipe, the same familiar flavor. Amused, he reached over, snatched the fries from Tony's side, and dipped them in ketchup. "Hey, those are mine." Tony reverted to a childish pout, but this time Dio didn't even bother to look at him, refusing to stoop to his level. If anything, Tony's annoyance only made Dio eat with even more relish. Seeing that Dio ignored him, Tony grabbed a cheeseburger and took a big, defiant bite. Though the banter had stopped, the two managed to find a new way to compete. Dio devoured his food with gusto, while Tony, already full, forced himself to keep eating just to avoid losing out to his rival. All the while, Pepper, seated between them, could only watch with a bewildered smile, utterly at a loss as to whether these two were completely incompatible or a perfect match. It wasn't until Dio polished off an entire box of pizza, followed by 5 burgers, 2 bags of fries, and washed it all down with half a bottle of cheap supermarket red wine that Tony had brought, that Tony finally reached his limit. He gagged, clapped a hand over his mouth, and dashed out of the room. "Ha! Lightweight, trying to keep up with me?" Dio, completely unfazed, picked up a napkin and dabbed at his mouth. That was just a little something to eat. He could have doubled it with no problem. A few minutes later, "Excuse me for a moment, I'm going to check on Tony." Pepper, seeing that Tony still hadn't returned, grew concerned and went after him. Dio didn't mind at all. He signaled to a server waiting nearby. "I've heard your desserts are really something. Bring me several servings of that organic ice cream, the biggest portions you've got." Just then, Tony reemerged from the restroom. The moment he heard Dio ordering more organic ice cream, he gagged again and rushed straight back inside. 10 minutes later, Tony sat across from Dio, pale and disgruntled, watching Dio savor a towering glass of organic ice cream. Just looking at it was enough to make Tony feel sick all over again. "Dio, actually, we wanted to thank you today. It didn't go quite as I planned, but I hope you don't mind." Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Pepper sent off the last of the servers and began tidying up, smoothing things over to make up for Tony's antics. "I don't mind, not at all. The Italian organic ice cream here really is delicious." "Oh, Tony, I ordered one for you too. Would you like some?" Dio insisted he didn't mind, but his hands never slowed as he dug in. The moment Tony saw the giant cup of ice cream Dio was offering, he gagged reflexively, clapped a hand over his mouth, and waved it away. "Not hungry? That's a shame. You're the one who brought us here for it." Dio quietly jabbed, then dove into the second serving. Pepper was at her wit's end. Dealing with Tony was enough of a headache, but now there was someone even more infuriating at the table. What was she supposed to do? Just as Pepper was struggling with how to talk to Dio, he suddenly set down his ice cream, looked at Tony, and said, "Palladium poisoning isn't exactly a pleasant experience, is it? But you don't seem to be showing any obvious symptoms. Don't tell me you've been living on vegetable juice." "Tony." Pepper turned to him, anxious. Tony froze, caught completely off guard, his mind whirling. Pepper knows. What'd I do now? Last time he'd managed to cover it up by losing his temper, but what was he supposed to do now? Why did this jerk have to bring it up? Especially in front of Pepper.